Family, today I saw a guy chop off a bullet from a handgun with a small knife, sparks flying everywhere, and everyone was dumbfounded. This all started on a fishing boat. I went out to sea with Captain Lao Chiao, and we returned with a full load. However, trouble arose at the dock when some gangsters showed up. The young man, Daro, showcased his skills. Later, I found out that Daro is actually a time traveler. I tell you, today was truly eye-opening for me. My jaw hasn't closed since. Can you believe a guy actually chopped a bullet from a handgun with a small knife? It was like something out of a movie, ding, ding, ding. Sparks flying everywhere, and I was left speechless. Well, let me start from the beginning. This all began when I was working part-time on the fishing boat today. I tell you, I'm just a temporary worker, tagging along with Captain Lao Chiao and the others to make ends meet. Today we hit the jackpot. The fish hold was nearly full, and Lao Chiao was overjoyed, puffing on his pipe, his beard almost curling up to the sky. There was a young guy on the boat named Daro. He looked about 15 or 16, but with muscles that showed he was trained. He was quite handsome, with golden curly hair and a few freckles on his face, a real sunny boy. Just as we were nearing the shore, some old-timers on the boat started teasing him. "Hey Daro, the boss is treating us to drinks tonight, but you're not invited." A guy named Simon laughed mischievously. I couldn't help but laugh because Daro's sister works at the only tavern in town, so he could only drink juice there, which was basically public humiliation. But the funniest part? It was these same old-timers who had encouraged Daro to drink in the first place. And guess what? Daro, known as the god of wine, took them all down single-handedly, with them crawling under tables. And now they had the nerve to mock him. Who understands that kind of thick skin? While we were making a ruckus, the dock suddenly erupted. A group of well-dressed gangsters in black suits stormed in, and the leader, trying to show off, kicked over our freshly unloaded fish crates with arrogance. So, what do you think our crew's reaction was? Simon turned to another fisherman and said, "Zido, how many times has this happened now? Third time, right? Last time those guys were beaten by Lao Chiao, and ran off holding their butts. They couldn't even walk straight. The old men were just watching the show, completely dismissing these gangsters. After all, these were men who wrestled with the waves. Every day, how could they be afraid of a few punks? As they put it, our fishing ground were the biggest gang around here. Seeing us so calm, the leading thug got angry and pointed at Simon, shouting, "Hey, get your boss out here." Lao Chiao, strolled over with his pipe. "Looking for me? What's up? Our boss wants to see you. Come with us." Lao Chiao, rolled his eyes. "Tell your boss to come here himself. Stop with the nonsense." One of the thugs with a mohawk exploded. "Hey, old man, are you looking for death? Do you believe we can make your business go under?" I thought to myself, this is going to get violent. Daro sighed, looking like he thought, this is troublesome. Sure enough, the mohawk thug yelled and charged at Daro, probably thinking he could bully him since he was younger, pulling out a dagger to stab him. I tell you, it was like lighting a powder keg. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Our fishermen weren't pushovers either. They grabbed fish spears and chains and fought back. And then there was Daro. The moment the mohawk thug charged, he sidestepped, quickly moved to the side, and delivered a sharp front kick bang. The guy went flying. He got up, not backing down, charged again, and was knocked down once more. It was so intense that I wondered if they had some kind of KPI assessment. Seeing Daro's prowess, the other thugs surrounded him. But Daro moved like a fish, dodging and counterattacking, not letting a single one of them touch him. Meanwhile, Lao Chiao, was fighting the leader, Prit. Lao Chiao's punches were fierce, causing Prit to flee, and the scene was quite comical. Then, in a panic, Prit pulled out a revolver. "Die, all of you!" He yelled like a madman, firing 2 shots at Lao Chiao and then randomly shooting at the fisherman watching the fight. Lao Chiao's reaction was incredible. He twisted his body to dodge, not looking like a 50-year-old at all. But those bullets aimed at the fisherman were about to hit. At that critical moment, Daro sprang into action. I swear, I didn't even see how he moved. It was like a flash. And he appeared in front of those fishermen. He was holding the dagger he had just snatched from the mohawk thug. Then came the moment I mentioned at the beginning. Ding, ding, ding. The dagger in his hand became a blur, accurately intercepting all the bullets headed for the fisherman. This was surgical-level precision. I was stunned. This guy wasn't just cooking, he was a Michelin 5-star chef. Seeing this, Lao Chiao, was completely enraged. He charged at the down Prit and stomped down hard on his leg. The sound of bones breaking was clear. Then he took down the remaining thugs, leaving none standing, and they fled in disarray. When everything settled down, Lao Chiao, turned back and looked deeply at Daro, his expression complex, as if to say, "You're not simple, huh?" That night, Daro didn't attend the banquet. He went home instead. To be honest, this made me start to reassess him. And Daro, that's me. When I got home, my thoughts drifted far away. That's right, I'm coming clean. Borvis de. Daro, I'm a time traveler. In my past life, I was a corporate slave tortured by the 996 work culture, and then I woke up in the world of One Piece. I thought I could take off with my knowledge of the plot, but guess what? I traveled back in time 40 years before Luffy set sail. Not to mention forgetting much of the plot. This advantage was completely nullified. But that's not the worst part. The most ridiculous thing is my identity. My sister is Port Gasti. Rouge? Yes, the future wife of Pirate King Roger, who bore Ace after a grueling 20-month pregnancy and died from exhaustion. What does this mean? Roger is going to be my brother-in-law, and Ace is going to be my nephew. Roger, you can say he's magnanimous, free-spirited, and a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the world. But to his family, he's a disaster. He turned himself in, causing his wife to die in childbirth to save the child, and his son Ace bore the son of the Pirate King's stigma for life, ultimately dying in the Marineford War. So what about me? As his brother-in-law, the best outcome for me would be to live in obscurity, hunted by the Navy all my life. That's not the life I want. So, in the end, in this world, strength is everything. If you're weak, you're just driftwood on the sea, gone with the waves. If you're strong, like Garp, with a son who's the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a grandson who's the future protagonist aiming to overthrow the world government, he can walk around the Navy headquarters unbothered, even pointing his finger at the celestial dragons without a care. Why? Because he's strong. With that in mind, I took out the revolver I had confiscated today from my pocket and then dug out a box from under the bed, which contained a notebook I had written in Chinese, documenting my understanding of this world and my training plan. I must become stronger. Fortunately, I didn't come to this world without any advantages. Perhaps due to having lived 2 lives, my mental strength is naturally strong, and I have awakened a rare ability called observation haki, which I refer to as Death Eye. This ability is quite simple. It allows me to directly see the weaknesses and flaws of my enemies, and to predict their next movements. Being able to deflect bullets with a knife at the dock today relied on the exceptional insight of Death Eye. The ability to move instantly was a technique I devised based on the description of Soru from the manga's Navy 6 styles, which I call Instant Step. It's faster than Soru, but covers a shorter distance. I also developed a technique similar to Moonwalk called Blue Bird, which allows for a double jump in the air, making it more agile. However, today's fight revealed my issue. I lack a one-hit kill technique, relying entirely on physical prowess, which is too inefficient. I opened my notebook and solemnly wrote a line on a new page, Development of New Techniques. Early the next morning, I ran to my secret base in the mountains behind the town. There are many wild beasts here, and since no one usually comes, it's perfect for my training. The morning was filled with monotonous, basic training, which absolutely cannot be stopped. In this world, physical strength is the foundation of revolution. Just look at Garp, who conquers the world with his iron fish is the best example. By the afternoon, I sat under a tree, took out my notebook, and began to ponder my new techniques. My role is very clear, Gunner. The ability of Death Eye is tailor-made for gunmen. However, gunmen fear close combat, so I need to develop powerful kicking techniques to compensate. I frantically searched my mind for games I played in my previous life, when suddenly, an idea flashed through the male brawler from DNF. Brother Wuji. He has a signature skill called Shadow Kick, commonly known as Big Foot, which concentrates all his strength in his legs and then unleashes it with a flying kick. Yes, with my current physical condition and leg strength, if I can focus all my power, the destructive power will surely be explosive. I'm someone who takes action. Upon a sudden impulse, I stood up and approached a massive tree, thick enough to require my arms to encircle it. I mimicked the actions from the game, crouching, bending, gathering strength. And then, with all my might, I delivered a flying kick. A resounding crack echoed through the air as the tree was astonishingly severed in half. The upper trunk crashed to the ground, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Success! This technique was indeed effective. Excitedly, I turned to the nearby trees to test my newfound skill. After kicking down several more trees, I stumbled upon a significant issue. While the power of the strike was sufficient, the preparation time was excessively long. I tell you, during the time I spent crouching to unleash my ultimate move, the enemy could have easily rushed in and annihilated me countless times over. This technique was utterly impractical in real combat. Furthermore, the force produced was far below my expectations. After years of training, was this all the power my legs could muster? Clearly, my method of exertion was flawed. Never mind. If I couldn't comprehend it, I would set it aside. Power begets miracles. In the following days, I relentlessly assaulted the trees on the back mountain, focusing on sheer physical prowess, wreaking havoc on the outermost trees. However, truth be told, I made little progress. That nagging awkwardness kept eluding me. After training until the sun dipped below the horizon, I packed my belongings and headed home. My sister, Lucio, was off work today and busily clanging pots and pans in the kitchen. She called out to me, saying that Uncle Lao Xiao, she wanted me to visit the tavern. For the newspapers I had requested had arrived. She warned me repeatedly not to drink, or else my nose would turn red. How amusing. She fails to realize that I am the very architect of the tavern's cocktail legend in this town. Had I not taught her how to mix drinks back in the day, would she have become the star attraction here? Dalaw, the town's deity of spirits. Impervious to intoxication, would I fear such a thing? After dinner, I strolled leisurely to the tavern. Upon entering, I was met with a cacophony of noise. The fishermen from the docks were boasting loudly. At the bar, I spotted Uncle Lao Xiaoxi and the hunter Uncle Dachi engaged in a heated exchange. Uncle Dachi thumped his chest, claiming that when he first arrived on the island, he had cleared the beast from the back mountain with a single rifle, and had even hunted a tiger weighing over 600 pounds. The surrounding patrons expressed disbelief, and Uncle Lao Xiaoxi, with his sizable belly, countered with a tale of an 800-pound tuna, dismissing the tiger hunt as unimpressive. This incited Uncle Dachi's ire, and in response, I, seated at the bar sipping juice, stoked the flames with a quip. Indeed, 800 pounds. Can your old back handle that? Don't let the fish drag you into the sea. Uncle Lao Xiaoxi's eyes widened with rage. He dramatically stepped atop a chair, recounting a moment when he felt an immense force on his fishing rod, nearly losing his grip, but managing to hold on. His gestures were animated, and he reached the crux of his tale with a booming shout. Thus, I planted my feet firmly, drawing power from the earth, pivoting my waist, and with a mighty pull, I lifted the fish. I tell you, just that one phrase, power from the earth, pivoting at the waist, illuminated my mind. Inspiration had struck. Upon finishing my juice, I attempted to leave, only to be detained by the two old drunks, insisting I mix them a few new cocktails to sample. Very well, in gratitude for their unintentional guidance. I quickly prepared a few drinks for them before hastily departing with the newspapers. The next morning, I raced to the back mountain, my mind echoing with yesterday's proclamation. I planted my legs firmly, pivoted at the waist, and, with a sudden twist of my upper body, I channeled all my strength into my right leg, delivering a powerful flying kick to a tree large enough for 5 people to embrace. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the tree was immediately severed. The break was jagged, unmistakably the result of absolute force. Success. I was overjoyed. I had finally developed my first legitimate attack technique. I pondered briefly and decided to name this move Kuei Nyo as a nod to my past life. Although the preparation time was still a bit slow, it mattered not. I would simply practice more in the days to come. After several days of training, I had managed to grasp the fundamentals of Kuei Nyo. Excellent. I had secured a powerful close combat technique. Now it was time to practice with firearms. However, a dilemma arose. I lacked ammunition. I sought out Uncle Lao Xiaoxi, and, upon hearing my request for bullets, he was visibly startled, nervously stroking his beard. He recounted how my sister had nearly set fire to his beard after discovering he had tricked me into drinking. He was hesitant to provide me with any, yet he discreetly revealed that Uncle Dachi undoubtedly had some in his possession. Upon hearing this, I promptly brought a jar of my homemade liquor to his doorstep. Upon entering, I found the old man sprawled atop a genuine tiger skin rug, thoroughly inebriated. It seemed he hadn't been exaggerating. I roused him from his stupor, presented him with the liquor, and flattered him, stating that this new brew deserved to be tasted by the connoisseur of spirits. After some reluctance, he ultimately succumbed to the allure of the fine drink, feigning ignorance about the ammunition in his cabinet, suggesting I help myself. Could I be polite? I promptly rummaged through and filled a large bag to the brim. He even offered to teach me shooting techniques in exchange for more liquor. Observing his trembling hands, reminiscent of someone with Parkinson's, I diplomatically replied, "Certainly, I will surely seek your guidance." A win-win situation, indeed. That evening, I opened the newspaper I had acquired from Uncle Lao Xiaoxi. To my astonishment, the headlines were sensational. The Roger pirates had clashed with the Navy in the East Sea, suffering devastating defeats at the hands of Carp and Sengoku. The Red Earl had also engaged the admirals in the New World, sustaining severe injuries. Gazing at Roger's bounty notice, where he smiled broadly, an unsettling chill ran down my spine. This era was far from peaceful. I must hasten to grow stronger. As I contemplated my path to power, in a distant port city known as Jelan-Badawa, a family named on Taliya convened a meeting. Their leader, Wabwa, a notorious elder, was furiously reprimanding his subordinates for their inability to deal with Uncle Lao Xiaoxi effectively. A strategist named Sine Day, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and slicked-back hair, proposed a cunning plan. They could employ a third party to eliminate their foe. Once the others had departed, he whispered to Wabwa that they could inform a notorious pirate named Samu, urging him to capture Uncle Lao Xiaoxi. Wabwa expressed concern about inviting danger, but Sine Day sinisterly smiled, suggesting they could always dispose of the threat afterward. Little did they know, their true target was none other than the legendary Black Pearl ship, rumored to be sunk near Batalila Island, laden with unimaginable wealth. Over the next few days, I engaged in shooting practice on the back mountain, the sound of gunfire echoing through the forest, driving the birds to the brink of madness. I assure you, with the aid of my keen eyesight, my accuracy was astonishingly precise. I hit my mark every time. Yet, the most significant issue was the underwhelming power of the bullets. They barely penetrated the sturdy trees, akin to mere tickles, struggling to even breach the bark. Just as I pondered whether the profession of a marksman held any future, the infamous Captain Samu of the giant cannon pirates, with a bounty of 87 million, stealthily approached the Jelan-Badawa harbor aboard his fearsome ship, armed with menacing cannons, under the cover of night. Sine Day personally welcomed him at the dock, escorting the wild-eyed man with a crimson crest to Wabwa's gathering. After an extravagant feast, Samu grew impatient and directly inquired about the significant business at hand. Wabwa, with a sly grin, revealed his true intentions. You remember the Black Pearl, don't you? Upon hearing this, Samu nearly exploded with excitement. I tell you, his gaze was piercing, resembling that of an eagle. It seemed as if he could extract a QR code from Wabwa's face. That ship was sunk by my own hand. How did you find it? Wabwa, the cunning fox, chuckled like a benevolent Buddha, producing a weathered gold ingot from his pocket and slapping it on the table. This piece of treasure was recently used to settle debts at my casino. It is said to have been stolen from a fishery owner on Batalila Island. The markings on this gold bar are unmistakably from that fabled batch. The fishery owner must surely be aware of the truth. Wabwa coaxed, so what do you say? Brother, shall we join forces? Sam stared at the gold ingot, his face alternating between shades of blue and white, his mind likely calculating how he could seize this fortune. He was no fool and directly inquired, Speak, what do you want me to do? You, Wabo, summoned me here for a reason. There must be a tough nut to crack. Wabo nonchalantly responded, It's just a trivial matter. There's an annoying little brat on the island along with a group of fishermen. Clear them all out for me, so I can capture someone. Could the seasoned Sam trust him? He retorted, Is it really that simple? Have you turned vegetarian, or has a donkey kicked your brain? You expect to share this good fortune with me? Rest assured, Wabo had already prepared his words, stating that the decrepit island had no naval presence. He called upon Sam simply to leverage the name of Giant Cannon Sam, ensuring a loud and impactful operation so that others wouldn't realize it was them, which would have negative repercussions. This reasoning held some merit, and ultimately, greed triumphed over rationality. Sam squinted his eyes, demanding, All right, after the deed is done, I want 70% of the gold. Nonsense. At most, we'll split it 50-50. W.A. boritortit, ejetoitit. The two engaged in a heated dispute, finally settling on an even split. Just as the theatrics concluded on one side, both began scheming how to outwit one another, resembling a real-life game of werewolf. Wabo had just departed to arrange personnel when Sam summoned his most trusted confidant, Kali, instructing him to inspect the ship overnight, fearing that Wabo might tamper with it. Meanwhile, at Wabo's club, Snyder wore an expression of dissatisfaction. Boss, are we really giving him half? W. Bull, puffing on a cigar amidst swirling smoke, bore the demeanor of a cunning villain. My money, I send, tea, so easily obtained. His quarrel with Sam was merely a performance to lower the other's guard. His true plan was to wait until Sam returned with the spoils and then strike. He instructed Snyder to meet with Colonel Quirley of the Navy the following day, claiming that Giant Cannon Sam intended to attack Greenbado, thereby orchestrating the Navy to obliterate Sam's ship at sea. Thus, both parties harbored ulterior motives. By midnight the next day, 2 pirate ships stealthily approached Batalila Island. That night, Batalila Island was eerily quiet, akin to a sleeping beauty, who would have anticipated disaster lurking. The 2 pirate vessels crashed into our modest fishing boat dock like 2 hulking men squeezing into a children's shoe shop. Without hesitation, a thunderous boom erupted as the fearsome cannon fired. Shells rained down like a torrential downpour, jolting the entire slumbering town awake. Flames soared and explosions echoed. As pirates rushed ashore, yelling, "The pirates are here!" the town erupted into chaos. The first to react were the fishermen at the dock. Uncle Xiao, she shouted for the men to grab their weapons and urged the women and children to flee to the mountains. Daluo was jolted awake by the commotion. This was no drill. I dashed to my sister Lu Jio's room, where she was still bewildered. I shouted that pirates had arrived and dragged her outside. Staying indoors at such a moment was akin to courting death. Lu Jio, terrified, clung to me, refusing to leave. I reassured her that Uncle Xiao, she, and the others were holding the front line, and that I needed to assist. After persuading my sister to retreat to the mountains, I turned back to grab my revolver and ammunition, fully armed. I was clear-headed. Merely fleeing was futile. I had to intercept these ruffians at the dock, or we would all be doomed. I weaved through the burning streets, surrounded by cries and screams, a veritable hell on earth. Yet my mind remained exceptionally calm as I sprinted to the dock. The Easter shantytown was in utter disarray. Uncle Xiao, she, alongside the fishermen, was engaging the pirates in urban warfare, temporarily staving them off. I quickly spotted Uncle Xiao, she, who was battling a pirate with a harpoon. He was taken aback upon seeing me. "Daluo, what are you doing here? Hurry, we can't hold out much longer." Just as he spoke, a cry arose from the crowd. "Cannonball! Cannonball incoming!" Instinctively, I turned around to see a cannonball soaring through the air, aimed directly at the densest cluster of fishermen. If it exploded, many would perish. In that critical moment, I sprang into action. Drawing my gun, I activated my Deadeye ability. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots rang out, and the cannonball, dear friends, was transformed into a dazzling firework mid-air. The surroundings fell silent, all gazing at me as though I were a monster. Yet it was futile. The fishermen were suffering heavy casualties, and the situation was on the brink of collapse. Uncle Xiao, she, in desperation, asked if I had a plan. I immediately advised him, "The dock is too open. We cannot match their firepower. We must retreat. Let us engage in guerrilla warfare. Lure these headless flies into the town and utilize the terrain to our advantage, picking them off one by one." Upon hearing this, Uncle Xiao, she decisively shouted, "Retreat. Everyone back to the town." Together, we covered the rear, and our group managed to return to the town's streets without further incident. On the ship, Snyder reported to Wabo through binoculars, "Boss, they've all retreated into the town. It seems the residents fled to the mountains." Sam, growing impatient, only cared about his treasure. "Hey, Wabo, where's that fishing grounds owner you mentioned?" Wabo's eyes flickered with cunning. "That old man must be hiding in the mountains, too. Let's split up. I'll head into town to eradicate these fishermen, and you go to the mountains to capture them." "Fine." Sam eagerly parted ways with him, leading his men towards the mountains. Watching Sam's retreating figure, Wabo exhaled a puff of smoke, ominously stating to Snyder, "Even if he captures someone first, it won't team matter. He'll still meet his end." Then, Wabo signaled his men with a wave, bellowing, "Charge!" The pirates and the Antelia family members surged into the town like a tidal wave. Uncle Xiao, she, and I braced ourselves for the onslaught. Uncle Xiao, she rallied the troops with fervor, and I promptly assigned tactical roles. Form into groups of 3. Spread out to ambush and target the stragglers, strike and retreat. Thus, everyone concealed themselves in the corners of the streets and within houses. The pirates stormed in, initially cautious. But one of them stumbled upon a trove of gold jewelry in a house, igniting a frenzy as their greed surfaced, scattering them into households to pillage wildly. Sensing the shift, I felt reassured. If they attacked collectively, we would indeed be at a disadvantage, but now they were merely offering themselves as sacrifices. What followed was a textbook ambush. An old pirate kicked open the door of an opulent house, only to be met by 3 fishermen springing from behind the door. And before he could react, a knife had already been plunged into his chest. As for me, I was like a specter in the night. My Deadeye ability was a godsend in urban combat. The enemy hadn't even spotted me before I fired, each shot precise and swift. Including that last one, I had already dispatched my 17th foe. Truthfully, I felt no discomfort. Killing these beasts was akin to slaughtering chickens. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only the strong could seize their destiny. While we were achieving victory after victory, accumulating small triumphs toward a larger one, Wabo finally sensed something amiss. Snyder pointed at a house. "Boss, our men have been inside for a while. Why is there no movement?" Wabo dispatched 2 men to check, and to their horror, they discovered their comrades impaled by harpoons, dead with tightly clenched jewels in hand. Wabo's face darkened immediately, realizing he had been duped. Rage surged within him as he bellowed an order. "Artillerymen, flatten this town." With a commanding shout, the gunners aboard the pirate ship sprang into action like they had been invigorated by an elixir. Countless cannonballs rained down upon the town, indiscriminately bombarding all corners except for their designated assembly point in the central square. The once flourishing Battleisla was instantly transformed into a raging inferno amidst the chaos of war. The relentless barrage of cannon fire was indeed formidable. With a thunderous boom, a cannonball obliterated the roof of the building where I had taken refuge. Cursing under my breath, I leaped through the window and raced towards the central square, where the pirates dared not fire. Upon rolling and scrambling into the municipal center adjacent to the square, I discovered that Lao, Xiao, Shi, and the others were also taking shelter there. I urged them, "We can't hide any longer. If we do, we'll be reduced to mere pulp. We must charge out and confront them." After a brief deliberation, we all agreed that it was indeed prudent to make a move while there was still cover, for once the outside was reduced to rubble, we would become easy targets. Thus, after a moment of respite, Lao, Xiao, Shi, and I led the remaining fisherman brothers, bursting forth from the municipal hall and charging directly into the square. As we emerged, the cannon fire ceased. It was time for a showdown, soldier against soldier, commander against commander. Among the fishermen, someone recognized Weibo and shouted his name. Weibo, no longer pretending, fixed his gaze on Lao Xiao Shi and mockingly remarked, "Ah, so it's you, Captain Xiao Shi. I, Andre Weibo, look out of the Bloodhand pirate crew. Extend my greetings." The revelation struck like a thunderclap. Upon hearing the name of the Bloodhand pirate crew, Lao Xiao Shi's expression shifted dramatically as he questioned, "Did you bring this band of pirates here?" Weibo, consumed by pride, laughed heartily. "Isn't that the case? The captain of the great cannon pirate crew is the very gunner who sank your Black Pearl all those years ago." I was left bewildered, and Lao Xiao Shi, sensing my confusion, simply whispered, "This isn't the time for explanations. We'll discuss it later." Weibo attempted to incite Lao Xiao Shi into revealing the whereabouts of the Black Pearl in exchange for sparing the others. I interjected, "Not a chance." Enraged, Weibo retaliated, "Then do not blame me." In an instant, the two factions clashed violently. A few pirates charged at me, and with a swift motion, I fired several shots, each finding its mark with deadly precision, leaving my attackers lifeless before they could even graze my clothing. Meanwhile, Lao Xiao, she was a force to be reckoned with, employing military techniques with remarkable ferocity, cutting through the enemy ranks as if they were mere sheep. With a fierce move, he executed a tiger hold slam, smashing one foe into the ground, leaving him unrecognizable. As the two of us, warriors of unparalleled prowess, dispatched several enemies in the blink of an eye, the remaining pirates found themselves intimidated, hesitating to advance. "Useless wretches," Weibo bellowed in frustration at the sight. In a fit of rage, he drew a massive machete that resembled a grotesque saw, its blade riddled with nicks, a testament to the lives it had taken. I was momentarily taken aback by the sheer size of the weapon. As I worried for Lao Xiao Shi, the old man shouted confidently, silencing my concerns. In an instant, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Weibo, the master of taunts, began to mock. So many years ago, I failed to kill you. It seemed Sam's cannon was not up to par. He brandished his jagged blade menacingly. Unfazed by his provocations, Lao Xiao Shi closed the distance in a flash, delivering a powerful step punch. But in a surprising turn, Weibo dodged to the side and countered with a blade that knocked Lao Xiao Shi to the ground, taunting, "You've aged. Surrender to avoid further suffering." It was in that moment that my fists clenched in frustration. Yet, Lao Xiao Shi was not one to engage in idle chatter. He responded with his fists. With a sudden leap, he executed a tiger strike, delivering a rapid and fierce punch that connected with Weibo's face. The impact sent Weibo flying, crashing into the municipal hall amidst a cloud of dust and debris. To my astonishment, Weibo emerged from the wreckage, brandishing his knife and shouting, "Old man, I will chop you to pieces." Without hesitation, Lao Xiao Shi leaped forward, executing a tiger stance, planting his foot firmly on Weibo's blade, using the leverage to deliver a powerful kick to Weibo's upper body. Weibo, undeterred, raised his knife to retaliate, aiming to sever Lao Xiao Shi's leg. Fortunately, the old man reacted swiftly, redirecting his attack, driving his knee into Weibo's chest. Weibo staggered backward, howling in pain. Then came the climactic moment. Both fighters understood that the next move would determine their fate. Weibo summoned a dark energy around his knife, executing a technique known as Fong Extinction Slash. In response, Lao Xiao Shi gathered all his strength into a single punch, named Tiger Car Break. The two forces clashed with a thunderous roar. The moment their weapons collided, Weibo's knife shattered into pieces, while he himself was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Lifeless, Lao Xiao Shi took a moment to catch his breath, lighting a cigarette as he surveyed the ravaged town, remarking, I'm getting old. Otherwise, I would have dispatched him with a single blow." I was left in disbelief, thinking, is this what you call aging? This is sheer magnificence. Meanwhile, on another front, chaos reigned as Dalu and a man named Snide battled with cunning ferocity. Dalu moved like a butterfly, darting around and firing his weapon. Snide wielded his whip with serpentine grace, relentlessly pursuing Dalu. At a critical moment, Dalu's attention faltered as he noticed a disturbance on the hillside, fearing for Lu Jio's safety. In that fleeting instant, Snide lashed out with his whip, narrowly missing Dalu's head. Thankfully, Dalu reacted in time, activating his special vision to evade the attack. Dalu seized the opportunity to taunt. "Is that all you can do? Ambush me?" This provocation ignited Snide's fury, who charged forward with his whip. Dalu had been anticipating this moment. He fired 3 shots, one aimed at Snide's temple and the others to restrict his movement. However, Snide contorted his body in an unnatural manner, expertly dodging the bullets. Infuriated, Snide declared, "I am the user of the snake fruit, in the form of a serpent." As he transformed, his lower body morphed into that of a massive snake. Just as his tail swung towards Dalu, threatening to crush him, a gunshot rang out. A large bullet soared through the air, aimed directly at Snide's eye. Startled, he recoiled to avoid the shot, allowing Dalu to roll away and evade the impending danger. "Who dares interfere with my business?" Snide hissed, sensing the heat from the gunshot. He retaliated by spewing venom toward the source of the sound, melting the balcony from which the shot had originated. Then, from behind emerged a diminutive figure bearing a double-barrel shotgun. After years of hunting, I had never encountered a serpent of such magnitude. "Daluo, can this snake be used to brew liquor?" Upon closer inspection, I recognized that distinctive red nose. It could only belong to Lao Chi. "What are you surprised about, kid? Did I not tell you I am a sharpshooter?" Lao Chi smugly weighed his gun in hand. The odds had now shifted to 2 against 1, and Daluo and Lao Chi began to coordinate their efforts. With a well-aimed shot, Lao Chi forced the creature to reposition, while the Luo followed up with a barrage of bullets, causing the serpent man to howl in pain. The two began to compare their prowess as marksmen, as those in the family would understand. Treating a boss as a target certainly elevated the stakes. Snyder, infuriated, shouted, "You too perish," and with a thunderous roar, transformed into an enormous serpent coiled upon the ground. Its defenses surged, and its weaknesses diminished. It then opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of venom towards Lao Chi. Remarkably, Lao Chi navigated with a whimsical grace, as if intoxicated, swaying left and right, successfully evading the toxic spray. While the two exchanged banter, a cannonball from the pirate ship thundered, striking the mountainside with a resounding boom. Upon witnessing this, Snyder's confidence soared. "Ha! Our Captain Sam has also ventured to the mountains. The people in your town are doomed." DeLuo's heart sank at those words. Sensing his concern, Lao Chi reassured him, "Kid, go ahead. I will handle this serpent. Rest assured, I am an old hunter." Barely had he finished speaking when another cannonball struck the mountainside. DeLuo inhaled deeply. "All right, Lao Chi, I leave this to you. Once it's done, I'll treat you to drinks, as much as you desire. You better prepare a lot of liquor." Lao Chi laughed heartily and tossed a bag to DeLuo. "Take this. That Sam is no simpleton. Don't die out there. You still owe me drinks?" DeLuo caught the bag, which contained specially crafted large bullets. As he raced towards the mountains, DeLuo moved faster than ever. Upon arrival, he found Sam and his crew still searching for someone, each one yelping as mosquitoes bit them. Fortunately, Lu Jiao and the others had not yet been discovered. Concealed in the shadows, DeLuo raised his weapon and fired. But, to his dismay, the bullet ricocheted off an invisible barrier before reaching Sam. A user of a devil fruit ability, DeLuo's heart sank, and he swiftly changed his position. Transforming into a specter of the jungle, DeLuo fired a shot and moved to another spot, systematically targeting the minions, eliciting cries of terror as they feared becoming the next victim. Sam, infuriated, cursed at his subordinates to charge into the fray, while he focused solely on locating the Black Pearl. Catching his breath, DeLuo scrutinized Sam once more. Astonishingly, he noticed a layer of invisible energy surrounding him. Aiming for a weak point in that energy, he fired again, and while the bullet was deflected, a portion of the energy dissipated. It turned out to be an air armor. Suddenly, DeLuo understood. He swiftly switched to the specially crafted bullets given by Lao Chi, thinking to himself this time, "You must perish." Targeting Sam's heart, he pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the air armor, but was ultimately blocked. Sam rummaged in his coat and surprisingly pulled out a cannon over a meter long. At that moment, I was astounded. What kind of fourth-dimensional pocket was this? DeLuo exclaimed, "Goodness, is this really necessary?" Unable to locate DeLuo, Sam, in a fit of rage, fired indiscriminately, bombarding the area until the forest was reduced to rubble. With nowhere left to hide, DeLuo boldly stepped into the open. Now was a face-off. "Kid, why aren't you hiding?" Sam boasted, brandishing the cannon. "Ah, because it's unnecessary now," DeLuo replied as he loaded his revolver with the specially crafted bullets. Sam feigned camaraderie while subtly raising the cannon's muzzle. DeLuo saw through this ruse and took the initiative, unleashing several specially crafted bullets. However, Sam waved his hand, and a transparent wall of air materialized before him. All the bullets were deflected. "Kid, my air wall is far sturdier than your armor. Doesn't it feel hopeless?" "What is so hopeless about it? That wall can't move, can it?" DeLuo retorted, piercing through Sam's confidence. "You can see my wall?" Sam gasped in shock. "Of course, I'm the protagonist with a cheat." Seizing the moment, DeLuo fired several more shots. He anticipated Sam's every move. With a flick of the gun, he aimed precisely where Sam would evade. With no choice, Sam could only use his cannon block. In a frenzy, he began to unleash relentless cannon fire. The projectiles emerged small, but expanded into massive rounds upon launch. DeLuo found himself in a precarious situation, dodging amidst the explosions, yet he still sustained injuries. "How does my enhanced ammunition feel?" Sam taunted, launching several more cannonballs at the beleaguered DeLuo. Realizing he could not continue like this, as Sam's firepower was overwhelming, DeLuo resolved to close the distance and engage in close combat. "I made up my mind then. Let's do this." He executed a shunbu, a appearing almost as if teleporting right in front of Sam. His death eyes felt as if they had been enhanced, allowing him to predict Sam's every move. To the right front, I unleashed my most ferocious kick, named Kue Nyo, channeling the strength of the entire mountain into my leg. The ensuing scene was utterly comical. Sam appeared bewildered, rolling straight into the position I had anticipated, only to meet the sole of my foot upon looking up. The expression on his face was one that family members would understand, akin to seeing a ghost. In a desperate attempt, he activated a double air wall. Yet, it was too late. The first layer crumbled like paper underfoot, and although he survived, he was left in disarray. I would not afford him a moment's respite, executing another Shuanbu to remain glued to him. In close quarters, this once formidable foe was reduced to a mere punching bag, utterly defenseless. It was no wonder. Relying on his air armor and long-range firepower, he had likely never even done a few push-ups, lacking any physical stamina. The more I fought, the more fervent I became, raining down punches like a torrential downpour, while he could only flail his cannon ineffectively, unable to withstand my onslaught. Spotting an opportunity, I leapt into the air to deliver a decisive flying kick. Below, he frantically swung his cannon like a windmill. In mid-air, I executed a Z-pattern maneuver, a technique known as Qing Yao, effortlessly evading his wild swings before delivering a powerful kick that sent him, cannon and all, soaring dozens of meters away like a kite with its strings severed. Is that all? I must deliver a finishing blow, I thought, knowing that verbal taunt could also serve as a weapon to shatter his composure. As anticipated, the old fool rose, his face a deep shade of green with rage. "You little brat, don't get too cocky." To which he replied, "Let me show you my most powerful form, Air Fortress." The sight was astonishing. The surrounding air surged towards him as if possessed, and within moments, he had transformed himself into a mobile fortress. Like a transformer, he encased himself tightly, leaving only a dark cannon barrel protruding. I was left speechless. It felt as if he were playing a tower defense game. "That old fool smugly informed me, kid. I have consumed the compression fruit, and I can compress anything," he concluded, prepared to be obliterated by my specially crafted cannonballs. Just as he finished speaking, the cannon's barrel glowed red-hot, and with a deafening roar, several massive cannonballs, trailing flames, hurtled toward me. Oh my goodness, the sheer force of that cannon. One shot created a massive crater, and the billowing smoke was overwhelming. As I gazed upon his turtle shell, an unsettling feeling crept over me. In the past, I relied on Death Eye to discern weaknesses, but now, this formidable opponent left me without a viable approach. It seemed I had no choice but to commit fully. I reflected on my companion Lugio, waiting for me, and thought about this damned pirate world. My resolve solidified in an instant. The second half of the battle commenced. That rascal Sam was ensconced within his turtle shell, unleashing a torrent of firepower, as if it were free, raining destruction upon me. I had no choice but to evade, frantically using Shuanbu, depleting my stamina at an alarming rate. The shockwaves from the cannonballs had an extensive range. Even if I dodged the projectiles themselves, I still felt the disorienting effects. I knew I would be worn down if this continued. Activating Death Eye, I scrutinized the situation and finally identified 4 weak points. However, his barrage resembled a bullet hell game, making it impossible for my shots to reach their target. How about the might of my cannon? That scoundrel mocked from his cocoon. Ignoring his taunts, I pondered rapidly. Eureka! I fired 2 rounds at one of the weak points. Then instantly, Shuanbu it to the opposite side for 2 more shots. The entire maneuver took less than 3 seconds. No matter how quickly he reacted, he could only intercept my first volley, while the subsequent 2 bullets found their mark on another weak point with a satisfying thud. I heard a sound reminiscent of a deflating tire. Indeed, the turtle shell had thinned. Elated, I realized that with a few more rounds, I could shatter that shell. Sam, sensing the urgency, began to gather his ultimate attack. "You little brat, taste my compressed air cannon." I watched as he conjured a massive ball of compressed air before me, leaving me momentarily stunned. Was I in the wrong scene? This classic ball-spinning moment felt absurd. In my moment of distraction, the air cannon was already upon me. It sped through the air with astonishing velocity. I barely managed to evade it with a shuanbu, but the blast detonated mid-air, unleashing a barrage of shockwave blades that rained down around me. My back felt as though it had been plowed by a lawnmower, searing with pain as droplets of blood fell. How does my compressed air cannon taste? He taunted again, launching several more air cannons my way. I was battered and bruised, barely holding on, yet I shouted back maniacally, "Is that all the power you have?" It feels like a mere massage. Had I lost my mind? Not at all. Those who understand know that at that moment, I had discovered a fatal flaw in his ability. His compression did not create air from nothing, but rather absorbed the surrounding atmosphere. When he unleashed his ultimate attack, the suction was akin to a colossal vacuum cleaner. And what was abundant on this battlefield? Smoke. The previous bombardment had left the entire hillside shrouded in thick, billowing smoke. My plan materialized instantly. If I could lure him to inhale from the smoky areas, it would blind him. Would he fall for it? Undoubtedly. What malice could a brawny pirate possess? Keep boasting, kid. Watch as my cannon obliterates you. He was indeed growing frantic. The opportunity arose. I executed a blue bird, leap into the air, landing amidst the densest smoke. Sam, predictably, took the bait, pointing his cannon directly at me. Compressed air cannon. I assure you, what unfolded next was nothing short of spectacular. The rolling smoke, like a myriad of rivers converging into the sea, was swiftly drawn toward him. His once translucent fortress became enveloped in a thick layer of soot, turning pitch black. His vision obscured. He was momentarily dazed, rendering his cannon useless. Now was my chance. Timbu directly in front of him, channeling all my strength into my right leg, delivering my most powerful strike, Kuenyo. The sound was crisp. The air fortress shattered like glass. The force of my kick sent Sam hurtling like a cannonball, crashing against a massive tree that could not be encircled by 3 people. Then came the most outrageous twist. The impact made the tree sway, dropping 2 wild fruits that landed squarely on his head. Already on the brink of collapse, he succumbed to the final blow. My friends, what is this? Divine justice, or rather, justice in the physical sense. At last, this battle was won. I was on the brink of collapse myself, battered and breathless, leaning against a large rock to catch my breath. In the distance, the sun began to rise, painting the sky with breathtaking beauty. Dalu. It was Lu Jiao, rushing over to support me, tears streaming down her face. Just as I opened my mouth to speak, darkness enveloped me, and I knew nothing more. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital, bound like a mummy. Lu Jiao was asleep by my bedside, her face marked by the quilt. I couldn't help but chuckle. Later, I learned that the Navy had finally arrived, and the bounty from Sam and his crew had contributed nearly $200 million to the town's reconstruction funds. A few days later, our neighbor, Aunt Lucy, visited me, carrying a basket of fruit purportedly gathered from the hillside. She mentioned that Chi had told her I enjoyed sour things, so she brought me some. I was puzzled. When did I ever express a preference for sour food? Until I glanced into the basket and was utterly astonished. Among the wild fruits lay one adorned with concentric circles resembling a target. What on earth? A devil fruit. My heart raced, throbbing like a drum, my voice trembling as I asked, "How did you know I liked sour food?" "Oh, I asked Oldachi. He said this fruit is edible and sour. But you enjoy sour things the most." Aunt Lucy's words dispel my doubts. I solemnly thanked her. That night, I was unable to sleep. The devil fruit lay quietly on my bedside table as I grappled internally with the decision. To consume or not to consume? It felt like opening a mystery box. If I struck gold, I would soar, but if I drew a useless fruit, like the whisper fruit, I would be transformed into an electronic pet, rendered useless. Yet, the memory of my struggle against Sam loomed large, along with the monstrous foes I would inevitably face. To hell with it, I decided. With determination, I grasped the fruit, inhaled deeply, and bit into it with my eyes closed. Yuck. It was truly as dreadful as the legends claimed, tasting horrifically foul. I suppressed my nausea and swallowed the entire thing. Afterward, I closed my eyes, feeling a new surge of power coursing within me. In the next moment, an overwhelming ecstasy flooded my senses. My friends, it was the compression fruit, the very one belonging to the mighty Cannon Sam. It must have reincarnated nearby after his demise, only to be plucked by Aunt Lucy, who unwittingly gifted it to me. What a stroke of luck. This fruit is a top-tier paramecia, capable of manipulating all things. On par with the likes of Whitebeard and Golden Lion, its potential is limitless. It was perfectly suited for me. The power surged through me, and I felt as though I could unleash a military display right in the hospital room. But I refrained as Lu Jio was sound asleep. I couldn't possibly disturb her. I endured, my mind set on one thought. Tomorrow I must be discharged. I could not bear to remain in this wretched place for another second. The next morning, I laid my cards on the table. My sister's voice soared an octave higher. "What? You want to be discharged?" I puffed out my chest, channeling my energy, forcing my face to flush with vigor, and proclaimed, "Sister, look at me. I'm lively and well. It's merely surface wounds." In any case, after much persistence, she ultimately had no choice but to let me leave. Upon returning to my humble abode, I leapt into my bed with fervor. Ah, the familiar scent. The sense of security, simply delightful. However, comfort did not last long, for pressing matters awaited me. Let me tell you, the abilities granted by this fruit felt as natural to me as my own limbs, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. I extended my hand toward the air and, with a mere thought, conjured a compressed air projectile. You would not believe it. The very atmosphere of the room surged into my palm, and in an instant a glistening, translucent sphere of air materialized in my grasp. I could sense the immense power contained within, far more stable than the chaotic energy produced by Sam. Mine was, indeed, a work of art. While I reveled in this newfound skill, my sister called from outside, announcing that Uncle Xiao, she was looking for me. It was clear. A classic tale from yesteryear was about to unfold. Upon my arrival, I found both Uncle Xiao, she, and old Chi already indulging in drinks. Thus began a story so cliché that I could predict both its beginning and conclusion. To summarize, Uncle Xiao, she was once a formidable figure in his youth. Dubbed the Hunter of Tigers, the mightiest man of the South Sea, old Chi served as his lieutenant, known for his precision shooting, capable of hitting targets 700 meters away, almost as if he were cheating. Together, they had instilled fear in the hearts of pirates throughout the region, bringing 12 years of peace to the kingdom of Xia. The narrative continued with a classic twist. 16 years prior, while escorting a valuable cargo, they encountered the Bloodhand pirates, who had retreated from the Grand Line. Uncle Xiao, she swiftly subdued their leader, but a crafty individual aboard the opposing vessel, none other than Weibo, ordered Sam to sink our ship, fearing the loss of his captain. Can anyone comprehend the treachery involved? While the leader fought valiantly, a knife was plunged in his back. After hearing this, I was astounded, pointing at Uncle Xiao, she's beer belly, and exclaiming, "Is it true? You were the legendary hunter of tigers? You, an old man, were that fierce?" He waved his hand dismissively, seemingly embarrassed. Old Chi took a sip of his drink and added that Uncle Xiao, she felt guilty for abandoning the people and had resigned, insisting on retrieving the sunken ship. It was then that I grasped the situation. Turning to old Chi, I inquired about his identity. He proudly thumped his thigh and winked at me, declaring, "I am the vice commander of the Guard Corps, known as the Falcon Gun." I scrutinized his height, barely reaching 1.70 meters, and mused whether he had shrunk from too much drinking. To my surprise, both of them were concealed powerhouses. They had summoned me to discuss their final arrangements and bid farewell. They revealed that the next day, they would retrieve the Black Pearl, which had sunk for over a decade, an act of closure. The pivotal moment arrived when old Chi patted a nearby cabinet, disclosing that it contained a bounty of 87 million berries belonging to Sam. I was taken aback. I thought this money was earmarked for rebuilding the town. Old Chi clarified that the reconstruction funds were derived from Uncle Xiao's fishery sales, merely borrowed under my name to avoid public discontent. Remarkable. These two old men had their principles. Truth be told, I felt no emotional turmoil, for I had already devised plans for the expenditure of this money. Observing my calm demeanor, Uncle Xiao, she attempted to recruit me into the Navy, suggesting that the current Rear Admiral was one of his former subordinates and could facilitate my entry. I politely declined, humorously remarking that I would never become a dog for the celestial dragons. Such a fate was absolutely inconceivable. I deftly redirected the conversation, seeing my reluctance. They did not press further. Suddenly, old Ichi inquired whether I had consumed the fruit. With a sly smile, I conjured another compressed air projectile in my hand. Of course, I had no intention of revealing that it was Sam's fruit. I would not stoop to such a level. After conversing for a while, I noticed it was getting late, and fearing that Lu Jiu might worry, I prepared to depart. Before leaving, I winked at old Ichi and lowered my voice, saying, "Cough, old Ichi, beneath that tree behind our house." That night, I suffered from insomnia. Why? The commotion outside was incessant. Old Ichi, resembling a gopher, had unearthed all my cherished wines accumulated over the years. Listening to his laughter as he dug, I was filled with frustration. It was time for me to leave Beit Lila. Remaining in this novice village would only stifle my potential. True strength is forged through battle. The following afternoon, at the dock, Uncle Xiao Shi and I waited for 2 hours before old Ichi finally arrived, accompanied by a small donkey laden with crates filled with my wine. It was a thorough sweep of my collection. Uncle Xiao Shi grumbled, yet his actions betrayed him as he rushed to assist in moving the alcohol. Before boarding the ship, old Ichi handed me a tattered notebook with a marksman's journal written on the cover. He stated that it contained his recorded methods for creating specialized ammunition and shooting techniques, gravely emphasizing, "In this era, we need reformers more than we need the Navy." I was impressed. This old man had broadened his perspective. As I watched their ship sail further away until it vanished on the horizon, I felt a twinge of melancholy. Later, I learned that just as they departed, a certain Colonel Quilly at the Navy base of the Kingdom of Xia was on the phone with General Zhanghua, reporting the demise of the giant cannon pirates and notably mentioning that their captain, Sam, had been defeated by a 16-year-old boy named Daluo. So, I had yet to set sail, and my reputation had already begun to spread. Indeed, as the latest newspaper hit the stands, I was labeled a youthful hero. However, trouble soon followed, as the Navy incessantly sought to recruit me, while a horde of naive young pirates attempted to elevate themselves by stepping on me, making me feel like a boss in a novice village. It was utterly ridiculous. I had to leave. When I spoke to Lu Jiu about my intentions, she was reluctant but understood the situation, especially as those ruffians had begun causing trouble at the tavern where she worked. I planned to secure her in a safe place before purchasing a ship to set sail myself. Spreading out the map, I quickly identified a location, Dual Island, Lazabat. That place was brimming with martial virtue, politically stable, and home to a naval base. It was the perfect transitional point. During this time, I had not been idle. The Chi's notebook was a treasure trove. I developed several new types of ammunition, compressed air projectiles, and compressed seawater projectiles specifically designed to counteract those with abilities. I assure you, a single shot would leave them feeling as though they had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought, rendering them weak at the knees. I also created suffocating smoke bombs and scattering iron star projectiles, among many other varieties. My physical techniques also advanced. Utilizing the recoil from compressed air, my speed increased, allowing me to briefly hover in midair. I even devised a move called Rainbow Drive, which enveloped me in a jet of air, making it impossible for enemies to touch me. Now, should I face Sam again, I felt confident I could defeat him in 3 moves. Such was my self-assurance. With newfound confidence came the necessity to relocate. My sister Lu Jiu swiftly resigned from her job at the tavern, and together we packed our belongings, ready to flee. Before our departure, we made it a point to bid farewell to the neighbors who had cared for us over the years. I must say, the scene was quite emotional, particularly with Aunt Lena from the tavern, who cried as though her heart was breaking, nearly causing me to falter as well. However, mere sentimentality would not suffice. Practical matters were in order. I left Aunt Lucy a staggering surprise, 80 million berries. Cash. I dared not present it to her directly, so I discreetly tucked it into her cupboard. Later, I heard that when her child discovered the money, he could hardly articulate his shock, stammering, Mom, we're rich." Initially, Aunt Lucy thought it was just a prank by a mischievous child, but upon realizing the truth, she must have been utterly dumbfounded, likely with her jaw on the floor. Having accomplished our task, my sister and I, laden with our bags, boarded the vessel bound for our next destination amidst the heroic send-off from the townsfolk of Bartlera. Farewell, Bartlera. Your heroes are venturing forth into broader horizons. Our next stop is Duel Island, Lazabit. I must tell you, Lazabit is an entirely different realm compared to our humble isle. As soon as I disembarked, I was utterly astounded. This was no island of the South China Sea. It was akin to a grand, medieval London. The streets were wide and straight, flanked by charming little villas, and the cleanliness was remarkable. Moreover, the ethos on this island was steeped in martial virtue. Gong conflicts. Duel. Competing for business? Duel. Even couples arguing would resort to the dueling arena. It was quite absurd. Consequently, the island was replete with martial arts academies and gambling establishments. I noticed several pirate ships docked at the harbor, and the nearby guards appeared utterly indifferent, exuding an air of confidence. My sister, with her keen eye, immediately began scanning the shops lining the streets, muttering to herself about obstructions and lack of foot traffic. Indeed, we had decided to invest my remaining bounty of $7 million in establishing a tavern here, securing our foothold first. As we strolled, we each purchased a local delicacy called the Golden Horn, munching as we wandered. Just around the corner, we arrived at the island's landmark, the Horn Duel Arena. The area surrounding the arena was incredibly valuable, bustling with martial arts schools and casinos. At that moment, my sister's eyes lit up as she pointed to a nearby establishment. What a sight! It occupied the space of 3 storefronts, lavishly decorated, yet to our surprise, it was eerily empty. The silence only broken by an eviction notice on the door. Was this not a golden opportunity? We exchanged glances and stepped inside. Behind the bar slouched a bartender who barely raised his head, listlessly stating, "Whiskey on the left, vodka on the right." His lackadaisical demeanor reminded me of my former self. I remained unfazed and inquired, "Excuse me, I see the place is up for transfer. Is the owner present? I wish to discuss." Upon hearing my intent to take over, the bartender sprang to life, as if invigorated, and exclaimed, "Please wait, I'll fetch the owner." He dashed upstairs in a hurry. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Something felt amiss. Shortly thereafter, a shrewd businessman named Patrick, sporting a goatee and slick-back hair, descended the stairs. He appraised us and got straight to the point. "Are you looking to take over?" I nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am considering it." "How much?" he queried, glancing at his watch. "You name your price." $10 million. I thought to myself, how audacious. I countered for million. This was not merely a cut. It was a decisive blow. I was eager to observe his reaction. Impossible. He flatly rejected. "This land alone is worth $4 million. As he scrutinized us, it was clear he was assessing whether we were unsuspecting outsiders. Yet, has not this establishment encountered issues? I feigned ignorance. At this, his demeanor shifted, and he quickly amended his offer. "Let us settle for $807 million. That is my final offer." He glanced at his watch once more. Such a telltale gesture might fool others, but not one as seasoned as I. I was certain an event would transpire shortly. Thus, I deliberately delayed my response. "We shall consider it." No sooner had I spoken than a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside. Patrick grew increasingly anxious, exclaiming, "Forget it, $7 million. And I'll throw in all the furniture." Before he could finish, a loud crash erupted outside the bar. A group of apprentices from a nearby sword academy were vocally berating the establishment across the street. Patrick sighed deeply, visibly deflated. I was perplexed. What was this commotion? Their aggression towards the adjacent establishment had nothing to do with him. As if to answer my unspoken question, the apprentices forcefully pushed open the door to our tavern, and the bartender reiterated his previous statement. Without hesitation, the apprentices began to haul away 2 crates of whiskey and 1 crate of vodka, swaggering over to the outdoor seating of our tavern to indulge in their spoils. I was baffled. Was this not fortuitous? They were inadvertently bringing in business. Patrick gestured for me to continue observing. Moments later, having emptied a bottle of whiskey, one apprentice seized the empty bottle, exerted himself, and hurled it with precision towards the sign of the opposing sword academy. The sound of shattering glass filled the air, and the passers-by merely sidestepped, unfazed. At this sight, my expression hardened, and I inquired, "Every day?" The owner managed a rueful nod. "Every day from now until evening." The realization dawned upon me. This was not merely drinking. They were treating it as a free ammunition depot. I raised my finger, 620,000. After a moment of calculation, the owner resignedly nodded, "Deal." The apprentices continued their ruckus outside, but I paid them no mind. The bar was still Patrick S. I had yet to make my mark. Once the paperwork was finalized in a couple of days, this establishment would bear my name. Should they dare return, well, I would ensure they learn their place. Ultimately, I acquired this prime tavern for the astonishingly low price of 620,000, complete with a spacious upstairs apartment. Over the next few days, while my sister oversaw the paperwork, I busied myself with gathering information on those raucous apprentices and had a glimpse of the famed horn duel arena. Upon purchasing my ticket and stepping inside, I was utterly captivated. The arena was colossal, capable of accommodating thousands. At its center stood a grand stage, adorned with a leaderboard. Those who made the list were considered celebrities on the island and enjoyed tax exemptions. I glanced at the top contender, known as Huchuanji, the master of the Wooding Sword Academy. Upon closer inspection of the promotional posters, I realized that the apprentices from yesterday, who had been vandalizing my new establishment, were clad in identical uniforms. It became clear the island's strongest sword academy was bullying the weakest. At that moment, the duel commenced. The host, with a sultry voice, announced, "Let's welcome Bullfrog Dandun." To my astonishment, a woman donning a frog costume stepped forth. Her opponent was a flamboyantly dressed girl named Badwomen, a name reminiscent of a newly minted internet user. Two onlookers beside me speculated. I heard their dueling for favor. Favor? Whose favor? Who else but Long Xiao Jiqiu, the renowned fighter? Everyone aspired to be the #1 fan. I was left in disbelief. It was the 22nd century. Yet here, I was witnessing a live reenactment of fan wars. As the battle unfolded, it was intensely fervent. Bullfrog Dandun executed a swift maneuver, closing in on the girl, who retaliated with a flurry of unrefined tactics. The audience erupted in cheers, the atmosphere charged with excitement. I understood then that they were all gamblers. Eventually, the duel reached its climax. Just as Bullfrog Dandun prepared to charge in with a slide tackle, the girl lunged forward, deploying the ultimate weapon in female combat, hair pulling. I gasped in astonishment. This was a guaranteed victory. Indeed, Bullfrog Dandun was swiftly defeated, unable to mount a defense. The host raised Badwomen's hand in triumph. The victor is Badwomen. The crowd erupted in applause, and my worldview shattered alongside their cheers. Dazed, I followed the throng exiting the arena, my thoughts swirling in confusion. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted behind me, startling me into alertness. Refund. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, and all the formalities for the tavern have been completed. It officially belongs to the two of us. We have even decided on a name, Bote Jiuguan. The grand opening begins. I set off a series of firecrackers, marking the occasion. Merchants from the vicinity came to offer their congratulations, and a kind-hearted uncle even warned me, "Little brother, how did you take over this place? Are you not aware of what happened across the street?" I smiled and replied, "I am aware." The uncle looked puzzled. I didn't elaborate further. Instead, I returned to the tavern, took a marker, and boldly drew a large circle on the ground at the entrance. The uncle, taken aback, remarked, "Why don't you draw one over here too?" "Well, if one sheep is herded, 2 sheep can be let go." I casually drew a circle at his entrance as well. After all, it was all for protection. Surprisingly, business at the newly opened tavern flourished, likely due to the curious onlookers. While assisting customers, I listened to the conversations at the bar. Sadly, the drinks were delightful, but the location was inconvenient for evening visits. Yes, it was all the fault of the Jianguan across the street. What terrible luck. Upon hearing this, I seized the opportunity and brought over a few glasses of carefully crafted cocktails. "Gentlemen, my treat. Can you enlighten me on what is happening over there?" With drinks in hand, the floodgates of conversation opened. In brief, it was a melodramatic tale of family feuds and underhanded dealings. The Jianding Jianguan across the street was once a prestigious sword dojo, founded by great swordsmen. However, the second generation, the founder's son, He Quan Ping, was of mediocre skill but well-liked, so everyone accepted him as the leader. But just before the old master's demise, he made a shocking decision. He bequeathed the dojo's leadership not to his own son, He Quan Ji, but to a long-ago adopted disciple, He Quan Li Qian. One patron scoffed, He Quan Ji is the true genius. Consequently, the family business was usurped by an outsider, a smooth-talking coward. Who could tolerate that? Exactly. In a fit of rage, He Quan Ji left his master's teachings and established the Wu Ding Jianguan. And guess what? Within just a few years, he thrived and became the top contender on the island's dueling leaderboard. Now, he sends his disciples daily to harass the dojo across the street, maintaining a philosophy of mutual hardship. If I can't thrive, neither shall you. As for the new dojo master, I inquired about the crucial details, uninterested in mere gossip about martial arts factions. Oh, you mean the new master He Quan Ji? Let me tell you, this situation is utterly ridiculous. He fell out with his uncle, the old master He Quan Li Qian, claiming he wants to reclaim some ancestral treasures and secret manuals, challenging him daily to duels. What was the result? His uncle cowered. Family matters are complex. He became a turtle hiding in its shell, refusing to step outside. Unable to bear the humiliation, the nephew initiated a new era of harassment, sending apprentices to shout challenges at the door, a relentless campaign that transformed the dojo into its current sorry state. These apprentices clock in every afternoon at 4 o'clock, precisely when our tavern's business would take off. Just imagine who would enjoy sipping drinks and singing, only to be interrupted by a mob hurling insults and throwing bottles. Ridiculous. As 4 approached, patrons of my tavern vacated en masse, as if on cue. Why? Because those raucous apprentices had arrived right on time. He Quan Li Qian, you coward, come out. Listen to that. They have been shouting the same phrases for years. I felt a pang of worry for them. Before long, the wooden door creaked open, and a few apprentices swaggered in, still cursing, as if they hadn't had their fill. One particularly seasoned-looking fellow approached my bar, slammed his hand down, and demanded, "Where's the drink? You didn't prepare for us?" I couldn't help but chuckle. They came to my establishment to cause trouble and expected me to provide refreshments. I decided to engage him in a proper conversation, ensuring I held the upper hand. Without a word, I seized his collar and dragged him towards the door. Much like dragging a limp dog, he struggled, flailing and knocking over several tables in the process. The other apprentices, still at the door, initially thought their senior had come to fetch drinks. Upon realizing I was holding their unfortunate senior, they were stunned. I flung him toward the line I had drawn earlier, and with a resounding thud, he landed outside the circle. The remaining apprentices, witnessing their comrade's ejection, erupted in outrage, brandishing wooden swords and surrounding me, demanding I cease my interference. I smiled and introduced myself. This tavern is under my authority now. I welcome those who come to drink. However, those who come to cause trouble will experience firsthand what it means to be physically subdued. The audacious apprentice retorted, "You're quite bold." With that, several of them charged at me with their wooden swords. I cast a discerning glance and realized they were hardly skilled. Their stances were riddled with openings, as vulnerable as freshly sprouted bean sprouts. I assure you, with their level of skill, even the dancing Annies at our village square could take them down with a single sweep. Employing the Bagua stance, I moved with the grace of Tai Chi, swiftly targeting their weak points. In no time, groans filled the entrance as they lay sprawled on the ground. I pointed to the line and delivered my first lesson. Listen well, I won team medal in your disputes with the dojo across the street. But anyone who dares to cross this line and disrupt my business will be sent home crawling. One obstinate apprentice, still sprawled on the ground, threatened, "Just you wait." Very well, I understood the villainous script. By this time, a crowd of onlookers had gathered outside. Realizing this was a prime opportunity for free advertisement, I ascended the steps, cleared my throat, and proclaimed, "Dear neighbors, both Tay Jiaguan will be open for business tonight. We also have specialty cocktails. Everyone is welcome to join us." Remarkably, this announcement drew in a crowd, and soon my tavern was packed. Lu Jiu was behind the bar, mixing drinks with fervor, her smile never leaving her face. With matters temporarily settled, I began to contemplate my ambitions. First, I aimed to enhance my skills and find reliable companions for future voyages. Second, I needed to accumulate wealth to purchase a ship. Both objectives relied on the forthcoming Neo Jiao Pai Wei Sai. The following day, I rose early and set out to attend to business. My first stop was a blacksmith's forge, where the sound of clanging metal echoed. I presented my blueprints to the owner, requesting 8 oversized iron pieces. The owner regarded me with incredulity, nearly ejecting me from the premises. Upon seeing the dimensions on the blueprints, he gasped. Those weren't mere iron rods, but rather 8 small coffins. Each piece would cost 60,000 belly. And after paying a deposit, the owner finally believed I wasn't merely causing trouble. He mentioned that recent orders for the ranking competition had him overwhelmed. I waved my hand dismissively, explaining that I was preparing training equipment for the competition. The owner was left utterly baffled. Next, I visited a clothing store to procure an outfit. I opted for a Western cowboy style, a brown cowboy hat, a long black coat, and a leather holster for my revolver completed the look. Stunning, indeed, and I made sure to select a new outfit for Lu Jiu as well. Finally, I rushed to register for the Neo Jiao Duel Arena. The line was astonishing, reminiscent of a spring festival in a different world. I endured 2 hours of waiting, nearly fainting from hunger. Upon returning to the tavern with my new attire, Lu Jiu chastised me for my extravagant spending, though her smile was nearly ear to ear. We enjoyed a sumptuous lunch, and I informed her of my registration, assuring her I would secure first place next week. Seeing her worried expression, I patted my chest and vowed to bring home the victory. In the afternoon, a horde of pirates entered the tavern, each one more fearsome than the last, presumably drawn by the upcoming ranking competition. In a lively atmosphere, discussions of this year's championship contenders abound, with talk of the formidable Juxiong Haizii Tuan leader and the bounty hunter from Bangsi Gongwa. Yet most people still place their bets on the reigning champion, Hachuanji. Just as I was engrossed in the banter, at 4 in the afternoon, the familiar crowd returned, this time accompanied by their so-called Dao Mu instructor. Upon arrival, the instructor immediately accused me of injuring his student. I thought to myself, isn't this a classic case of my people are at fault? So it must be your error? Their group had barged into my establishment, causing a ruckus, and they had the audacity to complain. I realized that reasoning with these individuals was a futile endeavor. So I took my position at the entrance and waved my hand, invoking the Kongqi Jianghu. Instantly, the air around them solidified, forming an invisible dome that trapped them and their instructor within. The brilliance of this technique lies in its soundproofing. You should have seen the spectacle as they flailed about, screaming and wildly striking the air barrier with wooden swords, their mouths moving yet no sound escaping, akin to a troupe of clowns performing a silent play. A veritable piece of avant-garde art for the year 2025. Onlookers were in stitches, and my tavern's business flourished, all thanks to their impromptu advertisement. This charade continued until late into the night, as my patrons began to dwindle. I surmised that their tempers must be waning with hunger. As expected, a sudden pop indicated the air barrier's dissolution, and one hapless apprentice fell flat against the wall. "We can finally get out," he exclaimed. They were all so famished that their tempers had evaporated. The Dao Mu instructor wore a pallid expression, utterly devoid of bravado, and they all slinked away in defeat. I resolved that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. These individuals were the epitome of double standards. They preached reason when they were strong, but played the victim when they faltered. This left me feeling quite nauseated. I pondered, what if I found myself in a ranked match later, only for them to return to trouble Lu Jiu? That would spell disaster. Thus, I decided to take the initiative and pay a visit to their lair, intending to impart a lesson in social conduct. The following morning, armed with their promotional flyer, I boldly marched to the entrance of the Wuding Jingguan. To my surprise, the receptionist greeted me warmly, inquiring if I was there to enroll. My heart soared. Indeed, I had come to join their ranks, to be reimbursed for my efforts. With a broad smile, I confirmed and swiftly completed the registration process, transforming into a new pupil at their sword academy. The receptionist, named Suzu, was quite diligent and offered to take me to meet the instructor. As we traversed the grand hall, I noted the impressive atmosphere, with numerous young students practicing diligently. Suzu inquired about my prior experience, and upon learning I was a complete novice, she directed me to the beginner class under the Dao Mu instructor. The name sounded familiar, and upon arriving, I nearly burst into laughter. The students in this class appeared utterly defeated, resembling wilted vegetables. Upon closer inspection, I realized these were the very miscreants I had confined the previous night. The Dao Mu instructor was unmistakably the leader with dark circles under his eyes. This world truly is a vast stage where one encounters familiar faces at every turn. Suzu introduced me. This is our new student, Daluo. Let's all get along. The moment they laid eyes on me, their expressions were a mix of shock and fear, whispering among themselves about how I dared to return, plotting their revenge once Suzu departed. I couldn't help but chuckle at their audacity. They thought they could threaten me? Once Suzu left, an awkward tension filled the air. I sat confidently in the center while they huddled in the corner, resembling mice in the presence of a cat. Shortly after, the instructor arrived, sporting those prominent dark circles. Looking utterly drained, unable to restrain myself, I remarked, "Ah, instructor, did you not rest well last night?" His fury flared upon seeing me, and he questioned my presence. I replied, "I am here to learn the way of the sword. After all, I have paid my fees." My words seemed to catch him off guard, his face paling as he begrudgingly muttered, "Very well. If you wish to learn, then I shall personally instruct you." He emphasized that traps and sorcery were forbidden. How amusing. Who outlines rules before a fight? A crowd of students gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. The Dao Mu instructor assumed a grand stance, exuding a certain level of skill. Meanwhile, I casually held my wooden sword, adopting a relaxed posture. His irritation grew as he charged at me with a fierce shout, executing a downward slash aimed at my head. To me, his movements appeared comically slow. With a deft step, I evaded him effortlessly, shifting to his side. Remembering the students practicing a downward chop called Tongju, I seized a moment to replicate it, raising my wooden sword and delivering a solid strike to his head. In that instant, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Silence enveloped the room, followed by his students rushing to his side, wailing as if I had dispatched him from this world. This stirred quite the hornet's nest. Another lanky instructor, named Sanxiao, emerged, accusing me of a sneak attack. I couldn't help but laugh. The inept simply cannot bear to admit their shortcomings. Your skills are lacking. Do not seek excuses. Has this academy become a place for verbal sparring? His defenses crumbled, and he insisted on a match. Very well, I fear no one. Sanxiao indeed exhibited a modicum of skill, launching a flurry of dazzling attacks, employing feints, and executing a swift slash toward my neck, only to switch targets unexpectedly. This one seemed familiar with combos. However, I had a trick up my sleeve. With a sudden burst of speed, I created distance between us, leaving him momentarily stunned. The sight of my maneuver triggered a flash of terror in him, and after a prolonged pause, he tossed aside his wooden sword, conceding defeat. His demeanor shifted dramatically, and he began to address me with respect, inquiring why someone of my stature was present. At that moment, Suzu reappeared, announcing Mr. Daluo. "Our dojo master wishes to see you." It seemed the hidden boss was finally ready to make an appearance. Following her through a series of twists and turns, I entered a grand Japanese-style residence. Upon opening the door, I found a middle-aged man brewing tea, two swords at his waist, exuding an aura of mastery. This was the dojo master, Hachuan-ji. He gestured for me to sit and leisurely poured me a cup of tea, maintaining an air of calm. Once I had finished, he spoke with eloquence. "Mr. Daluo, it seems there was quite a commotion at the dojo today. Is there something amiss?" With that, he placed the blame squarely on me, implying I had come to cause trouble. Did he think I would be so easily manipulated? I laid bare the incident of his disciples vandalizing my establishment and insinuated that someone was likely orchestrating events from the shadows. This cunning fox feigned ignorance, claiming it was my fault for not managing his students properly, while subtly positioning his sword's hilt toward me. This was no mere tea gathering. It felt like a trap where one misstep could lead to dire consequences. I remained vigilant, my senses heightened, aware that he was searching for an opportunity to strike. Recognizing that force was futile, he shifted tactics, aiming to disarm me with diplomacy. He sighed and began to recount his tragic family history, lamenting that the Jianding Sword Pavilion across the street originally belonged to his family, but was deceitfully taken away by a fellow named Huchuan Lichon with sweet words. Unable to tolerate the injustice, he confronted them, but they refused to meet him. In desperation, he sent his apprentices to block the entrance, only for them to act recklessly and inadvertently involve my tavern. Goodness, his theatrics could easily win an Oscar. I was disinclined to listen to his performance, so I interrupted him directly. All right, Pavilion Master, since grievances must be addressed with the right parties, just manage your people and refrain from disrupting my business. He readily agreed. Of course, with the conversation reaching that point, I had no desire to linger any longer with this old fox, whose smile concealed daggers. As I rose to leave, I glanced back at the door and noticed that the receptionist, named Lingmu, was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, everything became clear to me. I tell you, this was a setup from the very beginning. That Lingmu was not a mere receptionist. She had been sent by this old fox to await my arrival. Otherwise, how could a regular receptionist instill such fear in the apprentices? And how could she directly escort me into the Pavilion Master's private mansion? With this realization, everything fell into place. As soon as I signed up, I was assigned to Daomu's side, and that Sanxiao was also deliberately arranged. Had I lost, I would have had to leave in disgrace, never even seeing this old fox again. Thankfully, I am skilled. Otherwise, resolving this matter would not have been so straightforward. This old fox, just wait. I have also registered for the beef rib ranking tournament, and when we meet in the arena, we shall settle this score properly. Just as I had taken my leave, this old fox, Huchuan summoned Lingmu into the tea room. He inquired, "What do you think of that young man's abilities?" Lingmu pondered for a moment and replied, "His speed and strength are quite impressive, but his swordsmanship seems lacking. He only knows how to slash downwards." Hekvan scoffed coldly. Swordsmanship? He doesn't know the first thing about it. I tell you, he is a gunman. Lingmu was taken aback. A gunman? That's impossible. After all, in this sea, guns are merely tools to bully the weak. When faced with a master, they are nothing more than sticks. How can that be impossible? Huchuan gaze was piercing. His hands bore the calluses of long years spent wielding firearms. Goodness, this old man's observational skills were akin to those of a microscope. He did not pursue the topic further, and instead ordered Lingmu to summon Daomu and Sanxiao, the two unfortunate souls. They stood there like school children caught in wrongdoing, afraid to breathe. Huchuan clarified the events of the previous day, especially regarding the air prison, with Daomu foolishly believing it to be some trap I had set. Upon hearing this, Huchuan berated him, foolish, well-versed in experience. He quickly deduced it must be the power of a devil fruit. Reflecting on how today, in the tea room, he was unable to gain any advantage over me, he could not help but exclaim, "It seems a formidable character has indeed arrived on this island." Sanxiao timidly asked, "So, Pavilion Master, are we still going to block the entrance of the Jianding Sword Pavilion?" "Of course, why wouldn't we?" Huchuan narrowed his eyes. "But let us wait a couple of days. Don't provoke that tavern owner. When the beef rib ranking tournament begins, Huchuan Lichon hasn't fought in 5 years. If he doesn't compete this year, he will lose his qualifications, and his Sword Pavilion 1 be able to continue operating." Once the two left Lingmu, carrying a food box, prepared to exit when Huchuan called out to her, "Where are you going?" Lingmu smiled, "To deliver food to Xiao Qian." She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can't you talk to Xiao Qian?" Huchuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that I want to talk. He is simply stuck in his own stubbornness." "Never mind, go ahead." As for me, after leaving the Sword Pavilion, I did not return to the tavern, but took a turn instead. With only 5 days until the ranking tournament, I needed to hasten my equipment upgrades. My first stop was the firearm shop. I immediately ordered a batch of specially crafted shells and grenade casings. The precious bullets that Daki had previously given me had long been used up. Their effectiveness was exceptional, so I needed to stock up. As for the grenade casings, they were for developing a new skill. The last time I used the air prison at the entrance, who among my family understood, although the effect was outstanding. The preparation time was too lengthy. I had to stand there compressing half the air. In a real fight, who would grant you that time? It was akin to being a target. Therefore, I pondered if I could create a pre-prepared version. I would compress the air in advance, store it in these specially crafted grenades, and when needed, simply toss one, and boom, an air prison would be formed. Wouldn't that be much quicker than casting on the spot? In the future, I could also develop flashbangs and concussion grenades. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. After leaving the firearms shop, I headed to the blacksmith. My goodness, with the tournament approaching, the blacksmith was busier than a battlefield, the sounds of clanging echoing everywhere. I shouted, "Uncle, I'm here to pick up my items." The uncle, drenched in sweat, led me to the backyard. The heavy iron blocks I had previously ordered were stacked there, resembling little coffins. I inspected them to ensure there were no issues and paid the remaining amount. The uncle was quite enthusiastic, asking if I needed help moving them. I waved my hand, no need. Then, to his astonishment, I pressed my hand on the iron block and shouted, "Compress!" You won't believe it. That coffin-sized iron block instantly shrank to the size of a wooden tablet while retaining its weight. I lifted it and exclaimed, "Wow, that's powerful." In a matter of moments, all the large iron blocks transformed into small iron pieces I could pocket. The blacksmith was left dumbfounded, and once he regained his composure, he curiously asked, "What in the world are you doing?" I gestured with the iron piece against my arm. "Oh, this? It's my training weight." Upon returning to the tavern, I immediately strapped these weight pieces to my wrists and ankles. I didn't bind them all on, as I'm only 16 and still growing. If I were to become short, I would lose half my momentum in a confrontation. Moreover, I must tell you, weighted training carries a certain prestige. Just imagine, during a fiercely contested battle, I dramatically release the weights in front of my opponent, dust flying everywhere. Then, my strength surges, and I effortlessly defeat them. Who among my family understands? Just like that moment in Naruto when Kai removed his weights. He looked absolutely stunning. I had long coveted that move in my previous life. And this time, I must make it happen. Of course, the primary reason is that the tavern is incredibly busy. I hardly have time to train, so I must upgrade continuously in this manner. When we first opened, we were severely short-staffed, and my sister and I were busily running around. You say we should hire more people? I would love to, but just look at the kind of characters currently sitting in the tavern. There's someone in a tailcoat at the bar, looking quite elegant, but the murderous aura he exudes cannot be concealed. Next to him is a burly man wearing a mask, with a bear-sized head and a mask that barely covers his nose. Who does he think he is fooling? The mask is bigger than his nostrils. At the adjacent table, a gunman is even more absurd, holding a bounty notice for the bareheaded man and examining it closely, as if afraid others wouldn't know his intentions. Just as I was complaining, the gunman suddenly stood up and pointed at the bareheaded man. I see it now. You are the great bear cousins. I nearly spat out my drink. Seriously, was that expression of confusion genuine? To my surprise, the entire tavern erupted in astonishment. I finally understood. It seems face blindness is the law of this world, and Luffy's absurd ability to recognize people has a foundation among the masses. No way. It's that cousins with a bounty of 98 million. No, wait. His bounty increased to 120 million after being surrounded by the Navy a few days ago. The cousins, now recognized, played the role well, exclaiming fiercely, "Damn it, even though I hid so well, I was still recognized." The gunman's eyes sparkled. "Oh, your bounty has gone up again?" Kaoshin C, with a resounding crash, smashed his cup onto the table, rising to his full height like an imposing mountain, exuding an air of intimidation. "If you have the guts, come and take it." The tension in the air was palpable, and my sister beside me turned pale with fear. I quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." I had long since assessed these two with a discerning gaze. Their weaknesses were numerous, and should a fight ensue, I could easily pin them down. Fortunately, both seemed to recognize that engaging in a brawl before the match would be unwise. After exchanging a few harsh words, the gunman, with a cheeky grin, sat back down, proclaiming, "I will take your head in the qualifiers." Kaoshin snorted disdainfully, realizing that he could not unleash his prowess within the tavern, and soon departed. Only then did the atmosphere in the tavern begin to ease. Yet, what truly captured my attention was the gentleman in a tailcoat at the bar, who had been quietly sipping his drink throughout. I scrutinized him closely. He possessed remarkably few flaws, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce. It seemed he sensed my gaze, raising his glass to meet my eyes through the cup. A connoisseur indeed. I decided to forego subtlety, directly preparing a new drink and presenting it to him. A freshly concocted drink just for you. He accepted it, inquiring, "Did the owner make this himself?" "Indeed, just experimenting. It hardly qualifies as interesting." He chuckled. "Oh, only interesting? Then what constitutes truly fine liquor?" "Truly fine liquor is the result of time's aging." Just then, a new customer arrived, prompting me to turn and attend to them. Behind me, his robust voice resonated. "I am like to." I glanced back, watching my retreating figure, like to murmured, "Aging of time? Is it? Quite intriguing." My mind began to race. This year's Nyojiao ranking tournament promised to be increasingly fascinating. At long last, the day of the competition arrived. The announcement board at the entrance of the arena was plastered with schedules. The tournament was divided into preliminary and regular rounds. As an unknown contender, I had to diligently start from the preliminaries, battling through 3 rounds before advancing to the regular matches. I glanced at the list. My first opponent was Nanfu, a perennial underdog who had narrowly missed the regular rounds last year. This year, he likely aspired to break through, but alas, he had the misfortune of facing me in the first round. And there was a familiar name, Huchuan Liqian, the very individual whom the old fox often mentioned. To my surprise, he too had entered the competition. After perusing the list, I hurried back to the tavern, anticipating a bustling crowd. Sure enough, the establishment was teeming with patrons, all abuzz about the ranking tournament. Who do you think will win this year? No question. It's bound to be Huchuan Guanzhong with his 6 consecutive championships. Not necessarily. I hear that the explosive gunslinger Timu and the mighty bear Cao Xinxi are both competing. Indeed, I heard they nearly came to blows in this very tavern a few days ago. I then learned that the gunslinger was named Timu, a rather renowned bounty hunter. A bearded man nearby chimed in, "Forget about the championship for now. Do you not know the biggest spectacle this year? That coward Huchuan Liqian is competing as well." "Huh? Him? Does he dare show his face? Hasn't he been hiding for years?" You don't know. If he doesn't compete this year, he risks losing his license to train disciples at the sword dojo. It all made sense now. I mused whether he might fail to even reach the regular rounds. It seemed his reputation was indeed dismal. I busied myself behind the bar all day, absorbing a plethora of information. The frontrunners for the championship this year were primarily 4. The 6-time champion Huchuan Ji, the formidable Cao Xinxi, the explosive gunslinger Timu, and a heavyweight, the 8-time runner-up, known as the best backdrop, Sui Shan Ji Chuan Yueluan. I couldn't help but laugh. This fellow seemed to embody the role of the supporting character in an esports narrative. While others forged legends, he merely witnessed countless tales of glory. Besides these 4, there was also Longxiao Ji Chuan Longerer, the one I had seen during a previous duel, stirring envy among the younger competitors. There was another fighter, sharing a similar name, rumored to produce explosive sounds while fighting, capable of disrupting his opponent's mindset. Upon hearing this, I could only think absurd. It felt as though everything associated with Longerer reeked of the abstract. As I savored the unfolding drama, the tavern's entrance erupted with noise once more. To my astonishment, it was the group from Wuding Jianguan, yet again causing a ruckus. However, this time they had learned their lesson, daring only to shout from the entrance, not daring to cross the white line I had drawn. The leaders among them occasionally glanced in my direction, and upon seeing my lack of reaction, they finally relaxed and commenced their team-building activities. I could hardly be bothered with them. As long as they did not disrupt my business, they could carry on as they pleased. My patrons were all walking treasures, and I was overwhelmed with work. Each drink yielded a profit of 100 Bailey, and on a good day, I could earn as much as 18,000. Surely, this was more rewarding than anything else. With that money, Lu Jiu could enjoy a stable life near the naval base, allowing me to rest easy. Of course, I could not remain here indefinitely. My primary aim was to ensure Lu Jiu's comfort, while simultaneously participating in the tournament to hone my skills. Most importantly, the 200 million championship prize was mine for the taking. I had already envisioned how I would spend the winnings, heading straight to the Water 7 to splurge on a top-tier ship. I wondered if I would be as fortunate as Luffy and manage to acquire a vessel of the Thousand Sunnies caliber. You may think my dreams are fanciful, but based on the intelligence I had gathered in recent days, those contenders such as Huchuanji, Cao Xin-Si, and Timu honestly did not pose much of a challenge for me. My only curiosity lay with the individual named like Ta. He was absent from a list and had not appeared in the tavern today, which struck me as peculiar. Just then, the commotion outside escalated. "Huchuan Liqian, you coward! Come out!" No sooner had the words left their lips than the dilapidated door of the Wuding Jianguan creaked open. "I tell you, dear friends," a young man emerged, seemingly plucked from historical drama. Not yet 20, clad in white, with an ancient blade at his waist, his long black hair flowed gracefully. His visage, marked by sharp brows and bright eyes, was so striking that I felt a twinge of envy. As he stepped outside, the jeering crowd fell silent. Some individuals are like that. The more you give in, the more emboldened they become. Yet when faced with the real deal, they shrink back. The onlookers pointed and whispered about the young man's beauty, for it is human nature to revel in spectacle. I could only mutter in jealousy, "Pretty boy." There was no denying it. I had spent countless hours training in the mountains, my skin bronzed by the sun, embodying the rugged hero archetype. Yet I could not rival his charm. Suddenly, one of the ruffians from Wuding Jianguan, humiliated and enraged, picked up a stone and hurled it at the handsome youth, cursing him as a fraud. And guess what happened? That so-called Huchuan Liqian simply sidestepped with a delicate motion, effortlessly evading the projectile. My eyes narrowed in admiration. He possessed skill. This technique of minimal movement to evade an attack required exceptional reflexes and judgment. It was something Luffy had only mastered after 2 years of training in Kinbunchika hockey. It seemed the island's whispers branding him a smooth-talking charlatan were utterly unfounded. Huchuan Liqian paid no mind to the assailant, merely addressing the leader of the group. "Go back and tell your senior brother that I will be competing this year. If you wish to settle scores, we shall meet on the field." With that, he turned and walked back into the dojo. So, he was also competing? As I observed his retreating figure, a mischievous thought crossed my mind. I would test him to see if he was truly formidable or merely a pretender. With that, I grabbed a lime from the bar and activated my discerning gaze. Lifting my left foot, I shifted my weight to the right. In an instant, I anticipated the flaw in his next move. With a flick of my wrist, the lime shot forth with remarkable precision, aimed directly at his descending right ankle. My intent was merely to test him. Thus I refrained from employing lethal force. After all, a lime is rather noisy and easy to evade. However, should he fail to dodge, it would be quite amusing to witness him tumble spectacularly, serving as a fitting retribution for his daily interruptions at my doorstep. Yet, to my chagrin, this fellow did not indulge my mischievous whimsy. His right foot, poised to land, appeared to possess a mind of its own, halting midair to deftly evade the line before he pivoted on his left foot and landed gracefully. He turned to me, a gentle smile gracing his face, and remarked, "Dear sir across the street, your fruit has fallen." "Ah, my apologies," I slipped. I rubbed the back of my head with a feigned innocence, as if the lime had rolled of its own accord. Our eyes met across the street. A silent duel of glances ensued, until he ultimately turned and entered the Swordsmanship Academy. Once the door closed behind him, I picked up another lime from the bar and took a bite. Quite sour. The revelry had dissipated, and the patrons of the tavern gradually departed. This was hardly surprising, as the competition awaited the next day, and few dared to indulge in a night of drinking, opting instead to return home to prepare. Otherwise, they would become a source of ridicule for the entire year. However, this was merely today. Come tomorrow, I would welcome a new wave of even more fervent clientele, the gamblers. The gambling industry in Lazabit is thriving. The annual Bullhorn Stake Championship is a veritable festival for these gamblers. Those who win come here to celebrate. Those who lose seek solace in drink. Regardless, I stand to gain. Speaking of which, I took stock of my own resources. After defeating Sam, I acquired a sum of 117 million. In gratitude to Aunt Lucy, I set aside 100 million for her family, a gesture to repay the favor of the demon fruit. The remaining 17 million was spent on purchasing the tavern for over 6 million, alongside various expenses for tickets, weights, and ammunition, leaving me with a mere 10 million in hand. Though one might consider this a substantial sum, it is hardly sufficient, even if I were to claim the championship. The total prize of 200 million would still fall short of my goal of 500 million to purchase a large ship. Unlike Luffy, the destined child, I have but one method to throw money at the problem. Therefore, my immediate priority is to amass wealth. The opportunity lies before me, and I too shall partake as a gambler. Of course, for others it is gambling, but for me, I shall wager on only two individuals, myself. A newcomer with absurdly high odds, and a fellow, Quan Li Qian, from earlier in the afternoon. This chap has been playing the fool for so long that everyone underestimates him. His odds must be low. This could be my chance for a windfall. At dawn the next day, after savoring the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lu Jiao, I set out. My match was scheduled for the afternoon, while the morning was reserved for the gambler's revelry. I too needed to join in the festivities and secure myself an agent. As anticipated, the betting shops were teeming with throngs of people, brandishing their cash as if it were mere napkins. I approached a waiter directly, stating my need for an agent. The waiter led me to the VIP lounge at the back, where I was greeted by a middle-aged manager sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a line of suited individuals. The familiarity of the scene almost compelled me to exclaim, "This batch won't do. Bring in a new one." Fortunately, I restrained myself. The manager began his introductions, starting with a man in golden-rimmed glasses. "I am Byra, experienced and seasoned." My thoughts were, Byra? An ominous name, pass. Next was a boisterous woman, casting flirtatious glances my way. Choose me. She exuded a rather unwholesome energy, so I passed again. After a few more introductions of various underwhelming candidates, I was nearly resigned to despair when an honest-looking little plump fellow spoke up. "I am Sonny Ruaw, very honest, and I can fulfill your requests admirably." He was the one. My requirements were simple: honesty. I had already determined my bets and needed him merely to follow my directives without any unnecessary analysis. After signing the contract, I led Sonny Ruaw outside and pulled from my pocket a small leather case, no larger than a palm. Before him, I activated my abilities. With a resounding pop, the case returned to its normal size, brimming with 1 million belly. I aimed to instill a sense of caution in him, demonstrating that I possessed numerous methods to deal with any treachery. Sonny Ruaw's astonished expression confirmed my intent was achieved. He stammered, "Boss, how much will you wager for your match this afternoon?" "All of it, 1 million, I replied resolutely. 1 million on yourself? His jaw nearly dropped, astonished that this new boss would go all in. Should I lose, I would be left with nothing. Indeed, 1 million. The more I wager, the greater the potential reward. Having clarified everything, I returned to the tavern for a rest. At 2:30 in the afternoon, I splashed some water on my face and made my way to the duel arena. The entrance was swarming with people, and I quickly spotted the plump figure of Sonny Ruaw. Upon seeing me, he flashed an OK sign, indicating everything was in order. With that reassurance, I stepped inside. Good heavens, the atmosphere was overwhelming. Even for a preliminary match, the seats were completely filled, the arena buzzing with excitement akin to a bullfighting ring. At 3 o'clock sharp, the loudspeaker announced, in the second match at Venue 3, Nanfu versus Deluo. I approached the preparation area and checked my revolver, confirming the bullets were loaded. As I traversed the lengthy corridor, I arrived at the competition stage. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure adorned in red boxing gloves and a golden helmet entered. My opponent, Nanfu. Upon seeing me, he sneered, a mere boy in his teens, and before the match even began, he pounded his chest and let out a series of roars. The audience erupted in excitement, reveling in such a powerful display. Standing beside him, I felt like a diminutive quail. Unbeknownst to me, this very display caused the odds against me to soar from 16 to 19, indicating that no one believed in my chances. Had I known, I would have laughed. They were merely lining up to donate money. The referee suddenly shouted, 5-second countdown, prepare. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaling the start of the match rang. And in almost the same instant, Nanfu transformed into a blur and lunged toward me. The crowd erupted with frenzied shouts. Tear him apart. His speed was indeed astonishing, appearing as a mere shadow to the untrained eye. Yet to me, it was child's play. Without even opening my eyes, I shifted to the left with a slight movement. Just that minute margin allowed him to miss me entirely. At the same time, I lifted my right foot, seizing the opportunity in his airborne moment, delivering a knee strike squarely to his abdomen. Oof! Poor Nanfu took the brunt of my blow, his eyes bulging as he succumbed to unconsciousness. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The audience and the referee were momentarily stunned. After several seconds, the referee finally regained his composure, rushed over to confirm the outcome, and then raised my hand high, announcing loudly, "The victor is the Luo." The audience erupted into chaos. Cries of match fixing, corruption, refund, filled the air. I paid them no mind and walked straight out of the competition area. The commotion had drawn the attention of competitors from other venues. No way. You finish your match before we even threw a punch? I had no time to entertain them. My only concern was to discover how much I had earned. Instead of taking the Player S passage, I veered toward the audience section. Sonny Ruaw, ever diligent, was already waiting for me in the aisle. As soon as we met, I cut to the chase. How much did we earn from this match? Sonny Ruaw quickly calculated, with $1 million as the principal and odds of 19. That amounts to $9 million. Investing $9 million was no small feat, and I must admit my heart raced with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the prospect of doubling my investment. However, to my astonishment, the next match featured that rascal Huchuan Lianxian. As the supervisor, I had to ensure everything ran smoothly. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally sauntered onto the scene. To my surprise, he had 2 blades strapped at his waist, one genuine, the other a wooden replica. Who could fathom this? I had just wagered $10 million on him, and he pulls out a wooden sword? Was he mocking me? Or did he deem his opponent too weak to warrant a real blade? My heart fluttered with unease. As expected, the moment he brandished the wooden sword, the crowd erupted in disdainful jeers, hurling insults like soft-footed sheep and urging him to concede. The gamblers who had placed bets alongside him turned pale, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Yet, I remained composed. My keen eyes had already scrutinized both contenders thoroughly. The opponent appeared formidable, muscular, and intimidating. Yet he was riddled with vulnerabilities akin to a sieve, deceptively impressive but lacking substance. Then there was Huchuan Lianxian, wielding his wooden sword with an elusive grace, his weaknesses flickering in and out of visibility like a ghost. I felt a sense of assurance. As long as he stayed focused, one round would suffice to bring his adversary down. The bell rang, signaling the commencement of the match. My associate, Sang and I, burst through the crowd like a cannonball, breathlessly exclaiming, "Boss, I made it just in time. The 10 million is all placed as you instructed." This bell not only marked the start of the match, but also the cutoff for betting. A moment later, and my funds would have been lost. I fixed my gaze on the arena and casually inquired, "What are the odds?" Panting, he replied, 21. So high. I was taken aback. The odds indicated just how little the bookmakers thought of him. Sang and I explained that his poor reputation from previous years and the moment he revealed the wooden sword had sent the odds skyrocketing. Everyone presumed he was about to perform poorly. Once he caught his breath and noticed the wooden sword, his face paled as my potential earnings were tied to his performance. I reassured him with a comforting glance. In an instant, the match began. Huchuan Lianxian advanced just a couple of steps before suddenly accelerating. His feet propelled forward in a blur, closing the distance to his opponent's face. He raised a wooden sword and declared, "Jianding Lu, Su Wang Zhan." I recognized the technique. San Xiao had employed it before. In a flash, 2 arcs of sword light sliced through the air, one to the left, one to the right, rendering the distinction between the real and the feigned indiscernible. The opponent, clearly flustered, instinctively sought to block the left feint while simultaneously attempting to seize my side C position. But he was out of time. Before his hand could graze Huchuan Lianxian's garment, a solid strike landed squarely on his shoulder. As I muttered that it was over, the opponent crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. The arena fell into an eerie silence, and after several long seconds, the referee, as if awakening from a dream, declared loudly, "The victor is Huchuan Lianxian." Ignoring the ensuing uproar, I led the still days Sang and I out. By the end of the day, with both principal and profits, I had netted a cool 30 million. I advised Sang and I to forego the stands in the future and book a private room instead, deducting the cost from our earnings. Having made a fortune, I gazed at the evening clouds, their golden hues a sight to behold. The following day was a day of rest. Yet I found myself utterly exhausted, not from the match, but from the overwhelming crowd at the tavern the previous night, where Lucio and I had been shaking cocktails until our hands nearly sparked. It seemed I truly needed to hire assistance. Otherwise, my Parkinson's would hinder my ability to pull the trigger in the future. However, today held a purpose. A batch of small toys I had ordered from the firearm shop was ready for pickup. My ability to compress fruit had its advantages, yet it was also flawed. The activation was sluggish, akin to a lengthy cooldown for a major skill, rendering on-the-fly compression impractical. Thus, I resolved to pre-compress various items into bullets and grenades, ready for immediate use in combat, aiming to catch my foes off guard with a delightful surprise. After bidding farewell to Lucio and taking the heart-shaped bento she prepared for me, I set off with excitement. Upon collecting my goods, I unfurled a map I had purchased earlier and began scouting for a locale. Developing new techniques would undoubtedly create a commotion. I needed a secluded area, and I found it. My finger traced the map to an abandoned shipyard on the western coast, a once thriving shipbuilding hub that had since closed. Sprawling and overgrown with a small forest, nestled in a remote location, ideal for my experiments. It was a bit of a trek, 40 kilometers, but I thought nothing of it. Finding an unoccupied street corner, I compressed air behind me and activated Hong Chu. 6 blocks of compressed air, powering me forward with tremendous force, propelling me swiftly to my destination. In just over 20 minutes, I arrived at the shipyard. Pushing open the rusted gates, a wave of antiquity washed over me. I was not there to indulge in nostalgia. I was ready to work. I retrieved a grenade component, activated my ability, and with a hiss, a block of compressed air materialized in my palm. Treating it like gunpowder, I stuffed it into the grenade casing and assembled the fuse and trigger, crafting a specialized compressed air grenade. Testing its might, I pulled the pin and hurled it towards an old cutting machine in the distance. The explosion was thunderous, the force sending shockwaves through the air, and the blast unleashed a flurry of cutting winds that shredded the machine, leaving it in tatters. Success! I was exhilarated. The power rivaled Sam's prolonged compressed air cannon. But this was instantaneous, throw and detonate, leaving no time for a reaction. This breakthrough ignited a creative spark within me. For the next few hours, I was a whirlwind of activity. I ignited piles of wood, compressing the flames to craft incendiary grenades. I collected sawdust, compressing it into smoke grenades. I summoned seawater to create a grenade that would counteract those with abilities. In less than 2 hours, I had produced over a dozen new types of grenades, feeling like a mobile armory. Yet, I was still unsatisfied. These were merely C1 level devices, adequate for clearing out minions. I needed something more formidable. So I set to work on the C2 series, with a compression ratio 10 times that of C1, culminating in the creation of the brand new C2 explosive Crimson Lotus. As darkness fell, I was still immersed in my work. Just as I prepared to wrap up and head home, extinguishing the fire with a sea-water grenade, a sudden commotion echoed from outside the shipyard. There were people, more than one. Activating my Kinbunchika haki, I quickly concealed myself. Moments later, a red figure darted in, moving swiftly but awkwardly, clearly injured. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was our tavern's old drunkard, Lykeet. How had he fallen into such disarray in just a few days? Before I could ponder further, 4 individuals followed closely behind, all clad in black suits, shrouded in secrecy. Lykeet hurled insults at their leader, Owen. Your CP organization is truly like an unshakable leech. Does it bring you joy to be the lapdog of the Celestial Dragons? CP? My heart raced. The secret intelligence agency of the world government? I had no desire to wade into this murky water. The leader, Owen, scoffed, branding Lykeet as a slave fleeing from the Celestial Dragons, claiming he had stolen fine wine and harmed one of them, deserving of the harshest punishment. Lykeet, undeterred, retaliated without hesitation, brandishing two whips fashioned from liquor, launching them at Owen. It was then I realized he too was a fruit user. The CP agents were not to be underestimated. Owen and one of his subordinates deftly evaded with shave, while the remaining two unfortunate souls braced themselves with iron block. Yet they still found themselves half kneeling on the ground from the impact, as the four individuals simultaneously launched their assault on Leiketa with finger guns. Leiketa immediately activated his ability, transforming his entire body into a transparent liquid, allowing the attacks to pass through him unharmed. Except for the one from Owen. Even if you're a user of the Gyo fruit, my Busashoka Haki is not to be underestimated, Owen calmly declared, raising his pitch-black finger. I was hidden in the shadows, my heart racing. This was the first time I had witnessed Busashoka Haki in person. This technique can strike the physical form of a devil fruit user, and now Leiketa was in trouble. Indeed, Owen's punches and kicks, enhanced by Busashoka, forced Leiketa into a retreat, ultimately piercing his shoulder with a finger gun, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Owen wasted no time, launching a raging foot, sending numerous flying slashes towards Leiketa. Instantly, Leiketa transformed into a puddle of liquid, awkwardly attempting to flee. While most slashes were aimed at him, a few misguided ones flew directly towards my hiding spot behind this industrial shredder. At that moment, I thought, how could misfortune strike me at home? I quickly performed a forward roll to evade, but I was still exposed. Who's there? The remaining 3 CP agents immediately approached. Could I allow them to close the distance? Without hesitation, I tossed a C1 with shrapnel grenade at my feet, and with a loud bang, smoke enveloped the area. Utilizing the cover of smoke, I discreetly moved behind a crane to the right. Coincidentally, the battered Leiketa rolled beside me. Upon seeing me, he exclaimed in shock, "Boss Daluo?" I was utterly speechless. Could he refrain from dragging me into this? Owen was even more absurd, his gaze piercing through my high-tech smoke grenade as if equipped with radar, locking onto both of us. Another raging foot struck, and with a clang, a massive slash collided with the crane I was hiding behind, sending sparks flying. It was clear he possessed Kinbunchiko Haki as well. I cursed internally, realizing this was becoming complicated. There was no escaping this fight. I wasted no time and directly asked Leiketa beside me, "In your current state, can you hold off those 3? Leiketa nodded fiercely. "I can." He understood that to survive, he had to fight back. Moreover, aside from Owen, the other 3 lacked Busashoku, rendering them powerless against his liquefied form. Receiving his affirmative response, I pointed towards Owen on the battlefield, speaking with resolute conviction. "All right, lead those 3 to the small grove outside and hold them off. Leave that one to me. Run." With my command, I tossed another smoke grenade and shouted towards Leiketa. Before my words faded, Leiketa activated his ability, transforming into an arrow of wine. Darting toward the exit, "Chase!" Owen reacted, commanding the remaining 3 to follow. He himself leapt into the air, aiming to intercept Leiketa. But would I allow him his wish? I activated my Shunpa and followed suit, then charged Quinyu flying kick, delivering a forceful strike to Owen's left shoulder. Despite him activating iron block just in time, the impact sent him staggering back, leaving a deep gouge on the ground. Upon seeing me, the one who thwarted his plans, Owen's expression was devoid of anger. He regarded me as if I were merely a name on his task list. "What? No more hiding?" he asked calmly. "Hiding?" I felt a twinge of annoyance. Did he think I was hiding out of fear? My intention was merely to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet, I had indeed been hiding at the beginning, making it difficult to explain now. "What did you notice me?" I asked, attempting to shift the topic. "I noticed the moment I entered. The temperature of the fire pit on the ground indicated someone was here," Owen said with a hint of pride, completely unaware that he had fallen into my rhythm. I had suspected he possessed Kinbunchiko Haki all along. My question was merely a diversion to buy time for Leiketa's escape. "Huh?" I feigned ignorance, staring blankly at him. "Damn little brat," Owen growled, too irked to waste any more words, charging directly towards me with a clenched fist. I drew my revolver, aimed at the approaching Owen, and pulled the trigger 3 times. A bullet, bang, bang, bang. With 3 crisp gunshots, 3 specially designed bullets soared towards Owen. Upon seeing the bullets approaching, Owen did not evade. activating iron block to take the bullet's head on. Observing his choice, I chuckled. My specially designed air bullets were no ordinary projectiles. Indeed, the moment the bullets made contact with his body, the compressed air within erupted, creating 3 explosive impacts, leaving substantial wounds on his iron hard form. Having been outsmarted, Owen glared at me like a ferocious wolf, realizing that after years of dominance, he was now being outmatched by a mere child. This completely infuriated him. Adopting a stance, he rooted himself, extending a finger from each hand, concentrating all his energy at his fingertips, then swiftly swung his arms. Flying finger gun, let me tell you, this move was something else. The finger guns rained down upon me like a storm. Boo, all aimed at my face. I dared not take them head on. That guy possessed Busashoku, and a single hit would be catastrophic. I immediately executed a bluebird double jump, performing a perfect 720-degree spin in the air before retrieving a treasure from my pocket, a specially designed grenade, which I hurled towards him. Following that, I swung my revolver, activating Death Eye. Let me tell you, once I activated my Death Eye, there was no escape. I could predict where he would move next. I had no expectation of hitting him directly. These were merely predictive shots, wagering on his next move. Those who understand know that we sharpshooters find ourselves in such dilemmas when facing someone with Kinbunshaku. In close quarters, we can only rely on prediction and long-range sniping. But I am an exception. Boom! The first grenade exploded. As expected, he sidestepped to avoid it, but he had no idea that was merely an appetizer. Just as he evaded, a bullet was already waiting for him. With another roll, 3 more bullets sealed off his escape route. He had no choice but to use shave to force his way out, only to find several grenades rolling beneath his feet. The expression on his face at that moment must have been one of disbelief. Did this guy just open up? Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, shaking the shipyard's roof and filling the factory with smoke, resembling a demolition site. As the smoke cleared, there he was, slowly rising from the massive crater, tearing away the tattered remnants of his clothing, revealing his darkened muscles. My heart sank. He had activated Busashoku. It was fully enveloping him. It turned out he had managed to use iron block combined with Busashoku to withstand the explosion, but even with his quick reflexes, he could not endure the initial wave of my C2 explosive flame Red Lotus. I had compressed the flames tenfold to create this attack, resulting in a fiery inferno upon detonation. Cough, cough. He could not hold back a mouthful of blood, his left side scorched red, looking absolutely miserable. Kid, you've successfully provoked me. I am CP0. He roared amidst the flames, a scene that seemed straight out of a B-grade film. Upon hearing CP0, I thought to myself, how extraordinary. The elite guards of the Celestial Dragons have arrived. No wonder he is so formidable. Seeing that my ultimate move did not take him down, my heart sank. However, I noticed the Busashoku on his body gradually fading, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that his haki was not unlimited. He could not maintain it indefinitely. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss today. There was still hope. But this was undoubtedly the toughest battle I had faced since my debut. After he finished his roar, he charged at me, but I stood my ground, advancing rather than retreating. I crouched slightly to gather my strength and delivered a fierce kick. Kuenyo. He was amused by my willingness to engage in close combat, and, with his fingertips enveloped in haki, he retaliated with Iji Chong. Our clash was thunderous, akin to a collision of celestial bodies, sending shockwaves that obliterated the remaining roof above us. We braced against each other, my veins bulging as I felt my legs nearly give way. I realized I was at a disadvantage in strength, so I swiftly compressed the air behind me, creating a makeshift reverse thruster to barely hold my ground. As our energies waned, we both staggered back. His gaze shifted, likely perplexed by the emergence of such a formidable opponent in an Nanhai. I chose to ignore him, silently loading bullets into my revolver. His confidence surged as he noted my silence, remarking, "Not talking? No matter. You're already a dead man." I fired back 3 shots in quick succession, then executed Shun Shun to create distance. In the world of firearms, distance equates to survival. He understood this too. Using T to close the gap, attempting to drag me into hand-to-hand combat. Once ensnared, I could no longer risk tossing my high-powered grenades, fearing I might detonate myself. "Why not use your peculiar grenades?" he taunted as he pursued me. I ignored him, and we engaged in a deadly game of teleportation within the dilapidated factory, each of us testing the limits of our abilities. Over the course of several seconds, we exchanged numerous blows, both sustaining injuries, yet I was clearly worse off. He endured 4 of my shots and a kick, seemingly unfazed due to his tough skin, while I was severely wounded by 2 of his Jichang strikes, nearly bleeding out. At this rate, I would be the first to fall. Panic surged within me. I had to devise a strategy. Frustrated, he took a hit from fire grenade, grimacing in pain. "Damn, brat, I'm done playing with you. Perish." I watched as he suddenly halted, the air around him swirling violently, lifting the surrounding dust. His explosive muscles began to contract, becoming even more defined, his hair rapidly regrowing, and even his visible wounds started to heal at an astonishing rate. I was dumbfounded. Did anyone understand the feeling of battling a boss that transitions to a second phase? Instantly regenerating, my mind buzzed with 3 words: life return. The ultimate secret of a Navy's 6 style. At that moment, I realized I had truly hit a wall. Once he transformed, his aura shifted dramatically as he approached me step by step, the pressure almost suffocating. Reveling in his newfound power, he laughed maniacally. "Boy, prepare to die." Lan Xiao Gong Juan. A blue-black slash imbued with hockey sliced through the air toward me like lightning. Its vast range and speed left me no choice but to evade with a desperate shun-shun. The sound of a massive explosion echoed behind me as I turned to see the shipyard cleaved in 2 by his kick, collapsing in a catastrophic manner. My heart sank. If that strike had connected with me, it would have meant my end. Just as I was caught off guard, he executed another T, appearing right before me, launching a Jichang, aimed directly at my face. By the time I reacted, it was too late. I could only muster all my strength to raise my leg in a desperate defense. Bang! I felt as if I'd been struck by a speeding truck. My body unceremoniously hurled into a pile of wood, shattering several pieces before finally coming to a halt. As I crawled out from the debris, spitting out blood-stained saliva, my face turned ashen. This guy had activated life return, overpowering me in speed and strength. And now even my most confident asset, my speed, could not keep up. "Is this all you've got?" he sneered, his demeanor akin to that of a predator poised to deliver the final blow. My heartbeat raced like a drum as I concentrated all my energy on Cian. I understood that if I failed to dodge the next attack, it would truly be my demise. In that critical moment, I suddenly noticed a golden light appearing to my left within my Cian perception. Almost simultaneously, Aun propelled himself forward, vanishing in an instant. I had seen it. In that fleeting moment, my mind fixated solely on the golden point. The next second, Aun's figure indeed materialized at my left side, precisely at the location of that golden point. My body reacted faster than my thoughts, and I pushed off with my legs, narrowly evading that lethal strike. Before I could catch my breath, a realization struck me. My Kinbunchaku had seemingly evolved. The world around me had become clearer, and the golden point in my Cian was undoubtedly Aun. Unyielding, Aun executed another T and reappeared before me, landing directly on that newly manifested golden point. Indeed, a tsunami of excitement surged within me. My Cian had transcended in this life and death moment. It was no longer mere prediction. It was TMD precognition. Though it could only foresee his position within 3 seconds, that was more than sufficient to contend with this foe. Aun was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why his ultimate move had failed to strike me. He unleashed a frenzied assault, his speed reaching its zenith, but to me, he appeared as if he were sharing his position, each instance of his teleportation predictable. After successfully dodging several of his attacks, I confirmed it. My Cian had evolved. It was time to counterattack. With my newly evolved perception, we found ourselves in a bizarre stalemate. He could not touch me, yet I could not penetrate his formidable hockey defense. My most powerful grenade, C2 Bao Yin Hong Lien, had already been expended, and the remaining grenades could not inflict mortal wounds upon him. Yet, he had to perish here. Otherwise, I would be relentlessly hunted by CP0, unable to live freely. It was a gamble I had to take. A wild idea sparked within me, something I had never tried before. Today, I would use this CP0 as my test subject. C3 Combined Technique. I calculated my remaining grenades. 4 wood splinter grenades, 1 air prison grenade, and 2 fire grenades. Enough. Noticing I was standing still, Aun took the initiative, launching a punch toward my face. I had anticipated this, performing a backflip to evade while tossing a wood splinter grenade onto the ground. The first one was set. The grenade detonated, and a cloud of splinters enveloped the area. He scoffed, "Kid, that won't work on me." Indeed, for someone with Kinbunshiku, smoke grenades were laughable. He ascended into the air, using Yubu, raining down slashes upon me amidst the smoke. As I deftly dodged the strikes, I seized the opportunity to toss another with splinter grenade. The second one was complete. Realizing long-range attacks were ineffective, he sought to pressure me. "Kid, is running all you can do? My companions are on their way." I feigned a weakness, deliberately exposing a vulnerability. He fell for it, descending with a punch aimed at me. I was ready, dodging while delivering a fierce Koenyo kick to the golden point on his shoulder. Bang! The kick landed solidly. Yet he withstood it thanks to his haki, only taking 2 steps back. I had no time to be astonished. I quickly tossed the third with splinter grenade and created distance. Enraged by my trickery, he seized a nearby cutting machine and began to smash wildly. Seizing the opportunity during his frenzy, I set the fourth with splinter grenade, then executed Qing Yao to teleport 10 meters to his left. It was almost time. The concentration of splinters in the air had reached my requirements. The first condition of C3, the combustibility of powder, had been met. Now, only the second condition remained, a sealed space. I glanced at the air prison grenade in my hand, and a plan formed, but how could I lure him inside? After much contemplation, I realized I could only use myself as bait. I waved provocatively at the rampaging Aun, taunting, "Are you really losing to me, going insane?" Enraged by my mockery, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward me with a leg enveloped in haki, reminiscent of a whip. I stood my ground, lifting my leg to meet him head-on, as my legs collided with a force that felt as if my bones were about to shatter. My entire being was violently hurled like a rag doll. Yet, I paid no heed to the direction in which I was flung. In midair, my gaze remained fixed on the position of Uin amidst the swirling smoke, and with a swift motion, I hurled the grenade labeled C2 Air Prison toward the golden glimmer beneath him. Simultaneously, I managed to raise my revolver, unleashing the final incendiary round, which erupted forth. All of this transpired in the fleeting moment of my being tossed away. I barely had time to shield myself as my body crashed into the rubble. This was all to unveil my ultimate trump card, C3 Red Coffin. As Uin steadied himself at the heart of the smoke, he noticed a grenade rolling to his feet. Instinctively, he attempted to withstand it with his armed color, only to be taken aback as the grenade did not explode, but instead released transparent bricks of air, instantly imprisoning him within an air prison. Just as the prison sealed shut, a crimson bullet seamlessly penetrated through the gap. "No!" I heard his desperate and unwilling roar. Following that, an unprecedented, deafening explosion reverberated through the skies, shaking the very earth. The incendiary grenade ignited the high concentration of wood shavings within the prison. A dust explosion. The transparent air prison was instantaneously engulfed in an inferno, transforming into a blazing, crimson coffin. This was my C3, harnessing chemical reactions to amplify the power of various props beyond their inherent capabilities. After what felt like an eternity, I awkwardly crawled out from the debris, gazing at the charred remains on the ground, which were no longer recognizable as human. A sigh of relief escaped me. Even though he had managed to shield himself with armed color at the last moment, it merely preserved his corpse intact. How utterly pathetic. Struggling to sit up, I looked at the deep wounds on my body, grimacing in bitter amusement. My ordeal had concluded, but I remained oblivious to the fate of Lykeet. Let me tell you, his situation was far worse than mine. Alone, he grappled with 3 lackeys from the CP organization in a small grove, already injured and moving awkwardly, while being relentlessly pursued. The elegance he once exhibited in the tavern was nowhere to be found. Thankfully, his fruit ability came into play, allowing him to evade attacks several times by transforming into wine, even managing to take down 2 novices who were unable to use shave. At that moment, a resounding explosion erupted from my direction as the C3 red coffin detonated, illuminating half the sky with its crimson glow. Like heat turned, his face etched with concern, fearing for my life. Meanwhile, the 3 fools from the CP were still laughing. Their leader, a brash individual named Botone, taunted my comrade, saying, "Your companion is already dead. You should join him." Like heat responded defiantly, "How do you know it isn't your boss who has perished?" Those fools laughed maniacally, proclaiming that the one pursuing me was CP0, a monster, and there was no way they could lose. Then, one particularly obnoxious individual resorted to personal attacks, suggesting Like Heat should obediently accept his fate as a slave instead of attempting to fight the celestial dragons. Does anyone understand? That was a direct trigger. Like Heat was immediately provoked, his fists cracking ominously, his gaze filled with a feral intensity. Botone, sensing the shift, called out, "Enough talk, let's get to work." The 3 of them closed in. Enraged, Like Heat solemnly withdrew a lighter from his pocket, extending his right hand forward as a long knife made of red wine materialized from thin air. He thrust the knife forward, igniting it with a snap of the lighter. I assure you, the spectacle was extraordinary. A small flame erupted, engulfing the entire blade. It resembled the sword of a fire giant from myth. While this maneuver was undeniably striking, it primarily relied on a blue burn, demanding immense stamina, necessitating a swift conclusion. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the foul-mouthed individual to his left. The burning long knife carved a fiery arc through the air, striking true. In an instant, that man was silenced, dispatched before he could utter a word. The remaining 2 stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared. Like Heat turned, his cold gaze locking onto the other novice who had failed to use shave. Botone, seeing the pallor in Like Heat's face, hastily called out, "Don't panic. He can't last long." These 2 were not foolish. They quickly distanced themselves, attempting to exhaust him with distant attacks using Gale Foot. Countless wind blades whistled through the air. Like Heat, unfazed, conjured a burning champagne shield with his left hand, effortlessly blocking all assaults. Then, he charged through the shield, heading straight for the last unfortunate soul. Botone, realizing the danger, swiftly used Shave to intercept Like Heat. However, Like Heat bellowed, "Get lost," and hurled the long knife like a javelin, targeting Botone's face. Botone, terrified, barely managed to evade with Shave. In that fleeting moment, Like Heat conjured a massive burning axe in his right hand, descending upon the hapless fool who stood frozen, attempting to withstand the blow. With a thunderous crack, that individual was cleaved in 2, sent flying like a torn sack, utterly lifeless. Now, only Botone remained in the grove. He stared at Like Heat, who appeared as a fire deity, his legs trembling in fear, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to flee. Desperately utilizing Shave, he dashed toward the shipyard, hoping to lure me toward Uin. He believed that once he reached that sanctuary, he would be safe. Yet, Like Heat could not allow that to happen, transforming into a fireball in pursuit. However, Botone was exceptionally slippery. Each time Like Heat nearly caught up, he would deftly widen the gap. My comrade's grand maneuver was already taxing on his stamina, and with this back and forth, he was gasping for breath, nearing his limits. Honestly, at this juncture, his best course of action would have been to cease the chase and find shelter. Yet he persisted, driven by stubbornness and guilt over dragging me into this chaos. Believing I had perished, today he would not flee. So what do you think happened? As Botone reached the edge of the woods, he glanced back to see Like Heat panting for breath, and instead of running, he decided to retaliate, thinking himself capable of a counterattack. He launched a barrage of Gale-Foot needle strikes, a multitude of slashes raining down like a machine gun. Like Heat flicked his right hand, unleashing a storm of burning wine droplets that transformed into a rain of arrows, colliding mid-air in a dazzling explosion, neither side sustaining harm. Realizing this was futile, Boton sought to create distance, but Lykeet would not grant him that luxury. Instantly, he materialized a burning spear, expending all his strength to hurl it. Boton instinctively dodged, with Shave momentarily relieved, only for the spear to crash into the ground, detonating. The sky was filled with burning wine droplets, showering Boton, who instantly became a human torch, rolling on the ground in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Lykeet unleashed another fiery arrow. Completely terrified, Boton scrambled to escape, desperately charging toward the shipyard, shrieking for Uin's aid. Uin, save me! Hurry! Lykeet, witnessing him enter, assumed Uin would soon emerge, realizing his own demise was imminent. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he raised both hands high, his expression one of resolute madness. He had lost all reason, ready to unleash the hatred of years spent as a slave, the resentment of being hunted, and the guilt over my involvement in this chaos. Countless streams of red wine erupted from his hands, coalescing into two immense crimson ribbons that swiftly ensnared Boton, binding him like a large meat dumpling. But that was merely the beginning. Those two crimson ribbons, seemingly animated, extended wildly, enveloping the entire shipyard, resembling a colossal red spiderweb. Boton, trapped, could barely contain his terror as he realized Lykeet's intent. Indeed, he sought to perish alongside him. Lykeet summoned the last vestiges of his strength, igniting the flames along the ends of the crimson ribbons simultaneously. A fierce blaze engulfed the bound Burton and the entire shipyard, instantly charring the unfortunate man to a crisp, while the flames devoured the facility, reducing it to a mere ruin. Simultaneously, the fire spread toward Lykeet, who stood before it. He closed his eyes, filled with reluctance, murmuring, "Is this the end?" Just as the flames were about to consume him, lo and behold, I made my dramatic entrance. Emerging from some corner, I unleashed a blast of seawater upon him, extinguishing the fire with a hissing sound. However, the exertion and the contact with seawater rendered him unconscious. Alas, did I owe him a debt? This fellow nearly sacrificed himself for my revenge. Am I touched? Hardly. The trouble he caused me was immense. Had it not been for my good fortune, we would both have met our demise today. Nonetheless, one cannot simply stand by and watch another perish. I took up this burdensome companion and sped back to the city in a mad dash. Arriving at the tavern at 2 in the morning, I found my sister, Lugio, waiting anxiously under the dim light at the entrance. Upon seeing me carrying an injured person, she grew quite frantic. I quickly fabricated a tale, claiming that Lykeet had gotten drunk and I had stumbled on the way. My sister, ever understanding, sensed my deception yet refrained from pressing further. Once in my room, I tossed Lykeet onto the bed. Soon, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, I found no one. But on the ground lay a tray with 2 steaming bowls of noodles, a medical kit, and a note that read, "Call me if needed." My sister consistently exhibits this quiet concern for me. I vowed that in this lifetime, no one would dare to harm her. First, I tended to my own wounds, then gazed at the 2 bowls of noodles, glancing back at the unconscious Lykeet. I chuckled to myself, "Apologies, brother, but I shall consume your portion." After satisfying my hunger, I spent the night on the sofa. While I managed to find some sleep, others were restless. On the other side, the ruins of the shipyard bore witness to the arrival of 3 uninvited guests, all clad in white coats, CP0. These newcomers were quite the spectacle. One, adorned in theatrical makeup. Another, an imposing figure covered in fur. And the last, directly sniffing at Owen's corpse, suddenly transformed into a bulldog. This canine possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, and after much investigation, declared that the one who defeated Owen was not the slave, but another individual. They then followed my scent trail. Before long, they uncovered the heavy block I had hidden in a tree hollow. The furry giant deduced on the spot that I had slain Owen, while Lykeet merely dealt with a few CP9 lackeys. The search continued. The furry figure commanded the dog-like companion, which resumed its sniffing, tracking my scent. Yet to my surprise, midway through the pursuit, the scent abruptly vanished. I assure you, the dog's nose was nearly buried in the ground, circling aimlessly for what felt like an eternity before finally shaking its head in defeat, uttering a human-like remark. "Boss, the scent ends here. It has completely disappeared." The CP agent leading the group, Bode, was left with no choice but to wave his hand, declaring, "All right. Disperse and search the entire island." Naturally, after my speedy return with the Hongchu, I had left no trace for them to follow. The crisis was indeed looming. Yet at that moment, I remained oblivious. All I knew was that my predicament had already settled in my room. Who understands the plight of family? I kindly rescued someone, only for him to occupy my sole bed, leaving me, an injured individual, to curl up discontentedly on the sofa. As if that were not enough, this fellow, even in slumber, was far from quiet, mumbling in his dreams. One moment he wailed, "Grandpa, don't go." The noise was akin to an online concert. My temper flared, and the pain from my wounds, combined with the cacophony, nearly caused me to injure my back. I resolved that I could not tolerate this any longer. I had to drag him off my bed. Fuming, I approached the bedside, ready to take action, when he rolled over, loosening his collar, and I was taken aback. To my astonishment, a blood-red celestial dragon slave mark marred his back, alongside deep, bone-revealing whip scars. In that instant, I understood. I have always detested those self-proclaimed noble elites, perpetuating a system of oppression that is utterly inhumane. My fury dissipated, replaced entirely by compassion. Watching him struggle in his dreams, I sighed, muttering a curse, and quietly returned to the sofa. Very well, I would endure. Then, the dreams of this young man unfolded into a heart-wrenching saga. In his dream, he was a mere child named Lykeet, hailing from the most renowned winemaking family in the West Sea. He and his grandfather shared joyful moments in the vineyard, and young Lykeet aspired to craft the finest wine in the world. His grandfather affectionately tousled his hair, imparting a lesson that has stayed with me. "Silly child, the best wine in this world is the one shared with the best of friends." In a swift transition, Lykeet grew into a 14-year-old prodigy, celebrated for his winemaking talent. Yet, good fortune was fleeting. Calamity struck. A trio of peculiar individuals, with fishbowls atop their heads, celestial dragons, strolled into their home. Why? Because a bottle of extraordinary wine, crafted by his grandfather, had been claimed by another celestial dragon. This fool, named Charlie Andy, sought a superior bottle to redeem his dignity at a banquet. His grandfather, an honest man, replied, "Sir, it is truly gone." That bottle was the last. The celestial dragon, furious, was handed an old newspaper featuring a photograph of his grandfather alongside 6 other esteemed winemakers. With a sinister grin, the celestial dragon exclaimed, "Gone? Very well, you must know these individuals. Take me to them and procure their finest wines." I tell you, this was a matter of life and death. The old man trembled at the sight of the old friends captured in the newspaper. Nevertheless, he lifted his head, his voice hoarse, and said, "Sir, I do not know where they are." He understood all too well that revealing their whereabouts would endanger the lives of his friends. He chose to bear the burden alone. Charlie Andy, upon hearing this, turned green with rage, drawing a gilded revolver and firing a shot that struck the old man squarely in the chest. Young Lykeet went mad, rushing to embrace his grandfather. In his final moments, the old man whispered, "Child, remember, if you betray your friends, you will never again taste the finest wine in the world." With those words, he breathed his last. But the tragedy did not end there. Young Lykeet was subsequently captured by that beast and taken to Mariewa, becoming a slave to the celestial dragons. Such horror, such agony. I listened to his fragmented murmurs throughout the night, hardly managing to sleep. The following morning, I emerged from my room, sporting dark circles under my eyes. Upon seeing me, my sister Lu Jiu gasped, fearing my condition had worsened. I quickly reassured her, promising that I would be fit for the afternoon's match, even stating that I would concede on the spot if I could not win. After all, I could not allow my grand plans for wealth to falter. After breakfast, I checked on Lykeet, feeling his forehead. He had no fever, and his wounds appeared stable, which relieved me. I then stepped outside to meet my partner, the rotund Sonny. I approached him directly, stating, "For my match this afternoon, wager all our funds, 30 million, on my victory." I handed him a shopping list filled with chemicals, aluminum powder, oxides, white phosphorus, and the like. "You see, I had exhausted my grenades and was plagued by a fear of insufficient firepower. Safety was something I needed to forge with my own hands. With my instructions delivered, I made my way to the dueling arena. Allow me to narrate a dramatic scene. Due to an injury sustained yesterday, I found myself encumbered by bandages, my gait somewhat unsteady. As I emerged from the contestants' passage, the audience erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Goodness, look, that lad is injured. Is it true? Such a severe injury, and yet he still competes? This is our chance. Quickly, shift your bets. Wager everything on his opponent, the Black Wolf. I stood there, perplexed, wondering what all the commotion was about. Little did I know, my genuine injury had become a signal of inevitable defeat in their eyes. My odds soared like a rocket, climbing rapidly. Even the stocky Sonny was left dumbfounded. Yet he obeyed my instructions and placed a hefty 30 million belly bet at the peak of the odds. As the bell for the match rang and the referee declared the start, my opponent, a man named Wolf, lunged at me with a ferocious roar. Without even lifting my eyelids, I deftly sidestepped, my right leg arcing in a powerful whip kick that landed squarely on him. The impact was akin to a sack of potatoes being flung, sending him hurtling several meters across the arena, rolling multiple times before finally coming to rest. I made no move to pursue him, instead standing my ground, poised for a second attack, my gaze icy and challenging, as if to say, try to rise again. He struggled to meet my eyes, and in an instant his resolve faltered. Trembling, he raised his hand, exclaiming, "I concede. I am no longer capable of fighting." A profound silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered by a tempest of accusations. Match fixing. Refunds. This is all a charade. Are you two in cahoots? I paid them no heed, turning on my heel and retreating to the private box reserved by Sonny. Upon seeing me, Sonny rushed over, his face flushed with excitement. "Boss, you are nothing short of a deity." That maneuver was textbook perfection for milking the odds. I was momentarily bewildered. What maneuver? Sonny, speaking rapidly as if from a machine gun, insisted, "You feigned weakness by appearing on the stage in bandages, leading everyone to believe you were incapacitated, thus inflating the odds. Then, with a single strike, you obliterated your opponent. Our 30 million has transformed into 45 million, a net gain of 15 million. Upon hearing this, my mind went blank. I was genuinely injured. How could I have orchestrated such a scheme? Yet, could I speak the truth at that moment? Absolutely not. I inhaled deeply, clasped my hands behind my back, tilted my head towards the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, and spoke in an enigmatic tone. Indeed, everything is under my control. At that moment, I felt like a charmed demon, my aura elevated to its zenith. After instructing Sonny to procure materials swiftly, I turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. I pivoted back, casting him a devilish smile. "Oh, by the way, procure a wheelchair for me. Next match, I shall make my entrance in one, just to see how high the odds will soar." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, an urgent call reached the office of Marshal Steelbone Kong. On the other end was the Celestial Dragon, Charlie Andy Saint, who was incensed, roaring, "Steelbone Kong, my escaped slave has been spotted. He is on an island called Lazabat in the South China Sea. Dispatch someone immediately to retrieve him. I want him torn to shreds." Once the call ended, Steelbone Kong's expression fell dramatically, his face contorted with worry as he rubbed his temples in distress. A greenhorn recently transferred, who would later become Marshal Sengoku, attempted to inquire about his well-being, but was interrupted by Steelbone Kong's demand. "Who do we have stationed in the South China Sea?" He drummed his fingers on the table. A stunning woman, Vice Admiral Crane, flipped through some documents and reporting to the Marshal, "Captain Carp is there, reportedly pursuing the Roger Pirates." Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong nodded. "Perfect, let him handle it. Though Carp may be unreliable, he is just the man for the job." This exemplifies the wisdom of the higher-ups. The Celestial Dragons desire face, so we shall grant it to them. Sending a naval hero is more than sufficient to appease them. As for whether he can actually capture the runaway, that is another matter entirely. Steelbone Kong even offered a word of caution to Sengoku, stating, "Young man, the Celestial Dragon's orders are akin to imperial edicts, yet such edicts can be adhered to superficially. We are the Navy, not the lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons. This broader perspective explains why Sengoku later became adept at political maneuvering, unlike the hot-headed Akainu, who found himself chastised by the Elder Stars. However, these concerns are trivial. Steel Bone Kong's true headache lies in the New World, where a madman named Rox is rallying an alliance of the most formidable pirates in history. This is the pressing issue at hand. Thus, capturing a slave is a mere formality to address swiftly. Shifting scenes to the South China Sea. Let me tell you about Carp. That old rascal is something else. He is currently aboard a warship pursuing Roger, yet he is not directing operations. Instead, he is on deck, fully engrossed in his ridiculous donut challenge. 3 days, without rest. He has already devoured 437 of them. Who among you can comprehend this? Is his stomach a black hole? Just as he prepared to tackle his 438th donut, the transponder snail rang. It was Sengoku. Hello, this is Sengoku. Carp. Upon hearing this, chuckled. Sengoku, I have splendid news. Sengoku, mistakenly believing Carp had captured Roger, was overwhelmed with excitement. What? You captured Roger? Splendid. You must know. Carp interjected, proudly digging into his nose. I've just surpassed 400 donuts. Impressive, isn't it? Ha ha. On the other end, I could almost envision Sengoku's face transforming from joy to a deep shade of annoyance. He roared, Carp, stop fooling around. We have serious tasks at hand. He then relayed the details of the celestial dragon's trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Carp grew irritated. Celestial dragons? What a bother. I'm on the verge of catching Roger. Can't we just ignore it? As he spoke, he retrieved yet another donut to indulge in. Sengoku, resigned, said, There's no choice. We must put Roger on hold. Carp, unable to resist his companion's request, reluctantly agreed. However, after hanging up, he gazed at Roger's ship ahead, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in his eyes. He shouted his crew, Go, bring all the cannonballs to me. This old chap's thought process is unlike anyone else's. He declared, I will capture both Roger and the slave. I can simply drive Roger to that island called Lazabat. 2 birds with 1 stone, all while executing dual laws. He then commenced his performance, launching cannonballs with the precision of a shot putter, raining them down upon Roger's ship. The accuracy and force of his throws surpassed that of the ship's own cannons. On board Roger's vessel, the future pirate king and his crew, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, were observing this bombardment. The 2 fighters, Roger and Jabba, were not only unfazed but exhilarated, exclaiming, Wow, this Marine has some serious arm strength. I would love to engage him in a battle. Only Rayleigh, acting like a concerned guardian, shouted, Hey, is now the time to admire our foe? We need to think a way to shake him off. Wiping his blade, Roger suggested, Let's find an island to hide on. Which is the nearest? Rayleigh consulted the sea chart, the dual island, Lazabat. Crew, our destination is Lazabat. Roger commanded with a sweeping gesture. Carp, witnessing Roger's ship dutifully change course, beamed with pride and flashed a victory sign to his first mate. Thus both parties, like divine beings, made their way to the very island where my unfortunate brother, Dalo, awaited, oblivious to the unfolding drama. After finishing his match, Dalo hurried back to the tavern to lend a hand, only to discover that, while the establishment was bustling, it was remarkably well organized. Behind the bar, a red-haired youth clad in Dalo's attire was expertly shaking a cocktail shaker, his movements even more professional than Dalo's. Who was this? Oh, it was none other than Ryder, whom we had rescued just the day before. My sister Lu Jiu hurriedly pulled Dalua aside and whispered, He woke up this afternoon, seeing that I was swamped. He came to help. Oh, by the way, he said he must not be recognized. So I gave him some makeup and even created a new name for him, Talei-Ka. Isn't that impressive? Dalua was taken aback. He glanced at Talei-Ka, astonished at the superficiality of this disguise, which was akin to a mere stroke of a blade on Pin Shishi. All he had done was draw a couple of scars on his face and curl the eyebrows into an exact replica of Sanji Shurs. Was this really sufficient? How could no one recognize him all day? Is face blindness a universal affliction in this world? Just as Dalua was pondering this, an old customer, the bounty hunter Huday, rushed over, brandishing a wanted poster. Boss Dalua, look, The man in the tailcoat who came in for a drink before is the notorious pirate Leica with a bounty of 300 million. Dalois took the poster, his heart racing at the sight of the 300 million bounty, but he maintained his composure, replying, "Oh, it seems so, but he hasn't been around for quite some time. He might have left." The man, undeterred, pressed on, holding the wanted poster almost against Leica's face, asking, "Brother, have you seen this man?" Leica, with not a flicker of his eyelid, calmly responded, "I don't know. I'm new here." Incredible. Oscar would owe him a little golden statuette for this performance. Dalois, bewildered by this charade, donned an apron and began working. As night fell, a myriad of characters began to arrive on the island. The ships of Luo and Ka Pu squeezed into the harbor one after the other. Just as Luo's group dashed into the city, Ka Pu followed closely behind, standing on the deck and gazing at the darkened Lizibadha, excitedly muttering to himself, "A mission from the celestial dragons? How dull. But if Luo is here, it must be quite the adventure." Early the next morning, Leica, brimming with enthusiasm, somehow convinced my sister to open the tavern for business at an unprecedented hour. Yet, after more than an hour, not a single customer had arrived. Dalois had enjoyed a good night's sleep, and, after breakfast, stepped outside. The toys he had instructed Song Ni Ruo to purchase had finally arrived, and he needed to retrieve them. As he stepped out, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The streets were teeming with Navy personnel, and Leica's wanted posters were plastered everywhere. He hurried to the designated warehouse, where Song Ni Ruo, quite astutely, had brought along several companions to assist in gathering all the items. Dalois paid them, instructing them to remain tight-lipped. The young man, understanding the assignment, took the money and left without uttering a word. Upon entering the warehouse, Dalois was greeted by a chaotic scene filled with various crates, barrels, wood shavings, metal scraps, aluminum powder, iron oxide powder, grenade components, and a large bucket of white phosphorus soaking in water. This substance ignited spontaneously upon contact with air, extremely hazardous. For this, he had spent over 3 million Bailey, depleting half of the tavern's assets. His younger brother's compressed fruit should perhaps be renamed the Kajin fruit. He spent the entire afternoon laboriously crafting grenades from all the materials, producing a plethora of specialized grenades, wood shavings grenades, smoke bombs, incendiary grenades, and even seawater grenades specifically designed to counteract ability users. The most impressive were 3 C3 grade behemoths, the compressed white phosphorus C3 Tiantan Eugene, and the C3 Lien Ruron Lu, which utilized aluminum thermite reactions and burned at thousands of degrees. With his pockets filled to the brim with these treasures, Dalois felt an overwhelming sense of security. Even if that accomplice named Owen were to show up, he would be ready for a fight. When he returned to the tavern, satisfied, he was greeted by the melodious laughter of my sister Lugio. Upon entering, he was shocked to see that Luo and his crew had been drinking from day to night. Luo was animatedly recounting his adventures to my sister, tales of island-sized whales and martial arts sea cows, leaving her utterly enthralled. The moment Dalois spotted the straw hat on the bar and Luo's face, his expression shifted from satisfaction to displeasure. "Ah, Dalois, you're back," my sister exclaimed, joy radiating from her as she pointed at Luo to introduce him. Dalois interrupted. "No need for introductions. Mr. Luo is a renowned pirate. I am certainly aware." His tone was frigid enough to freeze water. Luo, oblivious, grinned widely. "What is wrong? Don't I look the part?" Nearby, Jabba, slightly intoxicated, slurred, Captain, he says you don't look like a pirate." Luo had disregarded the lively banter and turned to my sister. "Sister, I'm hungry," before heading upstairs, leaving Luo just scratching his head in confusion, wondering, did I provoke him somehow? The very next morning, Luo and his crew returned, as if clocking in for work. Dalois, from upstairs, felt a sense of discomfort. Family members understand. It's akin to knowing that your best friend will be hurt by a man, yet you can only watch them meet for the first time. Feeling helpless, yet yearning to intervene, Dalois resolved that he would not forcibly stop them, but he would certainly protect his sister and rewrite her tragic fate. Downstairs, upon learning that Dalois had a match in the afternoon, Luo's excitement peaked. declaring he would bring the entire crew to cheer him on. After finishing breakfast, Dalaw descended the stairs, ready to leave, only to find the entire crew of Luo Jie standing as if ready for battle. In the next moment, a half-drunk Luo Jie approached, casually throwing an arm around Luo's shoulder and laughing. Haha, little brother Luo, are you off to your match? Everyone says they want to cheer for you. Oh, cheering for little brother Luo. Jiaba slammed his cup down on the table. Luo was momentarily stunned. He looked at this future pirate crew and then at himself, and I tell you, the scene was such that one might think he was the head of an axe gang collecting rent. I assure you, even the head of an axe gang would not have such a following. Following him was the all-star reserve lineup of the Pirate King, their presence overwhelming. After a grueling wait at the duel venue, I felt utterly drained. Upon entering, the cacophony was like a bustling market on a holiday, ringing in my ears. Thankfully, the match featuring Yuchuan Li Qian had only just begun. As I walked through the contestants' passage, Luo Jie and his group had to dutifully purchase tickets, temporarily parting ways. Once they settled down after buying tickets, Yuchuan Li Qian's battle was nearing its climax. I tell you, the spectacle was breathtaking. He swiftly sheathed his sword, then bowed deeply, striking a pose for a quick draw cut. The moment Luo Jie sat down, his eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Whoa, quick draw cut!" Just as the words left his lips, Yuchuan Li Qian's right hand surged with power, moving so swiftly that not even a shadow could be seen. A streak of blue sword energy shot forth, narrowly missing his opponent's arm, carving a deep trench into the ground. Those who understand the thrill could feel the audience erupting. People were going wild, shouting all manner of things. Isn't that Yuchuan Li Qian? Wasn't he a loser? How could he perform a flying slash? Is he a swordsman? Of course, having unleashed sword energy, what else could he be but a swordsman? Just days prior, they had mocked him endlessly. Now, their faces were nearly bruised from the slap of reality. Jiaba was equally astonished, muttering, "Oh, a swordsman! Terrifying!" Yet, Lei Li, the seasoned veteran, furrowed his brow. Sensing something was amiss, the boy's swordsmanship seemed off. Luo Jie pointed out, his swordsmanship is at odds with his heart. Good heavens! This was the legendary notion of my heart aches, but my sword remains silent. A swordsman whose heart does not align with his sword cannot go far. As this discussion unfolded, the third match commenced. To my astonishment, it was my turn to face the individual known as the Ripper, Bon Jie. As I stepped out of the contestants' passage, Jiaba went wild, shouting, "Go for it, little brother Luo!" The commotion was so intense that I felt the dust from the ceiling was bound to fall. At that moment, I wished for nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was utterly mortifying. As soon as my opponent made his entrance, the audience, seemingly in unison, began to cheer for him, their voices overwhelming even the shouts of Jabba. "Benji, tear him apart. Bring down that little brat." Goodness. My previous performance was so convincing that these gamblers probably thought I was a schemer deliberately inflating the odds. Now, I had turned into their nemesis. Upon hearing the crowd's reaction, Jabba's competitive spirit ignited instantly. He leapt from his seat, inhaled deeply, puffing out his chest like a bullfrog, and with all his might, he bellowed, "Daro, go for it." My word, that voice was like thunder, drowning out the cheers of thousands. I was truly astounded. The match hadn't even begun, and he had already created a second battlefield for me. The crowd began to echo his chants, a delightful call and response, as if they were engaging in a duet of mountain songs, ensuring that no one remained idle. As the countdown concluded, the match commenced. Benji charged at me wielding a claw weapon that resembled a butcher's knife, its serrated edge looking utterly menacing. As I opened my eyes, I immediately discerned his movements for the next 3 seconds, even spotting the fatal flaw beneath his right ribcage. From the stands, Roger calmly remarked, "It's over." Indeed, as his blade swung towards me, I had already leapt into action, executing a double jump in midair, swiftly changing direction and delivering a knee strike right to his ribs. While still airborne, I flashed in front of him and executed a low kick, the impact resounding as I struck his ankle just as he landed. He was sent flying like a deflated ball, leaving a long trail on the ground. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The echoes of cheers for Benji still lingered in the venue, Yet the main event lay sprawled on the ground. At that moment, the BGM king, Jabba, made his return. Without grasping the situation, he continued to shout, "Daro, go for it." His voice reverberated through the quiet dual space, creating an almost celestial effect. Once he finished, he paused, bewildered, and asked his neighbor, "Did we win?" Roger exchanged a knowing glance with me and said, "Indeed, we won." Truly remarkable. It seemed he had noticed my ability to predict my opponent's actions. Meanwhile, Jabba, oblivious, assumed Roger was praising his vocal prowess, puffing out his chest with pride. Riley observed me with a mysterious expression, softly murmuring, "Today's youth are indeed formidable." After Roger and the others watched my match, they promptly departed, claiming they were off to drink. Once I exited the arena, I headed straight to the private box reserved by Sonny. Upon entering, I found Sonny and the others present. The moment he saw me, he jumped up, exclaiming, "Boss." I nodded and directly inquired, "How did today go?" "We made over 9 million, he replied. "Not bad. Combined with previous earnings, I now had 50 million in hand." Although our odds had plummeted to unremarkable levels, I was confident they would rise again during the regular season when we faced seasoned veterans. As midnight approached and everyone else drifted off to slumber, I stealthily executed a lizard-like maneuver, slipping out through the window to retrieve my precious weighted blocks, which I had compressed. I felt uneasy leaving them outside. A quick burst of rainbow drive took me to a small grove near the shipyard. However, upon landing, my heart sank. There were footprints, and they were fresh. I hurried to the large tree where I had hidden my items, reaching into the hollow, only to find it empty. My heart plummeted. It seemed that Owen's gang had indeed come and taken my belongings. Now the enemy lurked in the shadows while I was exposed to danger. This was dire. Lost in thought, I suddenly sensed multiple presences approaching at high speed. To my dismay, they possessed even sharper observation skills than I did. No, that couldn't be right. Unless Katakuri was involved, that would imply they had some unique reconnaissance methods. It dawned on me that they were lying in wait. Without hesitation, I tossed a woodchip grenade onto the ground and sprang up into the tree. The grenade exploded, enveloping the area in a cloud of wooden shrapnel. From above, I heard a voice shout, and upon looking down, I saw a woman adorned with deathly pink eyeshadow, a burly man resembling a bear, and a figure that had just transformed from a bulldog into a human. The latter was an Inu no Mi user. No wonder he could catch my scent. The muscular man, clearly the leader, glared at me coldly and stated, "So, you are the one who killed Owen." I dared not utter a word. Who knew if they had abilities to discern my location by sound? The woman with the eyeshadow, named Quirly, cackled ominously, flapping her wings and soaring into the sky. Evidently a Tori no Mi user. Like an eagle snatching a chick, she dove towards me. How foolish of her to charge without observation. In my eyes, she was merely a live target. I anticipated her approach perfectly. I tossed another woodchip grenade into the air, raised my hand, and fired. A burning projectile ignited. With a resounding explosion, a massive fireball erupted in the sky, and she was engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground with a scream. The burly man, named Bode, reacted swiftly, his fur standing on end. Like a wild boar, he plunged into the fire and rescued her. Meanwhile, the other dog-human, Buter, seized the opportunity and dashed towards me with a shave. Prepared for this, I tossed a grenade onto the ground as I retreated. Upon detonation, it didn't release shrapnel, but rather torrents of seawater. The rushing waves crashed down upon Buter, pinning him to the ground. This substance was more toxic to devil fruit users than any poison. The poor fellow, upon contact, collapsed like a lifeless dog. "You have successfully provoked my wrath," Bode growled, setting Corley down. To my astonishment, her visible burns began to heal before my very eyes, and his body transformed. Hair sprouted wildly, and fangs emerged, making him resemble a wild boar person. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing beside me, and with a mighty stomp, he brought his foot down. The speed was unfathomable. If I hadn't possessed the ability to foresee, I would have been finished. I narrowly avoided the blow, which struck the ground with a thunderous crash, fracturing the earth like a spider's web and causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Seeing this display, I realized I could not contend with this individual. It was best to flee. There was no shame in retreating when outmatched. I hurled 2 seawater grenades towards the incapacitated teammates and made my escape. Bode had no choice but to attend to his fallen comrades, helplessly watching as I fled, letting out a furious bellow that echoed through the woods. The next day, I was wiping glasses at the tavern, still sporting dark circles under my eyes, when members of Roger's crew rushed in, exclaiming, "Captain, that Marine named Carp has left the base." Carp! I nearly dropped the cup in my hand. Iron Fist Carp? What brought him here? Was he after Roger? I instinctively glanced at Wrecker, who was bragging with Jabba, and my heart sank. Roger's crew erupted in joy. Fantastic! That freak has finally left. Let us reclaim our ship. Roger shared their sentiment, primarily because Carp had become a persistent annoyance, akin to an unkillable cockroach. With a grand gesture, he rallied his entire crew, setting off towards the naval base. Just as I had seen them off, Carp, accompanied by a naval major, entered. I was drenched in sweat, just moments away from having to reopen my little tavern. Luogio, however, was familiar with that Major Matt. She approached him and inquired, "Mr. Matt, is it still the same as before?" It was rather peculiar, for this Major Matt never came to drink during the day. He typically graced the tavern only in the evenings for a couple of drinks. Today, however, he had made an unprecedented appearance and ordered a glass of tequila. Let me tell you, the man beside him was truly formidable. With raven black hair and muscles akin to a small mountain, his mere presence radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon speaking, he ordered a colossal mug of beer, claiming his throat was parched from devouring donuts. Who among us could comprehend that reasoning? It was the first time I'd heard such a justification for drinking, truly a sight to behold. As I served drinks to the 2 of them, I discreetly observed, "This must be the legendary Carp, right?" Good heavens, he looked even more intimidating in person than on the wanted posters, resembling a prehistoric beast. The scar at the corner of his eye was still absent, and I could hardly fathom what kind of individual would leave a mark on his face as a memento. They sat there, each clad in their Navy Justice cloaks, reminiscing about their glorious past. They erupted into laughter while discussing pranks played on colleagues and sighed heavily when recalling brothers lost in battle. Yet, as the conversation progressed, the atmosphere shifted. Why, you ask? Because as the tavern door swung open, a group of notorious pirates swaggered in. Upon spotting the naval major seated there, they didn't even bat an eyelid. Simply plopped down at the next table, slamming their money onto the surface before heading to the liquor cabinet. Carp's expression soured at once, and he directly confronted Matt. These ruffians, one with a bounty of 70 million, another at 92 million, and you just sit there? Are you in cahoots with them? He was about to rise from his seat. The pirate beside him, an obvious character, pointed at Carp and laughed. Huh, who is this brash young man? I couldn't help but roll my eyes internally. My friend, with such courage, why not try your hand at stirring a pot instead? If you irritate this fellow, your ashes would be scattered to the winds. Matt quickly restrained Carp, urging him to sit down, and then posed a rather philosophical question. Carp, do you believe the Navy should eradicate pirates completely? Without a moment's hesitation, Carp replied, "Of course. It is only just." Matt sighed and began recounting his tale. He mentioned that when he first returned, he was filled with zeal, determined to eliminate all the pirates from his homeland. But what was the result? Constant battles led to the island's economy collapsing. Tourism and shipyards went under, leaving the common folk without food, ultimately leading them to resent the Navy even more than they did the pirates. He later realized that pirates could not be entirely exterminated. They would always need to come ashore for supplies. Instead of perpetual conflict that left the populace in despair, it was wiser to establish rules. During the tournament, as long as these pirates kept the peace, he would turn a blind eye. As a result, Matt took a sip of his drink, and the island's economy revived. The lives of the citizens improved. Even those pirates began to maintain order to safeguard this sole supply point. He fixed his gaze on Carp, articulating each word. Tell me, what is justice? Ensuring that the people live in peace and prosperity? Is that not justice? True to form, Carp shot back with a retort that struck to the heart. But they may behave here, yet once at sea, they turn to pillage and plunder elsewhere. Your justice only concerns this one island? That is far too narrow. A local patron, unable to contain himself, stood up and shouted, "You must not speak of Mr. Matt that way. He has protected us." I too couldn't resist chiming in. Rather than being narrow-minded, perhaps it is a matter of self-preservation. In this chaotic era, to safeguard the people under your rule is already quite remarkable. If we were to speak frankly, the navy that dominates the seas is incapable of even this basic duty. As soon as those words escaped my lips, the entire tavern fell silent. Carp whipped around to glare at me, as if to chastise a mere child for speaking out of turn, yet the words died on his lips. Perhaps he considered the celestial dragons above the navy. Indeed, the navy itself was a product of compromise. Who could demand perfection in another sense of justice? Just as the tension thickened, the tavern door swung open with a resounding bang. I must say, the scene that unfolded was nothing short of extraordinary. Roger led his crew in, marching in with great fanfare. Jabba's booming voice echoed, "Miss Luogio, we have returned." Everyone in the tavern turned to look, and the most animated reaction came from Carp at the bar. He erupted into a spray of beer. Roger, too, was taken aback, staring at Carp. Carp! At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. This little tavern was destined to be demolished by the two of them today. Roger's crew promptly drew their swords, and the atmosphere exploded with tension. Yet, Carp wiped his mouth and, appearing rather dejected, said, "Roger, I am not in the mood to fight you right now." "What do you think?" Roger said. With a broad grin, he replied, "Is that so? That's splendid." He swaggered over, plopped down next to Matt, and downed a bottle of liquor, declaring to Carp, "I was handling some matters earlier, so I arrived late. I'll self-punish with 3 cups." Both Carp and Matt appeared utterly bewildered, wondering who this person was. But in the next moment, astonishingly, these two began to share camaraderie, linking arms as if they were sworn brothers. The tavern erupted in joyous laughter. As the conversation continued, Roger suddenly turned to me and asked, "Little Dalo, you seem to be able to see the future, right?" My heart dropped. This fellow possessed the ability to hear the voices of all things. Could he truly sense it? I glanced at Luo Gio beside me, steeling my resolve to play the oracle for once. "Yes, I know a few things." A collective gasp filled the room. Drunken Carp scoffed, "This little brat? If he can see the future, then Roger must be able to become the pirate king, and I, the naval hero." Roger, however, looked earnest. "What does my future hold?" I gazed at him seriously and replied, "You will become the freest person upon these seas." "The freest person?" "Indeed. That is to say, the pirate king." "The pirate king? Haha, sounds delightful." Roger burst into laughter. Ignoring Carp's jeers, I added, "Furthermore, Mr. Roger, it would be wise to get a health check." Roger paused, seemingly perplexed by my words. That night, everyone drank to their heart's content before departing. Carp and Matt, with arms draped around each other, made their way to the Navy base. However, just as they reached the entrance, Matt halted him, pointing inside. Carp's inebriation vanished in an instant as he beheld the sight. All the Navy soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep in disarray. Carp's roar was likely heard across half the island. "Roger!" He finally grasped the meaning behind Roger's earlier statement about handling matters and self-punishing with 3 cups. The next day, the regular season officially commenced. My word, the scene was nothing short of spectacular, a sea of people amidst the clamor of drums, reminiscent of a festive celebration. I, along with the other 32 contestants, queued to enter as the host introduced each of us, creating quite the spectacle. The first match was between the Fur Tribe Sang Lu and the Bounty Hunter Tim. I must say, the intensity of the regular season was on another level. These two were sparking fireworks. Tim's marksmanship was simply astounding, executing the 12 symphonies with 12 bullets, forming a net at the most precarious angles, leaving the Fur Tribe's champion dazed. He then concluded with the final tapping dance, forcing his opponent to dance amidst a hail of bullets, leading to the latter's downfall, and securing victory for Tim. I was thoroughly entertained, learning a great deal. Next up was the second match, a significant showdown. Quan Li Qian faced off against the perennial runner-up, Yulun. This Yulun was a bald, lanky man, yet the calluses on his fists were thicker than city walls. As he stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, chanting his name, indicating his popularity. Consequently, the betting odds were ludicrously skewed, with many believing he Quan Li Qian would falter here. I discreetly cast a glance, and lo and behold, while Uncle Yulun still exuded an imposing aura, the unwavering determination to win was noticeably absent. It seemed he was now focused more on participation than triumph. In an instant, I felt a surge of confidence, instructing Sangni Ruo to wager my 65 million berries entirely on Huchuan Liqian's victory. Fortune favors the bold. If we win this round, it would yield over 100 million. On the arena, Yulun gazed at the slowly emerging Huchuan Liqian, his face etched with irritation. Perhaps the sight of a blade reminded him of the relentless Huchuan Ji, who had tormented him for 6 long years. Huchuan Liqian, however, was unfazed. Gripping the hilt of the renowned blade, the Kanjodo of the Daiye Wu era, one of the 21 masterpieces, the blade gleamed ominously, aimed directly at his adversary. Yulun, observing this stance, let out a bitter laugh, but his expression shifted dramatically. With a crackle, his bones echoed as his emaciated form swelled like a balloon, transforming him into a muscular titan. Fan Iwa Guan. He assumed a hoarse stance, hands poised as if embracing the air, radiating the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountains. Meanwhile, Huchuan Liqian stepped forward, knife in hand, adopting the stance of the 8 forms of swordsmanship, ready to confront his foe. What transpired next was astonishing. Yulun disregarded the rules of combat, instantly appearing before Huchuan Liqian as if he had teleported. It was akin to a flash, propelling himself forward with a sweeping kick that lashed out like a whip. Fortunately, Huchuan Liqian, quick on the uptake, raised his blade defensively, blocking the strike with the back of his knife. Yet, the assault did not cease there. Yulun, capitalizing on the momentum, collapsed on the ground, his legs scissor-like, ensnaring Huchuan Liqian. Then, to my astonishment, he slammed his hands down, springing upward like a jack-in-the-box, lifting Huchuan Liqian into the air. The two became entangled, engaging in a legendary crocodile death roll, threatening to crash down onto the ground. Those who understand the stakes know that such a fall could be fatal. Huchuan Liqian, acutely aware of the peril, acted swiftly, plunging his knife into the earth mid-air, halting their rotation. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he sent Yulun sprawling away. As they landed, remarkably, the first round ended in a stalemate. Now, it was Huchuan Liqian's turn to attack. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy cascading like rain. Yet, Yulun, nimble as an eel, lowered his stance and weaved through the onslaught, evading each strike as if dancing. He advanced, seeking close combat. Did Huchuan Liqian fear this? Not in the slightest, no matter how swift the fists. His knife danced like an impregnable fortress, rendering Yulun's efforts futile. The two battled fiercely across the stage, fists roaring and blades flashing, captivating the audience, who watched in awe, jaws agape, wondering if this was truly the same soft-footed shrimp they had once disparaged. At that moment, Deluo, Roger, and Huchuan Liqian's father, seemingly in unison, declared it's over. The instant the words left their lips, Huchuan Liqian gently caressed the blade, raised its tip skyward, and in a flash, vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, he reappeared behind Yulun, leisurely sheathing his knife. As the blade clicked into place, a chilling radiance swept through the arena, leaving an unfathomable scar upon the ground. Yulun lay sprawled, drenched in blood. In this contest, there were 2 victors, Huchuan Liqian and Deluo. Splendid. Deluo could hardly contain his excitement, having secured a staggering 13 million berries. Meanwhile, Huchuan Liqian's father barely glanced back, rising to leave. Jabba erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "ISNT the next match Deluo's?" Indeed, Deluo's upcoming opponent was a peculiar character, a man with a crooked mouth, emitting strange sounds. Known as Long Shao Ji Quan Longgear. Whether the dragon roared or not, Deluo simply chuckled. The odds were outrageous, a staggering 15, without a second thought. He placed all his bets on himself. It was as if money were being shoved into his mouth. The atmosphere was electrifying, teeming with cheers for the peculiar fellow. Longgear, the true dragon of the world. 2 women, previously cheering him on, joined in the fervor, vociferously rallying support. The man basked in the attention, circling the arena to high-five his fans before returning to the stage. As the referee began the countdown, the match commenced. DeLuo paid no mind to Longgear's popularity. In an instant, he closed the distance to his left. Longgear, quick to react, let out a bizarre cry, launching a left hook. Remarkably, his punch came with a sound effect, a whooshing voo, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. In that moment of distraction, a straight punch followed, aimed at DeLuo's midsection. Hastily, DeLuo raised his leg in defense, the impact reverberating as they both staggered back several steps. Longgear shook his hand, astonished, likely surprised by DeLuo's formidable strength. Having gauged the situation, Longgear no longer underestimated DeLuo. Adopting a stance known as Bao Shalio Chuan Fa, his hands flailed like a whirlwind, accompanied by the eccentric sounds of Wu, making it nearly impossible to discern his next move. Suddenly, his left hand struck from an unforeseen angle. A lesser opponent might have faltered, but DeLuo, possessing Kinbunchika Haki, perceived the movement as clearly as a spotlight in the night. He deftly deflected the blow, lowered his body, and executed a flying kick, landing squarely on target. The kick contorted Longgear's frame, yet astonishingly, he braced himself, muscles tensed, countering with a powerful punch that sent DeLuo sprawling. Clearly, the regular season was no playground. DeLuo brushed off the dust, rising from the ground, leisurely retrieving his revolver, positioning himself 10 meters from his opponent. Longgear, utterly bewildered, thought to himself, this guy's a gunman. He could scarcely comprehend how a fierce melee combatant could also wield a firearm. Though DeLuo initially hesitated to use his gun, having observed Tim's match, he felt an urge to engage. He replaced the special bullet magazine with ordinary rounds, deeming it unnecessary to inflict excessive harm. Then came the iconic moment. DeLuo wielded dual revolvers, aimed, and in a heartbeat pulled the triggers 6 times each. 12 bullets erupted almost simultaneously, forming a beautiful arc of fire, akin to a net cast toward Longgear. Terrified, he began to evade erratically, attempting to escape the onslaught of projectiles. But could he evade? DeLuo possessed the ability to hit a single target with all 12 bullets if he so desired. However, he opted for restraint, wanting to leave a survivor. Thus, under DeLuo's precise control, only 2 bullets struck Longgear's knees, incapacitating him without claiming his life. The other 10 bullets all struck the same spot beneath Longgear's feet, creating a single bullet hole. This maneuver was reminiscent of an iconic esports moment from 2025, showcasing unparalleled precision. The victor was announced, DeLuo. Longgear promptly conceded. On the sidelines, Tim's eyes sparkled at the sight, muttering to himself, DeLuo, huh? Quite interesting. I hope to face you. DeLuo, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of his newfound wealth. As the match concluded, he dashed into Sangni Rua's private room, bursting through the door, asking Sangni Rua, how much money do I have now? Sangni swallowed nervously, gazing at him with a wide-eyed wonder typically reserved for monsters, and stammered a figure, approximately 118 million. The competition continued, yet Roger and his crew were already preparing to depart. Leaving Roger? Indeed, we must take our leave. A storm is brewing, Roger remarked, gesturing meaningfully towards the sky. Jabba, still befuddled, questioned a storm? The weather appears quite fine to me. No sooner had he spoken than a massive dark cloud drifted overhead, unleashing torrential rain. Indeed, the weather had changed. The following day, the entire sea erupted in chaos. News spread like wildfire. Breaking news. Admiral Steelbone Kong leads our forces against the Rocks Pirates Alliance in the New World. Daluo purchased a newspaper at the tavern's entrance, and Roger asked him to fetch an additional copy. The two gathered to read, with the front page featuring a grand photograph of Rocks, Kaido, and Big Mom, the monstrous figures of the Alliance. Clearly, the Navy was gearing up for a decisive battle against Rocks, which surprised Roger. Nearby, Lykeheat inquired curiously, Captain Roger, are you aware of this development? Yes, I am. Rocks previously extended an invitation to me, which I declined, Roger replied nonchalantly. Why did you refuse? Daluo pressed. Need I explain? A pirate must cherish freedom. Establishing alliances is akin to clocking in a job. What fun is that? This reasoning was compelling only when articulated by Roger or Luffy. Meanwhile, in a new world on an unnamed island, a fierce battle raged, with navy and pirate vessels arriving in droves, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Within the Navy Command Center, a rear admiral shouted through a telescope, "Admiral Kong, it's the Silver Axe Pirates. They've also arrived." Steelbone Kong furrowed his brow. "No, we cannot divide our forces. The pressure on the front line is too great. But allowing them to land would compromise our flanks." After a moment's contemplation, he addressed two individuals at the map. "Warring States, Little Crane, you must go and ensure they are stopped." A nearby rear admiral named Flying Squirrel expressed doubt. "Just the two of them? Is that sufficient?" Steelbone Kong replied sternly. "Warring States, Little Crane, show them your strength." Thus, the future Admiral-in-Chief of Staff donned their cloaks of justice and set forth. On the other side, in a cavern of the Rox Pirates Alliance, Rox sat upon his throne, exuding an aura of malevolence. "What is the status of the battle?" he demanded. A quivering subordinate reported, "Kaido and Lin Lin are being held off by Admiral Zifa against Whitebeard and Shiki." Captain John added, "Whitebeard is unwell and seeking a doctor. Shiki intends to capture that newcomer named Roger. He should be in the 4 Seas." "Roger?" Rox sneered. "The one who rejected my invitation? Humph. I'll settle the score with him later. For now, summon Newgate and Shiki at once. This time, I shall overturn the Navy in one fell swoop." However, before he could finish, Warring States and Little Crane had already vanquished the Silver Axe Pirates. Warring States transformed into his Buddha form, unleashing a wave of energy that sent the Silver Axe Pirates fleeing into the sea, their fates uncertain. Upon returning to the command center, Warring States solemnly produced a din mushy and dialed. Captain John's voice echoed, "Silver Axe, hold your position. Newgate and Shiki are on their way." With a snap, Steelbone Kong disconnected the call, his expression grave. "Whitebeard and the Golden Lion are also coming. This is troublesome." The command room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone understood that the Navy was already stretched thin. The arrival of 2 more formidable foes would tip the scales irreversibly in favor of the pirates. "If only Garp were here," Warring States muttered. Yet Garp was in the South Blue, and a rear admiral quietly reminded. The Celestial Dragons may not deem this battle as crucial as their slave-catching missions. After a prolonged silence, Steelbone Kong finally spoke. "If necessary, summon Garp. I will handle the Celestial Dragons myself. He cannot stand idly by while thousands of Navy soldiers perish here." Back at the tavern, the atmosphere remained lively that evening. The ongoing conflict in the New World served as entertainment, though few genuinely cared. Daluo had just concluded yet another match, emerging victorious, and his next opponent would be Tim. Meanwhile, Garp was increasingly exasperated. After being outmaneuvered by Roger, he was now being pressured by the Celestial Dragons to capture individuals across the globe. Warring States bombarded him with calls, urging him to assist in the New World. Yet he was unable to act without orders. Doing so would not only incur his own punishment, but also implicate Steelbone Kong. "How frustrating," Garp lamented, tousling his hair in distress. The following day, he returned to the tavern, visibly dejected as he complained to his aide, "I still haven't found him. Could it be that CP0 has made a mistake?" He downed a cocktail in one gulp and called out to the bar, "Hey, Tylike, bring me another drink." "Certainly." The bartender, known as Like Heat, replied, scratching his nose as he handed over another bottle. Little did they know, the very person Garp was desperately seeking was right in front of him, mixing drinks. Daluo, seated beside Garp, observed the entire scene. "This won't do. It's only a matter of time before we're exposed," Daluo thought. Suddenly, he turned to Garp and said, "Admiral Garp, I have a plan that will allow you to return without disobeying orders." Garp raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Come now, you were just boasting." Yet he inquired, "What is your idea?" "Well, it requires someone else's assistance," Daluo said, glancing at the now inebriated Roger. Pointing to him, Roger lifted his head. "Me help? I'm a pirate." "It's simple," Daluo smiled slightly. "You two should have a duel. That will resolve everything." Daluo's plan was brilliant. simply claimed that Roger's crew was linked to the escaped slave, prompting Garp to pursue them, resulting in a fierce clash. Then, Garp could justify his return to Marineford on the grounds of sustaining serious injuries requiring recuperation. Upon reaching headquarters, who could blame a wounded soldier rushing back to the front lines? The Celestial Dragons would have little to say since Garp would have apprehended someone and engaged in battle. Steelbone Kong would eagerly welcome his return, grateful for the assistance. Garp listened, his eyes lighting up. What a splendid idea. Roger, however, was taken aback. Wait, what? Roger, you have no choice but to engage. Garp laughed heartily, shaking his fist in a manner that suggested he would arrest Roger if he refused. Fine, Roger relented, placing his straw hat upon his head in resignation, indicating his agreement. In this scheme, Garp emerged victorious. Daluo triumphed as well, while Roger found himself unwittingly cast into a grand performance against his old adversary. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, Coeli impatiently inquired of her subordinates. Haven't you found him yet? That slave seems to have vanished without a trace. Bode expressed frustration. We've been searching for days. Surely we must have some lead. It seems we haven't searched that district yet. Boudoir pointed toward the area where the bar was located. That district? Impossible. Isn't that where the Navy Rear Admiral has been stationed? Coeli rolled her eyes and retorted to Boudoir. That is true. Let us check elsewhere. Bode commanded once more. Understood. Boudoir and Coeli replied lethargically. Chapter 61. The Great Director Daluo, we have discovered a lead on the slave's whereabouts. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the lead actor, Major Matt, was already in place, delivering lines devoid of skill, yet brimming with emotion, marking the commencement of his day-long performance. Where? Bode asked eagerly. Upon hearing the news of Lei Kute, the expressions of Buer Duo and Kue Li were nearly overflowing with joy. For days, they had nearly scoured Lazabat, but had yet to catch a glimpse of that elusive figure. As time stretched on, their hopes of capturing Lei Kute dwindled, and they had even prepared themselves to conclude their mission, bracing for the punishment from their master, the Celestial Dragons. Follow me, said Major General Mata, leading the three toward the beach on the western side of Lazabat. 15 minutes later, Major General Mata and the three members of the CP organization arrived at the beach. Earlier that morning, Vice Admiral Ka Pu had spotted Lei Kute while on patrol and had discovered the connection between Lei Kute and the Roger Pirates. It seemed the Roger Pirates had come to Lazabat to assist Lei Kute. Unfortunately, Ka Pu had interrupted their rendezvous, causing Lei Kute to flee onto Roger's pirate ship. Subsequently, Ka Pu had pursued them with his naval vessel, engaging in battle with the Roger Pirates on a nearby island. Major General Mata pointed toward an unnamed island in the distance, following the direction of his finger. Indeed, a pirate ship was anchored near the island, with a massive naval vessel in pursuit. At this juncture, Major General Mata's role was effectively concluded, and he merely needed to observe the reactions of Baudet and his companions. As anticipated, after exchanging glances, Baudet and his companions leapt into the air with a powerful push from the ground. Baudet and Buer Duo activated their moonwalk, while Kue Li transformed into an owl, soaring directly toward the island. Watching the trio fly toward the island, Major General Mata shrugged, contemplating a visit to the tavern for a drink, as his involvement in the matter had come to an end. The perspective shifted toward the island. They've arrived, exclaimed Roger, Daluo, and Ka Pu in succession. The three's observation, Haki, sensed Baudet and his companions approaching almost simultaneously, with Roger's innate ability to hear the voices of all things granting him the quickest awareness, followed by the rare observation Haki of Daluo, and lastly, Ka Pu. Noticing this detail, Ka Pu cast a keen glance at Daluo, but chose not to comment, as more pressing matters demanded his attention. Let's begin on our end, Daluo remarked, observing that Baudet and his companions were nearing the island. The audience was ready, and the leading man Ka Pu, supported by the second lead Roger, prepared for their second act. Since the aim was merely to signify an epic clash between Ka Pu and Roger, Daluo had no intention of allowing them to engage in a genuine fight. After all, inflicting real harm on Roger would be a disservice to him, and Ka Pu was still needed to aid the Navy. If he were truly injured, his effectiveness in the New World would be compromised. This angle should suffice. Daro'sbullet instructed Roger from behind a massive rock wall. Captain Roger, let us execute a strike from this position. Oh, very well, Roger replied, drawing his cutlass and preparing to swing. Wait, we only need to drive them back. Let us not actually injure them, Kapu called out. Despite his disdain for the celestial dragons, he did not wish to endanger the lives of Boudet and his companions, who were on the same side. I wish it could all be resolved this easily. It would keep Les Côtés safer, Daro'sbullet mused internally, yet spoke aloud. Rest assured, they possess observation hockey. At this distance, they should be able to evade. Indeed, Kapu agreed. Then I shall proceed, Roger declared, raising his unparalleled great sword, Ace, and drawing back his right hand, maximizing his swing before unleashing it. Divine Evade, a massive red and black flying slash erupted, seemingly threatening to engulf the very light of the world. The strike sliced through the stone wall before Daro'sbullet as if it were mere tofu, cleaving it in two. Yet, the attack did not end there. It continued straight toward the direction of Boudet and his companions. Encompassing them within its tremendous arc, Daro'sbullet was momentarily stunned, perceiving this as an attack from another dimension. Unbeknownst to him, the strike was a culmination of various powers. Armament hockey, Conqueror-S hockey, and master-level swordsmanship were all indispensable. And only by harmonizing these elements could one ascend to the pinnacle of strength upon the seas. Is this the attack from that pirate named Roger? Boudet inquired. Though not part of the same system, he understood that Kapu was no swordsman. Thus, this immense flying slash could only have originated from Roger in the midst of their confrontation. Adonjouha, Boudet duo remarked, twitching his nose. Hey, how can such a monster exist? Are we really heading to that island? Kueli added, anxiety evident in her voice, recalling how the soaring slash had nearly severed her wings. Fortunately, they had not been struck by the flying slash, as long as Roger did not wish to hit them. His mastery over power ensured they would remain unharmed. We must at least investigate. Otherwise, we will remain oblivious to the situation, Boudet resolved. Thus, the three slowed their pace, cautiously observing the direction of the island as they advanced gradually. Roar, are they not giving up? Daro'sbullet remarked, noticing through his observation hockey that the trio continued their approach toward the island, raising an eyebrow. Then, Major General Kapu, your turn, he commanded. Kapu responded, moving to a small hill, finding an advantageous angle, and rolling up his sleeves, clearly inspired by the awe-inspiring sword strike he had just witnessed from Roger. The Navy cannot be outshone by pirates. Before he could finish his thought, Kapu unleashed a powerful punch. If Roger's strike sought to cleave the heavens, Kapu's punch was akin to an attempt to obliterate the world itself. With a single blow, the small hill before Kapu was utterly flattened, countless stones and debris erupting outward toward the island. Are the people on that island monsters? Boudet duo gulped, struggling to articulate his fear. Duck! Boudet shouted, shoving the still-dazed Kueli aside. As massive rocks flew toward them, the trio could only employ their moonwalk to evade the incoming projectiles, maneuvering deftly in midair. Should we abandon this endeavor? Boudet contemplated, wavering in his resolve. Yet, recalling the brutal punishment that awaited them from the celestial dragons should they fail, he remained determined to investigate the island. I no longer care. I wish to return. What purpose do those two monsters on the island serve for us? Kueli is on the verge of collapse. In her view, if the three of us ascend, we might be directly struck down by the aftermath of their battle. No, we cannot proceed. Bodestati disaisible. If you wish to go, you may do so alone. Kueli, somemhatirket. Believe that their combat was entirely beyond their capacity to intervene. Let us proceed cautiously and assess the situation first, suggested Buduo, who had remained silent until now. The trio took a moment to regroup before continuing their flight toward the small island, imbued with a sense of solemnity, akin to accepting a death sentence. Still not willing to give up? Then we must resort to Plan B. Deluo, sensing the positions of the three, noticed that they were still heading toward the island. What is Plan B? It entails a confrontation between Kapu and Luo Jie. The Luo believed that with their prowess, few could withstand the ensuing shockwaves from their clash. The Luo, what will you do regarding Plan B? Luo Jie inquired, scratching his head. If both were to unleash their full might, Deluo would be closest to the epicenter. No problem at all, and I am eager to see how far I am from the pinnacle of this ocean. Deluo replied, warmed by Luo Jie's concern, yet swiftly changing the subject. Very well then, do take care, Deluo. Here it comes, Luo Jie declared, drawing his sword once more, channeling all his strength into a powerful swing. Kapu, equally formidable, enveloped his right arm in haki, rendering it as dark as iron. He then coiled his fist at his waist and swung with great force. Divine avoidance, mighty fist, the sword and fist collided. No, they did not even make contact before a tremendous shockwave erupted. The entire island trembled, and the immense air pressure rippled outward, affecting the surroundings. Countless stones scattered chaotically across the island, and Deluo was swept away by the forceful shockwave, only to be halted by a massive boulder, preventing him from being launched further. Yet he found himself deeply embedded in the stone, desperately crossing his arms to shield himself. This, however, was not the gravest danger. The true peril lay in the overwhelming presence of Luo Jie as conqueror's haki. To avoid being overwhelmed, Deluo summoned all his mental fortitude, managing only to remain conscious. What the outside world? The shockwave emanating from a small island threatened to tear the sea asunder, generating towering waves. Near the shallow waters of Daro'sBullet-Cutting's western shore, the sea appeared nearly drained, exposing portions of the seabed. Even more astonishing, the clouds above the island seemed to have been fragmented, torn into small pieces. As for Boda and his companions, they were directly knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the collision, plummeting into the sea like fallen insects. This is the clash of the strongest on the ocean. As the air pressure dissipated, Deluo extricated himself from the boulder, surveying the chaos around him with a wry smile. Merely resisting the pressure and impact generated by the two combatants had exhausted all of Deluo's strength. At that moment, he felt akin to clothing just removed from a washing machine, sore and twisted. Not bad at all, Deluo, Kapu remarked, noting that Deluo could still stand. Deluo smiled and waved his hand, using his observation haki to sense the situation. The three of them must be unconscious by now. Thus, this performance has come to an end. Chapter 62. The Battle of the Marksmen the show put on for the Celestial Dragons has concluded, and it is time for departure. Kapu was to hasten to the New World to assist the Navy, while Luo Jie's pirate crew prepared to set sail, continuing their grand adventures. On an unnamed island, facing away from the direction of Daro'sBullet, a naval ship and a pirate vessel were docked side by side. Deluo, it is time to part ways, Luo Jie declared, donning his straw hat and departing for the pirate ship without a backward glance. On the deck of the pirate ship, Rayleigh, Jabba, and others awaited. Farewell, Dalu, the enthusiastic Jabba called out, his exuberance during parting quite overwhelming. Please extend my regards to Tarek and Miss Lu Jio. Goodbye, Rayleigh added with a touch of formality. Farewell, Deluo responded, and as Jabba and Luo Jie waved from the deck, the ship unfurled its sails and set course for the distant sea. Once the mast vanished beyond the horizon, the melancholy of parting swiftly faded. Here, as Luo Jie departed, Kapu completed his preparations, counting heads before boarding the ship, clearly in a hurry. After bidding farewell to Deluo, the naval ship also prepared to leave the shore. Suddenly, Kapu, standing on the deck, seemed to recall his first conversation with Matt at the tavern and Deluo's jest about seeing the future, prompting him to ask, Deluo, do you think the Navy will ever embody true justice? Deluo, taken aback by Kapu's sudden inquiry, was momentarily perplexed but thought of Kabi, Smoker, and Fujitora, responding, certainly, but that will be a long time from now. A long time, huh? Kapu laughed heartily on the deck. Although he remained skeptical of Deluo's claims of foresight, he was pleased by the affirmation. However, a long time was something he could not afford to wait for. Let this era witness my justice. After parting ways with the two, Deluo did not linger on the island. He fortuitously encountered Major Matt, who had come to retrieve Boda and his companions, and secured a swift vessel to return. Boda and his companions were not dead. As witnesses to Kapu's pursuit of Luo Jie's pirate crew, they had to survive to report the information to the Celestial Dragons. ensuring that Ri-Kute remained safe, thus providing Kapu with a reason to return to the naval headquarters. Upon returning to the tavern, DeLuo exchanged greetings with Lugio before retreating upstairs to rest, as he had a regular match to prepare for in the afternoon against the sharpshooter named Tim, necessitating his recuperation. Meanwhile, Ri-Kute, upon hearing that both Luojia's pirate crew and Kapu had departed, paused momentarily, murmuring, "They have left?" Reflecting on those joyful moments, Lugio gently remarked, "They were all wonderful people." Perhaps due to the departure of Luojia as pirate crew, the tavern grew quiet, taking on a somewhat desolate atmosphere that lingered until lunchtime. However, by the afternoon, DeLuo's perspective shifted entirely. The fervent atmosphere of the competition instantaneously drew DeLuo back into the dueling arena. Due to Tim's previous victory over the formidable bounty of 100 million on the behemoth known as Chaosins, DeLuo found the odds for this match equally enticing. As the competition progressed, the stakes escalated, and he calculated that a triumph in this battle would elevate his funds to a staggering 1.7 billion Bailey. He could not afford to lose. Stretching his arm, which had been sorely battered by rocks earlier that morning, DeLuo confidently strode towards the battleground. Behind him, Tim observed DeLuo's departing figure with a solemn expression. He carefully removed his backpack, retrieving a gilded revolver, which he gripped firmly. Loading each bullet into the golden revolver with precision, Tim murmured, "DeLuo, is it? May you prove worthy of being defeated by this gun." With that, Tim too made his way into the contestants' passage. In the audience, the stands erupted with excitement, revealing the crowd's long-standing anticipation for this match. "Tim, give it your all. DeLuo, take down that arrogant bounty hunter." The cheers for both competitors echoed fervently, possibly a result of their previous eye-catching performances, which had garnered them a considerable following. Fortunately, the referee did not keep the spectators waiting for long. The bell rang, signaling the commencement of the match. In fact, the competition had already begun before the final toll of the bell had subsided, as both DeLuo and Tim leaped to the right simultaneously. In midair, both competitors brandished their revolvers, aiming at each other. The sound of gunfire erupted as countless bullets danced between them, each shot meticulously calculated. Bullets collided and intertwined in the air, with only a few escaping to reach their target. DeLuo's bullets were particularly cunning, his aim deadly accurate, leaving his opponent with little room for evasion. A few surviving bullets soared towards Tim at unexpected angles, but he executed an impressive roll to evade them. If DeLuo's bullets were fierce and cunning, Tim's were abundant. During the same duration in the air, Tim unleashed 6 additional rounds, forcing him to utilize his Qing Yao technique to evade DeLuo's onslaught. In the first round, the two competitors were evenly matched. "Can you feel it?" Tim inquired as he regained his footing. "What?" DeLuo was momentarily perplexed by this sudden question. "Can you sense your opponent's movements?" Realizing the ambiguity of his inquiry, Tim clarified. "Ah, so what?" DeLuo replied, recognizing that Tim was referring to the ability known as Kinbunchikahaki. "How wonderful!" Tim exclaimed, encouraged by DeLuo's affirmative response. Though Tim was unfamiliar with the specifics of Kinbunchaku, he understood that it represented a higher echelon of marksmanship, a level he had long sought after. "What's going on?" DeLuo muttered under his breath. Perhaps DeLuo had awakened this sense naturally or had grown accustomed to the presence of Roger and Carp, leading him to believe that Kinbunchaku was not that extraordinary. However, this was far from the truth. Kinbunchaku was a power belonging to a different dimension in the vast seas. Tim deeply felt the burden of being a marksman, not only fearing close encounters, but also recognizing the limitations of his firearm's damage potential. In an effort to compensate for this, he diligently honed his shooting skills, striving for improvement, yet he remained unable to surpass his limitations. He even doubted whether a marksman could ever reach the heights of those who wielded swords or possessed devil fruit abilities. Until one day, he sought the counsel of a legendary gunslinger from the South Sea, who informed him that the next level of marksmanship lay in enhanced perception and anticipating the enemy's moves. Overjoyed to discover that a path still remained unexplored, Tim began to wander in search of individuals who had attained this level, yet years passed without success. This explained his exhilaration upon witnessing DeLuo's bullets strike with such precision, as if foreseen, prompting him to brandish his cherished revolver. "I will not lose," Tim declared, raising his revolver once more to unleash a torrent of fire upon DeLuo, who reciprocated in kind. The two men resembled cowboys engaged in a classic Western duel, rolling and dodging, firing incessantly, causing the audience to erupt in applause. Eventually, both competitors seized upon a momentary lapse in the other's defense, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. "Behold my resolve," Tim bellowed, raising both revolvers to aim at DeLuo, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Simponino. 24, especially with the golden revolver, the speed at which the bullets were discharged was astounding. Yet, the true marvel lay in the swift exchange of empty chambers for loaded ones, executed in mere fractions of a second, creating the illusion that the golden revolver possessed infinite ammunition. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of incoming projectiles, DeLuo felt a twinge of fear. This relentless barrage was beyond what he believed feasible for a revolver. With no other option, DeLuo activated Shunpa to evade the onslaught, propelling himself towards Tim to close the distance for a decisive strike. However, Tim stood his ground, unwavering, raising his gun to target DeLuo, a display of immense confidence. Should he miss, he would be rendered defenseless against DeLuo's advance. Could he succeed? Tim believed so. Throughout numerous life-and-death confrontations, he had employed this high-stakes strategy against opponents seeking to close in on him. What was the outcome? He was still alive. That was the answer. The bullets flew at DeLuo from a seemingly unfathomable angle. With an instinctive tilt of his head, DeLuo narrowly evaded the lethal shot, closing in on Tim and seizing the moment to deliver a powerful kick to Tim's midsection. Is this the next level of marksmanship? This was the sole thought racing through Tim's mind as he soared through the air. With a thud, he landed unconscious. The referee approached, confirming Tim's state of incapacity before declaring loudly, "Loss of combat capability." The victor is DeLuo. Chapter 63. Golden Revolver Leone 2 days later. The aftermath of DeLuo and Tim's match heralded the final phase of the ranking tournament. In the final phase, the remaining 4 contestants will undergo 2 rounds of competition, the semifinals and the finals, to determine the ultimate champion. Prior to the semifinals, there will be a 3-day hiatus, allowing the participants to adjust to their optimal state, thus providing the audience with a captivating spectacle. However, this is merely a superficial justification. In reality, as the grand finale of the annual gambling industry, the semifinals and finals are a frenzied celebration for bettors, and this 3-day break is strategically implemented to maximize profit, allowing local tourists or gamblers ample time to arrive and enabling various betting houses to receive more wagers. Although it is a period of rest, DeLuo has been far from idle during this hiatus. He has become a prominent star on the island, with patrons nearly trampling the tavern in their eagerness. Surprisingly, it is Tim, the very one whom DeLuo bested, who has been a frequent visitor, insisting on discussing shooting techniques with DeLuo, even with his bandaged arm. DeLuo, not one to withhold knowledge, shared some insights into the cultivation techniques from the original text, and in turn, learned a great deal about shooting from Tim. Alas, all good things must come to an end. This morning, Tim came to bid farewell, stating his intention to return to the Principality of Bansi to devote himself to rigorous training, aspiring to delve deeper into the realm of marksmanship. And he even mentioned wanting to challenge DeLuo once more in the future. Autumn truly is a season rife with farewells. DeLuo mused as he sat at the bar, caressing the revolver in his hand. First, he departed from Bartolira Island, saying goodbye to Lao, Xiaoxi, and Daki. Then, upon arriving in Lazabat, he bid adieu to Kapu and Roger on the same day, and now Tim was leaving as well. DeLuo harbored profound admiration for this rival, who was so dedicated to the path of the gunslinger. Indeed, if the revolver in DeLuo's grasp were to be considered a point of merit, his admiration for Tim would blossom into affection. Indeed, when Tim departed, he left behind the golden revolver, stating it was a token of gratitude for DeLuo, revealing to him the higher realms of marksmanship and urging DeLuo to wield it to make a name for himself in the world. "One endearing fellow," DeLuo remarked. He slowly lifted the golden revolver, scrutinizing it under the light, and with a gentle motion of his finger, he disengaged the latch at the front of the cylinder, which promptly fell into his hand. In truth, DeLuo was familiar with both the design and the gun itself, having encountered a detailed account of it in Daki's Notes of the Marksman. How to describe it? One could say it possesses a significant lineage. This rapid reloading revolver hails from the Principality of Bansi, reputedly crafted exclusively for a famous musket squad, refined by their leader Bansi through numerous battles until it reached its current form. Through such enhancements, the musket squad's firepower became astonishingly formidable, achieving numerous victories in grand skirmishes. Years later, Bansi, the leader of this musket squad, became a renowned general in the kingdom. The latch mechanism itself became a closely guarded secret of the Principality of Bansi, with each musket meticulously numbered and strictly controlled, never to be divulged. As for this particular gun, its origins are even more illustrious. Once elevated to general, Bansi swiftly became a hero of the kingdom. Indeed, at that time, the Principality of Bansi was still a kingdom. However, the reigning king, having fallen prey to malicious counsel, believed that possessing such a pistol would render the kingdom's army invincible, rendering the identity of the general irrelevant. Consequently, the accomplished Bansi was summoned to the royal palace, where the king even threatened him with the life of Bansi's wife, demanding he submit to execution. Unbeknownst to them, Bansi's wife was a fierce woman who would not allow her husband to perish for her sake. She threw herself upon the soldiers' spears, meeting her tragic end on the spot. In his fury at his wife's death, Bansi led the musket squad to raise the entire palace and personally executed the king. This revolver is the predecessor of the one currently in DeLuo's possession. Subsequently, Bansi ascended to the throne and ruled as king for decades. As he had no children and chose not to remarry, he abolished the hereditary system upon his death. He transformed the kingdom into a principality, instituting an electoral process for selecting a ruler, which propelled the Principality of Bansi to become one of the most powerful nations in the South Sea. In later years, to commemorate this great monarch, the infamous regicide revolver was reassembled with the collective craftsmanship of the nation, enhanced and adorned with a layer of gold, and named after Bansi's wife, the regicidal golden revolver Leone. This firearm gained renown for its rapid reloading speed, fluid design, and exceptional accuracy. It occupies the 5th position in Old Daki's Notes of the Marksman, though DeLuo remains unaware of any underlying conspiracies, as this ranking was established by Old Daki himself and likely lacks authoritative weight. If only everyone were as passionate as Tim, DeLuo reflected, considering the stark contrast with the departing Kapu and Roger. Achoo! On the deck of the naval warship, Kapu seemed to sense that someone was speaking ill of him, prompting a mighty sneeze. To expedite their journey, Kapu opted not to enter the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain and proceed to the New World. Instead, he chose to traverse the calm belt directly. Thanks to the deployment of sea stone beneath the naval ship, they could navigate the calm belt without attracting the attention of sea kings. Kapu, this is Vice Admiral Sengoku on the line. At that moment, an aide approached Kapu, presenting Adin din Mushi. Moshi, this is Kapu. Kapu, are you still in the South Sea? Sengoku did not even inquire about the status of Kapu's mission concerning the celestial dragons. His first question was about Kapu's location, indicating the urgency of the situation. No, I am currently in the calm belt and should arrive at Marineford shortly. Kapu, shedding his usual jovial demeanor, recognized the urgency in Sengoku's tone and understood that this was no time for levity. That's excellent news. Hurry over, as we are facing a rather dire situation. Hearing that Kapu was halfway there, Sengoku let out a sigh of relief before inquiring, by the way, was the mission regarding the celestial dragon successful? No, it hasn't been completed, but I don't think it will be an issue, Kapu replied, proceeding to relay DeLuo's plan in its entirety to Sengoku. Sengoku was left speechless, astonished by the audacity of the pirates and the navy colluding to deceive the celestial dragons. Which devil conceived this idea? However, Sengoku was also grateful for DeLuo's plan. Without it, Kapu might still be in the South Sea, potentially unable to make it back in time. and the Navy would likely suffer considerable casualties. Well, the Celestial Dragons shouldn't be able to find fault with this. Marshal Kong will assist you in handling the aftermath. Sengoku considered, having no intention of pursuing Kapu's unilateral actions. Now is not the time to dwell on such trivial matters. That's reassuring. Upon hearing the response from Zhanghua, Kapu felt a sense of elation. In his eyes, the prospect of liberating themselves from the Celestial Dragons, while simultaneously sparing the Navy from punishment, was nothing short of perfect. Meanwhile, Zhanghua, on the other end of the line, expressed curiosity about the enthusiastic tavern owner that Kapu had mentioned. He believed that only someone with profound knowledge of the Navy's inner workings could conceive such an idea. Ultimately, the Navy situation could be distilled into a single phrase. Many things are not impossible, but rather, they lack a compelling reason to silence dissent. It is indeed laughable, yet undeniably true. Oh, by the way, we intercepted one of their Din Mushi and received intel indicating that the Flying Sky Pirates are located in the South Sea, with a trajectory similar to yours. If you happen to spot them, make sure to intercept that lion. Zhanghua suddenly recalled the Din Mushi captured aboard the Silver Axe pirate ship and relayed this to Kapu. The information Zhanghua received suggested that Shiki had ventured into the South Sea in pursuit of Roger. If that were the case, Shiki would also be in the South Sea, and given that Shiki's flying fleet is capable of flight, the trajectory should be linear, presenting a significant probability of an encounter with Kapu. You mean Shiki? He should be right above me, Kapu remarked, glancing skyward at the massive floating island that loomed overhead, initially mistaking it for an enormous cloud. I'll call you back later, Kapu concluded, hanging up the Din Mushi and tightening the Justice cloak around him. With his feet firmly planted, he propelled himself upward with great force, soaring into the sky like a rocket. The immense force exerted upon the Navy warships caused those still in motion to come to an abrupt halt, their hulls plunging downwards, the waterline deepening by several meters. Shiki, Kapu bellowed, his voice echoing through the clouds. He then assumed a fighting stance and delivered a powerful punch to the largest of the floating islands, sending countless fragments crashing into the sea. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 64. Invitation returning our focus to Lazabit. It was dinner time. Dalu, tomorrow is the semi-finals, correct? Lu Jiu inquired, as she picked up Dalu's bowl and heaped a generous serving of rice into it. Dalu replied, accepting the rice with both hands. How about we close the tavern for the night? You should get some rest, Lu Jiu suggested, wanting Dalu to rest well before the competition. All right. Dalu contemplated for a moment and agreed. He had been utterly exhausted these past few days. As the competition progressed towards its climax, the tavern's business had flourished. And with just Rikki and Lu Jiu managing, they were becoming overwhelmed. This was not the main issue, however. The primary concern was that many had set their sights on Dalu, the dark horse of the tournament. Numerous gamblers had visited the tavern, inquiring whether Dalu was confident in securing the championship or even threatening him with accusations of match-fixing, seemingly hoping to profit from Dalu's success. Fortunately, Dalu had managed to brush them off. Let us discuss the standings. Following 2 rounds of the regular competition, only 4 contestants remained: Dalu, Huchuan Liqian, Risai, and Huchuan Ji. These 4 would compete in the upcoming semi-finals and finals to determine the ultimate champion, with the victor receiving the grand prize of 200 million berries. Coincidentally, Dalu's semi-final opponent was none other than Huchuan Liqian, which left him feeling somewhat despondent, as this meant he could no longer place bets on the sidelines. By the end of the last round, Dalu's assets had reached a staggering 180 million berries. However, facing Huchuan Ji Liqian in this round meant he could not continue to bet on both sides. Thus, even if Dalu were to win the championship and receive the 200 million berries, combined with his 180 million, he would only amass 380 million berries. One might think this was a substantial sum, but in reality, it was scarcely sufficient to procure a decent pirate ship. Just to acquire the keel of a new ship would require a considerable expenditure on Dalu's part. Why is the keel so expensive? The answer is simple. It is made from the rare Baoshu atom. Baoshu atom is a unique species of tree in the pirate world, often hailed as the strongest tree in existence, renowned for its resilience, which purportedly withstands any war unscathed. Due to its durability, Baoshu is frequently utilized in shipbuilding, resulting in vessels that are incredibly sturdy and reputed to never sink. Consequently, its price is exorbitant, with every appearance in the market commanding transaction amounts exceeding 200 million. And often, there's no price at all, given that Roger's ship, the Golden Jackson, and Luffy's later vessel, the Thousand Sunny, both featured keels crafted from Baoshu. Dalu resolved that no matter what, his new ship must also incorporate this extraordinary material for its keel. The more he pondered, the more Dalu felt that Luffy's stroke of luck in acquiring the Thousand Sunny for 300 million and securing a top-tier shipwright like Frankie was nothing short of miraculous. Dalu recognized that he lacked Luffy's fortune and thus needed to save more money. With his next opponent being Huchuan Liqian, Dalu did not feel entirely confident, especially after observing several of Huchuan Liqian's matches. He sensed that Huchuan Liqian harbored hidden strengths. For some reason, every move Huchuan Liqian executed appeared awkward to Dalu's discerning eye. In particular, while his initial techniques seemed fluid and nearly flawless, he would abruptly alter his approach, leading to hesitancy and revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Dalu couldn't help but wonder if he was concealing his true capabilities. This situation was quite vexing. Dalu grimaced at the thought that if Huchuan Liqian truly was hiding his strength, it would pose a significant challenge, especially with several CP0 agents present on the island. Dalu felt compelled to refrain from revealing his devil fruit abilities during the competition. If he were to carelessly employ special bullets or grenades, it could expose him. Never mind. I won't place any bets for tomorrow's match, Dalu resolved, deciding to pause his betting and await the finals. He preferred not to engage in uncertain wagers, for he understood that gambling must not be driven by impulse. The principle of greed leads to loss was one he was well aware of. Later that evening, as Dalu and Lu Jiu returned downstairs, preparing to close the tavern for the night and turn away customers, an unexpected guest arrived. Miss Suzuki from the Wooden Sword Pavilion. Miss Suzuki, do you require something? Dalu inquired, glancing at her at the tavern entrance. Boss Dalu, do you have a moment? My master requests your presence. Suzuki politely informed him. Dalu found himself momentarily taken aback, wondering why Huchuan would summon him at such a time. Despite his confusion, he accepted Suzuki's invitation without hesitation. As they walked along the path, the streetlights cast elongated shadows of the two figures. Suddenly, Lingmu complimented Daruo, expressing admiration for the young boss's remarkable abilities. Not at all, Daruo humbly replied. Lingmu continued. Do you have confidence for tomorrow's match, Boss Daruo? Absolutely. Daruo responded with a confident demeanor. Although he felt uncertain against Huchuan Liqian, he believed in maintaining a positive outlook. After all, according to the renowned mid-laner from his previous life, the pre-match win rate was always at least 50-50. Lingmu acknowledged Daruo's response, though he seemed skeptical. Noticing Lingmu's doubt, Daruo chose not to comment further, as the truth would soon unfold with the impending match. Their conversation came to a close, and the atmosphere gradually cooled. Fortunately, the distance between the Bote Tavern and the Wooden Sword Pavilion was not far, and as they took a shortcut, Daruo soon found himself at the entrance of the Wooden Sword Pavilion. Boss Daruo, please come inside. Lingmu gestured politely. Daruo, feeling familiar with the place, confidently led the way through the training hall and courtyard until he reached the tea room from his last visit. After knocking on the door and receiving a response from Huchuan, Daruo entered the tea room. Master Huchuan, you summoned me in the dead of night for a specific reason? Daruo inquired directly. Boss Daruo, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's match? Huchuan began to speak slowly from his seat. Chapter 65. The Rumor of Shuro What? You want me to forfeit? Daruo's incredulous voice echoed through the tea room. That's impossible, he asserted firmly. Huchuan was suggesting that he forfeit the match tomorrow. What a joke. Boss Daruo, are you familiar with Huchuan Liqian? Huchuan inquired after hearing Daruo's response. I am not, but that doesn't matter. If you want me to forfeit, at least provide a reason, Daruo replied. Tomorrow. You cannot possibly win, Boss Daruo. Rather than that, it will be better to forfeit, Ling Mu suggested to Daruo. Daruo felt speechless. Ling Mu's lack of faith was his own issue, but demanding a forfeit was unreasonable. Ignoring Ling Mu, Daruo turned to Huchuan and said, "Master Huchuan, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. If you forfeit tomorrow, I can give you the 200 million bellies of the championship prize right now. You one team need to compete." Huchuan stated calmly while sitting at the tea table. As he spoke, Ling Mu produced a box. 200 million bellies. Ling Mu opened the box, revealing it filled to the brim with cash. Daruo had never seen such a sum in his entire life, yet he coldly replied, "No need. I will earn that 200 million prize once I become the champion." After saying this, Daruo stood up, intending to leave. He had a match tomorrow and no time to waste. "Have you heard the rumors of the evil spirit Shura on the island?" Huchuan voice slowly resonated behind Daruo. Evil spirit? Shura? Daruo was perplexed by Huchuan sudden shift to such supernatural tales. However, having only been on LaserBullet for a couple of months, he was unaware of any ghostly rumors on the island. "I don't know. What's the matter?" Upon hearing Daruo's response, Ling Mu took over the narrative. Speaking in a captivating tone, "This is a tale from 11 years ago on the island. At that time, LaserBullet was not as prosperous as it is now. The people's lives were not affluent, especially as the Navy was constantly battling pirates, leading many children to lose their parents and become orphans. Shura was said to be one such orphan, who lost his parents due to pirate invasions. Those orphans and refugees would beg by the docks during the day, hoping for a morsel of food from passersby, and at night they would gather near the garbage dump to scavenge for food or find a cardboard box to rest in. Everyone knew that after 11 o'clock at the dump, one should not venture out, as it was the evil spirit's active time. Although they had never seen this so-called Shura, sometimes when they woke up at the dump, they would find many corpses surrounding them. At one point, a pirate with a bounty of 50 million bellies came to the island, only to be discovered dead at the dump, and people claimed it was the work of Shura. The pirate's crew vowed to avenge their captain, and rumors spread like wildfire on the island. At that time, the old master was investigating the matter, and he took me and Master Huchuan to the dump one night, where we witnessed a scene I would never forget. A child charged into a crowd wielding an iron rod, mercilessly beating an entire pirate crew to a pulp. That boy single-handedly slaughtered the entire pirate crew. "But what does this have to do with my match tomorrow?" Daruo asked in confusion. After hearing Daruo's question, Huchuan answered, "What if I told you that your opponent tomorrow, Huchuan, is that very Shura?" "No way," Daruo exclaimed in surprise. He had never considered that angle. As in his impression, Huchuan, with the squinty eyes, seemed rather amiable. How could he possibly be a person of such lethal nature? "But that is the truth, Boss Daruo. Do you still believe you have a chance tomorrow?" "Remember, Huchuan single-handedly took down an entire pirate crew at the age of 7, Ling Mu interjected. "No. If Huchuan is that formidable, then why do you continue to provoke the Jianxing Pavilion?" Daruo was not easily intimidated by Ling Mu's words and quickly pinpointed the flaw in his argument. Ling Mu did not directly respond to Daruo's question, but continued the story. Later, the old master brought the barely alive child back to the sword pavilion, intending to adopt him. He named him Huchuan and took him in as an apprentice, hoping to teach him the sword to quell his violent tendencies. Huchuan talent was astonishing. The sword techniques taught by the old master seemed effortless for him, as he could grasp nearly every move at a glance. In no time, Huchuan swordsmanship rivaled that of the old master, yet he struggled to suppress his bloodthirsty nature, often injuring his sparring partners. Fortunately, under the old master's subtle guidance, Huchuan eventually managed to control his violent persona and became gentler. Persona? Daruo seized upon the key point, emphasizing the term with gravity. Indeed, persona. Huchuan completely abandoned his violent persona, giving rise to a more temperate personality, which is the character he possesses now. Huchuan elaborated. Is he yet another Cavendish? Daruo pondered silently. This situation reminded him of the future figure known as Long Mayer, the scythe of death, Cavendish, who also possessed two distinct personalities. Isn't that rather splendid? Daruo inquired, perplexed, as he faced Huchuan. Splendid? No. That demonic persona has merely been suppressed, not eradicated. It will resurface upon external provocation, Hachuan solemnly replied. Upon hearing this, even Daro, though somewhat naive, comprehended that the lengthy discourse was essentially persuading him to forego the competition the following day. Does this mean that even if I triumph over Hachuan Liqian's normal persona in tomorrow's match, the demonic persona will be provoked, implying that I will ultimately be unable to defeat Hachuan Liqian? Why? Are you yearning to face Hachuan Liqian in the finals to prove your superiority and demonstrate that this sword dojo should be inherited by you? Daro questioned assertively. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, with all three remaining mute. After a prolonged pause, Hachuan finally spoke. I see. Daro believes that Hachuan Liqian and I are adversaries, and that I am desperately trying to persuade Daro to withdraw from the competition in order to defeat him in the finals and prove my strength to the public. Is that not so? Daro retorted. Certainly not. While I do wish to demonstrate my worthiness to safeguard the Jianding Sword Dojo, it is also to liberate Li Qian from the dojo's constraints, Hachuan articulated. Liberate from constraints? Daro was left utterly bewildered. Does Hachuan seek to reclaim the dojo from Hachuan Liqian, or is it that he wishes to free Li Qian from the dojo as confines? Observing Daro's confusion, Hachuan continued to elucidate. After being adopted by the old dojo master, Hachuan Ping, Hachuan Liqian gradually became more gentle over time, and Hachuan did not intentionally distance himself from this new family member. Rather, their relationship flourished. On a day etched in memory, Hachuan asked, Li Qian, what is your dream? After a day of kendo practice. Dream? I am uncertain. In my childhood, simply having enough to eat felt like a dream, yet now I find myself at a loss, replied Hachuan Liqian, who had been burdened by the pressures of survival throughout his life. How can that be? Every individual must harbor a dream, Hachuan insisted, handing a water bottle to Hachuan Liqian and gently patting his head. Then, what is your dream, senior brother? Hachuan Liqian inquired curiously, clutching the water bottle. As for me, I aspire to become a renowned swordsman, ensuring that the name of Jianding Ryu swordsmanship resonates throughout the world. Hachuan proclaimed, thumping his chest with pride as he shared his lifelong dream. Meanwhile, the dojo master, seated in the courtyard, chuckled heartily upon hearing his son's aspiration. Indeed, that is a remarkable dream. Therefore, I too shall strive to become a distinguished swordsman and bring fame to Jianding Ryu swordsmanship, Hachuan Liqian added in agreement. In that moment, Hachuan Liqian discovered his own dream, akin to a ship finding its guiding beacon. However, the disparity between individuals is immeasurable. It is uncertain whether Hachuan Liqian's talent was excessively formidable or if Hachuan was simply mediocre. Within a few years, Hachuan Liqian's prowess in kendo reached astonishing heights, bolstered by his battle-hardened physique, rendering him a fearsome combatant. Liqian, you must exert yourself even further, for our dreams rely on you for fulfillment. Over time, the aspirations of Hachuan once a spirited youth in his 20s, dulled, yet he bore no resentment. Instead, he placed his hopes upon Hachuan Liqian, recognizing the extraordinary potential harbored within that young man. Nevertheless, every tale possesses its complications. It was perhaps in the second year following Hachuan Liqian's adoption that the aging dojo master, Hachuan Ping, found himself in declining health, while Hachuan possessing only modest talent, struggled to elevate his kendo skills. The scant combat records and unsatisfactory results gradually tarnished the reputation of Jianding Ryu. Numerous rival kendo schools from neighboring islands sent challengers to gain renown through defeating Jianding Dojo. After several successful challenges, the dojo's reputation plummeted, leading to the departure of numerous apprentices, and, eventually, they could not even attract new students. What was worse, some lesser-known dojos on the island sought to band together to challenge Jianding Dojo, aiming to crush it completely. In desperation, the old dojo master was left with no choice but to set up a tournament, inviting various dojos in a bid to salvage the dojo's final honor. Yet, the old master was frail, After participating in 2 matches, he could no longer endure. At that moment, Suzuki intervened. Just as the old master was about to succumb, young Qian stood up. The boy took the sword Huchuan Shou Jianding from the old master's hands and ascended to the arena like a celestial swordsman, vanquishing 7 opponents in succession. Was that not splendid? Daro asked in confusion. However, even young Qian, after defeating 7 formidable swordsmen consecutively, began to falter, and in the subsequent bouts, he found himself repeatedly overpowered, until at last his other persona awakened. From Suzuki's chilling tone, Daro discerned the gravity of the unfolding events, and Suzuki's ensuing words confirmed Daro's suspicions. At merely 9 years of age, Huchuan Liqian wielded a sword nearly taller than himself, toppling everyone in his path. Compared to his gentle, normal persona, the demonic persona was far more ruthless, leaving his opponents either maimed or grievously injured. Blood stained the entire venue, with numerous individuals suffering broken limbs at the hands of Huchuan Liqian, rendering them unable to wield a sword for life, leading to a chaotic scene where a multitude of swordsmen besieged a single child. At this juncture, Daro comprehended the outcome. He could hardly believe that a boy capable of vanquishing an entire pirate crew would be helpless against several swordsmen. A hellish battleground, Suzuki described the situation at that time. Subsequently, in an effort to regain control, the old master, despite his frail condition, unleashed the secret 9-character sword technique, desperately attempting to subdue the rampaging Huchuan Liqian. Although he succeeded in rendering Huchuan Liqian unconscious, the old master's already weakened body succumbed after the ordeal, and after a few days of illness, he passed away. Upon awakening, Huchuan Liqian, burdened by the knowledge that he had caused the old master's demise, plunged into profound self-reproach. To prevent Huchuan Liqian from sinking into despair, the old master entrusted the dojo to him before his passing, hoping that by safeguarding the dojo, Huchuan Liqian might alleviate his guilt. However, this plan evidently bore little fruit. After the old master's departure, Huchuan Liqian became increasingly despondent, tirelessly suppressing his inner persona. Following my father's death, I felt acutely inadequate. Thus, I devoted myself to rigorous training in our family's sword techniques. Though I may not possess remarkable talent, through diligent practice, I have achieved a modest level of success, Huchuan Ji recounted. Later, in pursuit of fulfilling my father's wish to promote Jianding Ryu swordsmanship, I ventured out to establish this wooding dojo. Therefore, why do you wish for me to concede? Daro queried, bewildered. If you, Huchuan Ji, have such confidence in Huchuan Liqian, why fear that he cannot triumph over me? Although we indeed have great confidence in Shao Qian's abilities, Mr. Daluo's strength is undeniably formidable. We are concerned that if we encounter him in the semifinals, Shao Qian may be compelled to unleash his Azura persona, Suzuki remarked. Chapter 66, The Port Garbage Dump. Daluo ultimately declined the request from Izumi Seiki, as he perceived it to be a matter concerning the Izumi family, which held no relevance to him. However, the 200 million berries that had just been placed before him left him somewhat astonished. In reality, acquiescing to Izumi Seiki's request would have been the more prudent choice. Since, if what Izumi Seiki claimed was true, that Izumi Liqian possessed 2 personas and that the second was extraordinarily powerful, then Daluo could not afford to hold back in tomorrow's match. This would necessitate him utilizing his devil fruit abilities, potentially exposing his trump cards. Rather than risk that, it would be wiser to take the 200 million berries and forfeit the match. Yet, it was quite frustrating, Daluo muttered, for while he was indeed in need of money, his participation in the competition was not solely motivated by financial gain. The opportunity for honing his skills was of paramount importance. As he walked along the dimly lit path, Daluo contemplated tomorrow's match. At the end of the path, around a corner, an orange light illuminated the ground, revealing a shadow in the center of the circular light, indicating that someone was present. "Are you coming out?" Daluo called to the shadow. "Boss, long time no see," emerged a figure clad in white, and Daluo recognized the familiar address. Only one person had ever referred to him as such, Izumi Liqian. Daluo regarded the newcomer and then scratched his head, inquiring, "Do you need something from me?" "Yes, there's a matter in which I require your assistance, boss," Izumi Li Qian replied, scratching his head, at a loss for how to articulate the issue. "You're not suggesting I forfeit the match, are you?" Daluo observed Izumi Li Qian's distressed expression and speculated that the young man might fear he would be unable to prevail tomorrow and wanted him to withdraw. "Forfeit?" Izumi Li Qian asked, perplexed, and then recalled that the path Daluo was currently traversing led to the Wooding Sword House, suddenly realizing, "I see. Brother Seiki wants you to forfeit tomorrow's match?" Noting that Izumi Li Qian did not seem to be lying, Daluo found it difficult to discern what the young man truly intended. Thus, he questioned, "What is it that you need?" "Follow me," Izumi Li Qian replied, not answering Daluo's question, and led him toward the eastern side of the island. The port garbage dump. "So, you brought me here to fight?" Daluo stated to Izumi Li Qian, after glancing around the barren area and the peculiar-smelling heaps of garbage. He deduced that this was indeed the garbage dump near the port that Izumi Seiki had mentioned. "Yes, because there are some things I don't want others to see during tomorrow's match," Izumi Li Qian said with narrowed eyes, stepping back a few paces to maintain a distance of about 10 meters from Daluo. "Suit yourself," Daluo shrugged. "Let us agree that the loser tonight must forfeit tomorrow's match. Shall we?" This arrangement was advantageous for Daluo as well, for he possessed certain techniques that were not suitable for public display, and with CP0 lurking on the island, battling here would allow him to unleash his full potential. All right, Izumi Li Qian had not anticipated Daluo's straightforward agreement, as he believed Daluo was not the type to concede easily. With that, Izumi Li Qian slowly drew his Izumi Mamoru Kanesada from its sheath, silently watching Daluo, seemingly awaiting his move. "Let us begin," Daluo declared, drawing the golden revolver, Leone, from its holster, loading specialized compressed bullets while locking his gaze intently on Izumi Li Qian. Bang, bang, bang. Daluo initiated the assault, firing 3 bullets toward Izumi Li Qian. Indeed, when maintaining distance, the marksman is often the first to strike. Yet, Izumi Li Qian remained as steadfast as a mountain, deftly deflecting each bullet with his blade, the motion graceful and fluid, akin to a fairy ladling water from a lake with a scoop. From this single maneuver, Daluo recognized Izumi Li Qian's prowess, rather than merely slicing the bullets. He had used their momentum to showcase his swordsmanship. As the master Yang Ichiro had once stated, the way of the sword embodies both unyielding strength and gentle grace. Only by harmonizing these two can one achieve mastery. Daluo dared not be complacent. He flicked his gun, sending 2 specialized incendiary rounds soaring directly toward Izumi Li Qian. "Xiangyu." Izumi Li Qian sharply raised his wrist, wielding the Izumi Mamoru Kanesada, unleashing 2 slashing strikes that soared toward Daluo, crossing each other in a cross formation, reminiscent of a great rock taking flight. With a resounding bang, Daluo's bullets were consumed by the slashing strikes, igniting a massive fireball in midair. However, the sheer force of the bullets was insufficient to halt the swordsman's strikes. As anticipated, the 2 slashing attacks, akin to a phoenix reborn from the flames, surged toward Daluo. "Qingyao." Daluo raised an eyebrow, firmly planting his feet on the ground, his body ascending like a soaring swallow, evading the devastating slashing strike. Observing Daluo take to the air, Izumi Li Qian did not remain idle. He leaped forward to close the distance while wielding his sword, launching a formidable slashing strike directly toward Daluo's landing spot. Fortunately, Daluo had prepared for this, utilizing the second jump of Qingyao to twist in midair, landing behind Izumi Li Qian and executing a flying kick toward the back of his head, the agility of his movement breathtaking. Izumi Li Qian, however, was no slouch. Sensing the impending danger as Daluo's kick approached, he swiftly sidestepped, countering with a backhanded sword strike to intercept Daluo's fierce kick. It seemed that Izumi Li Qian was indeed skilled. He had reacted promptly to Daluo's sudden change in tactics. More impressively, his grasp on the battle's dynamics was remarkable. Daluo's aerial kick had initially posed a grave threat, yet Izumi Li Qian had swiftly countered and engaged, effectively neutralizing Daluo's attack. "Here it comes," Daluo murmured as he landed. True to his prediction, Izumi Li-Qian immediately launched a fierce offensive, the 3-foot blade whistling through the air. Fortunately, Daluo's mastery of haki allowed him to perceive and anticipate Izumi Li-Qian's every movement, successfully mitigating the onslaught. Truly remarkable. Has the esteemed boss begun to perceive the very breath of all things? Observing Daluo's seemingly divine movements, Huchuan Li-Qian spoke. Breath? Daluo inquired with a hint of confusion. Is that not the case? Huchuan Li-Qian continued, scrutinizing Daluo's astonished expression. I had thought the esteemed boss, like myself, could occasionally hear the sword's breath. I see. Upon hearing Huchuan Li-Qian's words, Daluo was suddenly reminded of the original tale where Sauron, during his battle against Mr. One in Alabasta, suddenly became attuned to the frequency of all things breathing, and in that conflict he comprehended the power to sever steel, thus stepping into the realm of the sword master. However, Huchuan Li-Qian was already a sword master, was he not? It can only be said that the swordsmanship in the world of pirates is exceedingly peculiar. Perhaps each individual has their own journey along the path of the sword. The brief interlude did not disrupt the battle between the two. At the harbor, Huchuan Li-Qian relentlessly wielded his renowned sword, unleashing a torrent of fierce flying slashes directed at Daluo. Daluo, undeterred, deftly evaded each of these deadly assaults while simultaneously seeking the opportunity to fire. Bullets flew at Huchuan Li-Qian from clever angles, yet they were quickly obliterated by the glint of the sword. It seems the night will be quite eventful. Observing the multitude of bullet holes and the cutting marks left by the flying slashes on the ground, Daluo sighed. Then, he concealed his nonchalant demeanor and addressed Huchuan Li-Qian before him. Has the warm-up concluded? Noticing Daluo's serious expression, Huchuan Li-Qian momentarily paused, then squinted his eyes with a slight smile and replied, Indeed. Chapter 67. The 9-character secret sword as the second round commenced. The ferocity of Daluo and Huchuan Li-Qian's attacks escalated significantly. If in the first round their exchanges bore a semblance of testing the waters, in this round, they appeared to unleash their full prowess. Huchuan Li-Qian's flying slashes became increasingly rapid. Had Daluo not awakened his Kinbunchaku, he might have fallen prey to them. Nevertheless, the sword intent emanating from those strikes posed considerable challenges for Daluo. Conversely, Daluo, employing specially crafted bullets, elevated his firepower to a new level, unleashing a variety of bullets that left Huchuan Li-Qian hard-pressed to respond. Is this fellow a fruit user? Huchuan Li-Qian mused, noting the singed cuffs and wounds adorning his attire, indicating he was slightly on the back foot. With this thought, he resolved to refrain from holding back any longer. Esteemed boss, be cautious. Huchuan Li-Qian's demeanor shifted from gentle to resolute. His previously narrowed eyes opened slightly, and a fierce sword intent radiated from them. Secret technique, soldier character diamond. Huchuan Li-Qian summoned all his strength, concentrating it in his sword-wielding right hand, his arms swelling with power, the trembling blade signifying the immense force, rendering it almost unsteady in his grip. As if reaching its zenith, Huchuan Li-Qian swung the sword with all his might, the gathered force erupting like a waterfall breaching a dam. A colossal slash soared skyward, and even the surrounding air dared not impede the luminous white sword light, as turbulent currents of air crackled around strike. I cannot take this head on. The moment Huchuan Li-Qian swung his sword, this thought flashed through Daluo's mind. Shuanpa. Just before the blade made contact, Daluo forcefully stomped the ground, instantaneously flashing to the side. Swoosh! Boom! The white slash cleaved through the air, leaving a 20-meter-long gash upon the harbor surface, the clean break testament to the ferocity of the strike. Yet before Daluo could process his astonishment, Huchuan Li-Qian launched himself skyward, appearing directly in front of him. With a diagonal swing of his sword, another unparalleled slash was poised to be unleashed. Daluo dared not allow Huchuan Li-Qian to execute his strike at such close range. Pivoting on his left foot, he twisted his body forward while delivering a powerful kick aimed at Huchuan Li-Qian's abdomen. Huchuan Li-Qian's response was swift. With a forceful grip, he retracted his previously unstoppable strike. instantly positioning his sword horizontally before his waist, effectively blocking Daluo's right leg. Following this, with a fluid motion akin to Tai Chi, he deftly flicked his sword, leaving a deep gash on Daluo's leg. Seeing this, Daluo stifled the pain, mustering his strength to forcefully push Huchuan Lixian away, seizing this moment to quickly retreat, creating distance between them. "This fellow is truly seasoned," Daluo remarked, glancing at the wound on his leg, clearly indicating that this round of combat favored his opponent. Truly impressive for one who has fought since childhood. The speed of his reactions and battle acumen are astounding. Had Daluo's reflexes been even a moment slower, he might have lost his entire leg to Huchuan Lixian's strike. Having landed a blow, Huchuan Lixian did not rush forward. Instead, he stood still, seemingly waiting for Daluo to make the first move. "Indeed, I have been underestimated." Daluo caressed his weapon, Leone withdrawing the magazine, then methodically loading the specially crafted bullets in a specific sequence, while simultaneously retrieving another revolver with his left hand. Although not as adept as Tim, he thought 18 rounds should suffice. Gazing at the golden revolver in his right hand, Daluo prepared to showcase the shooting techniques he had learned from Tim over the past few days. 18 consecutive kill flame stars, Daluo utilized Shuanpa to vanish from his original position, reappearing at Huchuan Lixian's left side a heartbeat later. Bang! Though there was but a single gunshot, in truth, 18 bullets were unleashed in rapid succession, with each revolver containing only 6 bullets. Daluo needed to perform a quick reload at the very moment of firing, a testament to Leone's enhancement. The 18 bullets did not converge upon a single point, but were divided into 3 sets of 6, with one set aimed directly at Huchuan Lixian's current position, while the other 2 flanked him from the left and right, effectively cornering him. There is no escape. Bored, Huchuan Lixian, observing the 6 bullets hurtling toward him, remarked with an impassive expression. He then swung his long knife, attempting to cleave them one by one. In his view, no matter how cunningly the bullets were aimed, he remained unafraid. Swordmasters never fear bullets. Yet, as is often the case, exceptions exist. Daluo's bullets were not so easily dealt with. The first 3 wooden bullets detonated upon contact with the blade, exploding into a shower of splinters that enveloped Huchuan Lixian. Almost simultaneously, the subsequent 3 incendiary bullets arrived, igniting the vast cloud of wood debris in an instant, creating a colossal fireball. Moreover, within the area engulfed by the fireball, the additional 12 bullets were similarly ignited in a flash. The conflagration shot skyward, illuminating the entire harbor, with the center of the fireball precisely where Huchuan Lixian stood. "Is this fellow all right?" Daluo remarked while gazing at the immense fireball before him. This was his first time employing such a technique in battle, and he was astonished by the ferocity of this skill, which combined the unique properties of various bullets. Its power rivaled that of the C2 Bao Yanhong Lian grenade, indicating that this technique could be further developed in the future. However, his apprehensions were soon alleviated as there was movement within the fireball. Inside the fireball, Huchuan Lixian held his sword horizontally across his chest. With a determined swing, a brilliant flash of white light surged forth, followed by a slender, crescent-shaped slash that spiraled counterclockwise. As this slash expanded, it conjured a tempest of sword energy resembling a tornado. The violently burning fireball was ensnared by this whirlwind, with its searing flames continuously drawn in. Meanwhile, Huchuan Lixian, situated in the eye of the storm, found the flames engulfing him absorbed by the sword energy, dissipating into the heavens as the tornado ascended. "What a delightfully wicked technique, Mr. Boss," Huchuan Lixian remarked, brushing off the remnants of embers clinging to him, casting a glance at his singed attire. Seemingly in response to Daluo's previous onslaught, Huchuan Lixian's swordsmanship gained an added edge. In an instant, Huchuan Lixian vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before Daluo, unleashing a rapid strike with his blade. The slashing attack arced through the sky and materialized before Daluo in the blink of an eye, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. Daluo felt a shiver run down his spine as he beheld the incoming blade of light, swiftly executing a short-distance teleportation to evade the attack. In truth, Had it not been for his ability to foresee Huchuan Liqian's position with his death eye, DeLuo would have been unable to react in time. The speed was overwhelming. It wasn't solely Huchuan Liqian's swiftness, but also the rapidity of his movement, sword swing, and the flight of his strike. The entire maneuver seemed to culminate in an instant, and by the time DeLuo processed the situation, the terrifying slash was already upon him. Surprised to see DeLuo evade his attack, Huchuan Liqian expressed his astonishment. The Lin technique from the 9-character secret sword emphasized speed, combined with exceptional control and cunning angles, rendering it nearly impossible for an average opponent to escape. Since mastering this technique, he had never encountered anyone capable of evading it. DeLuo was the first. Huchuan Liqian pondered briefly, then slowly raised his sword. Huchuan showed Jianding, aiming the blade at DeLuo, who stood 3 zhang away. He then unleashed a flurry of flying slashes aimed directly at DeLuo. The Jiezimi Pashayu was a technique from the 9-character secret sword, characterized by a seemingly endless barrage of flying sword energy, dense as raindrops. DeLuo watched as the multitude of slashes surged toward him. Realizing the overwhelming intensity of the attack, he instinctively retrieved a grenade from his pocket and hurled it forward. The countless slashes fell like raindrops, but rapidly pierced through the first air wall's defenses. The remaining slashes, still brimming with power, pressed onward, only to be halted by the second layer. A mere fraction managed to penetrate to the third layer, but even those, having lost much of their potency, were rendered incapable of advancing further. Observing the shredded remnants of the triple air walls, DeLuo raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Huchuan Liqian was indeed a formidable opponent. It seemed he would have to get serious. From within his attire, DeLuo produced several specialized grenades and addressed Huchuan Liqian, who was 10 meters away. Be careful. I'm about to get serious. Chapter 68. A delicate balance. When cornered, one must weave and maneuver. When prosperous, unleash a torrent of firepower. DeLuo, who had been continuously dodging and waiting for the opportune moment to shoot, transformed his approach upon deploying the grenades. A variety of grenades flew from his hands, detonating mid-air and on the ground, creating considerable trouble for Huchuan Liqian. The sheer variety of grenades was enough to induce a headache. Compounded by the sporadic bullets DeLuo fired, making defense a daunting task. Yet, the most perilous aspect was that his own flying slashes were preemptively dodged by DeLuo. And even with the 9-character secret sword techniques, it remained incredibly challenging to breach the peculiar air wall's defenses. In contrast to Huchuan Liqian, DeLuo reveled in the thrill of combat, fully experiencing the exhilaration that Sam had described. The ability to unleash unlimited firepower while maintaining a defensive air wall was nothing short of exhilarating. Eventually, even Huchuan Liqian, who had been on the back foot for an extended period, found himself vulnerable as DeLuo seized an opportunity. DeLuo fired 3 bullets that locked onto the 3 directions Huchuan Liqian was attempting to evade, and then a C2 Tai Ci Ling followed suit, landing at Huchuan Liqian's feet. The deep blue grenade exploded upon impact, scattering countless steel needles like petals in a storm, each one hurtling toward Huchuan Liqian with tremendous force, akin to a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing the onslaught, Huchuan Liqian could only wield his long sword desperately to fend off the barrage. Despite his impeccable defense, 2 needles managed to slip through, inflicting wounds on his left arm and right leg. Mr. Boss, you truly are a troublesome adversary, Huchuan Liqian lamented, observing the blood seeping from his wounds. DeLuo indeed proved to be the most formidable opponent he had ever faced, and what was more striking was that this individual, with whom he was engaged in such an intense battle, was of a similar age. This was an experience he had never encountered before. Mr. Boss, has anyone ever referred to you as a monster? Huchuan Liqian inquired, taking a deep breath to suppress the pain, tightening his grip on his sword, assuming a mid-stance, and fixing his gaze on DeLuo. Monster? Not at all, DeLuo replied, puzzled. He then recalled what Huchuan Ji had mentioned regarding the murderous persona. Realizing that Huchuan Liqian had likely been labeled a monster frequently, prompting his sudden realization. I'm not a person with a dual personality. Did senior brother Ji mention this to you? Huchuan Liqian retorted, his previously gentle expression replaced by intensity, his eyes widening slightly. Through the narrowed slits, the Luo could discern the chilling glint emanating from Huchuan Liqian's gaze. As the Luo observed Huchuan Liqian's aura steadily escalating, the menacing killing intent began to envelop his sword. Hey, this is getting serious, the Luo thought uneasily, fearing that Huchuan Liqian's murderous persona was awakening. Everything is fine. It seemed Huchuan Liqian had heard the Luo's internal thoughts, suddenly reverting to his softer demeanor, and the overwhelming aura surrounding him waned. The sudden shift in atmosphere left Daruo momentarily stunned. After expressing his surprise, he inquired, "So, have you mastered another persona?" "Mastered? That could be one way to put it. After all, I haven't been idle these past few years," Huchuan Liqian replied, simultaneously lowering his body again, assuming the previous stance as his aura gradually intensified. When Huchuan Liqian's presence reached its zenith, it transformed entirely, becoming as chilling as the depths of winter, imbued with an air of lethal intent. Daruo, captivated by this astonishing aura, exerted all his strength to activate his Kinbunchaku, employing his precognitive ability to discern Huchuan Liqian's movements, not daring to blink. In the next moment, Huchuan Liqian moved. In an instant, he traversed several zhang, closing in on Daruo. With a swift motion, a sword technique resembling fleeting light was unleashed. A 3-foot blade of cold radiance surging toward him with lethal intent. Daruo had no choice but to retreat hastily, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yet a wound was still inflicted upon his chest by the long sword that had pressed too close. The same sword strike yielded vastly different results. Previously, Daruo had evaded by anticipating its trajectory, but this time, even with foreknowledge of Huchuan Liqian's position, he could not react in time to evade. The speed was overwhelming, more than double that of before. Without his Kinbunchaku, it would have been impossible to avoid a fatal blow. Yet, even with it, he could do little more. To onlookers, the scene was even more pronounced, as if a segment of time had been severed. They witnessed only the initial draw of the sword and the concluding retraction, the intervening actions entirely omitted, and Daruo was already wounded. Observing the gash on his chest and the blood flowing freely, Daruo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lamenting, "Though I prepared myself mentally, I still couldn't evade." Truly terrifying, this individual who has mastered a second persona. However, Daruo had no intention of resigning himself to defeat. He was not one to accept losses easily. Glancing at the hand grenade in his pocket, he began devising a counterattack. With a flick of his fingers, Daruo tossed a red grenade a short distance away. In the next instant, the grenade detonated, erupting into a conflagration on the ground. Strangely, the flames did not disperse in all directions, but rather fanned out in a cone towards Huchuan Liqian. Realizing the imminent danger, Huchuan Liqian swung his right hand, unleashing a barrage of flying slashes to cleave through the wall of fire. Yet, under the intense heat and shockwave, his fierce strikes vanished as if consumed by an unfathomable abyss. Even if a few of those slashes managed to breach the flames, by the time they reached Daruo, their momentum had waned, rendering them ineffective. Daruo's assault continued relentlessly. The towering flames surged toward Huchuan Liqian, explosions resonating in rapid succession. Just as the searing inferno threatened to engulf him, Huchuan Liqian made his move. He raised his sword to his chest, the sharp blade pointed skyward, and the concentrated killing intent emanated from the sword's tip, coalescing behind him into a nearly tangible specter of death. The immovable deity, a manifestation of his power, shielded Huchuan Liqian from the oncoming inferno, splitting the overwhelming flames in two, resembling a statue of a revered Buddha standing firm amidst hellfire, decisively suppressing the raging flames. As the fire subsided, the figure of the immovable deity gradually faded, revealing Huchuan Liqian unscathed within, demonstrating the formidable defensive capabilities of one of the 9 character secret swords. The Guardian Sword. At this stage of the battle, Daruo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Huchuan Li Xian's resilience. Finding himself unable to defeat him even after deploying all his tactics, Daro was at a loss for what to do. It seemed that the C2 grenades were of little consequence now. Would it be excessive to resort to C3? He pondered, feeling an unexpected inclination to acquiesce to He Chuanji's request. Glancing at the C3 grenades in his pocket, he sighed in frustration, never having expected He Chuan Li Xian to be such a formidable adversary, rendering even the C2 ineffective. Had he conceded to He Chuanji, would he now be at home, counting his money? Daro thought helplessly. Just as he was about to retrieve a C3 grenade from his pocket, he noticed He Chuan Li Xian, 10 meters away, pale and clearly straining to maintain his composure. It was unclear what obsession drove him to this extent. Forget it. Daro reconsidered and returned the grenade to his pocket. After all, they harbored no profound enmity. There was no need for a life-or-death struggle. All right, let's call it day. I'll let you have tomorrow's match, Daro called out to He Chuan Li Xian, 10 meters away, adding, however, if you win the championship, remember to return my prize money. With that, Daro waved his hand and turned to leave, but halfway there, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with the arrangement, he added, and don't forget the personal favor you owe me. Understood. He Chuan Li Xian replied in a voice only he could hear. He tightened his grip on his sword, closed his eyes, and forced himself to calm the tumult within. If He Chuan Li Xian had previously appeared merely cold, the gaze he bore now was imbued with a bloodthirsty intent. Chapter 69. The return of the Storm Daro had gained notoriety. During the semifinals, when he appeared in a wheelchair, pushed by Sang Nero at the Nyojiao Duel Arena, it caused a tremendous uproar, akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb amidst the audience. It could be said that Sang Nero had made a wise purchase with the wheelchair. Its efficacy was remarkable. However, Daro did not anticipate that its purpose would be to feign an injury and withdraw from the competition, particularly when the referee announced, due to the injury sustained by competitor Daro, he is unable to compete and has chosen to forfeit. The atmosphere in the arena reached a crescendo. The crowd erupted in discontent. Thus, amidst the jeers of the spectators, Daro relinquished his match against He Chuan Li Xian that day. Sis, what is that? After concluding his journey through the preliminaries, Daro returned to the tavern only to find a wooden box at the bar. Oh, you don't know? That was sent by the lady from last night. She mentioned you would be aware, Lu Jie replied, somewhat surprised. Miss Suzuki? Daro mused, realizing that the only lady who had visited the tavern the previous night was indeed Suzuki. Suddenly, he scrutinized the wooden box more closely, a realization dawning upon him. So that's how it is, Daro remarked. Evidently, upon learning of Daro's withdrawal, He Chuanji had dispatched Miss Suzuki to deliver 200 million cash to the tavern. Without providing Lu Jie with further explanations, Daro promptly transported the box to his room. In here, it must contain 200 million belly. Daro gazed at the box resting upon his bed and slowly began to open it. Indeed, the contents he poured out confirmed his expectations. As he beheld the 200 million berries spread across the bed, Daro fell into contemplation. With this sum, I should now possess 380 million, he mused. It is time to set sail. Lying atop the pile of money and staring at the ceiling, he reflected on his time in Lazabit, which had already surpassed a month. His objectives had largely been accomplished. With the tavern established, things had settled down with Lu Jie, and given the island's defense forces, the likelihood of trouble was minimal. Moreover, Daro had nearly amassed the necessary funds. Although he still fell short of the 500 million target, there was no need to rush. Financial matters could be addressed in Shichibukai. In terms of training, Daro found himself most satisfied. During his month in Lazabit, he had developed a series of grenade techniques and acquired certain shooting skills through battles with Tim. These two areas had transformed his strength dramatically, surpassing even Luffy's rapid mastery of techniques during the Enies lobby arc. To call it a qualitative leap would not be an exaggeration. Furthermore, the development of these two systems of techniques had clarified Daro's future path. After numerous trials and adjustments, he had established a roadmap for his future enhancements. Centered on specialized bullets and grenade techniques, he aimed to develop his devil fruit abilities while complementing them with kicking techniques and other abilities, forming a robust combat strategy. This training route was the result of careful deliberation, already well developed with minimal weaknesses. Henceforth, Dallo would only need to refine his strength based on this foundation. Once the competition concluded, he would embark on his journey. Meanwhile, within the medical bay of the Lazabit Naval Base, Bode pondered aloud. What do we do now? The speaker was Coeli, a member of the CP0 trio. 3 days prior, they had lost consciousness amidst the clash between Carp and Roger and, after falling into the sea, were rescued by Colonel Matt. They had awakened 2 days ago, but had spent the following days investigating to confirm that Recht had indeed colluded with Roger's pirate crew and had escaped aboard their ship. Just moments ago, news arrived that Carp had reached Marineford, severely injured, aligning with Colonel Matt's report. Matt had stated that Vice Admiral Carp sustained injuries in his battle with Roger and requires recuperation at Marineford. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate trio, Carp had not been injured in a confrontation with Roger, but rather during his rush to assist, where he encountered the notorious Shiki, the Golden Lion. The two clashed in the calm belt, with Carp eventually engaging in a fierce battle on Shiki's floating island, resulting in Carp being gravely injured. Shiki fared no better. After receiving a powerful blow from Carp, he fell into the sea, his fate uncertain. I suppose I should make a call to report this, Bode said, his brow furrowed in worry. Logically speaking, the failure to capture the slave due to the intervention of a notorious pirate like Roger was understandable. But considering their masters, the celestial dragons, would they be forgiving? In their world, failing to complete a task often resulted in punishment, or worse. Having served in CP0 for many years, they were all too aware of the consequences of failure, as their previous missions often involved eliminating those who had faltered. Is the situation with the Navy Vice Admiral confirmed? Coeli inquired. Yes, he is indeed injured and has returned to Marineford, Bode replied, his frustration palpable, for they could have shifted the blame onto the Navy. Just then, Buter entered, bringing with him an unexpected piece of good news. Oh, look what I found, he exclaimed, tossing a metal shard onto the table. What is this? I expected something worthwhile, Coeli remarked, rolling her eyes at the object. Yet Bode's demeanor shifted as the previously dull spark in his eyes reignited with excitement. I see. Where did you find this? He eagerly asked Buter. Buter, noticing Bode's enthusiasm, did not bother explaining to Coeli and continued. It seems there was a battle at the port last night, quite a commotion. I made a trip there this morning and discovered this. So, it means that fellow is still on the island, Bode concluded confidently. As long as we capture his companion, we stand a chance to compel Recht to comply. Hey, what are you two talking about? Can we skip the riddles? Coeli interjected impatiently. The ever-conciliatory Buter explained. Do you remember the companion of Recht we encountered in the shipyard grove? That individual used several peculiar grenades during the fight. This shard resembles the fragments he left behind. They're likely from grenades. This indicated that Recht's companion remained on the island. If they could apprehend him, they would have leverage over Recht. Just then, Bode's transponder snail began to ring. Both Buter and Coeli fell silent, holding their breath as they turned to Bode, fully aware that this particular transponder snail was for direct communication with the celestial dragons. Moshi, this is Bode. How may I assist you? He answered respectfully, addressing the voice on the other end. Hello, Bode. How is the situation progressing? Inquired Charlied Andy Saint through the transponder snail. Realizing that his master was inquiring about their progress, Bode dared not conceal the truth and relayed the events with utmost clarity. Oh, so you have failed? Are you aware of the consequences of such a failure? Charlied Andy Saint responded coldly. He was indifferent to the mention of Roger or any other pirate. As the world's most exalted celestial dragon, he could not tolerate the notion that someone had struck him and escaped unscathed. Rest assured, we have located the whereabouts of his companion. If we can capture him, we can compel Recht to comply. Bode's voice trembled with fear, so much so that a bead of cold sweat slid down his cheek, unnoticed. One final chance, Charles Andy barked, eyes blazing with fury. His hands clenched the iron chain with such violent force that several enslaved souls at its far end choked in a silence, their breaths extinguished beneath his wrath. Yes, sir. Bod understood Charles Andy's unspoken decree. Failure would deliver them not merely to disgrace, but to doom. After hanging up, Bod sat motionless, staring at the scattered shrapnel of a grenade upon the desk. then withdrew several weighted bars left behind by Dallo in the grove, his gaze distant, his mind churning in silent calculation. Then, suddenly, clarity struck. A glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes. At last, he had broken free from the flawed logic that had hindered his pursuit of Rekt. And in that instant, his focus shifted, sharply, irrevocably, to Dallo. Chapter 70. Procuring a vessel upon Dallo's withdrawal from the semifinals, Kazumi Seiki and Kazumi Rekin advanced triumphantly to the finals, scheduled 3 days hence. Dallo seized this interlude with purpose. First, to secure a seaworthy vessel. Next, to spend several quiet days with Lu Jio upon the island. And finally, to set sail into the uncharted blue. Provisions for the voyage could be assembled immediately. Task entrusted, naturally, to Sunny Ruaw. Years as a seasoned agent had granted him extensive connections and intimate knowledge of the island's inner workings. That afternoon, Dallo met Sunny Ruaw at the tavern, settled all outstanding agency fees, and presented him with a bonus of 5 million belly. "Boss, shall we place no wagers on the finals?" Sunny Ruaw asked, a note of reluctant resignation in his voice. The earlier matches had yielded exhilarating returns, and the thought of stepping aside now left him faintly wistful. "No, we shall not interfere with the finals," Dallo replied, his tone firm yet calm. "But I have a far more vital commission for you. Go to the docks and inquire discreetly. Any vessels for sale? Report back to me at once if you find one." He paused, then added, "Also procure the items listed here." From his pocket, he withdrew a carefully inscribed parchment and handed it to Sunny Ruaw. "Delegate this to your trusted associates. Store everything, as before, in the warehouse." "Understood." Sunny Ruaw accepted the list without hesitation and departed without delay, swift and resolute in his mission. Dallo had expended numerous grenades during his bout with Kazumi Rekin, and replenishment was urgent. The list also included provisions essential for a long voyage: cured meats, tinned rations, cooking utensils, each item selected with foresight and care. Having concluded their meeting, Dallo returned to the tavern, intent on cherishing every remaining hour with Lu Jio before the sea claimed him. The tavern hummed with its usual vibrant energy, now amplified by the anticipation of the finals. Patrons overflowed the benches. Every table buzzed with speculation, debating victors, dissecting techniques, wagering on outcomes. "I never imagined Kazumi Rekin would prove so formidable," remarked a green-haired patron at the bar, turning to his companion. The latter sipped his rum thoughtfully, nodding in quiet astonishment. "Indeed, we long dismissed him as timid, mere sheep in wool, but he has revealed the heart of a lion." "Ah, there's the young master," cried the green-haired man suddenly, spotting Dallo behind the bar. His voice rang out, and instantly, every eye in the room turned toward him. After all, Dallo's earlier performances had radiated raw dominance. Many had hailed him the dark horse of the tournament. His abrupt withdrawal had only deepened the intrigue, casting him in an aura of enigmatic mystery. "You withdrew in the semifinals, young master?" called a patron from a nearby table, raising his glass. Dallo chuckled softly, lifting his hand to reveal a bandage, neatly wrapped, yet entirely theatrical. "An unfortunate accident, a minor injury, and, truth be told, I knew I couldn't best Kazumi Rekin. Better to step aside with grace than fall with pride." A murmur of sympathy rippled through the crowd. "What a pity I placed my hopes on you, young master." Seeing the conversation spiral, Dallo lifted his cocktail shaker and tapped it thrice against the bar. Clink, 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 a crisp, commanding rhythm that instantly stilled the room. To make amends, he declared, voice warm and resonant, "Tonight's drinks are on me. Enjoy yourselves, freely and fully." Those few words ignited the tavern like a spark to dry tinder. Cheers erupted, glasses rose, laughter swelled into a roaring tide. Hooray for the young master! Long live the young master! Then, amidst the jubilation, came one lone, booming voice. "Long live the young master! I love you." The speaker froze mid-cheer, realizing every gaze now rested upon him. Flustered, he buried his face in his mug, ears burning crimson. A beat, then the tavern exploded in unrestrained mirth. Joy, unrestrained and effervescent, filled the air like sunlight through stained glass. Even Lu Jio's eyes, lovely, luminous, crinkled into crescent moons of quiet delight. Sunny Ruaw's efficiency was unmatched. By the following morning, he arrived bearing welcome news. In the harbor, he announced with scholarly gravity, notebook in hand, 3 vessels are currently offered for sale. He paused, spat lightly into his palm, and turned to the first page. The first is a fishing vessel, aged, worn, but still seaworthy. Its owner asks 8.5 million belly. Negotiation may bring it down to 8 million. Daro remained silent, but inwardly, he had already dismissed it. His time at the West Old Bridge fishery had given him intimate familiarity with such craft. A capacious fish hold would devour precious cargo space, and the lingering scent of brine and decay was intolerable. The second is a pleasure yacht, withdrawn from service due to poor management, now offered at 48 million belly. It appears nearly new, scarcely used. Still Daro said nothing. Sunny Ruaw continued without prompting. The third is a merchant vessel, originally a pirate ship seized by Commodore Carter 6 months ago, later acquired and refitted by a trading consortium. It has seen moderate service on long-haul routes. Its owner, ruined by gambling, now auctions it off. A price of approximately 30 million belly should suffice. Daro's eyes brightened, then sharpened with keen interest. Tell me more of this third vessel. Certainly, Sunny Ruaw replied. It was once the flagship of the Black Fawn pirate crew, captured intact, refitted with reinforced hull plating and updated rigging. A mid-sized vessel, recently commissioned, its seaworthiness remains unimpaired. Moreover, as it was converted from a pirate ship, the interior decoration remains quite new and appealing. Saying he presented the notebook in his hand to Daro for inspection. Please arrange a meeting with the shipowner, so we can inspect this merchant vessel tomorrow, Daro requested. After a brief glance, he nodded in agreement. Sangni promptly descended to make the necessary arrangements. The following afternoon, Daro beheld the ship, which turned out to be larger than he had anticipated. He silently pondered the dimensions of the merchant vessel. Daro's preference for larger ships was not without reason. A larger hull offered greater stability and safety while navigating the seas. Additionally, due to Daro's unique ability to compress goods, a larger ship could accommodate more weight, allowing for deeper draft and increased cargo capacity. Boss, we can board now, Sangni signaled, leading Daro onto the deck. Daro, feeling no need for formality, began to explore the ship. The vessel size was comparable to Luffy's later ship, the Wanli. The deck was spacious, with numerous iron-railed gaps along the sides, which had previously served as placements for cannons, though these had since been removed. The ship was divided into 3 levels. The lowest was a cargo hold, while the upper levels served as living quarters. There were a total of 10 bedrooms, a dining room, and a captain's cabin, all featuring relatively new decor, indicating that the merchant ship had not been in operation for long. Above the cabin, a terrace boasted a garden of apples and vegetables, effectively preventing scurvy among the crew during long voyages due to the lack of fresh produce. In the middle of the ship stood a tall mast, topped with a lookout's room, while the bow displayed a beautiful mermaid statue, a remnant from its days as a pirate vessel. Quite impressive, Daro remarked after a thorough inspection, nodding with satisfaction. The ship was well maintained, and its origins as a pirate ship met Daro's requirements for long-distance travel. Satisfied, he gestured for Sangni to negotiate, ultimately acquiring the vessel for 30 million, with no discounts offered. However, the seller agreed to refurbish and renovate the ship free of charge. The focus of the renovation would be the cargo hold, which Daro had no use for as he was not engaged in freight transport. Thus he planned to dismantle and repurpose it. Daro intended to convert the cargo hold into a training room and an alchemy lab, as his compression ability meant that a large storage space was unnecessary. The remaining space in the hold would be utilized for the new alchemy lab, where he could set up various chemical equipment and reagents, conducting experiments to develop specialized ammunition. Afterward, Daro instructed Sangni to oversee operations at the port and to transport the purchased items onto the ship. Once all details were finalized and a contract was signed, Daro finally possessed his very first ship, one that truly belonged to him. Chapter 71. The finals 2 days swiftly passed, and Sangni had nearly completed the ship's renovations, with all necessary supplies and equipment already on board, making them ready for departure. Once everything was in order, Dalu spent the next couple of days by Lugio's side, to the point where, although he had yet to disclose his plans to set sail, the perceptive Lugio sensed something amiss. Neither spoke of it directly, yet the unspoken understanding lingered between them. Fortunately, the bustling atmosphere of the tavern somewhat alleviated their parting sorrows until the day of the finals arrived, when the tavern would close for the day. The day of the finals marked the most significant occasion of the year on Razorblade Island, evident from the faint scent of fireworks in the air and the colorful ribbons adorning the streets. Even the bustling commercial district, where fortunes were made daily, saw numerous shops close their doors to attend the duel arena. Dalu and Lugio were no exception. After hanging the close for the day sign on the tavern door, they made their way to the duel arena to partake in the festivities of Razorblade. With 2 hours remaining before the event commenced, the plaza of the duel arena was already a cacophony of voices, teeming with people shoulder to shoulder. Balloons floated overhead, obscuring the sky. Fortunately, Dalu had arranged for Sangni to purchase tickets in advance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to secure even standing room at this late hour. As Dalu and his companions queued to enter, they encountered a familiar face, Miss Suzuki. "Mr. Dalu, you have come to watch the match," she exclaimed, her face radiant with joy, clearly in high spirits that day. "Indeed," Dalu replied with a smile, feeling a certain fondness for Miss Suzuki, despite her mischievous nature. "Would you like to join us? We have a few seats left for friends and family," she offered. "Ah, no." Dalu began to decline, but upon seeing her beaming face, he hesitated as she coaxingly added, "The friends and family seats are quite close, and you won't have to queue." "Boss, who do you think will win today?" Sangni inquired from beside Dalu. "I am not certain, but perhaps Inui Raiken has a higher chance," Dalu replied nonchalantly, disregarding Miss Suzuki's presence. In terms of raw strength, it was clear that Inui Raiken had the upper hand, especially after their encounter that night. Dalu did not believe that Inui Shiki could prevail. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Inui Shiki might have some hidden depths. "Oh, Mr. Dalu seems quite confident in Little Raiken. I thought you would favor our master like the other spectators," Miss Suzuki remarked, her eyes narrowing playfully. Hearing this, Dalu silently scoffed, thinking, had I not faced that fellow, I might have been deceived by his seemingly amiable demeanor. Miss Suzuki then shifted her tone, saying, "Nonetheless, our master is quite formidable. It remains uncertain who will win or lose this match." Well, it seemed that after all this discussion, nothing had been resolved. However, it did reinforce Dalu's belief that Inui Shiki was indeed concealing his strength. Before long, the audience erupted in a fervent cheer as the match commenced, and the two protagonists of the day, Inui Raiken and Inui Shiki, appeared at the end of the contestant passage. I never expected Inui Raiken to make it to the finals. Indeed, I wonder what he was doing before this. How dare you speak? You were the one who called him a soft-horned sheep all this time. Exactly. You were the most vocal in your criticism. Enough. Let's watch the match. The spectators in the stands gazed at the two combatants in the dueling arena, engaging in fervent discussions, particularly about Huchuan Liqian, who had become the center of everyone's attention. This year, he had silenced all critics with his remarkable performance. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Huchuan Liqian and Huchuan Ji gradually distanced themselves, preparing for the long-awaited confrontation. The audience did not have to wait long. As the contest bell rang, the match officially commenced. "Are you ready?" Huchuan Ji slowly drew his long sword from his waist, holding it steadily before him as he calmly inquired of Huchuan Liqian. Huchuan Liqian responded softly, unsheathing Huchuan Shokan from his side in kind. Before the sound of his reply faded, Huchuan Ji stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light as he lunged towards Huchuan Liqian. Following that, he executed a flowing and swift kasa slash, aiming from below towards Huchuan Liqian's right shoulder. Huchuan Liqian raised his gaze, instantly catching sight of the gleaming blade and countered with Huchuan Shokan, successfully parrying the fierce blow. The clash of their swords resonated a crisp sound. "Not bad. Your fundamentals are still intact," remarked Huchuan Ji as he suddenly twisted his right hand, redirecting the blade to stab directly at Huchuan Liqian's face. Unyielding, Huchuan Liqian responded with a deft maneuver, deflecting the strike, and soon, both began an incessant exchange of blows. Their blades collided repeatedly, creating a symphony of clashing steel. The audience erupted in waves of cheers, marveling at the speed, strength, and skill displayed by both combatants. Except for Daluo, who was reminded of the saying, once having seen the vast ocean, one cannot be satisfied with mere rivers. The clouds of Bomb Mountain are not the same. After witnessing Huchuan Liqian's prowess, Daluo felt that the duel before him resembled a mere warm-up exercise. Too flashy, he scoffed internally. He understood that the essence of swordsmanship in this world was pure aesthetic violence. How could it possibly involve such flamboyant antics? You won't be able to kill anyone like this. As if echoing Daluo's thoughts, Huchuan Ji suddenly exerted force, sending Huchuan Liqian and his sword flying backward, creating a distance between them. Standing 5 meters apart, they silently scrutinized each other, seemingly seeking an opening for a decisive strike. Suddenly, Huchuan Ji took the initiative, retracting his long sword to his waist, his shoulder pressing down as his right hand whipped out like a snake. Huan Jian Liao Wan Xia. Under the influence of that enigmatic motion, 3 crescent-shaped sword energies erupted from Huchuan Ji's blade, intertwining and flashing in unpredictable trajectories toward Huchuan Liqian. 3 sword energies, 3 directions, 3 paths. This unpredictable strike left onlookers bewildered as to how to defend against it, while laymen were captivated by the spectacle. Those knowledgeable discerned the underlying technique. Most spectators were awestruck by the extravagant display, but aside from Huchuan Liqian, the one who felt the true weight of this attack was Daluo, endowed with exceptional foresight. Impressive. Even someone as discerning as Daluo could not help but admire the strike. Yet he swiftly added, but it is still insufficient. Huchuan Ji's strike was undoubtedly remarkable, but Daluo recalled the 9-character secret sword employed by Huchuan Liqian that night, remembering several techniques that could counter it. As anticipated, Huchuan Liqian held his long sword before his chest, the blade pointing skyward. And a torrent of sword energy surged forth from its tip, manifesting a guardian deity around him. Je Zimi Bu Dong Ming Wang. As the 3 sword energies approached Huchuan Liqian, the immovable deity clasped its hands together, swiftly absorbing all 3 of the fierce slashes. Oh! The exhilarating exchange prompted another wave of cheers from the audience. For the martial-minded inhabitants of Lazabat Island, the duel was akin to a spectacular performance. Hey! What Huchuan Liqian just used was the 9-character secret sword, right? Yes. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the 9-character secret sword. I remember the old curator using this technique. Many middle-aged spectators recognized the form and murmured among themselves. That means Huchuan Ji is in trouble, remarked Yoan from the second row, cradling his grandson in his arms. As an established powerhouse on the island, he understood the might of the 9-character secret sword well. Look at Huchuan Ji now. Yu Eloin felt a surge of joy, having been overshadowed by Huchuan Ji for 6 consecutive years, earning 2nd place for 6 years. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to despair. Returning to the dueling arena, after Huchuan Liqian unleashed the Zimi Bu Dongming Wang, the 2 resumed their relentless exchange of blows, countless slashes wreaking havoc in the arena, carving deep trenches into the ground. Seeing that the deadlock persisted, Huchuan Liqian once again distanced himself from Huchuan Ji, sheathing his blade while placing both hands on the hilt, preparing for a draw. His right wooden claw clapped as he took a step, lowering his center of gravity, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. With a hum, a blue arc of slashing energy surged forth like a galloping steed, accompanied by a roar directed at Huchuan Ji. Dove Zi Mi Ming Luan, the airborne slash, defying the wind, suddenly ascended and burst forth, transforming into a swirling tempest of blades, sweeping across the arena. Aware that he could not withstand it head-on, Huchuan Ji retreated while launching his own flying slashes to weaken the blade storm. Yet, those strikes were as ineffective as ants attempting to shake a mighty tree. They were swallowed up, only serving to intensify the ferocity of the storm. This is too ridiculous. Our curator can't possibly lose to that kid, can he? While Huchuan-ji remained unfazed, the students of Wuding Jianguan in the audience began to panic. Whispers among the spectators reached Dao Yuo's ears, prompting him to reflect on the unfolding situation. The 9-character secret sword is indeed formidable. After saying this, Dao Yuo glanced with interest at Suzuki, who was seated beside Lu Jiao. Noticing that she still wore a serene smile, he mischievously remarked, "Your curator is about to lose." Suzuki twirled a strand of hair by her forehead, yet her gaze remained fixed on the duel between Huchuan-ji and Huchuan Liqian, smiling gently as she replied, simply relying on the 9-character secret sword. Xiao Qian cannot secure victory. Moreover, how do you know that the curator does not also possess the 9-character secret sword? Chapter 72. Mediocrity. Could Huchuan-ji also wield the 9-character secret sword? Upon hearing Suzuki's words, Dao Yuo regarded the scene of Huchuan-ji being pursued by the Blade Storm with skepticism. It certainly did not appear that way. If Qianji has truly mastered the 9-character secret sword, he should be able to directly shatter that sword Blade Storm, or alternatively employ the defensive technique, Zhezi's secret immovable Mingwang, that he previously used with Qianli to block it. How could he possibly be chased around by a mere sword aura? Seemingly sensing Dao Yuo's confusion, Ms. Suzuki slowly spoke up. "Mr. Dao Yuo, you must have crossed swords with Qianli, correct? Do you find Qianli formidable?" Dao Yuo meticulously recalled the battle between the two in the garbage dump at the port that night, where Qianli's remarkable swordsmanship and fierce strikes left a profound impression on him. He is indeed an impressive individual. Dao Yuo, who possesses a rather high opinion of himself, especially after witnessing the combat between Roger and Karp, felt his perspective had broadened considerably. Yet, after engaging with Qianli, he could not help but marvel at this individual's combat talent. His physical prowess and reaction speed truly deserve the title of genius. That is quite the commendation. After hearing Dao Yuo's praise, Ms. Suzuki giggled, covering her mouth with her hand, and then pointed at Qianji in the arena, asking, "What do you think of our director's strength?" This unexpected question momentarily left Dao Yuo taken aback, as he had not fought Qianji and thus had no basis for comparison. Nevertheless, considering Qianji was already in his 40s, he was at the peak of his combat capabilities. However, he could only say that Qianji's current strength was respectable. Yet, in terms of innate talent, he paled in comparison to Qianli. In front of others, Dao Yuo would not be so blunt. He merely smiled lightly and refrained from commenting. Sensing the unspoken meaning behind Dao Yuo's smile, Ms. Suzuki was undeterred and responded with a grin. "Indeed, if Qianli is a genius, then our director can only be considered an average talent." This assessment was quite truthful. Dao Yuo mused internally, yet he kept silent, continuing to gaze at Suzuki with curiosity, eager to hear what she would say next. But even if he is average, he is still a formidable average. Suzuki continued the conversation, her gaze returning to the duel arena, where Qianji had finally dissipated the sword blade storm after considerable effort. Average, formidable. These two seemingly contradictory terms left Dao Yuo perplexed, just as he was about to inquire further when he saw Ms. Suzuki pointing at Qianji in the arena, speaking in a hushed tone, "It's coming, don't blink." Hearing this, Dao Yuo redirected his focus back to Qianji. At that moment, Qianji had sheathed his sword at his waist, lowering his center of gravity as if to crouch on the ground. Simultaneously, his right hand, which held the sword, relaxed in layers. The entire sequence of movements was deliberate yet fluid, reminiscent of the graceful motions of a tea ceremony, imbued with an inexplicable essence. Suddenly, Qianji's aura transformed, becoming incredibly menacing, akin to a tiger poised to pounce from its lair. Observing this posture, Dao Yuo recalled the rapid Iato strike that Qianli had executed that night. Their movements were similar, yet the intensity emanating from Qianji far surpassed that of Qianli at that time. Linzi's secret not dispelling. As the pressure reached its zenith, Qianji made his move, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, like a specter, he reappeared before Qianli, swiftly drawing his long sword with his relaxed right hand. The accumulated sword intent surged forth like a flood, aiming skyward as if to tear through the heavens in pursuit of Qianli. It It was astonishingly swift, the entire process barely taking a second. Even though Daluo had anticipated this, having locked onto Qianji with his observation haki the moment he disappeared, he was still taken aback by the sheer velocity displayed. It was not merely fast. It was as if Qianji had teleported from one point to another, executing the Iato strike instantaneously. There was no intermediate phase. Even Daluo, possessing observation haki, could only catch fleeting glimpses of the afterimages forming a trajectory. Meanwhile, the audience and Qianli had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Suddenly struck, Qianli paused, bewildered as he touched the wound that had appeared on his right shoulder. Blood swiftly gushing from the injury, staining his pristine garments crimson. Oh, what on earth just happened? As the spectators finally grasped the situation, they erupted with shouts that pierced the sky. Some, still slow to react, wore expressions of confusion. The seasoned fighters seated in the front rows exclaimed in astonishment. The 9-character secret sword? Qianji can also wield the 9-character secret sword. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The individual least able to accept this revelation was old Master Yuelin, who had been overshadowed by Qianji for a lifetime. He stood up abruptly, letting out an enraged roar that startled his grandson into tears. He could not fathom that the individual who had caused him to falter 6 times in the finals had concealed such a formidable technique, suggesting that Qianji could easily dispose of him without even breaking a sweat. Could it be the 9-character secret sword? Was it not said that the old director only passed it down to Qianli? What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Ms. Suzuki tilted her head, a hint of pride gracing her lips as she asked Daluo. Impressive? No, one could only say. Daluo looked at the beaming Suzuki, speechless. In a mischievous mood, he decided to tease her. As expected, upon hearing the first half of his statement, Ms. Suzuki's lovely brows furrowed, thinking Daluo to be a fool who could not discern depth, or perhaps just another pretender among her suitors. After witnessing the desired reaction, Daluo leisurely continued. It is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Daluo's words, Ms. Suzuki's eyes finally squinted with delight, and she responded, Yes, the director is indeed quite remarkable. This is bad. If Qianji is this strong, then Qianli might lose. Sunny, seated beside Daluo, observed Qianji dominating the match and spoke anxiously. Winning will be quite normal, wouldn't it? Daluo shrugged nonchalantly. The outcome between these two was uncertain. Either victory or defeat was to be expected. After speaking, Daluo glanced at Sunny, noticing him sweating profusely, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. You didn't place a bet on Qianli to win, did you? Daluo squinted at Sunny, as if trying to see through him. I did place a small bet. Sunny averted his gaze, whispering. A small bet? How much is that? Daluo pressed on. 800,000 berries. As Sunyo spoke, his voice grew increasingly faint, dwindling to a barely audible whisper by the final syllable, tremulous, edged with the faintest tremor of tears. Out of the corner of his eye, he had glimpsed Izumi Reiken struck once more by a blade, and in that instant, defeat felt inevitable. 8 million belly. You're going all in, Daro exclaimed, a flicker of genuine admiration lighting his gaze. Just days earlier, he had entrusted Sunyo with 5 million belly as an advance for a commission, and then added another 3 million as a bonus for his diligent efforts securing a vessel. Precisely 8 million belly, no more, no less. He had not expected Sunyo to stake the entire sum in the finals. Bold, almost reckless. Perhaps the young man had watched Daro's own string of audacious, all-in victories in earlier rounds and sought to emulate them. Yet, Daro knew better. His own uncanny dead-eye, a supreme variant of Kenbunchika haki, allowed him to perceive the true disparity in strength between combatants. So what, then, is your basis? Surely you don't mistake recklessness for wisdom? Boss, what do we do? Reiken is losing. Sunyo twisted sideways, gripping Daro's right hand with both of his, shaking it frantically as his voice cracked with raw, unfiltered despair. In his mind's eye, he already saw his fortunes scattered to the winds, reduced once more to the pitiful status of a nameless, lowly proxy agent, just as he had been before meeting Daro. Calm yourself. It's not over yet, Daro snapped, irritation sharpening his tone. Not over? The apprentice, seated behind Sunyo, a disciple of the Mutai Kenjo, smirked with quiet triumph. Our master brought Reiken to the brink with a single technique. And yet Reiken has no counter, no response whatsoever. Another student sighed, awestruck. Who would have thought our master had mastered the Kuji secret sword? And with such devastating mastery, well, might we too begin our training? Of course he did. Came a third voice, laced with smug certainty. He is the late master's own son. Why would such a legacy be bestowed upon an outsider? But why does he rely solely upon this one technique? No one knows. Perhaps he intends to toy with Reiken. After all, to end it too swiftly would rob him of the chance to settle that old grievance. The crow perched upon another's nest. Damoku, seated near the aisle, watched Reiken's battered, evasive form with undisguised satisfaction, and those words struck Sunyo like scalding oil poured into a searing pan. His face flushed crimson. He writhed in his seat, restless as a moth trapped in flame. Steady. There remains a chance. Izumi Nori. He knows only this one technique. The Kuji secret sword's other forms elude him entirely. Daro's voice was low, measured, meant to soothe. Nonsense. Don't slander our master. He is peerless. Damoku, long at odds with Daro, bristled instantly. Yet Suzumi-san, upon hearing Daro's words, turned to him with quiet astonishment. Mr. Daro, how did you deduce that our master commands only this single form of the Kuji secret sword? Was it not you who told me? Daro replied with a faint, knowing smile. Me? She pointed to herself, bewildered. Mediocrity. How terrifying it is, Daro murmured, his tone grave. If Izumi Nori truly possessed the mastery to wield all the Kuji secret sword techniques at this level, could he still be deemed mediocre? He sacrificed everything, his daily life, his family, even the other inherited techniques of his house, to perfect this one stroke. Thousands of repetitions, day after day. 10 years, Suzumi-san supplied softly, then continued. Voice hushed, but resonant. Master Izumi devoted a full decade to mastering this single technique. She paused, her breath shallow, her gaze distant. He surrendered all else, his peace, his kin, his legacy, to this one blade. For this one cut, he gave up everything. Her voice did not waver, but beneath its calm surface ran deep, unspoken currents of sorrow and reverence. No one understood the weight of that sacrifice better than she. Sunyo, Rujo, and the assembled disciples of Mutai Kenjo sat stunned into silence. 10 years to forge a single sword. Daro was the first to break the hush, his gaze fixed upon Izumi Nori in the arena, his admiration unfeigned, profound. Truly, an extraordinary man. He conceded, with quiet gravity, that he had underestimated Izumi Nori deeply. Then it's over. Even you say so, and my 8 million Sunyo's shoulders slumped, his voice hollow. To him, Daro's words were gospel, irrefutable. Chapter 73. Victory and defeat. 10 years to forge a single sword. That devotion had granted Izumi Nori the rare privilege of standing shoulder to shoulder with prodigies, of holding his own against the gifted, the preternatural. On the field, the moment he unleashed that blade, dominance was absolute. Even Izumi Reiken, formidable in his own right, was left reeling, powerless against such transcendent II. Yet dominance was not victory. This was the world of OnePiece, a realm teeming with monsters and marvels, where raw, human perseverance alone could not erase the chasm separating the ordinary from the divine. Were it otherwise, the tyrannical celestial dragons would long since have been toppled, and marauding pirates, no matter how vile, would have been purged from the seas. That is not to say effort is meaningless, only that before true titans it remains insufficient. Such is the cruel arithmetic of this world. Consider Big Mom. She slaughtered an entire giant village as a child. In maturity, she indulged in gluttony, debauchery, and empire building, yet still ascended to the very apex of power. The gulf between such beings, and men like Izumi Nori, was so vast that even Daro could not suppress a low, rueful mutter. Damn it all, how profoundly unfair. And that same injustice shimmered between Nori and Reiken. Though Nori held the upper hand, victory remained agonizingly out of reach. Reiken, moving with relentless, blurring speed, shifted position ceaselessly, each II strike arriving a hair's breadth off target. He was struck repeatedly, but never mortally. Yet each impact left its mark. His pristine white kimono was stained crimson in spreading blossoms of blood. His stance, though unbroken, bore the unmistakable weight of exhaustion. The crowd, once scornful, mocking him as the ram-horned weakling, now rose as one, their voices surging with fierce, heartfelt encouragement. And Nori, the six-time reigning champion, had legions of his own, betting their livelihoods, their futures, whose cries echoed just as fiercely, just as fervently. Two tides of sound collided above the arena, clashing, merging, lifting the contest to a crescendo beyond mere victory or loss. In that moment, the outcome itself seemed secondary to the sheer, blazing will on display. On the field, after unleashing over a dozen iterations of Rin no Kuji, Fuhei, Nori's breath grew ragged, his limbs heavy. He knew the time for deliberation had passed. He vanished, becoming light, becoming motion, vanishing from Reikan's sight and from the spectator's perception alike. And in the same breathless instant, he reappeared before Reikan, blade already arcing, a flawless, space-defying crescent. In 1/10 of a second, steel would meet flesh. In that infinitesimal span, the crowd stood frozen, not in awe, but in sheer sensory paralysis. Only Daro, his rare Kinbunchika haki piercing the veil of time, caught the truth, the subtle shift of Nori's weight, the precise rotation of his wrist, the hidden moment of intent before the blade fell. Clang! In this nearly motionless moment, the Luo heard a crisp sound, the source of which was Huchuan Liqian, or rather, the blade that shielded Huchuan Liqian. There was no time for the Luo to ponder. Their clash had already concluded, as if the timeline had resumed its normal flow, with the spectators' cheers resounding into Luo's ears. Yet, compared to the thunderous applause, the Luo was far more concerned with that previous clear sound, for it was unmistakably the sound of metal colliding. This meant that he had successfully blocked it. Huchuan Liqian had indeed managed to thwart the attack. The astonished gasps from the audience spoke volumes, although they were oblivious to the specifics of what had transpired. Their bewildered expressions revealed the incredibility of the moment. To them, such a strike, transcending limits, seemed impossible to withstand. Was it merely coincidence? Or had he truly reacted in time? Miss Suzuki murmured to herself, her right hand unconsciously tightening around the armrest beside her. This was a question shared by everyone present in the duel arena, yet only two individuals could provide an answer: Huchuan Liqian in the arena and a Luo, who possessed Kinbunchaku. It was not mere chance, the Luo asserted with conviction, for in that fleeting moment, he had perceived Huchuan Liqian's movement through Kinbunchaku. The slight lifting of the long blade was precisely that delicate action which allowed the sword in his hand to adequately intercept Huchuan Ji's lethal strike. Thus, he understood clearly that this was no coincidence, but rather an adaptation. Throughout the battle, Huchuan Liqian had been continuously adjusting to the rapid draw, and now, he had managed to barely keep pace with that astonishing speed. It was not solely reliant on reaction, but purely on instinct. How terrifying that fellow's innate talent! De Luo observed the slightly trembling right hand of Huchuan Liqian with a sense of awe. How could such a person remain nameless? To the extent that he was completely unmentioned in the original One Piece manga, was this exceptional talent destined to be buried, confined to this small island for the rest of his life? What a pity it would be, De Luo sighed inwardly. In his view, with Huchuan Liqian's formidable natural ability, had he chosen to venture across the seas for a few years, he undoubtedly could have risen to prominence as a formidable warrior. Meanwhile, significant developments were unfolding in the arena. After having his strike thwarted, Huchuan Ji refrained from executing his signature draw again. Having spent several years with Huchuan Liqian, he understood better than anyone the extent of his rival's talent. Thus, Huchuan Ji's unwillingness was palpable. Unwilling to accept his own mediocrity, which was so pronounced that even before his father's passing, he remained anxious about entrusting the family dojo to an outsider. This led to the remarkable Huchuan Liqian being confined to this small island, his astonishing talents stifled. In the arena, Huchuan-ji stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, propelling himself towards Huchuan Liqian with a spirit of exchanging injury for injury, relentlessly engaging in combat. Huchuan-ji was well aware that if he continued to blindly utilize Lin Zimi Bu by Huchuan Liqian could very well adapt completely to that speed, leaving him at a disadvantage. Therefore, his next strike had to be decisive, and before that, he needed to force his opponent into revealing a flaw. The two long swords clashed, creating crisp sounds of impact. Compared to Huchuan-ji, Huchuan Liqian was indeed in his prime, yet due to his injuries, the two engaged in a fierce exchange that proved difficult to resolve. Huchuan-ji's strategy bore fruit. During one assault, their long blades collided, the tremendous force transferring to Huchuan Liqian's injured right arm, momentarily hindering his movements. It was this opportunity that the seasoned Huchuan-ji seized, drawing his blade with a thunderous flourish. Bu-bai! Huchuan-ji suddenly vanished from his position, only to reappear behind Huchuan Liqian an instant later. "I have won, Liqian," Huchuan-ji stated slowly, then swung his long blade downward, flicking away a drop of blood before sheathing it. At the moment the blade was returned to its scabbard, Huchuan Liqian faltered, a wound blossoming from his right shoulder diagonally to his abdomen, staining his pristine white attire with crimson. Struck severely, Huchuan Liqian collapsed onto the ground, propping himself up with his long sword, barely managing to remain upright. "He has lost." Sunny in the audience let out a wail, his anguished tone suggesting he felt as if he himself had received that blow. Other spectators began to depart, as if the climactic duel had already reached its conclusion. "No, it is not over yet," Deluo remarked as he observed Huchuan Liqian slowly rising with the support of his sword. Within Deluo's perception through Kinbunchaku, Huchuan Liqian at that moment resembled an unparalleled beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. "No way." At that moment, Miss Suzuki, witnessing Huchuan Liqian's transformation into a figure resembling a demon, covered her mouth in shock. She was acutely aware of how fearsome Huchuan Liqian could be upon entering his second persona, the hellish scenes from years past vividly etched in her memory. "Do not worry. That fellow is far from simple." Deluo activated Kinbunchaku, locking onto Huchuan Liqian, only to discover that the weaknesses on his opponent had diminished even further. This indicated that his adversary still retained his rationality. Hearing Deluo's words, Miss Suzuki steadied herself, yet her expression remained filled with concern as she gazed at Huchuan-ji in the arena. Indeed, it was Huchuan-ji who turned to face Huchuan Liqian, his expression cold and unreadable, betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. Huchuan Liqian did not respond, instead taking a heavy step forward, his entire being transformed into a white gust of wind, vanishing from the arena. Waluha! In an instant, Huchuan Liqian had appeared before Huchuan-ji, followed by a flash of cold light aimed directly at Huchuan-ji's throat. The speed was not inferior to Huchuan-ji's decade-long train draw. Upon witnessing this, Miss Suzuki sprang from her seat in alarm. Fortunately, the horrifying scene she had envisioned did not materialize. The gleaming blade halted mere centimeters from Huchuan-ji's neck, poised to sever his throat. "Senior brother, you have grown formidable," Huchuan Liqian remarked softly, his gentle tone seemingly dissipating the surrounding tension. His previously bloodshot eyes returning to their usual squint. Huchuan-ji, taken aback by Huchuan Liqian's words, managed to squeeze out two sentences with a complex expression. "Is that so? That's good." After saying this, Huchuan-ji appeared to find resolution, his entire demeanor relaxing as he sheathed his sword and gestured to the referee beside him, indicating his concession. Very well." The referee, much like the audience, was momentarily taken aback, processing the sudden turn of events. Upon hearing Huchuan-ji's words, he instinctively responded, "I hereby declare that contestant Huchuan-ji has forfeited, and the victor is Huchuan Liqian." Chapter 74. Truths unveiled in intoxication when the referee proclaimed Huchuan Liqian as the victor. The entire duel arena erupted into a fervent celebration. With this singular match, Huchuan Liqian captivated the hearts of all present in Lazabit. and the derogatory title of soft-horned sheep would never again be uttered. What a splendid turn of events! Beside him, Suzuki was already in tears of joy. Yet, the most elated individual was not her, but the hoarse-voiced Sonny, who had wagered his entire fortune on this match and emerged with a staggering 10 million in winnings. Prior to the contest, few had anticipated Huchuan Lixian's triumph over the six-time champion Huchuan Ji, thereby elevating expectations for Lixian remarkably high. How can you be so happy when your curator has lost? Daro teased Suzuki, disregarding Sonny's fervent shouts. Miss Suzuki offered no reply. Instead, she rolled her eyes at Daro and leaped from her seat into the aisle, racing towards the finals arena. Suzuki-senpai, is she here to assist Huchuan-ji? Daomu, who was nearby Huchuan-ji, mistakenly assumed and called out to her. However, Suzuki paid him no mind, bouncing over to stand before Huchuan Lixian, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. Congratulations on winning the championship, Xiao Qian. Thank you, Suzuki-senpai. Huchuan Lixian, though somewhat disheveled, responded with a smile. Xiao Qian. Suzuki gestured towards the Huchuan show cantata in Lixian's hands, her words trailing off as if she hesitated to continue. It's all right. Huchuan Lixian understood her unspoken thoughts, aware of the psychological impact his other persona had left on this young lady. That's not what I wanted to ask. I merely wish to inquire if you would attend the banquet at Wooding Sword Pavilion tonight. Suzuki waved her hand, her demeanor a tad bashful. Yet, her expression revealed her joy upon learning that Huchuan Lixian had resolved his duality issue. Cough, cough. Behind Suzuki, an unnamed Huchuan-ji, who had been knocked down and unable to move, coughed unceremoniously. Curator. Suzuki turned back, casting a pleading glance at Huchuan-ji. Huchuan-ji, after a moment's pause, glanced at Huchuan Lixian and then responded to Suzuki. Let us return to the Kanatata Sword Pavilion for the banquet tonight. It has been a long time since I last visited. With that, Huchuan-ji, assisted by Daomu and others, made his way toward the contestants' passage, preparing to exit. However, after just a few steps, he halted, turning back to instruct Huchuan Lixian and Suzuki, make sure to tidy up the sword pavilion. We wouldn't want Daomu and the others to mock us. Suzuki, covering her mouth, struggled to suppress her laughter. Truly, what a pair of awkward individuals. That evening, Lazabet was engulfed in revelry. Lanterns, fireworks, fine wines, and exquisite cuisines adorned the tables, embodying the essence of celebration. Within the tavern, the stock of liquor had long been depleted, entirely acquired by the affluent Huchuan-ji. Daro relished the leisure of the moment, grateful for the absence of bartending duties while still reaping profits. Yet, Ryuki, unwilling to let the patron suffer from a lack of drink, conjured a plethora of beverages using his fruit abilities. Daro generously waived the costs for all customers. As long as there was space, they were free to indulge. Free drinks. Consequently, the tavern quickly filled to capacity, leaving no room for even a single foot to enter. Some patrons, thoroughly intoxicated, were articulating their nonsensical thoughts. Yet every face radiated with fervent smiles. Such a delightful atmosphere, murmured Lu Jio, who was washing cups at the bar as he observed the tavern's patrons. Indeed, Daro echoed, accepting a cup from Lu Jio and wiping it dry with a towel before returning it to the rack. Were it not for the turbulent times they inhabited, who would willingly risk their lives on the seas? Yet, if one were to succumb to complacency, the waves of the era would surely forsake them. For Daro, this sentiment resonated profoundly. Lu Jio understood that Daro's departure to sea was inevitable. Though reluctant, she refrained from hindering him, knowing that nothing could prevent a man from chasing his dreams across the ocean. Fortunately, the raucous sounds from the adjacent Kanatata Sword Pavilion shattered the silence between them. Typically closed, the pavilion was now alive with activity, its entrance adorned with 2 lanterns and the courtyard brimming with apprentices from Wooding Sword Pavilion. In the courtyard, a drunken Daomu began to ramble. I must tell you, Master, I once looked down upon you, thinking you were a disgrace to the Kanatata style. But I never imagined you were so formidable. Today I concede. I beg your pardon for my previous transgressions. With that, he collapsed to the ground. Even a few apprentices, usually troublemakers in the tavern, took to dancing publicly to atone for their previous offenses against Huchuan Lixian. What a disgrace! Huchuan Ji, unable to maintain his composure, ordered a few relatively sober apprentices, "You lot, take them back." Huchuan Ji commanded respect. With a stern word, the apprentices scattered like birds, leaving only Huchuan Ji, Huchuan Lixian, and Suzuki in the courtyard. "Xiao Qian, what are your plans for the future?" Huchuan Ji rose from his seat, retrieving Daoma's half-finished drink to pour himself a glass. Why the sudden inquiry? Suzuki shot a concerned glance at Huchuan Ji, apprehensive that the two might fall into another quarrel. Unperturbed, Huchuan Lixian filled his cup with tea, cradling it in both hands as he exhaled warmth. "I had not given it much thought. I initially intended to honor my master's wishes and safeguard the Kanatata sword pavilion. But it seems my senior brother is also managing splendidly. This stuff is quite potent." Huchuan Ji took a sip of the liquor he hadn't tasted in over a decade, marveling, and continued, "Xiao Qian, do you still recall the dream you spoke of?" "I certainly do. To become a legendary swordsman revered by all, ensuring the Kanatata style gains worldwide acclaim." Huchuan Lixian nodded, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "Indeed, you remember." Huchuan Ji slammed his cup onto the table, his voice suddenly somber. "Father mentioned that entrusting the sword pavilion to you was to alleviate your guilt. However, if you remain bound to the sword pavilion for life, stifling your potential, it would be a grave pity. Therefore, if you wish to venture out to sea, then do so." Understanding dawned upon Huchuan Lixian as he nodded, realizing why his senior brother had acted as he did in recent years, even though he had never doubted him. Indeed, as a son, what could be more sorrowful than having one's father entrust the sword pavilion to a junior before passing? Huchuan Ji took another sip of liquor he hadn't savored in over a decade. "I had thought you resented me," Huchuan Lixian whispered. "Resentment may have existed initially, but more than that, it is a profound regret for my own shortcomings. If only I had been more resolute then. Perhaps I could have shouldered the burden of the Jianguan, and my father might not have met his demise." The lamentation of Huchuan Ji echoed through the air. "Tonight, Lazabat belongs to those who refuse to succumb to intoxication, yet there are always exceptions. On the western side of the island, several individuals clad in white were traversing the streets. They were none other than Bode and his companions, armed with the weighted blocks left by Daluo. They had inquired at every blacksmith shop and hardware store in the vicinity. Even under the cover of night, they had resorted to detaining and interrogating the owners. Yet no valuable information had emerged. What should we do? There are absolutely no leads. Kuei was in a state of agitation, her already unappealing makeup rendering her visage quite terrifying. "Let us inquire at the dueling arena tomorrow. Perhaps there might be some news there," Bode lamented, recalling that the naval admiral had previously been stationed there. How could he possibly be present? Kuei rolled her eyes, casting an impatient glance at Bode. Just days prior, he had spoken with such conviction, and here they were, having scoured the island in vain. And yet, what had they to show for it? Regardless, we must venture there tomorrow. If nothing arises, we shall have no choice but to return and report," Bode declared decisively, leaving no room for further discussion. Chapter 75. Crisis the day following the finals. Those nursing a hangover rarely rise early, and thus, time had swiftly progressed to the afternoon. The tavern lay in disarray, having operated well into the night. Exhausted, Daluo and his companions had no time to tidy up. With unwashed glasses piled high in the bar's sink and tables and chairs strewn haphazardly about. What a mess! Daluo, just rousing from slumber, regarded the chaos with a wry smile before picking up a broom to commence cleaning. Across the street at the Jianguan, Huchuan Lixian and Suzuki were also engaged in clearing the remnants of last night as festivities. "Xiao Qian, you're injured. Allow me to handle this." Suzuki attempted to snatch the broom from Huchuan Lixian's hands. However, as a swordsman, how could he allow his weapon to be easily seized? With a deft motion, he maneuvered the broom as if it were an extension of himself, swiftly subduing Miss Suzuki by placing the broom handle against her neck. "Ah, my apologies, Suzuki-sen. It was a reflex." Huchuan Lixian scratched his head awkwardly, hastily withdrawing the broom from her throat. "Just forget it. Suzuki was about to protest, but upon remembering Huchuan Liqian's injury, she restrained herself, snatching the broom and retreating to the courtyard to manage the cleanup herself. Impressive, Daluo exclaimed, giving Huchuan Liqian a thumbs up in admiration. My apologies for the laughter, sir. Huchuan Liqian responded bashfully to Daluo's teasing. I understand. That is the way of the sword. An old adage states that women only serve to hinder your speed in drawing your blade. Daluo stated earnestly. Hinder my speed in drawing? Upon hearing this, Huchuan Liqian's countenance transformed into one of sheer horror. This is far too serious. Indeed, Daluo nodded solemnly. Hearing their absurd exchange, Suzuki emerged from the courtyard, hands on her hips, and quickly approached Huchuan Liqian, twisting his ear. Don't listen to this nonsense. With that, she shot Daluo a warning glare, as if to say don't corrupt the youth, while pulling Huchuan Liqian back into the courtyard. Haha, this fellow, Daluo chuckled, recalling Huchuan Liqian's terrified expression, shaking his head in amusement. Quite humorous. In the midst of their banter, Liqid awoke, descending from the loft while stifling yawns. Clearly, he had exerted himself too much the previous night. You're up early? Daluo greeted Liqid. Yes, I couldn't sleep. I thought it best to rise early and get to work. After saying this, Liqid approached the bar, taking a cloth to begin cleaning. Seeing Liqid's industriousness made Daluo feel somewhat guilty, as this fellow had been diligently assisting in the tavern for several days, repaying the debt of gratitude for saving his life. It's evident that you enjoy this job. Daluo leaned against the bar, observing Liqid as he rinsed the glasses, watching the suds cascade into the basin. Indeed, Liqid sighed, turning on the faucet, cleaning each glass. Who would relish a life filled with trepidation and uncertainty? May I inquire about your story? Daluo shrugged, gesturing toward Liqid's lower back, where the Tianlongdi mark resided. Ah, it seems the esteemed Daluo has long been aware. Liqid grimaced, retrieving 2 rinsed glasses while simultaneously activating his ability to fill them with liquor. Drinking right after waking is not advisable. Daluo raised an eyebrow at the glasses Liqid offered. What is a story without a drink? Liqid disregarded Daluo's warning, perched himself on a high stool, and after taking a sip, began recounting his experiences in detail. With the glasses emptied and the tale concluded, Daluo gleaned insight into the tribulations of this man pursued by CP0. What are your plans for the future? Daluo queried after hearing the story. Truth be told, there's no need to articulate. Liqid should already comprehend that Daluo would not allow him to remain in the tavern indefinitely. It was far too perilous, especially for Lugio, as keeping Liqid nearby was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. I'm uncertain. Why ponder so deeply? Perhaps in a few days, I shall be captured by CP or the Navy and meet my end on the streets. Liqid shrugged nonchalantly. In a few days, I intend to set sail. Would you care to join me? As my companion, Daluo firmly placed his glass on the bar, extending a serious invitation to Liqid. Set sail? Liqid echoed, somewhat puzzled, even repeating the key term from Daluo's proposition. To be precise, I mean as a pirate. What say you? Daluo clarified, formally inviting Liqid once more. What? Liqid exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly contain his shock. In his view, Daluo, who lived a comfortable and prosperous life, had no compelling reason to pursue a life of piracy. But I have provoked the Tianlongren. Liqid flushed, struggling to articulate his concern. In his eyes, Daluo, who had managed to defeat Uin, was indeed a reliable ally, having provided refuge during his darkest moments. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he wished to spare Daluo from the impending danger. Oh, the Tianlongren? Daluo waved his hand dismissively, appearing completely unconcerned. As a product of 9 years of compulsory education, he held no reverence for those who claimed to be descendants of the creators. Furthermore, what of striking a Tianlongren? He firmly believed that if Luffy could protect Robin, who could unravel a century's worth of blank history, he could certainly safeguard a Liqid who had struck a Tianlongren. Yet, Liqid, assuming Daluo lacked understanding of the Tianlongren, opened his mouth to explain. A marine admiral, correct? Daruo interrupted Recto abruptly, then waved his hand reassuringly. The Rocks Pirate Alliance currently reigns supreme. There is no possibility the Marines would dispatch a fleet admiral on an external mission, not for several years at least. And by the time those years pass, we shall already have sailed into the Grand Line's treacherous new world, where even the Marines' longest reach will fall short. So set your mind at ease. This world teems with souls who have stirred far greater chaos than you ever could. Daruo expounded with calm authority. The Marines of this era bore little resemblance to the future force that would command the legendary triad of admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru. At present, only three figures stood at the pinnacle of naval might. Zephyr, the no-kill admiral. Garp, whose legendary unpredictability rendered him all but uncommandable. And Sengoku, the esteemed fleet admiral already designated as the next Marine commander-in-chief, yet bound perpetually to Marineford. Would the celestial dragons truly presume to issue orders to Garp? Preposterous. Then, Captain Daruo, Recto declared, rising from his chair with fervent emotion, I place my trust and my life in your hands. Agreed, Daruo affirmed, sealing the pact with decisive finality. He clapped Recto's shoulder firmly. From this moment onward, you address me as captain. Their conversation concluded. The two men tidied the tavern as best they could, leaving only minor tasks unfinished. Coincidentally, Ruju had just awakened. Daruo entrusted the remainder of the work to her, and Recto then set off toward the docks to recheck the provisions. Once all preparations were complete in the coming days, they would set sail without delay. Meanwhile, the CP0 trio had at last arrived in this long-overlooked central district, holding aloft the weighted iron block Daruo had left behind, searching relentlessly for traces. Their first port of inquiry, the local blacksmiths and hardware shops. At last, they pushed open the door of the very forge where Daruo had commissioned the weights. What can I get for you, guests? The blacksmith, idle since the tournament's end, greeted them with unguarded warmth. Bord and his companions remained silent, their eyes sweeping the workshop with predatory precision. Kalai stepped forward first, pointing to the iron block in Boldo's hands. Sir, have you ever seen this object before? The blacksmith followed her gesture and instantly recognized it. That's the very piece I forged for that young man just days ago. Yet, sensing something ominous in the stranger's strange attire and sharp, searching gaze, he resolved not to betray Daruo. He feigned ignorance. No, I've never laid eyes on it. Liar. Boldo bellowed, his keen perception catching the flicker of recognition in the blacksmith's eyes. Before the words fully left his lips, Bord lunged, seizing the blacksmith and slamming him to the floor with brutal force. Speak, where did you see this? Bord snarled, his voice a blade of ice. To ensure compliance, he twisted the blacksmith's hammer-calloused right wrist, snapping the bone with a sickening crack. Aff! The blacksmith cried out in agony. It was a youth. I made it for him. I swear, it's got nothing to do with me. The tavern. The boy stays at the tavern. The Port Tavern. Chapter 76. CP0 arrives by dusk. The tavern had been restored to quiet order. Ruju had prepared dinner. Fish head soup, roasted lamb leg, mushroom pie, lavish and tender, as though she sensed Daruo's imminent departure. Soup's ready, she announced, carrying the steaming pot to the table and setting out bowls and chopsticks. Then she noticed Recto, lost in quiet reverie. Recto, what is troubling you? You've been staring into space all evening. Nothing, he murmured, accepting the utensils, but his face betrayed inner turbulence. Indeed, ever since his flight from Mary Geos, his life had been a fugitive's litany, hiding, fleeing, surviving in perpetual shadow, haunted by the twin specters of the Marines and the celestial dragons. He had believed such fear would define his existence, until now. Comrade. For the first time in his life, the word carried weight, not as a hollow title, but as a living bond. Everyone he ever met had either coveted his bounty with avaricious hunger, or recoiled in terror at the mere whisper of his lineage. So, you're leaving too, aren't you? Ruju asked softly, leaning her arms on the counter. With Daruo? She needed no answer. She knew her brother, knew how in past days. He trained relentlessly, hour after hour. Yet these past few days, he had chosen instead to sit beside her, to share meals, to listen. The meaning hung unspoken, yet unmistakable. Silence settled, thick and tender, as both gazed toward the taverness entrance, waiting. Then, footsteps. A faint rustle at the door. That must be Daruo. I'll go greet him. Ruju rose, untied her apron, and stepped forward, only to freeze at the sight of the CP0 agents. Mistaking them for ordinary patrons, she offered a polite, apologetic smile. I'm terribly sorry. We're closed tonight. Please come back another time. But Board and his companions were not so easily deterred. Without a word, they surged forward, intent on entering. Ruju moved to intercept, only to be shoved aside by Kalai with brutal, unhesitating force. The impact sent her sprawling across the floor, her untrained body crumpling like parchment beneath the blow. Recto heard the commotion and rushed out, just in time to confront the trio. Realizing the danger, he bolted for the door. Recto, so, you're still on this island? Board exclaimed, astonishment warring with triumph. Astonishment that the boy had not vanished aboard Roger's ship, Triumph. That his mission now bore tangible hope. Boldo lunged, leaping several meters in a single stride, to intercept. Yet Recto reacted with lightning speed, dissolving into a shimmering cascade of crimson wine, slipping past the blow like mist through fingers. Wine command. Evading the fatal strike, he summoned his power, coalescing into a searing, arrow-like jet of vintage red, streaking skyward in a blur of velocity, gone in the blink of an eye. After him, Bodo commanded. He and Boldo vanished in twin bursts of shave, while Kalai, activating her ability, shifted into her semi-beast owl form, unfurling vast, powerful wings and launching herself skyward. Her aerial agility let her catch up first, engaging Recto in midair. But her strength lagged far behind. She hadn't yet mastered armament hockey, and Recto's crimson spear struck true, sending her crashing down in a flurry of feathers and fury. Yet that very strike cost him precious speed, giving Board the opening he needed. A finger gun, laced with raw hockey, struck Recto full in the side, wounding him deeply. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Recto liquefied once more, vanishing upward in a gush of wine. Kalai, are you all right? Boldo, ever the devoted subordinate, rushed to her side, voice thick with concern. Damn it! How dare you mar my beautiful wings? Kalai snarled, pushing herself up from the dirt, her plumage ruffled, her pride wounded far more than her body. Enough delay, Board snapped, cold and unyielding. His gaze held only the mission, no room for sentiment, no tolerance for weakness. Follow now. This way. Boldo, abandoning chivalry at his leader's command, shifted into his bulldog form, sniffing the air intently, tracking the lingering, unmistakable scent of aged red wine. The three pursuers relentlessly pressed on, while Lykeet found himself cornered with nowhere to flee. Standing at the dock, gazing into the boundless ocean, despair engulfed him. Even though he possessed the ability to fly short distances thanks to his fruit powers, his current injured state rendered him incapable of crossing the sea. Damn it! How could it come to this? Lykeet lamented internally, especially after finally encountering comrades worthy of his trust. Run! Why aren't you running, you fool? You've made my life a living hell, sneered Koeli, who had caught up with him, her eyes glinting with malice. Meanwhile, Boldo and Bode also approached, intensifying the pressure on Lykeet. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his power, summoning a torrent of alcohol to coalesce around him. Freedom's anthem. A blazing flame erupted as Lykeet extended his arms, manipulating the alcohol into a colossal fiery sword and charging at the three assailants. Oomph! A cornered beast fights back, Bode scoffed, transforming into a blur as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lykeet soaring into the air. Simultaneously, Boldo, having transformed into a bulldog, leaped into the fray, his forelegs, enveloped in armed color, crashing down upon Lykeet. Coughing up blood from the relentless assault, Lykeet struggled to his feet and maximized his abilities, conjuring dozens of flaming spears directed at the trio. Bode transformed his fists into palms, black metallic armor extending from his fingertips to envelop his arms completely. With a swift cross motion, he generated a formidable gust of wind, creating a vast network that intercepted and extinguished the fiery spears one by one. Above, Koeli swooped down, her wings flapping vigorously as her razor-sharp claws descended like deadly scissors, aiming for Lykeet's head. Sensing his dwindling strength, Lykeet resolved to fight with all his might, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of alcohol that transformed into countless crimson ribbons, streaking through the sky like red meteors, ensnaring Coeli mid-flight. The ribbons continued to expand, quickly enveloping the entire dock, leaving Boldo unable to escape as he too became ensnared. Freedom's final chapter, Scarlet Binding. This was Lykeet's ultimate move. His eyes, filled with a determination to perish together with his foes, reflected his intent to annihilate CP0 completely. As flames surged from the tips of the ribbons, threatening to ignite a raging inferno, a seawater projectile suddenly shot in from the distance, extinguishing the nascent flames. Do you have a penchant for self-destruction? Daruo, who had just rushed from the tavern, appeared, breathless and exasperated as he observed Lykeet. How is it that you only think of taking us all down when cornered? Lykeet stared in disbelief at Daruo, who emerged from around the corner, a man accustomed to betrayal and deceit, especially with a bounty of 300 million. He never expected Daruo would come to his rescue. Sensing Lykeet's gaze, Daruo explained, "Since I have already invited you to join my crew, your troubles are now my troubles." With that, Daruo coolly drew another revolver from his waist and, employing Shuanpa, appeared in front of Lykeet, standing between him and Bode's group. "And you should call me Captain." "Captain? Are you a pirate?" Bode exclaimed, astonished at Daruo's declaration. In his experience, pirates were not known for caring about their comrades, having witnessed many betray their own for self-preservation during missions. "Haha, partner. This guy must be a fool, perhaps even tricked. How could anyone wish to ally with someone who has drawn the ire of the celestial dragons?" Coeli exaggeratedly laughed, as if she had heard an amusing joke. "Madam Bald Chicken, do you find my words amusing?" Daruo shot a displeased glance at Coeli, unwilling to let anyone belittle Lykeet, his first invited crewmate. "Bald Chicken, you're asking for death," Coeli screeched, charging at Daruo with her wings spread wide. "Coeli, don't be rash," Boldo shouted in an attempt to halt her. But it was too late. Feast of the Sky, Coeli's reckless advance played right into Daruo's hands. With his fingers slightly splayed, a torrent of air coalesced in his palm, creating a tremendous suction that drew Coeli towards him. Sensing something amiss, Coeli attempted to escape, but Daruo was not about to let her slip away. He transformed his hand into a claw and swiftly captured her. Unable to break free, Coeli activated Iron Block for defense. In the next moment, the compressed air burst from Daruo's hand, creating a deafening explosion that reverberated across the dock, sending Coeli flying and dragging her across the ground for 30 to 40 meters before she finally came to a halt. Coeli. This sight incited Boldo, the ever-loyal subordinate, to let out a furious roar and charge at Daruo. Seizing the opportunity, Bode activated Shave to close the distance on Daruo, launching a fierce two-pronged assault. Fortunately, Daruo had anticipated their moves, using Shuanpa to evade their onslaught in an instant. "This guy is strong. Don't hold back. Let us take him down together," Bode commanded Boldo, who had briefly engaged with Daruo. They simultaneously activated Life Return, prepared to unleash their full strength against him. Daruo's expression darkened. He dreaded this scenario. Provoking Coeli was merely a strategy to reduce their numbers, yet the advantage of their numbers was now apparent. 2 against 1. Just as Lykeet, still bleeding from his wounds but refusing to yield, managed to rise unsteadily to his feet, he declared to Daruo, "Captain, I can still fight." Daruo glanced at the battered Lykeet, understanding that if he sustained further injuries, the first crewmate he had invited might perish before their ship even set sail. With a resigned smile, Daruo pointed to Coeli, equally battered, and said, "You handle her first. I'll take care of these two." Though his words were light-hearted, he knew better than anyone the gravity of their situation, despite his significant power increase over the past few days. Facing two opponents with strength comparable to Orin would still prove to be quite challenging. However, the opportunity was not entirely lost. Daruo glanced at the array of grenades hanging from his waist, his thoughts turning inward, Several C3 charges nestled among them granted him a profound sense of security, provided he seized the right moment. Yet Bod, the porcupine fruit user, granted him no such luxury. Without hesitation, he activated his devil fruit ability, transforming instantly into a boar-like hybrid, then twisted his torso with brute force, causing his hardened quills to erupt skyward like a volley of arrows. Fortunately, Daruo's vigilance was razor-sharp. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a grenade. Its detonation unleashed a torrent of compressed air that coalesced midair into two seamless, impenetrable barriers, C2 dual air walls, shielding him just in time. Hundreds of quills struck the walls in rapid succession, each one halted with flawless precision, none breaching the defense. Meanwhile, Buldo, fully transformed by the bulldog fruit, charged forward with terrifying speed. At over 2 meters in length, his muscular, bestial frame radiated raw dominance, a living embodiment of relentless aggression. In less than 2 seconds, he spanned dozens of meters and loomed above Daruo, jaws agape, roaring as he lunged for the kill. But such a maneuver was transparent to Daruo's observation haki, predictable, even trivial. With a thunderous stomp of his right foot, he vanished from sight, leaving Buldo's fangs snapping at empty air. Danger! Buldo's acute olfactory sense instantly registered Daruo's repositioning behind him. He activated the 6-power shave, evading Daruo's treacherous gunshot by a hair's breadth. The incendiary bullet detonated on the ground, igniting a roaring inferno. Daruo exhaled a quiet sigh of regret. His urgency to eliminate one opponent and tip the balance was mounting. He knew full well, should both adversaries strike simultaneously, even his dead eye, capable of perceiving every micromotion without flaw, would not suffice. These were no ordinary foes, 2 masters of armament haki and life return, both endowed with Zoan-class devil fruit powers. Their velocity transcended mere human reflex. And as if fate mocked his apprehension, the moment their first exchange concluded, Bod and Buldo discarded all pretense of restraint. Their disdain dissolved into grim coordination. Bod struck first, now fully immersed in his boar form, his entire body bristling with coarse, rigid quills, his blackened, haki-infused tusks gleaming like obsidian blades. Tusk va kariot. He raised his tusks slightly, then drove his hind legs into the earth with explosive force, shattering the floor beneath him. Propelled forward like a guided missile, he surged across the battlefield, carving twin furrows with his razor-sharp tusks. Simultaneously, Buldo, now a half-beast bulldog hybrid, kept his forelimbs in canine form, lashing out with blinding speed. Each swipe birthed countless wind blade projectiles. Rankyaku, canine etch, a ceaseless, merciless barrage. One pressed close, the other struck from afar. 2 relentless axes of assault converging upon Daruo, tightening the noose with every second. Daruo, relying solely on the prescient clarity of Deadeye, wove through the storm, dodging, weaving, hurling grenades in desperate attempts to stall Bod's unstoppable advance. Boom! 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 Flames roared. Seawater surged. Razor-edged gales shrieked. Iron spikes rained like hail. The battlefield erupted into a maelstrom of controlled chaos. Meanwhile, at the Kanetsun dojo, Izumi Seiki, Suzuki, and Izumi Reiken sat around the dinner table, quietly sharing a meal. Then, a thunderous detonation reverberated from harbor. Master, a young apprentice burst in, breathless, something's happening at the docks. The owner of Port Wine Tavern is locked in combat with several unknown assailants. Oh, how is it unfolding? Suzuki asked. Her curiosity piqued. Ever since the dojo's headmaster had paid 200 million belly to persuade Daruo to withdraw from the tournament, she'd been captivated by his enigmatic power. He.s. extraordinary, the apprentice replied earnestly. He fires bullets that conjure fire and wind, explosive, terrifying. Yet his opponents are no trifles. One resembles a wild boar, the other, a monstrous hound. Even so, the tavern owner is clearly overwhelmed, outnumbered and outflanked. His tone carried a faint, lingering resentment, still stung by Daruo's earlier humiliation of him. I'll go, Reiken said calmly, setting down his chopsticks and rising. What? It's too dangerous. Besides, that arrogant fellow is strong enough to handle himself. Suzuki blurted, rising in alarm. I owe him a debt, Reiken replied, securing his famed katana at his waist as he spoke to Izumi Seiki and Suzuki. I intend to repay it. Gratitude was the cornerstone of his creed. Just as it had been toward the elder master, so too was it now. Master, please stop him. Suzuki turned desperately to Izumi Seiki. Seiki set down his own chopsticks, then spoke with solemn gravity. A sword drawn in resolve must cleave forward, without hesitation, without retreat. Understood, brother, Reiken acknowledged with a slight, respectful nod, then strode out without looking back. Suzuki stared, dumbfounded. Master, why did you say that? I asked you to stop him. After Reiken departed, Suzuki's anxiety curdled into restless chatter, her voice rising, unceasing, until Seiki could no longer dine in peace. Clack! He slammed his chopsticks onto the table. I'm finished. Hey, did you even hear me? Suzuki snapped, hands on hips, abandoning honorifics entirely, her use sharp with exasperation. Seiki, unfazed, retrieved a bottle of aged sake from the cabinet and murmured, almost wistfully, such a rare vintage, I've kept it for years. Then, turning to Suzuki, he instructed, go to the Marine base. Invite Rear Admiral Matt. Tell him his old friend Izumi Seiki has opened a bottle and expects his company. An aged sake. Chapter 78. The siege beneath the molten glow of sunset. The docks of Lazabart trembled, not with tremors, but with the raw, earth-rending fury of battle. Stones leapt and tumbled like chaff before a gale. The ground itself appeared freshly plowed, and indeed it had been. Bod, now a full-fledged boar, lowered his obsidian-tipped tusks and charged, relentless, unstoppable. A living bulldozer carving devastation in his wake. Every stride tore deep furrows into the earth. Every turn sent shockwaves through the soil. Daruo hurled one grenade after another. C2S, incendiaries. Concussives. Yet Bod bore them all with stoic indifference. Even the formidable C2 directed incendiary blast, which would have vaporized lesser men, merely seared shallow burns across his thick, hockey-reinforced hide. Daruo's initial confidence had evaporated the moment he witnessed Bod shrug off the blast. Unfazed, unslowed, his hide like tempered steel, his resilience bordering on the mythic. And worse still, Buldo, ever the shadow, circled relentlessly, waiting, striking, wearing him down. The prowess of this individual Lan Jiao, has reached an extraordinary level, with his forelimbs boasting 4 claws that unleash 4 fierce, slashing attacks with each swing, each wave of sword energy enveloped in a terrifying cutting force. Should Luo exhibit even the slightest lapse in focus, the lethal scythe would find its mark. With a vast lethal radius that could only be evaded by employing shunbu, a barrage of range harassment and a relentless close-range assault ensued, their attacks crashing upon each other in ceaseless waves. Damn it, I must first deal with that fellow. Luo, with a grim expression, observed the havoc wreaked by Boda, and with resolute determination, he pressed a specially crafted bullet into the chamber of his gun, simultaneously raising the barrel to aim and fire. The bullet streaked through the air like a meteor, continuously condensing the surrounding atmosphere during its flight, resembling the eye of a storm as it compressed and spiraled, ultimately forming a violently spiraling air lance. Zhusha Xing Feng Wang Chong Chong. Upon sensing the imminent danger, Boda instantly utilized to flicker away, but unfortunately he materialized precisely at the location predicted by the Luo's Xian. The air lance, imbued with immense power, struck true. The spiraling tip of the lance drilled in with the intensity of a power tool, its force escalating with every moment. This was not the end. The lance's tail, shaped by the compressed air, unleashed a jet of thrust that sent the spinning Boda flying, dragging a trail of blood across the ground for dozens of meters. Ugh! Boda, who had taken a solid hit to his abdomen, coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he felt as if his innards had been pulverized, the intense pain radiating from within leaving his mind in disarray, his eyes rolling back as he lay gasping on the ground. Luo, too, was not without his struggles. in his effort to subdue the rampaging Boda. He was struck head-on by Bu-Air Duo, the four slashing attacks glimmering with a pitch-black sheen landing squarely upon him, bursting forth with crimson blossoms. Not content with his initial success, Bu-Air Duo pressed the attack, utilizing T to teleport directly before Deluo, unleashing his claw, enveloped in color dominance, with full force. Deluo felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding train. His chest went numb from the impact, and the scenery around him began to blur. Thrown back by the force of the blow, Deluo shattered several residential structures, transforming the area into ruins, debris and dust cascading down in a cloud. Kid, the pirate game ends here. Transitioning into his half-beast form, Bu-Air Duo slowly approached the ruins where Deluo lay, and with a swift Lan Jiao, he shattered the debris pinning Deluo, revealing him sprawled amidst the wreckage of stone and broken furniture. Deluo's condition appeared dire, motionless among the rubble. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and his long black coat had become tattered. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at Bu-Air Duo, who was advancing toward him, his fingers gripping the pin of a grenade at his waist. C3 Lien Yurong Lu Deluo was acutely aware of the power of this grenade, made using a thermite reaction. The reason he had not employed it earlier was due to the frenzied onslaught from Boda and Bu-Air Duo, which had not afforded him the opportunity. Now, in such a wretched state, even if he were to utilize the grenade, he would undoubtedly be caught in the violent explosion, inflicting 1,000 losses upon the enemy while suffering 800 himself. Yet, at this moment, he felt he could no longer afford to be so cautious. 2 seconds later, Bu-Air Duo stood before Deluo, eyeing the distant wreck Tay engaged in battle with Kei Li, boasting, "That kid is quite the fighter. But this is where it ends. You shall meet in hell." Approaching Deluo, Bu-Air Duo sneered, raising his right fist, taut like a bow, preparing strike. Buzz! A clear, resonant slash, akin to a crescent moon, curved low and traversed hundreds of meters, striking Bu-Air Duo's right hand directly. Had Bu-Air Duo not reacted swiftly, employing Tai Kwai in armed color, Deluo was confident that this single blow could sever Bu-Air Duo's hand at the wrist. Who? Startled by the interruption, Bu-Air Duo turned sharply towards the street corner, simultaneously activating Sheng Ming Gue Huan alongside the healing abilities of his animal fruit, causing the bleeding wound to instantly scab over. Meanwhile, He Quan Li Qian emerged slowly from the corner, his condition far from optimal. Having just endured a grueling battle the previous day, his wounds still unhealed. Et Quan Li Qian, Daluo exclaimed in surprise, observing the figure clad in white emerging from the corner. The boss truly looks disheveled. He Quan Li Qian disregarded Deluo's astonishment and instead jested about Deluo's current predicament. "You rascal," Deluo retorted, speechless, initially wishing to express gratitude for the timely intervention, but finding his words caught in his throat. There's even another accomplice, Bu-Air Duo, casting a wary glance at He Quan Li Qian, was filled with trepidation. From the previous slash alone, he had discerned that this individual was formidable. On the other side, Boda, recovering from the substantial hit inflicted by Deluo, stood firmly on his feet, bolstered by the regenerative powers of his animal fruit. "I will tear you apart." Boda, now resembling a frenzied beast, had his skin darken and harden, spiky hairs erupting wildly, his form surging to 3 meters in height, exuding an aura of dread. This transformation, akin to the descent of a demon lord, left Deluo momentarily speechless, the sheer presence inducing immense pressure. A new round of combat commenced. However, this time, Bu-Air Duo was directly engaged by He Quan Li Qian, while Recte continued to gain the upper hand against Kei Li in their exchanges, solidifying his advantage. Thus, as long as I can overcome this tough opponent, victory should be within reach. Deluo murmured to himself, rolling his shoulders to loosen up. With a deep exhale, he disregarded the pain coursing through his body and began to summon the last vestiges of his strength. Once readied, Deluo reloaded his gun, fixing his gaze on the monstrous Boda before him, and taunted, "Have you turned into this hideous form to scare me to death?" Though Deluo's voice was not loud, The provocative undertone resonated sharply in Boda's ears, inciting his fury. Shut don't get brat. Boda roared in rage. Having consumed the animal fruit of a wild boar, he had always been sensitive about his appearance, and Aluo's simple provocation sent him into a complete frenzy. The muscles across his body writhed and swelled, his fingers transforming into sharp, menacing claws, and his mouth contorted into a devilish grin, the fangs curving into horn-like shapes. You shall die, bot. Boda bellowed like thunder, then transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness, charging toward Aluo with a brutal ferocity. Launching a punch enveloped in armed color with tremendous force. Aluo, undaunted, met him head-on, lifting his hind leg to deliver a powerful kick, the ability of his fruit condensing at his toes. Duoda bash, each punch and kick erupted with tremendous impact, akin to a comet colliding with the earth, as compressed air continuously burst forth, eroding Bode's hockey-clad fists. Exhausted, Bode and Daro were forced to retreat rapidly, dragging deep grooves into the ground. Such an extraordinary man exists in this mundane world, Bode exclaimed, shaking his numb arm, astonished by Daro's ability to match him in close combat. After all, with the fusion of hockey, Zoan abilities, and the resurrection of life, he had already positioned himself among the ranks of the strong. What a terrifying talent. If a man like you were to enter the seas, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. At that moment, Bode felt immensely fortunate to have discovered this yet undeveloped rising star in the South Sea. However, this ends here, kid. Embrace endless despair and perish. Bode roared, intent on crushing this nascent threat before it could fully blossom. Raising his revolver once more, Daro gazed intently at Bode, his weary tone laced with unparalleled determination. If you can, then come and try. Chapter 79, C3 Tiantong Yujin. The aerial battlefield belonged to Laikit and Kurue. One transformed into a blazing vapor of wine, while the other morphed into an owl with outstretched wings, entangled in a fierce aerial duel. Thanks to a power akin to the Nuoa fruit, Laikit, once battered and bruised, found himself at ease against Kurue, who had yet to master hockey. After all, his opponent could not inflict any effective damage, allowing Laikit to seize advantage after advantage. That damned fool, Kurue cursed, swinging her scorched wings. Seizing the moment, Laikit hurled a dry red long spear, striking true and transforming Kurue into a fiery orb that plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Kurue. From atop a nearby building, the devoted follower, Boldo, cried out in anguish while grappling with Izumi Rikiya, stomping the ground with conviction. He utilized through to teleport in front of Kurue, repelling Laikit's attempt to finish her off. Yet, even so, Kurue, half her body charred and gasping for breath, struggled a few times before succumbing. Boldo lamented, witnessing Kurue's demise. Consumed by rage, he launched himself into the sky, with Jeff aiming to strike down Laikit. However, before his claws could reach their target, a red-brown flying slash intercepted him from afar. In the next instant, a figure clad in white arrived, a radiant blade aimed with precision at Boldo's face. Your opponent is me. Izumi Rikiya's voice remained as calm as a spring. Yet the slight widening of his eyes revealed that he had awakened his Azura persona. His cold, predatory gaze bore down on Boldo, causing him to feel as though he were submerged in icy water, every hair on his body standing on end. Run. Sensing the murderous intent, Boldo resolutely abandoned the lifeless Kurue and attempted to flee towards Bode with the Shimpa. Yet, Izumi Rikiya would not allow him to escape. Sheathing his blade, he then drew it with the speed of lightning. Wolio Longyue, crescent-shaped sword aura, the size of a millstone, began to materialize along the blade's edge, growing in strength as it flew. By the time it reached Boldo, the cutting strike had expanded to over 10 meters. The whistling sound of the attack sent chills down Boldo's spine, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe hovered above him, rendering him motionless. Yet, instinct for survival propelled him to summon his haki for defense just before the strike descended. With a sharp sound, the overwhelming sword energy crashed down. Like a colossal wave, it engulfed Boldo, unleashing a ferocious cutting force that seemed poised to cleave the very dust in two, ultimately extinguishing his life as he lay, broken, in a deep ravine. With a single decisive blow, Izumi Rikiya exhaled deeply, returning his weapon, the Izumi Mamoru Kanesada, to its sheath. His once murderous gaze softened, reverting to his usual gentle squint. As he elegantly twirled his sword before sheathing it, the gracefulness of the action imbued him with an aura of nobility. Just as he began to turn away, an incongruous voice echoed behind him. Could you help me up?" Staggering forward, like heat, dragging his battered form, spoke. With Izumi Rikiya's assistance, he laboriously made his way to a nearby platform, his expression laden with concern as he gazed toward the ongoing battle between Daro and Bode. "Captain should be able to handle that guy, right?" Like heat murmured, observing the billows of smoke and surging flames rising from the dock. "It should be fine. Boss's strength is considerable," Izumi Rikiya reassured him. On the battlefield, the clash between Daro and Bode escalated dramatically. The entire platform extending from the dock had been ravaged, with deep craters marring its surface, swaying precariously as if it might plunge into the sea at any moment. Amidst the swirling smoke, the sounds of fists colliding and grenades exploding created a symphony that resonated with heart-stirring intensity. Suddenly, both combatants launched into a new round of attacks. As Daro squeezed the trigger on a locked target, emptying his magazine, the formidable compressed air bullets struck Bode's resilient form, leaving deep indentations, yet he remained unfazed. Relentlessly advancing toward Daro, Haiti Kwanji Bode, as fierce as a tempest, swung his fists with abandon, unleashing a torrential downpour of blows upon Daro. With no mastery of hockey, Daro could only raise his arms in a desperate defense. But how could he withstand the relentless onslaught of Bode, who had honed his hockey through over a decade of training and countless battles? Ribs, internal organs, muscles, limbs, Daro endured an increasing barrage of attacks, and the intense pain surged through him, making him feel as though he had been run over by 100 cars. As his injuries mounted, Daro's situation grew increasingly perilous. The strength Bode displayed far exceeded his previous assumptions based on the depictions of the CP0 organization in the comics from his past life. In those stories, even the leader of CP0, Lucci, was merely a target for Luffy's fifth gear. This led Daro to misjudge the organization's true power. He never anticipated that a single Bode could possess such formidable strength. Nonetheless, Daro never contemplated retreat, to become a legendary figure upon the seas. How could he falter before even setting sail? He would not yield. A fierce punch, accompanied by a violent gust of wind, hurtled towards him, causing the already blurred vision of Daluo to sharpen with a roar of fury, summoning every ounce of strength within him. He raised his right leg and forcefully kicked against Bode's heavy fist. The impact reverberated violently as Daluo's foot struck what felt like an iron plate, resulting in a fracture of his leg bone. Yet, Bode was not unscathed either. He let out a pained howl, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Daluo in disbelief. For the first time in his years of undertaking missions, he found himself cornered, not in the monstrous world of the new era, but in the relatively weaker South Sea. Even those weaker than him, like Bode and Orin, had already fallen here. "Kid, you are indeed a formidable opponent. It's a pity you crossed paths with me. Otherwise, had you reached the sea, you might have posed a significant threat." Bode clenched his fist, his expression twisted in disdain as he glared at Daluo. "Your two companions have already perished. Why not join them in hell?" Daluo, though at a disadvantage in the battle, refused to yield verbally. Bode shrugged indifferently. "Once I deal with you, your two companions will join you in hell." As he spoke, Daluo glanced down at his belt, which had been laden with grenades, now reduced to a mere handful. He estimated that after another round of combat, he would be completely out of ammunition. On the other hand, Bode was also in a precarious state. Despite continuously healing his wounds with the power of the animal fruit, his stamina was nearly depleted, his chest heaving like a bellows. "This is where it ends, kid. One more strike will finish you," Bode sneered, intending to end the protracted battle with a decisive blow. "Just as I wish," Daluo replied resolutely, his voice cutting clearly through the clamor of the dock. With that, Both their energies surged, and, at the pinnacle of their momentum, they moved simultaneously. Daluo spread his arms wide, the surrounding air swirling violently as a towering tornado formed before him, spinning relentlessly. With a fierce roar, Daluo clapped his hands together and pushed forward, simultaneously launching all the grenades strapped to him. A few wooden grenades ignited alongside incendiary grenades, transforming the whirlwind into a fiery vortex, hurtling directly towards Bode. Flamboyant tricks, Bode scoffed dismissively, acknowledging the irritation Daluo's colorful grenades had caused him, but deeming it inconsequential. He charged forward without hesitation, intending to withstand the fiery cyclone with sheer physical strength, trading injury for injury to take Daluo down. With a guttural roar, Bode lunged at Daluo, stomping heavily on the ground, which cracked under the force, and unleashed a punch imbued with immense power aimed directly at Daluo's head. Fortunately, all of Bode's movements were anticipated by Daluo's keen eyes, who narrowly evaded the strike with a swift shunbu, leaving behind a white grenade in his wake. C3 Tian Tang Eugene. The white grenade soared into the sky like a firework, following the trajectory of the tornado, ascending until it hovered above Bode. Boom! The grenade detonated instantaneously, producing a thunderous roar that shook the earth, followed by countless blazing white phosphorus embers scattering like ghostly flames, converging downward within the constraints of the tornado to rain destruction. Accompanied by an intense light akin to daylight, the white phosphorus flames, reaching temperatures of over 1,000 degrees, concentrated their wrath upon the eye of the storm where Bode stood, engulfing everything in hellish fire. After the inferno subsided, the area where Bode had been was left devoid of even a body, merely a charred expanse with the ground itself perforated, revealing deep, honeycomb-like pits. Daluo, swaying unsteadily, felt utterly drained, as if he might collapse at any moment. "I have won," the battle-scarred blond man murmured, gesturing to his waiting companions nearby. The sun had fully set, and the lights of the town illuminated the evening, accompanied by a gentle breeze as the three youths supported each other towards the tavern. Outside the Porter Tavern, "Sir, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Consider it repaid," Hequan Lien said as he gently set down the supported Reiki, before turning towards the Sword Academy. "By the way, Lien, I'm planning to set sail tomorrow. Would you like to join us as a companion?" Daluo formally invited Hequan Lien, welcoming the prospect of having such a powerful and familiar ally. "Me?" Hequan Lien pointed at himself, clearly taken aback by Daluo's unexpected proposition. "Let me think about it. Tomorrow, at this time, our ship will be docked at berth number 7 on the east side of the pier," Daluo added before saying no more, helping Reiki into the Porter Tavern. Inside the Porter Tavern, Lu Jiu sat at a table near the entrance, appearing to have been waiting there. Upon seeing Daluo and Reiki return, Lu Jiu quickly stood and helped Reiki, inquiring with concern, "Are you both all right?" "Yes, everything is resolved or fine," Daluo replied with a nod. "That's wonderful to hear," Lu Jiu sighed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded at the Sword Academy. Suzuki, waiting in the courtyard, leapt up to greet Hequan Lien upon his return. "Little Lien, you're back. Were you hurt?" "I got into a fight, but I'm all right," Hequan Lien scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Suzuki's enthusiasm, and changed the subject. "Where's the senior?" "Oomph. He's in the tatami room drinking with someone. By now, he should be quite intoxicated." Suzuki pouted, clearly displeased with Hequan Ji's drinking at this time. Before she could finish, the door to the tatami room slowly opened, revealing a flushed Hequan Ji, who, upon spotting Hequan Lien, spoke in a remarkably calm tone. "You're back?" "Yes," Hequan Lien nodded in acknowledgement as he stepped inside, intending to wash up and rest. Seeing Hequan Lien enter, the tatami room door closed once more. Inside, Hequan Ji poured himself a cup of sake from the low table while across from him. Major Matt lay sprawled over the table, already inebriated. "Old buddy, my apologies," Hequan Ji said, downing his drink in one go and draping his coat over Matt. Chapter 80. The meeting at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. The spotless, brightly lit conference room was filled with a circle of naval commanders clad in justice coats. A burly elder with a mohawk hairstyle rapped on the table. Addressing the assembly, "We have convened this urgent meeting for two primary reasons. The first, as you all are undoubtedly aware, is the recent victory we achieved in the New World, where we successfully annihilated a portion of Iraq's pirates' forces." As the words fell, everyone cast a glance at Cap, who sat at the side of the conference table, fully aware of who the true hero of this war was. Cap had first thwarted the Golden Lion in the Calm Belt, and then imparted a harsh lesson to the young Kaido in the New World, leaving him with a battered head. Oblivious to the fact that he had become the focal point of the meeting, Cap, with his right hand encased in plaster, busily stuffed his mouth with sunbae, creating a mess of crumbs across the conference table. At this moment, I wish to commend both Zhanghua and Cap. Just as the elderly Gengakong was about to praise them and gather some merit for the upcoming agenda, he was interrupted by the crisp sound of Cap chewing on the senbei. Gengakong, on the verge of expressing his displeasure, halted mid-sentence, fully aware of Cap's character, which could be succinctly summarized as, "I was wrong this time, but I would do it again." Fortunately, Zhanghua and Hei, seated beside Cap, nudged him, finally bringing an end to the annoying crunching noise. With this distraction, Gengakong abandoned his intention to commend Cap and turned back to address the second agenda item. Although he successfully defeated the Rock's pirates, driving them back to Hive Island, they retained a significant portion of their fighting force and would inevitably return. The Navy must rapidly bolster its strength in preparation for future contingencies. I plan to initiate conscription across the 4 seas and establish a new recruits training camp to enhance the Navy's manpower and youthful vigor. Zifa, you will be in charge of this initiative, Gengakong stated, turning to a robust man with purple hair at his side. Understood. Unlike the carefree Cap, the young Admiral Zifa was a man of considerable decorum, immediately rising from his seat upon receiving the marshal's order. Observing Zifa's serious demeanor, Gengakong nodded slightly, casting a resentful glance at Cap, who was carefully chewing his sunbae to avoid making noise. The disparity between individuals was astonishing. Clearing his throat, Gengakong continued, "The second matter is the nomination of Vice Admiral Zhanghua and Cap for promotion to Admiral, increasing the number of admirals to 3. As soon as the words left his lips, the once quiet conference room erupted into a cacophony. The Navy was not a monolithic entity. The doves seeking stability clashed with the hawks advocating for radical change, each faction with its own interests, often embroiled in heated debates over the same issues. The position of Admiral, representing the Navy's top combat power, would undoubtedly become a coveted prize for both factions. Adding 2 admirals would significantly impact the internal power struggles within the Navy. As the Marshal, Gengakong was acutely aware of these intricacies. He rapped the table to restore order, then began to clarify. The Rock's pirates boast a plethora of formidable fighters, especially in terms of elite combatants. They not only have veteran powerhouses like the Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate, but also possess the younger forces of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. In contrast, the number of admirals representing the Navy's top combat strength is woefully inadequate. Hence, I propose promoting Zhanghua and Cap to Admiral for their outstanding performances in this battle. Having spoken, Gengakong placed both hands on the conference table, surveying the room with a watchful eye. He was well aware of the prideful nature of his subordinates, who, while outwardly humble, were fiercely ambitious. Although Cap and Zhanghua were not lacking in strength and achievements, their rapid ascent to Admiral within less than 3 years of arriving in Marineford would surely provoke discontent among their peers. I support this. The first to speak was Vice Admiral Tianshu, who sported 4 tufts of whiskers on either cheek and leaned on a cane. Having witnessed Zhanghua and Hei triumph over the Silver Axe pirates in the recent battle against Rocks, Tianshu held Zhanghua in high esteem. Not to mention, had it not been for Cap's timely assistance, he might have faced a grim fate against Kaido in the New World. Tianshu represented not just himself, but an entire faction of hawkish Navy members who, unlike their conservative Dove counterparts, were more proactive in seeking change. If there are no objections, then it is settled, Gengakong declared, glancing at Tianshu and then surveying the other vice admirals present, confirming there were no dissenting voices before slamming his gavel. One must admit, Gengakong was indeed a cunning old fox. By initially dispatching Zhanghua, Hei, and several vice admirals to the New World, and strategically sending them to intercept the likes of Silver Axe at a crucial moment. He had ensured Zhang Gui's credentials were solidified. When Cap arrived to provide support, he was immediately assigned to confront Kaido, while the vice admirals had faced Kaido and Charlotte Linlin prior. In Gang Kong's calculations, the promotion of Cap and Zhang Gui was destined to proceed smoothly. Just as Gang Kong was about to deliver the final verdict, an untimely voice interrupted. "I oppose." As the words echoed, all eyes turned to Cap, the source of the interruption. "Cap, what are you doing?" Zhang Gui prodded him, incredulity etched on his face. This disbelief mirrored the expressions of everyone present. No one could fathom that someone would refuse the title of admiral. "Marshal Kong, if I become an admiral, I must protect those celestial dragons, right? And I wouldn't be able to roam the seas freely on my warship, would I? I refuse." Cap provided a remarkably persuasive rationale that left the assembled company speechless. Of course, this was if one overlooked the incredulous gazes directed at him by the others. "Cap, do you comprehend what you are saying?" Gang Kong, growing increasingly agitated, rubbed his temples weary. His intricate maneuvering was not without reason, since Zhang Gui's transfer to Marineford. He had held high hopes for him, quietly viewing him as a potential successor. This battle was designed to allow both Cap and Zhang Gui to accrue military merit swiftly, so that even in his retirement, Cap could serve as a significant ally to Zhang Gui. "I apologize, Marshal Kong," Cap bluntly refused, oblivious to all the underlying intricacies. His interruption plunged the conference room into an awkward silence, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside. Upon receiving permission, a soldier hurriedly entered, saluted, and spoke rapidly. "Report, Marshal. We have just received news that the CP-0 unit dispatched to capture the slave in the South Sea at Lazabat was attacked by pirates, resulting in total annihilation." "Was it the Roger pirates?" Gang Kong pondered, searching his mind for any notorious pirate groups in the South Sea capable of eradicating CP-0, but found none. His thoughts then turned to Roger, who had previously stationed himself in the South Sea. "No, it is an entirely new pirate crew, the Daro Pirates." At this moment, the name of the Daro Pirates echoed for the first time across the seas. Chapter 81. Setting sail. The speed at which news travels across the sea is astonishing. The intelligence regarding the annihilation of CP-0 by the Daro Pirates not only reached the desk of Steelbone Kong, but also stirred a fervor across the ocean. Ryukut, clutching a newspaper delivered by a newsbird, entered the tavern, cast a glance at it, and then placed it on the bar counter, handing it to Daruo. Daruo accepted it with one hand and glanced at the headline. "The newly emerged sovereign of the South Seas, the most potent newcomer, Daruo Pirates, completely obliterates the celestial dragon's minions." Such an imposing title, coupled with a tone of shock in the article, projected this newly formed pirate crew, established less than 2 days prior, as a formidable force on the seas, akin to the fervent hype surrounding a company's initial public offering. The article depicted Daruo as a robust, young, muscle-bound demon with a triangular visage, dark skin, wielding a heavy artillery piece, effortlessly dispatching several CP-0 agents, while also erasing the port that contributed significantly to the GDP of Lazabat. The portrayal of Izumi Rikiya was even more bizarre. The author seemingly drew from the rumors surrounding the port's Azura, crafting a narrative that was both grounded and otherworldly, rendering Rikiya as a being not of this realm. Ryukut's portrayal drew inspiration from the works of the renowned literary figure, Shibuya, likening it to a tale of revenge by a prince against the celestial dragons, emphasizing the theme of fortune's fickle nature, where the tides of fate turned dramatically over 30 years. The article concluded with the name of the reporter, Aisha, leaving Daruo somewhat perplexed. Despite his use of Kinbunchaku to sense the surroundings, there had been no one present on the battlefield to relay such intricate details of the conflict. Meanwhile, within the naval conference room, amidst discussions among the high-ranking officials, the bounty for the Daruo pirates was freshly minted. Unsurprisingly, it included bounties for Daruo and Ryukut, as well as for Izumi Rikiya. Porgasti Daruo, alias Death Marksman, bounty, 150 million berries. Izumi Rikiya, alias White Azura, bounty, 110 million berries. Ryukut, alias Drunkard. Bounty: 320 million berries, inclusive of an additional fee for assaulting the celestial dragons amounting to 250 million. The sheer magnitude of these bounties underscored the Navy's serious regard for the Daro pirates. Daro's individual bounty alone was equivalent to that of the entire giant cannon pirate crew at that time. The Navy rarely assigns bounties exceeding 100 million to pirates across the four seas, especially for a first bounty to breach that threshold, making it an exceptional rarity. Not merely coincidental, but a manifestation of strength, the editorial embellishment of the news, and the wrath of the celestial dragons. This situation resulted in the Daro pirates, comprising merely 3 members, holding a staggering total bounty of 700 million. Goodness, the bounty has increased again, Ryukut remarked, glancing at his own bounty with a hint of frustration. Over the years, he had endured considerable hardship due to the outrageous bounty, particularly as his strength still fell short of those with bounties over 100 million. Otherwise, he would not have struggled so dramatically against someone like Query, who had yet to master hockey. The lofty bounty of 320 million made him a target for many powerful pirates. Having read the comic, Daro understood that the Navy's bounties not only reflect strength, but also the extent of destruction caused, and Ryukut, having assaulted a celestial dragon, was undoubtedly viewed as a grave threat by the Navy. Well, it seems you dealt quite the blow to that celestial dragon. Your bounty surpasses the combined total of mine and Rikia's, Daro jested, glancing at the 3 bounty notices beside Ryukut. Haha, indeed, it felt quite satisfying at the time. Ryukut replied, raising an eyebrow, his tone brimming with pride. It was evident that after finding a stable haven, Ryukut had shed the somber demeanor of his past, gradually returning to his former jovial self. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, a ruckus arose outside the tavern. "Major Matt, take care," Miss Suzuki shouted, escorting the inebriated Matt, who had only just roused from his stupor at 3 in the afternoon, out of the sword dojo, her voice carrying while her gaze lingered on the tavern. "Why are you so startled?" Major Matt, still under the influence of alcohol, jumped at Suzuki's sudden outburst. After a brief comment, he bore no grudge and, adorned in his justice coat, staggered off towards the naval base. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the recent events at his station. One must commend Izumi Seiki, the cunning old fox. Thanks to his crafty maneuvering, the station navy in Lazabot was unable to rush to the battlefield promptly. This also afforded Daro and his companions some time to recuperate post-battle, preventing them from hastily embarking to sea while still injured. Once Major Matt disappeared at the end of the street, Suzuki rolled up her sleeves and rushed into the tavern, urgently addressing the two. "Are you both insane? Why haven't you left yet? Why the hurry? Where's Rikia?" Daro remained composed, seated atop a high stool, showing no sign of urgency. Mentioning Izumi Rikia seemed to sour Suzuki's mood, her face falling as her beautiful eyes narrowed. "What are you plotting? Let me tell you, Rikia will not be joining you on your voyage." Seeing Suzuki's protective demeanor, akin to a hen guarding its chicks, Daro found it amusing and pointed at the bounty notices on the bar without uttering a word. "No way, Rikia has a bounty?" Suzuki exclaimed, picking up Izumi Rikia's bounty notice, her face a mask of disbelief as she covered her mouth, seemingly reluctant to accept this reality. "And it's substantial, 110 million, Daro shrugged, a smile playing on his lips as he teased Suzuki. "You scoundrel." Suzuki leapt up like a fox whose tail had been stepped on, her retort unspoken when a voice boomed from outside. "Suzuki, do not be unruly." Izumi Seiki's voice echoed even before he entered the tavern. Upon hearing his voice, Suzuki dashed behind Izumi Seiki as if seeking refuge, ready to lodge a complaint. "Director Izumi," Daro greeted with a slight bow. This figure was no mere fox like Suzuki, but rather a pivotal character, although they had appeared to be at odds in recent years. The fate of Izumi Rikia truly hinged on the inclinations of Izumi Seiki. Furthermore, despite Izumi Seiki's lackluster talent, his strategic acumen and temperament were commendable. In contrast, Izumi Rikia's simple-mindedness was often at the mercy of Seiki's cunning. "This won't be easy. You don't think Rikia will feel compelled to sail with you simply because of his bounty, do you?" Izumi Seiki's tone carried a hint of reprimand, as if he had overheard Daruo and Suzuki's conversation. "Oh, Director Izumi, I was merely jesting with Miss Suzuki. I extend a sincere invitation for Rukia to join us as our companion," Daruo explained, his face adorned with a smile as he reiterated his formal invitation. Upon hearing Daruo's response, Izumi Seiki nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening. "Then I kindly ask Captain Daruo to take good care of our Rukia." With these words, a weight lifted from Daruo's heart. He had bided his time in Lazabot, risking considerable peril, all for the opportunity to welcome Izumi Rukia aboard. In these times, finding a powerful and trustworthy companion was indeed a rare treasure. As the conversation unfolded, the main character of the day made a tardy entrance. A package, resembling a small hill, awkwardly squeezed through the gates of the sword dojo. This seemed rather exaggerated, Daruo remarked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, observing Huchuan Liqian and the enormous parcel behind him, which appeared capable of containing the entire dojo. Essential supplies must be adequately prepared, otherwise it would be troublesome at sea. Suzuki, who was hiding behind Huchuan-ji, stated with utmost seriousness. Daruo struggled to comprehend how many essential supplies could necessitate such a colossal package. Thus he diplomatically suggested, "I have already prepared the necessities aboard my ship. Do you understand the concept of living within one's means?" Suzuki shot Daruo an irritated glance, then turned to Huchuan Liqian with a motherly concern, reminding him, "Xiao Qian, remember to store your tea in a cool, dry place," and, meanwhile, Huchuan Liqian appeared like a diligent student, earnestly repeating her instructions, as if fearful of forgetting. Exasperated, Daruo slapped his forehead, resigned to the fact that they would soon parade through the streets with this white mountain. After glancing at the time and deeming it appropriate, he gathered everyone and made their way to the dock, where they loaded Huchuan Liqian as staggering luggage onto the ship before bidding farewell. "How wonderful!" Recta leaned against the ship's railing, observing Daruo embracing Lu Jiao in farewell and Huchuan Liqian being fussed over like a child. He sighed in admiration. Once, there was an elderly figure who would nag him at parting, reminding him to take extra clothing. "However, grandfather, I have now found companions worthy of trust." Rector glanced at the red and white striped emblem on his tie, a mark of the glory once etched on a bottle of wine from the Chateau Latour. Minutes later, a cacophony erupted from the other side of the dock. After being reprimanded for over half an hour by the phone bug, Major Matt finally grasped the situation in Lazabot. "Damn it, Huchuan-ji, how dare you scheme against me?" Major Matt cursed vehemently, leading his soldiers to the dock. No, it should be said, what the hell happened to half the dock? Matt stared at the devastated dock, nearly moved to tears. It was time to depart. On board the pirate ship, Daruo exchanged final farewells with the group, waving his hand as the surrounding air stirred, filling the sails with wind. On the dock, Lu Jiao and Huchuan-ji waved farewell, watching the ship gradually recede into the distance. While not far off, Major Matt and a contingent of the Navy rushed towards them. "I am coming, Ocean," Daruo murmured inwardly. Thus, amidst the blessings of all, the grand journey of Daluo's pirate crew commenced. Chapter 82. Daluo Character Card, up to Chapter 81. Port Gasti. Daluo, alias, the Death Marksman Fruit. Compression Fruit Hockey. Rare Kin Bunchika Hockey Death Haushika Hockey, unawakened. Busa Shoko Hockey, unawakened. Affiliation. Daluo Pirate Crew Position. Captain, temporarily serving as artilleryman and cook. Vessel. The Mermaid Eshim, acquired in Chapter 70. Later modified. Personality. Mature and composed. Optimistic and cheerful. Possesses a somewhat cunning side. Enjoys taunting opponents during battle to achieve his goals. Protective of his allies. Age, 16. Height, 187 centimeters. Blood type. Birthday, January 15th. Ace is January 1st, suggesting one can evade the first day, but not the 15th. Origin, South Blue. Likes, collecting bullets, firearms, grenade components, skilled in drinking. Dislikes, cloyingly sweet foods, being forced into decisions without choice. Ability, superhuman compression fruit. A rare type of paramecia with contact properties, mastering the rules of compression. The user can compress any material, both tangible and intangible, they come into contact with, and upon release, restore the corresponding form. Current ability limitations. 1. Temporary compression of materials requires a certain casting time, which decreases as the fruit's ability improves. 2. Cannot compress concepts, time, space, distance, pain, sensations, before awakening. Special Kinbunshiku Haki Death, an extraordinarily potent perception ability, particularly adept at dynamic capture and positional forecasting, allowing the user to detect openings in an opponent's movements, which indicate points of attack that the opponent cannot defend against in time or that could destabilize their actions, leading to chain reactions. Current development progress. Capable of identifying an opponent's openings while predicting their position within 3 years, unlike Kaido's ability to see the future directly. This merely provides positional information and deduces the opponent's movements from there. Techniques. Category 1. Chunyo, channeling all physical strength to the legs, delivering a powerful kick, with lethality increasing as the Luo's physical prowess grows. Fallen Kick of the Serpent, based on Chunyo, activating the fruit's ability to compress surrounding air in the legs upon kicking. The compressed air detonates, generating immense force. Instant Step, similar to Soru, but with the compression fruit, speed surpasses Soru, covering greater distances. Bluebird, similar to Jeppo, utilizing the compression fruit to compress the air beneath the feet, employing reaction force for prolonged aerial suspension. Rainbow Drive, utilizing the fruit's ability to create multiple compressed cyclones behind him. The force generated by these cyclones aids the Luo in long-distance movement. Baizei, a combat adaptation of Rainbow Drive, utilizing cyclones during battle to continuously adjust position for unconventional displacement, akin to the Rokushiki technique paper drawing, yet superior. Category 2. Grenade Series C1 Water Bomb, compressing seawater, highly effective against the user. C1 Flame Bomb, C1 Compressed Air Bomb, C1 Wood Chip Smoke Bomb, C1 Iron Spike Bomb, C2 Multiple Air Walls, a defensive skill capable of increasing the number and thickness of air walls based on actual conditions. C2 Directional Flame Wave, achieved by compressing air and flames for a directed release of a considerable amount of fire, dispersing in a fan shape with moderate lethality. C2 Explosive Flame Red Lotus, fire compressed to near liquid form, exhibiting tremendous single-target lethality. C2 Iron Spike Feather, releases compressed iron nails at once, covering an entire area. Suitable for clearing troops. C2 Air Prison, a sealed space formed by 4 surrounding air walls, used to restrain enemies. C3 Red Hall, utilizing the air prison to create a sealed space while placing multiple wood chip smoke bombs inside, resulting in high-density dust, which is ignited by flames to cause an extraordinarily powerful dust explosion, while the ignited wood chips adhere to enemies, causing secondary damage. C3 Heaven's Embers, a powerful area grenade created from burning white phosphorus, capable of devastating everything below from above, while the white phosphorus will incinerate anything in its path. C3 Lien Yu Ronglu, harnesses the thermite reaction to create a violent reaction exceeding 1,000 degrees, comparable in power to a volcanic eruption, capable of obliterating everything in its path, akin to a natural disaster. Category 3. Shooting Techniques. Shiba, Lien Jusha, Dan Yenshing, utilizes the rapid reloading feature of the Golden Revolver to quickly empty the chambers of both revolvers, while the Golden Revolver can fire an additional 6 bullets. Among the 18 bullets are wood chips and flame rounds. The wood chip bullets create a smoke screen to confuse opponents, while the flame rounds ignite the wood chips. Jusha Xingfeng Wang Changxiang, a bullet technique that compresses a significant amount of air, creating an air lance with formidable spiral cutting capabilities. Upon striking the target, the lance generates immense spiral energy, while the compressed air at its base continuously releases to propel the lance forward. Jusha Xing Yanlong Fanga, a bullet technique that compresses flames into fireballs, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that charges at the opponent, boasting formidable range and destructive power, reminiscent of Ace's Fire Fist that annihilated 5 ships. Category 4. Ability Techniques. Kong Jiu Tao Kue, continuously compresses the surrounding air into the hand, generating tremendous suction to draw the opponent closer, whereupon it detonates the compressed air bomb in hand, resulting in significant single-target damage. Kongjiu Gao Yin Huilong utilizes the ability of the compression fruit to create air conduits that propel ships and individuals, allowing them to traverse the skies. Shuejiu Gonggong Jinu compresses vast amounts of seawater into a colossal water sphere, hurling it towards enemies, inundating them like a deluge. This powerful maritime skill can also be released behind one's own vessel, generating thrust to propel it forward. Tianjiu Zhong Longjuan compresses the surrounding air into a massive tornado, capable of continuously launching grenades and ammunition within, amplifying its power and creating a tornado of various attributes with immense force. Chapter 83. Huchuan Liqian Character Card. Huchuan Liqian alias White Azura Weapon. Huchuan Shou Jianding. One of the 21 Great Works. Haki. Armament Haki, Unawakened. Observation Haki, Unawakened. Conqueror S Haki, Unawakened. Affiliation. Daluo Pirate's Position. Vice Captain, Swordsman, comparable in strength to Daluo, albeit slightly inferior. Trio. The T from the smoke, alcohol. And T Trio under Daluo, the Foolish Trio. Vessel. Mermaid S Sacred Song Personality. Gentle and warm, external persona. Fierce and bloodthirsty, internal persona. Somewhat naive in everyday matters, gullible, and devoid of cunning. Age. 17. Height. 1. 79 meters. Blood type. O. Origin. Unknown. Exiled since childhood. Birthday, adoption day, November 11th. Heavenly Star Solitude. Likes. Drinking tea. Combat. Sharpening blitz. Dislikes. Being regarded as a monster or prey. Talent. Skill of extremity. If Sherlock Lingling-S iron balloon epitomizes the pinnacle of human physicality, then Huchuan Liqian has achieved another zenith in skill talent, swiftly mastering most techniques while possessing an instinctual combat ability to adapt to opponents' moves and rhythms during battle. Azura. Upon entering the second personality state, Azura state, reaction speed increases while the pain sensation during combat is diminished. Techniques. Pingduan executes a horizontal flying /forward, covering a vast area, suitable for clearing minor foes. Mijian Liao Wan Xia performs a Kesa cut while transforming during the swing to create 3 slashes, rendering the opponent unable to evade. Type 2. 9-character secret sword. Linzimi Bu Pi, a swift sword technique, moving forward with incredible speed while executing a rapid draw slash, as fast as lightning. Bingzi Mi Jingong, a powerful sword technique that gathers all sword energy and unleashes it, forming a slash wave several stories high with astonishing destructive capacity. Dozi Mi Mingluan, an attacking sword technique that condenses sword energy into a dragon-shaped vortex, harassing the enemy with moderate destructive power while persisting for a duration. Zheji Mi Bu Dongming Wang, a defensive sword technique that manifests sword energy into a protective deity, shielding the entire body and capable of withstanding the majority of attacks. Jezi Mi Pasu Oyu, a flourishing sword technique that continuously strikes to create countless sword energies, blanketing the battlefield with dense slashes akin to a torrential downpour, leaving the opponent no avenue for escape. Zhenzimi Xin Yue, a countering sword technique that, after assuming a defensive stance, absorbs an opponent's attack while swiftly retaliating to disrupt their next assault. Liazimi Wu In, a stealthy sword technique that employs minimal movement to rapidly slash, generating sword energy imperceptible to the naked eye, making it difficult to defend against. Qianzi Mi Fingzhen, a destructive sword technique that thrusts the blade to form a spiral sword energy, capable of penetrating surfaces with formidable force, ideal for demolishing structures. Xingzi Mi Hongzhong, a powerful sword technique akin to Zoro's Great Shockwave, wielding an imposing presence that instills awe and destruction. Type 3. Azura State. Wu Liuhei rapidly moves while executing wide slashes, gathering potential energy and sword energy, peaking as it approaches the enemy, targeting their vulnerable throat. Wu Liu Long Yue swings the sword to create a circular sword energy the size of a grinding disc, which expands during flight. ultimately forming a sword energy wave spanning dozens of meters with tremendous destructive force. Wolyo condenses the murderous intent and sword energy of the Azura state onto the sword's edge, manifesting a terrifying Azura deity behind, which slashes with claws of sword energy aimed at the opponent. Wolyo gathers all murderous intent and sword energy, forming an Azura deity behind, which raises its blade high, descending with the force of creation itself to sever everything in its path, representing Hechuan, Li Qian's most formidable technique to date. Chapter 84. Latu like T character card. Latu like T alias. The drunkard fruit ability. Jiu Wisher. Wine fruit. Hockey. Armament hockey. Unawakened. Observation hockey. Unawakened. Position. Brewmaster, bartender, temporarily serving as a swaying figure due to past experiences of sailing alone. Trio. The alcohol trio under Daluo. Vessel. Mermaid's sacred song personality. Enthusiastic and cheerful, considerate and insightful. However, when pushed to the brink, he tends to resort to self-destruction, resulting in more adverse situations. Age. 16 height. 1. 81 meters blood type. Likes. Mixing drinks, tasting fine wines, collecting various bartending tools. Dislikes. Celestial dragons, nobility, and all forms of inequality. Ability. A unique superhuman type, Jiogua, sure ability, similar to Kar, allowing for elemental transformation and the capability to create flames by igniting himself while in a liquid state. Techniques. Xing Jiuling transforms into liquid to assume various forms, enabling rapid movement for escape. Chuan Chong Dumi generates liquid to form a spear of wine thrown at the opponent, possessing formidable piercing power. Jiawu Huashun transforms various parts of the body into liquid libations, allowing for agile and fluid movements to evade enemy assaults. Xiangbin Jiu Ke Jiduan conjures a shield of wine before oneself, igniting it to deflect ranged attacks. Futa Jiulia Jiuchong braid morphs the liquid into elongated braids, swinging them forcefully akin to Luffy's rubber battle axe. Lia Jiomi Wu generates a dense fog of high-concentration alcohol, enveloping the area and rendering all foes within incapacitated, proving to be an exceptionally effective control skill. Yao Jiu Hao Dan produces a special concoction that dulls pain while simultaneously bolstering the courage of the timid. Yao Jiu Yangding Tian is understood by those in the know. Type 2. Free Anthem Form. Hong Jiuzio Zanga ignites the wine generated by the body while manipulating it to indirectly control flames, with this form continuously depleting stamina. Ji Jiu Jianyu creates flaming red wine arrows that rain down upon enemies, serving as an area of effect skill to clear out minions. Gan Hong Chong Xiang forms a spear of wine, its tip ablaze, while the tail of the spear burns continuously, greatly enhancing its piercing power. Zhen Jiu Ran Jian manifests a flaming sword that can be wielded for melee attacks or thrown to inflict damage on distant adversaries. Lia Jiu Zhan Fu materializes a flaming battle axe, hurling it with force. The wine and fire coalesce into a formidable cutting edge, capable of penetrating defenses and igniting them. Hong Jiuboa Dua Pu Tao conjures a cloud of alcohol in the air, controlling the size of the rain of wine grapes that descends, igniting upon descent to create ferocious flames that incinerate everything in the vicinity. Di Ni Suo Jinu significantly amplifies abilities to conjure various wines upon successful condensation. A colossal sphere of liquid fire is formed, which is then directed to crash down upon enemies, echoing the skill form of Ace's Flame Emperor. Zhou Zhong Xing Hong Shu Fu represents Riket's strongest technique, fully unleashing abilities to generate a vast amount of wine that envelopes and ensnares the entire battlefield, binding enemies before igniting from the edges, spreading flames that consume all, wreaking tremendous havoc. Chapter 85. Significant Notification and QAI. Important notification regarding time adjustment. Due to considerable feedback from readers regarding the timeline, it has been decided to adjust the current time from 1476 to 1483. The specific reasons are as follows. Originally, the intention was to depict the events of the Valley of Gods. necessitating that Dalu achieves the strength of a legendary pirate prior to the occurrence of the Valley of Gods incident, 1484. The initial plan was to introduce an entire volume's plot before the New World arc, allowing Dalu to battle the Red Count to undergo a transformation in power, fruit awakening, or hockey mastery, with this volume's timeline estimated at 2 to 3 years. In addition to the preceding 2 to 3 years in the first half of the Grand Line, thus establishing the novel's start date as 1476. However, if set in 1476, it would render Lu Jio's age at the time of capture disproportionately high, 39 or 40 years, which garnered significant disapproval from readers. Consequently, a direct shift in time has been made, along with the removal of certain plot elements, to create a more concise main storyline. The corrected timeline offers the following advantages. Lu Jio's age is reduced, aligning more closely with the representation in the manga. The positions of certain Navy commanders are also more congruent with the manga. For instance, Zhe was promoted to admiral at age 38, placing the time around 1483. And Zhe should be slightly younger than Sengoku, based on Karp's description, ensuring chronological coherence. The storyline becomes more streamlined, transitioning directly into the first half of the Grand Line after the departure arc, gathering companions and enhancing strength, leading into the Valley of Gods incident upon entering the New World. Dalu's age will also be younger, allowing him to be naturally in his 50s when Luffy sets sail, emphasizing that this is his true age. The method by which Dalu traverses the timeline and the accompanying plot arrangements have been meticulously drafted, promising to be an astonishing concept. Given the necessity to portray the Valley of Gods incident, the adjustment to 1483 represents the limit. Further alterations would necessitate reducing Dalu's age, which I wish to avoid, as it would not be fitting for a protagonist to effortlessly overpower rocks in a purely contrived narrative. The protagonist's strength must evolve gradually and progressively. P.S. I hope readers refrain from fixating excessively on the timeline issue. 2. Why has there been no departure after more than 80 chapters? Answer. Firstly, I do not wish to craft a narrative where the protagonist is invincible from the outset. While this approach has its merits, it also presents numerous pitfalls, such as the origin of the protagonist's extraordinary abilities remains unclear, leading to logical inconsistencies. The rationale for the protagonist's departure is nebulous. Relying on a system to propel the plot, companions are either non-existent or inexplicably become allies without any bonds. Early overpowering of admirals risks narrative collapse later on. Whereas I aspire to depict the tale of diverse companions united in adventure, sharing common ideals. Simultaneously, I seek to illustrate my envisioned pirate world during Roger's era. What schemes is Rox concocting? What connections exist among MAD's various experiments? Cloning, biological modification, memory experimentation, artificial devil fruits. What is the truth behind the century of silence? What of him? Where is All Blue, Dalu, Izumi Lichien, and Riquette as future catalysts of the narrative? Must be portrayed in a manner that is both logical and detailed, allowing readers to immerse themselves in their perspectives, which is why extensive descriptions have been employed. Why must the protagonist be Lu Jio's brother or born in Roger's era, rather than in the same time frame as Luffy? Answer. The original motivation for writing this story stemmed from Luffy's fruit transforming into the Nika fruit, a change I found somewhat unappealing. To me, the narrative of One Piece should be a magnificent adventure, rather than a destined path for a chosen one. Thus, I wish to craft a new tale where the protagonist navigates adventures during Roger's era, witnesses the agonies of Roger arriving too early, and, understanding that this era awaits a savior, surpasses destiny through his own and his companions' endeavors. Furthermore, the protagonist requires a compelling motivation to set sail, rather than the conventional trope of inexplicably pursuing justice or world domination. If I had a system, I would first seek a cozy spot to enjoy life, and certainly not set sail. For these reasons, I believe that the identity of Lu Jio's brother serves as an excellent entry point. Why has there been no update? Answer. I'm off now, typing away to see if I can manage to publish a chapter today. Next up, new adventures await. Set sail. Chapter 86. Morality, the sea is capricious in its disposition. One moment, the sky is clear, and within mere minutes, a thick layer of ominous clouds accumulates, sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, accompanied by a low rumble akin to a ferocious beast prowling hungrily over the sea. Navy Colonel Ron stands in the rain, peering through his telescope at a dilapidated pirate ship in the distance. Having recently emerged from defeat in the Grand Line, the Blood Cow pirate group has entered the South Sea, wreaking havoc like sharks among a school of sardines, committing numerous atrocities and erasing entire villages and towns from existence. The audacious actions of the Blood Bowl pirate crew naturally caught the attention of the Navy headquarters. Shortly thereafter, Major Ron was dispatched to lead a naval vessel in pursuit. The two sides engaged in several exchanges of fire, with victories on both ends. However, Ron successfully cornered them into a desperate situation. His aide, Lieutenant Leesite, stood beside him with an umbrella, reminding him, "Sir, the Blood Bowl pirate crew has entered the waters near the kingdom of Surbay. Should we continue the pursuit?" "Surbay? Which nation is that?" Major Ron inquired, clearly puzzled, as he had not heard of this country, which seemed to be a lesser-known small nation. As anticipated, Lieutenant Leesite confirmed his speculation. The kingdom of Surbay is not a member state. They are too impoverished to pay the heavenly gold, and the Navy withdrew their station long ago. Upon hearing his aide's words, Ron visibly relaxed, for without being a member state, the Navy had no obligation to protect them, alleviating the urgency of engaging the Blood Bowl pirate crew. At that moment, a gasp echoed from the lookout tower. The Blood Bowl pirate crew, eager for supplies, was charging full speed towards the kingdom of Surbay. "Brothers, hurry! The shore is filled with fat sheep. Let us plunder before we discuss further," yelled Dukes, the captain of the Blood Bowl crew, grinning wickedly on the deck, as if envisioning the entire small nation succumbing to his cannon fire. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Surbay was not entirely unprepared. A contingent of royal guards mounted on horseback was gathering at the coastline, ready to fend off the unwelcome invaders. Although numerous, these guards were evidently lacking in equipment, with only a few flintlock guns among them. It seemed they would have to rely on close combat once the pirates reached the shore. From a Navy ship's lookout, a young recruit reported anxiously, "Sir, should we intercept them? This is our last opportunity." Yet, Major Ron remained indifferent, clearly harboring his own plans. After observing the situation of the guards through his telescope, he commanded his aide, "Maintain our distance from the Blood Bowl pirate crew. Let the forces from Surbay wear down their main strength before we intervene. But if we do that, Surbay will suffer heavy casualties. And what if one or two pirates escape to the residential areas?" Leesite hesitated, clearly aware that Major Ron's decision could not be deemed just. Ron waved him off, stating, "If blame is to be assigned, let it rest on their failure to pay the heavenly gold." On the coastline, King Sobol watched anxiously as the ruthless pirates approached the shore. As the king of the kingdom of Surbay, safeguarding national security was his undeniable duty, and he personally led his troops against invaders whenever they approached. Unfortunately, the poverty of Surbay, with its barren lands and unfavorable geography, often invited pirate attacks, further impoverishing the nation to the point where they could not pay the heavenly gold, leading the Navy to abandon their protection. Despite having repelled previous invaders, Suabwa felt a deep uncertainty this time. The Blood Bowl pirate crew was no ordinary band of pirates, and any crew capable of returning unscathed from the Grand Line was not to be trifled with. Prepare for battle. With the formidable Blood Bowl pirate crew in sight, Suabwa steeled himself for a desperate fight, for behind them were their families, and all they could do was vow to fight to the death. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The first to notice was the young lookout on the naval ship, who, from his vantage point, saw a pirate ship racing towards them at an astonishing speed. "Report, we have a pirate ship rapidly approaching from behind." From a flag, "It appears to be the Daruo pirate crew." The lookout's voice trembled slightly, clearly having heard of their notorious reputation. Major Ron swiftly approached the edge of the deck, gazing towards the rear of the ship, where a pirate vessel was speeding towards them like a flying fish gliding through the waves. "Damn it, it really is the Daruo pirate crew." Major Ron cursed under his breath and quickly made a decisive command. We are no match for them. Let them pass. At that moment, the swiftly sailing ship, the mermaid's song, surpassed the naval vessel, and a sonic boom erupted from stern, followed by a surge of compressed air propelling it towards the kingdom of Sorbet at an even greater speed. Captain, there's another pirate ship ahead, seemingly preparing to land in the kingdom of Sorbet. The coastline is fortified with troops. It looks like a confrontation is imminent, exclaimed Lykeet excitedly to Daruo, who held the helm. After more than half a month at sea, they had not resupplied in a long time, their food supplies dwindling. Although they could catch fish, they had grown weary of their monotonous diet. Upon hearing Lykeet's concise report, Daruo stroked his chin and questioned, "What is going on? Pirates invading a country while the Navy stands by? What's strange about that? Ahead lies the kingdom of Sorbet. They are not a member state, so the Navy won't protect them. In fact, they would likely relish the thought of seeing them fall to pirates. As it serves as a warning to other non-member states, Lykeet shrugged, aware that such scenarios were commonplace, even involving naval parasites preying on non-member nations. "I see," Daruo said, glancing at the Navy ship that had already departed the area. He pointed towards the pirate ship preparing to land and revealed a sinister smile. "Then let us move closer." Daruo released the helm, raised his hands slightly, and the air around him began to stir, converging towards the sails. Under his command, the mermaid's song accelerated swiftly, positioning itself alongside the Blood Bowl pirate ship. "Good morning, everyone." Daruo smiled, tipping his cowboy hat and giving a slight wave, as if greeting the Blood Bowl pirate crew. "Captain, that's the Daruo pirate crew," stammered a crew member, who was somewhat perceptive. As the words fell, the members of the Blood Bowl pirate crew began to panic, clearly having heard of the rising Daruo pirate crew's reputation. "What do you want, Daruo pirate crew?" Ook squinted, glaring fiercely at Daruo, resembling a wounded lion attempting to intimidate the enemy with his gaze. "Nothing much. We merely intend to resupply at the kingdom of Sorbet. Would you kindly clear a path for us?" Daruo's voice, calm yet commanding, resonated clearly with every member of the Blood Bowl pirate crew. "It's not that we don't want to step aside. The situation simply doesn't allow it. If Captain Daruo doesn't let us resupply, you're forcing my brothers to fight." Ooks feigned calmness, raising his voice, attempting to intimidate Daruo with a show of bravado. "Oh, is that a threat?" Daruo scoffed. His fingers splayed slightly as a massive vortex began to form within the Blood Bowl pirate ship. Soon, Ooks and his crew began to sense something amiss. First, the sails began to tear apart, resembling tattered rags, followed by the wooden walls on the deck splintering and being drawn into the vortex. The vessel began to rock violently, and the sailors noticed that the ropes in their hands twisted like sea serpents. Even the cannons secured to the sides of the ship grew restless, teetering precariously and emitting a sound that grated on the nerves. A few pirates attempted to retaliate, but as soon as they raised their firearms, both the men and their weapons were swept into the cyclone, leaving only Ukisi standing calmly on the deck. "My apologies, I misspoke earlier. We merely passed through this maritime region and have no intention of docking. Captain Dalu, I implore you to be lenient. We shall depart at once." Ukisi bowed in humiliation, his hands gripping the railing tightly, knuckles turning white. "There's no need for formality. I simply deemed this area too perilous and wished to advise the captain to leave post-haste." Dalu smiled slightly, the oppressive aura he held dissipating as the strange occurrences aboard the Blood Ox ship began to subside. "We shall take our leave." Ukisi exhaled audibly after witnessing the cyclone's disappearance, adopting a lowly posture and bowing once more, urging the remaining sailors to hasten their departure. The ship gradually veered away, and the Blood Ox pirate crew set sail in the opposite direction of the kingdom of Swalbii. Once a safe distance was established, Ukisi glared fiercely at the mermaid's anthem, his gaze filled with venomous hatred, wishing he could fire upon Dalu and obliterate both him and his ship. Yet he dared not. Suddenly, a blazing bullet shot through the air like a meteor from the direction of the mermaid's anthem, striking Ukisi squarely between the eyes. The small fireball erupted violently in the next moment, engulfing the Blood Ox ship in an unending wave of flames, consuming the entire pirate vessel in an instant. The horrific screams mingled with the scent of charred flesh, drifting across the sea as thick smoke began to rise, carrying the blood ox pirates and their sins to the heavens. "Captain, this qualifies as an ambush, rather lacking in ethics, I must say," remarked Lykeet on the deck, scratching his head, initially believing Dalu intended to spare them. Little did he realize that Dalu merely wished to avoid a struggle to the death. For if one or two were to escape to the kingdom of Swalbi, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Dalu, gripping the helm, spoke without lifting his gaze. "As for ethics, who speaks of ethics with those who plunder and murder the innocent?" Chapter 87. The Bear of Swalbi, the mermaid's anthem anchored steadily at the shore. "Who are you?" King Swalbi, Suabwa, scrutinized Dalu and his companions as they disembarked from the ship. Even confronted with three familiar young men, Suabwa remained vigilant. For the skull emblem adorned with a crosshair emblazoned on the sails revealed their identity. "Are you pirates?" he inquired, raising his spear towards them. As Lykeet prepared to explain, it was Hikaru Rikian who spoke first, gently scratching his head and responding with a mix of genuine sincerity and naivete. "Yes, we are pirates." Despite having come to accept Hikaru Rikian's lack of worldly knowledge during their days together, it was indeed rare for him to maintain such innocence in the face of impending danger. It is worth noting that Dalu had initially prepared ample provisions for a direct journey from Lazabat Island to Gemini Cape in 13 days. Yet due to the navigational blunders of the bumbling Hikaru Rikian, they had instead spent over half a month at sea, depleting their supplies. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing such a candid response, the atmosphere grew tense. "Leave this place, pirates!" Suabwa's sharp gaze bore into Dalu, while the guards raised their weapons, their expressions menacing, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Dalu remained unperturbed by the display, calmly raising a hand and patiently explaining, "Sir, there is no need for alarm. We're good people." When dealing with pirates, Dalu would choose a more straightforward approach, yet he had his principles when it came to the weak and innocent. The label of pirate was merely an external perception. He did not wish to embody the role of a villain. "Sir, we just help you deal with the Blood Ox pirate crew. Out of common courtesy, you should at least allow us to restock our supplies on shore. Rest assured, there are only 3 of us, and we will leave shortly." Lykeet stepped forward to further clarify. His words proved effective, as Suabwa studied Dalu and his companions for a moment before signaling for a few guards to step back, granting them a narrow passage. "Follow me, but do not wander off," Suabwa commanded, mounting his horse and leading them into the heart of the kingdom. Though referred to as a kingdom, it resembled a humble village nestled among mountains, its prosperity eclipsed even by Bartolira town. Aside from a few main roads paved with stone, the remainder were merely beaten paths, and most of the residences were wooden structures. "They're back," a middle-aged woman, holding a wooden bucket and feeding livestock, exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the cloud of dust rising at the end of the road. The soldiers quickened their pace, and Suabwa cracked his whip sharply against his horse's rear, galloping to the center of the settlement while shouting, "Victory today, with no casualties." The news of their triumph spread swiftly throughout the village, as countless women and children rushed from their homes, desperately seeking their family members among the crowd. The guards of the kingdom of Swalbi were composed of the men from each household, the kingdom's protectors, but they were also husbands and fathers. Their safe return was a cause for immense joy. Meanwhile, Dalu and his companions followed Suabwa to a more imposing building. "Sir, we merely require a brief resupply on the island. There is no need for us to meet the king," Lykeet remarked, gazing curiously at the structure marked with the words Royal Palace. As they approached, Suabwa, sensing that Dalu and his companions were not malevolent, relaxed, reverting to his usual affable demeanor. "Actually, I suppose I should be considered the king of this country," Suabwa admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Lykeet and Hikaru Rikian were taken aback. "The king?" In contrast to their astonishment, Dalu remained composed, having observed the respectful treatment Suabwa received from the villagers along the way, and the name Swalbi sparked a realization within him. "South Sea, Swalbi," Dalu muttered to himself, mentally calculating the timeline before turning to Suabwa and inquiring, "Uncle Suabwa, you must have a child, correct?" "How do you know?" Suabwa exclaimed, startled, his eyes narrowing at Dalu, as if he were a fierce beast guarding its young. Don't worry, don't worry. The intense reaction surprised Dalu. After a brief moment of reassurance, pursed his lips and explained, "Look, there are a few children's hats drying in the yard. Surely they cannot belong to the uncle." With a chuckle, he added, "You truly are observant, little brother." Suabo, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and laughed, attempting to shift the focus away from the previous topic. Afterward, he welcomed Dalu and his companions into the palace. Inside the palace, the decor was quite modest. The terrazzo floor was adorned with a single hide of freshly tanned leather, while simple crystal chandeliers and a few ivory carvings were the sole embellishments of the grand hall. Guests have arrived. Upon their entrance, a woman in an apron hurried in from outside, warmly greeting them, her humble demeanor starkly contrasting that of a queen. "Good day, madam." Dalu and his companions greeted her politely. Suabo, ever more enthusiastic, attempted to give the woman a big bear hug, catching Dalu off guard with an unexpected dose of affection. There are outsiders present. The woman pushed Suabo away, casting him a disapproving glance, while inviting the guest to sit. Suabo, resembling a simple farmer, merely smiled sheepishly. "By the way, where is Xiong? He should come out and greet our guests." At this moment, Suabo had evidently lowered his guard around Dalu, as he recognized that Dalu had aided them in defeating the Blood Bowl pirates. Upon hearing this familiar name, Dalu finally confirmed the identity of this kingdom. It was indeed the homeland of the future warlord, Bartholomew Xiong. Xiong is probably still learning to read with the new tutor. Let me go fetch him. The woman's radiant smile revealed the pride she and her husband felt for the child. "Oh, he can already read," Suabo exclaimed with delight, as he himself was illiterate. "I'll go take a look." Chapter 88. The Truth the Bloodhand Pirates Attack, and the naval colonel turns a blind eye. The Dalu pirates valiantly come to the rescue of innocent civilians, reported by our correspondent, Aisha, at a desk in Xiong's bedroom. A 16-year-old girl with golden hair and a duckbill cap was diligently writing with quill. At that moment, she believed she was engaged in an immensely significant task. She aimed to reveal the happenings on this small island, exposing the cowardice of the Navy, in hopes of drawing attention to this impoverished kingdom and securing its protection. This was her noble duty as a journalist. "Aisha, what are you doing?" Bartholomew Xiong, resembling a potato from a popular game, curiously inquired. The girl was startled, but quickly pulled the 8-year-old Xiong closer, solemnly stating, "Sister is doing something very important. If I succeed, the Soul Bay Kingdom will attract everyone's attention. Even if Soul Bay cannot pay the heavenly tribute, public opinion will compel the Navy to protect our kingdom." As a journalist, Aisha understood the power of public opinion, and she certainly possessed the capability to influence it, having recently reported on the battle between the Dalu pirates and CP0, which had made her a rising star in the newsroom. "Really? Writing can make the Navy protect us?" Xiong asked, his face filled with skepticism. "Of course it's true." Aisha proudly straightened her modest figure, which was not as developed as the Soul Bay Kingdom itself. "Who is this Rikit mentioned here?" Xiong queried, pointing to a name in Aisha's manuscript. Sensing from the context that Rikit was a good person. "He is the benefactor of Soul Bay," Aisha affirmed with a serious nod, then pointed to the names of Rikit and Dalu in her writing. When the wicked pirates sought to invade the Soul Bay Kingdom, it was this Prince of Wine who stepped forward, persuading the demon King Dalu to repel the pirates and safeguard the nation. It was unclear where Aisha had obtained her information, but her portrayal was notably biased, while Dalu was depicted as a terrifying demon. Rikit was portrayed as a prince lurking beneath the shadow of the demon. However, the astute Xiong focused on another detail. He pointed at Dalu's name and earnestly asked Aisha, "Is this demon King Dalu really powerful? Why do the pirates flee at the sound of his name?" "He is not just powerful. He is a rare kind of formidable presence. His eyes are sharp, his teeth shaped like inverted triangles, and his hair flows like seaweed in the wind," Aisha explained, sketching a simple representation on her manuscript as she spoke. "How terrifying," Xiong remarked innocently, gazing at the drawing of Dalu, resembling a bundle of yarn. Aisha glanced at her drawing, involuntarily shivering. "Indeed, it appears I am quite fearsome." Dalu's voice resonated from outside the room, laced with a hint of playful tremor. The Demon King. Aisha let out a piercing scream upon seeing Dalu, as if she had encountered a genuine demon, nearly collapsing backward. Xiong, however, remained composed, glanced at Dalu, and then resumed comparing the manuscript on the table. Are you truly the Demon King? You look different from Aisha's drawing. If I truly looked like that, it would be alarming, Dalu retorted, while also noticing Aisha's name on the manuscript. If he was not mistaken, this woman was the reporter who had covered their battle with CP0. Dalu discreetly contemplated her uncanny ability to gather information, despite their recent arrival at the palace, and that the news from the sea had yet to spread. Could it be the Red Count's mind-reading abilities? Or perhaps Enel's extensive heart network? Dalu searched his mind for the extraordinary perception skills depicted in anime. Only those two rare abilities could accomplish such feats. He pondered how this woman named Aisha managed to do it. However, the bizarre narrative style of the manuscript, which twisted his image into that of a hellish monster, nearly provoked him to tear it apart. No, Aisha said this manuscript could help protect Seoul Bay. Xiong, sensing Dalu's thoughts, quickly snatched the manuscript back. Xiong's naive words made it difficult for Dalu to reconcile the innocent child before him with the future, stoic tyrant he would become. Yet, he crouched down and earnestly addressed Xiong. This document cannot safeguard Seoul Bay. Only formidable strength can protect it. Strength. Dalu's words marked the first moment of realization for Xiong regarding what he needed to do. He then eagerly asked, as long as I'm strong like you, I can protect the Seoul Bay kingdom? Indeed. Dalu patted Xiong's head, affirming his belief. However, Dalu's expression was somewhat nuanced, as the child before him was destined to become one of the future warlords. Do not heed his nonsense. Aisha, recovering from her earlier fright, interjected. To her, Dalu at that moment resembled Satan himself, tempting Xiong. Nonsense? You do not genuinely believe this manuscript is of any use, do you? Daluo extracted the manuscript from Xiong's hands and placed it before Aisha, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed her. Initially, he had assumed that Aisha was merely trying to console the childlike Xiong, but to his surprise, she genuinely believed in her own words. How naive! Daluo chuckled softly. In a world where even the facade of justice could not be upheld, what value did public opinion hold? If it mattered, pirates would have been eradicated long ago, and the celestial dragons would have been cast down from their lofty perches. Naive, Aisha felt as though she had received the greatest insult since becoming a journalist, and she stifled her fear of the formidable Daluo, retorting angrily, Do you believe me? Once my article is published within 2 days, the Navy will surely come to protect the kingdom of Seoul Bay, Aisha declared passionately. Daluo shook his head, dismissing her words. He had come merely to observe the youthful Xiong, and, having accomplished that, he turned to leave. Stop right there. Let us make a wager. If the Navy does arrive, you must apologize to me. Aisha, in defense of her dignity as a journalist, boldly proposed a bet. Oh, Daluo halted and slowly turned back to Aisha, saying, I accept your wager, but if you lose, you must reveal how you acquired information about my battles. With that, Daluo pointed at the manuscript in Aisha's hands, his expression laden with meaning. At that moment, Aisha's face turned pale. On the day the wager was established, Aisha transmitted the manuscript to the newspaper via a special den mushi. It must be said, the newspaper's pursuit of timely news was indeed commendable. By the following day, the article was already in print. Daluo glanced at the newspaper delivered by the newsbird and smiled. The blood-handed pirate crew strikes. Navy Colonel Ron fights bravely. Daluo's pirate crew's scheme foiled. Truly, a classic maneuver of the world government. Daluo scoffed. Although he had never lost a bet, this time he found himself wishing to lose, at most offering Aisha an apology. However, if Aisha were to win, it would signify that the darkness of this world could not be brazenly displayed, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, Aisha was in disbelief. It must be a mistake. She clutched the newspaper, muttering to herself, and even went so far as to call the newspaper's editor. After a lengthy wait, someone finally answered. Hello, Aisha, what's the matter? Came the voice of a lecherous middle-aged man. Editor, have we made a mistake? The manuscript I sent you yesterday clearly. Aisha began, clutching on her last hope. However, she was interrupted as the editor continued. Aisha, I read your manuscript, and it simply does not reflect reality. Look, the Daluo pirate crew is known for their heinous acts. How could they possibly save the people? And that the Navy fled in the face of danger. Can we publish that? The editor implored, trying to reason with her. But this is the truth. Aisha struggled to assert. Truth? Scoffed the editor. What we report is what constitutes the truth. Chapter 89. As unsurprisingly, Aisha lost the wager and, in the process, her job. How foolish I am. Truly. Leaning against the wall, her eyes vacant, Aisha muttered numbly, akin to the character Xiang Lin saw. She had harbored hopes that by accurately reporting the events, public pressure would compel the Navy to take notice of the non-allied kingdom of Seoul Bay. One could only say her intentions were noble, yet her naivety was evident. She had mistakenly believed that her colleagues at the newspaper would uphold the ethical standards of journalism, leading to her downfall from the very outset. As for the audacious bird that dared to publish anything, it remained unknown, as the World Economic Newspaper had yet to be established. With various smaller publications rife with inexperience and caution in reporting anything that might tarnish the Navy's image. On another note, Lakey and Izumi Riki were busy procuring supplies on the island, while Daluo leisurely explored, guided by the 8-year-old Xiong. Daluo's intentions were straightforward. He aimed to persuade Xiong to join him at sea. Xiong, would you be interested in sailing with me? He slyly invited as they waited for Sobo to go hunting. Daluo had always held a favorable view of the future Xiong and wished to prevent this cheerful youth from evolving into a cold, machine-like figure. Moreover, as a companion, Xiong was exceptionally qualified, ranking among the elite of the Shichibukai, second only to Mihawk. Though currently weaker, after a few years of training, his strength would undoubtedly surge. Xiong, momentarily distracted, hesitated, scratching his bearskin hat. But I'm only 8. And so what? You possess the ability to protect yourself. You can quickly catch up in strength after a few battles. Daluo shrugged, his gaze instinctively drifting to Xiong's palm as he mentioned self-defense. Sure enough, the pink cushion of flesh prominently appeared in his palm. The superhuman meatball fruit, though it had only appeared a few times in the anime, left a profound impression on Daluo. This fruit could directly influence concepts such as sensation and memory, embodying an incredibly powerful ability. Why hide your talents? Daluo remarked, pointing at Xiong's palm with a knowing smile. How did you know? Xiong's expression was one of astonishment. He had never disclosed this to anyone, not even his parents. How did this stranger know? Daluo refrained from elaborating, as his own journey across worlds was his greatest secret, one he could never reveal to an 8-year-old. Nevertheless, he earnestly extended the invitation once more. So will you say? Will you join me? I need to think about it. Xiong hesitated. It seemed he had declined. Daluo murmured, feeling a twinge of regret. After all, in the original narrative, Xiong must have experienced some monumental transformation to become the silent and fearsome tyrant he was known as. In silence, Xiong led Daluo around the town. Although Seoul Bay was impoverished, its numerous mountains and rich forest resources provided an abundance of timber, jerky, leather, and other goods. The true source of their poverty lay in the persistent threat of piracy, particularly due to its proximity to the entrance of the Grand Line, which led many pirates to raid this modest village, exacerbating its decline over time. Sobo had gained his position as a king of convenience by repeatedly defending the townsfolk against pirate invasions, but in his everyday life, he remained an ordinary hunter, still required to work. Everyone is truly motivated, Daluo remarked, observing the residents, all diligently engaged in their tasks, their faces adorned with sincere smiles. My father said this year's harvest is good. If we sell the leather by year-end, we can build a dock next spring, and then merchants will come to trade. Xiong's face lit up with hope as he envisioned a brighter future for all. Who have guessed that Uncle Sobo is quite astute? Daro was slightly taken aback. He had not expected such foresight from the man whose face radiated rustic simplicity. I proposed it myself, Bear declared proudly, thumping his chest. As they conversed, the two returned to the royal palace. You're back, greeted Rickert, who had just returned from procurement and was now exchanging pleasantries with Daro. How did the procurement go? Daro asked, Very well. We acquired ample provisions, especially dried meat, at remarkably fair prices. You'll be pleased to know, Captain, that most of the funds you entrusted me with remain untouched, Rickert reported, meticulous and thorough. Excellent. Daro nodded, satisfied. He placed genuine trust in Rickert, unlike Izumi Reiken, that perpetually grinning brawler whose sole talents lay in combat. Entrusting him with procurement would have left Daro fretting that he sold off himself. Since everything is ready, we depart this afternoon. Have Reiken prepare, Daro declared, sealing the decision with quiet authority. Originally, Daro had intended to set sail immediately upon resupplying the day before, but his desire to recruit Bear, coupled with the wager he struck with Aisha, had delayed them by a full day. The wager. It was only then that Daro recalled his unsettled bet with Aisha. Her uncanny ability to acquire intelligence had piqued his curiosity the moment it surfaced. Bear, where's your sister Aisha? Daro asked, rubbing his palms together, eyes narrowing to sly crescent slits as he turned to Bear. Probably resting in her guest chamber. Haven't he seen her all day? Bear murmured, shrinking slightly. To him, Daro at that moment truly resembled a sinister, sharp-eyed phantom. He is off to see her. In the guest chamber at the sound of the door opening, Aisha, huddled in the corner of the bed, frantically snatched up her baseball cap and pulled it low over her brow. Oh, did you stay up writing your article so late last night that you're still half asleep? Daro teased, observing her haggard, sleep-deprived expression. None of your business. She snapped, his sardonic tone striking a raw nerve. She lifted her chin defiantly, eyes blazing like an indignant swan. Daro waved a hand dismissively, grinning with practiced insolence. Yes, the wager from yesterday. It appears someone has lost. Might this young lady now honor her pledge and indulge my modest curiosity? Didn't I say it would be published within 2 days? Why the rush? Aisha retorted, flustered, her voice dropping as she turned her face aside. After reading today's paper, do you truly believe the Navy will continue shielding the Kingdom of Salb as you wish? None of your concern. 2 days means 2 days. Ignoring his words entirely, Aisha buried her head beneath the covers and unleashed the ultimate feminine defense. Dramatic feigning, flailing, and categorical denial. Yet Daro could do little. The wager was indeed set for 2 days hence, and though he bore no illusions about gentlemanly decorum, unlike Sanji, whose chivalry bordered on dogma, he simply could not bring himself to lay a hand on a woman who was no enemy. All right, enough play acting. We sail this afternoon. A journalist who breaks her own word, how can she demand truthfulness from others? Daro offered no quarter, delivering his parting barb with a flourish before turning to leave. Wait! The cry came sharp and urgent. Aisha, whose devotion to journalism was near sacred, leapt up, panic flashing across her face. Bear, could you step outside for a moment? She murmured, voice lowered. The chamber fell silent. Only Daro and Aisha remained. Any hint of intimacy? Nonsense. Daro stomped the very notion into oblivion, his expression impatient. Must a simple wager become such an ordeal? Out with it, telepathy? Or observation hockey? But in the next breath, astonishment seized his features. His mouth fell agape, disbelief etching deep lines across his face. You're serious? You've awakened? Aisha whispered, removing her cap to reveal her forehead and blinking softly with her 3 luminous, agile eyes. Chapter 90. The generous merchant at the sight of that third eye, now fully open upon Aisha's brow. Daro was utterly stunned. A 3-eyed tribe, and not merely of their bloodline, but one whose latent power had awakened. Though the original manga offered only fleeting glimpses of this race, scant lines. A single half-breed, Brun, this scarcity spoke nothing of their weakness. Quite the contrary. Even the passing dialogue between Kaido and Big Mom confirmed that awakened members possessed the rare ability to decipher the poneglyphs. True, the scholars of O'Hara had not yet been erased by the Navy's Buster Call, but the capacity to read the poneglyphs alone placed them among the most formidable intellects in the world. Consider this. Even Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King himself, had to bow before Whitebeard, merely to secure the presence of the poneglyph reader, Kazuki Oden, aboard his ship. Such reverence proved that deciphering the poneglyphs was not merely valuable. It was essential to claiming the title of king of the pirates. So, you saw our battle using that? Daro gestured toward her third eye, intrigued, not only by its function, but by the sheer novelty of it, even to one who had followed the manga for years. Yes, its fundamental ability is called knowing. It allows our people to perceive and absorb information from the surrounding world. Though it possesses further faculties as well, Aisha explained, then gently swept her bangs forward, veiling the eye once more. Isidoro nodded, satisfied, not probing further. Then his expression shifted, sly, honeyed, almost reverent, as he asked, with practice charm, and what are your plans now? This question had become his standard opening gambit, the very phrase that had secured Rickert-S loyalty, then Izumi Reiken-S. So far, its success rate had been impeccable. This time, however, fate denied him his usual triumph. What do you want? Aisha demanded, eyes sharp with suspicion. To her, Daro now resembled nothing so much as Lucifer, whispering temptation at the gates of damnation. Oh, nothing at all. Just curious, Daro replied, grinning with unflappable audacity. Recruiting crewmates? Nothing to be ashamed of. Aisha studied him warily, yet still answered, I'm uncertain. Perhaps I'll join another newspaper, or stay here. Teaching Bear the arts of language, and letters, and might there be, before Daro could unfurl his map of Yen Kingdom and reveal his true intent. Aisha cut him off with icy finality. Don't even think about it. She was no wide-eyed swordsman in white robes. She understood, better than anyone, the perils of the sea, and especially the danger awaiting a three-eyed among pirates. The world nobles coveted her kind above all others. Three-eyed slaves commanded astronomical sums at auction, often exceeding several 100 million berries. And the world government? It looked the other way. To them, those who could unveil the void century were not treasures to be preserved, but secrets to be silenced. Hence, the three-eyed tribe had dwindled to near extinction, scattered remnants, barely clinging to existence. Fine, then Daro sighed, crestfallen yet unruffled. With a casual wave, he turned and walked away. By noon, the matter was settled. After lunch, Daro compressed all the provisions Rickert had acquired, then joined Reiken and Rickert aboard the delivery cart driven by Sobo, the very cart that ferried goods to the coast. Sobo Jizan, Daro called, reclining lazily atop a pile of furs. Where are you taking these hides and fangs? To the shore, Sobo replied. A merchant arrived today, said he'd purchase local specialties. We're delivering the goods for his inspection. Sobo explained cheerfully, his buoyant spirits unmistakable today. All this cargo. The merchant has agreed to purchase every last piece. Daro glanced back at the long procession of dozens of horse-drawn wagons snaking behind them and asked, intrigued, really? ELL take it all? He said he'd buy whatever we had, and even paid the deposit up front. Sobo called out, raising his voice just enough to cut through the rhythmic clatter of hooves. Is that so? Daro arched an eyebrow, faintly astonished. Such unhesitating generosity was rare among merchants. Oh, and before we go, take a few fur-lined cloaks aboard, Sobo added, turning sharply toward Daro as they neared the shore. His riding crop gesturing toward 3 bear fur cloaks set apart from the rest of the cargo. The sea is fickle, better to be over-prepared. Daro lifted the 3 cloaks, touched by the gesture. These are far too precious. I'll settle the cost with you later. Hardly worth mentioning. Sobo waved dismissively. My wife made them, rough stitching, nothing fancy. So long as you don't mind. But Sobo knew better than most. He'd watched through his spyglass as Daro and his companions vanquished the Blood Bowl pirates. Clearly, they were saviors, not mere travelers. Hooves drummed in unison as the convoy reached the coast, where the mermaid hymn lay anchored, and where the merchant stood waiting on the far side of the beach. It was the only stretch of sand in Seoul Bay unmarred by treacherous reefs, hemmed in on all sides by mountains. On deck, Daro released the compressed provisions and supplies, then, together with Izumi Lee-Chien, stowed them neatly into the ship's hold. Meanwhile, Recht steered the mermaid hymn, pivoting the vessel with practiced ease. Wait, I'll bid farewell to Uncle Sobo first. Daro called to Recht before leaping deftly over the rail and sprinting across the sand. There beneath the open sky, Dozens of hunters stood in a loose circle, their wagons, now emptied of goods, parked behind them. Daro pushed gently but firmly through the crowd, and at last spotted Sobo, conversing amiably with the merchant, a wiry man with sharp features and shrewd, darting eyes. Their exchange was smooth, their transaction evidently complete. "Uncle Sobo, we're off." Daro waved, a simple, heartfelt gesture of parting. Sobo offered no verbal reply, yet his quiet nod, measured, warm, and deeply respectful, spoke volumes. With farewells made, Daro hastened back aboard. "Set sail," he commanded, voice ringing across the deck. The sails billowed, catching the wind as the mermaid glided gracefully from shore into the open sea. 20 minutes later, Sobo and his men concluded their dealings and turned their empty wagons homeward, their journey punctuated by laughter and song, their harvest rich, their spirits high. Meanwhile, on the beach, the merchant, narrow-faced and cunning, cast a satisfied glance at the merchant vessel now brimming with cargo. A sly smile curled his lips as he withdrew a pink den mushy from his jacket pocket and spoke into it. "Captain, the goods are secured. Come at once. It's time to reclaim what's ours." Chapter 91. The Grandet Pirates. The Grandet Pirates were, in recent years, the most infamous buccaneers of the South Blue. Their captain, Grandet, had once been a shrewd and avaricious merchant, until, during a routine voyage, he was plundered by pirates. Rather than resenting the act, he perceived in it a revelation. No trade could rival the profit of plunder. He dissolved his guild, joined his assailants, and, through patience, guile, and cold calculation, rose swiftly. Within mere years, he and a cabal of conspirators had cast the old captain into the deep, claiming command for themselves. As captain, Grandet's hunger only intensified. He devised a new, insidious method of predation. His crew would masquerade as merchants, infiltrating towns to assess wealth, then place extravagant orders, inducing local economies to borrow heavily or stockpile goods. Only then would the Grandet pirates descend en masse, seizing everything in a single, devastating sweep. Through this scheme, Grandet amassed staggering riches, yet remained unsated. His ambition now eclipsed mere wealth. He sought to surpass his idol, the legendary Golden Thief Unanimous. To that end, he abandoned his lifelong austerity, spending lavishly to recruit ruthless mercenaries and arm his ship with cannons and muskets alike. He. Once Soul Bay is ash and ruin. We sail for the Grand Line, conquer a kingdom, and I shall crown myself its sovereign. Grandet crowed from the quarterdeck, his cockatoo-crested hair gleaming, a gilded tooth flashing as he laughed. A grotesque vision of himself enthroned in a palace of gold, commanding winds and tides alike. Soon, the lookout atop the crow's nest cried out, "Captain, Aragon is in sight." "Yes, just ahead. Men, arm yourselves." Grandet bellowed, raising his arms high. "Seize this kingdom, and we set course for the Grand Line. Conquer a realm, and I'll make you all nobles." A roar erupted across the deck, cutlasses drawn, eyes blazing. Faces twisted with savage anticipation as they fixed their gaze on the quiet island ahead. Perhaps this, not the carefree idealism of Luffy or the mythic charisma of Roger, was the true face of piracy. Merciless, calculating, and unrelenting. Across the water, Sobo, having just delivered the cargo to the royal palace, received urgent word from his scouts. Without delay, he rallied the royal guard and marched them at forced pace toward the coast. Upon arrival, Byrne, the bald, mustachioed deputy, ever practical, raised his long telescope, squinted, and muttered grimly, "Damn it, it's the Grandet pirates." His words struck Sobo like ice water. Though usually affable and easygoing, the king's expression hardened instantly. As sovereign of Soul Bay, he had meticulously studied every regional power that might threaten his realm, and the Grandet pirates had left the deepest impression, vicious, insatiable, and cunning beyond measure. No settlement they targeted ever survived, yet Sobo could not fathom why they had chosen Soul Bay, a modest, unassuming kingdom, too lean and unprofitable to tempt most pirates. Before his bewilderment could settle, Byrne supplied the answer. "Blast that merchant. He's betrayed us." He thrust the telescope into Sobo's hands. Sobo peered through the lens, and there it was, the merchant-s vessel drawing alongside Grandet-s warship, a silent, sinister rendezvous on the waves. They came prepared, Sobo said, voice low and steady. Prepare for battle. Instantly, the royal guard formed disciplined ranks along the shore, weapons drawn, eyes locked on the approaching ship. Then chaos. The pirate vessel swung broadside, its starboard deck bristling with cannon muzzles. Black, gaping, aimed directly at the line of soldiers. Fall back now, Sobo roared, his battle-honed instincts overriding all else. A thunderous boom shattered the air. A flurry of sparks erupted, and countless cannonballs sliced through the air, aimed squarely at the crowd. Despite the prior evacuation, the sheer number of projectiles inflicted significant casualties upon the guards, decimating their ranks in one devastating barrage. Milantoi, reveling in the formidable display of his expensive ships and cannons, laughed heartily as he descended the ladder from the deck to the beach, confronting Sobo and his companions from a distance. Aragon, do you see who has taken my money? Glantai demanded, pulling a merchant forward while greedily surveying the scene. It's him. Aragon, with his beady eyes akin to a rat's, scanned the crowd and pointed at Sobo, shouting, "You, bring back my money at once." Glantai's eyes, reddened with avarice, fixed on Sobo, his words laced with venom, as if he truly believed Sobo had stolen from him. Sobo remained silent, yet a burly man beside him erupted in indignation. But that was the payment for the goods. We had agreed to a fair trade. The crew of Glantai's pirate ship erupted in laughter, as if hearing the most absurd joke. How foolish you all are. The goods belong to me. The money is mine as well. And now this kingdom is mine, Glantai proclaimed, his mouth agape to reveal his gold tooth, brandishing his gilded dagger menacingly toward Sobo. Seize them. As soon as he finished speaking, a throng of pirates charged forward, brandishing weapons. Retreat to the town, Sobo commanded his soldiers, brandishing his whip as he led the guards into the safety of the forest, using the trees as cover to scatter towards the village. The pirates are coming. Run. Sobo and his guards reached the village first, racing through to warn the women and children left behind to flee, with their fate uncertain. Sobo hurried to the palace, finding Xiong, the queen, and Aisha, urging them to escape with the funds. He understood that the pirates' main target was the money. If they succeeded, they would surely unleash their cannons, annihilating the entire village. After giving his orders, Sobo returned to the village entrance, joining the guards to form a defensive line, knowing there was no retreat this time. Kill. Without further ado, the two sides clashed, the disciplined guards facing off against the fierce, chaotic pirates, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Yet the powerful cannons of the pirates posed a significant threat, forcing the guards to pay with their lives. Suddenly, one cannon aimed toward Sobo. As the barrel turned red and the cannonball prepared to fire, a young figure rushed forward, unleashing a shockwave from a swinging fist that sent the cannon flying. Xiong, what are you doing? Sobo exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld his child. Xiong offered no reply, merely panting, while Aisha hurriedly followed behind him. What are you two doing? Didn't I tell you to run? Sobo's frustration surged. He knew the guard were far too few to hold off the pirates for long. This is a death sentence. 20 minutes. Aisha bent over, catching her breath as she spoke to Sobo. What do you mean 20 minutes? Sobo inquired. If we can hold them off for 20 minutes, Big Brother will come back and save us. Xiong explained, eyes fixed on the approaching pirates. Chapter 92. New recruits. The scene rewinds to when the pirates first invaded the village. Some unruly pirates began to plunder within the village, brandishing their blades and coercing the unsuspecting women and children who had fled to hand over their valuables. Any hint of resistance met with ruthless violence, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. No way, Aisha gasped, covering her mouth. In front of her, a throng of pirates was advancing toward the wealthiest part of the village, the palace where they were located. Sister Aisha, you take mother and leave first, Xiong urged, launching a powerful strike at the foremost pirates. His padded paws unleashed tremendous force, generating a shockwave the size of a palm that struck a pirate squarely. With a sickening crunch, the pirate's head burst like a watermelon, splattering blood and brains everywhere. The remaining pirates, witnessing this surreal scene, hesitated and scattered in fear. No way. Xiong, you're so strong? The queen gasped in disbelief, astonished by her child's terrifying abilities. Aisha, however, reacted differently. Upon witnessing Xiong's display of power, she leaped with excitement. Xiong, do that again, and smash all these pirates. As she spoke, Aisha mimicked the motion of Xiong's palm strike. Xiong shook his head. I can't. I won't have enough energy to use my abilities much longer. You all must run. No, we leave together, the queen insisted, unwilling to abandon her child to face death alone, pulling Xiong toward the exit. Wait, I have an idea. Give me a few minutes. Aisha suddenly remembered something, rushing into the palace and locking herself in a guest room. Please, don't go overboard. Don't go overboard. Aisha sat on the edge of the bed, removing her cap to reveal the third eye on her forehead. The third eye emitted a faint red glow, the iris spinning as if searching for something. If one could see through Aisha's perspective, they would observe her vision turning gray and white, encompassing nearly the entirety of the Soul Bay Kingdom, continuously expanding. 10 nautical miles, 20 nautical miles, 30 nautical miles. Aisha diligently searched within this range, absorbing everything in her sight. Soon, she located the swiftly moving pirate ship, the Mermaid's Anthem. 40 nautical miles northwest of Soul Bay. Aisha activated the unique ability of her third eye, connecting to the consciousness of anyone within her sight who had previously seen her third eye. As the light from her eye shifted from red to blue, her vision began to narrow until it locked onto the Mermaid's Anthem. Curiously examining the pirate ship, Aisha noted its lavish decor, despite only perceiving it in black and white. Quite the luxurious vessel, Aisha remarked, but she remained focused on her purpose, shifting her view to the deck, where she spotted a glimmering point of light radiating 3 colors. Aisha concentrated her attention on the tricolored light, her consciousness diving deep into it. Daro, help us. Pirates are invading. Aisha conveyed information to Daro on a subconscious level. Simultaneously, Daro on the deck responded. Who? The Daro, who had been reclining on a beach chair, suddenly stood up and looked around, only to see Reicht, who was gripping the helm. Reicht, did you hear a woman's voice? Daro inquired. Huh, Captain, you must be dreaming, Reicht replied with the most reasonable explanation. Dreaming? Did you not hear it? A clear, ethereal woman's voice? Daro retorted, asking again. No. Reicht scratched his head and answered firmly. Suddenly, Daro seemed to recall something and called out to the surrounding air. Aisha, what has happened? Pirates, a band of pirates have invaded Soul Bay. Please, return quickly to save this nation. Aisha's voice resonated once more within Daro's heart. Daro did not respond immediately, instead pondering for a moment. Suddenly, among the supplies piled on the deck, 3 bear fur coats caught Daro's eye. All right, I'll head back now. I can make it in 40 minutes, no 20 minutes. Daro replied to Aisha in his subconscious. Right, turn the ship around. We are heading back to Soul Bay, Daro instructed. After speaking, Daro raised his hands, and a powerful updraft surged from the sea, lifting the mermaid's hymn into the air. Hey, what is happening? Reicht, who had just processed the sudden news of their return, watched as the entire ship rose into the sky. The ship is too slow. We're flying back, Daro exclaimed with a grin, while simultaneously bringing his hands together, causing a massive air corridor to slowly materialize in the air. Sky-S Grand Corridor. The tremendous force acted upon the tail of the mermaid's hymn, propelling it forward along the pathway, the entire vessel soaring through the air at incredible speed, reminiscent of Apollo's chariot. Although the captain's orders were unquestionable, Daro still took the initiative to explain to the 2 crew members, it seems Soul Bay is under pirate attack. We need to return and investigate. As Daro hastened back, Bear and Aisha had already arrived at Salbo, working together to fend off the pirates. The previous pirates, unable to breach their defenses, resorted to a siege using cannons and their numerical advantage. This hard-fought battle was quite disadvantageous for Salbo and his team, as the guards stood little chance against the pirates unless they could eliminate them one by one. Huff huff, Bear gasped for breath, his expression grim as he watched the cannon fire raining down before him, feeling powerless. After all, he was not yet the powerful tyrant bear of the future. At just 8 years old, he could not unleash the true power of the Machi Machi no Mi. Not only was his strength limited, but he also needed time to recover after each strike. Bear, if it doesn't work. Salbo panted, having reached his limit, his chest heaving like a bellows. Bear shook his head in silence. His throat felt as if it were on fire. We haven't even subdued them yet. And I don't know how much ammunition I will waste. Glant, hiding behind the pirates, glowered at the battle. To him, this was all money. Damn it. Fire all cannons at once. Glant waved his hand dismissively, looking as if he had nothing left to lose. Under his command, all cannons aimed at the remaining few guards. It's over. Aisha watched the cannons trained on them, filled with despair, and the others wore similar expressions. Countless cannonballs fired simultaneously, as if intent on eradicating Salbo and his companions from existence. Salbo, seeing the cannonballs, immediately pulled Bear behind him, believing that even in death, a father should sacrifice himself for his son. Meanwhile, Aisha closed her eyes as if she had already accepted her fate. Seconds later, the anticipated explosion did not occur. It seems we arrived just in time. Daro's light voice rang in Aisha and the others' ears like celestial music. Aisha, Salbo. Daro called. Big brother. Bear exclaimed. Everyone looked at Daro in astonishment. Daro smiled, ruffled Bear's hair, and said, You held out well. Turning to the last to arrive, Izumi Riki, Daro said, Riki, I'm counting on you. All right. Izumi Riki replied with a squint and a smile, though his grin appeared devilish in the eyes of Glant's pirate crew. Although Glant's crew was not weak in the South Sea, they were as helpless as chaff before Izumi Riki, who swiftly dispatched them with a few strikes. The next day, on the same beach, Daro's pirate crew set sail once more, this time with 2 new crew members, Intelligence Officer Aisha and Intern Bear. Chapter 93. Upside-down mountain seagulls spread their wings, soaring in the cloudless sky. On the ocean, the mermaids sliced through the waves, racing across the azure sea. Under Aisha's guidance and Daro's handling, they quickly reached the entrance to Upside-Down Mountain, aided by the fierce winds. Before them lay an endless expanse of red land. The mountain peaks soaring into the clouds, a fantastical and magnificent miracle that divided the 4 seas from the windless zone, the Red Earth continent. Wow, Captain, is this the Grand Line? Exclaimed Intern Bear, astonished, as someone who had spent his entire life in Soul Bay had never witnessed such grandeur. Daro did not respond. He was meticulously manipulating the surrounding air, guiding the mermaids slowly into the waterway leading to the heart of Upside-Down Mountain, Twin Cape. The Grand Line is not a specific location, but an entire ocean encircling the world. Upside-Down Mountain is merely the entrance. We must enter here to access the Grand Line, Aisha, serving as a part-time cultural teacher, explained, gripping the railing tightly to prevent being thrown overboard by the mermaids' turbulence. Everyone hold on tight. We will be climbing some stairs, Daro announced, raising his hand as a stream of compressed air generated above the mermaids' pressing right and the others down onto the deck. Simultaneously, the currents began to surge rapidly, and the mermaids shot forward into the ascending waterway. Whoosh! The mermaids instantly ascended to the highest point of the waterway. That was not the end. Propelled by inertia, the entire ship glided several dozen meters through the air before diving towards the expansive sea below. The sudden free fall from dozens of meters caused Bear and Aisha to cling to each other, screaming in fright, while Izumi Riki remained dazed, seemingly unaware of their altitude. Wine Spring Waters, right, being more reliable, immediately activated his ability, generating a gentle current of liquor beneath the ship, softening the descent of the mermaids onto the sea surface. Aside from Lei Kate, several others simultaneously gasped in astonishment, as none had anticipated such a scene above. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the merfolk's vessel gracefully sailed towards the Twin Towers. Meanwhile, at Swansea Cape, the commencement of the Grand Line and the origin of 7 waterways, stood a towering white lighthouse, guiding every traveler and pirate entering the Grand Line. At this juncture, the era of the Great Pirate Era had yet to be ignited by Roger. Thus, this age witnessed a scarcity of pirates fervently rushing towards the Grand Line. Only a handful of pirate ships lingered at Swansea Cape, Mere vessels queued at the entrance of the sea route. Next to the lighthouse, a medium-sized pirate ship was docked, adorned with a colossal vulture sculpture at its prow. The pirate flag suspended from its sails bore no skull insignia, but showcased a fierce vulture instead. On the shore, a group of menacing pirates surrounded a robust uncle whose face resembled that of an octopus and whose hair resembled petals. Among them, a pirate wielding a short axe seized the uncle by his collar, while pointing towards the pirate ship, bellowed, "You, hurry and make that stinking whale get out of our way." Unfazed, the uncle in his floral shirt and shorts adjusted his collar and frowned, replying, "It's not a stinking whale. Its name is Labu. I care not if it's Labu or Labula duo. If it doesn't team move, I'll slaughter you all," snarled a bald-headed pirate with a sharp beak, donning a captain's hat. "You truly lack perception. Do you not know who our captain is? He is the infamous pirate of the West Sea, Vulture by Dawn, with a bounty of 34 million. Remarked a pirate resembling a canal strigus beside Bidan. "Oh, 34 million, Barry? Truly a great pirate," the uncle drawled with a tone of indifference. Bidan's expression tightened at the uncle's impatience. As he unsheathed his long sword to demonstrate the captain's authority, he was interrupted by a light, airy voice from a distance. Such commotion, Dalu, who had brought his ship alongside the vulture pirates, remarked, observing the group on the shore. The canine strategist beside Vulture, Bidan gazed at the merfolks him and suddenly revealed a sinister grin, leaning in to whisper to Bidan, "Captain, there's a stunning girl aboard that ship, with only 4 men, one of whom is a child. What shall we do?" Bidan grinned with satisfaction, his gaze on Aisha as if she were a piece of rotting meat. Just stepping into the grand line, "Boys, attack. Kill the men. The woman I will enjoy before I let you have your turn." As soon as the words left his lips, the grotesque pirates began brandishing their swords and cheering, completely disregarding the floral-headed uncle, who furrowed his brow and retreated into the lighthouse. At that moment, Bidan ordered his crew to block the merfolksim, hoping to prevent Deluo and his companions from leaving. The shore was also occupied by them, as a group waved their swords and shouted, "All of you on the ship, get down here. Comply, and I may spare your lives. Resist, and I shall chop you into pieces." Bidan shouted, resting his drawn sword on his shoulder, his voice gravelly as if he had a stone lodged in his throat. "What is he saying?" Aisha, a seasoned reporter, had never encountered such a scene. The frenzied pirates combined with Bidan's slurred shouting made her believe it was a local ritual. So she curiously leaned over the railing to observe the shore. Bidan's eyes lit up. Indeed, his crew had not exaggerated. A captivating beauty stood among them. With her figure and appearance, Bidan felt himself salivating. He cleared his throat and shouted louder, "Get down now, or I will kill you." "Huh, why is that pretty boy coming down?" Deluo, who had reached the edge of the deck, wore a frosty expression, hands in pockets as he jumped onto the shore. Calmly addressing Bidan, "You jester, what did you say? Do you dare to?" Bidan began to curse, but was abruptly pulled by the arm by his navigator, who had a panicked expression. Irritated, he turned to glare at the fool who had interrupted him, already deciding to revoke this imbecile's right to attend the silver party later. The navigator, trembling, silently handed a newspaper to his captain. "What is this?" Bidan, puzzled, took the newspaper and immediately spotted the glaring headline and photograph. "The strongest newcomer. The supernova, bounty of 150 million Beri, Gulong the death shooter, Deluo." Bidan struggled to swallow, carefully comparing the photo to the man standing before him. Realizing they were identical, unyielding, Bidan tossed the newspaper aside and knelt, fervently banging his head. "Lord, spare me. I was merely drunk and speaking nonsense. Please, show mercy and let us go." Behind Bidan, the members of the Vulture Pirates exchanged glances, each following suit and kneeling, echoing Bidan's pleas for mercy. Meanwhile, the floral-headed uncle emerged from the White Tower, brandishing a wailing harpoon, intending to thwart the Vulture Pirates' misdeeds at the Twin Towers, only to discover that they had already knelt in submission. What sort of ruffians are these, begging before robbing? The uncle scratched his head, mistakenly believing it was some peculiar custom of the West Sea. Deluo pointed at the pirate ship blocking the merfolksim, impatiently instructing Bidan and his crew. "Take your men and leave." "Yes, yes." Thank you for your mercy. Baidan and his crew scrambled to their feet, hastily boarding their pirate ship and urging the helmsman to set sail immediately. At that moment, they merely wished to escape this troublesome place. As the sailors swiftly lowered the sails, propelling the ship into the entrance of the Grand Line's waterway. The sea wind is strong. Remember to wear an extra layer. Deluo waved to the members of the Vulture pirates on their ship, feigning a warm-hearted demeanor. Yes, we will wear an extra layer. Baidan, astonished, hurried to the captain's cabin to don a windbreaker. The vessel gradually entered the waterway, accelerating with the ocean currents. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, and Baidan felt the helm of the ship gaining a will of its own, causing the entire vessel to tilt dangerously and head straight towards the red soil continent at the waterway's sides. The already red land deepened in hue. In the midst of the collision, Baidan, who narrowly escaped, clung desperately to a piece of debris, struggling to float on the surface of the sea. Lord, I won't dare again. Spare me. Baidan screamed in despair. The next moment, the raging current dragged him beneath the waves. Chapter 94. Cúcalos mr cúcalos. Good morning. Deluo turned to the floral-headed uncle, who regarded him with a wary expression and greeted him. Oh, you know me? Cucalos hoisted his whaling harpoon onto his shoulder, scrutinizing the golden-haired youth before him. It would be strange if you didn't. I intend to take you away shortly. Deluo silently scoffed inwardly, maintaining a courteous demeanor as he clasped his hands and politely remarked, I have heard of the guardian of Shuangzi Gorge. Having spoken, he turned to the crew of the merfolk's hymn and commanded, anchor the ship, everyone disembark. Under the directive, Lykeet maneuvered the vessel gently towards the shore. Once everything was in order, the group descended the makeshift ladder and approached the White Tower. This place offers a splendid view, Aisha exclaimed, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hands as she surveyed the surroundings in awe. Kukaloosi, however, remained silent, striding directly to the foldable sun chair that had been knocked down by Baidan. He righted the chair, propped one leg on its frame, unfolded it, and sat down leisurely, remarking, Are you all so idle? Why aren't you moving? Dallo chuckled, straightening another fallen chair and reclining like Kukaloosi. Lunchtime is approaching, and I would rather not dine while navigating. It lacks a sense of ceremony. Just as Kukaloosi unfolded the newspaper left by Baidan, he spotted Dallo's article. Raising an eyebrow as he said, The ruler of the South Sea is not in his domain, but has brought these individuals to the Grand Line. Is he merely playing house? Lykeet, irked at the slight towards his captain, was about to retort when Dallo interjected. To conquer the Grand Line is not a matter to be rushed. Adventure requires a meticulous approach. I find Kukaloosi's presence rather intriguing. Let's enjoy a meal here first. With a wave of his hand, Dallo smiled amiably. As Dallo's intention was merely to pause here without malice, Kukaloosi had no grounds to refuse. The crew readily accepted their captain's proposal and hurried to the kitchen. Soon, the rich aroma of grilled meat wafted from the galley of the merfolk's hymn. Dallo instantly recognized it as Bear's doing. After all, his extensive hunting experience made him adept at preparing roasted dishes. Quite skilled indeed, Kukaloosi remarked, drawn in by the enticing scent. That is only natural. Despite our small number, each of us is a remarkably reliable companion, Dallo said proudly. Sitting up and directly extending an invitation, Mr. Kukaloosi, would you be interested in joining us? Kukaloosi waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the offer. Another invitation? However, I must decline, as I have my reasons to remain here. Dallo, unfazed by the outright refusal, laughed heartily, saying, Though I approached with mere curiosity, it appears it was in vain. Mr. Kukaloosi, may I inquire if your refusal pertains to Labu? Kukaloosi raised an eyebrow in astonishment, for Labu had long been lurking beneath the waves, and he had not even mentioned the name. How do you know? Kukaloosi could not contain his curiosity. Let us consider it a secret, Dallo replied, unwilling to indulge the inquiry, especially after Kukaloosi's blunt rejection. Dallo diverted the conversation. You mentioned being invited again. Have many sought your company recently? Indeed, Kukaloosi nodded. A few months ago, a fellow named John invited me to join their pirate crew. That would be the Rocks Pirates, the one recently featured in the newspapers. Just a few days ago, a pirate named Roger came to the Twin Towers, seeking a ship's doctor. Since I happen to be a physician, they extended an invitation to me. Upon hearing the two familiar names, Daro could not help but smirk wryly. Mr. Kekelosi, you are quite the sought-after individual. However, I am curious, what did the Rocks Pirates wish for your joining? Who knows? That fellow named John claimed it was for me to join an organization researching some longevity elixir. Kekelosi chuckled, scratching his head. Daro nodded inwardly, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic, as it pertained to the Rocks Pirates who currently dominated the seas. As for why the Roger Pirates sought Kekelosi's assistance years prior, it remained a mystery. Perhaps it was that casual remark about health made in a tavern that caught Roger's attention. After all, aside from Lucio, only that fool Roger believed he could foresee the future. Suddenly, a jet of water erupted from the sea, accompanied by a sound akin to a train's whistle. Moments later, a massive whale broke the surface, revealing its scarred head as it swiftly approached Daro and Kekelosi. That must be Labu, Daro exclaimed with keen interest, feeling a sense of fulfillment. He had long wished to encounter the whale that shared a profound bond with Luffy's crew. How enormous! Daro gasped, initially thinking the depictions in manga were exaggerated, only to find Labu in reality even more awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Aisha and the others, having prepared lunch, were descending from the merfolk's inn with platters of grilled meat and bread, only to nearly drop their dishes upon encountering Labu. Can fish grow this large? The naive Huchuan Lishian mused, staring blankly at the colossal creature. That is a whale. Lykeet attempted to clarify, but thought better of it, realizing that explaining to Huchuan Lishian that whales are mammals living in the water would be more challenging than scaling a mountain. At lunchtime, the group lounged on beach chairs, continually feeding themselves pieces of the golden, crispy grilled meat. Hey, fill my cup, Kekelosi called, raising his glass towards Lykeet. Upon seeing his cup filled, he patted Lykeet's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Good lad. Your talent is quite remarkable. The captain of your crew ought to recognize it. Ahem, Daro cleared his throat, looking somewhat exasperated at the rosy-cheeked, flower-headed uncle indulging himself. The others gazed intently at Labu, each lost in their thoughts. Bear mused, this fish is colossal, far exceeding the largest bears in the mountains. Huchuan Lishin questioned, is this fellow truly a fish? Aisha remarked, so adorable. May I pet it? After indulging in a hearty meal, the afternoon arrived. Following a brief rest, Daro resolved to bid farewell to Kekelosi, for the purpose of inviting him aboard had not materialized. Before the Twin Towers, Daro produced the 7 permanent pointers he had prepared in Rizabayot and asked Kekelosi, Mr. Kekelosi, we intend to select a route from these 7. Do you have any recommendations? Having already formed a camaraderie with Daro's pirate crew, Kekelosi was more than willing to assist these comrades who had brought him culinary delights. What are your requirements? We need to pass through Water 7 and ideally recruit a navigator and a ship's doctor, Daro pondered aloud. There are several routes that can traverse Water 7, so you need not worry about that. As for a ship's doctor, you might want to check out Magnet Island. This route should meet your needs. Kekelosi indicated on the nautical chart. On the nautical chart, the route indicated by Kekelosi is precisely the path later chosen by Luffy and Luajite. The first stop, Waishijishin. Departing. Chapter 95, Aisha's Intelligence. The weather in the Grand Line is far more unpredictable than that of the Four Seas. Having set off from the Twin Gorges 3 days prior, Daro felt as if he had traversed through the seasons within this brief span. Sweltering heat and chilling cold alternated, compounded by the capricious and extreme weather, turning navigation into a torment. At this moment, the Mermaid's Inn was sailing beneath a vast expanse of ominous clouds, amidst thunder and torrential rain, accompanied by a flurry of heavy snow, rendering the direction indiscernible. The only reliable guide, aside from the Eternal Pointer, was Aisha. Once we pass through this cloud, the weather will return to the normal summer conditions, she remarked, blinking her extraordinary third eye. As anticipated, upon traversing the dark clouds, the fierce sunlight pierced through, illuminating the deck, and the suddenly elevated temperature rapidly melted the rain and snow on board. With this dreadful weather, one could sail for 2 years without escaping dampness. Daro, now clad in a floral shirt, emerged from the captain's quarters, unfurling a beach chair on the deck and reclining comfortably. Since sharing a meal with Kokalusi, he had developed a fondness for sunbathing, especially while a beautiful woman in a bikini read the newspaper beside him. 2 days earlier, the infamous cold corpse Steve and the pathological psychologist P. White clashed on Owl's Island, resulting in complete devastation of the town, with heavy casualties, and numerous townsfolk succumbing to P. White's influence, transforming into crazed vigilantes. Aisha, upon finishing the report, puffed her cheeks in indignation. "Aisha, don't take it too hard." Raikite approached with several chilled cocktails, handing one to Aisha while offering consolation. "Thank you." Dalu accepted the icy margarita from Raikite, taking a sip before speaking. "This is the nature of pirates. No matter how they masquerade as adventurous souls or valiant revolutionaries, to the common people, they are merely a band of ruthless villains. You too are a pirate, yet you speak of yourself so candidly," Aisha inquired, intrigued, not expecting Dalu to so bluntly critique pirates, including himself. "This is no fairy tale. Where is the truth, goodness, and beauty?" Dalu shrugged, continuing, "The identity of a pirate is merely a result of lacking alternatives. As for good and evil, it rests solely on one's conscience. Of course, I'm also prepared for the possibility of being killed as a pirate." Sensing the topic had grown somewhat heavy, Dalu lightened the mood with a chuckle, raising an eyebrow. "However, ordinary pirates would not stand a chance against me." This was no boast. With his current combat prowess, he could indeed roam freely in the first half of the Grand Line. Were it not for the absence of the warlords of the sea policy, he would not merely be classified among the supernovas. With his formidable companion Huchuan, Liqian by his side, even with their crew reduced to 5, he felt no fear regarding their strength. "Captain, who are those 2 individuals?" The intern Xiong, clad in a black and white striped jacket, curiously pointed at the images of 2 other individuals in the newspaper. As fellow supernovas, Dalu was familiar with them. After ruffling Xiong's head, he began to explain. "Cold Corpse Steve, captain of the Cold Current Pirates, possesses the Ho-Ho fruit with a bounty of 170 million. He once froze half a town into ice sculptures in the West Sea." Pathological psychologist P. White, a lone wolf with an unspecified fruit ability, has a bounty of 210 million. It is said he enjoys acting as a psychologist for the wealthy, harboring a severe hatred for the rich, resulting in the deaths of several affluent individuals. The swordsmanship practicing Huchuan Liqian leaned in. "Those 2 have bounties higher than the captain's." This combative individual, still brooding over not having had a proper fight with Dalu, felt a surge of restlessness upon seeing 2 individuals with greater bounties. They are not even the highest bounties among the supernovas. At least 2 others who have entered the Grand Line have bounties exceeding the captain's. Aisha, acting as the intelligence officer, cleared her throat and retrieved a notebook from her 4th-dimensional pocket. "The deadly Beastmaster Sakisi, captain of the deadly circus pirates, orchestrated the infamous Blood Night massacre on Sanibel Island during a circus performance, with a bounty of 230 million. The grave digger Sali, captain of the Dead Man's Fortune Pirates, is skilled in tomb raiding, rumored to have excavated the ancestral grave of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel in the South Sea. Though his strength is said to be mediocre, his bounty is notably high, suggesting some truth to the rumors." Hiss! Dalu inhaled sharply. He held a profound respect for those who would brazenly desecrate ancestral graves. Did that Vice Admiral really allow his grave to be disturbed? Raikite, intrigued by such matters, inquired. "Not at all. The ancestors of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel were exhumed and left to dry in the sun. It is said that he had just been beaten by Kaido and was still in a leg cast when he heard the news, prompting him to leap out of the hospital in Marineford." Aisha exclaimed animatedly. "Where did you hear such news?" Dalu, intrigued by Aisha's earnestness, expressed skepticism. He found it hard to believe her abilities extended to Marineford. "I heard it from a friend who sells breakfast in Marineford," Aisha cheekily replied, sticking out her tongue. Dalu cast a stunned glance at his intelligence officer. After all, he had personally experienced the perception abilities of the Three-Eyed Tribe. With such a range of perception, if there were any connections, the scope of her intelligence network could only be described as formidable. If Aisha could be granted fruit, Her ability to communicate in real time over vast distances would render her the most formidable intelligence officer and liaison. However, her self-preservation skills were somewhat lacking. Dalo mused internally, considering that if she were to acquire a fruit, it would likely resolve many issues. Amidst their banter, the mermaids sailed into a thick fog. Emerging from a mist, they could vaguely see several towering round cacti. On the shore beneath the cacti, the residents, upon spotting the mermaid's hymn and the pirate flag fluttering, did not flee but instead gathered along the shore, cheering for the ship. Dalo glanced at the crowd waving at him and the eternal pointer on his wrist, concluding, "It seems we have arrived at Waishijishan." Chapter 96. Encounter with the Whitebeard Pirates. Waishijishan, as the first island on this route, possesses rather peculiar customs. Are they welcoming us? Xiong, walking at the back, timidly observed the crowds on both sides waving at them, curiously asking, for in the Sabay Kingdom, pirates are most despised by the populace. Dalo, however, remained remarkably calm. Having read the manga, he was aware that Waishijishan was essentially a den of bounty hunters, who appear to welcome pirates while secretly plotting to strike under the cover of night. Logically, that sand-playing fellow should still be sucking on his pacifier. Dalo mused while observing the enthusiastic crowd. Amidst the clamor of a bustling crowd, two figures emerged, one trailing the other. The man in the rear, whom Daluo recognized, was Tim, adorned in a cowboy hat with two revolvers tucked at his waist. With a tone of surprise, he greeted Daluo. Daluo identified him as the bounty hunter he had previously encountered when he met Lai Zibate. His impression of Tim was particularly vivid, as Daluo's current companion, Ao Lianai, had been a gift from him. "What brings you here?" Daluo inquired, directing his gaze at Tim. Tim chuckled heartily and gestured towards the man beside him, saying, "This is my cousin, Lai Mu, the mayor of this small town. I intended to gain some experience on the Grand Line and decided to seek refuge with him." Lai Mu, observing their familiar rapport, expressed curiosity. "How do you two know each other?" Daluo hesitated before responding, taking a moment to assess Lai Mu, a robust figure clad in a black suit, adorned with a curly wig typically worn by lawyers. He appeared astute and capable, yet his eyes betrayed a tendency to dart about nervously. "Just a friend," Daluo replied, patting Tim on the shoulder and reminiscing about old times. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the dock as someone shouted, "A notorious pirate has arrived." Like a stone thrown into a pot of oil, the crowd erupted, the noise escalating dramatically as everyone surged towards the other side of the dock. "I'll check it out. You all continue your conversation. Oh, by the way, the Seamen's Inn over there is free for pirates. You can rest there." Lai Mu informed Daluo with a nod before disappearing into the throng. Daluo exchanged glances with Rikit and the others, astonished at how quickly the previously welcoming crowd had vanished at the mere mention of a pirate. "I'll go take a look. You all head to the tavern and wait for me. Make sure to secure the log pointers," Daluo urged, concerned that the crowd might become overly congested. He took Tim by the arm and moved towards the gathering. "I must see which pirate could draw such a crowd," he mused silently as he navigated through the throng. At the dock, a colossal ship was slowly docking, with an extensive staircase extending from the deck to the shore. Following this, more than 10 individuals disembarked. "Old man, it's quite lively here," remarked a burly figure clad in sleeveless gray-gold armor and a horn helmet, surveying the crowd. Look at all these people here to welcome us," boomed a giant over 5 meters tall, stepping down from the deck with a hearty laugh. His iconic white mustache curled upward, and beneath a flowing white cape lay muscles of explosive strength, wielding a naginata taller than himself. It was none other than the future-renowned Whitebeard, Newgate. How could this man be here? Daluo recognized him instantly, his mind racing with disbelief. "What's wrong, Daluo? Do you know him?" Tim inquired, noticing Daluo's astonished expression. Daluo, not in the mood for levity, turned to Tim with a serious countenance. "Tim, if you wish to remain alive, it would be wise for your cousin to keep a low profile and avoid attracting their attention." After giving Tim a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Daluo turned back towards the tavern, leaving Tim bewildered in his wake, uncertain whether Tim would heed his warning. Daluo felt he had done his duty as a friend. It is noteworthy that the current Whitebeard was not leading a massive fleet of hundreds or thousands. At this moment, he was still aboard the Rock's ship, and Marco had yet to join. Accompanying him were only a few seasoned crew members, such as Juan Baidi, Efosa, and Kuli Eur. The independent members who had separated to form their own crews had not demonstrated remarkable prowess, even during the War of the Best, suggesting their strength paled in comparison to those like Ace and George who had joined later. Therefore, even if DeLuo were to encounter Whitebeard, he was not particularly fearful, as he believed he and his companions, Quan Chien and Rikit, could escape if necessary. Of course, it was best to avoid conflict altogether. After all, if an enraged old white were to chase them, it would be quite the debacle. "Captain, you're back," greeted Aisha and Xiong upon DeLuo's return to the tavern's lobby. "Where are Rikit and Quan Chien?" DeLuo nodded in acknowledgement, scanning the area and noticing their absence. "They heard about a drinking contest and went to the tavern," Aisha replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "All right, I'll go find them. Would you like to join?" DeLuo considered the opportunity to witness this drinking competition, recalling how Zoro had downed 13 cups and won a reward of 100,000 berries. "Forget it, you go ahead," Aisha said, lacking interest in such trivial male games. She took some money from DeLuo, intending to explore the island with Xiong. As DeLuo approached the tavern, he heard the raucous cheers from within. Pushing the door open, he found everyone gathered around a table, where Rikit and a balding, mature-looking man were engaged in an intense drinking contest. "Efosa, can you handle it? The winner gets 100,000 berries." The man's golden-haired companion scoffed from behind him. "Bakin, shut your mouth," Efosa retorted, glaring at the woman before raising the filled cup to his lips once more. Unfortunately, having reached his limit, he succumbed to the effects of the alcohol and collapsed. DeLuo quietly criticized the man, reflecting on the absurdity of competing and drinking against a user of the sake fruit. "What a waste," Bakin sneered, pushing Efosa aside and turning to his long-haired companion. "Burenheim, it's your turn." Just as Burenheim was about to rise to face Rikit, a booming laugh echoed from outside the tavern. "Kara-la-la-la-la." Whitebeard squeezed through the door, taking a seat across from Rikit. "Kid, this time I'm here to challenge you." As a man capable of drinking himself into a stupor, Newgate had no fear of competing with anyone in drinking. Rikit, unfazed, nodded in acknowledgement and was about to respond when DeLuo interjected, "Crew members should compete among themselves. Captains should face other captains." The author reflects, "I believe that at least Whitebeard and Shiki, while part of the Rock's pirates, should operate independently with their own crews, yet remain affiliated with Rock's." Surprised by DeLuo's direct assertion of his identity, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Oh, you know me. It's an honor to meet you. I am Whitebeard, Newgate." Chapter 97. A dark and windy night at 10 cups. He was still Uncle Whitebeard. At 20 cups, Brother Newgate. And by 30 cups, he could only be referred to as Old White. "Old White, if you can't handle it, perhaps it's best to stop drinking. You could save the liquor for feeding the fish back on the ship." In his previous life as a seasoned patron of taverns, Dalu was not one to hold back. He began to provoke his opponent with words. When Newgate was referred to as Old White, he was not offended. Instead, he chuckled and downed the drink in his hand. "Your turn, brat." With a forceful slam, Whitebeard placed his wine glass on the table, glaring fiercely at Dalu. The sight of the massive jug that landed before him gave Dalu a slight headache. Standing over 5 meters tall, Whitebeard certainly drank with ferocity. Even after consuming over 30 jugs, he showed no signs of inebriation. Fortunately, at that moment, the tavern owner intervened. "We have run out of wine." Dalu sighed in relief, intending to call it a night. In truth, after downing more than 30 cups, he was nearing the limit of his own capacity. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a newcomer. "Wine. I still have some." A smiling Limu, with the buttons of his black suit jacket undone, approached, signaling 2 townsfolk to bring 2 large barrels of wine to the table. Dalu cast a deep glance at Limu, realizing that his warning to Tim had fallen on deaf ears. His cousin still intended to stir trouble. As the saying goes, a gentle word cannot persuade a wicked ghost. So let it be. The 36 cup. The bartender once again filled the glasses for the 2 men and pushed them forward. "Drink, drink." The surrounding crowd had never witnessed such an ability to consume over 30 cups, and they cheered excitedly, heightening the atmosphere. Dalu and Whitebeard stared at the wine cups before them, wordlessly acknowledging that neither truly wished to continue drinking. However, their competitive spirits would not allow them to concede in front of their crew. Fortunately, at this moment, the perceptive Ryukite stepped up, discreetly using his abilities to purify the alcohol in the 2 glasses and evaporate it. Drink. Dala noticed Ryukite's subtle maneuver, and with satisfaction, he patted his thigh before lifting the glass to drink what resembled clear water. Dala's decisive action prompted Whitebeard, without hesitation, to down a large cup of wine. What? Whitebeard exclaimed, surprised by the absence of the expected strong taste of alcohol. Yet, seeing the knowing glance from Dalu, he refrained from saying anything further. The spirited drinking contest continued into the night, only concluding once they had emptied the last 2 barrels. During the festivities, Limu attempted to bring more wine, but was jointly thwarted by the 2. Brat, would you be interested in becoming my family? It was evident that Whitebeard was quite fond of this young man who could match him drink for drink, thus extending an invitation. Dalu understood the implications of family and looked at Newgate with a hint of exasperation, saying, "Old White, that's rather inconsiderate. I consider you a friend, and yet you wish to be my father." Laughter erupted among the attendees, with the inebriated buffalo, Atomos, teasing his captain, "Old man, your title doesn't seem to hold much weight. You were personally rejected." After some light-hearted banter, the festive atmosphere intensified, with everyone toasting and embracing, reveling until the late hours of the night. "Well then, young star and brewing lad, we bid you farewell." Half-drunk, Cooler supported the heavily intoxicated Atomos and Fusa as they said their goodbyes to Dalu. "Farewell." Dalu waved goodbye with flair, glancing at Whitebeard, who had somewhat sobered up. However, not daring to call him Old White this time, he said, "Captain Newgate, let us drink heartily again next time." "Ha ha ha." Whitebeard's hearty laughter resonated, causing his distinctive mustache to quiver. With that, the 2 groups parted ways. Dalu and his companions returned to their lodgings, while Whitebeard's crew found no available accommodations for a giant of over 5 meters. It would be unreasonable to let him sleep in the lobby. Late into the night, the group sank deeply into slumber, each dreaming their own dreams. The dark clouds obscured the moon, and under the shroud of night, the tranquil and serene Whiskey Peak seemed to adopt a different atmosphere. Renowned bounty hunters from the small town began to stir, moving under the cover of darkness towards the tavern where Dalu resided in the dock pirate ship of Whitebeard. "Quickly, keep up." Limu, now clad in combat attire, urged on, with a throng of bounty hunters brandishing swords surrounding the dock and tavern. "Cousin, should we reconsider?" Tim, caught up in this operation, suddenly recalled Dalu's words from earlier that day and tried to persuade Limu. "Reconsider? Do you have any idea how much that brat's head is worth?" 150 million. Limu shook off Tim's grasp, his eyes wide with fervor. "But," Tim attempted to interject, only to be cut off by Limu. "I know what you're worried about, but rest assured, after consuming that much alcohol, they have little combat capability left. Now, we will split up. If you don't want to confront that brat at the tavern, go take care of that giant at the dock." As he spoke, Limu handed Tim 2 fully loaded revolvers. Tim regarded Limu with a deep gaze, as if engaged in an internal struggle. "No, I will handle the tavern. You take care of the dock." "All right," Limu agreed, calling forth a squad of bounty hunters to accompany Tim, while he assembled a larger force to assault the dock. Minutes later, at the entrance to Dalu's room, "I'll go in first and see if I can deal with him quietly," Tim instructed the bounty hunters trailing behind. With caution, he used a spare key to unlock the door, stealthily making his way to Dalu's bedside. Observing the slumbering Dalu and the golden revolver, Olini, that he had gifted Dalu resting on the nightstand, Tim took a deep breath to steady himself. Grasping Olini once more, he aimed for Dalu's head and hurled it with force. Crack! The hard metal struck Dalu's forehead, producing a sharp sound. "Honestly, your method of attack is quite unexpected," Dalu said, clutching his forehead as he rose from the bed, astonished at the sight of Tim. "Dalu," Tim began, eager to divulge everything, but found Dalu looking at him with a bemused expression. "It seems you made the right choice," Dalu said, patting Tim's shoulder as he tucked Olini back into his waistband. "You're not drunk," Tim exclaimed, staring at Dalu in disbelief. "To be precise, neither of us is intoxicated." Chapter 98. Entangled. Unlike Tim's fortuitous circumstances, his cousin was currently embroiled in a grand affair. An unprecedented high-stakes scenario. "Quickly kill them." Lai Mu summoned the bounty hunters, rushing onto the pirate ship with the intent to assassinate a few members of the Bai Tuan while they remained blissfully intoxicated and fast asleep. Unlike the ever-vigilant Deluo, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were caught utterly off guard. After all, there were few who dared to challenge them in these seas, particularly in the first half of the Grand Line. Thus, they were truly taken by surprise. The first to react was the ice witch Hui Beidi. Being a woman, had refrained from indulging excessively in drink, and had only sipped sparingly at the tavern. With a flick of her hair, she unleashed her formidable ability, summoning countless icicles that hurtled towards the enemy. Hui Beidi refrained from using such techniques on a ship, bellowed the elderly Bruenheim, cleaving an enemy in two, only to turn and shout at her. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates were aboard a rather aged vessel, not the Moby Dick. "TCH, what a nuisance," Hui Beidi muttered, reluctantly ceasing her assault and instead forging an ice pick to engage in close combat. Not particularly adept at hand-to-hand fighting and wary of unleashing her powers indiscriminately, she found herself struggling against the onslaught of bounty hunters, sustaining several wounds in the process. "Damn it, where is everyone? Where have they gone?" she cried, having just been violently thrown to the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. "They've all drunk too much and are dead to the world," Bruenheim replied, equally beleaguered as he found himself encircled by multiple bounty hunters, forced to fight for his life. Meanwhile, Lai Mu and his men stormed into the captain's quarters. Despite their efforts to tread lightly, they were still detected by the keen observation haki of Whitebeard. Lai Mu exclaimed as he lunged towards Whitebeard with a fierce strike aimed at his neck, his face twisted with malice. Just as he believed he was about to succeed, he was abruptly halted. "You lot, do you dare challenge me?" Whitebeard's eyes snapped open, and with a single hand, he grasped the sword Lai Mu had swung at him, exuding an aura of authority reminiscent of a fierce lion. Lai Mu felt as if he had brushed past the gates of death, collapsing weakly to the ground, while the others, oblivious to the impending doom, charged forward recklessly. Seeking death, Whitebeard snorted, withdrawing the sword Kanjiunki from beside the bed, and with a mighty swing, unleashed a gale that shredded the rushing assailants, leaving nothing but a pool of blood in their wake. After dispatching the foes within the cabin, Whitebeard burst onto the deck. "Old man, the patrons we encountered at the tavern this morning were all bounty hunters. This is their scheme," Hui Beidi exclaimed upon seeing Whitebeard, her heart settling with relief. "Kulalala." Whitebeard observed his crew embroiled in fierce battles, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, though it resonated with an undercurrent of unbridled fury. He positioned his left hand before his chest, activating the powers of the Gura Gura no Mi. The immense vibration shattered the surrounding air, creating glass-like cracks. Just as he was about to unleash his punch, Bruenheim's pained voice interrupted. "Old man, don't use your powers on the ship. It can't withstand it." With this reminder, Whitebeard prudently retracted his power, causing the fractured glass patterns in the air to vanish. He surveyed the deck, where bounty hunters had gathered, and his resolve hardened, his pupils dilating as his aura surged. "No way, old man!" Bruenheim screamed in alarm. The next moment, an overwhelming aura akin to a legendary beast enveloped the pirate ship, silencing the previously chaotic environment as everyone succumbed to unconsciousness. Nyuhata! What on earth has transpired? Barkin, who had just arrived, dressed impeccably and sober, had sensed the presence of bounty hunters the moment they boarded, but had selfishly chosen to remain hidden. Aside from her, only the relatively strong Huachin Bista and a few others had not yet lost consciousness. These individuals are bounty hunters. Their actions during the day were merely to intoxicate us for an easier ambush at night, Bista stated as he executed the unconscious foes with his rapier. "Barkin, it seems you Haven-T had a drink tonight. Were you just now?" Whitebeard glared at Barkin, his eyes filled with ire as he observed his crew fighting valiantly while she stood idly by, a grave offense in the eyes of a man who valued family. I I was held back by several powerful foes, Barkin stammered, scrambling for an excuse. Bista and the others regarded Barkin with skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Unlike the other crew members, Barkin was affiliated directly with the Rocks Pirates and had never regarded Whitebeard as crew as her own. At this moment, DeLuo and He Quan Li Qian arrived to provide support, witnessing the confrontation between Whitebeard and Barkin. Looks like we need to intervene, He Quan Li Qian remarked with a smile as he surveyed the downed bounty hunters. DeLuo approached Whitebeard, intending to greet him, as it was a significant breach of etiquette to board another pirate ship without warning. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Barkin pointed at DeLuo. It's them. They're the ones who held me back. They conspired with these bounty hunters. Otherwise, how could they have insisted on drinking so much during the day? With her proclamation, all eyes turned to DeLuo and He Quan Li Qian. Is what she says true, DeLuo? Whitebeard demanded, slamming his naginata onto the ground. His fierce gaze fixed upon DeLuo. It was evident that Whitebeard preferred to trust Barkin, his companion, over an outsider like DeLuo. Prepare yourself. You will bear the brunt of my wrath, he declared. Chapter 99. Battle with Whitebeard. Unlike the ailing and aged Whitebeard from the original narrative, the current Nyogute was only 35 years old, though he had not yet reached the pinnacle of his power as he had during his encounter with Roger and Wano. He remained one of the foremost strongmen of the seas. Captain Nyugi-ike, DeLuo attempted to explain, but his words were met only with the howling blade of Whitebeard. With a sweeping motion, the supreme blade, Kanji-yunki, sliced through the air, unleashing a fierce, cutting force in a semicircle towards He Quan Li Qian and DeLuo. He Quan Li Qian raised his blade to block, the sharp edges clashing and sparking as they engaged in a relentless struggle, neither willing to yield. So that's why you dare to strike at us. You truly possess some skill, Whitebeard remarked, casting a surprised glance at He Quan Li Qian, tightening his grip on the sword once more as the violent vibrations emanated from his weapon. He Quan Li Qian felt a tremendous force surging through the blade, sending him and his weapon flying, crashing into the coastal houses, reducing the alleyways to rubble. Whitebeard, emboldened by his advantage, propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, diving towards the spot where He Quan Li Qian had landed. The immense physique did not impede his speed, and he soon stood before He Quan Li Qian. The sharp Kanji-yunki, enveloped in an aura of dominance and a terrifying force of vibration, was poised to strike down upon Li Qian. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind heralded the arrival of two bullets, slicing through the sky like meteors, transforming into two spiraling air spears aimed at Whitebeard's heart and head. The unexpected assault slightly darkened Whitebeard's expression. The slash aimed at He Quan Li Qian deftly altered its trajectory mid-air, skillfully cleaving the two bullets from their path. Meanwhile, DeLuo seized the moment, swiftly closing the distance to Whitebeard, his right leg drawn back like a taut bowstring, delivering a powerful kick to Whitebeard's abdomen, forcing him back several dozen meters. Li Qian, this fellow is formidable. Let us join forces and hold nothing back, DeLuo said, helping the fallen He Quan Li Qian to his feet. Indeed, Li Qian nodded, his demeanor turning grave, the previously cheerful glint in his eyes now shadowed by a hint of murderous intent. Such enthusiasm, you two young ones. Whitebeard chuckled, brushing off the dust from his attire as he shook his beard. With a clenched fist drawn to his chest, he unleashed a powerful wave of vibrational energy toward the duo. Get back. DeLuo, having read the original text, recognized the terror of this move. Realizing he could not withstand it, he swiftly executed a Xuanbu, retreating to a safe distance. In stark contrast, the reckless He Quan Li Qian charged headlong into the assault. Although he activated his strongest defensive technique, Zhizimi Budong Mingwang, the seemingly indestructible shield crumbled like paper under Whitebeard's mighty punch, sending him flying once more. Is this uncle a monster? Li Qian, protected by the divine shield, was still affected, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he exclaimed in astonishment. Few could earn the title of monster from someone like He Quan Li Qian, who had borne the name since childhood. Yet, Newgate truly deserved the title. Observing Li Qian's injury, DeLuo rushed forward to share the burden. Firmly planting his foot, He concentrated his immense power into a kick aimed at Whitebeard's vulnerable spot. The duo T-Bosh, fueled by Daluo's full strength, struck true at Whitebeard's abdomen. Although Whitebeard had already fortified his defenses with haki, the sheer force of the strike still pushed him back, causing him to skid several meters along the ground. Kuhaha! Whitebeard grinned through the pain, transforming into a white streak as he darted toward Hachuan Lixian. With the Kanjiunki enveloped in a white aura, he delivered a horizontal slash that cleaved through the very fabric of space, leaving a ghastly pale gash in its wake. Having just suffered a setback, Hachuan Lixian dared not be reckless again, taking a large step back to create distance while simultaneously leveling his blade. A dreadful aura of murderous intent and malice coiled around Hachuan Sojin, casting a dark mist behind him. Walu Yiyun, above the black fog. A Shura-like demon gradually took form, raising a red demonic blade forged from pure killing intent high. With the force of creation itself, it was swung down towards the oncoming Whitebeard. The crimson blade energy surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, carving a vast chasm into the ground as it approached Whitebeard. Even Whitebeard, faced with such a divine assault, dared not underestimate it. He grounded himself, fully unleashing the power of the Gura no Mi as he swung his sword forward. With a single slash, the space itself fractured, revealing a web-like pattern of destruction. The two forces clashed, threatening to rend the heavens as the violent shockwaves emptied the coastal waters, only to surge back violently, creating tumultuous waves. However, Hachuan Lixian was not in a favorable condition. Having endured a punch and exerted his strength for a counterattack, he was nearing his limit. His face pale, he struggled to remain standing. Fortunately, Daluo stepped forth. After disappearing for several seconds, he hovered like a sun god, gesturing with both hands to part the ominous clouds shrouding the island, revealing 9 sun-like fireballs hidden within. Old White, consider this a preview. Daluo sneered down at Whitebeard from his lofty vantage point. C3 Lien Yu Rong Lu. Uncertain whether it was the Greek god Hephaestus who had overturned his forge or the Chinese archer Ho Yi who shot down the 9 golden crows. The 9 fireballs descended like meteorites. Unlike Haku's Meteora, which unleashed a myriad of strikes, Daluo's technique was composed solely of 9 concentrated fireballs. However, with a temperature reaching 3,000 degrees, the aluminum thermite reaction far surpassed the 1,000-degree magma. In an instant, the radiance of the fireballs illuminated the entire town. And though they had yet to touch down, their overwhelming power was palpable. Faced with such a terrifying technique, even Whitebeard had to approach with caution. He positioned the Kanjiunki aside, channeling energy into both hands as boundless vibrational force coalesced into 2 white spheres. Kong Jun Jin Yun. The entire sky shattered like fragile cookies, fracturing along the web-like patterns as space crumbled, threatening to reduce everything to dust. In the next moment, their attacks collided, the 9 golden crows bombarding the spiderweb-like fissures, unleashing an explosive force akin to a comet striking the earth. The heavens fractured, dark clouds ruptured, the blazing sun fell, the ocean boiled, and space collapsed, nearly erasing a section of Whiskey Peak Town near the dock. Even the towering cacti behind the town were left with a gaping hole from Daluo's hell furnace. Meanwhile, on the tumultuous sea, the crew of Whitebeard's ship, including Vista, stood in stunned silence, this battle clearly surpassing their comprehension. Gulp. The members of the early white pirates swallowed hard, astonished at the destructive forces at play. The lava-like flames scorching the ocean boiled the water upon contact, raising temperatures throughout the nearby waters. No way. They're actually fighting at this level. Wei Beatty, having recovered from the intimidation of Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, exclaimed in disbelief. On the opposite side of the deck, Vista and the others gazed intently at Pekin, inquiring, "Pekin, did you not say you intercepted them in the room?" At that moment, Pekin's expression turned slightly anxious, his 5 fingers clenched tightly, so much so that his joints turned pale from the pressure. Perhaps, I may have been mistaken. Chapter 100. Whitebeard's Guidance. Huff. Daluo gasped for breath, his expression grim as he regarded Whitebeard before him. After this prolonged battle, Daluo found himself nearing his limits. It must be acknowledged that the disparity between the elite forces of the army and the ocean's top-tier warriors was akin to a chasm. Despite having revealed all their trump cards, the opponents stood firm, engaging too without losing ground, even maintaining their breath effortlessly. Throughout the journey, Daluo has always enjoyed a remarkable streak of good fortune. Especially after devising new techniques, he believed that with an ample supply of grenades and ammunition, he could contend with even the mightiest forces of the sea. However, it appears he may have overestimated his capabilities. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan in place. Prior to arriving at the dock, Daluo had instructed Aisha and her companions to wait aboard the ship, while the only other member of their group with flight capabilities, Ryukit, stood ready for aerial assistance. Aisha, have Ryukit prepare to execute Plan B, Daluo conveyed to her subconsciously. Meanwhile, aboard the Siren Song, Aisha received the directive and utilized her third eye's abilities to relay the information in real time to Ryukit, who was already stationed near the dock. Understood. I will arrive in approximately 1 minute. Ryukit communicated back through Aisha. He then activated his abilities and dove from a high residential building, soaring toward the dock like a helicopter. On another front, the rest of the white team, having grasped the truth, rushed to the battlefield. Old man, they are not allied with that group of bounty hunters. Bakine has lied. Vista exclaimed, panting, as he called out to Whitebeard, who stood nearby. Is that truly the case? Whitebeard, Newgate, reacted with a mixture of concern and uncertainty. In truth, after having engaged in 2 rounds of combat with Huchuan Lixian and Daluo, Whitebeard had sensed something amiss. Given the prowess of these 2 individuals, it would take mere seconds to dispatch someone like Bakine, who was not even a fighter. Yet, his inherent trust in his family led him to believe Bakine's words without question. He never considered that Bakine had never regarded them as comrades, nor had any member of the Rocks Pirates ever viewed one another as true allies. Vista, is this true? Bakine. Whitebeard's voice was low, yet it carried an unmistakable undercurrent of fury. I did not intend to deceive you, Newgate. It was so dark at the time, I may not have seen clearly. Bakine stammered, trembling in fear and admiration of Whitebeard. Her obsession with powerful genes drove her to pursue the strongest, and Whitebeard, as the second strongest in the Rocks Pirates, became her relentless target. This was why she had deliberately accompanied Whitebeard to the Grand Line's first half in search of medical aid. In her mind, their combined intellect and strength would yield the most perfect offspring in the world. Upon hearing Bakine's response, Whitebeard fell silent, grappling with his pride and the current predicament. Apologizing was out of the question. After all, he was Whitebeard. Daluo, exhibiting high emotional intelligence, offered Whitebeard a way out. He approached, assisting Huchuan Lixian to the side, then addressed Whitebeard. Captain Newgate, now that the truth is laid bare, let us consider this battle a friendly spar and call it a day. Indeed, Whitebeard mused before continuing. But if it is a spar, we cannot leave without determining a victor. Let's have one final strike to settle this. He declared loudly, raising his weapon, Kanji-Yunki. Once more, Daluo regarded Whitebeard with a deep gaze, uncertain of the latter's intentions, yet recognizing that refusal was not an option. Very well. We shall have one final strike to determine a victor. With that, the 2 prepared for the final confrontation. Watch closely, boy. Whitebeard commanded as he tightened his grip on Kanji-Yunki. His arm was enveloped in a layer of haki, which spread and coiled around the blade, transforming it into a formidable black sword. Daluo understood Whitebeard's intent and focused intently on how he utilized haki. In truth, Daluo's physical prowess had already reached the threshold to master haki. His lack of application skills had hindered him. Now, with someone meticulously demonstrating the techniques of haki, both hardening and coiling, before him, the door to mastery was thrust wide open. With a bit of practice, he would soon be adept. Come on, Daluo. Whitebeard beckoned with his left hand, while his right wielded the haki-enveloped Kanji-Yunki, launching an attack towards Daluo. All right, Daluo responded, bending his knees and gathering strength in his right leg before delivering a powerful kick forward. The blow, imbued with tremendous force, struck Whitebeard in the abdomen, while Whitebeard's strike with Kanji-Yunki met only air. Looks like it's another draw. Whitebeard remarked, grinning at the sight of his sword resting on the ground. A draw and drink. A draw and sparring. Boy, when we reach the New World, we shall settle this properly. Chapter 101. The Supernova Alliance following the amicable spar between Daruo and Whitebeard. Matters at Whiskey Peak finally reached a conclusion. That very night, the Whitebeard pirates departed from Whiskey Peak, as the incident had somewhat tarnished the prideful Whitebeard. As a result of this encounter, Bakine harbored resentment toward Daruo. However, Daruo remained unconcerned. It was now 1483, and in just a year, the God Valley incident would transpire, leading to the disintegration of the entire Rock Pirates. Ultimately, Bakine was merely an inconsequential figure within the crew, without the banner of rocks. She was nothing. After bidding farewell to the white team, Daruo wasted no time. The next day, after securing the record pointer, he set sail for the next island. Daruo intended to bypass Little Garden altogether and replenish supplies on a more remote island. After all, Little Garden was home to only two giants who were constantly at odds, and obtaining a record pointer there required a full year. That was an entire year. Only Luffy had the fortune of encountering Mr. 3, who delivered a permanent pointer without charge. Otherwise, he would have had to remain on that island for a year and a half with the entire Straw Hat crew. Daruo believed he lacked such luck and thus planned to navigate to another, more secluded island to restock his depleted ammunition. The bustling tourist island of Warm Winter, known as Wenmingni, became the target for this venture. Notably, in the days following their departure from Whiskey Peak, both Daruo and Huchuan Lixian engaged in rigorous training with Haki, achieving significant progress. Daruo had begun to utilize both hardening and coiling techniques, while Huchuan Lixian proved to be exceptionally gifted. Since Daruo demonstrated it to him, this fellow's Haki has improved remarkably, evolving almost daily. Now, he not only has the ability to transform his sword, Izumi no Kami Kanesada, into a formidable black blade, but he can also unleash strikes imbued with Haki. Daruo, we have a serious situation. On the deck, a breezy Aisha rushed over, clutching a newspaper. She addressed Daruo and Izumi no Kami Kanesada, who were engrossed in their training. What is the matter? Still engaged in a silent contest with Izumi no Kami Kanesada, Daruo set down his training equipment, dried the sweat from his face with a towel, and accepted the newspaper Aisha handed him. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel attacked. 3 supernovas form alliance as he glanced at the headline occupying the majority of the page. Daruo raised an eyebrow. The image displayed a weary-looking Vice Admiral, rendered in black and white, which indicated that he had passed away. Daruo lowered the newspaper and confirmed with Aisha again. Yes. Aisha nodded, flipping through her notebook to continue, saying, 3 days ago, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel personally led a team to capture Sali, who had desecrated his ancestral grave. Unexpectedly, during the transport of Sali back to Impel Down, Pei Wei and Steve attacked the escort ship, reportedly sinking it entirely with no survivors. Oh, so these supernovas have formed an alliance? Daruo expressed his surprise. While alliances among supernovas were common in the original story, that was during the New World phase. It is quite astonishing that they have begun to ally in the earlier part of the Grand Line. What are they planning? Indeed, it is said that the one nicknamed pathological psychologist Pei Wei took the initiative to rally the other 2 supernovas, aiming to establish a supernova alliance to better contend with the Rock's pirates once they enter the New World. Aisha elaborated on the information she had gathered. Contend with the Rock's pirates? Daruo echoed in disbelief, but said nothing further. He was already aware of their intentions, though he harbored little faith in their success, and even found it somewhat amusing. Contend with the Rock's pirates? They are merely novices. However, it is understandable. The current New World is 100 times more chaotic compared to the future dominated by the 4 emperors. The Rock's pirates essentially reign supreme in the New World. Upon entering the New World, the supernovas have no choice but to either join the Rock's pirates or face annihilation in their futile resistance. After all, the Rock's pirates have assembled formidable powers such as Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, Big Mom, and Kaido, truly the undisputed rulers of the seas. It seems that this Pei Wei fellow possesses great ambition, seeking to consolidate power in the first half of the Grand Line before creating chaos in the New World. Daruo chuckled and resumed lifting his weights, displaying a demeanor of indifference. Meanwhile, Aisha appeared anxious. "Daruo, do you think these supernovas will come looking for trouble with us?" He smirked, his narrowed eyes glinting with a cold light. "I hope so." "Hope? What do you mean?" Aisha scratched her head, perplexed. "I hope they are not so foolish as to provoke me." In the Grand Line, on the beach of an unknown island, a fierce battle was erupting. On one side of the battlefield stood a towering man, clutching a peculiar chessboard in one hand while manipulating wooden figurines of various colors with the other. The man, approximately 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, donned a white checkered suit over a pink shirt, complemented by a burgundy tie that added a touch of maturity to his appearance. However, his erratic expressions, alternating between exuberance and gloom, rendered him rather peculiar. Pei Wei, the pathological psychologist, leader of the Supernova Alliance, boasted a bounty of 350 million berry. Opposing him was another supernova, boasting a bounty of 230 million, the captain of the deadly circus pirates, the beast tamer, Circos. At that moment, Circos found himself at a disadvantage. One of his most formidable beasts, the king of juggling, Jorgra, was battered and bruised. Yet, the direst situation arose from another beast. The king of fire circles, Ryan, who had entered a state of frenzy, attacking indiscriminately. "You madman, what exactly are you trying to achieve?" Circos shouted, barely evading a claw swipe from the lion Ryan. "Of course, I'm here to recruit you, my dear Circos," Pei Wei replied with an excessively sticky smile. "Is there any proper way to recruit someone?" Circos, not skilled in combat, struggled under Ryan's relentless assault, forced to summon Jorgra to shield him from a lethal strike. Pei Wei would not allow this to succeed. He raised a blue piece and placed it forcefully on the peculiar chessboard. Wooden puppet blues as the puppet piece fell. The monkey that had been defending Circos visibly lost its spirit, utterly devoid of the will to fight for its master. Ryan struck Circos aside with a single swipe, then charged forward, his sharp claws poised at Circos' neck. "Now, will you accept my offer, or choose death, Circos?" Pei Wei loomed over him, the chessboard held high. That despicable fiend, Circos cursed inwardly, yet managed to muster a smile despite his predicament. "If you are indeed this strong, then I shall join you." Upon hearing the satisfactory response, Pei Wei's demeanor shifted once more, becoming manic and exuberant. "Welcome, my friend." After the battle concluded, 2 men descended from a pirate ship anchored not far from the beach. One, wrapped in blue bandages and wielding a longsword, was Steve, captain of the Cold Current Pirates, with a bounty of 310 million berry. The other, brandishing a shovel, was Sali, captain of the Dead Man's Treasure Pirates, with a bounty of 240 million berry. "Looks like it's all settled." Pei Wei, Steve's peculiar tone resonated from distance. "Yes, indeed, all settled," Pei Wei replied, switching to a persona reminiscent of a child. Displaying a sweet smile. "Pei Wei, you'd better not show that smile in front of me, or I might just freeze you into an ice sculpture," Steve warned darkly, a sinister grin on his face. "Oh, how terrifying. But can you actually do that?" Pei Wei, unfazed, retorted in his odd tone. As their tensions escalated, Sali intervened to prevent a confrontation, averting what could have turned into a serious clash. "So, who is our next target?" Sali asked, scratching an itch with his peculiar, grave-digging shovel. With that, Steve, Sali, and the freshly recruited Circos turned their gazes towards Pei Wei, the leader of the Supernova Alliance. Pei Wei's lips curled into a strange smile as he produced a wanted poster from his suit pocket, revealing the name. Supernova, Death Marksman, Port Gasti Daruo. Chapter 102. The Warm Winter Island. When Mingni, after a week-long voyage, the Mermaid Song ship finally reached its next destination, the warm winter island, Wenmingni. In truth, this was largely due to Dayuo's incessant use of his fruit powers to accelerate their journey. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer. Wenmingni is perpetually blanketed in snow, with the entire town of Wenmingni enveloped in a thick layer of white, resembling a frothy cream. Although it is a winter island, its tourism industry thrives, rendering the town quite prosperous. The seaside resort hotels, diverse casinos, various hot spring inns, and the infamous red light district all contribute to its reputation as a true paradise for holidaymakers. How peculiar it is. Despite the snowfall, it feels so warm here, remarked Xiong. Bundled up tightly and wearing black and white bear gloves, exhaling clouds of mist. What is so strange about it? Though it is a winter island, it is situated near a volcano, blessed with abundant hot springs and geothermal resources, Aisha retorted, turning Xiong's head to face a hot spring cave at the street's edge, from which wafted faint yellow sulfur fumes. So this town is built on the edge of a volcano? Xiong gasped in astonishment, his curiosity piqued. Bingo, correct answer. Aisha playfully snapped her fingers before dashing to a nearby Odin stall to buy several large servings of the dish. Hey, isn't that rather dangerous? Lykeet countered, taking the boxes of Odin Aisha handed him while distributing them among the group. Relax, relax. This is a dormant volcano. It hasn't erupted in centuries. Aisha waved her hand dismissively, then pierced a fishball with a skewer and popped it into her mouth. Dormant volcano? That sounds even more perilous. The oblivious Huchuan Lixian chimed in, displaying his usual lack of common sense. Shut up, you fool, Daluo shot a disdainful glance at Huchuan Lixian, attempting to reclaim his dignity after falling behind in the training of his hockey. After spending 2 hours meandering through the town, the group finally found the hardware and chemical stores Daluo had been seeking. Despite the considerable financial strain, Daluo placed an order totaling over 5 million for materials such as thermite. The recent skirmish with Whitebeard had completely depleted his ammunition stockpile, particularly the 9C3 Hell furnaces, leaving him without the means to maintain his peak combat effectiveness, which made him feel quite insecure. There was no helping it. After all, he had chosen such a fruit. While others relied on physical strength, he depended on economics. However, the benefits were evident. This compressed fruit enabled Daluo to execute nearly all elemental offensive techniques aside from elementalization. After completing the procurement, the group arrived at the island's most luxurious hot spring hotel. Daluo was not one to skimp on travel expenses. After all, one only lives once. And why not indulge? If necessary, he could always raid an empty island for some gold later. Ah, Daluo sighed contentedly as he dipped his sun-kissed, wheat-colored thighs into the hot spring water. The others followed suit, each one flushed and submerged in the pool, their faces adorned with expressions of joy, as if every muscle in their bodies had relaxed. Lykeet, fetch me some whiskey, Daluo called out, lifting a highball glass from a floating wooden tray. Whiskey doesn't quite pair with hot springs. Should I fetch some of the sherry I just bought? I've heard it's rather interesting, Lykeet suggested, pulling a bottle of vibrant green liquor from his bag and tossing it toward Daluo. Hair race should be quite intriguing, Daluo mused, catching the bottle and examining the label, recalling that this was supposedly a favored drink of a certain naval admiral, often regarded as the most dashing of wines. In stark contrast to the revelry at the Hot Spring Hotel, the atmosphere in Marineford was mournful. White petals danced in the air as the solemn Navy officers, with grave expressions, gently carried the coffin draped in the naval flag down from the warship. The surrounding sailors stood in 2 orderly lines, saluting the passing casket. On the shore, 11-year-old Wussmouse wept bitterly for the deceased, General Feishu, who was his father. The recently healed Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Zephyr were also present to pay their respects, as the sea breeze rustled their justice cloaks. Where is Sengoku? Has he not come? Carp asked, glancing around but failing to spot his old friend. Logically, the person most expected to attend this memorial would be Sengoku. After all, it was Sengoku who had supported General Feishu's proposal unanimously. Zephyr placed a hand on Carp's shoulder and gestured toward the Navy headquarters building, saying, "They have more pressing matters to attend to." At that moment, in the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Steelbone Kong watched the memorial ceremony from the window, a rare hint of sorrow crossing his stern face. Feishu has been with me for 30 years. I never anticipated. Commander, please accept my condolences. The young Sengoku consoled, placing a stack of documents on the conference table. A few days ago, the morbid psychologist Pei-Wit encountered the deadly circus pirate, Psychus, on a small island in the Grand Line. What they specifically discussed remains unknown, But afterward, Psychus joined the Supernova Alliance. And now 4 of the 5 supernovas that have entered the Grand Line have allied with Paywit. Continue, Steel Bone Kong, momentarily distracted from the ceremony below, commanded Sengoku. I suspect their objective is to unite all supernovas into an alliance, which suggests they will soon target the last supernova, the deadly marksman Daluo, Sengoku elaborated. Sifting through the documents to find Daluo's bounty. Daluo? Is he that intriguing young man Carp mentioned? Steel Bone Kong furrowed his brow as he glanced at the bounty notice. After participating in the Rocks battle, Carp had informed Sengoku and the others about Daluo, particularly praising Daluo's impressive staging of Carp's mock battle with Roger, which allowed Carp to aid in the New World and dramatically alter the course of events. However, just days later, the extraordinary Daluo, whom Carp had lauded, became a pirate. Carp had been quite vexed for several days afterward, constantly declaring his intention to strike hard and coax Daluo back to the righteous path. Well, at that time, he was not yet a pirate. Sengoku defended his old friend. Steel Bone Kong pondered for a moment. Initially planning to send Carp, he suddenly changed his mind, declaring, "Forget it, let Zephyr handle it. This time I want to capture the entire lot of supernovas." Chapter 103. The Navy's assault. After 2 days of soaking in the hot springs at the hotel, Daluo and his companions returned to the Mermaid Song ship. As Huchuan Lixian remarked, if they soaked any longer, they might as well be steeped like tea. Of course, this was not the only reason. The chemical agents and hardware Daluo had ordered days earlier were now ready, with deliveries arriving one after another. Amidst the bustling crowd, hired porters employed by merchants were diligently transporting crates of supplies to the dock where the mermaid hymn was moored. Each wooden box bore conspicuous markings in red paint, indicating their fragile or explosive nature. How on earth did Dalu acquire so many items? Why isn't he moving them himself? Where has that fellow gone? Ivy exclaimed breathlessly, having just hoisted a wooden crate and resting her hands on her hips. Who knows? He left early this morning with a gas cylinder that arrived yesterday, replied Lykeet, who was carrying a crate of oil-preserved white phosphorus while taking a sip from a bottle of sherry in his left hand. Ah, such fine wine. He marveled as the crisp aroma filled his mouth. You two are drinking that wine? Aisha, organizing the cargo on deck, observed with curiosity at the green bottle in Lykeet's grasp. What? Have you seen others who enjoy this? Lykeet raised an eyebrow, noting that while sherry is indeed a type of wine, it is brewed from a grape variety known as Palomino, making it relatively niche. I used to work part-time at a breakfast shop in Marinfando, and there was this purple-haired gentleman who always brought a bottle of it. Aisha reminisced, tapping her finger on her chin. Really? That gentleman has quite refined taste, Lykeet remarked, appreciating the unknown figure. Meanwhile, at the rear of Wenmingni town, Dalu crouched at a smoking volcanic crater, his backpack resting beside him. The molten lava flowed slowly like raspberry jam, engulfing the dark earth beneath it. What a generous supply, Dalu murmured, retrieving custom-made high-temperature bullet casings and grenade components from his pack. He activated his abilities to compress the searing lava, contemplating its potential. Let us see how powerful this is, he said eagerly as he rolled the freshly manufactured lava bullets and specially designed grenades in his hands. Aware that in the world of pirates, lava is a superior form of fire. After loading the bullets into the chamber of Orin, Dalu aimed at a distant target and fired. The golden bullet struck its mark, erupting spectacularly and sending molten lava soaring 10 meters high like a fountain. Not bad. Dalu nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the bullet's potency. After experimenting with several rounds, his gaze shifted to the 2 newly crafted grenades. The red and blue grenades, named C3 Deep Blue Aria and C3 Explosive Lion, were crafted from lava and the freshly delivered liquid nitrogen. Dalu held high hopes for these grenades, as one was an artificial creation capable of reaching minus 196 degrees, while the other was a natural product with immense destructive power. After a period of experimentation, the grenades exceeded Dalu's expectations, exhibiting astonishing power. The low temperatures produced by Deep Blue Aria were akin to hell itself, and when used in conjunction with seawater shells, it could rival Akiji's Ice Age. While the other grenade may not match Dalu's Hell Furnace in individual lethality, its massive bloodshed potential was formidable, with a lava-formed lion's head capable of devouring all foes. With ice and lava in hand, when shall I acquire a laser? At this rate, I could single-handedly become the bankrupt version of the three admirals, Dal mused, weighing the grenades with a peculiar expression. Simultaneously, a warship was racing towards Wenmingni Island at full speed. Ashu. On the deck, a scruffy-looking young man, whose face resembled a wrinkled red date, sneezed. This was Borsalino, who had yet to transform into the future admiral with the ability to take down supernovas with a single kick and had not yet consumed the Pika Pika no Mi. He was merely a lieutenant in the Navy, distinguished by his kicking skills. Just as Borsalino contemplated the source of the mutterings about him, a young sailor approached. Lieutenant Borsalino, please report to the conference room immediately. What a bother. The lazy Borsalino scratched his head, his forehead creased with annoyance. In the conference room, Zephyr, draped in a coat of justice, sat at the head of the table, surrounded by a group of young sailors, all promising candidates drawn from the Navy, poised to become the future of the training camp. Now that everyone is present, let's commence, Zephyr indicated, glancing at his watch. Report, Borsalino has not yet arrived. Noted a fierce-looking young version of the Oni spider, standing next to Borsalino's seat and saluting. Just then, an apologetic voice echoed from outside the conference room. Pardon me. Pardon me. Borsalino waved his hand in apology to Zephyr while hastily taking his seat. The young naval officers exchanged gleeful glances, eager to witness Borsalino receiving a reprimand from Zephyr. That guy, Zephyr thought, annoyed with Borsalino's laid-back demeanor, with such exceptional talent for training. He chooses to act like a sloth. He glanced at Akainu, who was sternly focused on the meeting, and felt a bit of his irritation dissipate. Clearing his throat, Zephyr announced, "All right, let us begin. As you are all aware, this operation is of utmost significance and must not be taken lightly. So it is essential to convene before we land on the island. Sakazuki, please provide an overview of the situation." The young Sakazuki stood and approached the front of the conference table, beginning, "This operation is a special mission targeting the Supernova Alliance. I will now introduce the primary abilities of our objectives. The leader of the Supernova Alliance is the individual known as the psychopath Dr. P. White. According to reports from the Navy unit stationed in Alzi Town, he is believed to possess the powers of the Paramecia type Shinjitsu no Mi, which allows him to implement psychological suggestions on his enemies through speech and action during combat. Once a certain threshold is reached, he can generate corresponding pieces on a mental chessboard, enabling him to manipulate the emotions of his adversaries. As Sakazuki spoke, he pinned P. White's bounty poster at the top of the blackboard behind him, followed by 3 additional posters below it. Han Sure Steve, captain of the Cold Current Pirates, is a user of the Paramecia type, Hanhanshi no Mi, and a formidable swordsman. His body and the flying slashes he produces carry intense cold effects. Currently, aside from hockey, there is no known method to counter his attacks, making him the second in command of the Supernova Alliance. The deadly beast tamer, Seikos, leader of the Death Circus Pirates, is not a devil fruit user, yet has tamed beasts. The king of juggling, Jogera, and the king of fire rings, Ryan, possess formidable combat abilities, though his personal strength is average. The grave digger, Sali, leader of the Dead Money Pirates, is also not a devil fruit user, relying on a shovel imbued with hockey, showcasing notable close-quarters combat skills. The young naval elite exchanged glances, clearly intimidated by Sakazuki's briefing. Facing these individuals, the young Guei Jiju clenched his fists. Is this the pirate responsible for the death of Wusu's father, General Feishu? Truly terrifying. Another naval recruit trembled as he spoke. Zfa observed the reactions of his disciples and nodded in satisfaction. His purpose in bringing them along was to expose them to the ferocity of pirates. Otherwise, how could they shoulder the responsibilities ahead if they remained complacent? At that moment, the young Huang Yuan, fully engaged, rested his chin on his hands and remarked earnestly, "Kiyoine, how frightening." Chapter 104. Pei Wei T's backup plan at present. The 4 supernovas have formed an alliance, and we have reason to believe their next target is the final supernova, the sharpshooter Deluo. Currently, Deluo is on the island of Wenming and I. and we must arrive before the Supernova Alliance to use him as bait to capture the remaining 4 supernovas. After Sakazuki finished speaking, he nodded towards ZFA and returned to his seat. Sakazuki was correct. This is our final opportunity. If they manage to gather, the consequences could be dire. The justice-driven Admiral Haewong surveyed the room and slammed his hand on the table, declaring seriously. Aboard the mermaid's him, DeLuo, who had spent the afternoon conducting ammunition experiments on the mountain, returned to the ship, feeling somewhat dizzy from hunger. He immediately rushed to the kitchen to prepare a warm bowl of fish head soup noodles for himself. Satisfied, DeLuo finished the last sip of soup, letting out a contented burp. After a brief rest, he made his way to the deck to drag the newly arrived supplies into the workshop below deck to begin crafting other ammunition. At this moment, he remained unaware that he had become a coveted target, as both the Supernova Alliance and Admiral ZFA were heading to Wenming and I for him. On a certain unknown island in the Grand Line, Steve, wrapped in bandages like a frozen fish, shouted angrily at Pei Wei-Te, who was leading the way. "You better give me an explanation. Weren't we supposed to recruit that fellow named Luo? Why have we come to this place?" He felt personally targeted, as the hot smoke billowing from the volcanic vents was unbearable, and the scorching lava felt like hell to him, a user of the Han fruit. Indeed, Pei Wei-Te, we should be working together now. At least give us some insight, the beast tamer Kasi chimed in, equally displeased, as his 2 pets struggled to walk on the intensely hot ground, especially for Lion Ryan. He could smell the aroma of his own paw pads sizzling upon contact with the ground, releasing a tantalizing scent. Sally, seemingly unfazed, had been fixated on Ryan's paws, drooling while absent-mindedly muttering, "So fragrant, incredibly fragrant." Skeptical of Sally's obliviousness, Kasi could no longer contain his frustration, his forehead twitching as he protested. "Sally, I've tolerated you for long enough. Stop drooling over Ryan's paws. They're not your emergency rations. If anyone should eat, it should be me." Amidst the commotion, the 4 of them finally reached the summit of the volcano. This was a dormant volcano that had not erupted for thousands of years. The accumulated volcanic debris and ash nearly blocking the entire crater, rendering the area silent except for the flowing magma below. Contrary to expectations, a naval outpost had been established in this desolate place. "Be careful, don't let your hands shake," the Navy soldiers, donned in military uniforms, meticulously transported a rock the size of a dinosaur egg in purple-red vessels. Ibe Funio. Pei Wei-Te cackled ominously at the sight of the rock in the red vessel. "What is this?" Steve, suppressing his discomfort, inquired curiously. Despite his reluctance, Steve acknowledged Pei Wei-Te's superior intellect, which was why he had accepted his invitation. It's normal not to understand. After all, not many know about this. That peculiar rock is called explosive rock, Pei Wei-Te said, his eyes gleaming with madness. "Kasi, Sally, I need you to go down for me," Pei Wei-Te commanded, turning to the 2. Following Pei Wei-Te's orders, Kasi and Sally dashed down the volcano, clashing with the Navy personnel below. Most of them were researchers, and the Navy stood no chance against 2 supernovas. In less than 10 minutes, the Navy was obliterated, bodies strewn across the ground, their uniforms stained crimson with blood. "Here, take this." Kasi handed the stolen explosive rock to Pei Wei-Te. "What is the use of going through all this trouble to acquire it?" Sally, belatedly realizing the implications, asked curiously. "Good question. This rock can produce an immensely powerful explosion, capable of obliterating small islands in one strike," Pei Wei-Te exclaimed excitedly, his eyes bulging with anticipation. "And its other function is to trigger a volcanic eruption. How coincidental." The last supernova is currently on Wenming Ni Island, which is a volcanic island. Chapter 105. Impressive, isn't it? Compared to the year-long record time of the Little Flower Garden, Wenming Ni is relatively short, yet still requires 7 days to traverse. With today marking the 5th day of the Luo and his companion's stay on Wenming Ni, they have only 2 days left before departure. On the street, Xiong, clutching a bag of bread, wore a reluctant expression as he stuffed a baguette into his mouth. It must be noted that the physique of individuals in the pirate world is indeed peculiar. Having been aboard for just over a month, Xiong, perhaps due to proper nutrition, had visibly grown taller and was now only half a head shorter than Deluo, who stood at 1 meter 87. What the hell? He is only 8. Deluo thought to himself, wanting to express his thoughts, but ultimately refrained, considering the fact that this fellow would grow to over 6 meters, at which point he, the captain, would have to look up to his intern. The quality control of the creator in the pirate world is appalling. Yes, we will set sail the day after tomorrow. Unlike Xiong's reluctance, Deluo was filled with anticipation. After patting Xiong on the head, he took out 300,000 berries from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, "If there's anything you wish to buy, now's the time. Opportunities will be scarce at sea." At Deluo's words, Xiong's eyes lit up, and he quickly thanked Deluo before rushing to a nearby bookstore. After waiting for several minutes, Xiong emerged from the store with several bags of books. "You really enjoy reading, don't you?" Deluo remarked, observing Xiong's joyful expression. "Not particularly. It's just that my father said that reading widely can help lead the people out of poverty." Xiong shyly scratched his head. "I see. Then you must keep at it." Deluo nodded, taking the books from Xiong's hands and compressing them into his backpack. "Having purchased nearly everything, we should head back," Dalu remarked as he checked the contents of his backpack. Noticing that the food supplies were adequately prepared, he pulled Xiong along toward the direction of the mermaid's home. Meanwhile, on the sea near Wenmingni, 2 naval warships advanced in unison, heading straight for the dock. "Is that Wenmingni town ahead? It appears quite prosperous," Ghost Spider exclaimed, perched on the railing of the deck in awe. Naturally, Wenmingni Island is renowned as a famous tourist destination, famous for its hot springs. "I even brought a yukata with me, though I wonder if I will have the opportunity to experience it," the man remarked, his face marked by scars, as he playfully nudged Ghost Spider's shoulder. "You fool, we are not here on vacation," Ghost Spider retorted, elbowing Dugman in annoyance and shaking off his hand from her shoulder. On the spacious deck, Sakazuki was organizing the ranks. Observing that Ghost Spider and Dugman were still lingering, he shouted, "You two, hurry up and fall in line. We are preparing to dock." As the sailors lined up and shouted their commands, the 3 warships smoothly arrived at the dock. "General Zephyr, the ranks are complete. Please give your orders," Sakazuki reported to Zephyr after arranging the new recruits. Zephyr nodded and, with a wave of his hand, commanded the sailors before him. "Then let us proceed as planned and capture the Dalu pirate crew." As soon as the orders were issued, the sailors spontaneously divided into small teams and systematically surged into the town to commence their search. "Let's go check the dock," General Zephyr, being a seasoned officer, took the lead with Sakazuki and Ghost Spider's team to investigate. With his extensive experience, Zephyr quickly led the team to apprehend several pirate ships docked at the harbor. Some pirates attempted to resist, but after receiving a thorough beating from Zephyr, they quickly subdued. The commotion at the docks sparked a wave of unrest, and news of the Navy's arrival swiftly spread throughout Wenmingni. "What is happening? Why is it so noisy all of a sudden?" Aisha, still groggy from her nap, awoke and stumbled onto the deck in her pajamas, expressing her displeasure at being disturbed. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared before her, instantly transporting her back to her days working at Marin Fander. "Uncle with purple hair, you're here again. West for breakfast." Aisha rubbed her eyes, looking utterly disheveled. Zephyr was caught off guard by the sudden question and could only chuckle at the sight of the clumsy girl. "Young lady, want you invite me up to sit for a while?" "Of course, come right in." Aisha waved her hand, her gestures reminiscent of her days enticing customers into the breakfast shop. "Uncle with purple hair, have you married the beautiful lady?" Once Zephyr stepped onto the deck, Aisha eagerly pulled him down to sit, her curiosity evident. "Haha, yes, I got married, and we had a plump little boy last year," Zephyr replied with a look of bliss, a rare softness gracing the countenance of the formidable black-armed general known to strike terror into pirates. "Really? That's wonderful." Aisha chuckled sleepily. The sound of footsteps boarding the ship caught the attention of Izumi, Rikian, and Lykeet, who rushed out from the tea room and wine cellar, only to bump into General Zephyr. Long accustomed to the sea, Lykeet immediately recognized Zephyr's identity, and a cold sweat broke out in an instant. "Lykeet, what are you doing here?" Aisha exclaimed, equally shocked, jumping in place with a shriek. "If Lykeet is here, it must mean this isn't a dream." Uncle with purple hair, no, General Zephyr. Aisha was now fully aware that this was no mere dream, but reality. On the other side, Dalu and Xiong had finally returned to the mermaid's him. Dalu leaped onto the deck, his expression grave as he regarded the figure clad in the coat of justice. It seems we have an extraordinary opponent here. Hee. Aisha let out an awkward giggle, as if to say, see, I brought him along. Chapter 106. Confrontation with Zephyr. With Dalu's arrival, the atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The new recruits of the Navy brandished their swords, confronting Izumi Rikian with fierce determination. The infamous marksman Dalu, the drunkard Likheat, and the white Shura Izumi Rikian stood ready. Sakazuki drew his sword, stepping forward from the ranks, his gaze fixed intensely on Dalu and his companions, poised to attack at any moment. Sakazuki, stand down. Zephyr reprimanded his impulsive disciple. Sakazuki. The familiar name caused Dalu's eyelids to twitch, and when he turned to look, he indeed spotted that familiar scowl. Moreover, he recognized several other well-known faces: Ghost Spider, Dugman, Jander, and Pauliusolino. Goodness, is this the youthful version of the Marineford War? Dalu thought to himself, bemused by the formidable assembly of the Navy. Dalu, Carp sends his regards and wishes to see you at Marin Fander. Zephyr grinned at Dalu, his interest piqued by the young man praised to the heavens by Carp. That eccentric fellow, Dalu, silently scoffed, already guessing that this message had been specially conveyed by Carp before Zephyr set off. Meeting Zephyr's gaze, Dalu firmly stated, General Zephyr, if you wish for me to surrender, mere words will not suffice. Oh, you know my identity, yet still choose to resist, Zephyr replied, shaking off his coat of justice while fixing a burning gaze on Dalu. After years of battle, Zephyr had encountered more supernovas than he could count, each one fleeing at the sight of him. Who knows, perhaps I might survive, Dalu shrugged. Appearing unfazed, fresh from a fierce battle with Whitebeard, Dalu was brimming with confidence. Moreover, not even Zephyr, let alone rocks, would compel him to yield without a fight. Zephyr adjusted his shoulders, allowing his coat to fall to the ground, revealing a purple suit beneath. Mere supernovas should refrain from grandstanding. As soon as the words left his lips, a powerful fist surged toward Dalu. Though the strike might not compare to Whitebeard's in sheer force, it was delivered by Zephyr, one of the most adept in the art of hockey in the entire pirate world. After all, that was how he earned his moniker. The black-armed Dalu, not daring to underestimate his opponent, raised his right leg, hardened with hockey, and kicked out with all his might. The collision of fist and leg erupted in a massive shockwave, akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, sweeping through the surroundings and even affecting several naval recruits and Aisha on the deck. As they separated, Zephyr gazed at Dalu in astonishment. After all, it was rare to encounter a supernova capable of wielding hockey, especially in the first half of the Grand Line. General Zephyr, I think it will be difficult to determine a victor in a short time. Perhaps we should leave it at that, lest I injure your precious recruits, which would be unfortunate. Daruo suppressed the numbness surging up from his right foot and spoke with feigned nonchalance. Young man, do not underestimate either my resolve or theirs. Offended by the condescension, Zephyr clenched his fists and roared, Don't think you can get the better of me. Then let us relocate the battlefield. Daruo cast a weary glance toward the harbor, where marine soldiers were closing in and curious townsfolk had gathered, particularly a woman cradling a child in the crowd. Unwilling to endanger the innocent, he proposed an alternative. Don't try any tricks, Zephyr warned, his expression wary, but he accepted. They moved their duel to the volcanic slopes behind the quiet coastal town of Wenmingni. You truly are no ordinary pirate, Zephyr remarked as he rolled up his sleeves, ever vigilant against deception. But boy, your pirate charade ends here. Prepare yourself. Words were futile. Daruo loaded both revolvers and struck first. Magma bullet, dozens of incandescent rounds erupted from the barrels, streaking like crimson comets towards Zephyr's vital points. Having been briefed by Sakazuki on Daruo's devil fruit abilities, Zephyr refused to stand idle. With both arms sheathed in dense armament hockey, he swung his fists in wide, devastating arcs, unleashing a fan-shaped shockwave of sheer concussive force. Boom! Dozens of magma bullets detonated mid-air, spewing torrents of molten rock like a geyser erupting from the earth. Relying on flashy devil fruit tricks won't win you this fight. Zephyr sneered, reinforcing his armament hockey up to his wrists. Then, with a single explosive stride, he closed the distance, vanishing and reappearing before Daro in an instant. Crushing fist to fist wreathed in impenetrable, hyper-condensed armament hockey struck, blindingly fast, inescapable. Daro crossed his arms in desperate defense. But his fledgling armament hockey stood no chance against Zephyr's mastery. The impact hurled him backward, straight toward the churning magma below. Azure Bird midair, Daro stomped sharply against empty space, launching himself upward in defiance of gravity. Simultaneously, he drew a grenade and hurled it toward Zephyr. The grenade detonated mid-flight, showering the air with dozens of needle-thin, sea urchin-like shrapnel spikes, all converging upon Zephyr with lethal precision. Zephyr bared his teeth in a feral grin. Instantly, his entire body hardened with armament hockey, each spike striking his skin with the sharp tink of steel on steel. Yet Daro had never intended the spikes to wound. They were mere prelude, distraction for what followed. Star-slaying Wind King Lance, star-slaying Flame Dragoness Anthem, one bullet blazing with searing fire, another howling with cyclonic fury, both traced perfect parabolic arcs towards Zephyr's chest. At the moment of impact, the tornado of the Wind King Lance engulfed the Flame Dragon entire. Fire fed the wind. Wind fanned the fire. At their point of convergence, unimaginable heat and razor-edge compression converged upon a single infinitesimal point, overwhelming even Zephyr's peerless armament hockey. Flesh, however fortified, remained flesh, mortal, vulnerable. Zephyr glanced down at the shallow crater marring his sternum, its edges charred black, and raised an eyebrow. You've been holding back, haven't you? How does a man of your caliber carry such a paltry bounty? In his eyes, a warrior who wielded both armament and observation hockey, and possessed such a bizarre, devastating devil fruit, should have commanded a bounty far exceeding 150 million berries. Perhaps, Daro replied, adjusting the brim of his cowboy hat. But bounties measure not strength alone. They weigh notoriety, cruelty, infamy. And in that regard, Daro was, indeed, the least egregious among the supernovas. Admiral Zephyr, beware. From this moment on, I fight without restraint. No more hesitation. Daro activated his Deadeye, locking on his Zephyr's vitals with unerring precision. Then, volley after volley of custom-forged rounds tore through the air, weaving a suffocating curtain of lead that encircled Zephyr completely. All of it, mere misdirection. See Crimson Coffer, a crimson grenade struck the ground at Zephyr's feet. Instantly, for towering walls of compressed air surged upward, sealing him within an airtight, inescapable prison. Inside, sawdust-like particles swirled thickly, filling the confined space, until a single spark flickered, igniting the volatile dust cloud. Tum! The earth trembled. The explosion's entire force was contained within the crimson coffin, concentrated, unrelenting, blasting a crater over 2 meters deep into the volcanic rock. When the smoke cleared, Daro's expression, so certain moments before, froze in disbelief. From the haze emerged Zephyr, towering, unbroken, his body sheathed in obsidian-hard armament hockey. His purple suit reduced to tatters. With one hand, he tore the remnant from his chest and laughed, a low, savage rumble. You're quite capable, brat. His physique, broad-shouldered, chiseled, primal, resembled Michelangelo's David reimagined by a titan of war, brutal elegance incarnate. Indeed, Zephyr, the Black Arm Admiral, was the undisputed apex of armament hockey in the world of pirates. To absorb Daro's most devastating technique, see head-on, and emerge with nothing more than superficial burns was nothing short of legendary. Such a pure, unadorned physical combatant, relentless, indestructible, peerless in defense and offense alike, was the most formidable adversary in all the Grand Line. No wonder he bears the title Black Arm, Daro murmured, his gaze sharpening. This one be easy. For the first time, his ultimate technique had been nullified, not evaded, not deflected, but withstood. Thud! Before Daro could even blink, a shadow blurred past, Zephyr's fist crashing into his ribs like a falling mountain. Daro was flung headlong into the earth, carving a trench hundreds of meters long, volcanic ash billowing in his wake like a storm-tossed sea. A low groan escaped him, half buried in scorched soil. His bones ached as if shattered. His breath came ragged and shallow. Yet after a moment's stillness, he forced himself upright, gritted teeth, trembling knees, unbroken spirit. True strength lies in the body, and in hockey, Zephyr declared, voice resonant with the authority of a lifelong instructor. All else, flashy powers, gimmicks, is mere ornament for the weak. A man who risen to admiral through sheer physical mastery and unshakable hockey had every right to speak so. To him, power born of laziness, of reliance on arcane gifts over disciplined cultivation, was contemptible. Don't lecture me like I'm some remedial cadet. Daro snapped, fury igniting in his chest. He slammed his foot down, a thunderous impact, and vanished. The next instant, he hung suspended above Zephyr, revolver raised, barrel aimed squarely at the Admiral's skull. A single, resonant crack echoed across the caldera, black as obsidian, dense with compressed armament hockey, a bullet forged not of fire or wind, but of sheer, unyielding will. During their flight, a bullet suddenly exploded, transforming into a long, pitch-black spear entwined with hockey, reminiscent of Gungnir, the spear of the Norse god Odin, which was said to slay all gods. It shot directly towards the formidable figure of Zephyr. A seasoned warrior, Zephyr was not one to underestimate such a perilous strike. He firmly planted his right foot on the ground, leaving a spiderweb of cracks, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch. With a thunderous boom, the fist and spear collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The spear, wrapped in hockey, spun violently as it pressed forward, clashing against Zephyr's hockey-infused defense, producing a resonating clang of metal. Ultimately, the spear, harnessing the power of hockey and compressing its force, managed to pierce through Zephyr's iron-like skin, leaving wide streaks of blood on his body. The spear dragged along the ground for dozens of meters before expending its force, leaving Zephyr, astonished, to gaze at the wounds on his fists. Clearly, the intensity of the hockey unleashed by Daro had taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated that this pirate, who previously exhibited such nascent hockey, had grown so rapidly. Truly, the Marine admirals were formidable. Having exhausted his hockey, Daro cautiously observed Zephyr, feeling a wave of melancholy. Meanwhile, the slightly disheveled Zephyr lowered his fists, fixing his heavy gaze upon Daro, whose expression remained tranquil, devoid of any fear. After such a fierce confrontation, Zephyr had to concede a harsh truth. He might be able to defeat Daro, but at a significant cost. In a short span, Daro had managed to match him evenly and had even mounted effective and lethal counterattacks despite Zephyr's full assault. Undoubtedly, this young man had unwittingly become a figure capable of stirring up storms upon the seas. Allowing someone like him into the ocean was a grave error, Zephyr lamented, seemingly concerned for the future of the Marines. After all, compared to the rising stars among the pirates, including Daro, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, the future pillars of the Marines appeared woefully mediocre. Even the currently most promising Sakazuki was merely a one-track mind. At that moment, near Wenmingni Island, a bandaged icebreaker and two pirate ships lined up like daggers, charging toward Wenmingni. On the foremost icebreaker, four peculiar men stood side by side. One donned a black and white suit. Another was entirely wrapped in bandages, emanating an unsettling chill. Beside them were a scruffy, burly man leaning on a shovel and a strange fellow toying with two terrifying beasts. These four were the recently ascended supernovas. Look, there are two naval ships docked at the pier, and the island is crawling with Marines. The lookout on the icebreaker relayed the information to their captain, Steve, the bandaged man. It seems our new partner is in quite a predicament. Pay wit. Should we still go ashore? Steve exhaled a cold breath, his tone laced with amusement. Perhaps we should reconsider. It's too dangerous with the Marines on the island. The timid Cirques advised. TCH, if you're so afraid, then maybe you shouldn't be a pirate, Steve scoffed, his disdain evident. You, Cirques, feeling humiliated in front of others, glared at Steve with resentment. All right, we're almost there. Prepare to dock. Paywit, still with an unhinged expression, clapped his hands to halt the bickering. Finally, the three pirate ships moored at the pier, and countless ruthless pirates leaped from the decks, charging into Wenmingni town. Let them feel the terror, Paywit exclaimed with a twisted expression as he, along with the other three supernovas, ascended toward the erupting volcano. At this moment, the battle between Zephyr and Daro continued atop the volcano. As the battle dragged on, Daro's physical limitations began to surface, and he slowly found himself at a disadvantage, particularly against the bull-like Zephyr. Daro's nascent mastery of hockey felt insufficient to contend with the overwhelming might of his opponent. However, armed with ample ammunition, Daro managed to withstand Zephyr's onslaught. On the other hand, Zephyr was even more astonished. He had not anticipated Daro's mastery of Kenbunchika hockey to be so advanced. Many of Zephyr's lethal strikes had been deftly evaded by Daro's perceptive abilities. What an impressive individual, Zephyr mused, not merely in regard to Daro's strength, but rather his age. At merely 16 years old, Daro's mastery of hockey and proficiency in Kenbunchika hockey suggested he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Marines in the future. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the small town below. Chaos ensued at the dock as pirates clashed with the Marines. The sounds of swords clanging and cannon fire exploding reverberated through the air. Daro and Zephyr, in unison, paused their combat to observe the turmoil below. It seems we have pirates visiting Admiral Zephyr. Should we take a moment? Daro proposed, though he appeared relaxed. He was actually at his limit. Throughout the battle, he had relied on Death Eye to anticipate Zephyr's movements while channeling all his hockey to breach Zephyr's defenses, leaving him exhausted both mentally and physically. Oof. Zephyr grunted, offering no reply. However, he ceased his assault on Daro, his expression clouded with worry as he gazed down the mountainside, clearly concerned for his students. Originally, he had brought these apprentices along to showcase his prowess, intending to dispatch a supernova with ease, yet he had encountered such an anomaly in Daro. Daro, observing Zephyr's demeanor, exhaled in relief, disregarding any notions of dignity as he sat down to rest. Meanwhile, at the foot of the volcano, Paywit, Cirx, and Sally were hastily approaching the summit, while Steve had remained at the pier, disliking the volcano. I wonder why the battle on the mountain has ceased. Could our new partner have perished? Cirx remarked, sitting atop the back of the lion-like creature, his expression peculiar. After all, based on the bounty, this death-dealing marksman, valued at 150 million berries, was likely the weakest among the supernovas. As they spoke, Paywit and his companions arrived at the site of Daro and Zephyr's battle. Admiral Zephyr, Cirx, hiding at a distance, gasped and quickly covered his mouth to stifle a shout. Paywit appeared equally astonished, clearly taken aback by the Marine Admiral's direct involvement on Wenmingni Island. Just as they contemplated abandoning their mission, both Daro and Zephyr became aware of their presence. We've been spotted. There's no turning back now. Paywit patted the explosive rock in his arms, revealing a sinister smile. Ah, it is indeed you. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, observing the three individuals emerging from behind the rocks. Originally, the Navy's plan was to capture Dalu before Paywit's arrival, simultaneously ensnaring the remaining four supernovas. However, things did not go as planned. Zephyr had not anticipated their swift arrival, nor the formidable strength of Captain Dalu, who remained unseized for the time being. Captain Dalu, it seems you have caught the attention of the Navy Admiral. Do you require our assistance in resolving this predicament? Paywit's mind raced, not only contemplating how to confront Zephyr alongside Dalu, but also seeking to have Dalu owe him a favor. Indeed, we are allies. Sakisi waved at Dalu. Who is allied with you? Dalu was not so foolish. From Zephyr's earlier words, he deduced the Navy's objective in this operation was centered on the Supernova Alliance, and he was merely collateral damage. Paywit, unable to win Dalu over, narrowed his eyes. He had not expected an admiral to appear on the island, nor that Dalu would prove so uncooperative. This exchange had further skewed the balance of power. On the other hand, Zephyr had no time to waste. He swung his fist, demonstrating to Dalu what it meant to be a Navy admiral, delivering a blow to each supernova. In mere minutes, Sakisi and his two pets lay unconscious on the ground, while the other two fared poorly as well. Pei Wei-Ti's bizarre ability, the Dark Hint Fruit, was rendered ineffective against Zifa's overwhelming haki. Haha, Dalu, observing the spectacle, nearly laughed aloud, recalling his own prior frustration. Zifa, too, grew more exhilarated as he fought. After having faced humiliation against Dalu, he now understood the proper way for an admiral to confront a supernova. Just as Dalu believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, Pei Wei-Ti suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his expression turning frenzied. If so, then let us perish together. Amidst the laughter, Pei Wei-Ti withdrew an explosive rock from his bosom, crushing the seal glass with a single hand. The small explosive rock, upon contact with the air, initiated a chain reaction beyond even Vegapunk's comprehension, releasing energy with an efficiency comparable to nuclear fission. In an instant, the once dull explosive rock radiated with brilliance, resembling a miniature sun. Stop him! Dalu, watching the unfolding drama, yelled with urgency. Unlike others, he recognized the grave nature of the situation from the original narrative. The explosive rock. Damn it! Zifa reacted swiftly, roaring in anger as he charged forward to intercept Pei Wei-Ti. His formidable armament haki encircled his right arm, sweeping out with tremendous force. White puppet, fearless sacrifice. Pei Wei-Ti's fingertips twitched as a white pawn materialized in his grasp. With a sinister grin, he commanded his ally Sally to shield him, disregarding his own safety. What is happening? I cannot control my body. Fear unprecedented washed over Sally's face, yet his body seemed to move against his will, charging straight toward Zifa's fist. The punch landed, and without a doubt, Sally was reduced to ashes, a strange smile lingering on his face even in demise. Forgive me, Sally. I shall remember your self-sacrifice. Pei Wei-Ti grinned maniacally, revealing that he had subtly manipulated Sally from the very beginning using his ability. This exemplified the pathological mindset of self-sacrifice represented by the white puppet. Meanwhile, Pei Wei-Ti had reached the volcano's edge, having succumbed to utter madness. He hurled the explosive rock into the volcano's mouth and did not flee. Instead, he knelt beside it, chanting frantically, "Let it be destruction, let it be destruction." As a pathological psychologist, Pei Wei-Ti harbored an intense inclination towards self-destruction. Once the explosive rock was cast into the volcano, a blinding white light emanated from within, unleashing an unending torrent of energy. The searing heat, accompanied by the obliterating shockwave, erupted at that moment. This dormant volcano, having slumbered for centuries, was awakened by the explosion, stirring the molten sea within, causing tens of thousands of tons of magma to surge violently. The earth trembled, and a violent cloud of volcanic ash erupted from the crater, obscuring the sky, while magma gushed forth like rivers breaching their banks, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path. What is that? On the dock, the Navy and pirates engaged and battle-halted, witnessing the spectacle. In the nearby town, the residents also recognized the impending disaster, their faces etched with despair. The volcano has erupted. Chapter 109. The Magma Interception Battle Boom. Crimson magma erupted from the volcano's mouth, an immense volume of volcanic ash suffocating the light, pressing down on the surroundings in layers. Scorching rocks were thrust high before hurtling downwards, tumbling alongside the magma, clawing at the town of Wenmingni at the mountainous base. The volcano has erupted. How is this possible? Aisha gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. According to her intelligence, this volcano had not erupted in over 800 years. Aisha, Bear, prepared to set sail promptly. The calmest among them, Lykeet, glanced at the torrent of magma flowing down the mountain, swiftly making a decision. Flaming arrow. Immediately entering the song of freedom form, Lykeet raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of ignited arrows toward the advancing pirates, swiftly clearing the enemies aboard the mermaid song. After securing the area, Lykeet turned his attention toward the dock and shouted loudly, "Li Qian, stop dawdling. Deal with that fellow quickly. We must leave at once." On the dock, Oizumi Li Qian, engaged in a fierce clash with Steve, scratched his head and, with a hint of regret, remarked to Steve, "Mr. Frozen Mummy, it seems I can no longer enjoy your amusing cold jokes. Damn it, why won't your sword freeze?" Steve, activating the full extent of his Han-Nin fruit ability, glared at Oizumi Liqian with bloodshot eyes. Besides being known as the Cold Corpse, Steve was also recognized as the Bane of Swordsmen. This was due to his ability to imbue his cuts with extreme low temperatures, easily freezing opponents' blades to a brittle state. How amusing. A sword isn't a fish, so how could it freeze? Oizumi Liqian, as if hearing a delightful joke, squinted his eyes into a crescent shape and added to himself, "At least mine won't." "You bastard." Steve believed Oizumi Liqian was mocking him, gritting his teeth as he drew his icy longsword and lunged directly at Oizumi Liqian with a slash. Chui Shuizhan. The cerulean blade wave swept forth like a crescent moon, its resplendent maneuver concealing a deadly chill capable of encasing foes in ice, crystallizing the moisture in the air into frost that cascaded gently down. However, such flamboyant technique appeared overly ostentatious for swordsmanship, especially when facing the formidable He Quan Liqian. With a slight grip of his right hand, He Quan Liqian's sword, He Quan Shou Jianding, began to entwine around his dark attire, and in the next instant he flickered away like a fleeting light. The terrifyingly cold blade wave was effortlessly cleaved apart by the sharp edge of his sword, akin to bamboo thrusting into water, merely creating ripples. In the blink of an eye, He Quan Liqian had already materialized behind Steve, who, in utter astonishment, clutched at his throat and slowly succumbed to the ground. After dispatching Steve, He Quan Liqian cast a glance at the surging lava from the mountain, not daring to delay any further. With a leap, he returned to the ship, Mermaid SM. "So many people. Where is DeLuo?" He Quan Liqian arched an eyebrow in surprise, for the ship was already crowded with townsfolk who had managed to escape in time. "DeLuo is still on the mountain. Fear not, that fellow can fly. He will be fine," reassured Like Tay, who emerged from the crowd, his words brimming with confidence in DeLuo. "Xion, once DeLuo arrives, we shall set sail at once. Prepare accordingly," advised Aisha, who had previously mapped out an escape route as she stepped out from the captain's quarters. Addressing Xion atop the mast. "Understood," Xion replied decisively, his gaze fixed intently toward the town, striving to catch sight of that dependable figure. Meanwhile, at the dock, 3 pirate ships and a naval vessel were similarly filled with those hurriedly escaping. It turned out that Sakazuki, upon witnessing the volcanic eruption, had decisively commandeered the 3 pirate ships with the help of the Ghost Spider and instructed the other sailors to assist the townspeople in their evacuation. However, despite this, only a small fraction of the coastal residents managed to flee in time. The vast majority remained on the island. For when Ming Ni town had a resident population of 70,000, order the warships and pirate vessels to depart, commanded Sakazuki from the bow of the icebreaker, seemingly intent on abandoning the remaining islanders and taking the evacuees away from Wenming Ni Island. The island still harbors so many residents yet to evacuate, and Teacher Zay Fa has not yet descended. Are we truly leaving like this? The bowman expressed his discontent with Sakazuki's decision, stepping forward to question him. Teacher Zay Fa will be fine. As for the other residents, they have run out of time to evacuate. We must leave immediately. Any further delay may prevent our escape. Sakazuki coldly retorted. Damn it, the Ghost Spider and his companions muttered in discontent. On the other side, atop the vigorously erupting volcano, DeLuo and Zay Fa, soaring through the air via Qingniao and Yubu, grimly observed the chaos below. Run! On the main thoroughfare of the town, countless residents desperately raced toward the dock, while behind them, the lava surged down the mountain, poised to engulf the entire town. Among the fleeing crowd, a mother found herself at the back of the line, gradually succumbing to fatigue and abandoning her run. She knew all too well that, with her child in her arms, she could never reach the shore. Luna, do not cry. Mommy is here. The woman gently called out her daughter's name, cradling the child away from the lava's approach, while behind her loomed the impending doom. Damn it! DeLuo, witnessing the plight of the mother and daughter from above, cursed under his breath and dove down to rescue them. Their situation was but a microcosm of the turmoil within Wenming Ni town, where countless similar occurrences transpired. Blast it! ZFA, I need 30 seconds. Hold back the lava. Do not let it advance so swiftly. DeLuo gritted his teeth and addressed ZFA, who was also engaged in rescue efforts. Understood, ZFA replied, casting a deep glance at DeLuo. Without further words, he sprinted to obstruct the path of the advancing lava. Wu Wan Hao Quan, with a powerful strike, he crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit measuring 20 meters. Soon, the surging lava flowed into the pit, and within a second, it filled to the brim, spilling over and continuing onward toward the town with relentless momentum. 30 seconds, that S30 counts, ZFA grinned, relentlessly swinging his fist to buy time for DeLuo. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. DeLuo, I have secured you 30 seconds. ZFA, breathless from exertion, called out to DeLuo. Now, watch me, DeLuo confidently proclaimed, having prepared for the next phase, casting forth all his sea water bullets. Nearly 100 sea water projectiles burst open in the air, following which torrents of water surged forth like a mythological deluge, generating towering waves to counter the lava. But that was not the end. DeLuo raised his hands, releasing dozens of deep blue grenades that plunged directly into the colossal wave. C3 Shun Lan Yong Tan. The detonated grenades unleashed a vast quantity of liquid nitrogen. The frigid temperature of minus 196 degrees, instantaneously freezing the entire body of water into solid ice, halting the torrential waves in their tracks, creating a nearly 100-meter thick ice wall to impede the advancing lava. What is that? The fleeing townsfolk, in a state of frantic escape, finally noticed the extraordinary phenomenon behind them. Halting in awe, their expressions akin to witnessing a savior. At that moment, the torrents of lava finally arrived. The destructive force capable of annihilating the entire village was abruptly intercepted by the thick ice, halting its relentless advance, generating clouds of steam where the lava met the ice wall. The lava quickly solidified, forming sturdy volcanic rock that, alongside the ice wall, effectively blocked the oncoming lava, soon completely isolating it on the other side of the ice barrier. Were we saved? The townspeople, having escaped the brink of disaster, bore expressions of incredulity. I told you, ZFA, sometimes fruit abilities can indeed be quite useful, DeLuo remarked, bearing a grudge against ZFA for the earlier reprimand on the mountain. Huh, you're not entirely unlikable, ZFA chuckled, sore and exhausted, yet said no more, simply watching DeLuo, who approached him with a limp. At that moment, he found himself in agreement with Carp's assessment of DeLuo. Truly an extraordinary individual. Chapter 110, Bounty Change. Late at night, on Wenming Ni Island, the entire island was immersed in the jubilation of survival. The lava spewed from the volcano had only consumed a corner of the town. DeLuo and the others chose not to leave immediately, but opted to rest on Wenming Ni Island for another day, as everyone was not in the best condition for sailing at night after the fierce battle. Moreover, ZFA had no intention of continuing his aggression toward DeLuo on the island. Under the enigmatic understanding between the two parties, the Mermaid Song vessel unlocked a remarkable achievement, managing to dock peacefully beside the warship commanded by a naval admiral. At that moment, the dock where the Mermaid Song vessel was anchored was teeming with residents, some raising banners and signs, while others hurled food directly onto the deck. In essence, they were expressing their gratitude to the hero who protected Wenming town in their own way. In stark contrast to the jubilant festivities on Daro's side, the naval atmosphere was considerably more subdued. Although ZFA and his crew had accomplished the annihilation of the Supernova Alliance, they had also suffered significant casualties, particularly during the reckless assault commanded by Sakazuki to capture 3 pirate ships, resulting in numerous fatalities within mere minutes. After concluding a debriefing, Sakazuki made his way to the deck, staring blankly at the frozen volcano, lost in thought, reluctantly acknowledging it. He realized that the very pirates he detested had indeed saved everyone. Sakazuki, do you believe there can be good people among pirates? Inquired Guizhu, observing the lively mermaid song vessel next door. "Don't be foolish. All pirates are the same," Sakazuki replied, shaking his head as if to dismiss the doubts and hesitations he deemed meaningless. Ruthlessly destroying wicked pirates was the absolute justice he sought. With this thought, Sakazuki's gaze sharpened and regained its determination, though the recruits from the training camp began to contemplate their own interpretations of justice. Zafa, known for his non-lethal approach, possessed a softness beyond that of an ordinary naval officer. Consequently, after the events concluded, he sought out Daruo for a private conversation, even expressing his willingness to vouch for him as an admiral if he chose to abandon piracy. Naturally, Daruo declined, stating whether pirate or navy is merely an identity. This era has failed to grant those who dare to venture at sea a legitimate identity. After all, to the world government, those who resist or seek the truth of history are deemed guilty, equating them to murderous pirates. However, having become labeled a pirate, I am prepared to die with that identity. Daruo's words echoed in Zafa's mind, causing the man who would later establish the Neo Navy and oppose the world government to waver in his steadfast principles of justice. The following morning, Zafa was somewhat surprised to find the docking area beside the warship, previously occupied by the mermaid song vessel, now empty. "Then let's set sail back," Zafa commanded, prompting 3 naval ships and 3 pirate vessels into action. The billowing sails propelled the 6 ships slowly away from Wenmingni Island, gradually disappearing over the horizon where the sky met the sea, heading towards Marinfando. The Navy took not only the pirate ships, but also the news of the events at Wenmingni Island with them. The downfall of the Supernova Alliance, the eruption of Wenmingni Volcano, the Navy, and a mysterious figure countering the crisis. The diligent newsbirds disseminated this captivating news to every willing reader. As people marveled at the seemingly effortless demise of the once mighty Supernova Alliance, they also pondered the identity of the mysterious figure. In truth, it was Zafa's insistence that maintained such an objective report. Otherwise, the headline would have read, "The Navy averts disaster, Daruo's pirate crew flees." This contradictory reporting naturally elicited Daruo's derisive laughter. "This Navy is truly twisted. You laugh, yet we were the ones who prevented the volcanic eruption. And this report claims credit for the Navy while branding us as mysterious figures." Aisha, embodying a peculiar sense of journalistic integrity, said through gritted teeth, her frustration palpable. Fortunately, this topic did not linger long enough to aggravate Aisha further, as Ryukit pointed out the bounty notices beneath the article. "Look, our bounty has changed," he exclaimed, gesturing at the newspaper. "Poor Gasti, Daruo, alias Death Gunslinger, captain of the Daruo pirate crew, bounty, 520 million. And Izumi Rikian, alias White Azura, bounty, 460 million. This adjustment in bounty likely resulted from the combined incidents at Whiskey Peak and Wenmingni Island, with Daruo and Izumi Rikian experiencing the most significant increases. As for Ryukit, who had engaged less in combat, his bounty saw only a modest rise to 350 million. "Why?" Aisha gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she observed the subsequent bounty notices. "Bartholomew Bear, bounty, 60 million. And Isaiah Aisha, bounty, 3 million. It appears you too have been rewarded." Ryukit chuckled, presenting the bounty notices to the pair. "Sister Aisha, we are also bountied. I have a bounty of 60 million. Bear joyfully displayed his bounty notice to Aisha. "How splendid." Aisha managed to force a smile, despite her irritation. In the New World, at Hive Island, a man with hair resembling seaweed sat regally upon a high throne, flanked by 2 rows of fearsome ruffians. "Captain, is there any movement from a navy?" One woman with curly hair among the row of thugs inquired with curiosity. "No, I merely heard that a pirate rookie recently humbled Newgate, and I found it intriguing," the man replied with a hearty laugh, tossing the newspaper to the woman. "Oh, 520 million, quite a substantial bounty," she chuckled, unperturbed, as everyone present had bounties exceeding 10 billion. "If this lad enters the New World, he could certainly be worth an invitation." Chapter 111. The mysterious woman with the events at Wenmingni Island concluded. Daruo and his crew embarked once again on their journey to conquer the Grand Line. After much contemplation, Daruo decided to head to the medical kingdom, Drum Island, for it was prudent to enlist a ship's doctor, as no one could guarantee an absence of ailments. Do not tense too much, channel your energy, and relax. Daruo instructed during a class on the deck of the Mermaid Song vessel on the third day after departing Wenmingni town. Apart from Izumi Rikian, the other three had been forcibly enrolled in the remedial class, particularly Ryukite and Bear, who were under close scrutiny. After months of arduous training, Bear had rapidly caught up in strength and could now begin to harness the powers of the Machi Machi no Mi, having dispatched numerous pirates single-handedly at the Wenmingni dock. The use of haki not only bolstered one's defenses, but also enhanced attack power through entanglement, and most crucially, it allowed an attacker to seize the corporeal forms of Logia users. As Daruo clenched his right fist, his entire arm gradually darkened from the wrist, spreading outward until it was enveloped in a deep metallic sheen. After the demonstration concluded, Dalu commenced training with the two individuals, and the primary focus of their regimen was to endure blows. Based on the comparative effects observed in the original work, particularly between Rayleigh's misguided tutelage and Kaido's esteemed mentorship, it became evident that the more intense the training in haki, the more rapid the enhancement of one's abilities. Dalu even mused that should he deliver two powerful strikes of Raime Bagua, these two would undoubtedly experience an epiphany on the spot. Fools! Do not think of withstanding blows with sheer physicality. Instead, you must harness the power within your bodies. Busashoka haki is a form of enhancement, Dalu admonished, brandishing a wooden stick while glaring intently at the two, who were as rigid as iron. Meanwhile, Aisha, trembling as she sipped tea with Izumi Riken, watched the stern training with trepidation, pondering whether she too would be subjected to such rigorous trials in the future. The furtive expressions of Aisha naturally caught Dalu's attention. Yet he had little recourse for this companion, whose combat prowess amounted to nearly zero. He resolved to find a suitable fruit to bolster Aisha's survival capabilities. While he held no hopes for Busashoka haki, mastering Kinbunchika haki was crucial. As a member of the Sanyan tribe, Aisha should possess a certain innate talent for perception. Contemplating this, Dalu invited Izumi Riken and Aisha, who were leisurely enjoying tea under the sunshade, to join the training session. In addition to Busashoku, another form of haki, Kinbunchika, enables one to keenly sense the aura of various external entities. Once this power is grasped, it bestows a perception that transcends the five senses, even allowing one to foresee the movements of others, Dalu explained while swinging the wooden stick. Let me provide you with an example. As he spoke, Dalu handed the wooden stick to Izumi Riken and blindfolded himself with a black cloth. Riken, attack me. No sooner had he uttered these words than Izumi Riken, having received the stick, thrust it directly at Dalu's face. In that fleeting moment of aggression, Dalu's Kinbunchiko haki detected the impending motion. See, just like that. Dalu gestured dismissively after deftly evading the strike. This vivid demonstration clarified much for the previously bewildered onlookers, each reflecting thoughtfully on Dalu's earlier words. I have a question. The inept Aisha raised her hand high and continued, Your Kinbunchika haki must be akin to the sixth sense, right? This ability is the most fundamental trait awakened in our Sanyan tribe. Dalu raised an eyebrow, but ultimately accepted Aisha's assertion. For his death, I was indeed a rare manifestation of Kinbunchiku. Nonetheless, he wished to see this perception ability in action. So he passed the black cloth to Aisha and instructed Izumi Riken to attack suddenly once more. With a dull thud, the wooden stick struck the girl's head, delivering a forceful blow that sent stars swirling in her vision. Clearly, the anticipated scene where Aisha would evade the stick did not materialize, and the onlookers regarded her with varying expressions, some stifling laughter, others perplexed. Wait a moment. Dalu, sensitive to the nuances, detected something amiss. He observed that Aisha had indeed attempted to dodge when Izumi Riken raised his hand, indicating she sensed the strike but was unable to evade in time. Bear, it's your turn to strike. Considering this possibility, Dalu's lips twitched slightly as he seized the stick from Izumi Riken and handed it to Bear. Aisha, be prepared. Unlike the blunt approach of Izumi Raiken, Bear's strikes were noticeably measured, and the speed of the wooden stick was reduced. This time, Aisha managed to evade. She tore off the black cloth from her face, jubilantly leaping as if she had aced the test. Dalu, however, covered his face, exuding a look of exasperation. Sensing the blow, yet failing to avoid it was hardly a cause for pride. Thus concluded Aisha's farce, and the group resumed their training while others idled. Suddenly, the ship, Mermaid's Him, jolted violently, as if it had collided with something. "We must have hit something," Aisha murmured, her third eye opening to perceive the surroundings of the vessel. "It appears to be a speedboat." "A speedboat?" Dalu scratched his head, for such vessels were a rarity in the wildly divergent technological landscape of the pirate world. "There is someone on the boat, a woman. She seems to be dying. We must rescue her." Aisha's third eye detected the woman's faint aura, and she exclaimed urgently. Without hesitation, Dalu dashed out, soaring above the speedboat, and brought the exquisitely proportioned woman back aboard the Mermaid's Him. After Aisha administered artificial respiration, the woman coughed up a significant amount of seawater but remained unconscious. "This is troubling. She has a fever," Likheat remarked gravely, touching the woman's forehead. "We'll have to cool her down physically. Likheat, please fetch some ice from the fridge." Dalu swiftly made the decision, and he, along with Aisha, assisted the woman into an empty room prepared for new crew members. Due to the absence of a ship's doctor and the lack of nearby islands, the woman received no proper treatment after being rescued, relying solely on her resilience. Fortunately, her physical constitution was relatively robust after some basic anti-inflammatory and cooling measures. Her temperature gradually decreased, indicating she would soon awaken. "This woman is quite unusual," Dalu murmured as he leaned against the doorframe, observing the stunningly beautiful woman on the sickbed. If one were to reflect carefully, her peculiarities would become apparent. Firstly, there were no islands in this vicinity, raising questions about how a speedboat with such poor endurance could have arrived here. Furthermore, her attire was equally strange, consisting of a high-tech combat suit in vibrant red. Dalu recognized this combat suit. It bore resemblance to the combat attire of the Germa Kingdom from the original narrative, albeit with some differences, suggesting a clear connection. At present, the ruler of Germa was not Sanji's father, Judge, nor had the infamous incident of the four-nation slaughter occurred. Nevertheless, as a militarily powerful and technologically advanced nation, the Germa Kingdom remained a formidable entity. Moreover, Prince Judge had recently joined a mysterious scientific organization, rumored to have deep ties with the current maritime overlords, the Rock Pirates. This could spell significant trouble, Dalu mused, stroking his chin as he exited the infirmary. However, he was not overly concerned, as the individuals capable of causing him trouble were few, and the Germa Kingdom was evidently not among them. Having navigated the events at Whiskey Peak and Wano Country, Dalu had completely shed the label of a fledgling pirate and gradually emerged as a prominent figure. Many began to draw comparisons between him and infamous pirates such as John, Wang Ji, and Charlotte Linlin, with some even speculating that the younger and more promising Dalu might one day become a legendary pirate akin to Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki in the future. In an unknown sea of the Grand Line, a certain area remained shrouded in mystery. Several colossal iron vessels were interconnected, brimming with munitions and troops, advancing at full speed toward the New World, specifically to Fengshao Island. Each ship bore the enormous insignia of Germa. "Gargi, your Germa Kingdom is indeed generous." A man clad in a red captain's uniform and sporting purple hair boisterously laughed, raising a bottle of liquor to his lips and downing its contents with gusto. This man was none other than Captain John of the Rocks Pirates. The expression on John's face revealed his delight, which was hardly surprising, as the Rocks Pirates had just engaged in a fierce battle with the Navy, resulting in significant casualties and losses on both sides. This predicament weighed heavily on John, the chief steward of the Rocks Pirates. With grand plans for a major operation next year, the task of preparing the necessary supplies naturally fell upon John's shoulders, rendering Gargi's shipment of provisions a timely boon. "Ah, Captain John, just a small token of appreciation," Gargi's voice chimed in, accompanied by a robust man wearing a metal helmet and sporting golden hair. whose distinctive mustache quivered as he spoke. Now that the supplies have arrived, might I inquire about those ancient technology blueprints you promised me? Gargi suddenly interjected, fixing a penetrating gaze on John. John's smile faltered, and he awkwardly scratched his head. I apologize, but the blueprints will require a bit more time. An unforeseen issue has arisen. Before he could finish, Gargi's previously jovial demeanor turned icy as he glared at John. Oh, an unforeseen issue? What sort of issue? Given that the supplies were not yet fully secured, John hesitated to offend Gargi at this critical juncture and cautiously explained, it's nothing too grave. The spy I assigned to steal the blueprints from Vegapunk suddenly defected. Defected? Gargi scoffed, clearly skeptical of John's explanation, suspecting he was being deceived. Rest assured, I have already dispatched personnel to capture her. We will certainly retrieve the blueprints, John assured with a forced smile. However, the impatient Gargi was not inclined to wait. The blueprints were of paramount importance for the revival of Germa, which justified his considerable investment in this exchange with John. Do you have any information on that spy? Though John's assurance was offered, Gargi remained distrustful of this cunning individual and resolved to retrieve the blueprints personally. Yes, John nodded, continuing. The spy goes by the name of Sophia. Her name suggests she is a woman. Wait, what do you mean suggests? Gargi interrupted, casting a disapproving glare at John. He had not expended such effort merely to hear uncertainty. The spy is nicknamed Chameleon, capable of assuming the appearance of others, so no one knows her true identity. However, she recently slipped up, and my men managed to injure her near the waters of Magu Island. John looked earnestly at Gargi, divulging all he knew. Very well. I will take matters into my own hands. Satisfied with the information, Gargi ceased to press John further. Then, with a menacing tone, added John, you had better not deceive me. If Rox learns of your little schemes behind his back, the consequences will be dire. Chapter 113. Sophia in the Dead of Night. Aboard the Mermaid's Hymn. It was the 9th day since leaving Winmingni town and the 3rd day since the woman had been rescued. It hurts so much. The woman moaned in agony, evidently having regained consciousness. Sophia struggled to recall the events leading to her plunge into the sea. She had been cornered by Captain John's subordinates, and, in a moment of desperation, commandeered a speedboat to escape onto the water, only to be struck down by cannon fire from the pursuing pirate ship. Has someone rescued me? The unfamiliar surroundings instilled a profound sense of unease in the spy, accustomed to danger, compelling her to sit up and survey her environment. Where am I? Noticing the nightgown she wore, it suddenly dawned on her, prompting her to rise hastily and search the room. Finally, she spotted her discarded red battle attire beside the bed, and a sense of relief washed over her. It seems my belongings are intact. The person who saved me must have seen my true form. As Sophia changed from her nightgown into her red combat uniform, she murmured to herself. Once dressed, Sophia delivered a firm slap to her face, and an astonishing transformation occurred. Her youthful, beautiful visage vanished, replaced by that of a robust, middle-aged woman. With this new guise, Sophia pushed open the door and stepped onto the deck of the Mermaid's Hymn. Who are you? The watchman, Dalu, inquired warily upon spotting the unfamiliar figure. Sophia remained silent, intrigued by her surroundings, but her expression darkened upon seeing the pirate flag on the sail. Damn it, they are pirates, she thought in despair, her pallor deepening further. Nevertheless, as an experienced spy, she maintained a composed demeanor. Apologies. I must have taken a wrong turn. I will leave at once. Sophia hastily fabricated an excuse, eager to exit the ship. Dalu couldn't help but smirk at her absurd justification. Please, this is the sea, and it's nighttime. How could you wander onto another ship without being noticed? No. I drifted here after my husband and I were fishing nearby. A storm struck a few days ago, capsizing our boat, and I clung to a piece of wood. Floating here, Sophia's mind raced as she concocted a plausible narrative. Dalu, however, was not convinced. As someone endowed with the rare observation haki, he knew it was impossible for anyone to board a pirate ship undetected. You're the woman we rescued a few days ago, aren't you? Dalu revealed, fixing an intense gaze upon her. Though aware he had likely brought back a troublesome individual, he was taken aback by her rudeness. After saving her, she hadn't even uttered a word of thanks. Dalu scrutinized Sophia's eyes, his tone growing increasingly stern. His words caused Sophia's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, and she bowed deeply to Dalu. "Thank you for saving my life. It must be said that even in the world of One Piece, where beauty abounds, Sophia's appearance was truly striking. Her long, wavy brown hair cascaded down to her waist, and her exquisite features, complemented by a slender, graceful neck, rendered her captivating even in her weakened state. "Oh, by the way, I still don't know your name," Sophia remarked, gazing at Dalu's handsome face with charming eyes. "Dalu," he replied curtly. "My name is Sophia, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Daluo." Sophia, with an alluring charm, playfully brushed aside her hair that fell across her ears, revealing a captivating smile that could enchant any soul. Even Daluo, with his impeccable composure, found himself momentarily entranced. Regaining his focus, he deftly shifted the conversation elsewhere. "Was that recent face swap a result of a devil fruit's power? Allow me to venture a guess. Is it the Mimikyu fruit or perhaps the Kyubi no Kitsune fruit? Or could it be due to the transformative abilities of your red Germa battle attire?" Daluo inquired with curiosity, observing the woman closely. The cool evening breeze lingered in the air. Suddenly, Sophia stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and a glint of cold light slipped from her sleeve, aimed directly at Daluo's throat. Yet Daluo's reflexes were swifter. He sidestepped gracefully, evading her strike as Sophia found herself off balance. Seizing her right arm before she could retract her weapon, he raised an eyebrow at the peculiar tool nestled within her grip, a brow-shaping knife, imbued with haki. "Miss Sophia truly conceals her abilities well. Let me guess again. Are you perhaps an artificial being created by that fellow, Jiaji? Or maybe one of the rebels opposing the Germa kingdom from the North Sea?" Daluo probed, observing the fiercely resisting Sophia inch by inch. As expected, upon hearing the name Germa, her reaction intensified, her pale cheeks flushing with anger as she disregarded her captured wrist and aimed a kick at Daluo's midsection with her long, slender leg. "It appears I have hit the mark. Miss Sophia must indeed have connections to the Germa kingdom." Daluo adeptly dodged once more and tightened his grip on her ankle, their bodies positioned in an exceedingly intimate manner upon the deck. "Are you an enemy?" Daluo tilted his head, inquiring. "Indeed, pirates are all of a similar ilk, mere lackeys of the Rock's pirates," Sophia retorted fiercely, her pale cheeks flushed with indignation. Upon hearing the name Rocks, Daluo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "Wow, it seems I've rescued quite a troublesome situation, entangled with both Rocks and Germa. However, I'm not the type to tremble at the mere mention of Rocks," Daluo emphasized, mindful of the woman's tenacity and reluctant to elaborate further. "Since you have awakened, you may depart once we reach the next island." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Aisha, alerted by the commotion, awoke and, clad in her nightgown, sleepily approached the deck. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed at the two entangled figures and asked, "What are you doing at this late hour? Dancing?" Chapter 114. The assault of Jiaji laughter echoed across the deck of the Mermaid's Hymn as Sophia and Aisha swiftly became inseparable confidants in just 2 days. Currently, the two were nestled in a corner of the deck, basking in the sun while sharing intimate whispers typical of close friends. "You are truly beautiful, Sophia. How do you maintain such allure?" Aisha exclaimed, nearly leaping into Sophia's lap, marveling at her angelic visage. "Oh, it's nothing," Sophia replied, covering her mouth with a hand while waving her other hand dismissively. Following a brief moment of modesty, she playfully pinched Aisha's cheek, complimenting her, "You are beautiful too. However, if you were to tie your hair up, you would look even more stunning." Indeed, no woman can resist praise for her beauty, especially when the compliment comes from a stunning beauty herself. "Haha, hearing you say that brings me so much joy." Aisha beamed, her delight evident on her face. Make way. Make way." From the other side, Ryukite approached, holding a circular tray filled with assorted fried delicacies, placing it on the table. "Miss Sophia, your Long Island iced tea," Ryukite announced, presenting a cocktail resembling red tea. "Oh, delightful." Sophia smiled graciously, accepting the drink and taking a sip, leaving a lipstick mark on the rim. This is quite an intriguing beverage, exceptionally delicious. Sophia's compliment seemed to please Ryukite immensely, prompting him to twirl with exaggerated delight. These fools, Daruo, steering the ship, remarked exasperatedly at the easily swayed crew members. It must be said, Sophia possesses quite the charm. Within just 2 days, she has ingratiated herself with everyone aboard. Reminiscent of Robin's effortless ability to win over hearts after joining the ship, nearly everyone having been charmed by her. Of course, Zoro from the original story was an exception, though they did have a steadfast swordsman aboard. Li Qian, what do you think Sophia is up to? As one of the last remaining members of the Anti-Sophia Alliance, Daruo urgently sought the support of an ally. I'm not sure, but she just praised my tea, Li Qian replied, taking a sip of the freshly brewed tea with a smile. What a hopeless bunch, Daruo sighed, shaking his head at the simplicity with which these fools could be won over. Ryukite, come take the helm, Daruo called Ryukite over, intending to have a private conversation with Sophia. Daruo led Sophia aside and got straight to the point. Pray tell, what are your intentions? Do you not fear that I might toss you into the sea? Ha! Captain Daruo, surely you wouldn't be so lacking in grace, Sophia replied with a smile, continuing. I merely provoked the German kingdom and lost my backing, and upon discovering that Captain Daruo is a notorious pirate, I seek your temporary protection. Do you wish to join us? Daruo asked, furrowing his brow, his gaze scrutinizing Sophia as he contemplated her true motives. Is that possible? Sophia blinked innocently, exuding sincerity. Absolutely not. I cannot allow someone who knows nothing to join my crew. Therefore, you had best speak the truth. Who are you really? Daruo's gaze bore into Sophia, filled with warning. Sophia began, only to be interrupted by Daruo. You had better speak truthfully or do not say anything at all. After a moment of contemplation, Sophia seemed to make a significant decision, inhaling deeply before slowly stating, I consumed the mythical Zoan-type Kyubi no Kitsune fruit, granting me the ability to transform into others. Consequently, I became a hired spy and assassin. A few months ago, I received a peculiar commission to infiltrate a mysterious scientific organization and steal a confidential document. After several months of meticulous planning, I finally made contact with the organization's highest authority, Dr. Vegapunk, and successfully stole a blueprint of ancient kingdom technology. It was only when I was about to deliver it to my employer that I discovered the blueprint was intended for trade with the German kingdom. So you fled with the blueprint to prevent it from falling into the hands of the German kingdom? Daruo surmised, processing Sophia's words. Sophia gazed intently at the man who could always decipher her thoughts, nodding slightly as she continued to explain, My homeland is a small nation in Beihai, which was annihilated by the German kingdom. Thus, I can never hand over this blueprint to Germa, for it would lead to the downfall of even more nations. Understanding her reasoning, Daro nodded in response. So, can you allow me to join? Sophia lifted her head, her face brimming with hope as she looked at Daro. I shall consider it, Daro shrugged, hesitating to directly agree with this unpredictable woman. Just then, as their conversation deepened, a deafening ship's horn echoed across the sea. A colossal iron vessel suddenly emerging on the horizon, slowly approaching the siren's song. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Daro remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the advancing German ship. In no time, the iron vessel closed in, revealing several men clad in combat uniforms on its deck, all resembling one another to the point of appearing as if sculpted from the same mold, save for the leader. Jirama 66, Gaji, Daro noted, eyeing the robust man with golden hair at the helm. Oh, it seems someone recognizes me, Gaji said, raising an eyebrow and looking down at Daro. Kid, have you encountered any peculiar individuals at sea recently? He shouted boisterously from afar. None, Daro replied, casting a glance at Sophia, who had begun to alter her appearance to blend in, before responding nonchalantly, maneuvering the siren's song to create a safe distance from Gaji. However, Gaji seemed unwilling to let Daro depart so easily, jumping aboard the siren's song with several clone soldiers. Your say does not dictate the terms here. Gaji glared menacingly at Daro, gesturing for the clone soldiers to commence a search. Daro's displeasure at such brazen behavior was palpable as he fixed Gaji with a fierce glare, stating, "Consider this a warning. You would do well to take your grotesque companions back to your ship." Unperturbed, Gaji maintained his sinister demeanor, scanning the individuals present until his gaze landed on Sophia's revealing red collar, causing his expression to darken. "Sophia, the thousand faces, you'd best hand over the goods. Or else," Gaji threatened viciously, brandishing a long spear from his back and propelling himself towards Sophia with the thrust of his jet-powered combat boots. "I will not permit anyone to engage in combat aboard my vessel, let alone against my crew," Daro interjected, raising an eyebrow as he swiftly stepped in front of Gaji and seized the spear. "Do you even comprehend whom you are provoking?" Gaji sneered, his intriguing mustache curling upwards. Suddenly, he twisted his right hand around the spear, activating a mechanism that caused the weapon to emit arcs of electricity. Electromagnetic thrust. High-voltage electricity surged from the spear's tip, forming an electromagnetic pulse aimed directly at Daro. Daro's eyes widened as he deftly dodged the rapid strike with a nimble, instant step, the electromagnetic wave missing him entirely and instead obliterating a hole in the ship's deck. The sight of the smoking breach caused Daro's expression to turn cold as he regarded Gaji. Meanwhile, Gaji prepared for a second assault, this time targeting Sophia. "You wretched thief, for daring to steal my blueprint," he shouted, lunging forward with the electrified spear, his sinister grin suggesting he envisioned her demise. However, his aspirations were thwarted as Daro raised his right hand, causing a compressed air current to manifest beneath Gaji, propelling him skyward. In that instant, Daro aimed his weapon at the airborne Gaji, akin to launching a flying disc. Execution, Starwind, Long Spear. A spiraling air spear transformed into a shooting star, striking Gaji precisely. The immense force propelled him forcefully, crashing him into the iron vessel. With a resounding boom, the spear continued its advance until it lodged Gaji within the ship's hold, decimating a significant portion of the vessel before vanishing. Gaji was rendered unconscious by the impact, yet the presence of his combat suit spared him from immediate death. Before losing consciousness, Gaji issued a final command to the clone soldiers aboard the ship, urging them to disregard their lives in order to cover his retreat. Following this directive, the clone soldiers, in a frenzy, launched an all-out assault on the Siren Song. To protect the Siren Song, Daro refrained from pursuing Gaji and instead focused on dealing with the clone soldiers alongside Lykeet. Damn it, he managed to escape. Daro seethed at the sight of the numerous gaping holes left on the deck, further infuriated by Gaji's elusiveness. "Lykeet, fetch those planks from storage and start nailing them down quickly, or we'll be taking on water." With no shipwright aboard, Daro could only rely on Lykeet's diverse skills for a rudimentary repair. "Let me handle it," Sophia offered, observing Lykeet hammering away. "Can you repair ships?" Daro inquired with curiosity. "Just a bit," Sophia replied, squinting and gesturing with her fingers in a pinching manner. In that moment, Daro glimpsed the vast universe encapsulated between her fingers. Chapter 115. Ancient Technological Blueprints. After a flurry of repairs from Sophia, the ship appeared revitalized. "I must say, I didn't expect you to be so capable," Daro remarked, astonished as he handed Sophia a chilled beverage brought over by Lykeet. "Naturally, my homeland, Nanny Island, is renowned for its mechanized culture. With nearly everyone being a mechanic or repairman, myself included," Sophia stated, setting down her hammer and accepting the drink, taking a sip through the straw with pride. Her gaze fixated on Daro. Daro raised an eyebrow at Sophia's response. Understanding her implication, she recognized the team lacked a shipwright and aimed to seize this opportunity. "Indeed, I see you only have 5 individuals aboard, which is quite concerning. The Grand Line is fraught with peril, and a ship often requires repairs. How can you manage without a shipwright?" Sophia feigned an innocent look as she surveyed the surroundings before revealing her intent. "As it happens, I am currently without a destination and am well versed in mechanics and repairs. Captain Daro, why not allow me to join your crew?" The astute Sophia was acutely aware that the forces from Jiaji would not relent so easily. It was only a matter of time before they returned with a vengeance. Should she find herself isolated, she would have to confront the wrath of Jirma and even the Luo Kisi pirate group alone. In such a perilous situation, the wisest course of action would be to seek refuge under a sufficiently formidable power, and at present, the Daluo pirate group appeared to be an excellent choice. However, would Daluo agree to such a proposition? Certainly not. Although there was an urgent need for a shipwright within the crew, Daluo would not be so easily persuaded to allow someone to join their ranks. After all, one does not simply wish to join the team after stirring up so much trouble. At the very least, he would need to see some sincerity from Miss Chimmy and Sophia. Daluo shrugged, adopting an air of indifference. To become Daluo's partner, one must possess a clear understanding of their background. Individuals like Sophia, who harbor ulterior motives and keep secrets, were simply unacceptable to him. After all, comradeship is a bond where one's life is entrusted to another. Initially, Daluo had intended for Sophia to candidly reveal her origins. But to his surprise, she misinterpreted his meaning. Biting her lip, she pondered for a moment before suddenly lifting her head with a radiant smile and saying, "Captain Daluo must be a gunslinger, right? Recently, I happened to acquire a batch of designs for single-soldier combat weaponry from the ancient kingdom, one of which is a blueprint for a sniper rifle said to have the capability of obliterating a warship from extreme distance. I wonder if you might be interested." Upon finishing her statement, Sophia produced a stack of blueprints concealed within the red combat uniform's inner pocket and placed one of the sheets on top, presenting it to Daluo. "Oh," Daluo raised an eyebrow as he accepted the blueprint, glancing at it to indeed find a sketch of a firearm. However, the annotations on the sheet were inscribed in the ancient script of the kingdom, rendering it impossible to ascertain the veracity of Sophia's claims. Fortunately, there happened to be someone aboard capable of deciphering ancient texts. "Aisha, come here," Daluo called to Aisha, who was diligently training nearby. "Take a look and see if you can decipher these ancient characters with your third eye." He handed the blueprint to Aisha, gazing at her with hopeful anticipation. As he had previously learned from the original work that the Sanyin tribe could decode ancient writing, although he had no way of confirming its authenticity. "Oh," Aisha responded, somewhat oblivious, as she accepted the blueprint and removed her cap, revealing the third eye on her forehead. Sophia gasped in astonishment at the sight of Aisha's third eye. She had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless girl possessed such a unique ability. In the midst of Sophia's shock, Aisha swiftly deciphered the text on the blueprint. "The incinerating gun, Vivian, Energy Stone Magazine. Effective kill, range 9,000 meters. Initial kinetic energy 38,000 joules." Clearly, Aisha's translation aligned with Sophia's description. Daluo, well-versed in firearm mechanics, understood the implications of these parameters. It is noteworthy that the most renowned sniper rifle from the previous era, the Barrett, had an initial kinetic energy of merely 18,000 joules, while this rifle named Vivian possessed an astounding 38,000 joules. With double the energy of the Barrett, combined with the so-called Energy Stone Magazine, it might indeed be capable of destroying a warship from a kilometer away. Furthermore, with a kill radius of 9,000 meters. This rifle could be deemed a super sniper weapon. To Daluo's surprise, the technological prowess of the ancient kingdom was astonishing, considering it existed 800 years prior. "Aisha, can you check the other blueprints?" Sophia urged, now eager to see if Aisha could truly decipher ancient texts. Daluo regarded Sophia quizzically, having assumed she could comprehend the blueprints when she initially extolled the weapon's power, only to discover she was as illiterate as he was. Perceiving the look of confusion in Daluo's eyes, the perceptive Sophia explained, "I gathered that information about the gun indirectly from Dr. Bijapank. As for the other blueprints, I dared not inquire further." "Ah, I see," Daluo nodded, choosing not to dwell on that matter any longer. Meanwhile, Aisha had finished deciphering several of the blueprints and had marked their contents with a pen she always carried. Shoes for walking on water, seagull bombing drones, combined robots, storage belts. Daluo read through each item, increasingly sensing something amiss. These gears, particularly the water-walking shoes and combined robots, seemed eerily familiar. "The hero of the sea, Sora," Daluo repeated in his mind, and then it struck him. The hero of the sea, Sora, a legendary warrior from the original work's prologue, said to have rushed to the rescue whenever Jerima committed misdeeds, He was a celebrated hero in the world of pirates, inspiring countless youngsters to enlist in the Navy. Could it be? Daluo looked up at Sophia with an unusual expression, almost certain that the sea hero Sora was somehow connected to her. Curiously, he inquired, "Sophia, do you know someone named Sora?" This time, it was Sophia who was taken aback. Covering her mouth in shock, she gazed at Daluo with wide eyes and stammered, "Why do you ask? Just curious. If you don't know, it's all right." Daluo waved his hand dismissively. However, after a moment's hesitation, Sophia chose not to conceal the truth. "Sora is my brother. He's a scientist." Chapter 116. Yunju Ci Gu Island Brother? Daluo regarded Sophia with a peculiar expression, genuinely surprised that rescuing a single individual would lead to the revelation of such a significant figure as the hero of the sea. Sora, on the other hand, Sophia was even more astonished. She had rarely spoken of her brother to outsiders. So how did Daluo come to know of him? Sophia, is it possible to manufacture this gun? Daluo sought to shift the topic, directing the conversation back to the sniper rifle, Vivian, while returning the weapon blueprints to her. Well, if the materials are complete, it should not pose a problem. However, the Energy Stone magazine may require my brother's expertise, as I am merely a repair technician. Not an inventor, Sophia replied thoughtfully after examining Aisha's translations. Very well, please compile a list of what you need, and I shall see if we can procure everything aboard. If not, we can acquire the rest at the next island. Daluo nodded, providing a few instructions to Sophia. In a world of pirates, sharpshooters were often pursuing long-range capabilities due to their insufficient lethality. Although Daluo had advantages in that regard thanks to the compression fruit, possessing a sniper rifle was still of paramount importance to him. Presently, what he lacked most was the ability to eliminate targets from extreme distances, and it was evident that a revolver could not fulfill that role. Therefore, acquiring Vivian was imperative for Daluo. Was this a test from the captain for the new crew member? Sophia revealed a charming and captivating smile, tiptoeing to whisper sweetly into Daro's ear. This woman truly is lost in her own delight. Daro observed her with silent disdain, responding somewhat brusquely, "You are merely a reserve. Only with exemplary performance will you be promoted to a full position." "Very well, my dear captain," Sophia replied with a jubilant and alluring smile. After receiving a satisfactory response, she gracefully refrained from further pestering Daro and dashed to the deck to continue her playful antics with Aisha, seemingly intent on bonding with everyone during her internship. It was curious how two women of such contrasting temperaments could harmonize so well. Meanwhile, Rector, who was at the helm, excitedly approached and pointed toward a distant black dot on the horizon, exclaiming, "Daro, that magnet drum island up ahead? We are almost there. Is that so? Then let us prepare to dock," Daro replied with a cheerful smile. After sailing the vast ocean for so many days, anyone would begin to feel wearied, especially considering that Magnet Drum Island is a splendid locale, home to a plethora of esteemed physicians renowned throughout the world, making it easy to find a qualified ship's doctor. Notably, the island is also home to Dr. Kureha, who has lived for a century and a half, standing at the pinnacle of medical expertise in the pirate world. In her own words, patients treated by her can only have two outcomes: death or recovery. If only Daro could manage to recruit her, that would indeed be splendid. He chuckled to himself, indulging in daydreams. It is no simple task to persuade this 102-year-old lady, as the original story recounts how Luffy's direct approach, referring to her as an old lady, resulted in him being kicked away. This detail must not be forgotten. After all, 102 is a vibrant age. Eager for talent, Daro took out the notebook he always carried and began jotting down notes. Additionally, there was something on the island that piqued Daro's interest: the Suna fruit. However, it was not the fruit itself that captivated him, but rather the byproduct it could yield, the Walpo metal. The cover pages of the original manga detail the inspirational tale of Wapol, who, after being defeated by Luffy, rose from the toy store owner to reclaim the throne. His success relied on this very Walpo metal, which later became the special memory alloy that Frankie obtained during the 2-year time skip. It could be said that Walpo metal is the most formidable steel material in this world, bar none. However, At present, the inept king of Magnet Drum Island, Wapple, has yet to be born, and the whereabouts of the fruit remain unknown. Unbeknownst to Daro, he was not the only one with eyes on Walpole metal. John, I require a batch of special memory alloy. Please assist me in locating it. Echoed the voice of Dr. Vegapunk through the transponder snail in Captain John's possession. How dare you address me in such a commanding tone? I am not your servant. John, incensed by Vegapunk's tone, nevertheless complied with Rock's orders to cooperate and begrudgingly replied, "Where can I find such memory alloy?" The last sighting was in the National Treasury of Magnet Drum Island. Please check there for me, Vegapunk hurriedly instructed before abruptly disconnecting the call. What a scoundrel! How dare he treat me with such disdain? John seethed, glaring at the transponder snail, his teeth clenched. The transponder snail rang again. "Hello, doctor. Is there something else?" John immediately shifted from anger to obsequiousness, his face displaying a fawning demeanor. After a long pause, a voice finally came through. "Captain John, you have put me in quite a predicament," Gary, barely clinging to life on a wrecked battleship, lamented. Gary? What has happened?" John, recognizing the voice, asked in surprise. "What has happened?" "Ha ha." Gary laughed maniacally, glancing at his battered body. "You scoundrel. Do you already know that the spy has joined Daro's pirate crew? Is this your way of sending me to my doom? Daro's pirate crew?" John echoed in shock. As a seasoned pirate, he was well aware of this rising force. "John, I warn you, if you cannot retrieve the blueprints from me, I will expose your dealings in stolen Dr. Blueprints," Gary hissed, his gaze venomous as that of a viper. Threatened, John's expression darkened to the point of dripping with tension, his chest rising and falling rapidly, but he soon regained his composure. "Do you know where Daro's pirate crew is located? I will retrieve the blueprints for you. They are in the waters near Magnet Drum Island." "It seems they are headed there," Gary replied. Chapter 117. The Doctors on the island Magnet Drum Island is a quintessential winter island, adorned with several bizarre and unnameable peaks. Due to persistent snowfall and rugged terrain, the island lacks a central town to accommodate a large population, instead comprising several small settlements scattered across the land. "It's snowing again. It's so cold." Aisha shivered, hurriedly donning her winter attire. Unlike Wangmingni Island, Magnet Drum Island does not boast hot springs or volcanoes, resulting in considerably low temperatures, making one susceptible to colds or chills. However, this is hardly a concern, as the island possesses remarkably advanced medical facilities capable of self-sufficiency. "Sophia, don't you have winter clothing? Wait here. I'll fetch you some," the considerate Kuma exclaimed upon noticing that while everyone else had dressed warmly, Sophia remained in her red attire. He dashed back to his room and rummaged through a large chest beneath his bed, emerging with a thick bear fur coat before running back outside. "Here you go, Sophia." Kuma presented the heavy coat to her. Sophia paused upon seeing the coat. While her red battle suit had temperature-regulating capabilities, she graciously accepted Kuma's kindness and donned the fur coat. Kuma truly is a gentle soul, she thought, bending down to pat his head. After donning the coat, Sophia undeniably transformed the rough garment into a unique spectacle of beauty. Once everyone was clad in winter attire, the mermaid SM was fully docked at the makeshift pier constructed from stone. This detail reveals that the king of this nation is likely as foolish as Wapple. Otherwise, how could the foundational infrastructure of Magnet Drum Island be so deplorable despite its vast medical resources? Barely disembarking the ship, Daro and his crew were quickly surrounded by a group of soldiers wielding long spears. "Are you here to seek medical attention? If so, I can help you register with the best doctors for a service fee of 1 million berries." A man with a trapezoidal face stepped forward, rubbing his hands together slyly. 1 million berries? How absurd. Is there really scalping in the pirate world? Daro rolled his eyes, silently expressing his disdain. However, Deluo did not directly drive the few people away. Instead, he curiously inquired, "Who is the best doctor on the island?" A soldier stepped forward and confidently replied, "Of course, the best doctor on the island is Dr. Duelier." "Don't listen to him," a man with a trapezoidal face glared at the soldier, then proceeded to enlighten Deluo and his companions. "The best doctor on the island is indeed Ku Leha. However, If you are not terminally ill, it is best not to seek her out, as she demands a substantial portion of the patient's wealth before she will offer treatment. As he spoke, the trapezoidal-faced man displayed a pained expression, clearly indicating that he had been financially drained by Ku-Lei-Ha in the past. Oh, then who should I consult if I am gravely ill? DeLuo intentionally posed the question to extract more information about the island's doctors. Agrave illness. The only doctors on the island who have successfully treated terminal conditions, besides the witch Ku-Lei-Ha, are the king's medical team and the peculiar doctor, Bulai-Jie. The trapezoidal-faced man replied, after a moment of contemplation, showcasing his thorough knowledge of the island's renowned physicians. Oh, DeLuo was quite astonished by the man's response. It must be said that the medical standards on Gu Island were indeed remarkable, with such a plethora of highly skilled doctors. No wonder the king of the small nation of Walbo could continuously participate in the Grand King's conference held by the world government, and even challenge the king of a powerful nation like Alabasta. With such medical resources, who would not be eager to seek their assistance? What exactly is the situation with this king's medical team, and that peculiar doctor, Bulai-Jie? The medical team is exclusive to the king. However, if you're willing to spend money, I can facilitate their treatment for you. As for that fellow Bulai-Jie, my advice is to avoid him at all costs, even if it means exhausting your entire fortune. Why is that? DeLuo asked, puzzled. That man claims he only saves good people. Tell me, do you consider yourself a good person, one who has never committed a single wrongdoing in your life? The trapezoidal-faced man patiently explained. Dalu hesitated. He could not truthfully claim to have never done a bad deed in his life, yet his curiosity prompted him to ask, does that mean he won't treat bad people? Will he simply watch them die? Not exactly. He might use you to test his bizarre concoctions, which could render you worse off than dead. The trapezoidal-faced man remarked while pointing at a soldier clad in a black hood. Look at him. He sought out the peculiar doctor due to his poverty. While he survived, he now has a gigantic mushroom growing on his forehead, and as a result, he is yet to find a wife. Following the direction of the trapezoidal man's finger, DeLuo indeed spotted the man with a strange mushroom sprouting from his forehead. The man appeared quite introverted, seemingly wanting to explain something, but hesitated and ultimately remained silent. Excuse me, do any of you have a terminal illness? The trapezoidal-faced man gazed eagerly at DeLuo, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If you have the means, it is best to seek treatment from Dr. Ku-Lei-Ha or the king's medical team. If you do not have enough funds at the moment, I noticed you have a ship behind you. I could purchase it for 20 million berries, allowing you to afford treatment. Oh, DeLuo raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished at the audacity of this man. The ship, Shengyu Shenggu, had already cost DeLuo over 40 million berries just for the hull. Not to mention the subsequent modifications and the numerous items on board. All combined, it was worth at least 50 to 60 million. This uncle certainly knows how to conduct business, but I'm afraid we are not ill and do not require a doctor. DeLuo curtly declined the uncle's overly enthusiastic offer. No illness? Then why all these questions? What a waste of time. The trapezoidal-faced man's demeanor soured upon realizing that DeLuo was not seeking medical assistance. Even if there is nothing wrong, it is still entertaining to hear, Sophia remarked, her eyes narrowed with a mischievous smile. Chapter 118. Thieves in the Palace that evening. On Gu Island, due to the incessant heavy snowfall, the group disembarked from the ship and headed directly to the nearest town, seeking accommodation at a hotel. While it was called a hotel, it was merely a modest two-story and with only a few rooms, permeated by the scent of hospital disinfectant. Fortunately, each room was equipped with a fireplace for warmth. After placing their luggage in their respective rooms, DeLuo gathered with the others to explore the island and resolve the issue of the recording compass. Women sure are a hassle when it comes to going out. The group complained about the delay caused by the women in the cozy hotel lobby when they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, the shy soldier with a mushroom on his head. Isn't that the soldier we met earlier? What are you doing here? DeLuo asked the man hurrying past with a pile of sheets in his arms. The man paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback, before shyly scratching his head and eventually stammering, I'm here, working part-time to earn money for treatment. DeLuo nodded, not wanting to pry further. This explanation was quite reasonable. After all, Anyone with a mushroom growing on their head would be in a hurry to gather funds for medical care. It's not that. It was Dr. Bullet-Cutting who saved me, the mushroom-headed man clarified, sensing Daluo's misunderstanding as he pointed to the mushroom atop his head. After struggling to piece together his fragmented explanation, Daluo curiously asked, "Why do you say that? Wasn't it Dr. Bullet-Cutting who caused the mushroom to grow on your head?" No. The man shook his head, took a deep breath to calm himself, and explained, "I suffered from another illness that was difficult to cure. I need to spend a lot of money each month on medication, and the mushroom on my head is the most expensive ingredient in the prescription." Dr. Bullet-Cutting, seeing that I was too poor to afford the medicine, used a special potion to make the mushroom grow. "Bullet-Cutting is a very good doctor," he added. Daluo raised an eyebrow, but remained puzzled. "If that is the case, why do so many people on the island refer to him as a quack? There are many other doctors on the island," the man murmured, looking down. "Oh," Daluo's expression shifted to one of realization. This made sense. Fellow practitioners often harbored animosities against one another, especially in a profession where reputation is paramount. It was no wonder that the island was rife with such peculiarities. Despite having several capable doctors who could treat terminal illnesses, patients were led to believe they must pay exorbitant fees to seek their help, ensuring that patients would flow into the hands of other physicians. With this in mind, it seemed that besides Kuleha, Bullet-Cutting was also a promising candidate for the ship's doctor. Daluo Muzid Invardli, contemplating a change to the itinerary to visit this doctor the following day. He had initially intended to recruit Kuleha as the ship's doctor, or if that failed, to enlist the king's medical team entirely. However, it now appeared that he had gained an additional option. In the midst of a lively conversation, Aisha, who was only halfway through her makeup, hurriedly descended from the second floor, anxiously calling out from the staircase, "Dalo, there's trouble. Our ship has been towed away." The location where the mermaid hymn was docked was approximately a dozen kilometers from the hotel, yet Aisha, endowed with the third eye, could perceive every movement aboard the vessel with clarity. "Do you know who did this?" Dalo raised an eyebrow, both astonished and simmering with anger at the audacity of someone daring to directly commandeer their pirate ship. It was a group of royal soldiers, but the leader is someone we've encountered before. "The peculiar old man we met when we disembarked," Aisha replied succinctly, her words flowing rapidly. "That trapezoidal-faced man must be seeking death." Dalo gritted his teeth. "Aisha, where's the ship now?" "It is still moving, but judging by its direction, it seems to be heading towards the royal palace on the island," Aisha responded. "Rekt, let's go check out the palace." Dalo summoned Rekt, who was also capable of flight, and together they transformed into streaks of light, soaring out of the hotel towards the palace. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the magnetic drum kingdom's palace, a thief stealthily entered a cluttered room through the window, taking advantage of the night-s cover. The thief appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, clad in a black high-collared coat and a tall black top hat, with his hair standing erect like a chimney. His name was Shuruku, a notorious thief along the Grand Line. However, his current state was far from ideal. He was afflicted with a terminal illness. "I refuse to die. I need money. Money will allow me to seek the finest doctor on the island to cure me," Shuruku muttered to himself, pulling out a meticulously prepared map of the palace from his coat pocket, desperately searching for something. "The royal treasury. The Weibo metal worth millions of berries. If I can steal it, I will have the funds for my treatment," he murmured obsessively, creeping towards the corner of the room. He cautiously peered out to assess the security situation nearby. Suddenly, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed from the corridor as a soldier in silver armor patrolled the area, approaching the room where Shuruku was hiding. "Have I been discovered?" was Shuruku's immediate thought, cold sweat breaking out across his face, his heart racing, and his temperature rising. Fortunately, as a seasoned thief, he quickly regained his composure, grabbing a thick metal pipe from the clutter and positioning himself behind the door. The armored soldier, armed with a spear, approached the door but did not enter. Instead, he turned back like a robotic vacuum cleaner encountering an obstacle. "Phew, that was close." Shuruku sighed in relief. However, he was not willing to let this opportunity slip away. Quietly opening the door, he lifted the pipe and approached the soldier from behind. With a muffled thud, the soldier was knocked unconscious and dragged into the room. 2 minutes later, a well-dressed soldier emerged from the room, continuing his patrol, albeit with a different route, his target, the palace treasury. As Chapter 119, The Swallowing Fruit, unfolded, Shiruruku prepared to steal from the palace while Dalo and his companions were hot on the heels of the soldiers who had towed their ship away. What audacity! Dalo chuckled as he hovered in the air, bemused by the soldiers below, unable to fathom who had given them the courage to commandeer his ship. Rek, however, discerned the situation and pointed to a peculiar group of large white creatures acting as porters ahead, saying, "Dalo, what do you see in front?" Following Rek's gesture, Dalo spotted a group of enormous rabbits pulling ropes. Familiar with the original tale, he recognized these beasts as the unique, aggressive, and savage giant rabbits native to the Laban Magnetic Drum Kingdom, known to be social creatures. But aren't these creatures typically not inclined to cooperate with humans? Why are they obeying these individuals? Dalo mused curiously in the air. "Let us go down and investigate," Dalo beckoned, descending alongside Rek to the front of the group. "I say, old man, was it truly necessary to steal my ship just because I gathered some information from you?" Dalo addressed the trapezoidal-faced man ahead, his expression unyielding. Hearing Dalo's words, a man in royal armor beside the trapezoidal-faced individual glared angrily, saying, "Minister of Finance, didn't you claim this ship was for your medical expenses? Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He has a serious psychological disorder. This ship was payment for the treatment I just provided him," the trapezoidal-faced man shouted in frustration. "Oh, so now I have a relapse of my psychological disorder. May I request another consultation from this esteemed gentleman?" Dalo shrugged, not bothering to argue, but instead following the man's lead. "Pruss, what are you dawdling about with that kid? Eliminate him. Don't forget, I've already offered this ship to His Majesty," the trapezoidal-faced man blurted out, trying to bolster his confidence with the king's name. "Charge!" Pruss, the armored man, wasted no more words and signaled his soldiers to rush towards Dalo. "Wrecked, this is your domain," Dalo nodded towards him, completely ignoring the oncoming foes and striding toward the trapezoidal-faced man. Dalo's nonchalant demeanor momentarily stunned the soldiers, leaving them frozen in confusion. "Attack!" A soldier closest to Dalo was the first to react, shouting as he raised his blade to strike at Dalo's neck. Following suit, the other soldiers brandished their weapons, intent on surrounding and overwhelming him. "As if I would allow you lot to touch our captain," Rex shrugged, conjuring a torrent of alcohol that shot forth like arrows into the crowd. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless arrows of liquor danced through the air, precisely slicing through each soldier's throat, staining the once clear liquid a deep crimson. In no time, the snowy ground was littered with fallen soldiers, and Dalo stood before the trapezoidal-faced man. "Old man, it seems your treatment has not yielded favorable results. I have come for follow-up consultation." Dalo greeted him with a devilish smile. "Please don't kill me." The trapezoidal-faced man, witnessing the carnage behind Dalo, was paralyzed with fear, clinging to Dalo's leg and begging for mercy. Suddenly, the trapezoidal-faced man shifted his tone, murmuring to himself as if to reassure him, "You cannot kill me. You dare not, for I am the Minister of Finance of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. If you slay me, the king will not spare you." "Minister of Finance?" Daro arched an eyebrow in surprise, then seized the trapezoidal-faced man with the casual grip of one snatching a chick, his attire absurdly formal, a black suit reminiscent of a silver-screen legal crusader. With a wry smile, Daro remarked, "You, the royal treasurer, certainly know how to keep your feet on the ground. Reselling tickets, pilfering trinkets, pity you landed in my hands. Bad luck, truly." Meanwhile, Recht had already subdued the soldier Captain Prussia and dispersed the rabid Rabong soldiers who had hurled themselves at him in frenzied assault. "Recht," Daro called out, "let us pay His Majesty a visit at the royal palace, and see just how much this esteemed treasurer is worth in the king's eyes." With that, Daro seized the trapezoidal-faced man, whose face had collapsed into the grimace of a man who just lost his ancestors, and soared toward the palace. Minutes later, Daro stood before the palace gates. Thanks to Recht's masterful persuasion, laced with generous draughts of wine, Dozens of overzealous guards lay sprawled, blissfully unconscious. Thus, Daruo gained unimpeded audience with the king of Drum Island. The monarch bore an uncanny resemblance to the future ruler, Wapol, round-bellied, fleshy, and crowned with a lecherous, simpering countenance. This man, Daruo declared, flinging the trapezoidal-faced treasurer toward the throne like a discarded sack, stole our ship, and claims to serve you. You owe us an explanation. Oof. The king tumbled backward with a yelp, then scrambled upright, sputtering, Don't believe him. I've never laid eyes on him. Wataru, you wretch. The treasurer shrieked, pointing a trembling finger. How dare you deny knowing me? I put you on that throne. And for years, I've siphoned fortunes into your coffers. Yet now, at the first whiff of trouble, you'd cast me aside like rotten fruit? Never. In utter despair, he lunged at the king, clawing and tearing at his robes like a cornered beast. Enough. Daruo's voice cracked like thunder, parting the two with sheer authority. He had no patience for such undignified theatrics. No more than one would tolerate a squabble between screeching gossips. Your Majesty, Rekt interjected coolly. If you truly do not know him, then why did your soldiers open fire the moment we appeared outside the palace gates? That is, Wataru stammered, tongue-tied, his flimsy denials crumbling like ash. Realizing evasion was futile, he sighed and shrugged with uncharacteristic candor. Fine. What would you have me do? It's simple, Daruo replied, his tone deceptively mild. I've heard Drum Island possesses a legendary royal medical corps. Might we take them with us? Impossible. Wataru snapped, standing abruptly, rarely so resolute. That corps is the very foundation of my reign. I'd sooner die than surrender them. Very well, Daruo said, lips curling in faint amusement. He had no intention of pressing the matter. His true objective lay elsewhere. I've also heard, he continued, voice smooth as polished onyx, that this island harbors a rare memory alloy. Surely, your Majesty would not deny me that. Wataru paled. He knew precisely what Daruo meant. Swallowing hard, he rose stiffly from his throne and, with visible anguish, murmured, It's kept in the royal vault. Follow me. Minutes later, within the hushed, gilded silence of the vault, Wataru stared, dumbfounded, at an empty chest tucked in the far corner. This was here. He gasped. Daruo's gaze darkened. It seems your Majesty's sincerity leaves much to be desired. Perhaps you'd prefer to reunite with your forebears beneath the earth? Don't kill me, Wataru cried, scrambling backward. Then, suddenly remembering something, darted to another recess of the vault. He returned moments later, cradling a peculiar fruit etched with spiraling, serpentine patterns. This is the tun-tun fruit. Left by our ancestors, he pleaded, offering it with trembling hands. Take it, spare my life. Is that bargain acceptable? The tun-tun fruit. Daruo studied the fruit, a crimson dragon fruit adorned with arcane whorls, and a wry, almost pitying smile flickered across his face. He knew better than most. Wapol metal, the very alloy he sought, was born from this fruit's power. Wataru, in his desperation, had just traded a sovereign S-crown for a copper coin. Very well, Daruo said, accepting the fruit with a sigh of reluctant grace. I shall accept, though it pains me to do so. Chapter 120. The king of Rabong, while Daruo stirred chaos within the palace, Hilialik had succeeded in securing the Wapol medal. Glory! Money at last! I shall live! He exulted, hoisting a massive wooden crate on his back before vaulting over the palace wall, plummeting headlong into a deep, powdery drift of snow. If I sell this memory alloy, he panted, dragging the heavy chest across the white expanse, leaving a long, ragged furrow in its wake. The medical fees will be covered. Daruo's spoils, however, were no less extraordinary. The tun-tun fruit. He gazed at it, still, silent, pulsing with latent paradox, as though beholding a relic from myth. Having read the chronicles, he knew its power intimately, a devil fruit of staggering versatility. Its user could, in theory, swallow anything, absorbing it wholly into their being, inheriting its properties, even digesting themselves, thereby reshaping bone, sinew, and soul at will. Was it strong? Undeniably. So formidable that even Blackbeard, wielder of the Yami Yami no Mi, had once journeyed from the New World solely to claim it. Before acquiring the compression fruit, Daruo himself had ranked it second only to the Goro no Mi, the thunderous treasure of Skypiea. Yet one enigma haunted its legend. Could its user devour another devil fruit user, and thereby inherit their power? If so, it would stand unrivaled, the supreme fruit among all. On board the Mermaid Him, 3 of the 5 crew members were devil fruit users, excluding Izumi Reiken, the swordmaster who scorned such shortcuts, and Aisha, whose presence in that role was, frankly, incongruous. Aisha, fragile, untrained, her gifts lying not in power but in perception, was utterly unsuited to such a fruit. To entrust it to her would be desecration, a waste as grievous as burying a diamond in mud. Daruo sighed softly, slipped the fruit into his satchel, and rose, then soared. Swift and silent, back toward the Mermaid Him. The vessel still lay anchored halfway to the palace. Yet fortune favored them. Izumi Reiken and the others had already arrived. "Bear!" Sophia called from the deck, her voice light but firm. "Gently now. Too much force will splinter the hull." Bear, standing at the stern, pressed his broad, fleshy palms against the ship's hull, his hira no Mi enabling him to repel matter with delicate, rhythmic pulses. With each controlled thrust, the Mermaid Him slid forward dozens of meters across the snow, gliding like a swan upon frozen silk. Wrecked, landing lightly beside them, scratched his head in bemusement. "What in the world are you all doing?" Daruo chuckled, a touch sheepish. My oversight. I should have left you behind." Apart from Daruo, who can manipulate airflow and control the vessel using the powers of the fruit, only Lei Kute can utilize the currents of wine to guide the ship back to shore. Asking Iquan Li Qian and the others to undertake this task would indeed be quite laborious. However, Xiong, why not fully unleash your fruit abilities and see if you can propel the ship to the shore? As Daruo spoke, he conjured an air wall with his powers, enveloping the Mermaid Him. "All right, let me give it a try," Xiong replied eagerly, waving his hand. At that moment, Aisha on the deck suddenly turned her gaze towards the distant snow-capped mountains, exclaiming, "Daruo, there's a pack of white bears approaching quickly." "White bears?" Daruo questioned, extending his observation haki towards the mountaintop, and indeed spotting the peculiar creatures. They were La Bang, a species of giant rabbits unique to the island. Daruo corrected with a hint of resignation. Just as Daruo prepared to swiftly deal with these uninvited guests, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from the leading La Bang. In a moment of hesitation, the group of La Bang charged down the mountainside like an avalanche. "It possesses haki." Daruo raised an eyebrow, observing the robust La Bang with its hardened, black fists, and exclaimed in astonishment. In a world characterized by martial prowess, the creatures within the pirate realm are not to be underestimated. Each is strikingly formidable. Take for instance the island where Luffy trained for 2 years. Simply tossing any creature from there into the seas would yield a powerhouse. Not to mention the formidable Ape King who had bested Luffy for 2 years, and the Baboon King who had nearly defeated Zoro. Nonetheless, even among these beasts, those capable of wielding haki are exceedingly rare, and yet here was one La Bang that could. Naturally, the sharp-eyed Lei Kute also noticed the thick coating of haki enveloping the peculiar rabbit's fists. Having just mastered the technique of haki hardening, he was reluctant to be outdone by a mere rabbit. "Daruo, allow me to confront it," Lei Kute declared, cracking his knuckles. Daruo hesitated for a moment. The aura from this La Bang reminded him of the overwhelming presence he had faced against CP0's Boda, exuding a distinctly wild ferocity. "That rabbit is quite powerful. Do not underestimate it," Daruo cautioned, patting Lei Kute on the shoulder. "Am I to be bested by a rabbit?" Lei Kute scoffed, taking a wide stance before leaping off the deck, charging straight toward the La Bang leader. Wine spear. In midair, Lei Kute brought his hands together, conjuring a long spear of wine and hurling it directly at the La Bang leader. "Lei Kute, if you don't take this seriously, you will surely suffer the consequences," Daruo remarked from the deck, having procured a beach chair from somewhere, watching the battle with leisure while offering a warning. As expected, just as Daruo had predicted, the formidable wine spear was effortlessly swatted away by the La Bang leader, who then leapt high into the air, soaring several meters before delivering a powerful punch toward Le Cote. With a resounding crash, Le Cote, still airborne, was struck by the hockey-imbued fist, plummeting to the ground and creating a deep crater in the snow. "Do you need my assistance?" Sophia approached the edge of the deck, leaning against the railing with a smile as she inquired about Le Cote's condition. "No need. Le Cote." Rising from the ground and brushing the snow off himself, attempting to maintain his bravado. However, he no longer bore the relaxed demeanor he had previously. It was evident he was preparing for a serious confrontation. Red wine freedom anthem. Flames erupted fiercely around Le Cote, illuminating the pristine snow with a crimson glow. He gestured dramatically, unleashing a barrage of flaming arrows that shot into the air before plummeting down toward the La Bang leader's head. Meanwhile, the La Bang leader did not remain idle. It swiftly crossed its hockey-imbued arms in a protective stance, intercepting the volley of blazing arrows effortlessly. Observing the scene, DeLuo shook his head and remarked, "It appears you still do not comprehend that hockey is the essence of true strength. Without it, you cannot even breach an opponent's defenses against hockey." Having fought against a FA, DeLuo had a profound understanding of this principle. On the other hand, whether due to the La Bang leader's strength or Le Cote's novice hockey skills, the latter quickly found himself at a disadvantage, having already endured 2 heavy blows from his opponent. "Are you not going to step in and assist?" Sovainkvar, striding closer to DeLuo. After such a prolonged period, Le Cote had grown too complacent. Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to face some hardship, DeLuo stated as he rose from his beach chair. In truth, the La Bang leader could not be deemed weak. It might even surpass the Ape King in strength. Even if several supernovas from when Ming Ni Island were to engage it in a battle of attrition, it would not necessarily be defeated. However, this did not justify Le Cote's failure. Since boarding the ship, he had lost the acute sense of danger he once felt while being pursued by CP0, leading to his relaxed demeanor and slower growth in strength. "I am done playing. Dravin torstai disperisen, eli kiskivi kote sote duriously." Preparing to employ a desperate tactic of mutual destruction against the rabbit. Enough is enough. Having achieved his goal, DeLuo decided not to remain a mere spectator any longer. He raised his weapon and accurately shot the La Bang leader, incapacitating it. "Stop!" Aisha, who had been observing from the sidelines, slowly opened her third eye, commanding the La Bang leader with an imposing presence. Astonishingly, the La Bang leader ceased its assault, looking around in confusion as if searching for the source of the peculiar voice. Chapter 121. Accidental ingestion. Can you communicate with that rabbit? DeLuo tilted his head at Aisha, incredulity etched across his face. "What rabbit?" "It has its own name, Lati Bay." Aisha rolled her eyes and clarified. "I mentioned before that I possess the foundational ability of the Three-Eyed Clan, awareness, along with my unique third eye ability, connection. When these 2 abilities combine, I can read the thoughts of animals and communicate with them on a subconscious level. Such an extraordinary ability possessed by the Three-Eyed Clan." Despite already holding the Three-Eyed Clan's powers in high regard, DeLuo was still taken aback by Aisha's revelation. No wonder this race faced extinction. Their multifaceted abilities rival those of the notorious Red-Eyed Clan, not to mention their foundational ability to read historical texts. However, if Aisha could coax this rabbit onto the ship, it would provide her with a degree of safety, not to mention, given the current combat prowess of this La Bang leader, it could certainly navigate the first half of the Grand Line with ease. DeLuo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Aisha, bring that rabbit, Lati Bay, aboard our ship." DeLuo beckoned, signaling for Le Cote and the others to return to the mermaid hymn along with the La Bang. Once everyone was gathered, DeLuo activated his powers, generating a compressed cyclone that lifted the ship into the air, guiding it back along the air currents to the docking point. "What? You want this rabbit to sail with us?" Rekeet pointed at the side, where Rabetti was frantically gnawing on a carrot, and exclaimed in astonishment. Equally astonished was Sophia, who had recently exerted considerable effort to become a reserve crew member of the team, while a mere rabbit had seemingly boarded the ship with such ease. Sophia felt targeted. Daro nodded thoughtfully and began to explain. Rabetti possesses considerable combat prowess and is highly obedient to Aisha, making it an excellent complement to Aisha's combat capabilities. Daro's decision was made after careful consideration. Rabetti wields Busashoka Haki, while Aisha has a perception ability akin to Kinbunchika Haki. Together, Rabetti will become a formidable rabbit endowed with both powers. Few individuals possess mastery over both types of Haki, and even in the New World, they are formidable opponents. More importantly, with Rabetti's presence, Kuma can be liberated from the duty of constantly protecting Aisha, allowing him to face battles independently to enhance his strength. The addition of Rabetti can significantly free up 2 combatants. Aisha, ask if it is willing to join us, Daro instructed Aisha, who was eagerly feeding Rabetti carrots. It insists on being fed, she replied. Deep into the night, to celebrate Rabetti's boarding, the Daro pirate crew held a grand feast. Do you really have to go this far? Aisha remarked, raising her glass and gazing incredulously at the sight of a rabbit and a person indulging in weightlifting. I refuse to be outdone by a rabbit, Rikit grumbled, lifting a specially designed heavy barbell made by Daro. Meanwhile, the muscular rabbit was squatting with 2 tons of weights, occasionally peeking out to nibble on the roasted meat offered by Kuma. Daro, aren't you going to intervene? Sophia chuckled at the comical scene and looked at Daro. Isn't it quite amusing? Daro replied, setting down his glass and stretching, then admonishing Rikit, you really need to train hard, now that Aisha has Rabetti as her bodyguard. Her strength cannot be underestimated. Don't be surprised if you find yourself unable to defeat even Kuma, or in turn, and end up at the bottom of the team. That will never happen, Rikit retorted vehemently. Aisha was elated today. She would no longer be a hindrance to the team. To please her new bodyguard, she eagerly sat beside Rabetti on a small stool, holding up roasted meat for Rabetti to nibble on while squatting. The joyous banquet continued until the late hours of the night. Kuma and Sophia, unable to hold their liquor, were thoroughly intoxicated, while the health-conscious Izumi had long since retired to bed. After assisting Kuma and Sophia to their quarters, Daro returned to the captain's quarters to rest. Only Aisha and Rabetti remained on watch. In the stillness of the night, the mermaid's song ship gently rocked in the harbor with the waves. Aisha lay on the deck, resting her head on Rabetti's ears, savoring the soft texture of its fur. Suddenly, Rabetti sprang up like a zombie and hopped over to the pile of carrots that had yet to be cleaned up. Rabetti, are you still hungry? Aisha gently inquired, squinting her eyes as she fed Rabetti 1 carrot after another. Rabetti devoured the carrots with impressive speed, consuming dozens in no time, even finishing off the leftover snacks from Izumi. Wait here. I'll see if there's more food. Aisha dashed into the kitchen, bringing out some vegetables and fruits. In her haste, she stumbled over Daro's backpack. With a loud thud, a patterned dragon fruit tumbled out from the backpack's opening, rolling several meters across the deck and landing right in the pile of fruits and vegetables Aisha was using to feed Rabetti. Chapter 122. The Gluttonous Rabbit Rabetti, my goodness. Daro exclaimed, astonished. What did he wake up to? A rabbit resembling a cauliflower? What in the world? Daro scratched his head, unable to fathom such a bizarre species existed. Just as he marveled at the peculiarity, a chilling thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to darken. He quickly approached his backpack. Indeed, it was gone. Daro stared at the empty backpack, almost in tears. The superhuman-level gulp-gulp fruit he had acquired just yesterday had vanished. Aisha, what did you do? Daro pressed his forehead, exasperated as he gazed at the woman before him, devoid of intellect and charm. It was one thing to bring a Navy admiral onto their ship at Wangming and Ai Island, but now she was feeding a fruit to a pet? He finally understood that the formidable abilities of the Sanzan tribe seemed to come at the cost of intelligence. In the original story, the hybrid Sanzan character, Buren, was purely a love-struck fool, and Aisha seemed to be the epitome of that. Realizing her fault, Aisha hung her head, staring at her toes, and remained silent. All right. There's nothing that can be done now that it has been eaten, Sophia interjected, trying to ease the tension as she comforted Aisha. Given the circumstances, Daro refrained from saying more, but kicked the sleeping cauliflower rabbit on the deck. Unaware of the commotion, Rabetti, who had eaten a terrible fruit the previous day, perked up its ears and sat up on the deck. Aisha, Have it revert from this ridiculous cauliflower form, Daro instructed, then went into the cabin to retrieve a cannon and some assorted swords. Let us find a place to test this gulp-gulp rabbit's abilities. Daro compressed the items and packed them into his backpack. After a while, they found an open space. Rikit, you came along? What? Are you afraid Rabetti will become unbeatable after consuming the fruit? Daro teased Rikit, who insisted on following. Who would fear a troublesome rabbit? Rikit replied, his face flushed, though his tone lacked conviction. After all, he had struggled against Rabetti before the fruit, and now the gap would surely widen. Daro clapped his hands, choosing not to further provoke Rikit, and turned to Aisha. Aisha, do you know what fruit Rabetti consumed? I don't know. Aisha shook her head. Daro revealed. It consumed the superhuman gulp-gulp fruit, which allows the user to swallow any object, gaining its properties and altering their own physical structure. With that, Daro retrieved the cannon from his backpack, returning it to its original form and tossing it toward Rabetti. Aisha, have Rabetti open its mouth and swallow this cannon. Oh no! Somewhat sluggish, Aisha finally realized the situation and communicated with Rabetti through Link's ability. Rabetti opened her mouth, and upon receiving the subconscious command, her jaws widened like those of a hippopotamus, swallowing the entire cannon that had been thrown at her. A miraculous event unfolded. After being consumed, the cannon began to fuse with Rabetti's body, ultimately transforming her entire right arm into a cannon-like structure. Wow, they have merged. How impressive. Aisha and the bear exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Enough with the nonsense. Daro interjected, thoroughly unimpressed by their peculiar aesthetic, and pointed to a tree atop the mountain, commanding Aisha, instruct her to fire towards that mountain pass. Following the order, Rabetti fumbled for a while, but eventually understood how to operate the cannon. With a resounding boom, a cannonball shot forth, obliterating the tree at its roots. That's it. Daro clapped his hands and tossed the remaining miscellaneous items to Aisha. You and Rabetti should experiment with these. Master the abilities of this fruit quickly, or you'll be caught off guard in battle. Oh, and let Rabetti carry this backpack. She can retrieve items during combat by swallowing them. Don't waste such a powerful fruit. Daro rapped Aisha on the head, then turned to Lekit, adding, Lekit, don't just stand there. Go practice with her. Meanwhile, in the palace of Magnetic Drum Island, please don't kill me, Vader pleaded, having been thrown from the throne, kneeling before the pirates. Want to live? Very well. Let us see how cooperative you are, Captain John said, advancing with a cutlass held to Vader's throat. Cooperate, cooperate, I will certainly cooperate, Vader stammered, feeling the cold steel against his neck, nearly brought to tears. I've heard there's a special memory alloy in your royal treasury, John remarked ominously. Vader, having just discovered the treasury was robbed the previous day, felt utterly despondent. He could hardly comprehend why that heap of scrap metal, long ignored, was now suddenly in demand. What, does the king wish to perish? John threatened menacingly. No, no, I want to live. Vader hesitated, his eyes darting as if hiding something sinister. You're too late. A group of pirates raided the treasury yesterday, and they seek the same goal as you. Those memory alloys are now in their possession. Harboring resentment towards Daro, Vader sought to divert blame. Where are those pirates? John's eyes narrowed, his gaze fierce like a wolf deprived of its prey. I don't know, but they seem to be recruiting a ship's doctor, a peculiar physician named Brage. Before he could finish, a scream erupted from Vader as his head was severed, floating in the air, even as he glimpsed his own body. Unfazed, Captain John wiped his blade clean of Vader's blood. Heim, Raish, Janch. Deal with the rest in the palace and transfer whatever else is in the treasury to the ship. At his command, 2 burly men stepped forward, unleashing a massacre that left no one alive apart from themselves. A storm of blood and chaos was imminent. Chapter 123, Ill-Fated Companions. Due to Rabetti's blunder, Daro had to postpone his visit to the island's renowned doctor until the following day. The group returned to their inn for the night and inquired about the peculiar Dr. Brage from a young man with a mushroom-shaped head. Under the vast night sky, a colossal full moon illuminated the scene, while the others slept soundly, Lekit, agitated by Rabetti's antics. climbed onto the slanted rooftop of the inn with a drink in hand. Can't sleep? Darlo smiled, leaping lightly onto the roof. Darlo, am I truly this weak? Lekheit's rare display of insecurity was evident. Weak? Certainly not. It depends on your aspirations. If your only desire is to survive the celestial dragon's pursuit, your current strength suffices. However, if you wish to conquer these seas alongside us and fulfill your dreams, you have much ground to cover. Darlo seized the drink from Lekheit's hand and poured him a cup, continuing unabashedly, at least at this moment, you're not fit to be my right-hand man. How can I improve? Hockey? Lekheit queried as he accepted the drink. Hockey is indeed fundamental, but developing your fruit's abilities is equally crucial. The alcohol fruit is a formidable devil fruit, yet you've only utilized its flammable property. But alcohol possesses more than just combustibility. Intoxication, fluidity, these are also aspects of its capabilities. You could hone your skills in those areas. Darlo tightened the cap on the half-empty bottle and raised his glass to Lekheit. Lekheit remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the swirling liquid in his cup. While they conversed, both Darlo and Lekheit paused, turning their attention to the west of the island. What is that? A powerful presence. A beast? Lekheit murmured. Darlo nodded approvingly. It seems your talent for observation hockey surpasses your mastery of armament hockey. In this regard, Labadi falls short. Lekheit's lips twitched, failing to feel the joy of the compliment. I'll go take a look, Darlo declared, leaping from the roof and swiftly heading westward across the island. On the western side of the island, within a grove of cherry blossoms, a terrifying black figure writhed under the moonlight, its eyes glowing a fierce red, its form swelling in size, and its fur cascading like a waterfall to the ground. What is that? Darlo exclaimed, astonished as he observed the silhouette atop the treetops. In his perception of observation hockey, the being in the grove radiated an aura of unparalleled ferocity, dissuading Darlo from approaching too closely, compelling him to watch from a distance. Suddenly, the shadow turned to face Darlo, revealing a wide grin filled with sharp, gleaming teeth. As Darlo attempted to greet the creature, a swift shadow lunged at him, followed by a vicious claw strike. Fortunately, his heightened sense of vigilance had long locked onto the assailant's position, allowing him to evade the perilous attack just in time. The shadow that had evaded capture fell to the ground, just as Dalu intended to draw his gun in retaliation. The assailant showed no inclination to engage further and swiftly fled into the depths of the forest, vanishing within the dense thicket in the blink of an eye. It was utterly perplexing. Dalu, nearly caught off guard, returned Aolini to his waist. In the dead of night, within the palace of Sidhu Island, the captain was roused from his seat. Get up, captain. The throne you sit upon is made of gold. I could dismantle it and transport it aboard the ship. The man known as the Butcher, a towering figure named Haim with a bounty of 430 million, approached his captain. Fool, if you take it apart, where will I sit? John, seated upon the throne, struck the armrest in exasperation and continued. When we leave later, you may dismantle it, but remember to do so cleanly, leaving no gold behind. When are we departing? You must inform me immediately, Captain. GNC and Lyc have already taken a considerable share of treasure. I have yet to collect anything. Haim, resembling a butcher, scratched his head and spoke with a simple-minded demeanor. You, dimwit, unable to seize anything, yet you resort to whining behind people's backs. Lyc, whose skin resembled yellowed wallpaper with hints of darkness, entered from side hall. What are you lizard-brained fools discussing? The impetuous Haim was provoked by Lyc's words. Brandishing the spiral-crushing knife in his right hand, filled with murderous intent. Enough. Cease your bickering. Jean pounded the armrest once more, casting a warning glance at both men. He then turned his gloomy expression towards a man dressed in suspenders, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, resembling a bank manager, and inquired, GNC, have you completed your investigation? The slender, tall man named GNC stepped forward from the corner, a slight smile curving his lips as he replied, the investigation is complete. As you surmised, the pirates by the shore are indeed the notorious Dalu pirate crew. What a coincidence! Shall we confront them now? Haim exclaimed with an odd laugh, even spinning the meat grinder knife in his hand. They are not aboard that ship, They are likely visiting the doctor named Bullet, as the deceased king mentioned. GNC adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Then we shall settle accounts with them tomorrow, John declared with a menacing expression, clearly harboring a grudge against Dalu and his crew. This was hardly surprising, as Dalu had rescued Sophia and intercepted the Vabo medal, turning the two parties into sworn enemies. Suddenly, the telephone bug in John's pocket began to buzz. "John, this is Bakine. Where are you now?" The sharp, theatrical voice of Miss Bakine echoed from the device. "I am currently on Sidhu Island." "What is the matter?" John, startled by Bakine's voice, used his pinky to clean his ear before responding truthfully. "Newgate is going to throw me off the ship." Bakine covered her mouth, her voice trembling with emotion. On the other end, Newgate seized Bakine's telephone bug and addressed John. "John, Bakine has committed an unforgivable error on my ship, and therefore she cannot remain aboard. Coincidentally, we plan to seek medical assistance in the Sidhu Kingdom. So upon our arrival, let Bakine take your ship back to the New World." Newgate spoke with resolute finality. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Sidhu Island, a pirate ship braved the snowstorm, steadily making its way into the harbor. "I say, Captain, do you really appear to be a person with a terminal illness? What if Dalu is merely jesting?" Jabba, shivering in his short sleeves, voiced his concern. "Haha, perhaps. But I cannot shake the feeling that Dalu did not seem to be lying at all," Roger remarked as he brushed the snow off his straw hat. Possessing the ability to hear the voices of all things, Roger felt an inexplicable trust in Dalu, which prompted him to comply when Dalu instructed him to undergo a health check. He even invited Kukalawasi aboard years in advance, though the latter ultimately did not join. It can be said that even for Dalu, a traveler from another world, altering the course of events was no simple feat. "Let us go." Indeed. "Our ship lacks a doctor." The mature and composed Rayleigh donned a wool vest and added, "Lads, dock the ship." Chapter 124. The strange Dr. Bullet on a warm winter morning. The sun's rays streamed through the window, illuminating Dalu's face. After returning to the inn the previous night, Dalu had been preoccupied with thoughts of the peculiar shadow, managing to stay awake all night, staring at the ceiling until dawn. After stretching, Dalu rose from his bed. "Dalu, hurry up. Today we must seek out that strange Dr. Bullet." The voice of Aisha echoed in Dalu's subconscious. This uniquely minded woman always applied her extraordinary abilities in the most curious of ways. After freshening up, Dalu and the others finished a rather unpalatable hotel breakfast before stepping outside. The records of Sidhu Island had long been completed. Their continued presence on the island was solely to recruit a ship doctor, and thus their destination was the Bullet clinic nestled within the western thicket of the island. With a journey ahead, Dalu and his companions opted for the most popular mode of transportation on Sidhu Island: sleds. The sled dogs, with their short legs in vigorous motion, pulled the sled, leaving a long indentation in the snow. Aisha, seated at the rear of the sled, scooped up a handful of snow with her gloved hand and tossed it at Labidi. Startled by the sudden cold sensation, the slow-reacting Labidi looked around, only to find Aisha grinning mischievously, prompting the two to engage in playful antics. In contrast to the childlike Aisha, the mature and charming Sophia gazed at the surrounding snowy landscape with interest, her eyes momentarily fixating on the cherry blossom trees sprouting new buds. In such a cold eastern island, it is quite strange that cherry blossom trees can thrive in such numbers, Sophia remarked, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Suddenly struck by her observation, Dalu realized that in the dark of night, he had failed to notice the peculiarities of the western woods of Sidhu Island. Shadows, winter island cherry blossoms, and the strange doctor's clinic. He pondered the connections among these elements. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the sled swiftly traversed the cherry blossom grove, arriving at a clearing deep within the forest. In the clearing stood a humble woodland cabin, its wooden door adorned with a sign bearing crooked, childlike handwriting that read, "Consultation hours, every morning from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., excluding full moon days." Excluding full moon days? Yesterday was indeed a full moon day. "How fortunate that we did not arrive yesterday and face a closed door," Rikki commented, grinning at the sign. "Are you here for consultation? If so, come inside." A small head peered out from behind the cabin door as it creaked open. You all wait outside. I will go in and check. DeLuo glanced at La Beiti and Xiong, realizing that the two of them would likely fill the wooden house upon entering. Thus, he decided to step inside first. Once inside, DeLuo discovered that the space was divided into two rooms, one serving as a waiting area and the other as a consultation room, separated by a simple white curtain. It was just past 10 in the morning, and the waiting area was crowded with children awaiting their turn to see the doctor. They sat obediently on wooden benches, forming a line reminiscent of the scene in his previous life when patrons queued at a bustling restaurant. Make sure to take a number and form a line. Those arriving late should find a stool and join at the back. No cutting in line. A small child, dressed like an adult and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, lifted the curtain and proclaimed with an air of maturity. DeLuo couldn't help but chuckle at this miniature adult and cooperatively moved a stool to sit behind one of the children. "Big brother, are you sick too?" A girl in front of him, with a runny nose and flushed cheeks, turned her head and innocently inquired. "Yes, I have a rather serious illness," DeLuo replied, not wanting to elaborate too much, offering a vague excuse instead. "Don't worry, no matter how serious it is, Dr. Baijie can cure it," the girl said confidently while giving her fist a little pump. "Is that so? Dr. Baijie, is that remarkable?" Daro'sBullet, not expecting this remark to spark a debate. "Of course, Dr. Baijie is the best doctor on the island. 100 times better than that witch on Nanju Mountain," one child asserted emphatically. 1,000 times better. No, 10,000 times better. A group of small children began to argue animatedly, adding hyperbolic praise for Dr. Baijie. Before long, the children in front of DeLuo completed their consultations, and the slick-back child lifted the curtain again, beckoning DeLuo. "Last patient, come in quickly." Heated by the call, DeLuo lifted the curtain and entered the consultation room. Against the walls of the room stood a cabinet laden with various jars and bottles, while a long table cluttered with peculiar prescriptions and medical books occupied the center. Behind the table sat a figure draped in a black cloak, wearing a long-beaked bird mask. The cloaked figure appeared momentarily startled upon seeing DeLuo, quickly regaining composure and gesturing for him to sit opposite. "What do you feel unwell?" Dr. Baijie asked in a low voice while extending a hand to retrieve a blank prescription pad from the desk, preparing to note down the medication. Just as DeLuo was about to express his purpose for visiting, he was suddenly captivated by the outstretched hand. The palm was covered in black fur, complete with pads. Clearly not human. "Ah, I see," DeLuo thought to himself, piecing together the clues. It seemed highly probable that the shadow he encountered in the woods last night belonged to Dr. Baijie. As for why the doctor did not hold consultations on the night of the full moon, the answer was straightforward. Dr. Baijie was of the Fur Clan. Was he not? DeLuo squinted and remarked. The figure in the cloak suddenly froze, the cloak disintegrating into tatters, and in an instant, a sharp claw lunged towards DeLuo's face. As expected, DeLuo swiftly grasped Baijie's right hand, tightening his grip while locking eyes with the black cat before him. Rising to his full height of nearly 2 meters, Baijie was covered in black fur, save for his belly, which was bare, and his pupils resembled those of a feline. "What do you intend to do?" Baijie, no longer lowering his voice, reverted to the distinctive sharp tone of the Fur Clan. "Oh, it's nothing much, but you did attack me without reason last night, and then left in a hurry," DeLuo replied, loosening his grip slightly to convey a gesture of goodwill. "I apologize. I encountered some difficulties last night and could not control myself properly." "My attack was unintentional," Baijie said, flexing his wrist, which had become stiff from being held too tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed DeLuo earnestly. "Of course, I understand. The moonline form is not easily manageable." DeLuo raised an eyebrow and spoke casually. Baijie studied this man, who seemed to know everything, with a wary expression. "What exactly do you want?" Just as DeLuo was about to express his desire to recruit a ship's doctor, a commotion erupted at the door, accompanied by the sounds of children crying. "Qian Mian saw Feia, hand over the blueprints, and I might spare you a less painful death," Captain John cackled from outside. At the same time, the brutal Haimu, the Gecko Lai Si, and the devilish gambler, Si, converged from the other side of the wooden house, cornering Suo Feia and several children who had just finished their consultations. These pesky little brats are quite bothersome. Haimu, with his violent nature, raised his rotary cutter and swung it towards the children. Chapter 125. Fierce battle, just as the spiraling rotary cutter was about to descend upon the children. A compressed air projectile suddenly pierced through the wooden house's wall, tracing a peculiar arc in the air as it shot towards Haimu's vital points. With a resounding bang, the violently compressed air projectile exploded. Though merely an ordinary compressed bullet, it struck Haimu's elbow joint at an awkward angle, not only neutralizing his attack, but also causing him considerable pain. I say, Captain John, isn't it a bit excessive to target children? DeLuo emerged from the small wooden house, his expression dark as he aimed his gun at John's head, speaking coldly. Oh, you know me. I thought you were just some inexperienced brat. Captain John leaned lazily against his Western knife. His tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning menacing. However, knowing my name and still daring to intercept my blueprints and memory alloy, you have quite the audacity, little brat. Captain John, having some notoriety, believed everything belonged to him. Why don't you claim that the Malin Vandu is also yours? DeLuo retorted firmly, unwilling to indulge Captain John's arrogance. Why waste time talking to them? Watch me shred them to pieces. Having been shot, Haimu harbored a grudge against DeLuo, and seeing his captain humiliated only fueled his fury as he charged forward, brandishing the rotary cutter with the intent to turn DeLuo into minced meat. Labaiti, go. Aisha pointed forward, resembling a Pokemon trainer. Labaiti complete. Springing into action as its powerful rabbit legs propelled it high into the air, raising its black right fist in response. With a screech, the rapidly spinning rotary cutter struck Labaiti's formidable black arm, inexplicably coming to a halt while emitting a grating sound of a motor running idle. Oomph. You indeed have some skills, Haimu scoffed, witnessing his attack being thwarted, then sneered, but do not underestimate the special weapon tailored for me by the doctor. After speaking, Haimu's right shoulder emanated a red glow resembling vascular patterns. As the crimson light continued to converge, the motor installed in the spiral cutter suddenly surged in power, propelling the cutter to spin with greater force. Oh! Rabetti let out a sharp scream as the cutter inflicted a gash on his arm, watching in terror as his arm was nearly ensnared. In this perilous moment, the bear beside him, witnessing Rabetti's plight, hurriedly stepped forward to assist. The bear swung its fleshy palm, unleashing a shockwave from a distance that compelled Haimu to raise his hand in defense, allowing Rabetti to withdraw his arm in the meantime. What a useless fool, unable even to handle a mere rabbit. Lace, who had always been at odds with Haimu, mocked, striking a pose before delivering a fierce kick towards Rabetti. I say, do you think I'm invisible? Wrecked, unwilling to let Rabetti steal the spotlight alone, lightly leaped and executed a whip kick that sent Lace crashing into the nearby dense forest. Following closely, Wrecked transformed into a torrent and swiftly rushed towards Lace, engaging him in combat, thus establishing a second battlefield. Simultaneously, the previously restrained Jiens, no longer a mere bystander, skillfully removed his suit to reveal a checked shirt underneath. With gloved hands, he retrieved a deck of playing cards from his shirt pocket. Shall we continue our gambling, Sophia? Jiens squinted, extending an invitation toward Sophia. Sophia, sans signe danger, looked at Jiens with a grim expression. Before encountering Daluo, she had been discovered and injured by Jiens, and had it not been for the ability of the Jiwei Hugua, she might not have escaped. Playing cards, you say? I find that somewhat intriguing. How about we have a game, just the two of us? Izumi Rei, also squinting, expressed his interest as he stepped forward, sword in hand. He is quite powerful. Be cautious. Sophia grasped Izumi Rei's arm, warning him. Fear not, it will be fine. Izumi Rei nodded reassuringly to Sophia, then turned to Jiens, suggesting, would you mind relocating? This place is too cramped for a proper display of our abilities. Of course, the house will accommodate all reasonable requests from the gamblers. Jiens shrugged, fanning out the cards with a flourish before returning them to his grasp. However, remember, once at the gambling table, there is no opportunity for regret. Jiens shifted positions, revealing a gambler's manic grin. Now then, the bet is placed. Meanwhile, Daluo engaged in an intense duel with Captain John. their swords clashing amidst a flurry of special bullets that annihilated each other. Unlike the lackluster version of Captain John, who had been turned into a zombie by Moonlight Moria in the original work, the real Captain John was a formidable swordsman, boasting a bounty of 940 million. Truly a notorious pirate of this era. His strength was not to be underestimated. Kid, if you obediently hand over your belongings and submit, I might consider sparing your life. As John spoke, he wielded his western sword, deflecting countless bullets aimed at him. Daluo scoffed, disdainfully retorting, I have an immature suggestion. Why don't you bow your head in apology, and from now on, avoid me whenever we meet? I'll let this matter slide. John was taken aback. Since joining the Rocks Pirates, he had never encountered such treatment. Typically, newcomers trembled at the mere mention of his name. What an arrogant little brat! John bellowed, tightening his grip on the sword handle and forcefully swinging it forward, releasing a slender slash that seemed destined to pierce the heavens towards Daluo. Danger! A chilling sense of crisis surged within Daluo as he perceived the imminent threat through his observation hockey. As expected, that massive slash unexpectedly split into two sword waves mid-flight, intertwining to form a perfect arc, encircling Daluo from both sides. Fortunately, Daluo had anticipated this. He raised his hand, compressing the surrounding air, forming numerous solid air walls that gradually dissipated the force of the slashes. Nevertheless, the residual power still grazed Daluo, leaving two deep sword marks on his body. What treachery! Chapter 126, Conqueror's Hockey. I never imagined the illustrious Captain John would resort to such underhanded tactics as a sneak attack. This truly broadens my horizons. After fending off the split slash imbued with an element of surprise, Daluo glared at John, sarcastically remarking. Captain John, unfazed, shrugged with a smug grin. You're not suggesting we engage in some honorable duel, are you? Don't make me laugh. We are pirates, after all. Before he could finish, John lifted his western sword again, transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards Daluo, attempting to catch him off guard amid his distraction. However, this time, Daluo was prepared. With his eyes glowing red, Daluo utilized the rare observation hockey technique, predicting John's approach without hesitation, transforming into an afterimage to initiate an offensive. Buzz! As John closed the distance to Daluo, a 30-meter-long, mountain-splitting green sword wave was unleashed, rushing forward like a colossal tidal wave. The overwhelming aura of danger surged, and in midair, Daluo raised the golden revolver, aura line, enveloped in armed hockey, and pulled the trigger, unleashing a deep red bullet from the chamber. Execution Star Flame Dragon S Song. At the moment the massive slash reached its target, the deep red bullet transformed into a fire dragon composed of endless inferno, roaring into the melee of blades. The dragon's head collided with the sword wave, causing its lengthy body to explode in segments. The violent blast shredding the dark green projectile into fragments, obliterating it entirely. Amidst the billowing smoke, the nearly tangible flames splattered like rain, cascading down into the cherry blossom forest below, stirring up clouds of thick smoke. Without any pause, Daluo and Captain John simultaneously released afterimages, charging into the smoke and fiery rain, clashing continuously. The dazzling display of marksmanship and exquisite swordsmanship unfolded, as the explosions from bullets and grenades echoed like thunder, while the ferocious sword waves wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Truly, the infamous pirate is a formidable opponent, Daluo thought gravely, recognizing John's formidable prowess. In their recent exchange, Daluo had come to deeply understand Captain John's strength. Every bullet and grenade he fired was intercepted by the impenetrable sword aura before reaching him. On the other side, Captain John was also facing difficulties. Just as Daruo could not land a hit on him, his own strikes were entirely evaded by Daruo's death eye. Each attempt was deftly sidestepped by Daruo. Kid, no wonder you have such audacity. You truly possess some skill, Captain John remarked darkly, having gained no advantage in battle. He refused to let his words fall short. Daruo raised the muzzle of his gun, revealing a bold smile. If I lacked skill, how would I dare provoke you? Captain John, you little brat, A few compliments and you think you know your worth, Captain John bellowed, an aura of dark green thunder swirling around him. Witnessing this, Daro activated his armament hockey to its fullest, enveloping his golden revolver and bullets in a layer of dark crimson. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he propelled himself several meters higher into the air. The execution star Gungnir, a black spear imbued with intense armament hockey, shot forth like a meteor, its tip spinning and emitting a piercing hum as it aimed directly at Captain John's chest. Just as Captain John realized he needed to evade, the spear's speed was overwhelming, almost instantaneously closing in on him. With no choice left, he braced himself with his sword. This is bad. Captain John had underestimated the force of the strike. He was sent hurtling backward, sword and all, crashing to the ground and sliding hundreds of meters before the spear's kinetic energy was finally expended. Unbelievable. He can actually compete evenly with the captain, even gaining the upper hand. Who is that kid? On the ground? A few ragtag pirates engaged in a fierce battle with Sophia paused, unable to believe that their renowned Captain John was at a disadvantage against the newcomer. Huh. He is our most reliable captain, Bear replied proudly, raising his palm to send an astonished pirate flying with a shockwave. Meanwhile, the fallen Captain John was enraged. He shouted, his arm swinging fiercely, and his aura surged to its peak. Dark red lightning flickered around his black western sword, emanating a heart-stopping presence that expanded outward in a circular field, uprooting nearby trees. Thud, thud. Nearby children who had come for treatment, along with some new pirate recruits, felt their pupils constrict and their bodies tremble before collapsing to the ground, eyes rolling back. Conqueror's Haki. Daro squinted at the imposing Captain John, now radiating dark red lightning. His expression turned grave. Although the original text mentioned that in the New World, those possessing Conqueror's Haki were as numerous as the fish in the river, it was clear that in the pirate world, those endowed with such power were indeed the elite of the seas. Truly terrifying, the Rock's pirates. Daro marveled at Captain John. He had initially thought only figures like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and the enigmatic Rocks possessed Conqueror's Haki. But here was Captain John, a relatively inconspicuous member of the Rock's pirates, also a wielder of this formidable power. Could it be that the entire Rock's pirates crew possessed Conqueror's Haki? Kid, to force out my Conqueror's Haki, you have every reason to feel proud, Captain John said, casting a fierce grin at Daro. However, it was evident that Captain John's mastery over his Conqueror's Haki was not yet refined. Although he could release it actively, he struggled to retract and control it effectively, indicating he had not yet reached the level of Haki entanglement. Daro exhaled in relief, yet his fighting spirit surged as he gazed eagerly at Captain John, clearly viewing him as a stepping stone to ascend to the pinnacle of the sea. Come, let us battle. Chapter 127. The battlefield, an explosive roar reverberated across the sky, as rocks tumbled across the snow-covered ground, as if to be upturned. The entire cherry blossom grove and the western side of the island were shaken by the clash of the two pirate crews. Doctor, are we going to die? In a small wooden house at the center of the battlefield, a child with a white bandage wrapped around his head trembled in the corner. As a child stricken with a terminal illness, who had been pulled back from the brink of death by Dr. Blagey, he was desperate to cling to life. Not at all. I will protect you, Blagey reassured, his tone as steadfast as when he had treated them, pulling out a vial of luminous white medicine resembling the moon from a nearby medical kit and tucking it into his pocket. Let us go. I'll take you home. Simultaneously, the battle intensified. In stark contrast to the ease with which Bear and Sophia dealt with the ordinary pirates, Aisha, Rabatai, and Rekt and Izumi found themselves embroiled in fierce struggles against three of Captain John's subordinates. Left. Be careful. From a distance, Aisha, utilizing her remarkable sixth sense, sensed Time's attack and instinctively warned Rabatai. Nevertheless, Rabatai was a beat too late. As Haim unleashed a powerful hook, the rapidly spinning meat grinder blade followed closely behind. The terrifying cutting force erupted in layers as the blade spun, seemingly set to shred everything in its path. Fortunately, having swallowed several steel knives beforehand, Rabatai's 10 fingers had transformed into razor-sharp claws, and with her formidable armament hockey, she managed to withstand a portion of the assault. Clang, 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 clang. The meat grinder collided violently with Rabbitai's claws, sending sparks flying and producing a crisp sound. Damn, Rabbit, you'll be minced to bits. Haim snarled, twisting his shoulder before channeling power through his right hand. Immediately, red veins spread across his body, the countless red lights converging like rivers into his chest, driving the rotating blade on his right arm to spin at an even greater velocity. Hell-crushing fist. The spiraling meat grinder unleashed numerous tiny conical air blades that swept toward Rabbitai with tremendous force. In a critical moment, Rabbitai urgently activated her armament hockey to its limits, crossing her arms defensively in front of her. Yet this time, her defense proved inadequate, as the spiraling meat grinder struck Rabbitai's dark steel claws. Its overwhelming cutting power exploded forth, swiftly severing several of her steel claws. But it did not end there. The continuous rotation of the spiraling meat grinder ensnared Rabbitai's fingers and part of her forearm, instantly reducing them to a bloody pulp. Rabbitai cried out in pain, yet resolutely retaliated with a whip kick, her leg enveloped in armament hockey, crashing heavily against Haim's abdomen, sending him flying away. What a pity. I was just about to completely shred you. Like a bouncing ball, Haimu sprang up from the ground, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he shook his arms, flinging the remnants of flesh and blood from the meat grinder blade onto the earth. La Beti, are you all right? Aisha called out, her voice laced with concern as she gazed at La Beti, whose arm was gruesomely mangled. Yet, La Beti offered no reply, only gasping for breath to alleviate the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from nearby. The ground at the center of the jungle split open, and a torrent of dark red magma surged forth, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. What an exaggerated battle, Haimu remarked, astonished by the confrontation between Captain John and Aluo. Just as Haimu was momentarily distracted by the duel, La Beti performed an astonishing act that left everyone astounded. With a crunching sound, he opened his mouth wide and began to consume himself, starting from his head, as though he were a cookie being devoured by his own immense maw, until only his mouth remained on the ground. This was the hidden ability of the Tun-Tun fruit. The user could not only devour any object but also consume themselves, gaining the power to alter their own form at will. The sound of chewing continued unabated. What on earth? Haimu, having regained his focus, nearly dropped his jaw upon witnessing only a gnawing mouth left on the ground. Suddenly, a slender yet robust white figure was expelled from the mouth. The transformed La Beti now towered over 4 meters tall as a muscular giant. So handsome, Aisha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the newly muscular La Beti. Humph, all show, Haimu scoffed disdainfully, simultaneously planting his right foot heavily on the ground, gathering energy like a volcano on the verge of eruption. As his power peaked, Haimu leaped into the air, plummeting rapidly, fists raised like a sword aimed at La Beti's head. Watch me turn you into mush. Just as his threat hung in the air and his fist was about to strike, Haimu suddenly noticed a colossal white figure emerging to his right, which quickly morphed into black. He stiffly turned his head, only to be met by a fist enveloped in glossy black hockey, which suddenly blazed red in the center, revealing a cannon-like barrel protruding from between the fingers. Great cannon fist, the massive hockey-wrapped fist sent Haimu flying, crashing him into the ground, which began to crack like a spider's web. But that was not the end. The cannon barrel pressed against Haimu's abdomen, enhanced by the luo, began to glow red and heat up, culminating in a sudden explosion. With a thunderous bang, a tremendous shockwave struck the shattered earth, creating a deep pit with a radius of 30 to 40 meters. Thus, the infamous meat grinder, Haimu, with a bounty of 430 million, met his demise. At a distance from the battlefield center, a swordsman was embroiled in a life-or-death gamble. His blood-soaked clothes and numerous scars spoke volumes about the perilous stakes he faced. Damn it, this little brat is truly troublesome, GNC cursed, observing the resilient Izumi Riki rise once more, his previous composure now replaced with frustration. At this moment, his cards and chips were dwindling. As a user of the Gamble fruit, he could set various advantageous wagers during combat, and upon winning, he could extract a chip from his enemies, thereby either siphoning their abilities or inflicting damage upon them. In the past, this peculiar power had enabled him to defeat many formidable foes, earning him the title of one of the strongest under Captain John. A bounty of 620 million, the devilish gambler, GNC. Your ability is quite strange. Yet I have deduced that the greater the stakes, the more equitable your wagers must become. Correct? Izumi Riki remarked, a rare glint of wisdom shining in his narrowed eyes. In truth, Riki's intellect remained sharp even amidst battle. Oh, so you figured it out, but what of it? Little brat, I still hold 2 trump cards. GNC glanced at his remaining 2 cards, speaking in a low tone. No sooner had he finished speaking than he tore up the 2 cards in his hand and cast all his remaining chips into the fray, establishing his final wager. In 10 seconds, the one in the higher position wins. No attacking during the process. The wager is life. As soon as he finished, GNC leaped into the air, utilizing the moonwalk technique to ascend like a kite, a power granted by his 2 trump cards that allowed him to cheat. This rule-defying ability was virtually unassailable. Even Izumi Riki had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, Riki leapt into the air, attempting to catch up with the airborne GNC. I'm about to win. GNC grinned maniacally, as if victory were already within his grasp. Looks like I have no choice, Riki murmured, realizing he could not catch up, while gripping his sword. Izumi Mamoru Kanesada, channeling all his haki into the blade's edge. With determination, he thrust his sword upward in the air, unleashing a torrent of crescent-shaped sword waves crackling with dark lightning, racing toward GNC at breakneck speed. My style, Night Firefly, poor GNC, lost in the euphoria of impending victory, was pierced by countless blades from behind, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone. As he plummeted through the air, he clutched his chest, staring intently at Riki. Why? Why can you attack me directly? I set the rule against attacking. Before he could receive an answer, GNC's breath ceased, his confusion remaining until his last moment, unable to comprehend how Riki had bypassed the limitations of his ability. The reason was quite simple. Powerful haki could nullify the effects of devil fruit abilities. Thus, GNC, who had triumphed in countless gambles, was overturned at the gaming table. Chapter 128, The Song of Courage, Exploding Fireworks. Dark red magma erupted from the ground like a fountain, only to be severed by sword energy that cleaved through the heavens, transforming into a rain of molten rock. Thick smoke billowed upward, resembling a massive black dragon soaring into the sky, coalescing into dense clouds above Magnetic Drum Island. The ground cracked in numerous places as magma, flames, and ice bombarded the landscape, leaving the snowy terrain littered with debris and charred marks. The battle between the 2 pirate crews had raged for over 2 hours, and the western half of Magnetic Drum Island was on the verge of collapse, threatening to plunge into the depths of the sea. On the other side of the cherry blossom grove, Rekt was now half kneeling on the ground, his body marred with wounds, blood seeping through his white shirt and staining the black suit he wore outside a deep crimson. In a state of torment from the venom coursing through him, the transformed Reese, now resembling a gecko, raised his tail high behind him, his grotesque visage contorting into a more sinister expression. You can only blame your ill fortune for encountering me. Prepare to meet your demise. With that proclamation, Reese's tail lashed out at an astonishing speed, enveloped in a formidable haki, producing a deafening sound as it descended upon Lykeet's head. As a user of the animal type lizard fruit in its gecko form, Reese possessed not only a terrifying regenerative ability, but also a toxin capable of paralyzing his foes completely. Even more fearsome was the robust tail behind him, a result of rigorous training and enhanced by haki, capable of obliterating a warship with a single blow. Curse it, move. Lykeet, whose body was on the brink of paralysis from the gecko's poison, strained to regain control. Fortunately, just before the shadow of the tail could engulf him, his body finally responded, and he executed a roll to evade the lethal strike. However, even then, he was still caught in the violent shockwave generated by the tail. sending him tumbling across the ground until he finally came to a halt. A cornered beast fights back. Reese cursed vehemently as he lifted his tail to approximately 3 meters above the ground, swinging in the air until he gathered enough force to strike downwards. Should this blow land, Lykeet would undoubtedly face death. Yet, rather than panic, he focused intently on activating his abilities, attempting to suppress the paralyzing toxin within him with high concentrations of alcohol. Miraculously, the tail remained suspended in midair, paralyzed as well. I forgot to mention insufficient concentration. Alcohol can be quite toxic. A faint smile crept across Lykeet's pale face as he struggled to rise from ground. The sudden wave of paralysis and intoxication caught Reese off guard, his complexion paling as he realized he had inhaled a considerable amount of alcohol during the battle. Alcohol has a way of sneaking up on you, and the consequence of overindulgence is becoming an easy target. Now it is my turn. With the paralysis toxin momentarily subdued, Lykeet clenched his fists, channeling his abilities to transform his body into a golden liquid. In this new form, the golden liquid flowed continuously, bursting forth with white foam, creating swirling waves that epitomized the fluidity of liquid. Within the liquid, countless bubbles, entwined with hockey, converged in his right hand. With a burst of speed, Lykeet surged forward, his golden form striking directly at Reese's midsection with a powerful punch. The tumultuous waves of foam and the concentrated golden bubbles erupted violently, creating a shockwave that pierced through Reese's formidable body and shattered the earth beneath them. Lykeet, gasping for breath, observed Reese, whose eyes rolled back and body contorted in an unnatural form, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, content with the potency of his attack. Exhausted, he could hardly muster the strength to raise his hand in victory, collapsing onto the ground as his chest heaved like a bellows, overwhelmed by the residual effects of the paralysis toxin. Meanwhile, in the nearby town, the residents, sensing the earth tremble, rushed onto the streets, their faces etched with concern as they gazed towards the billowing smoke rising in the west. What has transpired at Dr. Blager's clinic? An employee, sporting a mushroom-shaped haircut, dashed from the hotel, anxiously peering towards the west. Ibu, my child Ibu, is over there. A middle-aged woman in an apron hurried into the street, having not even set down her cooking knife. Her gravely ill son was currently seeking treatment at Dr. Blager's clinic nestled within the cherry blossom grove. I knew that peculiar doctor was up to no good. He must be conducting experiments on those children. Otherwise, how could he treat them for free? A dubious doctor, sporting a thin mustache and clad in a white coat, leaned against the doorframe of his clinic, his intentions less than honorable. It's their own fault for being cheap and refusing to pay for our services. Now they see the consequences, chimed in a pediatrician beside him, reveling in the misfortune of others. Thus, under the taunting of unscrupulous peers, Dr. Blager became the subject of scorn, denounced by many. At that moment, a voice from the village road near the cherry blossom grove called out, "Children, several children have returned." Upon hearing this news, the parents of the children burst into tears of joy, rushing towards the messenger, bombarding him with questions about their children's whereabouts. Calm down, calm down. The children are all back at the town entrance, and they are unharmed," the messenger reassured the parents, raising his voice to quell their anxiety. Wonderful. The parents, relieved by the news of their children's safety, were momentarily at ease, but another parent curiously inquired, "How did the children escape?" "I heard it was a beast-like black creature that led them out." The messenger hesitated, his words faltering. Before he could finish, the worried parents dashed to the town entrance to retrieve their children. "Ibu, are you all right?" The apron-clad woman scrutinized her child closely upon his return home, concern etched on her face. "Mother, I'm fine." Ibu, his head wrapped in bandages and fresh from the brink of death, reassured her, adding for emphasis, "It was just a fight between two groups at the clinic, but thankfully Dr. Blager brought us back." "Dr. Blager brought you back?" His mother seized upon the key detail. "Did you not say it was a black beast that saved you?" "That black creature is Dr. Blager, isn't it?" The woman gazed intently at her child, awaiting his response. Realizing he had inadvertently let slip crucial information, Ibu fell silent, knowing he could not deceive the mother who had nurtured him. Sighing heavily, The woman took her son's hands in hers, gravely stating, "Ibu, from now on, you should seek treatment from Dr. Benjamin in the town, even if it costs more." "Why?" Ibu asked, puzzled. "Dr. Blager is such an excellent doctor. He saved me." "Why?" The young Ibu could not comprehend. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it blossoms into a flower of mistrust. Chapter 129. Confronting the inner self and the awakening of Conqueror's Haki in the clearing before Dr. Blager's clinic on the western side of Magnetic Drum Island. The ground, bombarded by sword waves, magma, solid ice, and flames, had been reduced to a pockmarked wasteland. Thick smoke surged into the sky like a celestial pillar, forming black columns that pierced the heavens. Suddenly, amidst a thick cloud of smoke, two figures sprang forth from the swirling haze, continuing their fierce duel. Captain John wielded a knife in his right hand, while his left gently caressed the blade, causing the obsidian surface to become adorned with eerie dark red lightning. He then swiftly launched a strike towards Dalu, unleashing a barrage of emerald green slashes. Dalu furrowed his brow, relying on his formidable observation haki to locate a narrow gap within the impenetrable sword waves, skillfully evading the onslaught. This marked the first time he had engaged in a battle of such intensity against a top-tier powerhouse. However, it did not imply that Captain John's strength surpassed that of Whitebeard or Admiral Zifa. After all, during his previous confrontations with Whitebeard and Zifa, both had been cautious, and the skirmishes were relatively brief, allowing Dalu to catch them off guard with his diverse abilities. Yet, as the battle prolonged, Dalu's physical stamina and shortcomings in armed haki began to manifest, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Lacking sufficient haki, he resorted to firepower. Dalu raised two revolvers, simultaneously pulling the triggers towards Captain John's position and the location predicted by his death eye. A torrent of bullets erupted forth. Captain John hastily attempted to evade using his mooncloth, only to find that several bullets seemed to possess foresight, heading straight for where he had just dodged. "What a troublesome brat," Captain John muttered impatiently, brandishing his sword in defense. Upon contact, the bullets shattered instantly, and the seawater compressed within them gushed forth, splattering onto Captain John. Following closely, the second bullet detonated, releasing a wave of blue-white liquid nitrogen that instantaneously froze the seawater on John's body into solid ice. The third and fourth bullets followed in rapid succession, intertwining with the seawater and cold blasts, encasing Captain John completely in ice. All of this transpired within the span of a mere second. Seizing the fleeting opportunity afforded by this surprise attack, Dalu quickly lifted his gun, compressing and concentrating his armed haki within the next bullet. Slayer of Gods, Gungnir, the spear that heralded the twilight of the gods, was heftily cast forth by the Father Odin, spiraling towards Captain John's chest with an intent to pierce through all. Just as the decisive moment approached, the frozen Captain John suddenly stirred, struggling to wield his sword. Concurrently, the ice encasing him began to crack. In an instant, Captain John extricated himself from the icy prison. But it was too late. He had failed to completely evade Dalu's strike before the spear found its mark, piercing through his right shoulder. "Dumb brat, I will kill you," Captain John exclaimed, clutching his wound with his left hand. Yet he erupted into a hearty laugh, his face contorted in pain, yet twisted with malice. "Haha, a full-powered strike imbued with haki possesses such limited power. It seems you are also reaching your limits." Suspended in mid-air, Dalu, whose cowboy attire was now tattered and riddled with holes, shook his arms, his expression grave as he regarded Captain John. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Captain John had indeed pushed Dalu to the brink of desperation. At present, Dalu's haki could no longer sustain a lethal blow against Captain John. On the other side, Captain John was acutely aware of this fact. Unwilling to relinquish this golden opportunity, he brandished his sword and transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Dalu. Truly, he was a renowned pirate of the seas. Captain John's combat experience was exceedingly astute. Recognizing that Dalu's armed haki posed no immediate threat, he pressed in close for a fierce blade-to-blade confrontation. One strike, two strikes. Although Death Eye enabled Dalu to perceive each of Captain John's attacks, his body had reached its limits, rendering him incapable of reacting in time, and he was repeatedly struck by Captain John's blows. At last, having landed 3 successive hits, Captain John grew impatient. With a light push of his right foot against the air, he retreated several dozen meters. He raised his sword high above his head, a surging intent to kill intertwined with his armed haki enveloping the blade. In that moment, it seemed as though all light in the world had been drawn away, and the sky darkened ominously. Cursed sword, Angie, in the next instant, a strike imbued with boundless might was cleaved downwards by Captain John, sending forth a colossal, ominous, and destructive slashing wave, racing towards Dalu at remarkable speed. Suspended in the air, Dalu, panting heavily, gazed impassively at the cross slash that loomed large, occupying a significant portion of the heavens. Yet within him, there was an unexpected tranquility. Is this how it ends? A chill washed over his skin. A bard once proclaimed that death is akin to a cool summer night. At this moment, Dalu resonated deeply with those words. He began to reminisce, recalling his past life spent as a corporate drone, numbly enduring the monotony day after day. He thought of the grand ambitions he had upon traversing into this world, of the fantastical experiences he had encountered along the way, of his sister, and of the companions he had gathered. As these thoughts surfaced, a wave of concern washed over him. He fretted over his sister's predetermined fate after his demise, and the future safety of his comrades. He had always been so burdened, those ties and the futures he foresaw weighing heavily upon his shoulders, causing him to act with hesitation and trepidation. He began to realize that he had never truly entrusted his comrades, shouldering all burdens and expectations alone. He had never genuinely integrated himself into this world, believing it to be merely a comic realm, observing it all from an outsider's perspective. This, indeed, was the reason Dalu could not awaken the Conqueror's haki. He had never confronted his own heart, merely driven by an inexplicable sense of urgency and crisis. A pirate crew united by dreams. Yet their captain had never held a true dream of his own. What a farcical situation. So what do I wish for? Dalu grew increasingly agitated, delving deep within himself to contemplate what vision he truly yearned for, despite disregarding his destiny. Suddenly, a perfect blueprint emerged in his mind. He envisioned himself and his crew sailing their pirate ship to every corner of this world, conquering the entirety of the seas. No, it wasn't merely a desire. It was a longing. Boom! Above Magpie Island, the immense cross-shaped sword energy completely engulfed Dalu, forcefully crashing him into the ground. After a prolonged moment, when the sword energy dissipated, it left behind 2 deep trenches that intersected like chasms. Is he dead? Captain John, sensing no breath from Dalu, nodded in satisfaction. Just as he turned to address the others, his expression suddenly darkened. How is it possible? How could you withstand my strike? Captain John gazed incredulously at Dalu, who was slowly approaching him, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. One often finds the courage to confront their inner self only when they reach the end of their rope. As Dalu advanced, he meticulously loaded bullet after bullet into the chamber of his firearm, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Indeed, I not only perceived the depths of my own heart, but also foresaw your impending demise. With these words, a palpable surge of power emanated from Dalu, and a tremendous gust of wind began to swirl violently around him, forming an immense hemispherical barrier on the battlefield, crackling with red lightning within. Captain John, his expression darkened, beheld Dalu, who appeared almost divine, astonished that such a mere skirmish could awaken the Conqueror's haki within his opponent. Chapter 130. Ultimate Victory Haki is the fusion and extension of physical strength and willpower. The misguided teachings of Rayleigh. Following the awakening of the Conqueror's haki, Dalu's armament haki also ascended to a new level, ensuring that he could handle the present conflict with ease. Although Dalu had previously mastered armament haki with relative ease, he had sensed an elusive resistance during his subsequent training, hindering his progress. Especially when compared to Huchuan Liqian, the disparity became even more pronounced. Dalu had initially believed that Huchuan Liqian, as a swordsman, held a natural advantage over him as a marksman. In retrospect, however, it was his own issue. He had always found things too easy, particularly relying on the intelligence gleaned from his past life as comics, which allowed him to plan each step with foresight and prepare his retreat in advance. This unwarranted caution gradually caused Dalu to become overly cautious, stripping him of the audacity to fight desperately when cornered. Fortunately, being driven to the brink by Captain John, Dalu promptly recognized this flaw and successfully shattered the shackles of his heart. Once his thoughts became clear, the awakening of the conqueror's haki came effortlessly. At this moment, Dalu had gathered all the necessary conditions to ascend to the peak of this ocean. Overcoming Captain John was the final hurdle before a path of triumph lay ahead. Returning to the battlefield, Captain John and Dalu soared into the sky once more, engaging in a new round of combat. In a fierce clash, Dalu delivered a powerful kick that sent John flying, who tumbled through the air before barely regaining his footing. "Damn, brat, you're truly troublesome," Captain John cursed, glaring at Dalu while wielding his ominous sword, deftly slicing through two compressed air bullets that had been hurled at him. Meanwhile, Dalu seized the opportunity, raising his firearm to unleash a torrent of firepower, instantly creating a barrage of bullets that sealed off the entire space. "I'll take this." Captain John's face contorted with rage as his conqueror's haki surged, intertwining with his armament haki on the blade. An ominous aura began to seep from the tip of his sword, manifesting behind him as a terrifying apparition adorned with a Tengu mask. Utilizing this ghastly entity, Captain John raised a massive mirage blade, its edge engulfed in ghostly flames that distorted the sky. With this overwhelming force, he aimed the formidable strike at Dalu, who hovered above. The blade, infused with John's sword energy, armament haki, and conqueror's haki, descended like a cataclysmic wave. The dark green sword energy cascading toward Dalu and cleaving the ground asunder like parchment. Yet confronted by this torrential onslaught, Dalu remained undaunted. He hurled several deep blue grenades forward, which detonated instantaneously, unleashing a deluge of seawater that formed a veritable canopy. The frigid air from the depths of hell clung to the water, instantly freezing it into a solid wall of azure ice, standing resolute against the sword wave. With a resounding crash, the destructive sword wave struck the thick, icy barrier, creating a violent shock wave accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering ice. Having successfully halted the sword energy, Dalu leapt into the air, executing a powerful stomp with Qingyao, propelling himself like a cannonball over the icy wall and directly towards Captain John, launching a fierce kick. Captain John braced himself, gripping his sword across his chest as his conqueror's haki and armament haki erupted, preparing to fully defend against Dalu's impending assault. The airborne Dalu lifted his knee, darkened by the entwined armament haki, and forcefully struck John's right shoulder, sending him hurtling away. What tremendous strength! Is this boy a monster? Captain John thought, crashing into a massive boulder before finally coming to a halt, pain radiating from his shoulder. At this juncture, he regretted provoking the harbinger of doom that was Dalu. But it was too late for regrets. "Brat, to fight me to this degree is commendable, but it ends here. Prepare to meet your fate." With that, Captain John steadied his breath, suppressing his pain, and raised his sword anew. A dense, ominous aura once again erupted from him, forming a circular formation of ghostly visages in the arena. The towering Tengu apparition re-emerged, its ghostly energy coalescing as it raised its demonic blade, gathering power. With veins bulging, Captain John hefted his sword with great effort, swinging it toward Dalu, while the Tengu apparition's long blade came crashing down, its immense ghostly energy nearly engulfing the entirety of the cherry blossom grove. One must acknowledge that the swordsmen of the pirate world are indeed blessed, regardless of their might. Their techniques are truly magnificent, particularly for those capable of summoning a Shura specter, exuding an aura of grandeur. However, Dalu had little patience to admire Captain John's flamboyant swordplay. Having fought fiercely thus far, he sought to conclude the battle swiftly. In reciprocity, allow me to demonstrate the true power of my compression fruit. With these words, Dalu raised both hands skyward and slowly opened them. As if parting the heavens, the overcast sky above him split open, revealing the formidable entity he had meticulously prepared and concealed within. Emerging from the clouds was the colossal head of an elemental dragon, followed by a terrifying gale and the dread power simulated from Dalu as Conqueror's Haki. Captain John, who had just unleashed his ghostly blade, suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness. Sensing a colossal shadow approaching, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Impossible. That brat's Conqueror's Haki has just awakened. How could it reach this magnitude? Captain John exclaimed incredulously. As he overcame his paralyzing fear and looked up at the horizon, his expression froze. What was that? The elemental dragon's head broke through the clouds, revealing its terrifying body coiled within the depths of the storm, nearly obscuring the entire sky. The true terror of this colossal dragon does not merely lie in its size. Rather, it is composed of various C3 grenades that culminate in a fearsome visage forged from C3 hell furnace, its claws formed by C3 heaven's embers, and its molten body derived from C3 inferno lion. This dragon embodies nearly all of the fiery C3 grenades wielded by Daluo, representing his most devastating destructive skill, Supreme Red Sky Dragon Cataclysm. At this moment, Captain John found himself with no avenue of escape, paralyzed by the oppressive aura of the dragon simulated by the Conqueror's Haki, rendered helpless as the elemental dragon surged toward him. Ah yes, he did manage to unleash a desperate strike. Yet before that dreadful dragon, it appeared minuscule, akin to a mere crow daring to challenge a dragon. With a thunderous crash, the dragon descended from the heavens, and upon contact, that fearsome flying slash was instantly obliterated, followed by the dragon's head formed from a 3,000-degree aluminum thermite plunging straight into Captain John's location. Consequently, the claws forged from white phosphorus and the torrents of lava erupted simultaneously, undoubtedly transforming the entire cherry blossom grove into scorched earth. The ground trembled violently from this blow, fracturing the earth on the western side of the island, which had already been ravaged by 2 pirate crews. Amidst the intense tremors, the western side of the island began to separate from its body, breaking into several platforms that tilted precariously as if they were about to plunge into the ocean. Daluo gazed down at the trembling, fractured islands with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at the power of his new technique. He then firmly landed on the surface, stepping into the scorched pit, smiling as he beheld the singed, half-conscious form of Captain John, raising his hand triumphantly above his head. In this moment of victory, he proclaimed that this newcomer pirate from the South Sea had decisively defeated the most formidable warrior of these waters. This signified that the name Port Gasti, Daluo, had now risen to the forefront of this ocean. Chapter 131. The turn of events unlike Luffy, who only knocks enemies away without taking their lives. Daluo shows no mercy to his foes. At the very least, there are 2 types of individuals he will not spare: the wickedly malicious and those enemies who harbor murderous intent towards him. Captain John, in particular, perfectly fits into both categories, making his demise inevitable. With his body battered and bloodied, Daluo exhaled deeply, easing the aches coursing through his limbs, and trudged over to Captain John, prepared to end the life of this notorious pirate. Lying in a deep pit of scorched earth, Captain John resembled a lifeless fish, on the brink of death. You have served well as a sharpening stone, Captain John. Now, you may as well meet your end, Daluo declared, raising his gun towards John's head. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, his observation Haki suddenly sensed 2 powerful auras approaching. Who? Daluo squinted, on high alert as he scanned his surroundings, only to spot 2 familiar figures. Vista? Bakine? Daluo held his revolvers aloft, precisely aimed at the 2, his countenance darkening as he questioned, "What are you doing here? Has Whitebeard also arrived?" Daluo had not forgotten that, strictly speaking, Captain John and Whitebeard were once comrades on the same ship, and though their relationship was strained, who could guarantee that Whitebeard, with his protective nature, would not intervene? Vista and Bakine, rushing to the scene, hesitated to answer it first. Bakine, with a face full of resentment, glared at Daluo, secretly astonished at Daluo's ability to defeat Captain John. "Captain Daluo, it has been a while. The man at your feet seems to be our captain's companion. I wonder if, in light of our father's reputation, you might spare his life so I could have something to report. Bista, who was being targeted, wisely raised his hands and forced a bitter smile. Originally, he had come to escort Bakine, who had been thrown off the ship, to join Captain John. But he had stumbled upon such a dire situation. It was truly a headache. It seemed Whitebeard was merely on the island and not nearby. Upon observing the reactions of the two, Daluo formed a preliminary assessment of the situation. Newgate's companions? You must be mistaken. This inexplicable individual attacking us could not possibly be your captain's ally, Daluo asserted, pointing at Captain John, whose form was unrecognizable, hoping to dissuade the two. Bista exchanged a glance with Bakine, seemingly seeking the latter's approval, as he had no ties to Captain John and had no desire to offend Daluo. In stark contrast to Bista's hesitance, Bakine remained resolute, unwilling to relent. He even produced a small, charred piece of white paper from his pocket, stating, "Impossible. The life paper cannot err. You'd best hand over John, or Newgate will not let you off lightly." Captain Daluo, do not heed her nonsense, Bista interjected anxiously, covering Bakine's mouth as he clarified nervously. Bista understood that only someone capable of single-handedly defeating a formidable pirate like Captain John had the standing to negotiate equally. In other words, Bista and Bakine were not worthy. "I say, what if I refuse to hand him over? What will you do?" Daluo narrowed his eyes, fixing a lethal gaze on Bakine. Frankly, had Daluo not been in a compromised state, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this ungrateful woman discreetly. Bakine shivered under Daluo's fierce glare, retreating behind Bista. "Captain Daluo, given Captain John's current state, he is unlikely to survive. Perhaps I could take him back, which would also serve as a satisfactory report to our father," Bista politely suggested once more. Just as Daluo resolved to disregard Whitebeard's wrath and slay Captain John on the spot, he suddenly heard Aisha's urgent voice in his subconscious. "Daluo, where are you? Hurry, come quickly. Recht is about to give in." "What has happened to Recht?" Daluo responded swiftly. "He has been poisoned, and his condition is critical." "All right, I'm on my way." Daluo made a quick decision, discreetly planting a miniature air compression bomb in Captain John's abdomen. "You may take him," Daluo said grimly to Bista and Bakine. "My apologies, Captain Daluo," Bista replied, clasping his fists in respect, while Bakine swiftly jumped into the pit, gently grasping Captain John, whose upper half was all that remained. "Hold him steady, do not drop him," Dalu kindly reminded them, and after speaking, he directly departed to join Aisha and the others. On the ground, Bista and Bakine, who were under immense pressure, exhaled deeply. At that moment, however, the tiny air compression bomb that Dalu had left behind suddenly exploded, causing Bakine to feel a sharp, stabbing pain, startling her into drawing back her hands. With a loud crack, Captain John was thrown to the ground like a rag doll, gasping his last breath. "John!" Bakine cried out in anguish, covering her face, but it was of no avail. The once formidable Captain John met his demise in such a farcical manner. After leaping over the shattered islands, Dalu finally reunited with Aisha and the others. "Dalu, over here." Aisha waved at the figure in the sky, as if she had found her anchor. "Are you all right?" Dalu descended to the ground and surveyed the area, relieved to find all his crew members present. "We're mostly fine, but Recht is likely suffering from severe poisoning and needs urgent treatment," Sophia stated succinctly while supporting Recht, whose lips had turned black. "All right, I will take him to the town for a doctor," Dalu replied, lifting the unconscious Recht with one hand and swiftly soaring into the air toward the nearest village. Meanwhile, a tumultuous scene was unfolding in the nearby town, where a public denunciation was taking place, targeting one of the island's most skilled physicians, the eccentric Dr. Bledger. That Dr. Bledger is a monster. No wonder his behavior is so peculiar. Monster? What kind of monster? I heard it's a large black cat. A black cat? That is incredibly unlucky. How infuriating that such a monster of a doctor exists on Tsigu Island. If word gets out, the reputation of our medical prowess will be utterly destroyed. Verbal denunciations were not enough, however. With the incitement of both comrades and malicious onlookers, several townsfolk armed with pitchforks and sickles took to the streets. intent on confronting this nefarious doctor who tarnished the island's medical reputation. Dr. Bledger is not a monster. He does not experiment on patients. A soldier with a mushroom haircut stood defiantly in front of the crowd. Oomph. If he doesn't experiment on patients, then what about that mushroom on your head? The bespectacled man in a white coat retorted. Dr. Bledger is the best on the island. He has not conducted any experiments. I believe you seek merely to find an excuse to oust him. A child, despite his parents' protests, bravely stepped forward to reveal the group's true intentions. Yet, the truth spoken by a child held little sway. Adults, convinced of their own righteousness, became even more incensed. This scene did not escape Bledger's notice. Despite expecting such a reaction, the townspeople's response left him disheartened. He had treated numerous patients, even offering his services to children without charge, yet he was met with suspicion. This pattern was all too familiar in his medical career. Few believed that a member of the fur tribe could heal human ailments, especially one represented by such ill omens as a black cat. With his head hung low, Bledger walked along a secluded path, contemplating yet another impending relocation to a different island. Just then, an urgent voice called out from above him. Dr. Bledger, please save my companion. Chapter 132. Ascending the mountain, Bledger cast a complex gaze at Dalu as a witness. He understood that Dalu had been passively drawn into this conflict and was merely acting in self-defense. I do not have an antidote with me. We must return to the clinic. After a long, assessing look at Dalu, Bledger spoke. As a physician, he could not stand idly by while someone was in peril, especially since Dalu had saved a child under Captain John's command. We probably cannot return to the clinic by the cherry blossom grove, Dalu awkwardly remarked, observing Bledger heading in that direction. If all went as expected, Bledger's clinic would have been swept into the sea along with the shattered islands. Follow me. Bledger took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and turned to head in the opposite direction of his clinic. Meanwhile, at the foot of a towering mountain, two legendary pirates capable of stirring up monstrous waves in the ocean were engaged in fierce combat. Newgate, with your strength, what illness could you possibly have? Roger unleashed a powerful strike with Ace, a crimson and black slashing attack aimed directly at Whitebeard's head. Coo-hoo, you do have some nerve, Roger. Whitebeard swung his naginata upward with tremendous force, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated the flying slash in an instant. The two clashed again, their movements blurring into a dazzling spectacle in the snow as they continued their fierce battle. The powerful flying slashes and the overwhelming shockwaves reduced everything around them to dust, shattering 3 of the 4 towering peaks, leaving only one standing. The reason they refrained from targeting the remaining peak was that it housed the infamous witch Dr. Korha. Newgate. We cannot determine a victor at this moment. Let's call it a draw, Roger suggested, lowering Ace's blade. Fine, but I want the first consultation, Whitebeard promptly countered, unwilling to relent. How about whoever reaches the summit first gets the first consultation? Roger proposed, pointing to the towering pillar behind him. Agreed. The combative Whitebeard accepted without hesitation. Before he could finish his agreement, Roger leaped into the air, soaring toward the summit. Cursed Roger! Whitebeard shouted, cursing the sneaky Roger, then slammed the hilt of his blade against the ground, using the recoil to propel himself high into the air. Ha ha ha! Roger, one hand clutching a straw hat, kicked off the mountain wall and leapt onto the summit. Roger, you scoundrel, cheating! Almost simultaneously, Whitebeard arrived at the top, exasperated. Haha, don't sweat the details. Roger waved dismissively, then strode confidently to the entrance of Korha's clinic. Impossible. Aren't you the best doctor on the island? How could you not cure him? Just as Roger and Whitebeard were about to push the door open, a heart-wrenching roar emanated from within the clinic. Quack! You are nothing but a quack. Hiraluk grasped Korha by the collar, seething with indignation. Return my consultation fee. I demand a different doctor. Upon receiving the grim news of his impending demise, Zilialuk forcefully pushed Kaleha aside, then hoisted a massive box from the corner of the table, laboriously dragging it toward the clinic's entrance. It seemed that he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Roger, observing Kaleha's awkwardness as she scratched her head, turned to inquire of the individual behind him. Newgate. Where are you? Did you need something from me? Kaleha adjusted the collar of her white coat and directed her question at Roger. Ha! I was wondering if you could check if I, too, might be afflicted with a terminal illness. Roger scratched his head and politely made way for Zilialuk. Taken aback, Zilialuk gazed at Roger, who, seemingly stung by his own laughter, muttered in irritation, truly insane. Meanwhile, outside Kalea's clinic, Newgate had just received alarming news for Bista. Old man, Captain John has been accidentally killed by Bakine. Bista's voice echoed ominously from the transponder snail. Upon hearing such shocking news, Newgate's mustache nearly shot skyward. Bista, do you think the old man has lost his wits? How could a researcher like Bakine have killed a combatant like John? I would sooner believe that rocks gather crew merely to enjoy a hot pot in the New World. John is dead? What exactly transpired? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, questioning the transponder snail. Although Whitebeard and the Rock's pirates were not on amicable terms, he felt compelled to inquire about Captain John, his comrade. Old man, do you recall the fellow named Darrow we encountered at Whiskey Peak? It appears he was the one who defeated Captain John. Bista reported meticulously to Whitebeard. He has already surpassed John, Whitebeard exclaimed, astonished after hearing Bista's account, despite having had a favorable impression of this new pirate during their last encounter. He had not anticipated Darrow's rapid growth. And Bakine? She wasn't with you? Her? She has no face to return. She should be on Captain John's ship. Attempting to contact some doctor to see if there is a solution, Bista replied dismissively. As a member of the Rock's pirates, Whitebeard knew precisely which Dr. Bista referred to. After a brief pause, he instructed Bista, understood, return and regroup with us. Why? With riches, why must I still die? The notorious thief Zilialuk struggled under the weight of the box made of wapple metal as he descended the mountain, muttering in discontent. Kalea had said he had merely 6 months left, barring a miracle. Though he had surpassed 40, he was more reluctant to meet death than anyone else, and the fear of mortality left him collapsed in the snow. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. Blige, is your friend Dr. Kaleha? Darrow, carrying Rector on his back, gazed at the towering peak with astonishment and posed the question to Blige. Strictly speaking, Doriel is my pathology tutor. Blige nodded in agreement before asking, do you know her? The infamous which Kaleha is indeed known to me. It is surprising to learn that your mentor is such a distinguished figure, Darrow flattered with high emotional intelligence. As the two conversed, Bista returned from the cherry blossom grove on the western shore, arriving at the foot of the mountain. Upon spotting Darrow, Bista paused momentarily, then pointed knowingly toward the summit. Indeed, Bista's gesture caused Darrow's heart to plummet. As they approached the vicinity, he had sensed the immense aura emanating from the mountain, and Bista's actions confirmed his fears. Is your captain up there? Darrow fixed his gaze on Bista. Yes, the old man is above, Bista nodded, kindly warning, Captain John and the old man are comrades. Should you encounter him, it could spell your demise. So, do you still wish to proceed? Darrow took a deep breath, adjusting Rector's position on his back, and resolutely replied, of course, my comrades are waiting for me to rescue them. Chapter 133, More Terrifying Than Death on Magnetic Drum Island. At the summit where Kaleha's clinic resided, Roger and Whitebeard had both undergone their consultations with Kaleha. Whitebeard, as expected, exhibited some health issues, with the future ramifications of his body laden with 4 drips already manifesting. Ultimately, it was due to the Gura Gura no Mi. Its formidable power had granted him immense strength, but had also placed immense strain on his heart. Confronted with this ailment, Kaleha had no remedy, advising Whitebeard to minimize his use of the Gura Gura no Mi's abilities. Conversely, Roger appeared entirely unscathed, displaying no signs of terminal illness. Kaleha even remarked that she had never encountered someone so robust. After accepting a handsome fee for her services, Kaleha shooed Roger and Whitebeard away, seemingly exasperated by Roger's incessant endearments of old lady. From this perspective, it appeared that the future Luffy would certainly inherit Roger's traits, as both exhibited a remarkable lack of emotional restraint. The two, expelled from the clinic, found themselves seated before a grove of cherry blossoms, with their respective crewmates gathering around them. As renowned pirates of the sea, Roger and Whitebeard shared a mutual respect, though the recent refusal of Roger to align with Rocks had rendered their relationship somewhat delicate. Roger, how is your health? Rayleigh approached Roger with genuine concern. I'm vibrant and healthy. Not a single issue, Roger replied, grinning against the snow-laden winds, removing his straw hat to brush off the snowflakes before placing it back atop his head. I told you, that lad Daro was merely jesting. How could anyone with a terminal illness be so lively? Jabra chimed in, laughing heartily while clapping Roger on the shoulder. Meanwhile, on Whitebeard's side, the likes of Buffalo and Atreus surrounded him, each expressing concern for their father's well-being. Ha! I'm in fine health. What could possibly be wrong? Whitebeard chuckled heartily, feeling the warmth of his family's concern, though he refrained from disclosing the truth to his crew. Roger cast a knowing glance at Whitebeard, but chose not to expose him. He understood the burdens a captain must bear. Kuliayer, where's Fasa? Why haven't I seen him? Whitebeard shifted the topic, addressing a burly man beside him. Hee, that lad is likely still in the clinic. Throughout our journey, he has been obsessively preoccupied with curing his baldness. One wonders if it will be effective. Kuliayer stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Kuliayer's words ushered in a wave of joviality among the two pirate crews, quickly bridging the gap between them as they embraced one another, reveling in the atmosphere of a celebratory feast. Roger, what brings you here? Surely, you are not fleeing from that fellow Shiki, afraid to return to the New World. As he spoke, Whitebeard raised a goblet the size of a round table and poured the drink down his throat. Ho, Shiki is indod quite a formidable opponent. Yet my presence here is not to evade him, but rather to investigate a little rascal who claims that I am afflicted with a terminal illness, which is why I have come to Magu Dao. Roger, equally generous, downed his drink in one go. Koolalala, you do not strike me as someone easily deceived. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, carelessly wiping his mouth with his sleeve, because he mentioned something that truly piqued my interest. Roger, seated cross-legged, slapped his knee. Something that piqued your interest? Ha. Though he proclaimed I am terminally ill, he also foretold that I would conquer the Grand Line and become the Pirate King. Roger unabashedly revealed the words spoken by Daro. The Pirate King? The Sios. Do you genuinely believe such a claim? Whitebeard laughed heartily, his mustache twitching with mirth. I am uncertain, yet my instincts tell me that lad is not lying, and besides, I do indeed harbor ambitions of conquering the Grand Line. You intend to conquer the Grand Line? Koolalala. Rocks will not allow you to become that so-called Pirate King so easily. Whitebeard was acutely aware that there was but one ruler of this era, their Captain Rocks. As long as he lived, the New World would remain unchanged. However, I propose this. Should you choose to join our pirate crew, perhaps after Rock's grand plan comes to fruition, you might indeed ascend to that title of Pirate King. What do you say? Whitebeard stroked his chin, inviting Roger earnestly. Forget it. I dare not partake in that mad scheme. Having had a couple of encounters with Rocks in the New World, Roger waved his hand decisively in refusal. In fact, Rocks had attempted to recruit him multiple times, but each time Roger had declined. Nevertheless, Rocks remained persistent, sending Shiki to dog him until Roger was compelled to flee to the Four Seas for a respite. I am curious, what incentive did Rocks offer you? What could persuade you and Shiki to partake in his insane artificial god project? Roger's gaze bore into Newgate, inquisitive. Rocks promised that once he became a deity, he would fulfill the wishes of us all. Whitebeard did not conceal the truth, openly revealing Rock's grand ambitions. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Roger clearly paused for a moment, yet he understood why Rocks could gather so many ambitious individuals around him. But do none of you fear that Rocks might fail in his struggle against the gods? What if he does fail? Did that not occur 800 years ago? At worst, it would be merely another great purge. Whitebeard shrugged, his tone casual as if discussing a trivial matter. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, asserting firmly, he will not lose. He is, after all, Rocks. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Tenju, Daro was preparing to ascend the peak, boldly unleashing his conqueror's haki as a greeting to Whitebeard above. Timidness was not in Daro's nature. Koolalala, young rascal, such audacity. Killing John and still daring to appear before me. Are you not afraid I might slay you? Whitebeard, sensing Daro's imposing aura, raised his bicento high, unleashing an even more ferocious conqueror's haki that instantly engulfed the entire mountain. This overwhelming force caused the weaker members of both the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates to roll their eyes and faint in the snow. However, Roger, sitting nearby, remained unperturbed, appearing contemplative instead. The monstrous wind pressure surged down from the summit, an overwhelming force that bore down upon Daro and his companions like a colossal weight, constricting their breathing. I told you, old man might truly kill you. Vista shrugged, then leapt up to ascend the cliff first. Taking a deep breath, Daro adjusted his breathing and continued his climb without hesitation, disregarding the death threat emanating from Whitebeard. Why? With such a terrifying individual atop the mountain seeking your demise, why still ascend? The bewildered Shiraluk, following Daro, questioned, "Are you not afraid of death?" He was perplexed by their apparent disregard for life. Both Roger and Daro exhibiting a complete lack of concern for their own mortality. Are all pirates such reckless individuals? Death is indeed a fearsome prospect. Daro glanced up at Shiraluk. He had recognized this future father of Chopper from below, yet he had no time to linger, preoccupied with the safety of Rector. Tightening his grip on Rector, Daro fixed his determined gaze upon the summit and declared, "I care not what lies atop that mountain. I only know that watching my comrade suffer grievous injuries and perish before my eyes is far more terrifying than death itself." Chapter 134. The Opening of Heaven. The miracle of cherry blossoms. Once upon a time, there was a great thief afflicted with a terminal illness, who sought the help of physicians far and wide, only to have his hopes dashed repeatedly. Just when he found himself despondent and out of options, the miraculous cherry blossoms in full bloom healed him. As Daro reached the summit, it was evident that Rector's neurotoxin was becoming uncontrollable, his body beginning to convulse, even showing signs of shock. "I entrust my comrade to you, Dr. Blager." Upon arriving at the clinic's entrance, Daro handed Rector over to Blager. "Very well." Blager hesitated, but upon meeting Daro's clear and resolute gaze, filled with unwavering trust, he felt a surge of emotion. For the first time, aside from his mentor, Lady Elise, someone believed in him even after learning of his true identity. Trusting in his medical skills. It feels wonderful to be entrusted with such a significant responsibility. Blager, recently driven away by the villagers, spoke with a lump in his throat, never having imagined that after years of practicing medicine on the island, a pirate would unconditionally place such faith in him. This reminded Blager of his childhood in his homeland, where his uncontrolled transformation into a lion had led to the destruction of his entire village, causing his kin to drive him away. He recalled the time when he and Lady Elise traveled to the White Town to combat the lead disease, only to be falsely accused by the local mine owners, who claimed that the disease was brought by this cursed black cat, inciting the ignorant populace to view his mentor as a witch and burn her at the stake. Trust, for this black cat, synonymous with misfortune and disaster, was a luxury beyond measure. "Rest assured, I will certainly heal your comrade." Blager solemnly accepted Rector, patting his chest, before turning and stepping into the clinic without looking back. Daro exhaled deeply, and a wave of dizziness surged into his mind like a tide. In truth, his condition was dire. During the brutal confrontation with Captain John, he had sustained multiple grievous wounds, compounded by the grueling, blood-soaked flight that followed. He now suffered from severe blood loss. His lips had long since faded to a deathly pallor. Only sheer willpower held him upright. Yet even now, a far more formidable trial loomed ahead. He still had to face Whitebeard. In his current state, confronting such a titan offered not even the faintest hope of escape. Yet neither was all hope extinguished. For atop this mountain, Daro had sensed another formidable presence, powerful, unmistakable, and strangely familiar. He slapped his cheeks lightly to sharpen his wits, then strode slowly toward the clinic's entrance. "Captain Daro, Captain Whitebeard, long time no see." His words instantly drew every gaze in the room. Jabra, who had been leisurely sipping sake nearby, set down his bottle with alacrity and hurried over, beaming with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Roger, do you know that young man?" Whitebeard asked, eyes narrowed in quiet scrutiny, his voice low and measured as he turned to Roger. Though their paths had seldom crossed amicably within the Old Rocks pirates, the death of Captain John demanded reckoning, and Whitebeard, ever the paragon of loyalty, would not let it pass unanswered. Huh. A most intriguing tavern keeper I met in the South Blue, the very one who prophesied my ascension to King of the Pirates. Roger replied with a hearty chuckle, deliberately weaving subtle support into his tone, as if laying a protective veil over Daruo. A remarkable fellow, indeed, a most fitting appraisal. Whitebeard offered no overt approval, yet his gaze darkened, recalling their two brief encounters, at Whiskey Peak and Drum Island. In little over a month, that raw, untested rookie had transformed into a force commanding undeniable gravity. Nugget, gripping the legendary sword Kazuchi, stood like a mountain tiger, fierce, unblinking, radiating unrelenting menace. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. Boy, you slew John, yet dare stand before me? Do you truly believe I lack the power to end you? Silence fell like a shroud. Every eye locked on Daruo. Captain John's name alone evoked awe. His strength rivaled even that of their own captains. You're joking, right? Adamos blurted, incredulous. Huh. Young Daruo, you've outdone yourself. Took down Captain John himself. Jabra clapped Daruo heartily on the shoulder, grinning with mischievous delight. Ahem, ahem. Roger coughed awkwardly, then laughed it off with practiced ease. Nugget, surely you're mistaken. How could a youth like him possibly slay Captain John? Yet Daruo did not flinch, not before that crushing pressure, not before those piercing, storm-racked eyes. With quiet resolve, he met Whitebeard's gaze and answered plainly. Captain John struck first. His death was his own doing. This world does not belong to one man alone, to kill, but never be killed. His candor tightened Whitebeard's brow. The air thickened as his Haushiko haki erupted, crimson lightning tearing across the mountaintop, the sky itself dimming beneath its oppressive weight. Then, like twin comets igniting the heavens, Roger and Daruo's Haushiko surged upward, clashing violently with Whitebeard's, cloud shattered. The heavens convulsed, and in that very moment, Isshin Raiken and the others arrived, hurrying upward despite wounds that screamed for rest, propelled not by recklessness, but by unshakable resolve. Hurry, Daruo's in trouble. Isshin drove his blade into the cliff face, then launched himself skyward with a thunderous kick, landing first upon the summit. The others followed without pause, ignoring pain, ignoring peril, pressing forward even as Whitebeard's overwhelming aura bore down upon them like a physical force. Stop. It's too dangerous up there. Shilialuk, having just hauled himself onto the peak, mistook them for patients seeking Kureha's healing, and offered the warning with genuine concern. But his words fell on deaf ears. Only Aisha turned briefly, offering a soft, earnest smile. Thank you, sir, but we must go. Why? You'll only die. Shilialuk cried, bewildered. How could wounded men march so willingly towards certain doom? Are pirates truly just fools who court death? Because our captain is waiting for us. Aisha spoke as if stating the most self-evident truth in the world. Her own strength was modest, but in her eyes, loyalty was never conditional, never calculated. It simply was. Meanwhile, the Haushika duel among Whitebeard, Roger, and Daruo reached its crescendo. With a roar that shook the mountain's very bones, Whitebeard glared at Roger and bellowed, Roger, are you declaring war upon the Rock's pirates? Then, raising Kazuchi high above his head, he channeled raw, seismic force, Busashuka haki, and Haushika haki into its blade, launching a devastating downward slash toward Daruo and Roger alike. You will not kill Daruo here, not while I stand, Roger declared, laughing aloud as he drew ace. With one earth-shaking step, he became a meteor hurtling into the storm. Shimpy, the two strongest men in the world, collided, not as men, but as forces of nature. Even before Ace and Kazuchi met, the air detonated with concussive fury. A cosmic explosion, like the birth of a new universe, ripped through the sky. The mountain trembled. Reality itself warped. At the climax of impact, twin shock waves erupted skyward, cleaving the heavens as if parting the gates of heaven itself, rending the dense clouds in two. The backlash swept across the cherry grove. Blossoms yet unopened burst into flight, swirling upward on radiant gusts of sword energy, turning the air into a living blizzard of pink and white. What is that? Shilialuk, crouched behind a boulder, peered out, and beheld a vision that would etch itself into his soul forever. Beneath churning, oceanic clouds, cherry blossoms bloomed across the heavens like miracles, while beneath their infinite canopy, pirates fought, not for treasure or glory, but for conviction, for loyalty, for the unbreakable bonds that define them. So this is what it means to be a pirate. Chapter 135. The ship's doctor joins the crew Mount Drum, summit of the Pillar Peak thanks to Roger's intervention. Whitebeard departed Drum Island without laying a hand upon Daro, leaving only a final, solemn vow. Next time we meet, we shall be enemies. As the Whitebeard pirates vanished beyond the horizon, Daro finally allowed his shoulders to slump, his taut nerves, long stretched to their breaking point, finally loosening. He nearly collapsed where he stood. "Daro, are you all right?" Aisha asked, her voice laced with quiet alarm. In all her memory, Daro had always been the picture of unshakable composure, calm, assured, unfazed. This was the first time she had ever seen exhaustion etch its lines upon his face. "A minor matter. I've got it under control." With a pale face, Daro struggled to muster a faint smile from the corners of his mouth, waving his hand as he forced himself to walk before Captain Roger. "Captain Roger, my gratitude knows no bounds," he sincerely expressed, acknowledging the favor he owed to Roger, despite his reservations about this brother-in-law of sorts. "You are too kind, Daro," Roger replied nonchalantly, as if it were merely an inconsequential act. He then added, "Having slain Captain John, you have undoubtedly made a formidable enemy of the Rocks Pirates. Until you possess sufficient strength for self-defense, it would be prudent to refrain from recklessly entering the New World, for danger lurks there." "Understood," Daro nodded, recognizing the goodwill in Roger's advice. He shared the sentiment, and had even contemplated waiting until the Rocks Pirates were vanquished in the God Valley incident before venturing into the New World. Noticing Daro's reaction, Roger understood that his words had been well received. He waved to his companions, who were still reveling in the festivities behind him, and said to Daro, "In that case, we shall part ways here, until fate brings us together again." With that, Roger and his crew bid farewell to Daro and his companions, departing for Magnetic Drum Island. Hours later, aboard the Oro Jackson. "Roger, are you intent on offending the Rocks Pirates merely to save young Daro? What is your plan?" Rayleigh inquired, holding a tin flask as he approached the edge of the deck, leaning against the railing. "A plan? Is simply that I find him likable." Roger responded with a hearty laugh, a grin spreading across his face. "How typical of you," Rayleigh remarked, his lips twitching slightly in bemusement as he regarded his captain. Had anyone else claimed to provoke the Rocks Pirates solely due to their charm, Rayleigh would have dismissed it outright. Yet, given Roger's nature, such a possibility was not entirely far-fetched. "Rayleigh, do you recall when we last encountered young Daro?" Roger, known for his lack of sense of time due to frequent inebriation, posed the question. "About a month ago, I believe. At that time, Daro had yet to set sail," Rayleigh replied, slightly perplexed by the sudden inquiry. "Why do you ask?" "Just over a month," Roger mused, recalling Daro's prowess during their initial meeting in the South Blue. In such a brief span, he had evolved into a formidable adversary capable of single-handedly defeating Captain John. "I have a premonition that young Daro will swiftly grow strong enough to stand alongside us, becoming a pivotal force in dismantling the Rocks Pirates." Gazing at the distant horizon, where a bright star shimmered in the night sky, Roger noted that although its light was faint, it was sufficient to illuminate a corner of the dark expanse. His thoughts drifted back to Magnetic Drum Island. After Whitebeard and Roger's departures, Daro and his crew were promptly laid upon their hospital beds by Dr. Correja, who declared that those who do not cherish their own bodies do not deserve to inhabit this world. Consequently, after parting with a hefty sum of 30 million berries for medical expenses, the Daro pirates received treatment from the finest doctor on Magnetic Drum Island, whose services were exemplary. "This is utterly chaotic," Correja remarked, clutching a cigarette, her brow furrowed as she surveyed Daro's battered abdomen. Nonetheless, she accepted the payment and efficiently bandaged Daro's wounds. Aside from Daro, Tuhilabaidi had also sustained significant injuries, with all 10 of his fingers severed by Heim's meat grinder, necessitating Correja's meticulous reattachment of each digit. Due to the extensive nature of the nerve reconnection surgery, Kureha summoned Bledger to act as her surgical assistant. With their combined efforts, all 10 fingers were successfully reattached, and with some time, they should return to their original state. Dr. Bledger, is Rekt not well? Dalu inquired, glancing at the adjacent bed where Rekt lay in a comatose state, receiving 4 fluids. He felt a twinge of concern and addressed Bledger, who was tidying the surgical instruments. The neurotoxin within him has been completely neutralized. In a few days, he should regain consciousness, Bledger responded while placing the vascular clamps back into the surgical kit. Is that so? That is splendid news, Dalu said, leaning against the bed as he observed his companions peacefully slumbering in their respective beds, a relaxed expression gracing his features. By the way, are you truly a pirate? Bledger asked. What, does it not seem so? Well, the pirates I have encountered in the past were not the type to risk their lives for their comrades. Those ruffians wouldn't even consider paying for Kureha's medical fees. Bledger remarked while cleaning the surgical table with his head bowed. Haha, perhaps we are the outliers among pirates, Dalu replied with a slight smile, a hint of pride evident in his voice. How wonderful, Bledger sighed, his mood dampening. For someone who lacked a sense of trust, having a group of companions to whom he could entrust his life was invaluable. Regrettably, his journey had only brought him suspicion and doubt. And the one person who had unconditionally trusted him, Nurse Elise, had departed from this world forever. Would you like to join us? Dalu tentatively extended an invitation to the skilled healer. Pardon? Bledger was taken aback. Dr. Bledger, as the captain of the Dalu Pirates, I formally invite you to serve as our ship's doctor. Would we be fortunate enough to have you? Dalu spoke earnestly. Me, as the ship's doctor? Bledger pointed at himself in astonishment. Indeed, you. What do you say? Are you willing? Dalu looked at Bledger, awaiting his response. After a prolonged silence, Bledger hesitantly replied, But I am a Fur tribe member, and they say I am a harbinger of disaster. That is of no concern, Dalu interjected, adding, You will undoubtedly excel as our ship's doctor. I have faith in you. Bledger gazed at Dalu, as if recalling the moment he had asked Nurse Elise whether, as a Fur tribe member, he could truly become an exceptional doctor, and her reassuring response. You will be fine, Bledger. I believe in you. As the night deepened, the moon ascended the treetops, and several stars twinkled around it, adorning the night sky with a radiant glow. After a day of arduous battles, the members of the Dalu Pirates had fallen into a deep slumber, each lost in sweet dreams, while the 2 doctors remained awake. On the second-floor balcony, Kureha sat on a bench with a bottle of bourbon whiskey, enjoying the gentle evening breeze. Kureha, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Bledger called from the adjacent balcony. Age brings fewer hours of sleep, Kureha replied, her 100-plus years granting her the right to make such a statement. Rising from her chair, she approached the balcony's edge closer to Bledger and confidently speculated. Are you planning to leave? Caught off guard by her perceptive remark, Bledger scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Leaving might be wise. Elise's skills were wasted here on Magnetic Drum Island. Kureha raised her wine bottle high, taking 2 hearty gulps, her thoughts drifting far back to the time she encountered that renowned young doctor at the Medical Exchange Conference. The witch Kureha and the priestess Ulysses, one a paragon of pathology, the other a master of pharmacology, 2 shining jewels of the medical world, creators of longevity elixirs and panaceas. How delightful it was. With the wine bottle in hand, Kureha staggered into the room. Chapter 136, Reactions from All Sides, 3 days passed. In Kureha's clinic, Dalu and his companions had fully recuperated. Even the severely afflicted Lykeet was able to rise from his bed, energetically frolicking with Labidi. I say, is it not time to settle down? Dalu said, somewhat exasperated, as he watched Lykeet lifting a half-ton barbell. No way. I refuse to be outdone by that damned rabbit. Lykeet huffed, his face brimming with determination as he eyed Labidi, who was also lifting weights next door, caught in a frenzy of competition. For Lykeet, who always prided himself on being the 3rd strongest in the group, a sense of unaccountable crisis had emerged ever since Labidi joined, especially after he acquired Heim's meat cleaver, significantly boosting his strength. Whatever, do as you please, Dalu conceded, realizing he could not dissuade Lykeet's stubbornness. After all, Brage had agreed to serve as the ship's doctor. So even if health issues arose, they could be addressed. It must be said, Dalu had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. According to Kaleha, Brage had not only mastered her pathology, but had also acquired all the formulas from the illustrious pharmacist Ulysses. The combination of these skills had elevated Brage's medical expertise to an impressive level. By the way, where is Brage today? I haven't seen him, Dalu inquired, picking an apple from a fruit basket on the coffee table and wiping it on his pants before bringing it to his lips. Brage and Dr. Kaleha went out. I heard he was entrusting a few children he treated to Dr. Kaleha, Sophia replied, her eyes narrowing at Dalu's unkempt behavior as she snatched the apple from his hands. She then produced an exquisite little knife from her handbag, patiently peeling the apple while continuing her response. Here you go, all done. She handed the peeled apple back to Dalu. Thank you. Dalu expressed his gratitude, his appreciation for Brage growing. For it was rare to find such a responsible doctor these days. By the way, what about Aisha and the others? Dalu asked, taking a bite of the apple. Didn't you say we're setting sail tomorrow? Li Qian returned to the mermaid, him ahead of time to rest. While Aisha and the bear are in a nearby town, claiming they need to buy a batch of carrots for Labidi. Sophia said, cleaning the knife with a handkerchief before putting it back in her bag. As they conversed, a rhythmic knocking suddenly echoed from the clinic's window. A newsbird, with a bag of newspapers slung over its back, was pecking at the windowsill. Sophia, who had a habit of subscribing to newspapers, approached the window, tossing a few coins into the bird's change jar before retrieving a paper from its bag. She opened it, her brows lifting in surprise as she read the headline. The destruction of Captain John's pirate crew. Dalu's pirate crew ascends to the pinnacle of maritime power. The sea breeze carried the news of Dalu's crew defeating Captain John far and wide. In the New World, within a palace built against the hills of Hive Island, Lox sat upon his throne, clutching the newspaper, his gaze fixed on the assembly before him, particularly on the towering figure of Newgate, a man 6 meters tall. Newgate, you allowed John to meet his end at the hands of this little brat without a fight? Silver Axe looked at Whitebeard with a gleeful malice, feigning a desire to seek justice for John. Roger saved that brat from my grasp. I couldn't act against him, Whitebeard briefly explained, choosing not to elaborate further. For the Lox pirate crew was merely a coalition of interests, and he felt no need to justify himself to Silver Axe and the others. Roger? Is he the one who previously refused to join our crew? Lox asked coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. It should be them. Shiki, responsible for recruiting Roger's crew, stepped forward to respond to Lox. It seems, Captain Lox, your reputation is not as formidable as you think. First it was Roger's crew, and now we have Dalu's crew emerging. They clearly do not regard you highly, remarked one of the weaker members of Locke's crew, Longbread, with a mocking tone. For Longbread, John's demise was not entirely unfortunate. After all, John had long managed the logistical affairs, pocketing quite a bit of the profits. And now with his death, those resources were uncertain. Silver Axe and others dared to confront Whitebeard, fully aware of this calculation, a fact that Lox, as captain, understood well. Longbread, do not attempt any tricks before me. Remember, I'm still the one in charge of this crew, Lox warned, his gaze fiercely fixed on the self-satisfied Longbread. Subsequently, Lox scanned the room, ensuring everyone was subdued before nodding in satisfaction. Bakine has brought back what remains of John's brain. She intends to use it to experiment with the Doctor's divine body plan. It won't be long before John is resurrected, and the logistical tasks will revert to him. As for that fellow named Dalu, we need not concern ourselves with him for now. We should focus on the battle plan for the Valley of God next year. Once the plan succeeds, the entire world will be within our grasp, Lox declared, his fist clenched, brimming with ambition. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the Marine Admiral, Steelbone Kong and Sengoku were discussing how to address the various matters concerning the Lox pirate crew. This is the fourth incident of Kaido plundering the Navy's scientific units. This time they stole a significant number of petri dishes and nutrient solutions, Sengoku said, placing several documents on Steelbone Kong's desk. Immunosuppressants, virus culture chambers, high-energy culture solutions. What are Locks and his crew up to? Style bon qu'on remarque. Glancing at the documents and rubbing his temples in frustration. Admiral, do you recall the scientist named Vegapunk? These instruments and agents may be related to his theory of lineage factors, Sengoku said, pulling out several sheets detailing Vegapunk's request for equipment during his tenure with the world government to show Steelbone Kong. Upon reviewing the list, Steelbone Kong noted the high degree of overlap between the equipment listed and those repeatedly pilfered by Kaido. That mad scientist is actually entangled with the Locks pirate crew? Suddenly, a figure burst into the Admiral's office, breathless. Admiral Kong, General Sengoku, have you seen today's newspaper? A naval intelligence officer exclaimed, holding up the paper. Inside the office, Gangu Kong and Zhang Guo received the newspaper, their expressions serious as they gazed upon the news of the army's defeat of Captain John. To think they managed to triumph over Captain John, it seems that the Luo pirate group indeed possesses considerable prowess. Gangu Kong raised an eyebrow, astonished. Mashal Kong, this Luo pirate group has grown at such an alarming rate. If this continues in a few years, they may become the second Roger pirate group. We must eliminate them swiftly, Zhang Guo suggested with a grave expression. Initially, he had dismissed his old friend's optimism regarding the Luo, but he never anticipated that this new pirate would develop so rapidly, achieving this level in just over a month. Gangu Kong tapped his fingers on the table in contemplation and, after a moment, spoke slowly. Let the Navy and the Grand Line refrain from resisting the Luo pirate group, allowing them to enter the New World as swiftly as possible. I am curious to see if this Luo pirate group can help us deplete the strength of the Rocks pirate group. Unbeknownst to him, this cunning strategy would become his most regrettable decision in the future, and without exception. Chapter 137. Rest and depart again on Magnetic Drum Island at the dock. Aboard the mermaid's hymn, Li Qian, come lend a hand and help stack these carrots into the water compression chamber, Aisha called to Huchuan Li Qian, who was daydreaming against the railing on the deck. Sister Aisha, have you bought too many? Inside the ship's hold, Bear was emptying the water from the compression chamber to make room for the mound of carrots stacked on the deck. It's fine, with La Bitey's appetite. They should be consumed quickly. Besides, while at sea, one must always be prepared with ample supplies, Aisha replied, straining to push the cart filled with carrots into the compression chamber. By the way, where are Luo and the others? Weren't they supposed to set sail in the afternoon? Why can't I see them? Aisha unloaded the cart, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Bear in the water tank, hoping to recruit a few more sturdy hands to assist. Rikit, Sophia, and Blagey went to the town to purchase instruments and medical books. Meanwhile, Luo is helping La Bitey adapt to the mechanical arm captured from the enemy. Bear wiped the sweat from his brow as he answered. At the same time, not far from the port, in the snowy landscape, two figures in red and white were engaged in an intense sparring match. A meat grinder, quite intriguing. Luo remarked with interest after knocking La Bitey to the ground, as he fiddled with the meat grinder arm, which bore a resemblance to the sea stone mechanical arm of the future Zifa, murmuring to himself. Luo recognized immediately that this mechanical arm was extraordinary. The high-strength alloy blade was not something an ordinary organization could forge, and the advanced electric core that could convert biological energy into mechanical energy was even more remarkable. Vegapunk, Dalu Muterid. After much contemplation, he concluded that the genius Dr. Vegapunk, who is said to be 500 years ahead of the world in technology, must be the one capable of creating such a meat grinder mechanical arm. However, he found it strange that this scientific eccentric will be associated with the Rocks pirate group. To be honest, this meat grinder mechanical arm suited La Bitey remarkably well, especially after consuming the Tontonsa fruit, allowing it to directly devour and acquire the cutting abilities of this armament. This would significantly enhance La Bitey's combat prowess. If Rikit knew, he might feel uncomfortable. Luo chuckled, noting that based on the current strength of the crew, Rikit might not even make the top 5. Disregarding Luo and Huchuan Li Qian for now, La Bitey with the meat grinder arm should be able to overpower Rikit. Considering the momentum Blagey displayed in his moon lion form, his strength should not be underestimated. Coupled with Sophia, whose abilities remain uncertain, Rikit's claim of certain victory might only hold true against Bear and Aisha. Let us go, Labaidi. Daluo approached Labaidi, who was sprawled in the snow, and patted her belly. He then stuffed the compacted meat grinder blade armor into the front pocket of her overalls and pulled her back aboard the mermaid's. As they returned to the port, they happened upon Blagey and the others, who were returning from the town, laden with numerous packages. What a coincidence, Daluo remarked, raising an eyebrow as he greeted Rikit and Blagey, who were carrying a considerable haul. Due to the destruction caused to Blagey's clinic by Daluo and John, Daluo had compensated Blagey with a generous sum to enable him to restock his medicines and pharmaceutical equipment. That's quite a load. Let me help you carry it aboard. Daluo offered, using his ability to compress the medicines and several hefty medical tomes, transporting them onto the mermaid's. You can stay in this room from now on, Daluo stated as he placed the items in a spacious room, addressing Blagey, who was holding several glass chemical instruments. Among the 17 rooms on the mermaid's, this room was the largest aside from the captain's quarters, even surpassing the size of Blagey's former clinic. All right, thank you, Captain, Blagey nodded, surveying the 30-square-meter room with satisfaction. As a pharmacist and doctor, he truly required a larger space to separate his bedroom, diagnostic area, and pharmaceutical laboratory. Soon, with the collective effort of Daluo, Blagey, and Rikit, the room was swiftly organized. It seems the room might still be a bit small. Should I clear out another room for you as your bedroom? Daluo remarked, observing the somewhat cramped quarters with a frown. No worries, this is just fine, Blagey replied, not minding the space. As he continuously stroked the top-notch pharmaceutical instruments he had just purchased but had previously hesitated to acquire. Good, as long as you're satisfied, Daluo said, clapping his hands and exiting the room with Rikit. Ah, this is what it means to have companions, Blagey, lying on the bed, tucked a corner of the white sheet, savoring the warmth of the new environment, murmured to himself. On the deck, Aisha had also finished transferring several tons of carrots into the compression chamber, and thus, Daluo had acquired a pirate ship like no other, utilizing carrots for storage. As a fervent carrot enthusiast, Labaidi chose the room closest to the food in the hold as her bedroom, and everything in the room, from the bed to the pillows, dumbbells, and carpet, was themed in the color and shape of carrots. What a devilish taste, Daluo thought, unable to bear looking at the almost surreal decor of Labaidi's room, hastily shutting the door behind him. Before long, the time had reached 4 in the afternoon. After conducting a final inventory check, everything was finally ready, prepared for departure at a moment's notice. Just as Daluo was about to give the order to set sail, a group of people suddenly rushed out from the port. There were former patients of Blagey who had received his care. Several children, upon learning that Dr. Blagey was leaving, disregarded their parents' admonitions and insisted on coming to bid him farewell. Among them was the young soldier with a mushroom atop his head, spotted by Daluo at the town's inn, now clearly identifiable in the crowd. Dr. Bullet-Cutting, farewell. The harmonious sounds of goodbye echoed loudly from their lips, serving as the finest tribute to Bullet-Cutting's many years of medical service on the island. Upon hearing the farewell, Bullet-Cutting rushed to the edge of the deck and waved slowly at the crowd in the distance. It seemed as though he could hear the words of the lady, Ulysses, who had saved him from peril before she faced the flames. Bullet-Cutting, do not hesitate, just continue onward. One day, you shall encounter trustworthy companions. Witnessing this, Dalu burst into laughter, adjusting his cowboy hat that had been blown askew by the sea breeze, and confidently addressed the bear beneath the sails. Set sail, onward to Alabasta. Chapter 138. The World Destroyer approaches. The news of the ocean spread with remarkable speed. In just a few days, the reputation of the Dalu pirate crew echoed across the seas. Following Luffy's victory over Sand Crocodile, even the smallest fish dared not provoke them. After Dalu's conquest of Captain John, the naval forces and pirates of the first half of the Grand Line, upon seeing the skull flag adorned with a cowboy hat, would nearly always steer clear. As the Steel Bone commanded the bases along the Grand Line, he declared, the Dalu pirate crew is not something you can contend with. Retreat upon sight. Let them enter the New World. Such circumstances greatly facilitated Dalu and his crew's voyage, allowing them to navigate to the waters near Alabasta with minimal effort. Sophia, here is the margarita you wanted, less ice. Clad in a black suit, a servant presented a meticulously crafted drink before Sophia. How thoughtful. Likey, Sophia remarked. Wearing a floral dress and sunglasses, gracefully accepting the glass with her delicate hand, her smile radiant. Ha! Likey twirled, flattered by the compliment from the beauty, and, with a swagger, sauntered into the cabin, soon emerging with a barrel brimming with orange liquid. Here you go, silly rabbit, your carrot juice. He unceremoniously dropped the barrel at Labatai's feet. Receiving such special treatment, Labatai was not displeased. Upon seeing the full barrel of her favorite carrot juice, she set down the weights she was holding, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Labatai hoisted the wooden barrel, eagerly gulping down the carrot juice. Her fluffy ears perked up in excitement. Likey, Labatai is thanking you. Aisha, perched on a beach chair in a blue bikini, rose and stealthily snatched a piece of osmanthus cake from the snack platter of Izumi Riken, acting as a translator. Who needs her thanks? That annoying rabbit is merely afraid of dying of thirst from training. Likey waved dismissively. On the deck, under the blazing sun, Dalu, manning the helm, observed his crew lounging under parasols, sipping drinks, and felt an immediate sense of imbalance. Bear, come help me steer the ship. Dalu shouted at the bear, who was fixated on the last piece of osmanthus cake on Izumi Riken's snack platter. All right, the bear, torn between the desire to claim the last piece of cake and his duty, sighed and approached the helm to take over for Dalu. How clumsy, bear! As a pirate, you should not shy away from seizing a piece of cake. Dalu, having sensed everything with his observation haki, was dissatisfied with his intern's demeanor. Pay attention, bear. This is the resolve of a pirate. Dalu felt compelled to impart a lesson, so he dragged a wooden crate from the corner, sat beside Izumi Riken, and, meeting Izumi's discontented gaze, claimed the final piece of osmanthus cake from his platter. How despicable! Izumi, holding a teacup, squinted at Dalu with eyes full of resentment. This crate. Dalu, feeling guilty, quickly shifted the topic and opened the large wooden box, revealing the wapple metal contained within. This wapple metal was purchased from Hiroluk after witnessing the miraculous cherry blossoms, had inexplicably recovered from his terminal illness. Subsequently, Hiroluk intended to gift the wapple to Dalu, but was instead offered it at half price. With the money received, Hiroluk chose to retire and learn medicine, purchasing a house near Kureha's clinic, seemingly determined to understand the miracle that had transpired within him. Sophia, please show me the blueprint for that sniper rifle. I need to see what materials are still required. Dalu turned his head. Of course. Sophia retrieved a fragrant blueprint from her fourth-dimensional pocket and handed it to Dalu. High-strength steel pipe, energy capacitor, Dalu murmured, examining the material list marked by Aisha on the blueprint. Currently, aside from the steel pipe and energy capacitor, everything else is prepared. Sophia, do you think this metal can be used to make the high-strength steel pipe? Let me take a look. Sophia raised an eyebrow, accepting the wapple metal block from Dalu and weighing it in her hands. With this density, it is indeed possible. I will take some to conduct a test, Sophia said, rising from her sun chair and heading into the ship's workshop with the wapple metal. After more than an hour, Sophia returned to Dalu with good news. No problem. This memory alloy can be used to create the barrel for the sniper rifle. That's excellent. Dalu raised his eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Then we just need an energy capacitor, and we can begin crafting that sniper rifle, right? As for the energy capacitor, I can have my brother prepare it, but I need to send him these blueprints first. Sophia brought Dalu the second piece of good news. Send it to him? How will that work? Dalu inquired, puzzled. Is there a courier service in this world? I don't know if you've heard of UMIT Logistics. They have a secret office in Alabasta, specifically serving the underground world. I can contact them when the time comes. Having navigated the underground world for many years and built a formidable reputation, Sophia naturally knew of secrets unknown to others. The deep current king Umit? It seems they have already made quite a name for themselves in the underground world. Dalu raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing a familiar term from Sophia. Let us hurry to Alabasta, Dalu declared eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation for the sniper rifle named Vivian. Simultaneously, as Dalu sped towards Alabasta, another group of pirates engaged in fierce combat with the Navy. A sunglasses-wearing fisherman, riding on the back of a man and a woman, navigated through the water with astonishing agility, evading the countless cannonballs fired from the warships. Sebastian, speed up, or Woad will throw a fit. Nai-Chin, dressed in a white lab coat and standing atop the fishman's back, glanced at the time and urged anxiously. Don't worry, watch me finish them off in one strike. Guy Lam, clad in a blue and white striped short sleeve and overalls, resembling two chocolate square ice creams atop his head, brandished a hammer as he leapt toward the approaching Navy vessel. The peculiar shape of a colossal iron hammer descended heavily upon the warship, momentarily halting its advance. Concurrently, intricate golden grids began to manifest across the vessel's surface. The massive warship commenced disintegration along the chessboard like golden framework, fracturing into neatly shaped cubes reminiscent of tofu. Subsequently, the entire ship, along with the Navy personnel aboard, sank into the depths of the sea. Cursed be this fate. A despairing rear admiral of the naval base gazed helplessly as the Marines aboard the ship floundered in the water, exclaiming in rage, and then retrieved a blue and white communication device from his pocket. Contact the naval headquarters. I am under attack by the Ward pirates and urgently require assistance. He shouted vehemently. Assistance? I doubt you will need it any longer. A brawny man adorned with a horned helmet and sporting a W-shaped mustache seized the rear admiral by the throat, lifting him effortlessly and applying pressure. Thus, the entire naval vessel met its demise, with no survivor left to recount the tale. Meanwhile, Sebastian returned to the Ward pirates' ship, burdened with Nai-Chin and Guy Lam. Ward, I trust our arduous journey back from the New World was not merely to trouble these insignificant fish, Guy Lam remarked, stroking his beard as he addressed Ward. Ha ha, of course not. Ward replied with a hearty laugh, producing a newspaper from an unknown publication. The headline, laden with sensationalism, boldly proclaimed, the ultimate firepower, Death Gunner Daro destroys half of the magnetic drum kingdom in one shot. Huh, I hear there's a new pirate who can fire formidable bullets. I wonder if enhancing his ammunition with my Momo no Mi would allow me to obliterate an entire kingdom in a single blow? The inherently destructive Ward trembled with excitement. Ahem, but what if he refuses to cooperate? Inquired Benjak, perched upon Ward's shoulder, his brow furrowed in concern. Refuse to cooperate? I shall compel him to comply. Ward clenched the newspaper tightly, shredding it into pieces and casting it into the sea. Listen up, my crew. Once we capture that fellow Daro, I shall lead you all to Marineford for a grand display. Now let us set sail. Alabasta. Chapter 139. Separate actions 5 days after departing from Magnetic Drum Island. The mermaid SM approached the vicinity of St. Ting Island. Daro, I can see the island ahead. We should be nearing the port of Alabasta in approximately 40 minutes. Aisha called out, having set aside her carrot to tease Libet. From the ammunition workshop, Daro poked his head out, spotting a dark shape on the horizon, and responded, understood. Kuma, Rector, prepare to furl the sails and dock. Roger that. Rector at the helm and Kuma beneath the sails replied with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the others had already donned short-sleeved summer attire, ready for disembarkation. Sophia, aren't you worried about overheating in that outfit? Dr. Brage, the ship's medic, questioned, pointing at Sophia, who was clad in a red combat uniform and heavily veiled. Oh, it's perfectly fine. My combat suit has a temperature regulation system that maintains an optimal comfort level. Besides, with such intense sunlight, neglecting sun protection would lead to a rapid tan, Sophia explained, adjusting the veil that framed her face. I see. As a member of the fur tribe, Brage lacked knowledge about beauty care and, as a black cat, had no need for sun protection. Enough chatter. We're preparing to dock. Come help out, Daro urged, now clad in a floral shirt and shorts, topped with a cowboy hat. One could not help but notice the resemblance between Daro's outfit and that of Ace, both exuding a sunny, dapper charm. Half an hour later, the mermaid him gently docked at the port of Canola Flower City. The imposing pirate ship drew the attention of numerous onlookers upon its arrival. Lieutenant, look, it's the Daro pirates, a patrolling naval soldier exclaimed, pointing at the ship's sails adorned with a skull wearing a cowboy hat. As soon as the soldier's words left his lips, chaos erupted among the fellow patrolling Navy personnel, who froze in place, staring in disbelief at the crew descending from the deck. Sure enough, it was them. This is bad news. One worried Marine tugged at his cap, his expression grim. Damn! How could they come to Alabasta? The Marines murmured among themselves, perceiving Daruo and his crew as a harbinger of doom. The leading lieutenant, upon meeting Daruo's gaze, lost all composure, as if his soul had fled. Run. According to orders, do not engage with them. We're suspending patrols for the next few days. Let them depart swiftly. With that, the lieutenant fled, dragging his comrades back to the naval base, disappearing from Daruo's sight in a flash. What is happening with them? Aisha scratched her head, bewildered. Perhaps they left the gas on at home. Daruo offered a rather far-fetched excuse as he leapt from the deck. Alabasta is an ancient and vast kingdom located in the first half of the Grand Line. Unlike the myriad of small nations scattered across the Grand Line, this country boasts considerable territory and population, with its capital, Albana, housing a formidable force of 600,000 soldiers. At 3 in the afternoon, during the hottest part of the day, the streets remained bustling with activity. Various vendors displayed their wares, creating a lively atmosphere amid the throngs of people. What a delightful aroma! Kuma's keen sense of smell detected a unique fragrance in the air. That perfume! Alabasta is renowned for its spices and is famous as a land of fragrances, Sophia confidently asserted, having frequented high-end cosmetic stores. It smells absolutely divine. Less by a few bottles. Aisha inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with delight. Daruo, please give me some money. I beg you. Aisha pleaded, tugging at Daruo's arm. Resembling a child begging a parent for a toy. Sighing at Aisha's lack of dignity, Daruo rubbed his forehead and withdrew a stack of bills, estimating around 60,000 berries, and handed them to her. 60,000 berries. You and Sophia can split it, Daruo stated with exasperation, only to see Aisha snatch the bills in an instant. Sophia, let us buy perfume later, Aisha exclaimed, stuffing the money into her pocket with a triumphant grin. Absolutely. I also need to contact the UMIT logistics team. Once I send off the items, we can indulge in a shopping spree, Sophia replied cheerfully, adorned in vibrant attire and clutching a black handbag. Daruo paid no mind to the camaraderie between the two sisters, but instead focused on Rector, who had been unusually quiet throughout. In Daruo's recollection, Rector was not typically one to remain so silent. Daruo said, My grandfather has an old friend who settled in Udi. I'd like to pay him a visit. Rickert, impeccably dressed in a crisp striped shirt and a sleek black bowler hat, hesitated, his words caught midway, like a breath held too long. Udi? That's quite a distance from here, Daruo murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a moment's pause, he lifted his gaze and addressed the group with quiet authority. Let us split up. There is no organized military force in this country capable of posing a genuine threat to us. As he spoke, he withdrew several bears from his leather wallet and handed them to Rickert, who was preparing to depart alone. Isha, Daruo continued, turned to her. How long before the log pose for Alabasta stabilizes? Approximately 11 days, Isha replied, glancing at the log pose bracelet encircling her wrist. Then we'll reconvene here in 10 days, Daruo declared, tapping the hilt of his sword with quiet finality. At present, Alabasta held little of enduring interest for Daruo. Only two things truly warranted his attention. The poneglyph buried deep within the royal tomb, inscribed with the legend of the Pluton, and the enigmatic Nefertari royal lineage, whose 20 queens had long whispered of forgotten sovereignty. Thus, dispersal became the most elegant and efficient course. We shall divide into 3 parties, Daruo announced, having weighed every variable. Rickert heads to Udi to visit his grandfather's old friend. Isha, Sophia, and Rabetti will remain to finalize logistics in the commercial hub of Yuba. The rest of us, myself, Bear, Blake, and Kazumi, will proceed directly to the capital, Alabasta, to retrieve the poneglyph from the royal tomb. No objections at all. His proposal was met with unanimous assent, cheerful, even eager. Wonderful, cried Isha, leaping into the air with unrestrained delight. Chapter 140. The scholars of O'Hara Sophia, Isha, and Rabetti, more precisely, 2 humans and 1 rabbit, happily dashed off toward Yuba, a city famed for its bustling trade and opulent markets. Intent on indulging in unrestrained, gleeful extravagance. Rickert, meanwhile, carried a simple paper sack as he journeyed farther still, to Uti, to honor an old bond across time and memory. The remaining four, under Daro's steady guidance, advanced with quiet purpose toward Alabasta's capital, Alabama, determined to recover the ancient poneglyph slumbering beneath the royal necropolis. Ordinarily, such a task would fall to Isha. Only she possessed the rare gift of deciphering poneglyphs. But at present, her mind was wholly consumed by visions of silks, spices, and sundries in Yuba. Persuasion proved futile. Yet Daro had his own method, having lived over 2 decades as a citizen of Huaxia in his prior life. He knew well the art of rubbing, of capturing inscriptions in faithful, tactile fidelity. With his ability, he could replicate the poneglyph flawlessly, satisfying both scholarly rigor and his own quiet, insatiable collector's soul. Beyond a handful of coastal ports and scattered oasis towns, Alabasta was a realm of unbroken gold, vast, sun-scorched dunes stretching to the horizon. To reach Alabama, they would have to cross that sea of sand. It's unbearable. My whole body feels parched to dust. Bear groaned, leaning heavily on his walking staff, tongue lolling, head drooping. As a mink of dense, velvety fur, his thermoregulation was far less efficient than a human ass. Here, drink, Daro said, unslung a compact canteen brimming with condensed fresh water and passed it to him, then offered the crew a vision of respite. Just a little farther, the capital lies within reach. Hold on. A sudden, scorching gust swept across the dunes, so fierce it made Bear shiver. And then, beyond the shimmering heat haze, a cluster of ghostly white ruins emerged, gleaming like bleached bone beneath the sun. His eyes flared with relief. Look, an ancient city. Let us rest there, he cried, bounding across the dunes with sudden, loping energy, pointing eagerly. Agreed, Daro said, surveying his companions' weary faces. We'll pause and rehydrate. Yet the mirage of proximity deceived them, though the ruins appeared near. It took over 40 minutes of trudging through the searing, shifting sands before they stood at their threshold. Have all these birds simply perished from thirst? Daro murmured, stepping into the shade and gazing at the dense carpet of white avian corpses strewn around the ruins. This one still lives? Quick, water. Blake rushed to a limp. Pale bird slumped in the shade, gently lifting its frail body and calling out. Daro's gaze narrowed. The bird, large, immaculately white, lay with one eye half open, slyly peering up at them. Something was wrong. In the merciless desert, a wounded bird would never retain such pristine, unblemished plumage. Blake, don't be deceived. These are great deceiver birds, notorious tricksters who prey upon weary travelers. Daro's voice was calm, certain, his knowledge drawn from the unaltered canon of truth. Great deceiver birds? Blake blinked, still cradling the bird, now feigning convulsions and frothing at the mouth, utterly unconvincing. Seeing disbelief linger, Daro said nothing more. Instead, he exhaled, once, and let his Haushiku haki surge forth like a tide of primal dominance. The air thickened, charged with the aura of an apex predator. Instantly, every bird feigning death around them rolled backward, eyes wide and vacant, limbs slack. The one in Blake's hands let out a shrill, panicked shriek and spasmed violently. Its ruse utterly shattered. Blake stared, stunned, and then furious, at the unconscious impostor in his palms, so enraged he nearly dashed it to the sand. Enough, Daro said softly, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. It lives. Its nature is flawed, yes, but survival, however cunning, is never without dignity. While Daro gently disarmed Blake's wrath, Kazumi, ever observant, spotted movement in the distance. Daro, look, there are people near the ruins, she called, pointing toward the colossal white ruins where 3 tiny figures stood like specks against the bleached stone. Cursed birds, they've stolen all our water, wailed a young man in pristine white scholar-esque robes, his sun-protective hood askew, knees buckled in despair. Doctor, what do we do? Our supplies are gone. A young woman with snow-white hair and a russet leather jacket paced frantically, muttering under her breath. Nearby, a middle-aged man, his beard and hair shaped uncannily like a three-leaf clover. Clad in a vivid red and white striped tunic, frowned deeply. His gaze settled on the distraught woman. Europa, Beate. I've already contacted Alabasta's authorities. They've dispatched aid. They'll arrive tomorrow. All we must do is endure one more day. His voice was measured, grave, the voice of one who bore the weight of centuries in his syllables. One day, another scholar interjected, brow furrowed. The desert night drops to freezing. Without water or shelter, we'll perish before dawn. The Clover Doctor, scholar, historian, keeper of truths too dangerous for empires, knew Europa's fear was justified. Yet in that moment, endurance was all they possessed. We're not alone, Europa suddenly cried, spotting Daro's party cresting the final dune. Within seconds, Daro and his three companions stood before the scholars, calm, sun-baked, unflinching. Who are you? Sand pirates? Europa demanded, brandishing a brittle twig like a weapon, her voice edged with suspicion. Daro did not answer. His gaze lingered instead on the white-haired young woman, familiar, yet elusive, until his eyes fell upon the Clover Doctor, rising slowly from the sand. Then memory returned, clear and sharp as a chisel's edge. Europa, scholar of O'Hara. Robin's mother. Enough, Europa, the Clover Doctor said, stepping forward with quiet dignity, only to be gently, firmly interrupted. Clover Doctor, Daro said, his voice low and resonant. Why are you here, in the heart of the desert? Daro asked curiously, his tone direct and unambiguous as he named the other's identity outright. Do you know me? Startled by this sudden revelation of his origins, Dr. Trifolium arched an eyebrow in mild astonishment and gazed at Daro with genuine intrigue. Doi, of course, I recognize you well, the esteemed scholar of O'Hara, the renowned historian. I've even read several of your insightful conjectures on ancient history. Fascinating, truly. To avoid lengthy explanations, Daro offered a small, harmless fabrication. Is that so? Dr. Trifolium's demeanor softened noticeably. Daro's admirer-like deference was deeply gratifying, and his voice warmed with newfound familiarity. As their conversation unfolded, Daro learned that the O'Haran delegation had been summoned to Alabasta by the royal court, specifically to decipher ancient inscriptions. Mr. Daro, Dr. Trifolium asked eagerly, Eyes alight, are you bound for the capital, Alyabarna? Daro instantly perceived the unspoken implication and replied with practiced ease, Indeed. We intend to immerse ourselves in Alabasta's rich customs and timeless landscapes. You too? Daro feigned surprise, though, in truth, his keen observation had already noted the absence of supplies among the scholars. Whatever the cause, they were stranded, trapped, perhaps, by circumstance or misadventure. And here lay an exquisite opportunity to secure the scholars' expertise in translating the poneglyphs, while gaining unhindered access to the Nefertari royal lineage. Daro would not let it slip away. How splendid! We, too, journey to Alyabarna. What perfect synchronicity! Elbia, ever impulsive, sprang to her feet from the sand at once. Dr. Trifolium, ever the dignified academic, remained composed, yet he clasped Daro's hand with quiet gravity and asked earnestly, As you see, our provisions were lost under unforeseen circumstances, leaving us stranded here. Might we accompany you to Alyabarna? The scholar's sincerity stirred a gentle pang of humility in Daro, who responded with equal sincerity, Of course, without hesitation. We're saved, Elbia cried, leaping skyward in unrestrained elation. As dusk deepened, Daro gestured toward the encroaching twilight. The hour grows late. Why not make camp here for the night? These ruins will shield us well from the wind and sand. His suggestion met with unanimous assent. Elbia and her companions swiftly erected tents, while others scoured the dunes for dry brush and fallen branches, gathering fuel for warmth. Doctor, look what I found. A male scholar approached, holding aloft a dazed giant fraud-bird. The bird, whose mischief had cost them dearly, earned Dr. Trifolium's withering glare. He seized it, flung it onto the ground, and demanded, voice edged with indignation, How did you locate them? Over there. Strange as it is, many of them lie unconscious. The scholar pointed toward the direction from which Daro's party had arrived. Roast it, Dr. Trifolium declared, with the finality of a sovereign pronouncing judgment. Nearby, Bear observed the scholar's expressions. Then, ever candid, blurted, "Surely you didn't let these birds swindle you out of your supplies?" Dr. Trifolium froze, mortified, and utterly unwilling to confirm the truth. Fortunately, Izumi Reikin stepped in with effortless grace, clapping Bear lightly on the shoulder and murmuring with gentle reproach, "Young man, must you speak such unvarnished truths?" Chapter 141. Arrival in Alyabarna Crackle, Hiss. At the camp's edge, Daruo fed a brittle piece of driftwood into the fire. Sparks leapt like fireflies into the violet dusk, and the air hummed with quiet warmth. These rocks, nature's own griddles. Bear mused, laying a sizzling slice of fraudbird meat onto a sun-baked slab. Rich, caramelized aromas rose, intoxicating and primal. Daruo laughed, a rich, unhurried sound. "Ah, if Recto were here, we might even share an ice-cold lager." With elegant nonchalance, he coaxed a cryo-grenade to exhale its chill, transforming a flask of water into glistening, frost-kissed clarity, refreshment in the heart of the desert. Good heavens, how decadent! One of the O'Haran scholars watched, mouth parched, tongue instinctively tracing his cracked lips. Daruo, ever generous, offered no stinginess. His reserves were vast, not only enough to quench four scholars' thirst, but to fill a desert oasis with liquid luxury, should he so choose. "Doctor, please join us." Daruo beckoned warmly, gesturing toward the scholars. A drink, perhaps? He held genuine admiration for these O'Haran minds, brave souls who pursued truth at the edge of peril, who dared question the sanctioned past. In spirit, they were explorers in the purest sense, though, admittedly, their martial prowess left much to be desired. "Mr. Daruo, how deeply we thank you," Dr. Trifolium replied, accepting the cup with scholarly grace and draining it in two swift, grateful gulps. "Just Daruo," he said, smiling. Then, nodding toward Elbia's half-empty cup. "Another?" She blinked, then with a shy, instinctive lick of her lips, murmured, "Truly, thank you." The desert breathes in extremes. As the sun dissolved beyond the dunes, the air turned sharp and biting, and the wind, fierce and golden, hurled itself against the tents like a restless, ancient spirit. Before the fire, Daruo sat with the O'Haran scholars, hands outstretched to the flames. "Do you know what once stood here?" Dr. Trifolium asked, his voice low and resonant, as if summoning memory from the stone itself. "Here we go again." Elbia and the others exchanged resigned glances, palms softly meeting foreheads in silent lament. Dr. Trifolium was erudite, kind, and profoundly learned, yet possessed an unshakable penchant for scholarly exposition. Pose a simple question, and he'd unfurl a tapestry of knowledge, dense, dazzling, and to the uninitiated, interminable. Daruo, still blissfully unaware, played his part perfectly. Where? The moment the word left his lips, the floodgates opened. Dr. Trifolium launched into an unbroken, torrential cascade. This was once Shahwa, a famed oasis city of Alabasta, verdant and vibrant, its date palms whispering in the wind. Until the aquifer faded, the wells ran dry, and the city, like a sigh, slowly surrendered to the sands. He spoke as if he de-swallowed a dozen packs of shinmai, words tumbling forth in ceaseless, scholarly abundance, leaving Daruo and his companions stranded in a vortex of verbosity, like Sun Wukong, ears ringing beneath the Bodhisattva's chant. Just as Dr. Trifolium prepared to enumerate Shahwa's former population, down to the last census, Elbia stirred, unable to endure further. Yet she knew the antidote, honed by years of companionship, a well-timed pivot. "Doctor," she interjected brightly, "did the king mention why he summoned us to Alyabarna?" The question struck true. The thread of Shahwa snapped cleanly. Dr. Trifolium cleared his throat, composed, and replied, "King Takora, the late sovereign, father of King Cobra, unearthed a cache of antiquities within the royal necropolis. He invited us to examine them. Historical artifacts? They are merely funerary objects, so is it really necessary to summon us here?" Orbia, who was struggling in the desert, scoffed. "However, that is not merely an artifact. Within the tomb, A new historical manuscript has been discovered, said a male scholar sitting beside Dr. San Yi Chao with a hint of pride. Ahem. Dr. San Yi Chao, upon hearing the man's words, quickly cleared his throat to interrupt. Ancient weapons? Indeed. Does that manuscript contain information about the underworld monarch? Daruo silently scoffed at the conversation among the group. It must be said that after years of maritime archaeology, Dr. San Yi Chao is quite the seasoned veteran. Even at this moment, he maintains a necessary wariness towards Daruo. With Dr. San Yi Chao's diversion, the atmosphere cooled significantly. After a few more casual exchanges, they retreated to their respective tents, leaving only Orbia and Daruo on night watch. The two engaged in light conversation, with Orbia recounting the archaeological tale she had gathered, while Daruo shared his thrilling and fascinating adventure stories. Daruo, so you are pirates? Orbia asked, astonished by Daruo's narratives. What? Does it not seem so? Daruo raised an eyebrow in response. Not at all. How can it be a pirate crew of just 4? Moreover, you are all so friendly. It is hard to believe you are ruthless pirates. Orbia remarked candidly as she tossed a uniquely shaped piece of firewood into the flames. Wait, Daruo exclaimed, swiftly halting Orbia from tossing the wood into the fire, taking it from her hands to inspect it closely. What is it? Is there something wrong with this piece of wood? Orbia asked, puzzled. I have a plan. I know how we can reach Albana swiftly, Daruo said, gripping the piece of wood tightly, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he began to explain. Have you ever heard of sand sledge? It is a unique mode of transportation in Alabasta, somewhat akin to a boat, yet harnesses wind power to traverse the desert. Daruo reminisced about the original text as he spoke. Where did you find this? Let us see if we can locate a complete sand sledge tomorrow. This way, we can swiftly cross the desert, Daruo declared confidently. Indeed, you are quite unlike a pirate, Orbius said, gazing intently at the eloquent Daruo before finally exclaiming. What do you mean by that? Now it was Daruo's turn to feel puzzled. Knowing such an obscure thing, you hardly seem like a pirate. Rather, you resemble a scholar, Orbius smiled. A night of silence passed, and after completing their night watch, Daruo and Orbius switched places with their companions and returned to their tents to rest. The following morning, Daruo led the group to search amidst the ruins of the ancient city, and they indeed discovered 3 relatively intact sand sledges. After reinforcing them with ropes and nails, they navigated the sand dunes. Blaz gazed at the distant city walls constructed of yellow earth and the bustling town, exclaiming, Is this Albana? How marvelous! Chapter 142. The waterless Albana on the streets of Albana. The air was thick with a faint aroma reminiscent of masala, which unsettled Daruo. However, this was to be expected, as the country that inspired Alabasta was akin to a curry nation from his past life. How remarkable! There are so many people. Xiong for the impoverished kingdom of Seoul Bay exclaimed, having never witnessed such prosperous streets and towering buildings. Of course, this is Alabasta, Orbius said, patting Xiong's shoulder as if it were self-evident. Meanwhile, Dr. San Yi Chao began to elaborate. Alabasta is one of the few superpowers along the Grand Line, and even among the 50 nations of the world government, it ranks among the top. All of this is inextricably linked to the wise ruler of Alabasta. The doctor spoke fervently, as if extolling Nefertari Tico as a benevolent king. However, to the townsfolk on the streets, this narrative was met with skepticism. A middle-aged woman balancing a stack of flatbreads on her head rolled her eyes and muttered, What a load of nonsense! That scoundrel of a king has no idea how many lives he has cost. Several oases have dried up due to his angering the ancestors. And now there are countless refugees outside Albana. With that, the woman shoved past Dr. San Yi Chao and approached a shop displaying large white plastic barrels. Inquiring with the shopkeeper, how much is water now? Albana, situated in the desert, lacks a stable drinking water source. Aside from rainfall, it relies on deep wells for water. However, since King Tico disturbed the ancient tomb, there's been no rain for several months, and the deep wells have begun to run dry. While heavy rainfall continues in Yuba, 300 berries for a liter of water, the shopkeeper announced as he stepped outside. 300 berries. Why don't you go rob someone? The woman retorted, her eyes wide with disbelief. There's no choice. You know that because the king offended the ancestors. The curse of the desert has made water scarce, and it must now be transported from Yuba, making it quite valuable, the shopkeeper said, tapping the white water barrel, producing a sharp sound. Sigh, then I'll take half a barrel. The woman, aware of the truth in the shopkeeper's words, sighed resignedly, removing the clay pot from her head and fumbling for some berries to hand over, lamenting, I truly don't know how to survive these days. It seemed to echo the woman's sentiments when a gaunt man, with prominent ribs, leaned on a cane and crawled to the water vendor's feet, extending a hand and pleading, please, give me some water. I feel I am dying of thirst. Go away. Do you know how much I paid for this water? The water vendor waved his hand dismissively, disgust written across his face. How can you be so cruel? He is about to die of thirst. Blaz glared fiercely at the water vendor, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. What does it matter to me if he dies? It's not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame that king who provoked the curse, the vendor retorted defiantly. Have mercy and save us. If not, take my child. He is young and cannot drink much water, and you can have him help you with your work. A similarly emaciated woman with a rag tied around her head pushed her child forward to the vendor. Don't bother me. There are plenty of refugees outside. Those who can work have already been taken as slaves. All that's left are the weak and the sick, the vendor said, calling forth several guards wielding steel knives to drive the beggars away. Truly a tragic fate. A woman who had purchased half a jar of clear water from a vendor gazed sorrowfully at the refugees, pondering what she could possibly do. As she had several children at home. Deluo, do we have enough water? She inquired. If we do, I wish to help them. Budaiji, looking at the refugees in the distance, spoke earnestly. Of course, there is plenty, Deluo replied, patting the water bucket hanging at his waist with a smile, and handed the compressed water container to Budaiji. Thank you, Budaiji responded solemnly as he swiftly joined the group of refugees, with Deluo and the others following him to the gathering of displaced individuals on the west side of the city. I have water. Everyone can come here to receive it for free, Budaiji announced, setting up a makeshift table and calling out to the hundreds of makeshift tents nearby. Instantly, numerous gaunt heads timidly emerged from the tents, curiously observing Budaiji, who was draped in a black cloak, as if they were lifeless branches yearning for vitality. Upon seeing the array of water bowls on the table, they seemed to awaken, rushing forward like a horde of zombies besieging Bulaiji's water station. Water. Give me water, one refugee rasped, struggling to utter a few words from a parched throat. There's plenty, no need to push. Bulaiji urged the throng encircling the stall. However, his words had little effect. The refugees, fleeing from the desiccated oasis city, were deaf to reason and pressed even more frantically against the table. This cannot continue, Deluo exclaimed, observing the chaos of shoving and scrambling in the crowd. He tapped Hequan Li Qian on the shoulder and instructed, Li Qian, please help restore some order. Nodding in acknowledgement, Hequan Li Qian, cradling Hequan Shou Jian, stepped in front of Bu Lai Jie, unsheathing his gleaming blade without a word. Form an orderly line, or you will face consequences. Bai Xiao Luo's brusque command swiftly quelled the tumultuous crowd. We should assist as well. Oer Baiya urged a few other scholars from Ao Hala to join Bu Lai Jie in distributing water. Wait a moment. Deluo called to Oer Baiya, instructing her, go tell Bu Lai Jie not to be stingy. Fill every container the refugees use to fetch water. But if we do that, the water will run out quickly. What will we do then? Question. Do not worry. I have a plan, Deluo assured, opting not to elaborate further in the midst of the chaotic scene. Thus, through the efforts of Bulaiji and Oer Baiya, over 1,000 refugees received ample drinking water, and thanks to the word spreading among the crowd, many more thirsty citizens arrived to collect water. Magic barrel, exclaimed the last person in line, pointing at the seemingly inexhaustible wooden barrel held by Bulaiji. Simultaneously, the legend of the magic barrel began to circulate throughout Albana, and everyone learned of a miraculous water vessel in the west of the city that could continuously dispense water. After the distribution concluded, Deluo and his companions sought refuge in an inn as their base in Albana. That night, Deluo summoned everyone to his room. How much water remains in the barrel? He inquired of Bulai-Jia, who was seated on the bed. Only 1/5 is left, Bulai-Jia replied, patting the barrel with a furrowed brow. Have we consumed that much? Deluo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was acutely aware of the barrel's capacity, which contained water equivalent to 2 swimming pools, and was astonished by the rapid depletion. Yes, the consumption is alarmingly swift, Bulai-Jia continued, looking at Deluo. Tomorrow, we must limit each person to 1 bowl of water. The proposal from O'Air by you received unanimous agreement from everyone present, except Deluo. No, tomorrow we will provide water without limits, just as we did today, Deluo asserted firmly. But we do not have enough water, O'Air by you contended. I will find a way to ensure everyone believes in the existence of a magic vessel that dispenses water endlessly, Deluo declared, securing the water barrel at his waist and addressing all present. Why? What significance does that hold? An A.O. Hala scholar questioned, echoing the confusion of the group. To them, a daily allocation of 1 bowl of water seemed sufficient to sustain their lives. Why necessitate limitless supply? Deluo smiled, explaining, without this approach, how could the water merchants in the city possibly reduce their prices? Furthermore, those responsible for the water scarcity in Alba would surely cause us trouble if they witnessed a genuine magic vessel capable of providing unlimited water. Chapter 143. Light? Are you suggesting that the water shortage in Alba is the result of someone's machinations? After hearing Deluo's words, Bulai-Jia slammed his palm on the table, indignantly proclaiming, as a doctor, especially after witnessing the horrors of Li disease in Baiji town, he could not tolerate the thought of human life being so disregarded. But is that even possible? Believing it was entirely implausible for someone to orchestrate such a drought in a city. It is absolutely possible. Dalu replied emphatically. He recalled vividly from the original text that in the Alabasta region, there existed a mystical substance capable of summoning rain to a specific area, albeit at the cost of prolonged drought elsewhere. Jumping powder. Before Deluo could speak, the knowledgeable Dr. San Yi Chao voiced the answer he had in mind, his expression turning grave as he added, that substance was banned 70 years ago and has not been seen since. I cannot say for certain, but given the current circumstances, it is undoubtedly the work of someone with ulterior motives, Deluo shrugged. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, he did not subscribe to tales of ancient curses. Rather, he believed that someone was clandestinely using jumping powder in Yuba, causing the downstream Albana to suffer from prolonged drought. As Dalu spoke, his pocket phone suddenly buzzed. Deluo, I have news about the matter you asked me to investigate. Upon answering, he heard Sophia's voice. What is the situation? Deluo raised an eyebrow and gestured for silence to the others in the room. As you suspected, the merchants transporting water are all under the influence of someone named UC. He is the largest slave owner and trader in Yuba, and reportedly, his uncle is the prime minister of the Alabasta kingdom. Yuhi, Sophia explained, reclining against the inn's desk. It seems these two are indeed the culprits, Deluo mused, stroking his chin, and then instructed Sophia, please investigate this UC and see if anyone near Yuba is producing a peculiar powder. Understood, Sophia responded. After our investigation, we will head to Alba to find you. The blueprints have already been dispatched, and there is no reason for us to linger in Yuba without a purpose. Daruo arched an eyebrow, then recalled Aisha, the mischievous, spirited young woman, and chuckled as he turned to Sophia. Didn't Aisha declare she'd go on a shopping spree in Yuba? Rain, this wretched place leaks from the heavens, drenching us day after day. Upon hearing Daruo's words, Aisha, lying beside Sophia, groaned and rolled about helplessly on the bed. Very well, Daruo said with a smile. Once you've settled matters, come join us in Alabasta. The moment Daruo ended the call, Blake leaned forward eagerly. Well, what did he say? Meanwhile, Yulbia and the others fixed their keen, expectant gazes upon Daruo. He withheld nothing. With calm candor, he recounted the entire affair, the truth, unvarnished and complete. It's Minister Yuhu of Alabasta? Yulbia murmured, her voice tinged with alarm upon hearing the name. Yet Trifolium, the scholarly doctor, perceived deeper currents. Frowning pensively, she observed. This minister Yuhu deliberately inflamed the rumor that Takora had angered the ancestors by desecrating the sacred spring, thereby amassing a vast number of enslaved laborers, while banishing the elderly, infirm, and ailing into Alabasta's crumbling heart. This is no mere conspiracy. It is the prelude to rebellion. What then shall we do? Blake asked, turning instinctively toward Daruo, the unwavering axis of their fellowship. Fear not, Daruo replied with a resonant laugh. So long as our waters remain abundant, desperation will not be ours to bear. With that, he lifted a sturdy wooden cask brimming with purified water and strode out into the rain-slicked dusk. In essence, it all hinged upon water. So long as the wellspring held, the legend of the enchanted vessel, the Magian, said to pour forth water without end, would endure. And so long as its myth persisted, the people of Alabasta would remain unshaken. Meanwhile, those profiteers hoarding water and selling it at exorbitant prices, siphoning the city's lifeblood, would grow increasingly restless. In time, Yuhu, the shadowed architect behind it all, would be forced into the light, compelled to act, to intervene, to reveal himself. In the days that followed, Blake's public distribution of water continued steadily, unceasingly, and the queues grew ever longer. Had Daruo not brought nearly 100 seawater grenades, nor distilled vast quantities of potable water through meticulous alchemical means, their reserves would long since have run dry. And soon, the effect became palpable. Across Alabasta, faith in the Magian took root, deep, unshakable, and widespread. Citizens whispered, then declared, that an inexhaustible vessel truly existed, a divine conduit untouched by drought or decay. Master, lamented a water merchant-esque clerk, gazing helplessly at the serpentine line snaking before Daruo's distribution point. We haven't sold a single drop in days, and the payment deadline draws near. What do I know? Snarled the merchant, his corpulent frame quivering with fury. What is this accursed Magian, anyway? Indeed, nearly every water vendor in the city answered to Yuhu. Their mandate was twofold. First, to exploit the crisis, selling water at ruinous prices, thereby funding Yuhu's clandestine army of desert refugees. Second, to sow discord, spreading whispers that undermine the aging King Takora, eroding public trust in preparation for open revolt. No, I must see Minister Yuhu at once. The merchant growled, teeth clenched. The gilded future Yuhu had promised, titles, lands, influence, now seemed to dissolve like mist before the rising tide of popular faith in the Magian. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, tidings of the Magian had already reached the throne. Father, exclaimed Prince Cobra, his voice alight with urgency as he stood before the royal dais. A group has begun dispensing water freely in the western quarter. Rumor claims they possess a miraculous vessel, an endless font, pouring forth water without cease. As Alabasta's sole heir, Prince Cobra had lost sleep and strands of hair over the city's escalating drought. Daruo's intervention had, at last, delivered respite. Yet King Takora, seated solemnly upon his golden throne, heard none of it. His mind dwelled elsewhere, fixed upon the ancestral tomb, upon secrets buried beneath centuries of sand and silence. He turned a brittle page of the ancient codex, recovered from the royal sepulchre, its vellum inscribed with glyphs older than memory, then glanced absently at Yuhu, who stood deferentially at his side. Yuhu, he asked, voice low and distant, have the scholars of O'Hara sent word? Has the rescue party located the expedition? Not yet, your majesty, replied Yuhu, his gilded robes shimmering as he bowed slightly, his jowls quivering with practiced humility. The search continues across the dunes. No trace of the scholars has been found. Father, Cobra's cry rang out, sharp, anguished, as he beheld the man he once revered as wise and just now consumed by obsession, indifferent to the suffering of his people. Cobra, you presume too much. Takora rebuked, his brow furrowed in stern disapproval. Yuhu and I are engaged in matters of profound consequence. Yuhu, ever the master of subtle manipulation, seized the moment. With a gentle, almost paternal smile, he interjected, the prince is merely overcome by concern. Yet the so-called Magian is surely nothing more than idle rumor. Allow this humble servant to investigate, your majesty. I shall attend to it personally. His words, cloaked in diplomacy, were in truth a quiet seizure of authority, disarming the prince while consolidating control. Very well, Takora murmured, nodding faintly. Your diligence is appreciated, Yuhu. With that, he rose and withdrew into his private chambers, leaving Yuhu to exchange a brief, knowing glance with Cobra before departing the palace. Cursed wretch, Cobra hissed, striking his thigh in helpless fury. Raised from childhood as Alabasta's destined sovereign, Cobra possessed both keen intellect and unerring political intuition. He saw clearly how Yuhu had, over years, entwined himself with the kingdom's military and fiscal organs, tightening his grip like ivy on stone. And now, exploiting the so-called curse of the ancestors, Yuhu had succeeded in eclipsing Takora's authority, reducing the king to a spectral figure, haunted by texts and tombs, blind to the tremors shaking his realm. Elsewhere, in the royal chambers, Takora sat hunched over his desk, tracing with reverent fingers the faded ink of the ancestral manuscript. What truly is the lamp? Are the bloodline of the Nafuruta family, descendants of one of the 20 kings, merely a single, flickering flame among countless others? Chapter 144. The storm breaks night fell over Alabasta's royal palace. The miraculous vessel Prince Cobra lay awake, restless, turning endlessly beneath his silken sheets. He understood, with chilling clarity, the machinations Yuhu had set in motion, how the minister had sown discord, manipulated scarcity, and weaponized superstition. Yet he was powerless. Yuhu's influence ran deep, woven into the garrisons, the treasuries, the very architecture of power. And now, with the specter of ancestral wrath invoked, Takora's sovereignty had withered, leaving the throne hollow, the crown tarnished. All who looked upon the unfolding crisis could see what came next. Yet fate's cruel irony lay in this. At the very moment Alabasta teetered upon the precipice, its king withdrew, retreating in his scrolls and sepulchres, indifferent to the tempest gathering beyond his chamber door. No, I must go. Cobra rose in one fluid motion, seized his cloak from the stand beside his bed, and slipped silently into the rain-washed night. He knew, with absolute certainty, that the key to breaking this deadlock lay in the Magian. If it were real, if its waters truly flowed without end, the curse-mongering would collapse like a house of sand. And without the profits from inflated water sales, Yuhu's mercenary legions, sustained only by coin and coercion, would starve, splinter, and dissolve. Meanwhile, in the eastern quarter of Alabasta, within the opulent, gilded halls of the minister's mansion, Yuhu rumbled, his immense frame sinking deeper into a narrow leather armchair, like a mountain settling into its own crater. You mean to tell me that this month's tribute remains unpaid? Around him stood several water merchants, pale and trembling, too terrified even to meet his gaze. Lord Yoha, it is not that we are unwilling to pay the monthly fee, but due to the curse jar, we are unable to sell the water we have, and we find ourselves bereft of funds. A man adorned with a yellow scarf cap lamented. Oof, no money? Do not think I am unaware of the amount you have embezzled from me these past few months. I overlooked it before, but now that I'm struggling, you must return the money to me without hesitation. Yoha gripped the armrest of his chair, his gaze resembling that of a ravenous wolf surveying the room. As his words settled, the expressions of all the merchants turned ashen. Yet none dared to provoke Yoha's wrath out of fear of his oppressive authority. As a shrewd politician, Yoha understood the principle of administering both reward and punishment, and thus cleared his throat, continuing, "Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to handle the matter regarding the curse jar. By tomorrow, you will be able to resume selling water. Moreover, once we acquire that curse jar, we will gain control over the kingdom's water supply, and then money will flow in abundance." Yoha licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. That cannot be more splendid. The merchants rejoiced, their grim faces betraying a flicker of hope, though they had been severely taken advantage of. If the issue with the cursed jar could be resolved, they could accept it. After all, as long as they could continue selling water at a premium, Their fortunes would soon be restored. However, that group of travelers appeared rather formidable. One merchant stroked his bushy beard, his voice laced with concern, revealing that they had already sent someone to probe the situation, but had failed to uncover any substantial information. Yet who could have imagined that those who were providing water relief to the refugees in Alabama were actually a band of pirates? Fear not. I have already sent Sid with the guard, if they dare to resist. Yoha stood up, his face contorted with malice. Returning to Daluo's side. Captain, do you think we can still be considered pirates? In the hotel's backyard, Xiong carried a wooden barrel for distillation, pouring the purified water into a tank. To Xiong, even if pirates did not engage in wrongdoing, they should not be distributing water to the populace every day. That would be too far removed from their true calling. Wouldn't it? What? Helping those you deem uninteresting? Daluo inquired while compressing the purified water from the tank into a barrel. It's not that I'm helping so many people survive. I'm actually quite pleased. Xiong quickly shook his head in denial. But if others were to hear that our pirate crew actually engages in such activities, wouldn't they find it rather peculiar? Xiong scratched his head. Peculiar is a rather mild term. A more fitting description would be ridiculous, for in this era, plunder and violence are synonymous with piracy. After hearing Xiong's words, Daluo chuckled. Placing the filled barrel on the ground and patting Xiong's shoulder with his right hand, pirates do not concern themselves with others' opinions. As for why we choose to assist those refugees, it is simply because Bulji and I wish to help them. Because we wish to, we act accordingly. Isn't that the very essence of being a pirate? Daluo wiped his nose, explaining with flair. Just as Xiong and Daluo were conversing, a loud commotion suddenly erupted outside. Several soldiers clad in the kingdom's distinctive armor stormed into the inn, swiftly apprehending all those at the front desk. We must not allow them to be captured. The innkeeper's face fell upon learning that the soldiers intended to arrest the travelers who were distributing water for free, and he instructed a nearby employee to quickly send a warning. The innkeeper was a man of gratitude. Having waived all lodging fees for Daluo and his companions upon discovering their charitable acts, even clearing an entire backyard to ensure they were not disturbed. Now, witnessing the king's troops arriving with such aggression, he could not stand idly by. Seize him, Sid commanded with a wave of his hand, ordering his subordinates to pin down the uncooperative innkeeper at the front desk while the other soldiers charged into the backyard. Daluo, what should we do? Orbia urgently sought Daluo after learning from the staff of the king's army's intent to capture them. What should we do? What is there to do? We have waited for days for this fish to take the bait. Now that it has come, we must feast upon it. Daluo twisted his arm. His face twisted in a fierce expression. Daluo was not one to be overly rigid. Previously, lacking evidence made a direct assault risky, as it could incite a rebellion from Yoha's private army. Now that they had come to them, it was time to pursue the matter step by step until the true puppet master was revealed. Moments later, Sid and his men located the building where Daluo was situated. You're those frauds. Where's the cursed jar? Sid unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Daluo without hesitation. I must say, is it fair to accuse us so swiftly? Daluo raised an eyebrow, responding with a playful tone. Lord Yoha says you are frauds, thus you must be. Sid scoffed, then waved his hand, commanding his soldiers behind him. Charge, capture them. As his words fell, the soldiers surged forward. Meanwhile, Daluo and Izumi Sukahiro drew their swords, swiftly dispatching the soldiers, leaving them in disarray. You dare resist arrest? Do you not fear Lord Yoha's army coming to your aid? Sid exclaimed in frustration, observing the dwindling number of soldiers. Upon hearing that an army would be dispatched, Orbia became flustered, looking anxiously at Daluo. In her eyes, no matter how capable Daluo and his companions were, they could not face an entire army alone. Haha, are you frightened? Those who are wise should surrender. This way, I might spare your lives. Sid, seeing Orbia's expression, became emboldened. Just as Daluo was about to reassure the anxious Orbia, a loud and resolute voice rang out at the inn's entrance. An army? I dare anyone to try. Kobara strode confidently before Sid, his face set with determination. Chapter 145. The Underworld King? The one-sided massacre continued unabated. Izumi Sukahiro deftly severed Sid's head, showing no regard for Kubara, the crown prince. Kubara gazed in astonishment at Izumi Sukahiro, whose white attire gleamed like snow, yet was as fierce as a demon. "You are Kubara?" Daluo inquired, uncertain, as he recognized the somewhat familiar youthful visage before him. At this moment, Kubara was of a similar age to Daluo, but his characteristic broad forehead was beginning to take shape, easily recognizable due to the royal family's distinctive loose garments. "Prince Kubara," an employee who had come to deliver the warning stammered as he looked at Kubara. "Ah, a prince." Xiong glared at his fellow pirate with an unkind expression. "One is the prince of a magnificent kingdom, one of the 50 member states of the Great Sea Route, while the other is a prince from a dilapidated little kingdom in the South Sea." Their childhood circumstances were starkly different. One lived in opulence, while the other struggled to ensure even basic sustenance. Despite the lack of material security, Xiong understood that ensuring the well-being of the populace was the royal family's fundamental duty. Clearly, the current royal family of Alabastan had failed to fulfill this responsibility. "Are you the miraculous travelers who are providing water in the western outskirts of the city?" Kubula inquired politely, bowing slightly while his gaze occasionally drifted to the magical urn hanging at Daluo's waist. Given Kubula's low demeanor, Daluo and his companions felt it inappropriate to continue showing disdain. "Your Highness, Prince of Alabastan, may I ask what brings you to us?" Blagi, donned in a white coat, glanced at Kubula, his tone noticeably softened. "I have heard of your generous efforts in Arabana, providing free water and aiding many citizens. I extend my gratitude." Kubula responded with a bow, adding, "It is rather shameful, as this should have been my responsibility, yet the royal family remains indifferent, falling short of the expectations of the people." Kubula, quite astute, did not seek to excuse himself, even reproaching his own father. His sincere attitude had a calming effect, even on Xiong, who had initially been filled with righteous indignation. "What do you wish from us?" Daluo asked with curiosity, having read the original text and being aware of Kubula's character as the future wise king of Alabastan. Thus, he exhibited a greater degree of patience. "I would like to invite you to the palace to discuss how we might assist the citizens of the city," Kubula stated earnestly while observing Daluo. "No, do not go. Who knows what schemes their royal court might be plotting?" A nearby shopkeeper interjected, expressing concern as if fearing the royal family would seize the magical urn from Daluo. Kubula fell silent at the shopkeeper's words, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed. The royal family has indeed lost the people's trust to such an extent. After this reflection, Kubula quickly approached the shopkeeper, bowing deeply and solemnly promising, "Rest assured, the royal family will take action to resolve the water issues in the city." "I assure you." Despite the potential for insincerity, the shopkeeper, upon hearing Kubula's promise, refrained from further comment. "What if your father does not wish to resolve the city's water issues?" Daluo inquired, testing Kubula's resolve to be a wise ruler. "My father would not," Kubula replied without hesitation, then hesitated briefly. He recognized that the previous king, Takola, might have neglected the people, but now, if my father remains indifferent, then I shall take on these responsibilities myself. Kubula, after much deliberation, spoke decisively, his words imbued with a sense of manly resolve. "Ah, what a most satisfactory answer." Daluo remarked with a smile at Kubula, then addressed his companion. "He Quan, Li Qian, bring that soldier's head. We must present some token of appreciation when we visit the palace of Alabastan." Meanwhile, news of the failure of Sheeta's group reached Yoha. "That little rascal Kubula dares to thwart my plans." Yoha seethed, gripping the arms of his chair as though he were crushing Kubula's bones. "What shall we do next, my lord?" A sycophantic confidant with a pointed face inquired of the corpulent figure before him. Let them frolic for a couple of days while we hastily recruit more refugees to bolster our army. Soon enough, I shall send them all to the guillotine." The following morning, Kubula led Daluo and his companions to the palace. Under Kubula's introduction, they met the aged King Takola. "Takola, what on earth are you doing?" "Doctor." San Yi Chao observed the old king, who was mumbling to himself while clutching a book, his eyes bloodshot, and he spoke with evident irritation. suggesting they were old acquaintances. This was understandable, as Alabastan, being an ancient kingdom with a rich history, had unearthed numerous valuable artifacts, resulting in many intersections between them. "Doctor, you have arrived," Takola exclaimed upon hearing the voice, rising to his feet and hastening towards the doctor, grasping his arm. "Quick, come with me. Doctor, I have discovered critical documents that may reveal the reason behind the Nefertari family's departure from the Holy Land." Witnessing Takola's frenzied state, Dr. San Yichao felt a profound disappointment. In his memory, Takola had once been a benevolent monarch who cared for his people. How had he become so oblivious to their suffering? "Doctor, history is knowledge. Is that not what you say?" Takola retorted. "Knowledge is meant to change reality. History exists to commemorate the truth. To disregard the people's plight for the sake of ephemeral pursuits is to betray history." Dr. San Yichao, deserving of his title as a great sage, spoke with wisdom. Takola was evidently pained by the doctor's words, as he sank to the ground, cradling his head, and struggled to articulate. "It has appeared that historical document contains information about it." Daluo murmured, realizing he had heard something momentous. If his memory served him correctly, the historical document buried beneath Alabastan contained information about a certain object. As expected, Takola's next words confirmed Daluo's suspicions. He slowly rose, a grave expression on his face, and stated solemnly, "Doctor, I have found clues regarding it in that historical text. The great ship spanning the Red Desert, the vessel of hope, Namib." On the other hand, upon hearing the name that existed solely in local ballads, Dr. San Yichao was engulfed in profound shock. As the foremost scholar of ancient history, he understood precisely what Takola was referencing. And that vessel, known as the Ship of Hope, Namib, bore another name, the Lord of the Underworld. Chapter 146, The Fall, Alabana, Western Outskirts, the Tomb of the Former Kings, as the resting place for the kings of Alabastan across generations. This site chronicled the rise and fall of this ancient kingdom over a millennium. Typically, apart from state rituals and celebrations, no one would disturb this sacred and grand tomb. However, the tranquility was shattered when Takola dispatched individuals to excavate the ancient ruins beneath the tomb. "Remarkable!" Xiong's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the vividly sculpted statues of past kings on either side, exclaiming in genuine admiration. His homeland, the Swarbai Kingdom, lacked such royal tombs. Kings and common folk were nearly indistinguishable, and upon death, they were merely buried in a spot behind the mountain. The kings were decidedly the most unremarkable. "Well, if you desire, once you inherit the throne, you can build one for yourself," Daluo jested, ruffling Xiong's hair. "Never mind, it's merely a fleeting thought. It would be too burdensome for the people." The perceptive bear shook its head. Suddenly, a female statue in the distance captured Daluo's attention. "Who is she?" Daluo inquired, pointing at the sculpture that bore a striking resemblance to Wei Wei, addressing the guide, Takola. "She is Nefertalina Ferutali, the fifth king of Alabasta. 800 years ago, it was she who led the Ferutali family out of Mariewa and back to Alabasta," Takola explained, turning to the group. "One of the 20 kings." Upon hearing Takola's response, Daluo glanced at the statue once more and murmured to himself. Daluo was also curious as to what could have compelled this illustrious monarch to abandon her identity as a sky people and voluntarily depart from the Holy Land. Moreover, what was the significance of the underworld king recorded in historical texts? Though intrigued, Daluo did not linger in the upper tomb, for the primary objective of this expedition lay beneath in the historical document. Guided by Takola, Daluo and the scholars from O'Hara soon arrived at the subterranean palace beneath the tomb. "Doctor, this is the place," Takola pointed to a massive brown stone tablet. As one of the few historical documents featured in the original work, Daluo held a vivid impression of this stone tablet. Unlike the red outline depicted by the animation team, this brown tablet was a perfect cube, approximately 5 meters per side, inscribed densely with ancient script resembling Martian characters. This truly is a historical document. At first sight, several O'Hara scholars were captivated, as if enchanted, hurrying to its base, touching and examining it with meticulous attention. In the year 239 of the celestial calendar, Kasira conquered Alabasta. In the year 260, Taimei dominated the Petaran dynasty. In the year 306, Elmul established the great sanctuary of Dafu. In the year 325, the hero Mam of Aratea. In the dimly lit underground palace, Dr. Samleaf held a torch and began translating the text, line by line, based on his understanding of the ancient script. The content primarily chronicled the birth and development of Alabasta, detailing each king's achievements, the tribal wars of conquest, and the establishment of cities. Doctor, let us take a look at the other side, Tukola said, his brow furrowed. It was evident that Tukola had little interest in this historical narrative, as it bore no relevance to the Faratali family. His curiosity was instead piqued by the motivations of their ancestor who had left the Holy Land 800 years prior. Perhaps that was the true duty of the Faratali family. Tukola's words caused Dr. Samleaf to frown slightly. Yet he did not refuse and proceeded to the other side of the historical document to continue his deciphering. In the year 598 of the celestial calendar, the royal capital of Albarna. In the year 707 of the sea calendar, Nifitalina Faratali returned to Alabasta with her troops after participating in the Great War. In the year 747 of the sea calendar, a warrior named Joy Boy arrived in Alabasta and met with Queen Nifitalina, establishing an alliance and leaving behind the vessel of hope, Namib, as a testament to their pact. The queen placed the Namib in the desert, leading to the miraculous emergence of the moving oasis and subsequently establishing numerous cities within the desert. Dr. Samleaf meticulously explained each detail, but aside from this, the account of the queen abruptly ceased, giving way to peculiar statistical records. In the year 769 of the sea calendar, Alabasta had a population of 3,332,000, with a land area of 4,300,000 square kilometers and a gross national product. These nonsensical figures left the scholars perplexed, and even Daluo furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed, it seemed implausible to obtain information about that blank century so easily. Daluo was not disheartened, however. Instead, he pondered the implications of this information. Through these known details, Daluo gleaned some key insights. Prior to the sea calendar, the world's chronology was referred to as the celestial calendar, and during the transition to the sea calendar, a monumental war erupted involving a colossal kingdom. As victors, the 20 kings not only instigated this calendar revolution, but also established the current world order centered around the world government. Yet, during the span from the year 707 to 747 of the sea calendar, what transpired that led Nifitalina's ancestor to vacate the Holy Land? Furthermore, in 747, they had an encounter with Joy Boy in Alabasta, who left behind what appeared to be the vessel of hope, Namib. Doctor, is there really a vessel that can serve as an oasis? How large would it have to be? At this moment, Orbia, who had recently joined the archaeological team, was unfamiliar with ancient weaponry. Indeed, it exists, Dr. Samleaf replied without hesitation, continuing, contrary to the history proclaimed by the current world government. Long ago, a formidable ancient kingdom arose. 800 years ago, the 20 kings waged a cataclysmic war against that ancient kingdom, and in that conflict, they utilized 3 ancient weapons capable of obliterating the world to annihilate it and forge a new world. The celestial king Uranus, the sea king Poseidon, and the underworld king Pluto are these ancient weapons of destruction. If I am not mistaken, the ship known as Namib is one of the underworld kings, Dr. Samleaf said, running his fingers over the engravings on the historical document. One of the underworld kings, Daluo murmured, realizing that the doctor's words clarified many pivotal points. In his previous life, he had often found it perplexing that the underworld king, as a colossal warship, could destroy an island with a single shot. Yet the notion of it being capable of annihilating the world seemed overly ambitious. A single ship would need to bombard for ages to achieve such devastation. Moreover, the frequent appearances of this underworld king in the original story, first in Alabasta, then in the blueprints of Water 7, and also in the underground of Wano country alongside the vessel from Fishman Island that resembled the underworld king's Noah, reinforced the notion that multiple vessels existed. Dr. Sandleaf's explanation adeptly addressed the possibility of there being more than one underworld king. If Daluo's intuition served him right, the underworld king was likely a type of gigantic warship constructed by the artisans of Water 7, and following that monumental war, several had survived, eventually coming into the possession of Joy Boy. The vessel known as Namib was undoubtedly one of the underworld kings. "Doctor, where is the Namib now?" Takola asked, voicing Daluo's most pressing question. "I do not know," Dr. Sandleaf replied, shaking his head. He had not encountered any additional information regarding Namib on the stone tablet. The answer should lie within those peculiar statistical records, Daluo mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps driven by instinct, Daluo doubted that the Queen would find it worthwhile to inscribe national statistical reports upon a historical document. Aside from this historical document, what else has been unearthed in this underground palace? Daluo suddenly recalled something and turned to Takola with a question. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Takora felt somewhat bewildered, but replied truthfully. "Aside from this, we have also unearthed a personal journal penned by Nefertari's ancestor." Meanwhile, Dr. Clover, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, cast a profound, lingering glance at Daluo before urgently urging Takora, "Quick, bring that journal here at once." Within half an hour, Takora dispatched attendants to retrieve the journal from the royal palace. Page 69, 332 characters, then 430 characters. Dr. Clover seized the journal the moment Takora handed it over and, cross-referencing the inscriptions on the ancient stele, meticulously isolated the key terms: the Crimson Desert, the banks of the Crescent River. Daluo gazed at the words Dr. Clover had just enumerated and smiled faintly. This Nefertari queen truly delights in riddles. Chapter 147. The fish takes the bait in the world of pirates. 3 legendary ancient weapons are spoken of in hushed reverence: Uranus, the heavenly king; Poseidon, the sea king; and Pluto, the king of the underworld. Of the 3, Uranus remains the most enigmatic, scarcely mentioned throughout history. It is widely believed to reside in the hands of the enigmatic figure atop the Pangaean citadel. Judging by its name, it likely functions as a celestial weapon, capable of reducing an entire region to ash with a single pulse, merely by marking an X upon the map. Poseidon's identity has long been revealed, none other than Princess Shirahoshi. Her power commands the denizens of the abyss, the colossal sea kings, some stretching over 1,000 meters in length, bowing unquestioningly to her will. As for Pluto, ancient texts describe it as a colossal warship, capable of obliterating an entire island in a single strike. Yet, according to Dr. Clover, Pluto is not singular. It is plural. More than one such vessel once existed. The Crimson Desert, the banks of the Crescent River. Daluo stroked his chin in quiet contemplation, then turned to Dr. Clover. "Doctor, any insight?" The scholar shook his head, flipping rapidly through the journal's brittle pages. These words refer to a location from 8 centuries past. But time's relentless tide has long since erased such landmarks. How could we possibly hope to locate it so easily? His words tightened to Cora's brow. He knew full well that Dr. Clover spoke no exaggeration. 800 years of shifting sands, vanishing rivers, and rising dunes had rendered the past all but untraceable. I recall encountering the phrase Crimson Desert in certain classical texts, likely drawn from an ancient ballad. Yet that melody has echoed across countless lands. It offers no precise geographical anchor. Dr. Clover carefully folded his magnifying lens and slipped it into his coat pocket as he spoke. "Do you possess any ancient cartographic records?" Elbia, ever quick-witted, turned her gaze toward King Cobra. "Such maps may exist within the palace archives," Cobra mused, though whether any date back to that precise era remains uncertain. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the hour, nearly 4 in the afternoon. A subtle unease flickered across his face. He had promised to accompany Blage to administer the water ritual. Compared with these cryptic archaeological riddles, the plight of the displaced refugees weighed far more heavily upon his conscience. "For now, it seems we've reached no breakthrough," Daluo observed, his tone light and gracious. "Shall we withdraw for the time being?" "Agreed. Let us reconvene above ground," Dr. Clover assented. Thus, Daluo and his companions departed the subterranean palace, and returned to the sunlit grandeur of the royal residence. 2 days elapsed. Under Dr. Clover's guidance, Dallo's team combed through every shelf and scroll in the palace's vast library. Meanwhile, King Cobra and Blage devoted themselves to relief efforts in the western outskirts of Alabasta, distributing water, shelter, and solace to the displaced. Though Dallo's supply of seawater grenades dwindled dangerously low, the water ritual could not cease. Not yet. Public sentiment, only recently subdued, would surge anew the moment the flow slackened. Cobra, too, had learned the truth about the so-called magic jar, its reputation vastly overstated. Though disappointment lingered, he voiced no complaint. He understood, with sober clarity, that in the present political crucible, patience was not passive, it was strategy. They would wait for US military coffers to run dry. When that moment arrived, his forces would falter first, within the opulent hall of the royal palace. Any progress? Dallo asked, plucking a ripe apple from the marble fruit bowl before him. Then turning toward Elbia, who bent intently over a weathered map, magnifying glass in hand. Shoo, away with you. Don't drip juice on my chart. Elbia waved him off with a dismissive flick of her wrist, as though shooing a persistent gnat. Days of shared inquiry had softened formality between them. Warmth had taken root. Based on our investigation, Elbia said, setting down the magnifier and circling a region on the map with deliberate precision. We can now affirm with confidence. The vessel lies somewhere within this territory, the very desert we traversed earlier. Oh, how so? Dallo asked, biting into the apple. Doctor, Clover theorizes that the Crimson Desert either denotes an unusual geological formation, perhaps mineral-rich rock strata, or alternatively, a peculiar algal bloom, Elbia explained. Algae? Dallo echoed, perplexed. He could grasp the notion of anomalous terrain. Indeed, he had privately wondered whether the Crimson Desert might mirror the terrestrial phenomenon known in his former world as Dantial landforms. But algae? That notion struck him as incongruous. Noting his confusion, Elbia leaned forward. Consider this map, 5 centuries old. It depicts numerous oases, freshwater lakes, even a substantial inland sea. Might it not be plausible, then, that the Crimson Desert originated from vast colonies of red algae, their desiccated remains mingling with the sands over centuries? Her words stirred a distant memory. During his university graduation journey, he had stood beside the turquoise waters of Ranwell Lake, and upon its rocky banks, he had indeed seen clusters of crimson algae, clinging like garnet dust to the stone. Coupled with the phrase "the banks of the Crescent River," the hypothesis gained undeniable resonance. Can you cross-reference the map? Any lake or inlet bearing the name Crescent River, or perhaps one shaped like a crescent moon? Dallo set the apple aside and leaned in. We've searched exhaustively. Elbia replied with a wry glance. No such place appears. And this map, remember, predates the first queen by over 3 centuries. How many oases? How many seas have vanished in that span? Who can say? At that moment, Dr. Clover burst into the chamber, waving a thick, leather-bound volume of algal taxonomy. His eyes gleamed with scholarly triumph. Found it. It must be this. Cheeju algae. Dallo glanced at the illustrated page. A spherical, vividly crimson organism, resembling polished rubies suspended in water. The hypothesis now felt less speculative, more inevitable. Doctor, Elbia asked, frowning, why does the name of an algae matter? We seek the Hope Ship, not a botanical catalog. Doctor. Clover raised a finger with theatrical flourish. Ah, but this is where my brilliance shines. He smoothed his beard and continued. Cheeju algae is a marine species, meaning the Crimson Desert must overlay the fossilized bed of a long-vanished sea. Thus, Nanib, the vessel's name, was not buried in the desert, but beneath it, within the sunken basin of an ancient ocean. A sea? Dallo murmured, bending over the map. Elbia scanned the desert's contours. Any trace of a former inland sea? None, she replied flatly. And even if one existed, it would have evaporated centuries ago. How could remnants survive on a map drawn 300 years later? Just then, a scholar from O'Hara, hitherto silent, seated cross-legged upon the floor, jolted upright, eyes blazing. I know where the sea lies, within the desert, he cried, voice trembling with revelation. As the words fell, Daluo and his companions simultaneously turned to one another, inquiring, "Where?" "Near the spot where we were deceived by the Da Huanyao and lost our luggage." While I was gathering firewood at the Da Huanyao's habitat, I noticed numerous shell fossils scattered on the ground. At that moment, I found it perplexing how shells could be present in a desert, remarked the male scholar, adjusting his glasses. The Da Huanyao's nest may indeed be the possibility. Daluo pondered for a moment, realizing that the likelihood was substantial. Those peculiar to Huanyao bore a resemblance to seagulls. Perhaps they had indeed evolved from them. "Well done," exclaimed Orbia, patting the male scholar's shoulder in commendation. "Quickly check the map and ascertain the exact location," urged T. Kula Shahua. "It should be near Shahua," affirmed Dr. San Yichao with certainty. Meanwhile, at the home of Minister Yu He, several water merchants were gathered around him, wearing expressions of distress as they lamented their predicament. "Sir, even Prince Kobu La has allied himself with that group of travelers. What shall we do now? If this continues, no one will come to buy our overpriced water," a merchant with a rat-like face implored Yu He. Observing their woeful expressions, it was evident that they had suffered significant losses during Daluo's water distribution over the past few days. After a moment of contemplation, Yu He, indifferent to the merchant's fate, was more concerned about the royal family's reputation. In times of water scarcity, public opinion regarding the royal family had already plummeted. Ordinarily, amidst such turmoil, he could have rallied support for rebellion with a mere call to action. However, unexpectedly, Prince Kobu-La had emerged, personally engaging in water distribution and restoring considerable goodwill towards the royal family. This cannot continue. We must eliminate that group of travelers. A fierce glint flashed in Yuhi's eyes. He understood that the current situation could not be prolonged the longer it dragged on. The more the royal family's reputation would improve, thereby diminishing his justification for rebellion. Furthermore, with supplies running low, if this continued, his plans for insurrection might perish before they even began. "Go, summon the commander of the guards to gather at the palace and eliminate the traitors." Yuhi rose from his chair, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the distant white walls of the palace. Chapter 148. The Rebellion as Night Fell. The sky of Alban-Na was draped in darkness, with the golden moon hanging aloft like a bitten salted egg yolk. Within the palace, Tikola held a grand banquet to celebrate Dr. San Yichao's revelation of the hidden whereabouts of the underworld's ruler, Pluto, concealed within the historical texts. The long banquet table was laden with delectable dishes. "Daluo, look at this enormous turkey," Xiong exclaimed, pointing at a turkey the size of a basin, elegantly presented on a silver platter. This colossal turkey was a specialty of Albana, said to have originated from a poor individual who, lacking a stove, had dug a pit in the sand and roasted it over charcoal. Of course, the turkey at the banquet was a lavishly refined version, meticulously perfected by the palace chefs, and looked utterly irresistible. "Haha, do you want it? I'll get it for you." Orbia chuckled, generously tearing off a drumstick to hand to Xiong. At the same time, the black cat, Bai Jia, had fixated on a yellow fish on the table, clumsily attempting to extract the fish bones with chopsticks. "Doctor, I raise a toast to you," Tikola said, holding up a goblet as he approached Dr. San Yichao, warmly taking his hand. At that moment, Tikola remained blissfully unaware that his trusted minister, Yu He, had gathered a large contingent, heading towards the palace with intentions to usurp him from the throne. He was still in a leisurely mood, even beginning to prepare for an expedition to search for the Hope vessel, Nanmu, at the site of Shahua 3 days hence. Taking advantage of the toasting opportunity, Tikola formally extended an invitation to the doctor and Daluo, saying, "Everyone, I plan to lead a team to the desert in search of Nanmu in 3 days. I sincerely invite you all to join our search party." Upon hearing this, Kobu-La sprang from his seat, anxiously casting a worried glance at his father. In a time of such national crisis, his father intended to leave the capital for the elusive Hope vessel, seemingly abandoning his own people. Kobu-La clenched his fists, remaining silent, yet deeply gazing at his father, as if having made a momentous decision. In the world of pirates, there existed a vast chasm between the nobility and the common folk. with the lofty aristocrats holding the lower classes in utter disdain, even regarding them as inferior beings. This arrogance was deeply ingrained in the blood of all nobles, most notably the celestial dragons. Tikula, as a descendant of the 20 kings, harbored a similar mindset. However, Kobala was different. His excellent education instilled in him a profound empathy for the suffering commoners, much like Sabo, to the extent that he was willing to oppose his revered father. Moreover, he did not wish to rebel against his father. The heir to the Alabasta kingdom merely felt that his ascension had come too late. Meanwhile, Deluo seemed to perceive the turmoil within Kobu-La's heart, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upwards as he gently patted the young prince's shoulder in agreement. Unlike Crocodile, Deluo did not aspire to be a pirate who would overthrow the government, yet having been educated in a previous life, he found great solace in witnessing Kobu-La's actions. Just as the atmosphere began to shift into an awkward silence, a commotion erupted from outside the hall. Momenslate, a regiment of armored soldiers, wielding axes and swords, filed in, encircling the entire palace, led by none other than the nation's chief minister, Yuhi. Well, what's happening? An oblivious Kola leapt from his seat, clearly having lost control of the situation, as Yuhi launched a coup without his knowledge. Yuhi, are you rebelling? Kobula glared at Yuhi, furrowing his brow in accusation. Rebellion? Your Highness, you jest. We are merely here to apprehend criminals. The rotund Yuhi waved dismissively. Criminals? What criminals? Tistai kiskiviko lawantai grit in contosion. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but a group of swindlers has recently arrived in the capital, parading about and claiming to possess an inexhaustible magic jar that can dispense water without restraint. Tell me, is this not absurd? I suspect they are not just charlatans, but harbor ulterior motives. We must apprehend them for a thorough investigation, lest they pose a threat to your Majesty. Yui declared with righteous indignation, as if genuinely devoted to the king. Ha! Minister, you worry too much. They're my old friends. How could they pose a threat to me? Tikola, still bewildered, believed Yui had come to apprehend criminals and attempted to explain. Of course, Yui disregarded Tikula's explanation, paying it no heed. He drew his sword and shouted to the soldiers behind him. Did you hear that? Those swindlers have deceived the king and harbor malicious intent. Seize them at once. As the words fell, the soldiers behind Yoha roared in unison, charging into the banquet hall and surrounding Daluo and Dr. Sanny Chow, even restraining Tikola. At this juncture, even Tikola, no matter how naive, understood Yoha's ruse. The capture of criminals was merely a facade. Yoha, have you lost your mind? Tikola glared at him, his chest heaving like a bellows. Mel, of course. I am not mad, Yoha retorted, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Yet, his expression quickly twisted into one of rage. Tikola, why should you be born a king while I must toil my way up from the depths of poverty? Do you know the hardships I have endured? I once thought nobility possessed some extraordinary prowess, but upon becoming a minister, I realize you are merely fortunate gluttons. If that is the case, why should I be the one to ascend the throne? As he spoke, Yoha pointed his sword at Tikola, a cruel smile spreading across his face. As the foremost minister of the kingdom, Yoha's capabilities were indeed commendable. He understood perfectly that if he could seize control of the palace and acquire the magical jar, he could manipulate the nation's water resources through the dance powder and the jar. With this thought, Yoha could hardly contain his agitation, and with a sweeping gesture, he commanded his soldiers to charge at Daluo and his companions. In Yoha's mind, no matter how formidable Daluo and his allies were, they could never overcome the army he had brought. Defeating them would bring his ambition of kingship within reach. Yet, it was evident that he was gravely mistaken. Daluo, who had maintained a watchful demeanor, revealed a sinister smile as he beheld the advancing soldiers. Numbers mean nothing to us. The next instant, a terrifying wave of Haushika haki erupted from Daluo, wreaking havoc throughout the palace. Chapter 149. Journey to the Shawa Ruins in the World of Pirates. The presence of weaklings holds no sway over top-tier powers. They're creatures from entirely different realms. Thus, the news of mighty pirates obliterating entire nations was not uncommon in this era. Thud, 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 Thousands of royal guards fell to the ground like lifeless fish, frothing at the mouth. In the blink of an eye, the only ones standing in the palace were a few from Daluo's side and Dr. Sanchao. What on earth is happening? Yoha, witnessing his fallen subordinates, finally grasped the situation and shouted in a high-pitched voice, even kicking one of the soldiers at his feet and hysterically demanding, "What are you worthless fools doing? Get up! How tiresome! Stop shouting!" Daluo, irritated, rubbed his ears and approached Yoha, patting him on the shoulder with a malicious grin. "Impossible! No, don't come any closer." Yoha shook his head, retreating in fright, his face painted with terror. As a commoner who had never seen the sea, Yoha was utterly unprepared for such a scene. "Where do you think you're going? Come back here." Daluo chuckled mischievously, extending his fingers to manipulate the surrounding air, rapidly compressing it to form a cyclone that drew Yoha back into his grasp. "Mr. Daluo, please spare him," Kaburo pleaded, struggling to rise from the ground, his head spinning from Daluo's haoshiku. "Oh, you wish to save him?" Daluo raised an eyebrow, regarding Kaburo with amusement. "Surely you jest. I merely hope you can grant him a reprieve. I desire him to confess his crimes publicly before facing punishment, thereby restoring the royal family's honor." Kaburo responded with a respectful smile. Daluo nodded slightly, appreciating Kaburo's demeanor and acquiescing to his request. "Very well. Then this fat pig is in your hands." Up until this point, Kaburo's performance had aligned perfectly with Daluo's expectations of a king, displaying both compassion for the people and a resolute courage to shoulder responsibility. Although Daluo held little regard for the systems of nobility, having a wise king could be considered a fortuitous development. "Thank you immensely. You are a forever friend of Alabasta," Kaburo exclaimed, raising his fists in excitement and bowing deeply. 2 days later, Yoha's rebellion had been thoroughly quelled. Terrified, he confessed the water shortage in Alabasta due to his misuse of dance powder without enduring any torture. The news of Yoha's insurrection spread like wildfire throughout Alabasta City. "Have you heard? The water shortage in Alabasta is because Minister Yoha abused dance powder in Ubana, and he is to be publicly executed for treason in a few days." A woman exclaimed, returning from the west suburbs with water, engaging her neighbors in conversation. "Oof, I knew King Takola was not so incompetent. Someone must be orchestrating this." An elderly man, languidly fanning himself at his doorstep, spat on the ground in indignation. "Oh, go on. Why didn't you say that days ago?" Another woman waved her hand, her face contorted with annoyance. Such dialogues erupted in every corner of Alabasta City, swiftly transforming the reputation of the Nefertari royal family and reversing the kingdom's dire predicament. "I wonder how things are progressing in Ubana," Kaburo pondered, stroking his chin within the palace. During these 2 days, Takola had been preparing for the journey to the Shower ruins, and all governmental affairs reported from across the nation were piled upon Kaburo's desk. It seemed Takola had come to realize he was unfit to be king and was gradually relinquishing power to Kaburo. Before long, Kaburo, the heir, would likely rise to become the ruler. Meanwhile, in a barrack in Ubana City, Yoha's brother, Yusi, learned of his brother's failed rebellion and subsequent capture. Good. Failure is wonderful. If Yoha dies, this army will belong to me, Yusi. In the main barrack, a portly man resembling Yoha grinned maliciously, narrowing his eyes. "General Yusi, we have learned that King Takola intends to lead those travelers into the desert tomorrow. Should we seize the opportunity to attack the capital and directly occupy the palace?" A scruffy man suggested to Yusi from the main seat. "Into the desert? What's the situation?" Yusi asked, perplexed. "According to informants, it seems Takola has discovered the whereabouts of the legendary ship of Hope, the Namib, and intends to search the desert, leaving Prince Kaburo in Alabasta," the man explained. "How absurd. A king should not abandon his throne to seek out a decrepit vessel. Therefore, we shall directly march on Alabasta and seize the throne for ourselves." Yusi clenched his fist, resolute in his intent. "Congratulations, General Yusi, on your imminent ascension to the throne," one of Yoha's subordinates chimed in, eager to flatter. "Oh, begone. The plan is not yet in motion." "No need for empty flattery." Yusi waved his hand, chuckling, though the glimmer of ambition in his eyes was unmistakable. After a series of flattering remarks, Yusu dismissed those around him, and the man who had been ingratiating himself made his way outside the barracks alone. Sophia, how are you? Any news? Aisha, holding an umbrella and sucking on a lollipop, rushed over upon seeing him. Let us depart from this place first, the man replied without answering her question. He cast a wary glance around before pulling Aisha into a corner, his expression shifting dramatically until he reverted to his captivating demeanor. Upon returning to the inn where they had previously stayed, the two immediately contacted Dalu using a telephone bug, relaying Yusu's plans in detail. In that case, Sophia, continue your infiltration within Yusu's army. Should there be any unusual activity, remember to contact me, Dalu instructed, lightly tapping his finger on the armrest of the wooden chair. He added with concern, be cautious. If you are discovered, flee at once. Huh, Captain, are you worried about me? Sophia teased, covering her cherry-red lips. Dalu looked at the telephone bug in exasperation before solemnly admonishing, do not take my words lightly. If danger arises, do not take unnecessary risks. Dalu was not privy to the situation in Yuba, but he surmised that a significant military presence had gathered there. According to Kubra's estimates over the past few days, there should be at least 50,000 soldiers comprised of refugees. Rest assured, infiltration and escape are my specialties. There will be no issues, Sophia confidently assured, wiping her nose. As long as you are aware, Dalu concluded before abruptly ending the call. Unknown to Dalu, another faction was entrenched in Yuba City, their eyes also fixed on the legendary weapon. Vold, I have received word that the king of this nation has reportedly learned of the whereabouts of the fabled ancient weapon. Benjak, the first mate of the Vold pirate crew, said while holding the telephone bug. Despite the elder Vold being frail and lacking combat prowess, he was adept at utilizing the telephone bug, a top-notch intelligence officer. The information obtained had been inferred from the reports transmitted through the telephone bug placed in the barracks. Ancient weapon? What is that? The unsophisticated Vold scratched his head in confusion. It is not surprising you do not know. Only a few are aware of the ancient weapon's existence. Benjak waved his hand dismissively, pulling a nearby wooden chair to sit down. The ancient weapon comprises 3 formidable weapons that emerged 8 centuries ago. The Sea King, capable of devastating islands with a single strike, the Underworld King, and the enigmatic Sky King. Benjak's lengthy exposition began to irk Vold, who furrowed his brow and interjected, but our goal is to capture that fellow named Dalu. Why are we deviating to discuss this ancient weapon? Vold, do you recall our prior discussions about constructing an unrivaled battleship for reckless adventures? Benjak countered without answering. If I am not mistaken, the ancient weapon appearing in Alabasta is likely that legendary Underworld King, capable of obliterating an island with one strike. Benjak exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists. One strike to annihilate an island. Vold's excitement was similarly ignited as he murmured, envisioning himself enhancing the Underworld King with the powers of the Momo fruit and sending the Navy fleeing in terror. What shall we do? Inquit Gaidalam, who sported a blue and white striped short-sleeved shirt and carried a hammer. Benjak continued without hesitation. To search for the Underworld King in the desert, we require ample manpower. Conveniently, there is currently a refugee army of 50,000 in Yuba City. Our first step is to seize control of this army, he stated resolutely, rising from his chair. That night, under Benjak's suggestion, the Vold pirate crew launched an assault on the Yuba barracks, capturing Yusu, who was dreaming of kingship on a soft couch. As a result of their maneuver, the 50,000-strong refugee army silently acquired a new leader, and Vold's initial command was to march towards the desert. Dalu, the situation has changed. It seems this army does not intend to head directly to Albana. Judging by their direction, they are likely bound for the desert, Sophia reported quietly, concealing the telephone bug amidst the soldiers. They are heading to the desert too? What is going on? Dalu raised an eyebrow in response. At that moment, he had just departed from Albana and was en route to the ruins of Shahwa. The unexpected shift in Yuba's plans indicated they were also targeting the Underworld King. A group has suddenly arrived in Yuba. They must have taken Yusu hostage to control the entire army. Sophia succinctly summarized the situation. Do you know who they are? Dalu's brow furrowed as he galloped across the desert. The emergence of another faction targeting the Underworld King, armed with a 50,000-strong army, posed a significant threat. If they were to locate it first, the consequences could be dire. I am uncertain, but Aisha utilized the abilities of the Three-Eyed Clan to investigate. And there should only be 5 of them, one of whom is a fishman. Sophia's intelligence did not provide Dalu with clarity. The personnel arrangement alone did not reveal their identity. To err on the side of caution, Dalu instructed through the telephone bug. You all remain still and follow them to the Shawa ruins. We will regroup there. After ending the call, he lost interest in leisurely traversing the desert and commanded the air to fill the sails of the sand sled, propelling it towards the Shawa ruins with utmost speed. Though the whereabouts of the legendary vessel remained elusive, Dalu had already envisioned it as his own. As a marksman, his pursuit was of high lethality. If he could crack the artillery system aboard the Underworld King and replicate it using the powers of the compressed fruit, he would be capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. At the very least, he intended to study the Underworld King, for Tom, who possessed the blueprints for it, resided in Water 7. Perhaps combining the two would allow Dalu to recreate a brand new Underworld King, battling against the wind and sand. Dalu propelled the sand sled at breakneck speed throughout the day, finally arriving at the Shahwa ruins with the scholars from O'Hara and Takora. Ugh! The originally 2-day journey was compressed into one, and the near-ground speed left the elderly Dr. Clover and Takora feeling quite unwell as they disembarked from the sled, their legs trembling violently as they vomited. Dalu, why the sudden urgency? The perceptive Albia inquired while unloading their supplies from the sled. I received word that the refugee army from Yuba is heading this way. Their objective likely aligns with ours, so we must reach Shahwa before them. Dalu candidly shared the situation with them. What should we do? Daruo's words struck the assembled crowd like a thunderclap on still earth, especially Takora, who visibly flinched, his composure crumbling before their very eyes. Rest easy, Daruo said with a calm, reassuring wave of his hand, his tone laced with quiet confidence. Over 50,000 soldiers marching from Juba at force pace would require no less than 3 days to arrive. We need only locate Hades, the fabled vessel, within this window. His words, however, failed to soothe everyone. Orbia, ever the skeptic, frowned deeply. And if we fail to find it, this desert stretches endlessly, vast, indifferent, and merciless. One does not simply find what it conceals. Then someone shall suffer the consequences, Daruo replied, a faint, wry smile playing upon his lips, though the misfortune he alluded to would fall not upon them, but upon those 50,000 souls marching across the dunes. Truth be told, Daruo held no desire to strike them down, not unless absolute necessity demanded it. After all, they were not soldiers of conquest, but refugees, displaced by drought, driven from their homes, clinging to survival like driftwood to a storm-tossed shore. What are we waiting for, then? Let's begin at once, Orbia declared, already pulling a weathered map from her pocket, her enthusiasm undimmed by the arduous journey, or by the visibly queasy state of her mentor, Dr. Clover, who sat slumped beside her, pale and unsteady after hours of relentless jostling. Tomorrow, Daruo interjected gently, glancing toward the ailing scholar. The sun dips low, and rest is vital. Let's settle in tonight properly. After all, Dr. Clover is the cornerstone of this expedition. His well-being is paramount. As for Takora, hovering anxiously at the periphery, Daruo scarcely spared him a glance. By the third afternoon, the archaeological team's efforts continued unabated, yet yielded little. No trace of the Hope, the legendary vessel, had surfaced, nor had any meaningful clue emerged from the sands. Doctor, quickly, come see this. A scholar from O'Hara, Robertson, called out, waving urgently toward Dr. Clover, who stood some distance away. What is it? Orbia asked as she approached, her gaze falling upon the weathered, crumbling timber in Robertson's hand. She frowned. Could this merely be splintered wreckage from a sand sled? But Dr. Clover, stepping forward, took the fragment with reverent care, then paused, his eyes narrowing as he examined its charred, carbonized edge. No, he murmured, voice low and certain. This wood bears no mark of natural erosion. Its fracture pattern, its degree of carbonization, This is the remnant of a ship's launch, struck by an explosion of staggering force. Well done, Robertson. Orbia beamed, her smile radiant, and clapped the scholar warmly on the shoulder. Daruo, too, offered a subtle nod of approval. He recalled how, just days earlier, Robertson had discovered marine shells within the nest of the great deceiver bird, a clue that had led Dr. Clover to hypothesize that the ruins of Shahua might conceal Hades itself. Indeed, this man possessed a rare, meticulous eye. Robertson? An archaeologist? Could he possibly be Robin's father? Daruo mused, his gaze flickering between Orbia and the refined, bespectacled scholar, his speculation as quiet as it was unspoken. Armed with this new insight, the team pressed onward, and soon uncovered further traces. Blade unearthed faint, rust-red ash, residue of ancient marine algae buried beneath the dunes. The red desert, Takoira cried, scooping a handful of crimson sand, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Dr. Clover stroked his beard thoughtfully. Precisely. This land was once an inland sea. Nambu, the Hope, must have lain at anchor somewhere within its waters. That timber, likely torn from a vessel struck, perhaps even shattered, by Nambu's own cannons. His deduction resonated with unanimous conviction. Renewed fervor surged through the group. Exhaustion dissolved like mist before dawn, and they scattered once more, searching, probing, driven by the intoxicating nearness of revelation. Are you here, Hades? Daruo murmured, his gaze sweeping the surrounding expanse, the 10-mile radius of sun-baked silence. Alas, unlike Luffy, he possessed no gift to commune with the slumbering world, and the ancient warship, silent for 8 centuries, offered no reply. Then, suddenly, the subtle tremor of Kinbunchaku rippled through him. A constellation of crimson blips flared at the desert's far edge. So, they've arrived. Daruo's eyes lifted, first to the horizon, then to the 5 figures standing at the vanguard of the approaching host. He recognized the antique helmets, the cerulean fishman at their rear, and a slow, knowing grin spread across his face. I wondered who dared intrude upon our work, Wald, the world breaker. Of course. Chapter 151. The clash begins. The Walled Pirates. Daruo observed them. The 5 figures, the imposing leader with his bold W-shaped mustache, and exhaled softly. A connoisseur of every theatrical arc, especially those spun from the grand stage of the One Piece world. He knew Wald's legend well, a titan of the Roger era, feared for his wanton destruction and unrelenting cruelty, a man whose very presence spelled ruin. His power stemmed from the Baribari no Mi, a Paramecia-class devil fruit granting him the terrifying ability to amplify any physical property, speed, strength, mass, volume, up to 100-fold. With that fruit, Wald had risen to stand just beneath Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki, the 4th pillar of the golden age of piracy. But that was then. Now, though his title, World Breaker, carried weight, Wald remained, for all his infamy, merely a formidable pirate, no more. In contrast, Daruo's crew stood at the zenith of their ascent. Having just dismantled the John pirates, they now occupied the vanguard of the Grand Line's most fearsome fleets. Wald's bounty, barely surpassing 300 million buri, was amassed not through legendary duels, but through the obliteration of villages and towns, grim, hollow currency, devoid of true glory. So, we've been marked. Daruo scratched his temple, a wry, resigned sigh escaping him. Meanwhile, on the dune's crest, the captive Yus issued his command. 50,000 soldiers surged forward as one, descending the dunes like a tide of bronze and sand, halting precisely 500 meters from Daruo's party, forming disciplined ranks, their gazes locked, unblinking upon the small group below. So the Daruo pirates are here too? Ben Jake, perched casually upon Wald's right shoulder, arched a brow in mild surprise and nudged his brother. Wald turned, his gaze descending upon Daruo, tall, imposing, his towering frame casting a long shadow over the dunes. His voice, thick and disdainful, rolled across the silence. So, you're the deadly marksman, Daruo? Hardly the fearsome figure I'd imagined. Indeed, beside Wald's colossal 3 to 4 meter frame, Daruo, under 2 meters, appeared almost diminutive. Don't underestimate him, Wald, Bin-Jake cautioned, his expression grave, his eyes fixed on Daruo, dressed in flamboyant, tourist-like attire, yet radiating quiet, unshakable authority. His strength is real. In truth, we're the ones challenging him. As a master intelligence operative, Bin-Jake knew precisely what Daruo had done and what he could do. A formidable opponent. Then, Wald murmured, his earlier arrogance dissolving like salt in water. His expression hardened, serious, focused. He trusted no one more than his elder brother, and Bin-Jake never exaggerated. But no matter who you are, Wald's voice dropped, low and lethal, his eyes narrowing to slits. If you dare stand in our way, I will tear you apart. With a grand gesture, Wald revealed a fierce smile brimming with combat intent, followed closely by several of his aides, all eager to engage in a grand battle. On the other side, Daruo was not oblivious to Wald's rising battle fervor. Rather, he looked on helplessly as three figures burst forth in a crowd of soldiers behind Wald. You all seem rather comfortable, Daruo remarked, observing Sophia and her companions, each adorned with white hoods and clad in frog-like sunglasses, a twinge of annoyance evident in his voice. His concern for them had persisted for quite some time, only to discover that these two appeared even more at ease than he did. Sister Aisha, the bear beside Daruo, could no longer contain his excitement and rushed forward. Bear, did you miss me? I brought you a gift. Aisha chuckled, playfully ruffling the bear's hood, leaving it askew before they resumed their conversation. The camaraderie between Aisha and the bear visibly irked several members of Wald's pirate crew, who were unaccustomed to such treatment and felt entirely disregarded. You scoundrels, do not underestimate us. Sebastian, the hot-headed fisherman from Wald's crew, bellowed as he charged forward, launching a powerful strike aimed directly at Daruo. The force of his punch whistled past Daruo's ear, but before it could connect, a shadow emerged from Daruo's side. With a mighty kick, it sent Sebastian flying away. You cannot lay a hand on our captain right from the start, Blage stated in a deep voice as he too rushed into the fray, delivering another kick that sent Sebastian tumbling further away, engaging in a fierce melee. Although Daruo had never witnessed Blage in action, he had faith in his abilities, considering the warrior lineage of the fur tribe, whose physical prowess surpassed that of humans, and their unique ability to enhance attacks with electrical currents. Don't just stand there. We must join in. Gyram, the shipwright of Wald's crew, exclaimed as he brandished a square iron hammer at Nai-Chin, who was clad in a white lab coat. With a great leap, he bounded over the sand dune, landing before Aisha and her companions. What a mood dampener, interrupting our long-awaited reunion. Aisha, despite lacking combat prowess, exhibited a fiery temper as she placed her hands on her hips and angrily pointed at Gyram. Rebetti, go after him. No sooner had she spoken than a white figure shot forth like a streak of light towards Gyram, her armed fist cloaked in Busashuka haki aimed squarely at his face. Yet, Gyram was no pushover. He swung his hammer forward with great force, compressing the sand beneath into a solid block, hurling it at Rebetti with remarkable speed. The sudden turn of events caught Rebetti off guard mid-air, and the heavy earth struck true, burying her in the sand. Fortunately, Sophia reacted swiftly, leaping to Rebetti's side and pulling her out as if uprooting a turnip, tossing her back towards Daruo. This fellow employs peculiar tactics. Rebetti's adaptability is insufficient. So allow me to handle this, Sophia suggested, deftly maneuvering a blade between her fingers. Meanwhile, at Daruo's behest, the bear selected Nai-Chin as his opponent, and the two clashed fiercely, with Nai-Chin's medicinal martial arts being repeatedly deflected by the bear's strikes, resulting in a stalemate. As the only female ship doctor in Wald's crew, Nai-Chin's combat ability was not particularly exceptional. Despite being defeated by the Empress in a theatrical battle, she had showcased no remarkable prowess during that encounter. Therefore, she was the perfect sparring partner for the bear. Li Qian, Aisha, I entrust the army of 50,000 to you. Just hold them off without causing unnecessary bloodshed. Daruo instructed the remaining two commanders in his crew. Afterward, he drew two revolvers from his belt, gripping them firmly as he advanced towards Wald, addressing the imposing figure before him. Now, it seems only we remain. On the opposite side, Wald, brimming with combat fervor, wasted no time. Raising his hand and taking aim at Daruo, hundredfold increase gun. With a sharp crack, a bullet erupted from Wode's handgun, accelerating sharply during its flight, expanding to a size 100 times greater, hurtling directly towards Daruo. Faced with a projectile the size of a millstone, Daruo remained unfazed, retaliating with a fiery shot that intercepted the bullet midair. This brief exchange sparked a flicker of interest in Daruo, as he pondered which was truly the mightier force, his compressed fruit-enhanced ammunition or Wode's artillery amplified hundredfold. Chapter 152. Confrontation with Wode. As a formidable pirate capable of traversing the Grand Line, Bondi Wode's strength was certainly not to be underestimated, with the primary source of his formidable power stemming from the Momo fruit he had consumed. This paramecia-type fruit was no less potent than those at the pinnacle of the devil fruit hierarchy, such as the Logia and Zoan types, akin to the Soul fruit, Float fruit, and Quake fruit, each a formidable contender among the Yonko. In contrast, Wode's inherent strength seemed to hold him back. Had this fruit been in the hands of a powerhouse like Carp, its destructive potential would be unimaginable, a thought Daruo dared not entertain. The fruit's ability was straightforward. It could amplify the size and speed of any object the user touched by over 100 times, including the user themselves. Confronted with such an adversary, Daruo felt a surge of adrenaline, eager to ascertain whether his compressed fruit-enhanced ammunition would prevail over Wode's artillery with its hundredfold amplification. Returning to the battlefield, the clash beneath the sand dunes had escalated dramatically, with Huchuan Liqian, Rabetti, and Orbia valiantly resisting the onslaught of the 50,000-strong army. As the primary force among them, Huchuan Liqian wielded his sword like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each strike claiming numerous lives, yet he remained dissatisfied. How can I replicate the kind of imposing presence Daruo displayed last time? Huchuan Liqian murmured to himself, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Clenching his grip on the Huchuan Morikane, a terrifying bloodlust erupted from him, akin to an unparalleled beast ravaging the battlefield, sending nearby soldiers into a state of sheer terror. Despite the similar effects, Huchuan Liqian was acutely aware that this fell short of Daruo's Conqueror's Haki. However, this was to be expected. If this individual were to easily master the Conqueror's Haki, Daruo would undoubtedly be displeased, given that his own had awakened only after a life-and-death struggle with Captain John. Meanwhile, while Huchuan Liqian was honing his Conqueror's Haki with the 50,000 soldiers as his training ground, the confrontation between Daruo and Wode intensified. Hundredfold increased punch. Wode roared, gathering energy in his right hand at his waist, then thrusting it forward with great force, producing a tremendous sonic boom that stirred up clouds of dust. Under the Momo fruit's hundredfold enhancement, his dark, haki-enveloped fist swelled in size and speed, hurtling towards Daruo like a shooting star. Kedalu was certainly not to be underestimated. Reacting swiftly, he activated his fruit ability, compressing the solidified Busashoka Haki at the tips of his toes. With a flick of his right foot, he unleashed a black whip, cleaving the sandy ground in twain. With a thunderous crash, his fist and leg collided, their combined forces magnified 100-fold, clashing with an intensity capable of shattering the very fabric of space. How infuriating! He is incredibly strong. Wald, feeling the tremendous force of the punch, felt his veins bulging as his eyes widened like brass bells. Unwilling to concede defeat, he stomped heavily on the sand, channeling his strength into his right fist, gathering all his might and launching a powerful blow that sent Kedalu flying. In midair, Kedalu swiftly executed a bluebird double jump, but before he could land, he found himself locked in the sights of Wald's dark gun barrel. The hundredfold shotgun. Wald, missing a front tooth, revealed a sinister grin, and in an instant, his shotgun unleashed a barrage of steel pellets. As the pellets shot from the barrel, the unreasonable Momo Nomi activated again, replicating the countless steel balls multiple times and sending them hurtling towards Kedalu at 100-fold speed, akin to petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Well done. Observing the dense rain of bullets, resembling an iron curtain, Kedalu silently commended, skillfully twisting in the air to perform a somersault. After adjusting his angle, he pulled the trigger. Execution, Starwind, Long Spear. A transparent spear of air spiraled toward the Iron Curtain. If Wald's attack relied on quantity, Ketelu's strike was a testament to quality. One shot to vanquish myriad techniques. Propelled by compressed air, the spear plunged into the barrage, its spiraling air blade shredding the steel pellets to pieces. Seeing his lethal move rendered ineffective, Wald's expression darkened. He realized that defeating Ketelu would require a significant cost. Thus, he forcefully tossed Benjak, who was perched on his shoulder, toward UC, who was shielded by the crowd. Then, he firmly planted his feet on the ground, taking a horse stance. 30-fold body enhancement, Wald bellowed, activating his fruit ability, as his muscles twisted and cracked. Moments later, the peculiar sounds of bone friction ceased, and Wald's body, augmented by the fruit's power, surged several meters in height. His muscles bulging like inflated balloons. So it can directly enhance physical strength. Ketelu raised an eyebrow in surprise. In his recollection, Wald had never employed this technique in the films. After all, abilities that directly bolster physical prowess are exceedingly rare in the world of One Piece. Even animal-type fruits do not guarantee a stable 30-fold enhancement. No wonder this guy became one of the great pirates after the era of Roger, second only to Newgate and Shiki. He truly possesses remarkable skills, Ketelu mused inwardly. While Ketelu was momentarily lost in thought, Wald initiated his attack. With a heavy stomp of his right foot, his body tore through space, covering dozens of meters in an instant to confront Ketelu. 100-fold punch. His jet-black fist surged toward Ketelu's face. This punch was not merely a 100-fold increase. When factoring in the 30-fold enhancement of his physical body, it accumulated a staggering 300-fold power compared to Wald's usual full-strength punch. I cannot take this head-on. With his dead eye ability, the astute Da Zhao sensed the tremendous force behind the punch. Not especially adept at close combat, Ketelu dared not be reckless and swiftly retreated several hundred meters. The ground shook as Wald's punch struck the empty space, creating a deep crater with a radius of 100 meters. The unleashed force sending a towering column of sand spiraling upward. What a monster! Robertson gasped in astonishment as he witnessed the terrifying dust cloud created by their clash. Meanwhile, Orbia, closer to Ketelu, watched with concern in her eyes. Ketelu, you must win. One astonishing display of power. High above, Ketelu gazed down at the crater created by Wald's punch and could not help but marvel. Despite being adversaries, he had to acknowledge Wald's strength. Truth be told, if Wald were to focus on honing his martial skills and hockey like Carp, rather than pursuing some blindly powerful artillery, combined with the 100-fold augmentation of the Momo Momo no Mi, he would indeed be a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, Wald lacked such foresight, and his current strength was evidently insufficient against Ketelu. Now it is my turn. Ketelu smirked, reholstering his two revolvers before activating his fruit ability again, compressing and gathering the Busashoka Haki at the tip of his right foot. Raising his obsidian leg, he locked onto Wald's position using his dead eye ability. This time, I shall confront you head-on, defeating you through close combat. Awakened by the Conqueror's Haki, Ketelu was decidedly less cautious than before, recklessly opting for a direct confrontation. As his words hung in the air, Ketelu stomped his left foot heavily, unleashing a tremendous force against the sand, propelling himself toward Wald like an arrow. His right foot, enveloped in black Busashoka Haki, ignited sparks in the air, creating a tremor as intense flames erupted from his toes, trailing like a comet. Kick of the Demon Car, Chapter 153, Fierce Battle and Victory. Boom! The blazing inferno, resembling the 9-headed demon bird from the Shanghai Jing, coiled around Ketelu's toes, painting the sky crimson as if two suns hung above. How outrageous! Orbia, struggling against enemies with her ornate western longsword, gaped in astonishment at the celestial spectacle overhead. Just as Orbia marveled, Ketelu unleashed his kick with full force, the fiery demon bird crashing down into Wald's abdomen, enveloped in Busashoka Haki. The flaming demon bird emitted a peculiar cry, and soon, its 9 heads began to explode, releasing countless compressed flames that coalesced into molten magma. Even with Wald enhancing his physical strength 30-fold through the Momo Momo no Mi, Reinforced by formidable Busashoka haki, he was not spared from the impact of Ketelu's powerful kick. Groaning in pain, he arched his body before being sent flying like a cannonball into the sand. It hurts like hell. Blood trickled from his mouth as he was ignited by the searing flames, resembling a massive fireball as he crashed down, letting out a mournful wail. But, not far away, Bean Jieka shouted loudly at Voerda, who lay in the deep pit, enveloped in thick smoke. While drawing his revolver and firing several shots in an attempt to stop Dalu, who was preparing to deliver the finishing blow in the sandpit. This is ridiculous. It makes me seem like the villain. The keen Dalu tilted his head slightly, skillfully dodging Bean Jieka's gunfire, while internally lamenting, as if he were some great demon. Meanwhile, with Bean Jieka's interruption, Voerda seemed to have regained his composure. He suddenly sat up from the ground, his face dark as he gazed at the 9 deep, smoldering wounds on his abdomen. Damn it! Voerda cursed angrily, rising to his feet with a forceful slap of his right hand. He then tore off his tattered shirt, revealing his muscular physique. 50-fold enhancement. Voerda pounded his chest in fury, his signature W-shaped mustache trembling with intensity. Observing the astonishing aura emanating from Voerda, whose figure had swelled by several meters, Dalu's expression grew serious. The 50-fold enhancement had elevated Voerda's physique to an unimaginable level, leaving no room for Dalu to underestimate him any longer. As both men's auras began to surge, the air around them formed 2 massive whirlwinds in the sandy ground, intermittently flashing with dark, armed lightning. When their momentum reached its zenith, both transformed into streaks of black lightning, charging towards each other. With a thunderous crash, their legs and fists collided violently, reminiscent of a comet striking the earth. The resulting shockwave caused a corner of the sand dune to collapse, sending torrents of air soaring into the sky, swirling the yellow sand towards the heavens. They are truly monsters. The rebel soldiers amidst the sand observed the 2 shadowy figures wreaking havoc on the ground, along with the deep trenches carved into the earth, and could not help but exclaim. Some of the more timid soldiers, upon witnessing the spectacle, were so frightened that they fled in terror, abandoning their weapons and armor. How absurd! With such resolve, what are they rebelling for? On the other side, Quan Li Qian, who was using these soldiers as a sharpening stone, remarked upon seeing the deserters. I must say, you have a rather morbid sense of humor. Asha kumanta, upsharabing Quan Li Qian's apparent disappointment. Despite her words, Aisha was not a naive saint herself. Not far away, Labidi, under her command, was harvesting enemy soldiers like a battlefield meat grinder. In warfare, hesitation and compassion are the greatest taboos. Only by suppressing the enemy with thunderous force can one quell insidious foes. Otherwise, once the opposing morale rises, it becomes challenging to manage. As expected, under the cold suppression of the few, the ruthless and conniving among the refugee army perished, leaving behind only those with wavering resolve. When such numbers become too great, the army becomes difficult to maneuver, just as it is now. Get moving. Why are you just standing there? Use. From the rear of the army, shouted angrily at the soldiers cowering in the distance. He then drew a machete from his waist and, like a farmer catching a chick, seized a frightened deserter. Who dares to be a deserter? This is your fate. With that, Use menacingly slashed the long knife across the deserter's neck, threatening the fleeing soldiers nearby. Naturally, this scene did not escape Aisha's keen perception. Pouting, she used the ability of the Sanyan clan to communicate with Labidi, who was fighting amidst the crowd. Labidi, forget about those soldiers. Go grab that big fat man. As her words fell, Labidi transformed into a streak of white light, charging towards Yuz. The shadow cast by his robust form enveloped Yuz, and the overwhelming aura rendered the previously boisterous man speechless. No, don't come near. Help! Yuz shrieked in fear, bolting backward. However, Labidi would not allow him to escape. With a swift motion, he seized Yuz in his grasp, his colossal face looming close, gazing into Yuz's eyes with his crimson rabbit-like pupils. Don't kill him. Let him retreat. Takara shouted urgently as Labidi was about to crush Yuz, then hurriedly ascended to a higher dune, calling out to the resisting soldiers below. Yuz has surrendered. quickly lay down your weapons and surrender. Although the old king's prestige had plummeted to rock bottom amid these events, those soldiers still wishing to survive had no choice but to relinquish their weapons and surrender. At this point, the morale of the rebel army had plummeted, and they could no longer mount any effective offensive. The fate of the scattered forces of over 50,000 had been sealed, while the duel between Dalu and Voer-Da was nearing its conclusion. Phew, this guy can take a beating. After several rounds of intense exchanges, Dalu found himself panting, his tone no longer as relaxed as before. One must admit, the Pirate King's resilience is formidable, especially with Voer-Da's 50-fold enhancement, making each of Dalu's strikes feel as if he were kicking iron. Conversely, Voer-Da was in a more dire state, covered in wounds and unable to suppress the blood trickling from his mouth. Yet, upon glancing at Binjiaku and Sebastian, who were caught in a fierce struggle, he steeled himself, wiped the blood from his lips, as if making a resolve. Voer-Da then performed an astonishing act. He relinquished the physical enhancement and armed color from the doubling fruit, while retrieving a massive cannon from his pocket. It seemed he was ready to get serious. Upon witnessing this, Dalu's expression turned grave, for having read the original text, he knew of the opponent's trump card, the 100-fold enhancement super cannon. At that moment, Voer-Da raised the cannonball high above his head, activating the doubling fruit's ability to amplify its size. 1 times, 10 times, 100 times. Upon reaching the limit of 100-fold enhancement, Voer-Da hurled the cannonball, which had grown to the size of a truck. Dalu soon realized that this cannonball had not only increased in size, but also in velocity, now moving at 100 times its original speed. With a whoosh, the enormous projectile shot through the air towards Dalu at an unfathomable speed. Yet, no matter how swift, it left a trace for Dalu, who possessed advanced observation skills. Suddenly, Dalu leaped into the air, raising his gun. Execution starred Gungnir, compressing a massive amount of armed color. A dark spear shot from the barrel of Dalu's golden revolver, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before striking the giant cannonball. Boom! As the spear pierced through, the powerful cannonball detonated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged skyward, creating a colossal mushroom cloud. Cough, cough. It seems I may have overdone it. Amidst the billowing smoke, Daluo waved his hand, brushing aside the haze while remarking with a tone of ease that indicated the desperate onslaught of what air that had failed to perturb him significantly. In stark contrast, Voer-Da found himself in a dire predicament. His robust physique had been thoroughly impaled by Daluo's obsidian spear, nailing him to the sandy ground, leaving him gasping for breath. It appears your ambition ends here, Daluo declared as he stepped through the thick smoke, confronting the ambitious pirate who had dared to challenge him. Chapter 154. Individual battles. As Daluo dealt with Voer-Da, the clashes involving Bulai-Jie, Suo-Feya, and Xion were drawing to a close. Bulai-Jie, still grappling with his identity, clung to the mindset of a physician, and after years of practicing medicine, had neglected the combat techniques he once mastered in the Land of Harmony. Thus, in the ongoing confrontation, Sebastian held a distinct advantage. You, a pirate, truly lack awareness. It is laughable, Sebastian sneered, baring his white teeth as he observed Bulai-Jie's hesitant demeanor. With that, Sebastian inhaled sharply, adopting a stance reminiscent of Fishman karate, and charged towards Bulai-Jie with remarkable speed. The secret technique of Fishman karate, spiraling tornado. He bellowed, launching himself into the air, spinning like a power drill and generating a formidable gust of wind that surged towards the panting Bulai-Jie. Caught off guard, Bulai-Jie raised his arms in a feeble cross-defense, but was still propelled backward by the overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground and tasting blood in his throat. This is not good, Bulai-Jie murmured, sensing the painful warnings emanating from his body. The unique static of his fur tribe was diminishing, signaling that he could hardly inflict effective damage upon Sebastian any longer. Observing his own pitiful state, Bulai-Jie managed a bitter smile. Once, he had been a most outstanding combat genius of the younger generation of his tribe. To find himself in such a plight was almost absurd. As he lay on the ground, watching Sebastian approach him with clenched fists, Bulai-Jie made a difficult decision. He retrieved the medicine box, strapped to his waist, and slowly opened it. Lifting the upper compartment, he revealed 3 vials of potions in red, blue, and white nestled in the bottom. After taking a deep breath, Bulai-Jie selected the white potion, uncorked the vial, and consumed it in one swift motion. The Moonlight Lion state was a permanent source of pain for Bulai-Jie, a consequence of his extraordinary transformation during a full moon, which had wrought irreparable calamity upon the furry kingdom, resulting in his exile from the land of harmony. The 3 potions were specially formulated by the late Evelyn, intended to aid him in mastering his Moonlight Lion form: Brutal Moonlight, red; Cold Moonlight, blue; and Gentle Moonlight, white. Thus far, Bulai-Jie could only maintain his composure while under the influence of the Cold Moonlight potion. Should he consume the red, Brutal Moonlight potion, he would descend into utter madness, reminiscent of DeLuo's encounter in the Cherry Blossom Grove on Magnetic Drum Island. With a resolute gulp, Bulai-Jie downed the white potion, and immediately his physique began to transform dramatically. He grew taller and sturdier, his fur surged forth, seemingly animated by an unseen force, and his eyes radiated a brilliant golden glow. The Moonlight Lion form bestowed a tremendous surge of power, as evidenced by the original text, where the duo of cat and dog, upon entering this state, mercilessly overwhelmed the ship King Jack, nearly besting even the mighty elephant. Bulai-Jie's subsequent actions confirmed this assertion. Having completed his transformation, he lightly tapped his toes on the sandy ground and suddenly soared into the air, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, a dark silhouette emerged before Sebastian, with sharp claws raised, crackling with ominous blue lightning. Electric Claw of the Phantom. 3 brilliant blue strikes, imbued with dark haki, illuminated the air as they descended upon the unsuspecting Sebastian. The electric serpents coursed through Sebastian, immobilizing him entirely. Simultaneously, the lethal claws sliced through Sebastian's hardened body, leaving 3 gaping wounds that revealed bone beneath. The impact rendered Sebastian utterly unresponsive, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Bulai-Jie, having secured his victory, began to stow away his medicine box. Casting a cold glance at the fallen Sebastian, "I have no need for the resolve that revels in bloodshed." Shifting focus to the other side of the sand dune, Suo Fei was engaged in a different battle with the formidable general Gai Lamu. Unlike the beleaguered Bulai-Jie, Suo Fei fought with the ease of a cat toying with a mouse. Had it not been for Gai Lamu's peculiar cube fruit abilities occasionally posing a challenge, their skirmish would have likely concluded long ago. "It seems your comrades are not faring well," Suo Fei teased, fanning herself like a noblewoman. Relishing the sight of Gai Lamu's frustration, "Why not lend them a hand?" "Damn it, Gai Lamu setif." His face taut as he observed the incapacitated Waerda and Sebastian. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he did not hesitate. With clenched fists, he wielded his square iron hammer, fully harnessing the powers of his cube fruit, and swung with all his might. Cube acceleration, explosive block. Upon the hammer's release, the air around it began to fracture, forming neatly arranged cubes that accelerated towards Suo Fei's position, subsequently erupting in a violent explosion. The immense shockwave engulfed the area surrounding Suo Fei, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Barish. Gailamuka Cliff. Envisioning the demise of Suo Fei amidst the chaos. Yet, as the dust settled, revealing a lifeless body where Suo Fei had once stood, Gelamues triomphant l'auteur abruptissiste. Coughing, he touched the faint line of blood on his throat, turning to confront the strikingly beautiful woman resembling a manjusaka flower, and uttered his final question. The woman, with a smile as radiant as a blossoming flower, did not respond. Deftly flipping the gleaming black-brown knife in her hand and flirtatiously blowing on the droplets of blood that adorned its edge. When confronted by the enchanting nine-tailed fox, one should never assume that everything witnessed is entirely real. With the defeat of all male members, the walled pirates were left with only Nai-Chin, their remaining general. Unlike the fierce battles fought by others, her duel with Kuma bore a semblance of playful banter. This was only to be expected, for Nai-Chin, as a ship's doctor, was not adept at combat, and Kuma was merely an intern, both lacking the prowess of their crewmates. Despite the seemingly light-hearted nature of their skirmish, danger lurked at every corner. Naichin's traditional medicine-infused punches caused Kuma considerable trouble, especially as time progressed. He could feel various numb sensations coursing through his body. You've noticed, Haven Tu, the formidable power of my traditional medicine punches? Naichin observed Kuma's wavering stance with a hint of pride and then began to boast. Do you know what is of utmost importance in traditional medicine punches? I don't know, Kuma replied, turning his head with a simple naivety, showing no inclination to delve deeper. In his mind, there was but one focus: to vanquish the enemy before him. It's the combination. The combination. Naichin, irritated by Kuma's lack of understanding, erupted, then proceeded to explain, the numbness you feel is due to a technique involving a paralyzing powder in my earlier punches. Mandrake aconitum and white fragrance herb. Why am I even explaining all this to you? Just accept your fate. Initially dedicated to her explanations, Naichin suddenly erupted with rage and unleashed a white crane spreading wings strike toward Kuma. Meanwhile, Kuma had already prepared himself. He bore the numbness with great effort and drew his right hand back, the pink pads of his palm pulsating rapidly, exerting pressure on the air to coalesce a large mass of energy above his hand. Bare impact, with a resounding pop. The air emitted a crisp sound akin to that of a cork being popped from a wine bottle, and simultaneously, a tremendous force was released from Kuma's palm, manifesting as a white beam that struck Naichin mid-air, sending her flying like a star disappearing into the horizon. Staring at his own hand in disbelief after having knocked Naichin away, Kuma broke into a radiant smile. At that moment, he felt elated. This was the first time since embarking on his journey that he had defeated a member of the enemy crew, a validation of his long and arduous training. Impressive, Kuma! Aisha, who had been observing Kuma's situation from a distance, rushed over and clapped him on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Dalla did not hold back his praise either, smiling as he commended Kuma. Well done, Kuma! Thus, the Walled Pirates were completely annihilated by the Dalla Pirates. In Chapter 155, The Call from 800 Years Ago, the Dalu Pirates decisively vanquished the Walled Pirates, serving as a testament to the strength of each crew member. This was also a deliberate strategy by Dalu, who had arranged for these three relatively inexperienced crew members to face individual opponents, allowing him to better gauge their capabilities for future voyages. Particularly, newcomers Bulji and Sophia, who had recently joined the crew, demonstrated impressive strength in this battle, earning Dalu's admiration. Dalu had been closely monitoring Bulji's initial struggles and was prepared to offer assistance at any moment. Fortunately, Bulji managed to regain his composure, and after transforming into the Moonlight Lion form through a special potion, he overwhelmed the formidable Sebastian. Sophia's performance was even more remarkable, dominating her opponent with such ease that they never even compelled her to unleash her devil fruit abilities, showcasing her substantial strength. As for Kuma, the intern, his display was highly satisfactory to Dalu. After months of training, he was beginning to harness the true power of the Momo Momo no Mi, even mastering his signature technique. Bare impact. Of course, he was still far from becoming the future warlord Kuma, who would ultimately awaken his fruit's true potential, able to expel memories and pains as tangible concepts. Nevertheless, the future seemed bright. If Kuma maintained this rate of improvement, he would soon shoulder significant responsibilities and emerge as a strong contender. Just as Dalla was about to emulate the wise old man from his past and pat Kuma on the head with a phrase about the future being his, a commotion erupted from Orbia's direction. It turned out that Kabura had arrived with the army. Upon their arrival, the royal guard swiftly took control of the remaining rebel forces. One cannot deny Kabura's capabilities. Following an impassioned speech and soothing reassurances, the majority of the displaced populace within the rebels surrendered without resistance. This scene did not escape the notice of Takura, who was engaged in conversation with Dr. Sanhika not far away. It seems you have an outstanding son, Dr. Sanhika remarked as he observed Kabura surrounded by soldiers, giving his old friend a meaningful pat on the shoulder. A perceptive Takura understood his friend's implication. Taking a deep breath, his lips moved, yet he remained silent. Indeed, he had been king for far too long, separated from the common people for an extended period, to the point where he had forgotten the ambitions he once held as a prince to benefit the populace. After exhaling, Takora set down his sword, embedding it into the sand dunes, as the setting sun cast a warm yellow glow upon the armor of the aged monarch. A kingdom cannot endure a day without a ruler. After briefly exchanging pleasantries with the old king, Kabura hastily led his troops back to Albana. Notably, Takora chose not to accompany the army on their return. Logically, with 30 to 40,000 displaced soldiers surrendering, the old king should have promptly returned to the capital to settle them and win their loyalty, yet Takora did not. It was evident to the astute that the old king intended to abdicate in favor of another. For Takora, his remaining obsession was to uncover the lost vessel of hope. Fortunately, the O'Hara archaeological team did not disappoint him. After a night of rest, the next morning, Orbia brought good news to Dalu and the others. "So, did you find it?" Dalu inquired, holding a skewer of roasted meat over the fire, smiling as he offered the nearly cooked meat to her. "Humph! Why are you so calm?" Orbia, who had hurried over, gasped for breath and did not accept the meat, instead staring at Dalu in astonishment. "Why rush? Is it going to run away?" Dalu observed that Orbia showed no inclination to partake in the roasted meat, so he unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth. "Oh, stop dawdling and follow me," he urged. To his surprise, Orbia proved to be quite impetuous, pulling Dalu without further ado to a deep pit atop the sand dunes. At the edge of the pit, several scholars from O'Hara had gathered, and within their midst, Dr. San Yi Chao was intently probing a small hole in the pit's wall with a flashlight. "Tikola, Dalu, come quickly." Upon their arrival, Dr. San Yi Chao immediately summoned them closer and pointed at the hole, exclaiming, "This deep pit was created by yesterday's pirate leader using explosives. Inside, we discovered the red algal soil layer described in historical texts. This morning, we excavated downwards for 3 meters along this red soil layer and uncovered this hole. I speculate it to be a docking tunnel used for ships in the waters near Shahua 800 years ago. It is highly probable that the ship, the Ming Wang, is docked within." Dr. San Yi Chao spoke rapidly, akin to a machine gun, summarizing the situation. "What are we waiting for? Let's enter," Tikola exclaimed, her urgency palpable at the prospect of the ancestral vessel lying within. "We do not even know what lies within, and this cave is perilously unstable. We must reinforce the entrance first." Orbia cautioned both Tikola and Dalu. Meanwhile, several other scholars from O'Hara approached, brandishing a wooden pole, evidently intending to construct a support frame for the entrance. However, Dalu, lacking patience for such a prolonged endeavor, interjected, "Step aside, let me handle this." He swiftly approached the entrance, arms outstretched, manipulating the surrounding air to compress it into blocks as hard as steel, erecting a sturdy barricade before the entrance. In no time, the narrow opening was propped open by countless air bricks, creating a flat passage leading deep into the cave. Given the uncertainty of the cave's interior, Dalu disregarded the notion of chivalry and boldly ventured deeper inside. As they traversed further, they were greeted by the sight of a spacious cavern where dozens of ancient merchant ships lay anchored, entombed in the sand in a state of decay. Dr. San Yi Chao, holding a torch, caressed the slumbering vessels that had rested for 8 centuries, searching for artifacts to affirm their identities. Indeed, he soon discerned a clue from the insignia on the sail of a massive merchant ship. It bore the mark of the Oasis Trading Company. This must be the prosperous port of Lootport from 800 years ago. What are we waiting for? Let us search. That ship must be here. Tikola could hardly contain her excitement, brandishing her torch and scouring the surroundings. As their excavation deepened, Dalu and the others thoroughly examined all the vessels within the cavernous port. Yet they found no traces of ancient weaponry. Just as despair began to settle among them, a voice, ethereal and resonant, echoed in their hearts simultaneously. "Welcome, distant travelers, to the Hope vessel, Namib. Did you hear that? Someone is speaking." Aisha exclaimed, startled by the mysterious voice resonating within her soul, and gazed warily around her. The remaining members exchanged puzzled glances, evidently having heard the peculiar voice, yet none dared to believe it. for this place had been devoid of human presence for over 700 years. "Doctor, what is that?" Urbia inquired, seeking answers from the erudite elder. "Regrettably, even the wisest can be at a loss." Dr. San Yi Chao shook his head. "I am uncertain. Perhaps it is some form of sentient being." "Sentient being? How is that possible? What creature could live for over 700 years?" Urbia rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of the doctor's claim. 700 years, you say? Dal mused, contemplating the longevity of beings in the world of Pirate King. He dismissed the notion of the voice belonging to a human, as even the longest-lived giants among humanity only reach 300 years. If it were not human, then it must be an ancient entity, transcending the vast river of time, much like the Elephant Lord. While the others pondered the identity of this enigmatic presence, Aisha and Dalu simultaneously caught a glimpse of something unusual. A green light suddenly blossomed in the direction for which the voice emanated. "Look, there seems to be something over there," Aisha exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards a pyramid-shaped structure. Indeed, following the direction of her finger, a distinctive spire began to rise from the sands, and soon its apex unfurled, revealing the silhouette of an ancient warship. "It has appeared! The Hope vessel!" Tikola gasped, her excitement palpable as the towering mast emerged from the pyramid's summit, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Dalu, equally thrilled, envisioned the Ming Wong, the most powerful ancient weapon in the pirate world, not only renowned for its destructive capabilities, but also as the dream vessel sought after by pirates. With it, combined with Dalu's ability to manipulate compressed air, the imagery was nothing short of magnificent. He could already envision himself commandeering the Ming Wong, overpowering the navy and vanquishing rocks. As the gears within the pyramid emitted a grating sound, the apex descended completely, unveiling the long-anticipated Ming Wong. This ancient wooden ship, measuring 300 to 400 meters in length, boasted a mast adorned with an array of sails bearing intricate designs, while its sides bristled with cannons. However, the most striking feature was the massive cannon, several meters in diameter, that stood proudly upon its deck. Despite the passage of time, its formidable presence remained unblemished, representing the legendary weapon capable of obliterating an island in a single blow. "It seems to be damaged." Aisha, with her extraordinary perception, sensed something amiss about the warship. Upon hearing her words, Dalu's heart sank, and he quickly activated his observation hockey, employing the potent Death Eye to probe the nearby vessel. As expected, what he discerned filled him with dismay. In his perception, the ship's deck bore a gaping circular hole, 20 meters in diameter, that penetrated the hull. With a vital keel shattered in two, the entire ship resembled an apple pie with a sizable bite taken out of it. Indeed, it seemed that acquiring it would not be an easy feat. Daruo offered a wry smile, then gently steadied his restless heart. After all, even if he were to truly possess this legendary vessel, the Ming Wong, it would remain but an external artifact. True strength resided solely within oneself. "Let us go. What lies ahead will reveal itself once we see it for ourselves." Sophia, born into a lineage of master shipwrights, felt a deep, scholarly fascination for the Ming Wong and, torch in hand, strode forward without hesitation. Within minutes, Daruo and the scholars of O'Hara stood upon the weathered deck of this mythic ship. Their fingers traced ancient railings. Their eyes wandered curiously over rusted fittings and silent hatches. Awestruck, reverent, alive with wonder. "What extraordinary craftsmanship!" Sophia murmured, gazing at the intricate network of energy conduits embedded beneath the deck planks. She activated the recording module of her high-tech combat suit, preserving every detail with quiet precision. Meanwhile, the O'Haran scholars paid little heed to such marvels of engineering. Their minds were fixed on a far older mystery, the truth behind the blank century. "Doctor, look!" A colossal straw hat insignia, and beside it, a radiant sunbird. Elbia pointed toward the tattered sails, where faded yet vivid symbols shimmered in the torchlight. "The erudite doctor," Cloverleaf responded at once. "The sunbird is the royal sigil of Alabasta, while the straw hat that belongs to the great liberator, Joy Boy." "Joy Boy," Elbia repeated softly, the name unfamiliar yet resonant, as if echoing from some deep, forgotten chamber of history. to be hailed a liberator. Surely he must have been a figure of immense courage and consequence. Just as Elbia leaned in, poised to inquire further, Aisha and Daruo both gasped in unison. The ship's prow flared once more with that brilliant emerald radiance. The light softened, coalesced, and resolved into the delicate form of a girl draped in a flowing green cloak. "What is it? What is happening?" Elbia cried, watching Aisha's mouth gape wide enough to swallow an egg. The others turned as well, their gazes sharp with shared urgency. Clearly, only Daruo and Aisha perceived her. The rest saw nothing but empty air where she stood. You can't see her?" Aisha gestured toward the bow. "There is a little girl sitting right there. I've slept for such a long time." The girl stretched languidly, then rose with quiet grace, her eyes locking instantly onto Daruo. "So, you're the destined one, the one Joy boy foretold? Then why do you wear a cowboy hat, not a straw one?" "Destined one? Straw hat?" Daruo arched a brow, then understanding dawned. She meant Luffy, the boy yet unborn. He shook his head gently. The girl blinked, then recoiled astonished. "But ISNT at the year 1522? And if you're not the destined one, how can you see me?" "It's 1483, Daruo replied evenly. "Nearly 40 years before that. As for why I see you, I'm not certain. Though she does too." He gestured toward Aisha. The girl glanced, then shook her head. She is a descendant of the witnesses. Her sight is natural. But you? You hear my call without being the destined one. That is the anomaly. "Oh, well, never mind." She clapped her cheeks, suddenly bright with exhilaration, and leapt lightly onto the deck. "Waking early is no hardship. I've been slumbering for centuries." Boredom was becoming unbearable. Then, spotting the massive breach in the hull, she pouted. "Uranos, that brute. He really did a number on me." "Uranos? He struck you?" Daruo stared, his pulse quickening. Suddenly, the pieces aligned. "You mean you're her?" He swept his arm across the crumbling grandeur of the Ming Wang, voice hushed with dawning reverence. She curtsied, a gesture elegant and precise, lifting the hem of her gown with practiced grace. "Indeed," she said, her voice clear as chime bells. "I am the ship's spirit of this vessel. My name is Nanib, at your service." Chapter 157. Harvest, an invitation, a ship spirit, perhaps the most enigmatic entity in the world of pirates. Strictly speaking, it is not a living being, but rather a confluence of consciousness and sentience, an emergent will born when a vessel, steeped in profound history and extraordinary resonance, awakens to awareness. Even in the annals of recorded lore, such spirits are vanishingly rare. Only Mary, the beloved ship of the Straw Hat crew, was ever confirmed to possess one. Yet if this girl, Nanib, truly embodied the Ming Wang, it was no surprise at all. After all, this was the Ming Wang, the strongest warship ever conceived, a sovereign of the seas whose name alone stirred dread in empires. "So you've lived over 800 years?" Aisha pouted, gazing up at the girl who appeared younger than herself, and, unable to resist, reached forward, fingertips twitching toward Nanib's cheek. Nanib wrinkled her nose, eyes narrowing playfully, then opened her mouth wide in a mock snarl, feigning a ferocious bite. "Ah!" Aisha snatched her hand back, startled, then paused, remembering. She has no body. "Ha ha ha!" Nanib laughed, bright, uncontainable, like a mischievous immortal who just swiped the peaches of the jade pool, and floated, ghost-like, to Aisha's side, teasing and tumbling with effortless, weightless glee. Meanwhile, Daruo, alongside Aisha, the only two who could perceive Nanib, patiently explained her nature to the others. The O'Haran scholars, upon learning of an 800-year-old sentient memory of history itself, lit up like scholars before a newly unearthed poneglyph. "Quick, ask her, what really happened during the blank century?" Elbia tugged Daruo's sleeve, breathless with urgency. At that, Daruo's own eyes gleamed. Of course, if Nanib was the Ming Wang's spirit, she had not only endured the blank century, she may well have witnessed its unraveling. Don't even think about it." Nanib crossed her arms, fixing Daruo with a stern, unyielding gaze. "I will not speak of that time, unless you are the covenant-bound one Joy boy named." "Oh, and why not?" Daruo lifted a brow, calm and probing. "Because telling you outright would ruin you," she said, her tone shifting, suddenly grave, solemn as a vow sworn beneath ancient stars. That being has already erased every written record of that era, every scroll, every archive, every oral tradition. Even whispered names do not escape his notice. The only truth that remains is carved in the stone of the Kazuki clan. That being Daro's voice dropped, low and deliberate. You mean him? Nana froze, then stared wide-eyed. You know? Indeed. Him had remained hidden in the depths of Pangaea for centuries. His name, known to almost no one. Even Dr. Cloverleaf, steeped in historical texts, had only inferred his existence, never his true name. Excuse me, what exactly are you two talking about? The adorable Aisha gazed at the two individuals engaged in a silent game of charades and, with a dazed expression, inquired. The others also directed their attention towards Dalu. With Aisha's interruption, Dalu hastily shifted the conversation elsewhere, for he was aware of Imu's identity from his previous life through comic books. And he was keen to conceal the fact that he was a time traveler. Now that we have discovered this ship, the Ming Wong, let us venture outside for the time being and return later to thoroughly explore it, Dalu suggested, observing the torches in everyone's hands were nearly extinguished. What do you intend to do? Stay here for another 40 years waiting for that so-called destined one, after seeing that everyone else agreed with his proposal. Dalu turned to Nanabu for her input. What nonsense! You want me to wait here for another 40 years? I would surely go mad. Nanabu exclaimed, reacting vehemently, flitting around Dalu in agitation. It was indeed somewhat Dalu and the others' fault. Originally, Nanabu had been peacefully slumbering underground, perhaps only needing to blink to accompany Luffy in challenging Imu. However, Dalu and his comrades had awakened her prematurely, resulting in the prospect of enduring 40 years of tedium if she remained here, which would undoubtedly drive the childlike Nanabu to madness. What should we do then? Should we leave together? Aisha, equally childish, empathized with Nanabu and inquired. Leave? Is the ship's spirit capable of acting independently from the vessel? Dalu asked, surveying the dilapidated Ming Wong beside him. No, I cannot. Nanabu shook her head, clutching her head with her hands and speaking in a slightly teary tone. The ship's spirit must rely on the ship to exist, so I cannot stray too far from it. I see, Dalu mused. He had initially entertained the notion of coaxing Nanabu aboard, for she was the spirit of the Ming Wong. Who could possibly understand the ship better than her? With her assistance, recreating a new Ming Wong would surely be a simple task. Just as Dalu lamented the impossibility of enticing her away, a flash of inspiration struck him. He turned to Nanabu and asked, May I inquire what exactly you are dependent upon in this ship? The reason for his question stemmed from a memory of a paradox known as the ship of Theseus. If all the timber of a ship is replaced one by one, is it still the same ship? In other words, if Nanabu exists through this ship, what would happen if all components of the Ming Wong were gradually replaced? Would the entity she relied upon transform into this new vessel? If the answer were affirmative, then, through some clever subterfuge, Nanabu could be transferred to a new ship. Conversely, if the answer were negative, it would imply that the spirit was indeed reliant on a specific component of the vessel. The keel. The essence of a ship lies in its keel, and the ship's spirit exists through it, Nanabu responded, her form drifting toward the large hole in the deck. If I were to remove this keel and take it with me, you could accompany us, correct? Dalu leaped into the ship's hold, pointing at the keel that had been shattered by an unknown attack. Although Dalu had not encountered the legendary Adam's tree, he could discern from the dense grain of the keel that it was likely crafted from it. So, do you wish to leave? If so, I will detach this keel for you, Dalu inquired, patting the keel. Truth be told, had it not been for the king's attack splitting the keel, Dalu would have found it exceedingly difficult to disassemble, as it was made from Adam's tree, the most resilient wood in existence. Of course, I want to leave. If you make me stay here for 40 years, I would surely suffocate. Nanabu answered without the slightest hesitation. In that case, this ship holds no further value. I might as well dismantle other parts, Dalu declared to Nanabu, while summoning the others to prepare to disassemble the coveted cannon system he had long desired. No, Nanabu, upon hearing this, became frantic, her arms spread wide as she floated before Dalu to block him. These cannon systems are the technology of the Great Kingdom. If you dismantle them, What will I have after 40 years? I need them to seek revenge against that rascal Uranus. With Nanabo's words, Dalu refrained from further dismantling. For with the ship spirit's control over the vessel, should Nanabo become truly enraged, the annihilation cannon would not be a mere ornament. We cannot return empty-handed, can we? Dalu seized the opportunity to press his advantage. At most, I can allow you to dismantle a few of the secondary cannons, but the main cannon must remain untouched. After a moment's hesitation, Nanabo made her final concession. Deal. Dalu snapped his fingers in agreement. He had indeed planned to take several cannons back to the Mermaid's Anthem. Although he could not procure the most powerful main cannon, acquiring a few would still be a significant gain. Moreover, should he manage to coax Nanabo aboard, he could also take with him the 2 segments of the keel made from Adam's tree. Regardless of damage, this wood was legendary, known for never sinking. I say, you've been in Alabasta for so long. You must be dreadfully bored. Why not join us at sea? Dalu suggested while assisting the others in disassembling the cannons. The playful Nanabo did not refuse. She too wished to witness the changes the world had undergone over the past 700 years. More importantly, as the spirit of a dilapidated ship, she needed to find a suitable method to repair herself. Thus, it was settled. Nanabo, the ancient weapon spirit of the Ming Wang, aged over 800 years, officially joined Dalu's pirate crew. Chapter 158. Before setting sail, the next day arrived. Old King Takola acted with remarkable efficiency. On the very night the Ming Wang was discovered, he dispatched an entire excavation team to Shahua for protective excavation. Dalu utilized the powers of the compression fruit to dismantle the Ming Wang's keel and 2 secondary cannons, along with the ship's spirit Nanabo, who returned with Dalu and the O'Hara group to Albana. At this moment, within the banquet hall of the Albana Royal Palace, a joyous feast was underway. The long western table, stretching dozens of meters, was laden with delectable dishes, towering meat mounds that could almost engulf a person. Yet, for Dalu and his companions, who were starving like famished souls, such an abundance of culinary delights could hardly satiate their appetites. In no time, plate after plate of dishes was swiftly cleared, leaving only empty plates stacked to the ceiling. Observing this spectacle, the palace's culinary team was equally determined, engaging in a fierce competition in the kitchen to see who could serve faster, them or the ravenous guests. How foolish! What is there to compare with those monsters? Unlike me, I only need to feed a rabbit, which allows me to slack off, remarked a man with a hawkish nose clad in a white chef's uniform as he poured a bowl of peeled carrots into the feeding trough in front of Labidi, casting a smug glance at the rabbit as if to provoke it. Even if you were to consume a carrot every second, it would take you a considerable amount of time to finish such a large quantity. The male chef mused internally, incredulous that he could possibly fail to satiate a mere rabbit with such a simple task as peeling carrots. How could he possibly lose? Just as the man reveled in his confidence, La Bête opened its cavernous mouth and, to the man's astonishment, akin to encountering a specter, brought an entire bowl of carrots to its lips and took a hearty bite. How vexing that even a single rabbit could be so troublesome. Yet, he must not underestimate me. The man's peculiar competitive spirit was ignited, and with a grim expression, he rushed into the kitchen, fervently wielding the peeler, as if preparing for a life-or-death contest with La Bête. It was indeed a challenging predicament. The head chef, serving dishes to the table, couldn't he help but laugh heartily at the sight of the diners devouring their meals with such fervor, despite his many years in the profession. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. This recent drought in the city and the excavation of the Hope vessel owe much to all of you. I raise my glass in your honor, proclaimed King Kobula, lifting his cup and gesturing towards Deluo and the others. Your Majesty Kobula is far too gracious, Deluo responded, also raising his glass in acknowledgement before downing the champagne in one gulp. It is worth noting that after the demise of the brothers Yu-He and Yu-Si, the illegal workshops producing dance powder in Yuba were completely eradicated by Kobula, alleviating the drought afflicting the capital, Albana. Furthermore, the rebels who had caused the insurrection were well taken care of, with some resettled in the city and others dispersed among various military camps. Following these events, Prince Kobu-La's reputation soared among the populace, surpassing that of the former King T-Kula, who was quite receptive to counsel and abdicated upon returning to Albana, passing the throne to Kobala. Let me tell you, Nifita lihas a sejrit kurash on xiao yiboi. Across the long table, Namibu was tirelessly recounting the gossip of their ancestors from Al-Abasitan, with AI Shah translating. Oh, oh, oh. Hearing the juicy tidbits. Oh, air, Bayo exclaimed in delight, her eyes sparkling, while the venerable Dr. San Yi Chao discreetly set down his knife and fork, leaning in to catch every word. As Namibu quoted extensively and referenced various tales, he soon crafted a heart-wrenching and passionate love story for Ni Fei Ta Li and Xiao Ibo Yi, leaving the scholars from Ao Hala in awe. Ahem, King Tistai Kiskiko Loandai Ganghet device. A gesture of protest against the sharing of such personal ancestral gossip in plain sight. Clearly, the old king's protest fell on deaf ears, as Namibu, the most senior present, continued unabated in his storytelling about Queen Ni Fei Ta Li. You all ought to rein in a bit, Deluo remarked, observing the eager expressions of AI Shah, Oerbaya, and Sophia, who were almost ready to uproot the table. Deluo's words proved effective, and soon the women quieted down, leaving only Namibu, in a ghostly form unable to partake in the feast, gazing enviously at the others enjoying the food. Noticing Namibu's forlorn expression, Deluo playfully held up a bread roll to his lips, teasing, such a fragrant delicacy, too bad someone cannot partake in it. For a spirit, the concept of consumption is non-existent. However, after existing for 8 centuries, Namibu had developed a yearning for delicious food. Oof, stung by the remark. Namibu crossed her arms and turned away, pouting, steam billowing from her nostrils like a cartoon character, appearing quite miffed. Seeing her reaction, Deluo wisely chose not to provoke her further and instead offered some comforting words to his new crewmate. Fear not, for the sea is filled with bizarre wonders. Perhaps you will have the chance to enjoy food yet. Do you have a plan? Namibu lifted, head heat. Her face illuminated with hope as she gazed at Deluo. I have heard that current technology can enable objects to consume animal-type devil fruits, Deluo replied casually. Thus, I pondered if we could craft a puppet from the dragon bone you inhabit and imbue it with life through an animal-type fruit, allowing you to control it. Perhaps then you could transform into a living being. It must be said, Deluo's talent for weaving dreams was commendable. Namibu's face visibly flushed with excitement, as if invigorated by an elixir. Genius. You are truly a genius. The spirit in her ethereal form executed a backflip into the air, then darted to the ceiling, soaring back and forth in the hall with exuberance. Deluo remained remarkably composed. He had contemplated this possibility the moment he invited Namibu aboard, as only he and AI Shah could perceive her spectral form, making it somewhat inconvenient. However, while it sounded simple, the implementation would be quite complex. First, a suitable animal-type devil fruit must be procured, preferably of the human variety, allowing Namibu to transform directly into a human. Secondly, it would require finding technicians capable of enabling objects to consume devil fruits, and in this era, only those from the masked organizations seemed to possess such expertise, which posed a considerable challenge, as they appeared to be entangled with the Rocks pirates. Moses, just as Deluo was lost in thought, a sudden ringing from the pocket phone bug jolted him. It was the long-lost Recute. Deluo, where are you all? Recute bellowed after returning from visiting his grandfather's old friend aboard the Mermaid Song. In the original itinerary, Deluo and his crew were only supposed to stay in Al-Abasitan for 10 days, but due to the complications surrounding the Underworld King, they had extended their stay by several days. Truly, it is quite unreasonable to have kept us waiting for so long. On the deck of the Mermaid Song, Recute practiced a peculiar form of martial arts, muttering indignantly to himself. Seemingly to vent his frustrations, his right fist shot out in an unusual manner, producing a series of crisp bubble sounds in the air, akin to bubbles bursting in a beverage. Pop, pop, pop. A succession of bursting bubbles cleared the surrounding air, and the force of the technique was evident from the considerable sound it generated. After finishing his practice, Rikyut twisted his sore elbow and shook his head, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. No, compared to Old Man Ruina, it still lacks a bit of power. Even though I can simulate the bubbles from champagne using the wine fruit. The strength of my haki cannot sustain the explosive force of those bubbles upon bursting, Rikyut remarked. The Old Man Ruina he referred to was the old friend he had visited days prior. One of the 7 winemakers who had once won the World Winemaking Championship alongside his grandfather, the creator of Dream Bubble Champagne, Epernay, Lance Ruina. This Old Man Ruina was also formidable. Upon hearing of the Dragon Winery's attack by the Celestial Dragons and the death of his old friend, he began to delve into martial arts with the spirit of winemaking. One must acknowledge that a genius remains a genius, regardless of their location. Over the years, Ruina has honed his formidable skills, even innovating a novel technique inspired by the effervescent bubbles of champagne. This technique, known as Qi Pao Zhendan Chuan, allows each punch to unleash explosive power. Consequently, Ruina swiftly established himself in the first half of the Grand Line, successfully repelling several attempts by the Celestial Dragon's minions to capture him, ultimately settling in Yudi, a locale blessed with ample rainfall and sunlight, perfect for cultivating high-sugar grapes. Out of friendship, Ruina insisted that his old acquaintance, Likheat, stay for a few days and generously imparted this martial art to him. However, compared to Ruina, who had spent years perfecting it, Likheat's understanding, gleaned over just a few days, remained somewhat rudimentary. Nonetheless, Likheat was unfazed, embodying Ruina's philosophy that the art of combat, akin to winemaking, draws from diverse strengths, as no 2 wines, or people, are identical. Thus, this martial technique would serve more as a source of inspiration for him. He firmly believed that once he comprehended the nuances of wine, its combustion, flow, intoxication, bubbles, and clarity, he would master the powers of the Jiu-Jiugua fruit and forge a unique combat system. At that moment, the troublesome rabbit that had joined him aboard would find itself vanquished, and he would surpass the formidable Sophia, solidifying his position as the 3rd strongest member of the Dala Pirates. As Likheat indulged in his daydreams, 2 pointed rabbit ears suddenly emerged on the distant horizon. It was none other than his longed-for Labidi and several others from the pirate crew. Upon receiving Likheat's call, Dalu and his companions promptly bid farewell to Cobra and the scholars of O'Hara, returning to the Canola Flower Port to reunite with Likheat. Accompanying them was the newly joined ship's spirit, Nanabu, along with several segments of the Atom Tree's bones that served as its vessel. Dalu also remembered to bring the 2 cannons salvaged from the ship of the king of the underworld. Though not the main cannon, Dalu still anticipated their power, as they were undoubtedly more potent than the cannons of the notorious Buggy. Regrettably, due to the ship's size constraints, the Mermaid's Song could only accommodate 1 cannon, while the other was compressed and entrusted to Labidi, who possessed the abilities of the Gulp fruit, to enhance her long-range combat capabilities. With great fanfare, Dalu's group traversed the bustling dock and returned to the Mermaid's Song. Likheat, I apologize for the wait, Dalu said, scratching his head in embarrassment, feeling guilty for having kept him idle aboard for 5 or 6 days. Never mind. Likheat waved dismissively, then turned to Izumi Riki, who was busy moving wood, and inquired curiously, "What is this?" "Allow me to explain." Aisha, who had already bonded with Nanabu over the past few days, eagerly stepped forward upon hearing their discussion about Nanabu. "This is our new crew member, Nanabu. She is an ancient ship spirit who has lived for over 800 years. Aisha enthusiastically pointed at Nanabu, who floated in the air. However, Likheat, unable to see Nanabu, found her excitement perplexing. He glanced at Dalu with a look that seemed to question her sanity. "She speaks the truth. We indeed have a new crew member of unique origin. You cannot see her yet, but in due time, you will have the opportunity to meet her," Dalu reassured Likheat as he observed the skepticism on his face. While they continued their casual conversation, Labidi had already transported several dragon bones into the ship's hold, and Kuma had completed the necessary pre-departure checks, making the vessel ready to set sail. Their next destination was the outpost island of Jaya, the very island where Luffy encountered Blackbeard. "Set sail for Jaya," Dalu commanded, and the Mermaid's Song, which had been docked in Alabasta for over a week, filled its sails once more, embarking towards its next adventure. As midnight descended upon the Alabasta royal palace, King Takora and the scholars from O'Hara were tirelessly examining the ancient artifacts unearthed from the king's ship, striving to unveil a glimpse into the obscured century of history. "That will be all for today. We shall reconvene tomorrow," declared Dr. Clover, stretching his stiff limbs after long hours of study. Despite some reluctance, Albia and the others understood the magnitude of this archaeological endeavor and promptly exited the palace together. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to the scholars at O'Hara, Takora gazed at the room cluttered with newly discovered artifacts and scattered books, lost in thought. The two questions that had troubled him for decades resurfaced. What transpired after his ancestor, Queen Nefertari, departed from Alabasta upon fulfilling her agreement with Joy Boy? And what did the secret lamp hidden within the Nefertari family signify? Suddenly, Takora's eye caught sight of an unusual item, a rough, misshapen clay pot, common in Alabasta, yet appearing as though crafted by a child. "What is this?" Takora hurried over, picking up the clay pot from the ground, murmuring to himself, "This seems to be a remnant of Queen Lily, but why would such a crude vessel be among her belongings?" Perplexed, Takora examined the pot closely, only to discover a line of faint ancient script concealed beneath the layer of yellow earth at the bottom. Unable to decipher the ancient language, he hastily retrieved the dictionary left by Dr. Clover and spent over 20 minutes deciphering the inscription. "The child we created has betrayed us." Chapter 160. The Scheme of Rocks. While Takora remained restless over his discovery, he was unaware that a conspiracy against the Alabasta royal family was brewing far away in the New World. At Hive Island, within the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Miss Bakken, and Long Bread gathered around Rocks, deliberating their next course of action. "Bakken, what is the progress on the Bloodline Factor Fusion project from the doctor?" Rocks inquired, resting his chin on one hand while leaning on the throne. "The progress is promising. Recently, a new intern named Caesar joined MADS, and he has provided significant insights into immunosuppression, greatly assisting the doctor. They can now fuse 17 different bloodline factors." Bakken replied respectfully, lowering his gaze. 17. Locks sighed softly, his right hand resting upon the armrest as his 5 fingers tapped rhythmically, lightly, deliberately. "Not yet," he murmured. "Instruct the doctor to accelerate the experiment. Fusion of 20 distinct bloodline factors must be realized without delay." "Yes, Captain." Bajin, the sole scientist aboard the Locks Pirates, fully grasped the staggering complexity of integrating 20 divergent bloodline matrices into a single living organism. Yet defiance was unthinkable. Locks' command brooked no hesitation. Locks nodded faintly, then shifted his gaze. "And what of John? Was it not promised that the doctor could resurrect him through human cloning?" Had Daro overheard those words at that very moment, he would have recoiled in disbelief. After all, on Drum Island, he had shattered Captain John S. heart, reducing it to crimson ruin. Death had seemed absolute, irrevocable. And so it had been, almost. Though John S. Hart had ceased, his cerebral activity had not yet fully ceased. His brain, still viable, had been swiftly retrieved and preserved by Bot Jean upon her arrival. Though Dr. Vegapunk's biotechnology, formidable as it was, remained incapable of true resurrection, of reversing the finality of death, it could, through neural stem cells harvested from that preserved organ, fabricate a perfect clone, one bearing John S. full memory, identity, and consciousness. "The clone has been successfully created," Ba Jean replied, her tone measured, evasive. However, certain complications arose, resulting in mild cognitive disarray. Cognitive disarray? Locke's brow furrowed. Such instability was far from ideal. Though the Locks Pirates were vast in scale, their inner circle, their true pillars, numbered only 10. One had already fallen. "Enough," he dismissed, waving a hand. "Assign another liaison to coordinate with the doctor. Let the clone remain on Hive Island, overseeing logistics. This matter is shelved for now. Greater priorities demand our attention." His gaze then slid leftward to Shiki, the Golden Lion, his most trusted lieutenant and the third strongest among them. "Shiki," Locks asked, voice low and deliberate, "are you still pursuing the ancient weapons?" Unlike Bajin, Shiki spoke without deference, bold, unfiltered. No progress. Roger evades me like mist, unwilling to cooperate in the slightest. There were only two known paths to the ancient weapons. One, the painstaking scholarly route, gathering every poneglyph, deciphering the lost history inscribed upon them, and deducing the weapon's resting places, as the scholars of O'Hara once attempted. The other, far more direct, seeking those rare souls who could hear the voice of all things. Roger, or, in time, Luffy, beings intrinsically entwined with the weapon's mythos. Shiki possessed neither the patience nor the temperament for archival pursuit. Thus, he chose the latter path, hence his relentless fixation on Roger's crew, a fixation that would one day culminate in the legendary Battle of Edenwolf. Set it aside for now, Locke said, rising from his throne and stepping forward to rest a firm hand upon Shiki's shoulder. A more urgent task awaits you, and Whitebeard. This mission is of paramount importance. Only you two possess the strength and the discretion to see it through. Oh, Shiki's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He and Whitebeard were granted near-total autonomy. So rare was a directive demanding both their direct involvement. The Doctor's research has achieved a decisive breakthrough, Locke continued, voice resonant with quiet authority. His work nears completion. Thus, our next phase begins, not with conquest but with hunting. His gaze sharpened, burning with cold intent. You are to capture 20 descendants of the 20 royal families, the celestial dragons, and deliver them to Hive Island. Swiftly, without warning. Should they retreat into Mary Geos, the operation becomes infinitely more perilous. 20 royal descendants? Shiki frowned. How are we to distinguish which fishbowl-wearing aristocrat descends from which lineage? Shall we seize them all and interrogate each one by one? You will not need to guess, Locke replied, his tone leaving no room for objection. Bajin will provide precise intelligence before each operation. Names, locations, schedules. You follow the plan. No deviation. He cast a subtle glance toward Bajin, who bowed her head in silent affirmation. The 20 royal houses are Rosewald, Charlos, Don Quixote, Nefertari, and most reside within Mary Geos or the Sacred Valley, venturing forth only rarely. Every operation must succeed on the first attempt. Yet one house dwells outside the Holy Land, Bajin added, unrolling a parchment dense with names and lineages. Our inaugural strike will serve as a trial against them. Once our briefing concluded, Locke turned to Whitebeard and Shiki, his expression grave, his voice solemn as carved marble. The blood of the 20 kings is not mere ancestry. It is the key to divine ascension. This mission is absolute. Failure is not an option. Shiki exhaled slowly. He knew. Then, that protest was meaningless. No matter his pride, no matter his wild independence. He was, first and foremost, a pirate of the Locke's crew. And pirates obey their captain, without question, without delay. Bajin, he said, brushing back his sleeve with a flick of his wrist, give me the intelligence on that isolated royal family. His twin blades, Sakido and Kakuto, slid from their scabbards with a silken, lethal whisper. In the first half of the Grand Line, Bajin replied, within the kingdom of Alabasta, our target is the royal house of Nefertari, Princess Vivi Nefertari. Chapter 161. Tidings arrive upon the boundless cerulean expanse of the Grand Sea. The mermaid him cut a stately, unhurried path, her sails billowing like the wings of a tranquil seabird. 7 days had passed since departure. Now, the mist-shrouded silhouette of Jaya Island loomed ahead. During those 7 days, Daro and his crew had indulged in leisure, laughter, banter, quiet camaraderie. Yet they had also labored. The mermaid him, once a vessel of grace and song, had been meticulously reinforced, her hull thickened, her timbers braced, preparation for the ascent beyond the clouds, to the floating realm of Skypiea. But the most profound transformation lay in her armament, under the tireless craftsmanship of shipwright Sophia. The Pluton's secondary cannon had at last been installed. The mermaid him's first true artillery piece. A deep sapphire monolith of forged steel. The cannon bore intricate conduits pulsing with latent energy, its power drawn not from steam or wind, but from explosive rock. Miraculously, the ancient core embedded within its mechanism remained functional. Ooh, what a gorgeous cannon! Bear exclaimed, eyes wide with childlike wonder, circling the weapon like a pilgrim before a shrine. Unseen by him, perched atop the colossal barrel, sat Nanabu, the ship spirit, her lips pursed in silent indignation as Bear's fingers traced the cannon's curves. To her, this was no mere inspection. It was trespass, an intimate violation. For every rivet, every conduit, every whisper of resonance within the Pluton had once been part of her flesh, her breath, her memory. Enough gawking, Daro said, rising languidly from his sun-drenched chaise on the quarterdeck. He strode over and lifted Bear by the scruff, setting him aside with the dry, paternal air of a seasoned admiral appraising new ordnance. And indeed, the cannon was magnificent. Its cobalt barrel gleamed with an eerie, liquid luminescence. Its cavernous muzzle, black as a starless void, spoke unambiguously of devastating power. Yet irony clung to it like salt mist. This marvel of advanced metallurgy and arcane engineering mounted upon a vessel of oak and sail, of rope and wind. It was as if the colossal, sacred tusk of Zunisha had been grafted onto the delicate snout of Peppa Pig. Utterly, profoundly dissonant. Yes, definitely time for a new ship. Daro had resolved to replace the ship upon reaching Eni's lobby. After all, the Mermaiden was merely a second-hand wooden vessel, utterly inadequate for conquering the Grand Line. This ship likely cannot even harness 40% of this cannon's true power, Nanabu declared disdainfully, his voice laced with ancient condescension, as the sentient spirit of the Pluto. He had slumbered for 8 centuries beneath the waves. Enough of your grumbling. Daro rapped Nanabu lightly on the back of the head. Though he harbored no obsessive devotion to the mermaid him akin to Luffy's bond with the Going Merry, neither would he tolerate such disdain toward his vessel. Let us test it. Find a suitable spot and fire around. Nanabu, see if you can still command this cannon directly. With steady hands, Daro guided the mermaid him to a position roughly 1,600 meters from a barren, uninhabited islet. At that very moment, Aisha, the peerless lookout of the Three-Eyed Clan, stood poised and vigilant. Her triune vision locked upon a desolate earthen knoll on the island, and with flawless precision, she relayed her calculation. Target, earthen mound, distance 1,643 meters, bearing 11 o'clock. Receiving her report, Nanabu instantly responded, his consciousness threading through ancient circuitry as the cannon, silent for over 800 years, began to pivot with slow, deliberate grace, its barrel aligning unerringly upon the hapless islet. A soft cerulean glow shimmered within the core of the weapon's energy matrix, then spread like liquid sapphire along the luminous conduits, surging toward the muzzle until the entire apparatus thrummed with contained power. The moment the charge reached its zenith, the cannon mouth flared with a brilliant azure radiance. Whoosh! A beam of incandescent cobalt, so luminous it seemed to cleave the sky itself, lanced forth from the barrel, streaking across the air in a flawless, radiant arc boom. Upon impact, the beam detonated with cataclysmic force. The surrounding earth and stone vaporized instantly into fine, silken ash. The very hilltop, its crest struck dead center, was sheared away with surgical precision, leaving behind a perfectly level, smoking plateau, as though the mound had never existed at all. Magnificent! Exclaimed the crew, everyone except Daro and Kazuki Izumi, staring, wide-eyed and breathless, at the devastation. Truly extraordinary, to harness the raw, volatile energy of dynamite rock so directly, and with such extraordinary conversion efficiency. Even Sophia, whose vast experience had long since dulled her capacity for wonder, now approached the cannon with palpable fascination, her luminous eyes tracing the arcane, glowing conduits with scholarly delight. Nanabu, basking in their awe, struck a pose, hands on hips, chin raised, exuding smug self-satisfaction as he accepted their praise, muttering under his breath, "Oh, it's nothing, just average really, Daro." In contrast, remained utterly unperturbed. After all, this was no ordinary weapon. It was salvage from the Pluto itself. Were it not devastating, that would be the true anomaly. Indeed, though the cannon's sheer destructive output still fell short of Daro's own maximum strike, Its sustained firepower and extraordinary range far surpassed his personal capabilities. And when paired with Aisha's unparalleled targeting, her triune vision functioning as a hyper-precise, long-range radar, the weapon achieved near-mythical reach, enabling strategic bombardment from distances that rendered conventional naval engagements obsolete. Such range conferred a decisive tactical advantage. In any sea battle, they would strike first and strike with absolute certainty. Yet not all aboard shared in the jubilation. Rex stared glumly at Lebetti, who stood nearby, gleefully rubbing his paws together, his chest adorned with a second Pluto-grade cannon. No, surely not. If this thing is this powerful, that rabbit still has the upper hand? Rex brooded, his confidence, hard-won after days of brutal training in Alabasta, suddenly crumbling. Bitter, unbearably bitter, defeated before the battle even began. He had envisioned his own triumphant resurgence. East of the river for 30 years, west for 30, never scorned the youth's ascent. Only to discover, before even unsheathing his blade, that Lebetti had already ascended to a new, incomprehensible tier. Damn it, I'll bide my time. With grim resolve, Rex downed his whiskey in 3 sharp, burning gulps. The sharp, malty bitterness puckered his features into a grimace. Before Rex could fully sink into his sullen reverie, Aisha let out a sharp cry. She sprinted across the deck, clutching a freshly purchased broadsheet from a newsbird. Her hand pressed her mouth in shock as she rushed to Daro's side. Daro, something grave has happened. His expression darkened instantly. Without a word, he took the paper and unfolded it. At the top, in bold crimson characters, blazed the headline: Gold Lion Shiki attacks Alabasta. King Takora abducted. Chapter 162. Speculation Gold Lion Shiki. Daro stared at the name, his voice low and grave. Shiki, the flying pirate, one of the 3 legendary captains who rose in the wake of the Rocks Pirates' fall. Though the original chronicles afforded him scant attention, and though he had even fallen, in one cinematic retelling, to a logo-ignorant Luffy, Daro held no illusions. The captain of the flying pirates was no mere footnote. Float fruit. Master dual blade swordsman. These 2 titles alone sufficed to place him among the ocean's absolute apex. And now, having sworn fealty to the mightiest pirate armada the world had ever known, the Rocks Pirates, the man had become even more formidable, more inscrutable, more dangerous. Shiki abducted Takora? What purpose could that serve? Daro murmured, scanning the article's sprawling coverage, then passed the paper to the others gathered around him. Curiosity, yes, but no impulse to intervene. Takora was, after all, little more than a passing acquaintance. Daro would not endanger his crew on a fool's errand for a stranger, least of all one whose very survival seemed, at present, entirely uncertain. And even if he had wished to act, the practicalities rendered rescue impossible. Shiki's flight granted him unmatched mobility and evasion. Daro could neither catch him nor corner him. Could it be the Pluto? Daro frowned, his thoughts churning. Has the news of its discovery in Alabasta leaked? Takora, for all his royal station, held no intrinsic value to Shiki, unless, of course, the excavation of the Pluto had drawn the flying pirate's attention. That remained the only plausible explanation. Blue. Just as the crew murmured among themselves, a soft chime emanated from Sophia's person. Her miniature den mushi, a silver, vulpine-shaped device, began to trill. Without hesitation, Sophia unzipped the front of her tactical suit and withdrew the creature from a concealed, extra-dimensional pocket, cradling it gently in her palm. As the legendary spy known as Thousand-Face Sophia, she maintained deep, clandestine ties to the underworld, and this silver den mushi served as her most vital, most secure conduit to that shadowed realm. After a swift, intricate sequence of cryptographic verification, a distorted electronic voice crackled from the other end. Whitebeard Edward Newgate has launched a surprise assault on Sabati Archipelago and abducted 9 direct heirs of the Celestial Dragons, Don Quixote and Muscarad families, including Don Quixote da Flamingo and Saint Muscarad. A global bounty has been issued, 300 million berries per celestial dragon successfully rescued from Whitebeard's custody. No restrictions are placed upon method, but the preservation of the target's life remains the paramount, non-negotiable directive. After the electronic voice on the other end had clearly articulated the task details, Sophia decisively hung up the phone, revealing not a shred of information. Nor did she indicate whether she intended to accept the assignment. 27 billion belly, my goodness, that's an astonishing sum, the usually innocent Aisha exclaimed, her fingers busy counting as she urged Dalu, 27 billion belly. Should we take on this task? Aisha perceived that the uncle with the crescent-shaped mustache wasn't all that intimidating. After all, they had encountered him twice without incident, and Dalu had even shared drinks with him. Perhaps a bit of camaraderie could extract them from this predicament. In any case, they could split the money evenly. Who would refuse such a fortune? Aisha's almost ludicrous suggestion made Sophia chuckle, covering her mouth with her hand as she pulled Aisha into an embrace, playfully tapping her bald forehead twice. Curious to see just how much nonsense had filled her head. After a brief bout of playful banter, Sophia settled down, giving Aisha a light slap on the backside to send her on her way, while turning her head with keen interest to tease Dalu. So what do you think? Before Sophia could finish her thought, Dalu interrupted with a disgruntled glance at this mischievous woman. Stop your nonsense. I'm not foolish. Despite their previous encounters with a white-bearded man, during which they had managed to escape unscathed, Dalu understood that luck had favored them. The first time, the white beard had shown leniency, and the second time, he refrained from acting due to the presence of the Roger pirates. Dalu had not lost his senses, believing that mastering the 3 types of haki would enable him to contend with a peak white beard. Furthermore, mastery of the Conqueror's haki was only the beginning. To truly harness its potential, one must attain an advanced state. Having only recently gained the Conqueror's haki, Dalu was still far from mastering its advanced form, and the awakening of his devil fruit powers seemed a distant dream. Unlike Luffy, he could not endlessly perform sit-ups, nor could he gain insight from a few blows. Just a jest. You really are a humorless man. Sophia shrugged with a playful smirk and then paid Dalu no further mind, gracefully strolling over to a sun lounger under an umbrella to bask in the sunlight. With their playful interruptions gone, Dalu's thoughts returned to the current situation. From the intelligence gathered by Sophia, it was evident that not only had Shiki abducted Takora, but the Whitebeard had also taken action against 2 other celestial dragon families. This could not be mere coincidence. Only one person could command such legendary figures. Rox was hunting the celestial dragons. Dalu quickly deduced the answer, which was not particularly difficult to unravel, especially considering that Rox was set to assault the celestial dragons' headquarters next year, culminating in a legendary battle at God Valley. This made it easy to infer Rox's schemes over the past few years. As this realization dawned on him, a spark of insight illuminated Dalu's eyes. He considered a possibility and immediately turned to the little girl sitting atop the mermaid Senko's ship, asking, Namabu, is there a bloodline requirement to control the Sea King? And no, Namabu stammered. Taken aback by the sudden question, her response delayed. Then there remains only one possibility, the heavenly King Uranus. It requires the bloodline of a celestial dragon to be manipulated. Dalu confidently articulated his final hypothesis. Namabu's astonishment, as if she had seen a ghost, somewhat validated Dalu's conjecture. It seems I was correct. Dalu snapped his fingers, a smile creeping onto his lips as he regarded Namabu with an enigmatic expression. Even if she were somewhat slow to react, Namabu understood she had been outwitted and promptly covered her mouth, choosing not to divulge any more information about events from 800 years ago. In her words, the time was not yet right. Knowing too much would only bring calamity. To learn the truth of 800 years past, one could only glean it from historical texts. Otherwise, anyone attempting to reveal the truth would be discovered by him. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Observing Namabu's reticence, Dalu chose not to press further. He believed that the sealed history of 800 years would one day be unveiled. This topic did not linger long, as the group quickly returned to their usual lively banter. A few hours later, as Xiong steered the ship, he noticed a dark spot emerging on the horizon and exclaimed with enthusiasm, We have arrived at Gaia Island. Chapter 163. Who Comes? Gaia Island is a spring island cloaked in dense forests. The island originally bore the shape of a head, but a significant portion was swept away by the tumultuous sea currents, leaving behind only the mouth, which is now the current Gaia Island on the Grand Line. In the original work, records of Gaia Island are sparse, with the only notable mention being the encounter between Luffy and Blackbeard Titch in the town of Magic Valley, where the latter famously declared that a person's dreams will never end. Following that encounter, the town of Magic Valley was almost entirely destroyed during the fierce battle between Blackbeard and Ace. Other than that, the island has little relevance, rendering it rather dull. In truth, the island is sparsely populated, with only a modest tavern at the town center and a few scattered farms, as well as some makeshift shelters for desperate rogues. Hey, Dalu, we're in trouble. The log pose is malfunctioning. Upon stepping onto the island, Aisha pointed at the rapidly spinning needle on her wrist, which ultimately pointed skyward, shouting in alarm. Having read the original story, Dalu understood the situation and remained remarkably calm. Once he had quieted the boisterous Aisha, he pointed to the sky and explained to the others. This log pose points to the heavens because there is an island in this sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a destination we shall reach, Sky Island. Dalu's words immediately elicited gasps of disbelief from everyone except Sophia, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. Even the usually reserved Izumi Reiken raised an eyebrow, clearly unable to fathom the existence of an island at such a height. While the group displayed their astonishment, none questioned Dalu's words. After all, the captain's authority was unquestionable. Upon hearing that Dalu intended to guide them to Sky Island, Xiong's excitement surged. Is it true? Are we really going to the island in the sky? However, the pressing question remained. But how we get up there? Like voiced the inquiry that lingered in the minds of all. As reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters was no trivial feat, surely they could not fly up there. Flying to such heights was, of course, impossible. Even if Dalu possessed the power of the compression fruit, allowing him to manipulate air currents to a degree, he could not directly lift the ship to such heights. His physical capacity would not allow it. Yet in the world of pirates, there exists a wondrous current capable of elevating massive ships to great altitudes, and this ascending current happens to be located near Gaia Island. However, the upward currents exhibit a distinct periodicity, typically erupting once every 5 months. Thus, all that the Luo and his companions can do is wait. For this Sky Island is indispensable to the Luo. It is not solely due to the vast wealth of gold residing within the belly of the island's master, but more importantly, the historical manuscript chronicling the reign of the Sea King Poseidon, along with the item the Luo is most concerned about, the Raijin fruit. If the Luo's memory serves him correctly, in the year 1520, when Luffy set sail, Enel was merely 37 years old, which implies that the current Enel had only just been born. The Luo found it hard to believe that the Raijin fruit could have been something Enel was born with. He twisted his neck and silently scoffed, clearly preoccupied with the significance of this fruit. Indeed, anyone aware of its existence would regard it with utmost seriousness, for it is, after all, the Raijin fruit, one of the most esteemed entities within the precious natural category. It is worth noting that Blackbeard endured 2 decades aboard Whitebeard's ship merely to obtain the equally elite Yami Yami no Mi. Yet, all of this is merely speculation. Whether the Luo can truly acquire this fruit remains uncertain, and everything will have to wait until they reach the Sky Island. Returning to the present, the Luo and his companions arrived at a hotel in the heart of Emogu Town, intending to procure some provisions while inquiring with the locals about the timing of the next upward current. After purchasing an ample supply of Blackbeard-style cherry pies and Luffy-style roasted meat, the menacing tavern owner, upon seeing the thick wad of berry in their pockets, instantly transformed into a congenial host, cheerfully divulging the time of the next upward current to the Luo and his crew. 15 days later, thankfully, the wait would not be prolonged. Upon learning of the imminent upward current, the Luo let out a relieved sigh. Compared to 5 months, 15 days was a remarkably acceptable duration. He certainly did not wish to linger in this desolate place for too long. Upon leaving the tavern, the Luo and his companions promptly returned to the Mermaid's Hymn, adhering to their usual practice of staying in a well-appointed hotel for several days to immerse themselves in the local culture. However, this time they rushed back to their ship, partly due to the presence of Nanabu on board, and partly due to the overwhelming number of bandits on the island, which would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. Dalu. Those guys are utterly revolting, Aisha remarked, recalling the lecherous gazes of the tavern patrons as she and Sophia exited. It was truly unsettling. Daluo smiled without responding, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying ferocity. It is said that while the king of hell may be lenient, the little ghosts can be troublesome. Yet, should they cross his path, regardless of whether one is a king or a ghost, he would crush them all. 7 days later, as Daluo and his crew prepared the mermaids in for departure, they dealt with the incessant nuisances posed by the small bandits. Their presence, surprisingly, provided a modicum of amusement for Daluo and his crew. However, after suffering several losses, the bandits from Gaia Island had learned their lesson and had not dared to disturb them for several days. How boring. Why aren't they coming back? Kuma complained, his cheeks bulging with cherry pie as he sulked. Being a child at heart, he found it intolerable to be bored, especially since, despite their lack of prowess, those small-time thieves could have served as valuable practice to hone his combat skills. Fortunately, the monotony was finally disrupted on the 8th day. In the waters near Gaia Island, a suspicious merchant vessel was rapidly approaching. Daluo, a group of peculiar individuals, is heading this way. Aisha, the human radar, exclaimed as she dashed from her room, handing Daluo a pair of binoculars. Peculiar individuals? What do you mean? Dalu kiried, perplexed, as he took the binoculars and could only make out a distant black dot. Those fellows are draped in hoods, and many of them have fish tanks atop their heads, Aisha remarked, biting her finger in confusion. Fish tanks? Celestial dragons? What's going on? Daluo raised the binoculars again, straining his eyes to see more clearly. Finally, as the distant figure entered his field of vision, he discerned several cloaked silhouettes on the deck of the merchant ship, and among them was a figure that caught his attention. Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 164. Encounter Strange. Why would Dragon be here? Dalu, peering through the binoculars at the familiar figure, felt utterly baffled. Unlike the dragon of 20 years hence, the current dragon had not yet become the revolutionary leader stirring the winds of rebellion. Under the formidable repression of the youthful Garp, even he was compelled to suppress his restless heart temporarily and join the Navy. At the tender age of 19, however, Dragon had already outstripped his peers in strength due to Garp's rigorous training methods, emerging as a promising star within the Navy. Many had begun to speculate that he would inevitably ascend to the rank of admiral and perhaps even become the youngest Marine Fleet admiral, just as everyone believed that Monkey D. Dragon would flourish under Garp's tutelage, growing into a pillar of the Navy. This emerging star shocked everyone by requesting a transfer to Mariewa, becoming the commander of the Celestial Dragon's escort division. His sole reward for this decision was a top-tier Logia fruit. The Kaze no Mi, due to the Rock's notorious campaign against the Celestial Dragons, Dragon was dispatched to assist CP9 in escorting the Celestial Dragons back to Mariewa. Ordinarily, such a critical task would be assigned to a Marine Admiral, but given the chaos initiated by Rocks to cover Whitebeard and Shiki's maneuvers, Steelbone Kong was forced to delegate this escort mission to Dragon. Consequently, lacking adequate armed forces, they had to disguise themselves as a merchant ship to evade the hunting efforts of Shiki and Whitebeard. I say, what is the Navy doing? Allowing such scoundrels to exist and daring to lay hands on the divine? A celestial dragon, clutching several leashes attached to slaves, seethed from the deck of the merchant ship. Meanwhile, a man, distinct from the other celestial dragons and lacking a fish tank helmet, frowned and reprimanded the irate celestial dragon. Silence, Augustus. Were it not for your tyranny, how would you have amassed so many enemies? I have told you repeatedly not to oppress the common folk. Yet, evidently, his words fell on deaf ears, eliciting a wave of ridicule from the other. You fool, Huamingwa, to suggest I empathize with those lowly vermin. And do not speak to me without your helmet. I refuse to breathe the air tainted by the commoners. Hua Mingu Sheng, the father of Duofu, pointed angrily at Igusu, yet chose to remain silent. After all, it was individuals like Igusu who represented the majority among the celestial dragons, while he himself was the aberration within their ranks. Just as the tension between the two was about to escalate into a quarrel, a man clad in a black and white striped coat, sporting a shoulder-length samurai hairstyle and possessing a rodent-like visage, hurried over and respectfully bowed to the two gentlemen. "Esteemed sirs, there lies an island ahead where we plan to dock for supplies. What do you think?" Aigusudu, who had initially harbored intentions of confronting Hua Mingu Sheng to alleviate his recent frustrations, suddenly brightened upon hearing of the opportunity to disembark. "Wonderful. Finally, we can get off the ship. I was nearly bored to death these past few days." In truth, amidst the relentless pursuit by Newgate and Shiki, the celestial dragons traversing the Grand Line faced considerable peril, rendering this escort mission akin to a desperate escape. Logically, even a brief stop for supplies should entail a swift replenishment of resources followed by an immediate departure, rather than allowing these high-profile individuals to set foot on land. After all, who could guarantee that these troublemakers wouldn't stir up chaos along the way? It is worth noting that the initial stretch of the Grand Line is anything but tranquil, with the airborne commander Shiki prowling like a specter above. If you were to fixate on them, even their escape would be uncertain. Understanding this predicament, Long had no intention of docking for supplies. Instead, he planned to make a continuous journey back to Marineford or the Holy Land of Mary Geos, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, due to the presence of a troublesome ally, Spandane, a sycophant of the Celestial Dragons, took it upon himself to decide that they would dock, solely to provide some amusement for the Celestial Dragons who had been cooped up on the ship for days. Notably, this Spandane was none other than Spandam's father, a coward who climbed the ranks of CP9 by flattering the Celestial Dragons, ultimately issuing the buster call against O'Hara. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the opportunity to dock, several weary and anxious Celestial Dragons became animated, clamoring to disembark, completely oblivious to their current circumstances. This group of fools, Long silently cursed, yet felt helpless, for he could not defy the orders of the Celestial Dragons. With a resigned glance towards the side of the deck, he instructed the helmsman to bring the ship to shore. As the merchant vessel approached the island of Gaia, Long, possessing the ability of Kinbunchiku, sensed the presence of Daro and his companions, discerning at least two formidable presences aboard their vessel. Thus, with quick wit, he commanded the helmsman to alter course, anchoring the ship in a harbor opposite to where Daro and his crew resided, aiming to maintain distance from them. "Are they heading to the other side?" "Quite perceptive," Daro mused with a smile as he observed the maneuver through his telescope, subsequently dismissing it from his mind. It is said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Yet Long's composed demeanor bore little resemblance to that of his father. However, Daro understood that beneath Long's meticulous exterior lay a spirit of unparalleled defiance. Why must they anchor so far away? Aigusudu, seated atop a slave and hastening towards Magic Valley Town, complained while wiping the sweat from his brow. Spandane, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself, held his beloved striped coat over Aigusudu to shield him from the sun, all the while slyly casting aspersions upon Long, muttering, "It seems that the one called Monkey D. Long is intentionally making things difficult for you gentlemen, choosing to anchor at such a distance when he could have brought the ship closer." With a belly full of grievances from the exhausting journey, Aigusudu's temper flared at Spandan's provocation, though he refrained from voicing his anger, unable to conceal the venom in his gaze. Meanwhile, as the group hurried towards the town center, an unexpected visitor approached the Merman's Hymn, where Daro resided. Sensing the faint aura emanating from the newcomer while reclining in bed, Daro promptly exited the captain's quarters, striding to the ship's railing and knocking on the nearby wooden balustrade. He gazed with bemusement at the stealthy intruder. "Did Mr. Carp not inform you that one should knock before visiting?" "Mr. Long." A sudden recognition caused Long to freeze, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened alertness as he scrutinized the youthful cowboy before him, who appeared several years his junior. "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" Long inquired, astonished, for he had never encountered a young man with such a formidable presence, especially one who was so familiar with his connection to Carp. "I am a good friend of Mr. Carp. He often boasts to me about his remarkably talented son. Daro casually fabricated a lie to deflect. Long did not buy Daro's deception. He could not fathom his father forming a friendship with a pirate, much less extolling his praises in front of others. You're not lying in wait here merely to exchange pleasantries with me, are you? Long, his identity compromised, threw back his cloak and formed his right hand into a claw, adopting a combat stance against Daro. Noticing the swirling winds emanating from Long's palm, Daro raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Long had consumed the fong fruit. This revelation necessitated a more cautious approach than he would employ against the still unawakened Akainu and Kizuru. Oh, you speak quite boldly. Are you intending to engage me in battle? Daro replied, his brow arching as he released his own formidable aura, the overwhelming haki pressing towards Long. Despite being 3 years Long's junior, Daro felt no trepidation at the prospect of combat, for he had begun to grasp the intricacies of devil fruit powers and haki, having even made significant strides in their mastery. Throughout his journey, he had faced illustrious adversaries like Whitebeard, Zephyr, and Captain John, regarding his contemporaries who were just beginning to emerge as less concerning. After all, figures like Kaido, Akainu, and Kizuru had yet to awaken their devil fruit abilities, rendering their combat prowess unstructured. While Long had indeed consumed the fong fruit, as an academic, he could not possibly rival Daro, who had honed his skills through life and death trials. Long fell silent for a moment, gradually dispersing the tornado he had conjured. His primary obligation remained to safeguard the celestial dragons, making conflict with Daro an imprudent course of action. As the tension in the air began to dissipate, the others who had been disturbed by their commotion slowly emerged from their respective quarters, gathering on the deck. How utterly lax! Daro chuckled in exasperation at the tardy arrivals, particularly at Aisha, who appeared in her afternoon nap attire, rubbing the remnants of sleep from her eyes. Hey, Daro, is this young man your friend? Aisha queried, still half asleep. As she addressed Daro, why not invite him aboard for a chat? And thus, the scene unfolded further. Elsa's peculiar habit of inviting strangers aboard her ship resurfaced once again. Previously, it had been Zephyr. This time, it was Dragon. Who knows whom she'll drag aboard next? Truly, her thought process remains an enigma. Yet this time, Daro made no attempt to intervene. Instead, he stepped aside with quiet grace and gestured invitingly toward Dragon. Please. In a certain sense, Daro held genuine admiration for this future leader of the Revolutionary Army, particularly for the extraordinary courage Dragon displayed upon learning the horrifying, deeply entrenched power wielded by the world government, yet still choosing to raise the banner of revolution and ignite the first embers of defiance. Indeed, Dragon possessed rare mettle. Observing Daro's sincere expression, Dragon sensed no hostility, only openness, and thus accepted the invitation without hesitation. With a powerful leap from the dock, he landed firmly upon the deck. Unlike the tense, razor-edged encounter between Shanks and Whitebeard's crew, Dragon's boarding was met with warmth and camaraderie. Daro introduced him to the others with evident goodwill, and the atmosphere grew even more convivial upon learning he was the son of Captain Garp. Ah, so you're Master Garp's son? Exclaimed Leckert, raising his wine goblet mid-gulp, his gaze fixed on Dragon with bemused astonishment as he mentally compared the composed, austere man before him with the boisterous, barrel-chested figure of his cherished mentor. Not a single trait aligned. Kazumi Raikin's commentary, as ever, was incisive and utterly devoid of tact. Faced with such candid reactions, Dragon could only offer a wry, self-deprecating smile, though inwardly he was profoundly unsettled. It baffled him how Daro and his crew appeared genuinely acquainted with his father, a man whose unyielding hatred of injustice and corruption had long rendered him an implacable foe of piracy. How then had such kinship formed? As if reading his unspoken bewilderment, Daro smiled faintly and clarified. When we first met Master Garp, we were not yet pirates. Ah, I see. Dragon nodded slowly, then glanced at Daro with quiet curiosity. Mr. Daro, why did you choose the life of a pirate? Having witnessed countless ruthless, lawless pirates, Dragon had long held the profession in deep disdain, yet this crew struck him as markedly different. Daro waved the question aside with a dismissive flick of his wrist. It is merely a title, no more, no less. Rather, I wonder, how is it that a man of your stature agreed to serve as a bodyguard for the celestial dragons? In Daro's recollection, the original chronicles had never mentioned Dragon S early service as a celestial dragon's personal guard. Could it be that he had infiltrated Mariajoa deliberately, to uncover the truth behind the shadowy, omnipotent figure known only as him? If so, the rationale was chillingly plausible. Dogs of the nobility. At the mere mention of Dragon's former role, Leckert's expression darkened instantly. His voice dripped with contempt as he glared at Dragon, his animosity toward the celestial dragons burning like wildfire. Lecker, please, do not speak so harshly, Daro interjected calmly. Mr. Dragon may have had no choice. Or perhaps he pursued a purpose far deeper than appearances suggest. Upon hearing Daro's veiled, knowing words, Dragon fixed him with a long, penetrating look, his heart surging with quiet turbulence. It felt as though this man, scarcely older than himself, understood him with unnerving clarity, despite the fact that Dragon had confided his true intentions to no soul. Once Daro had spoken, Leckert fell silent, though his warmth had cooled considerably, leaving the air thick with unspoken tension. It grows late, I must take my leave. After a brief, reflective pause, Dragon checked the hour, rose with quiet dignity, and bid the crew farewell before departing swiftly into the night. Hardly had he vanished from sight when, in the distance, the port town of Makatown erupted in flames. A column of thick, roiling smoke, black as serpentine ink, rose into the starlit sky, accompanied by the distant clamor of violent struggle. The celestial dragons truly cannot abide peace. Daro observed coolly, his kin Bunchaku Haki tracing the chaos afar, a sardonic edge in his voice. Makatown was, after all, a den of thieves and cutthroats, its inhabitants little more than maritime brigands who preyed upon passing ships. They commanded neither Daro's sympathy nor his protection. Yet should those swine dare cross him, his mercy would vanish like mist beneath noonday sun, leaning against the ship's rail. Daro watched Dragon's retreating silhouette dissolve into the night, and beyond, the infernal glow of the burning town. His eyes, sharp and unblinking, flared with cold, predatory light. Pray you never cross my path. Chapter 166, The Slave Escape Incident, Part 1. Night fell over the heart of Jaya Island. Flames consumed the tavern in a ravenous, all-consuming blaze. Outside, the celestial dragon Augusto sat astride his enslaved bearer, watching with detached amusement as patrons scrambled like startled insects, screaming, tripping, collapsing, desperate to flee the fire's devouring maw. Ha ha! How utterly delightful! Chuckled another celestial dragon beside him, laughter ringing with the hollow glee of absolute impunity. To them, the suffering of the common folk was mere theater, a grotesque farce stage for their amusement. Nearby, the tavern's proprietor, a grizzled, soot-streaked elder, collapsed onto the scorched earth, weeping soundlessly as he stared at the ruin of his life's work. The tavern swallowed whole by fire. How could this happen? All my savings, gone like most on the island. The old man had once been a pirate, living a life of peril and plunder, surviving by blade and cunning. With no family to speak of, he had eked out a modest existence in Makatown, opening the tavern with what little wealth remained from his lawless youth. Now, even that final refuge had been reduced to ash, replaced only by the cruel, mocking laughter of gods who wore porcelain masks and walked on human backs. You monsters! What have you done? The old man staggered upright, trembling, not from age but from fury, his gaze locked onto the two celestial dragons seated upon their slaves. Torches held aloft like instruments of divine wrath. Instantly, he understood. They had set the fire. Rage surged, white-hot and blinding. Snatching up a three-pronged hay fork leaning against the charred remains of a wall, he raised it like a spear, his voice raw, unbroken by fear. I'll die before I let you take another breath. A man well past 50, his body bent by time, but his spirit unbroken, charged forward, determined not to win, but to wound, to witness, to bear witness, even if only in death. Oh, rebellion? Augusto blinked. a globule of mucus glistening beneath his nose as he regarded the charging elder with genuine surprise, then disdain. To him, the common folk were playthings, never actors. To resist was not bravery. It was error. Just as the old man closed the distance, Augusto drew a gilded pistol, its barrel engraved with delicate, obscene flourishes, and, with a grin of unhinged glee, pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet of pure gold tore through the air and through the old man's chest. He crumpled, gasping, blood blooming across his tunic like a dark, final rose. TCH, ha ha ha! Look at him! Such pathetic arrogance. Augusto pointed, howling with laughter until tears streamed down his cheeks, his mirth grotesque, his cruelty absolute. The elder's final, desperate act was, to him, nothing more than a clumsy, laughable pantomime. When the old man's last breath faded into silence, Augusto sighed, bored. Seeking fresh spectacle, he ordered his subordinates to set fire to the entire town. Then at its heart he stood, pistol in hand, and began to shoot one by one those who emerged from the inferno, savoring the precise, heart-wrenching moment their fleeting hope shattered into ash. Only expressions imbued with terror, astonishment, and fury could allow this group of Tianlongren to momentarily forget their recent woes and recapture the sensation of being the creators, akin to Ho-E, who reigns over all. It is indeed fascinating. Agus trembled with excitement, his contorted visage concealing a smile bordering on madness. Such is the nature of the Tianlongren. The lives of all the residents in the entire Mo-Gu town are merely trifling condiments for him to vent his frustrations. The farce of the Tianlongren persisted until nightfall, and the small town, under their ravaging, had been utterly reduced to ruins. In stark contrast to the turmoil in the town, the ship, Mermaid's Him, docked at the harbor, presented a picture of tranquil serenity, with the gentle sea breeze billowing the sails, bringing refreshing relief to those aboard. "Sophia, you should rest now. I will keep watch," said Xiong, clad in pajamas, as he ascended the lookout tower to address the yawning Sophia. The others had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet to be on the safe side, 2 crew members were assigned to take turns keeping watch each night. Tonight, it was naturally Xiong and Sophia's turn, but Xiong, having consumed too much tea during the afternoon banquet, felt no trace of fatigue. "All right, I will lie down for a bit, and I will take over in the latter half of the night." Sophia chuckled as she playfully pinched Xiong's cheek before retreating to her quarters to rest. Several hours later, Xiong remained dutifully vigilant, scanning the surroundings when suddenly a deafening roar echoed from afar, followed by a burst of blinding flames shooting into the sky. His attention piqued. Xiong turned his gaze toward the town, only to discern a dark figure wobbling through the air toward them, trailed by more individuals clad in black suits. Advancing with an eerie grace, rushing to the ship's railing, Xiong scrutinized the figure leading the pack. "What is that? A bird?" Just as he contemplated this, the strange shadow swooped closer and collapsed onto the deck of Mermaid's Him, barely clinging to life. Assuming they were under attack, Xiong sprang into action, racing towards the figure, only to discover the individual was gravely injured and bleeding profusely. "Is this a birdman?" Xiong warily assessed the figure, who appeared to be a boy of a similar age to himself, perplexingly shackled with heavy chains around his neck and limbs. The most astonishing aspect, however, were the pair of black wings ablaze with searing flames behind him. Being pursued, perhaps, Xiong surmised, as he observed others approaching from the distance. In the world of pirates, extending aid to unknown individuals is seldom a prudent course of action. Thus, Xiong resolved not to assist the man, but rather to drive him away to avoid attracting trouble. Just as he prepared to shove the boy aside, the nearly unconscious boy suddenly opened his eyes. What eyes they were! Numb, desolate, as if the entirety of the world's gloom had been etched into those irises. It was this gaze that compelled Xiong to alter his course of action. The palm charged with the power of the bounce fruit fell away as he lifted the boy, who was of similar age, and placed him safely within the ship's cabin. Meanwhile, several black-clad pursuers arrived at the Mermaid's Him, accompanied by a few Tianlongren. "Quickly! That slave must be on the ship. Search for him," Agus commanded, panting toward Spandam, who, ever eager to serve the Tianlongren, immediately ordered the other CP-9 agents to charge at the mermaids him. Despite being in a deep slumber, the raucous clamor roused Daro and his companions. Though they were unsure of the unfolding situation, Daro refused to surrender, raising his firearm and picking off the numerous CP-9 agents storming the mermaids him. How infuriating! Why must they provoke me? Daro growled as he turned, his expression fierce, glaring at the Time Longer below, and aimed his weapon at them. So, have you decided how you wish to meet your end? Chapter 167, The Slave Escape Incident, Part 2. When Daro, clad in a bear-themed pajama, made his entrance, all the CP-9 agents halted in their tracks. From the aura emanating from Daro, they recognized that they were no match for this formidable man. He was not to be underestimated. A bead of sweat trickled down Spandam's forehead, leaving him frozen in place, acutely aware that continuing the assault would lead to certain death. He was merely a sycophant, and did not intend to sacrifice himself for the Time Longerin. He was not foolish enough to do so, for flattering them was merely a means to attain a higher status, and death would render all aspirations moot. On the other side, witnessing his subordinate's paralysis, Aegis was seething with rage, berating the agents surrounding him. You worthless fools, attack. If that slave escapes, I will flay you alive. Not yet satisfied, Aegis brandished a lavish golden revolver and fired several shots at the CP-9 agents, who, pitifully, dare not evade, but instead brace themselves against the iron blocks. Quick, stop dawdling. Charge and find that slave. Seeing the wrath of Aegis, Spandam did not dare to delay and urged his subordinates to sprint towards the mermaids him, attempting to reclaim the slave. He understood that directing his subordinates to attack Daro was tantamount to sending them to their doom, yet he could not defy the Time Longerin's orders. So he merely instructed his men to buy time. Subsequently, Spandam summoned a seemingly clever black-clad agent and instructed him, hurry back to the ship and summon that guard. Be swift. Spandam appeared anxious, knowing that in the short span of his instructions, several of his CP-9 agents had already fallen. If this continued, it would soon be his turn to engage. Like his future son, he was a complete liability. Fortunately, Dragon did not keep Spandam waiting long. Upon learning that Spandam had provoked Daro and his crew, he hurried to the dock. Stop! Dragon shouted upon witnessing the scuffle between Daro and the others. Instantly, he transformed into a streak of light, flashing between Daro and the CP-9 agents. With a wave of his left hand, he summoned a gust of wind that forced the CP-9 agents back, while his right hand grasped the air, consuming the bullets fired by Daro. Spandam, what is the situation here? After briefly separating the two groups, Dragon, his expression grim, questioned the cowering Spandam. A slave of Lord Aegis has escaped. I suspect he has fled onto their ship, Spandam reported, though lacking conviction, as he had not definitively seen the slave board Daro's vessel. The mere suspicion that warranted such reckless aggression illustrated how brazenly Spandam, as a lackey to the Time Longerin, acted. However, this time, the kick struck the steel plate known as Daluo. On the other side, witnessing Long's intervention to thwart his attack, Daluo's expression turned cold, and an imposing aura emanated from him, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he warned the crowd. A midnight assault? Are you declaring war against my Daluo pirate crew? As his words echoed, Daluo's conqueror's haki erupted forth, radiating outward in a fan-like shape, crashing towards Spandam and his companions like a cataclysmic tidal wave. In the face of Daluo's overwhelming haki, several CP-9 agents standing at the forefront, who lacked sufficient training, rolled their eyes and fainted. Meanwhile, Spandam and several celestial dragons were even more pathetic, collapsing to the ground in terror, pointing at Daluo with expressions of sheer horror, exclaiming, "Monster! This is a monster!" Observing the scene behind him, Long furrowed his brow and said, "Captain Daluo, is this perhaps going too far?" Almost immediately, a similarly violent aura radiated from Long, colliding with Daluo's conqueror's haki. Dark lightning began to flicker in the air, dust swirling around them, and trees as thick as a person's waist were snapped in half, falling awkwardly to the ground, while the sea near the port began to surge, creating massive waves. Indeed, seeing Long's formidable conqueror's haki, Daluo, did not appear particularly surprised. On the contrary, it would have been strange if Long lacked such power. While individuals with conqueror qualities may not be numerous across the seas within the family of carp, it was a rather commonplace trait. The clash of their conquerors' haki remained evenly matched, and realizing they could not best each other, both ceased their haki release simultaneously. At the same time, Aegis, witnessing that someone on their side could hold their ground against Daluo, regained his confidence and ordered Long, "You must subdue that guy and retrieve my slave." Despite having matched Daluo in haki, Long was acutely aware that in a true battle, he would undoubtedly be no match for Daluo, especially with other powerful foes on Daluo's side. Long frowned, refraining from rash actions while Spandam began to retreat, suggesting to Aegis that perhaps they should abandon the pursuit of the slave. "No, that slave is a rare breed. I worked hard to obtain him. I cannot let this go." Aegis, seemingly with the intellect of a 6-year-old, threw a tantrum. "Long, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" Daluo said with a grin, observing Long's dilemma. "Oh, do tell," Long replied. "How about I take care of all these fellows, and afterward, we pin the blame on Shiki the Golden Lion? This way, you can have an explanation, and I can enjoy my peace. What do you say?" As Daluo spoke, his gaze, akin to that of a demon, swept slowly over Aegis and the others. To be frank, if Long were not present, Daluo would have undoubtedly wiped out this group of scum, sending them straight to hell. However, with Long here, things were different. Even if Daluo could defeat Long, he lacked the complete assurance to hold him back. After finishing his proposition, Daluo fixed his gaze on Long, knowing that if it were carp, he would never accept Daluo's suggestion, regardless of his disdain for the celestial dragons. But Long was a different case. As a figure of remarkable strategic wisdom who would later establish a revolutionary army aimed at overthrowing the world government, what choice would he make? Unfortunately for Daluo, his hopes were dashed as Long rejected the proposal. However, Daluo's intimidation had caused Aegis to reconsider, realizing that no matter how rare a slave was, his own life was far more precious. "All right, Aegis, enough of this. Let us leave quickly and not cause trouble for Mr. Long." Gusheng, who had just recovered from the impact of the Conqueror's haki, urged Aegis. Spandam cast a grateful glance at Gusheng and echoed, "My lord, perhaps we should search elsewhere. That slave may have fled to another location." Aegis, startled by Daluo's earlier murderous intent, dared not persist, for even he, lacking intelligence, instinctively understood that continuing this farce might lead to dire consequences. "Fine, I shall let you go this time." With a facade of bravado, Aegis uttered a harsh remark before departing with his crew in disarray. This left Long and Daluo standing in a standoff as the rearguard. And once everyone had thoroughly vacated the area, Long bowed slightly to Daluo with a hint of apology before taking his leave. Long was acutely aware that Daluo had refrained from attacking in consideration of him. Otherwise, those celestial dragons would have certainly met their demise. After all outsiders had departed, Daluo turned his gaze to the corner where Kuma was hiding, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. "Kuma, I require an explanation." Chapter 168, The Slave Boy Abbot. Throughout his journey, Daluo had always maintained a good-natured demeanor, sharing laughter with his companions, lacking the authoritative presence expected of Captain. However, this did not imply that Daluo would unconditionally indulge his crew. Much like how Usopp's public announcement of leaving the crew was met with Zoro's disdain in the original story. A crew must adhere to certain fundamental rules and constraints to avoid chaos. The reason Daluo felt anger toward Kuma's actions was not solely due to the rescue of the slave, but rather Kuma's unilateral decision-making without consulting him. "Captain, I was wrong," Kuma mumbled, unable to meet Daluo's gaze, his voice barely audible. Kuma understood that his actions had breached a pirate's cardinal taboo, had he been part of another crew. Such insubordination that brought trouble to his companions could have led to him being cast into the sea as fish bait. "What did you do wrong? I should not have saved that slave and caused such a significant problem for everyone," Kuma stammered. "Wrong." Before Kuma could finish, Daluo interrupted him, asserting firmly, "Your mistake does not lie in saving that slave, nor does it stem from the trouble you caused us. It is your audacity to act without my consent, placing both yourself and the entire pirate crew in jeopardy. I am a captain. We are a team, and all actions must be coordinated. No matter the magnitude of the trouble, we must share the burden together. In that moment, Daluo resembled a stern supervisor delivering a reprimand, and all present remained silent. Listening attentively, they understood precisely what Daluo was conveying, the essence of teamwork. Daluo did not believe they possessed the same fortuitous fate as Luffy's crew, frequently risking peril and acting independently, yet still overcoming one crisis after another. Furthermore, Daluo inhabited an era more tumultuous than that of Luffy, surrounded by formidable foes, necessitating that the entire crew unite as one, with no room for deception. All right, enough of this. Sophia, observing the look of guilt on Xiong's face, could not help but step forward to speak, then turned her gaze elsewhere. Xiong, you too. How could you be so reckless? You ought to learn from this. Given that Xiong was merely an 8 or 9-year-old child, it was quite natural for him to act thoughtlessly, and Dalu chose not to dwell on this matter. What about the slave? Dalu inquired, casting a glance at Xiong with an edge of irritation. He is in the cabin, Xiong promptly replied, leading everyone into the ship's hold. Inside the dimly lit cabin, a mound of unwashed carrots, still caked with dirt, lay scattered about, and atop this heap lay the fugitive slave. Draped in a tattered gray-black cloak, he bore an odd contraption resembling a saddle strapped to his back, while broken shackles hung around his neck. His body was riddled with daggers and arrows. The state of his appearance suggested that he had, much like Xiong in the original story, been treated as a mere steed by the celestial dragons. Beneath the tattered cloak, it was evident he had suffered severe injuries. He had lost a considerable amount of blood and had fainted, crimson liquid pooling on the ship's deck. Seeing their beloved provisions soaked in blood, Rabetti, standing behind the crowd, displayed a pained expression. She kicked her legs in an attempt to rush over and pull the slave aside, but was swiftly yanked back by Dalu, who grasped her by the nape as one would a cat. Come back! What chaos are you adding? Dalu glared at the rabbit before tossing her aside and summoning the ship's doctor, Breiji. Tend to his wounds, ensure he does not perish. In truth, Breiji had already taken the initiative, armed with a medical kit, to clean the wounds of the slave. After removing several arrows embedded in his body, he tore away the cloak that had covered him. Wow, he has wings! Exclaimed Aisha, her keen eyes spotting the 2 dark wings sprouting from the slave's back. The others mirrored her astonishment, as they had never before encountered a person adorned with wings. Wings? A devil fruit, perhaps? Dalu's immediate thought was that the individual had been force-fed a devil fruit by the celestial dragons, who were notorious for such vile acts. As Breiji turned the slave over, Dalu finally beheld the boy's visage. He appeared quite youthful, perhaps only a year or 2 older than Xiong, with delicate features marred by a deep gash that ran diagonally from his forehead to his chin, giving him a somewhat ghastly aspect. However, it was his tawny skin, white hair, and the striking black wings that instantly revealed his identity to Dalu. Could he be from the Lunaria tribe? Dalu raised an eyebrow in surprise, for this tribe was exceedingly rare, even more so than the Sanyan tribe. Once revered as divine beings upon the Red Earth continent, they were now nearly extinct, fading into obscurity. Dalu's knowledge of the Lunaria tribe stemmed from the original story's character, the Beast Pirates vice captain, Yanzai Jin, who was the sole representative of the tribe in the narrative. This boy seemed to be the second of his kind. Xiong, what a stroke of luck! To rescue someone so exceptional. Dalu mused inwardly before stepping back with several others from the cabin. Under Breiji's care, the slave's condition improved significantly. However, due to excessive blood loss, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. 2 days swiftly passed, and within the infirmary, Breiji had just applied an anti-inflammatory ointment when he noticed the slave's fingers twitch slightly. You're awake. How do you feel? Breiji hastily set down the surgical scissors he was using to remove the bandages and leaned closer, eager to inquire. However, his sudden movements startled the boy, who feared he had been recaptured by the celestial dragons. He sprang up from the cot, flapping his wings in an instinctive bid for escape, only to collapse onto the infirmary floor, his injuries still too severe for flight. What's going on? Dalu and Xiong, having heard the commotion on the deck, swiftly entered the infirmary. Upon seeing Xiong, the previously struggling slave suddenly became tranquil, as if recalling the moment before his unconsciousness when Xiong had saved him and brought him aboard the ship. "Thank you for saving me." The slave gazed intently at Xiong, managing to squeeze out a word of gratitude from his throat. Upon hearing this, Xiong's face flushed crimson, his hands flailing in the air, unsure how to respond. Observing Xiong's embarrassment, Dalu chuckled softly, ruffling Xiong's hair before turning to the slave, who had been assisted back to the bed by Breiji. "As you can see, we rescued you. Could you kindly tell me your name?" "Abet. I am called Abet," the boy replied without hesitation. Dalu's expression shifted to one of realization. If his memory served him correctly, the original character, Jean, was named Abel, and given the timeline, Jean should only be 8 years old now. Hence he was not the same individual. "Do you know Abel?" Dalu asked impulsively. The mention of that long-forgotten name left Abet momentarily stunned. He fixed his gaze on Dalu, and upon sensing Dalu's sincere and non-hostile demeanor, he hesitated for quite some time before nodding. "I am his cousin." Chapter 169. A fortunate encounter under Breiji's medical care. Abet's injuries showed marked improvement, allowing him to rise from his bed and walk about, though his wing injuries remained severe, necessitating further recuperation. Dalu was not averse to recruiting a Lunaria prodigy who had long endured the brutality of the Celestial Dragon's gladiatorial arenas, but after observing him for a few days, Dalu ultimately set aside this intention. On one hand, it was due to Abet's desires. Upon learning that Jean was still alive, he was consumed by a longing to reunite with his kin. On the other hand, it was the matter of hatred. Having endured years of subjugation by the celestial dragons, Abet had suffered profound humiliation, an experience intolerable for a proud race that once considered itself divine. Thus, within him, the seeds of resentment had been deeply sown. Given this understanding, Dalu could not permit Abet to join the crew. Companionship did not necessitate shared ideals or grand ambitions. Yet it was imperative that one not be driven solely by hatred. At this juncture, Abet was left with an overwhelming fury to unleash upon the celestial dragons. A blind rage that could very well drag the entire team into the depths of despair. "Are you truly not planning to persuade that boy to join us? Do not fault me for not informing you, for the Lunalea clan possesses a remarkable legacy. 8 centuries ago, they held a significant position within that illustrious kingdom, and it is said that their lineage guards a monumental secret of that ancient realm." Floating enigmatically in mid-air, Namibue addressed Daro. "Oh, what secret?" Daro, intrigued by the mysteries of the ancient kingdom, displayed a keen interest. Although he could only glimpse the surface of this intriguing enigma, his perceptiveness greatly pleased Namibue, prompting her to reveal the information without further reservation. After indulging in a moment of self-importance, she began to elucidate. The Lunalea clan safeguards the energy core of the Great Kingdom, known as the Tianhuajilu, which is said to be an eternal flame capable of providing an endless supply of energy. Upon hearing this revelation, Daro raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the term Tianhuajilu, as if he had encountered it before. The concept of an unquenchable flame and boundless energy stirred his thoughts, and after a moment of contemplation, he recalled a significant clue, Beijiao Pank. In the original work, Egghead Island Arc, this prodigious scientist, who had advanced the world's technology by 5 centuries, aspired to create a device that could provide infinite energy. Could it be that his research pertained to this so-called Tianhuajilu? Daro pondered, his thoughts drifting further afield. After all, how could others be ignorant of this? He, after 9 years of compulsory education, surely understood that this Tianhuajilu was essentially a man-made sun, and the only means to achieve limitless energy was through controlled nuclear fusion. So, are you suggesting that the Lunalea clan still possesses this so-called Tianhuajilu? Daro inquired of Namibue. "Fool, how could that be?" Namibue, like a specter, circled in the air before drifting closer to Daro. "Consider this. If they still wielded such a formidable weapon, even the world government would regard them with trepidation. How, then, could they have fallen to the brink of extinction? What do you mean by that? Daro furrowed his brow, unable to grasp her implication. Think about it. What is the Lunalea clan's innate talent? Fire breathing? Daro responded uncertainly. What does fire breathing even signify? Namibu's response clearly indicated her dissatisfaction with his answer, as she rolled her eyes, subtly hinting at the burning fruit. It is their high-temperature resistance. The Lunalea clan's divine status stems from their exceptional environmental adaptability, making them the only race capable of approaching the core of the Tianhua Jilu. Due to this, they have been entrusted with the maintenance of the Tianhua Jilu throughout generations. Once Namibu finished her explanation, Daro connected the dots. So, you are suggesting that their clan still possesses the schematic for the maintenance of the Tianhua Jilu? I did not explicitly state that. Who knows if, under the world government's deliberate suppression, they might have lost those schematics? However, there's still a significant possibility, Namibu pouted, before drifting away to the other side of the deck to frolic with her good friend Aisha. Quite interesting. Daro raised an eyebrow, yet his resolve remained unchanged. He would not alter his plans to recruit Abed into the pirate crew based on such ephemeral notions. At least, the timing was not right. Shortly after Daro's conversation with Namibu, a sudden whirlwind swept across the deck of the Mermaid's Hymn, and an unexpected visitor emerged slowly from the eye of the storm. I say, Monkey D, Dragon, you are not particularly popular at the moment. What brings you here? Daro squinted at the newcomer, his tone laced with amusement. The others aboard the ship, however, were less cordial, rising to their feet with unfriendly expressions, which was understandable given Dragon's less-than-glorious role in recent events. Hey, I am not here to pick a fight. Upon noticing the drawn swords of Izumi and Riken, Dragon raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, instantly easing the tension among those present. Once the atmosphere softened, Dragon clarified his purpose. He had come to bid farewell. The celestial dragons had wreaked havoc on the island for 2 to 3 days, and having reduced the entire isle to ruins. Aegis and the others had lost interest and were now preparing to leave Gaia Island and return to Mariewa. It seems you are relieved. Daro leaped down from the deck. Regarding Monkey D, Dragon with a half-smile. Indeed, Dragon replied with a wry smile, then bowed to Daro and the others, saying, I sincerely apologize for the disturbances of the past few nights. I appreciate your understanding. Despite their familial ties, Dragon did not share Garp's antiquated view of exterminating pirates. Instead, after witnessing Daro and his crew's strength and magnanimity, Dragon held a favorable impression of them. His farewell served both to resolve previous tensions and to foster goodwill with Daro's crew, coming here to bid us farewell in front of the celestial dragons. Are you not concerned they might retaliate against you? Seeing Dragon's earnest expression, Daro chose not to dwell on past grievances, playfully teasing him. They would not dare. If they push me too far, I will expose the situation, and they too shall face retribution, Dragon shrugged, displaying an air of fearless confidence. It was evident that Dragon had spent years infiltrating the Holy Land, establishing his network of connections. Given his audacious demeanor, it was likely he had formidable allies backing him. Was it the esteemed Topman Wokuli, who held the position of Justice God among the 5 elders, or the enigmatic leader of the Divine Knights, Feigelin Degelin, who could impose penalties on the celestial dragons? Dragon had prepared for the eventual founding of the Revolutionary Army during his prolonged stay in the Holy Land. However, Daro refrained from probing into Dragon's affairs. After all, his knowledge stemmed from the original text, and he could not ascertain the sources of his information. Furthermore, Dragon, having been in contact with the elusive Im, was not someone Daro dared to divulge too much to. Who knew what powers Im possessed? Daro preferred to remain out of his sight for as long as possible. I need not worry on my end. Rather, you ought to exercise caution. Dragon shifted the conversation back to Daro. What? Is he truly seeking to trouble me? Daro chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Observing Daro's nonchalant demeanor, Dragon furrowed his brow, then spoke with a grave tone. Aegis and the others have already pressured Marineford, demanding that the Navy dispatch an admiral to apprehend you. Although Daro was aware that the celestial dragons could directly command the Navy's admirals, he remained skeptical. At this juncture, all the Navy's admiral-level forces had been deployed. Where could they possibly find an admiral to capture them? Zifa and Sengoku were already fully engaged in intercepting the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. Where would a third admiral come from? Would they descend Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong to apprehend them? Daro furrowed his brow in response. Daruo's analysis was not without merit. Yet he had overlooked another admiral-tier combatant within the Marine ranks, Vice Admiral Garp, the irreverent, mischief-seeking veteran who would rather endure 1,000 thunderbolts than accompany Zephyr on a mission to rescue the celestial dragons, yet leapt at any chance to vex Daruo. Just days earlier, Dragon had phoned the old man and learned, so he claimed, that Garp had already departed from Marineford and was expected to arrive at Jaya within a few days. As Dragon spoke, he scratched his head with an awkward grin. After a brief pause, he added, "The old man asked me to pass along a warning. Tread carefully. If he catches you, you'll get a fistful of iron-hard knuckles." Damn it, Daruo cursed outright. Chapter 170. Soaring 10,000 meters above sea level on the very day Daruo bid farewell to Dragon and the celestial dragons, they hastily departed Jaya Island. Likewise, Aberd, once assured his injuries posed no lasting threat, formally took his leave of Daruo and his crew, then set out on his solemn quest to locate his kin. Daruo, however, had no choice but to remain rooted in place, awaiting the imminent updraft, a celestial current that would surge in precisely 3 days' time. True, Garp loomed just beyond the horizon like a storm gathering over open water, but even the legend of Garp's name, formidable as it was, could not compel Daruo to abandon his ascent to Skypiea and flee like a coward. He was no Blackbeard, no trembling coward who, at the mere sight of Akainu, would scatter his entire crew into the wind. To walk deliberately into the tiger's den, knowing full well the beast awaits, that was the essence of a true pirate. Say, asked Rector, leaning against the bar with a casual sip of his cocktail, is that boisterous, hard-drinking rear admiral really that terrifying? He couldn't fathom it. After all, they had already clashed with Admiral Zephyr on Warmany Island. So how could that perpetually unruly, tavern-dwelling uncle possibly rival the sheer authority of Zephyr himself? Daruo merely smiled, offering no further elaboration. After all, Garp's true stature had yet to fully unfold. His renown, though formidable, still paled beside that of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Zephyr. Yet who could foresee that this unassuming Marine rear admiral, then still largely unrecognized beyond naval corridors, would, within a year, stand shoulder to shoulder with Joel D. Roger at God Valley, shattering the meteoric reign of the Rock's pirate crew, and thereby forging himself into the Navy's new spiritual lodestar? And that was but the prelude. Having extinguished the Rock's era, this same naval paragon would relentlessly pursue Roger himself all the way to Raftel, driving even the mighty Roger pirates into reluctant retreat. Indeed, this man, who treated capturing pirates like collecting rare stamps, and whose personal dossier and impel down brimmed with legendary names, was in truth the Navy's most formidable warrior. "You do well not to underestimate Garp," Daruo remarked, arching a knowing brow as he addressed the assembled crew. "He is far more tenacious and infinitely more unpredictable than any ordinary admiral." "Indeed," chimed in Izumi Reiken, setting down his steaming cup of tea and narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. "I met him once, briefly, at the tavern. Even then, his presence radiated an overwhelming, almost primal pressure, a man of exceptional discernment and razor-sharp combat intuition." Izumi's testimony carried undeniable weight. As Daruo continued discussing Garp, Sophia entered the room, fresh from completing the final hull inspections on the ship. She removed her protective goggles and placed them neatly upon the bar. "Blazing hot in there," she sighed, fanning herself with delicate, rapid flicks of her fingers. "Rector, a margarita, please." She accepted the chilled glass with a grateful smile, took a slow, appreciative sip, and sighed again, her shoulders melting into pure, feline contentment, as though she just inhaled the most intoxicating catnip. After draining the drink in one elegant motion, she dabbed a fingertip across her lower lip to remove a trace of sea salt, then asked, "What is all the lively chatter about?" "About Dragon's father, Vice Admiral Garp." Sophia set her empty glass down and nodded. "Ah, him. I've crossed swords with him, twice in fact. A truly formidable opponent. You fought Garp? Daro raised an eyebrow. Startled, his gaze lingered on Sophia, still flushed and dewy with exertion, and skepticism flickered across his face. Though her skill was undeniable, facing Garp in combat, she'd likely be overwhelmed within mere exchanges. Sophia rolled her eyes, exasperated. Oh, don't look so disappointed, as if you'd rather he'd knock me out cold. I'm merely curious, Daro replied with a shrug, spearing an olive from his glass with a fork and popping it into his mouth. His voice, slightly muffled, carried a teasing lilt. Care to elaborate? Seeing his genuine interest, Sophia didn't hesitate. With her right hand, she swept a damp strand of hair behind her ear and began. Long ago, I joined an underground syndicate known as the Sogia, a clandestine network of assassins and information brokers. For years, I accepted contracts and traded intelligence, until 2 years ago, when a Marine mole infiltrated our ranks, exposing our headquarters. That's when the Navy came calling. So Garp led that operation. Daro interjected, his tone light but perceptive. Hardly an operation, Sophia corrected with a wry chuckle. There were only 2 Marines who arrived on the island. 1 man, 1 woman. If anything, it was less a military incursion and more a spontaneous detour. Garp, apparently, was on holiday and simply decided, on a whim, to dismantle us. 2 people? Daro leaned forward, intrigued. Who was the other? He couldn't recall Garp ever operating with a permanent partner. Could it be Luffy's grandmother? His inner gossip hound flared, and he straightened upright with theatrical eagerness. I'm not versed in Marine hierarchy. She rarely appeared in public, so I never learned her name. But her ability was extraordinary. She could literally dry a person out, as if hanging them up like laundry. Tsuru. Daro's mind clicked instantly. Of course, the future naval strategist who would one day chase Don Quixote da Flamingo across continents like a relentless hound. And how, precisely, did you escape both of them? Daro pressed, even more intrigued. Logically, with Garp and Tsuru on the scene, no one from the Sogia should have slipped away. Huh. Sophia burst into unrestrained laughter, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Garp is terribly face-blind. The absurdity of it left Daro momentarily speechless. Though, recalling Luffy's own legendary inability to recognize even his closest comrades, the inheritance suddenly seemed all too plausible. So you disguised yourselves and vanished? Daro asked, still skeptical. After all, even if Garp was unreliable, Tsuru stood right beside him. Surely she wasn't afflicted with the same affliction? No, Sophia shook her head. Most of the organization was captured. Only a handful of us, young ones, managed to slip away using masterful disguises. Young ones? Daro murmured, his brow furrowing. A faint, distant echo stirred in his memory. Sogia. He had heard that name before. I don't recall most of them, Sophia admitted, stretching languidly. But there was one, Drago Piedro. He later reassembled the Sogia, rebuilding it from the ashes. At the mention of that masked, brooding figure, whose aura exuded both dread and unwavering loyalty, and who once called her Wanisuma, a soft, nostalgic smile touched Sophia's lips. With a playful wink, she teased. They even invited me to rejoin, just last month. What do you think? I must be quite in demand, right? If they don't promote me soon, I might just seek a new master. Sophia clearly still harbors some regrets about her current status as an apprentice crew member. Daro paid no heed to Sophia's frantic hints, as he recalled that the fellow named Legudipide Luo was one of the 6 sovereigns of the underworld. The king of assassins from the notorious organization known as Dapai Zingaiwu. Goodness, so you are indeed an elder of the future foremost assassin organization, are you? Daro pursed his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Sophia, and inwardly scoffed. What is this? A crime lord? 2 days later, on the day the Chongtianhaliu was set to erupt, Daro, having completed all preparations, piloted the Minyu Shinga to a sea surface near Jaya Island, where countless wrecked ships and decaying wood floated. Hey, Daro, do you really think that the rising current capable of sending me to the Sky Island will erupt here? The black cat Bulai, Jia leaned over the ship's railing, peering at the tranquil sea. Rest assured, it will, Daro replied confidently, adjusting his cowboy hat. He then turned to the side and addressed Aisha in a tone that conveyed great responsibility. I'll leave it to you shortly. In the world of pirates, the Chongtianhaliu is a rather unique phenomenon, said to arise from vast underwater caverns that are filled with seawater disturbed by geothermal activity, such as volcanic eruptions. This presents a significant issue. The power of volcanic eruptions and the volume of seawater contained in these vast caverns can vary greatly, making the scale of each Chongtianhaliu unpredictable. This means not every Chongtianhaliu can guarantee that a ship will reach the Sky Island. It could be too weak to reach the destination or too strong, causing the ship to be destroyed. This explains why so many damaged vessels float here. They're the failed landing attempts rejected by the Sky Island, with the only fate for the defeated being to sink into this sea forever with their ships. Daluo certainly would not wager everything on such an elusive stroke of luck. Fortunately, aboard their vessel was the exceptionally perceptive Aisha, whose sensing range allowed her to acquire information about the Chongtianhaliu before it erupted. Enga, who was entrusted with high hopes, appeared somewhat nervous. But with the comforting words of Namabu, she quickly calmed down, opening her third eye on her forehead and entering a wondrous state of perception. Here it comes. The first surge of the current, Aisha announced, her consciousness having reached the depths of the ocean, where she sensed the terrifying energy erupting from the abyss. However, after roughly estimating the power of this Chongtianhaliu, Aisha soon concluded, the power is too weak, it won't do. As soon as her words fell, a deep blue area suddenly appeared on the sea surface. Following this, a towering column of water burst forth, shooting skyward like a dragon of water. However, after rising several thousand meters, the column lacked the strength to continue and transformed into a torrential downpour. Soon after, the second and third surges arrived as expected. But according to Aisha's assessments, these two were insufficient for Daluo and his crew to reach the Sky Island. While Daluo and the others awaited the surge that would carry them directly to the Sky Island, a naval warship bearing the seagull flag unexpectedly entered Daluo's line of sight. Are they here? Kapu! Daluo exclaimed, noticing a robust man clad in a cloak of justice at the bow of the ship. On the other side, Kapu, aboard the naval vessel, observed Daluo's peculiar actions. As a high-ranking officer privy to most of the world's secrets, he was well aware of the existence of the Sky Island. Hurry, full speed ahead, Kapu urged his subordinates. As the warship approached to within 3,000 meters of the Minyu Shinga, Kapu leaped into the air, attempting to use his moonwalk to fly directly to Daluo's ship. Hey kid, with your talent, why choose to be a pirate? You should savor the taste of my iron fist. Kapu thought maliciously, clenching his fist mid-air. Watching Kapu approach like a specter, now only 1,000 meters away, Daluo felt his eyelids twitching. As a devil fruit user, he had no desire to engage Kapu in a battle on the open sea. Aisha, is the next surge of the Chongtianhaliu coming? Daluo turned to Aisha, simultaneously aiming his weapon at Kapu in an attempt to hinder his speed. It's coming, Aisha replied, but after sensing the terrifying power of the upcoming surge, she shook her head. No, the power of this current is too great. In such an urgent situation, Daluo could not dwell on it further. He immediately ordered the helmsman Xiong to steer the Minyu Shinga to the point of eruption for the Chongtianhaliu, using a wall of compressed air to protect the vessel. Everyone, hold on tight. We're about to set off. Daluo instructed the crew, adjusting his cowboy hat. In the next moment, the surging current erupted, a colossal column of water breaking through the sea surface, lifting the entire ship to the heights of the Sky Island, 10,000 meters above. Chapter 171, Baika Kahaha. On the sea surface near Jaya Island, Kapu watched as the rising current surged upward and the Minyu Shinga ascended alongside it, unable to restrain his hearty laughter. That little rascal Daluo is as reckless as ever. Kapu reminisced about the time in Lazabit when Daluo had him collude with the Roger pirates to deceive the Tenryubito. It was truly audacious. How could someone so well suited for greatness choose the path of a pirate? As he soared through the air, using his moonwalk, Kapu pondered this. And it was the only thought in his mind when he received the order to apprehend Daluo and his crew. Kapu aimed to capture them before they committed any heinous crimes, believing that his heartfelt teachings could lead Daluo to enlightenment. Kapu, have they flown up to the Sky Island? A young soldier with tousled hair and round glasses, following closely behind Kapu aboard the ship, asked while holding a telescope up to the sky. If Daluo were present, he would certainly recognize this 13-year-old young officer, for he was none other than the future admiral of the Navy, Qingji Kazan. Unlike other Navy stars like Sakisiji and Bolesolinuo, who were trained in formal military academies, Kazan, with his softer disposition, was not particularly favored in the current iron-fisted hawkish Navy leadership. Thus, after completing his training, he was not immediately absorbed into the elite training camp, but was assigned to Kapu as his vice officer. Kazan would later be succeeded by Bojiate. Yes, they have flown to the Sky Island, Kapu replied, leaping down from the air and landing heavily on the deck of the warship while ruffling Kazan's hair. Kapu held a great fondness for this young officer newly assigned to him, for he not only saw in Kazan a fierce resolve against pirates, but also a tenderness and compassion for the common folk. In today's world, where the Navy is fervently clamoring for a fierce confrontation with Luo Kisi, seemingly indifferent to the plight of the common people, this sentiment is indeed rare. So what shall we do? Should we simply return to Malinfando? Kazan gazed at the small black dot ascending along the ocean current, a hint of reluctance evident as he scratched his head. No, we shall not turn back. Karp had no intention of conceding, for the current state of the Navy was bound by a deadly mandate to protect the celestial dragons. He did not wish to return to serve those wretches. Let us investigate which Navy base is nearest. We shall anchor there for a few days. Karp flicked his sleeves and strode to the bow of the ship. We shall wait for them to descend right here, in the lofty heights exceeding 7,000 meters, amidst the expanse between the White Sea and the pure White Sea. Immaculate clouds piled up like frothy cream above the azure sky. The mermaid Essim, resembling a black pearl within a cup of milk tea, steadily ascended along the rising current. Despite the protective air barrier generated by the Daluo fruit, the aged mermaid Essim struggled against the immense force of the upward flow, the wooden planks creaking incessantly in a most disconcerting manner. Damn it, the power of this rising current is formidable. We may be propelled to even greater heights. Daluo, gripping the mast with one hand, looked down at the vessel's underside, observing the relentless upward current that had surged to 7,000 or 8,000 meters without any sign of abating. Aisha, can you see those islands in the sky? How far are we from them? Daluo turned to Aisha, who was gasping for breath while clinging to the mast. Noticing Aisha's pale complexion, Daluo regrettably slapped his forehead, having forgotten that they were at an altitude of 10,000 meters where the air was exceedingly thin. Even robust individuals would struggle to breathe at such heights, let alone someone like Aisha who had not trained adequately. Fortunately, Blazer was attentive enough to rush to the ship's medical room upon seeing Aisha's distress, returning with an oxygen tank to assist her. I can breathe again. Like a drowning person gasping for their first breath of air, Aisha inhaled deeply, her complexion gradually regaining a hint of color. You truly saved my life. Thank you, Blazer. Once she had regained her composure, Aisha smiled in gratitude towards the black cat. Then, understanding the urgency of the situation, activated her exceptional perception. Through the thick clouds, her vision expanded like radar, capturing everything above. Finally, as her field of vision extended to 10,000 meters, she spotted islands concealed within the dense clouds. We are almost there, just 2,000 meters to go. Aisha shouted to Daluo while holding the oxygen tank aloft. For Daluo, this news was not entirely reassuring. The issue was not the distance being too far, but rather that it was too close. The momentum of the rising current was so great that it would undoubtedly carry them to heights beyond safety. No, we must jump out, Daluo declared decisively. With the current strength, it could easily propel them another 4,000 or 5,000 meters higher, where they would either crash into the bottom of an aerial island or be sent soaring even higher, only to plummet later. Rather than risk that, it would be wiser to break free from the rising current as they neared the height of the aerial island, allowing Daluo's abilities to carry them a safe distance. While this was indeed a bold maneuver, at least they would have some control over their fate. We must change course. Everyone hold on tight, lest you be thrown overboard. Daluo commanded, simultaneously harnessing his fruit's powers to condense and compress air beneath the mermaid him, aiming to utilize it to propel the ship from the rising current just as they approached the aerial island. 600 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters now. The moment the aerial island peaked through the clouds, Daluo released the compressed air blast, inundating the rising current with bubbles, which then burst explosively, propelling the mermaid him forward. Daluo's audacious action startled everyone, but fortunately, after a brief diagonal flight, he managed to elevate the ship with his sky corridor ability, guiding it steadily towards the nearby aerial island. Phew! After executing this series of perilous maneuvers, Daluo was drenched in cold sweat. Performing such intricate actions at 10,000 meters was indeed fraught with danger. Had there been the slightest miscalculation, they could have fallen or collided with the island. Reflecting on this, Daluo felt a deeper resentment towards Carp. Had it not been for this old codger pursuing them, they would not have been forced into a hasty escape, seeking any rising current to reach the aerial island. Fortunately, Daluo managed to regain control of the situation. As long as they ascended a little further, they would soon reach the 10,000-meter height of the pure white sea, where the unique, buoyant clouds would gently lift the mermaid him towards the island. However, unexpected events were about to unfold. Suddenly, a small floating vessel tethered with peculiar bubbles abruptly emerged from the left rear of the mermaid him and crashed heavily onto its deck. Damn it, there are people cutting in line in this world, Daluo remarked, observing the broken mast and the small vessel resembling a blue teacup on the deck. Just as he was about to confront the driver, two figures clad in blue wizard robes and pointed hats clambered out of the overturned boat. Gwent, you are too reckless. You nearly destroyed this weather ship. A man with long hair split into two fishtail-like strands chastised his companion. Apologies, teacher Haletus, but I have urgent reasons to return to Baika, responded a woman with blue hair and two white feathered wings, possessing an air of intelligence. Upon hearing their conversation and surveying the distinctive small vessel, a peculiar expression crossed Daluo's face, for he recognized the man. If he was not mistaken, the oddly dressed individual was none other than Haletus, the renowned weather scientist from the small aerial island of Visalia, who would later become Nami's mentor. I say, you arrive on my ship and offer no greeting? Daluo interjected, somewhat helplessly, as the two continued their animated chatter. How could they be so oblivious to the situation? They were on his ship, having broken his mast, yet they were embroiled in their own squabble. My sincerest apologies. Fortunately, Haletus soon realized the gravity of the situation and promptly brought his disobedient apprentice to Daluo, bowing sincerely. Enough, enough. Daluo waved his hand, not wishing to press the matter further. To be honest, he had always found this kind-hearted old fellow quite endearing during his readings of the original work, so he had no desire to be overly difficult now. Moreover, this old man was no ordinary individual. He was one of the foremost meteorologists in the world of pirates, capable of altering the climate of extensive areas with the peculiar technologies of Visalia, making him quite an extraordinary character. On board the vessel, there was a notable absence of a navigator adept in meteorology. Daruo cast a sidelong glance at the old man, mulling over how he might persuade the aged fellow to join their crew, when suddenly Aisha's exuberant voice pierced the air. Look, we are floating amidst the clouds. Leaning against the ship's railing, Aisha gazed down at the vast, white sea of clouds below, as well as the descending vines and uniquely shaped houses in the distance. Exclaiming in awe, this must be the Sky Island. How magnificent! Beside her, the bear was equally animated, flailing its limbs with excitement. However, just as everyone was reveling in the prospect of landing on the Sky Island, Gwent, a student of Hylida's, doused their enthusiasm with a chilling reminder. This is Baika. Outsiders who recklessly enter will be apprehended by the patrolling cloud officials. As someone who frequently accompanied Hylida's to Qinghai to study climate changes, Gwent was acutely aware that Daruo was not a resident of the Sky Island. In Baika, known for its fierce customs and hostility towards outsiders, non-residents were hardly welcomed. especially since the inhabitants were embroiled in territorial conflicts with the Sandia people. The Sandia, after all, were merely the Qinghai residents who had been thrust into the skies before being displaced from Gaia Island. Thus, to the people of Baika, anyone without wings was deemed a Sandia, and any Sandia who dared intrude upon Baika was viewed as an act of war. Adjusting her glasses perched on her nose, Gwent remarked, such a fervor for war. Daruo, who had hoped to enjoy a leisurely stay on Baika, suddenly felt an unsettling discomfort. How'd I end up on this wretched island? The historical texts and the Golden Bell are all in Apayadu. Yet, on the other hand, Baika is the homeland of Enelu. Perhaps, no, it is certain. The rumble fruit must be on Baika Island for 18 years. Enelu will obliterate the entire island with it. This indicates that the rumble fruit is indeed here. Chapter 172. The former prophet, look, there's a peculiar ship approaching, exclaimed one of the Baika residents, astonished at the sight of a wooden sailing vessel that lacked the jet shells typical of the Sky Island. Gwent was not mistaken. The inhabitants, being in a state of war, were highly sensitive and would instinctively categorize any suspicious occurrence as an act of aggression from the enemy. Those treacherous Sandia are coming. Quickly, alert the cloud officials, shouted a middle-aged man clad in a brown felt cloak and goggles, two small wings protruding from his back. Spurred by his fervor, the fiercely independent residents of Baika surrounded Daruo and his companions, their expressions menacing as they scrutinized the newcomers on the deck. Here we go again. Daruo scratched his head, feeling somewhat resigned. It seemed that just as in Migu Island, they were once again met with hostility upon arrival, and this time, the situation appeared even more dire. Daruo, what we do? The bear asked, worry etched across its face as it regarded the unfriendly Baika residents. It's only natural they don't welcome us. After all, we are pirates, Daruo chuckled, adjusting his cowboy hat. He then leaped from the deck, leading his companions down. We are Qinghai people who arrived here via an updraft. We are not Sandia and merely stumbled into this place, Daruo proclaimed loudly to calm the agitated crowd. Yet, contrary to his intentions, the situation escalated. Don't believe them. They must be those despicable Sandia sent to infiltrate and wreak havoc in our Baika. The residents of Baika disregarded Daruo's assurances, encircling them with intentions to capture the newcomers as offerings to their sky deity, the true god Samna, who bestowed them with fertile lands. Cloud official is coming. Make way. A shout rang out amidst the tense atmosphere, on the verge of erupting into conflict. Following the call, a robust man adorned in opulent attire, featuring unique tattoos on his face, made his way through the crowd, inching closer to Daruo and his companions. Outsiders, prove your identities. The man, known as the Cloud Official, was far from amiable, brandishing a spear adorned with various peculiar shells, issuing a final warning to Daruo. The spear's tip emanated a chilling aura, coalescing from a shell intricately patterned with snowflakes. Due to the peculiar environment of the Sky Island, numerous bizarre creatures existed, among which the shells were particularly extraordinary. They serve a myriad of purposes, not only in daily life, but also as formidable weapons in battle. Some shells were exceptionally rare, possessing powers that surpassed those of ordinary shells, such as the repulsion shell, which had nearly claimed Enelu's life in the original narrative. The spear wielded by the Cloud Official was crafted from a similarly potent shell known as the Frost Shell, capable of generating an unending stream of frigid air, easily freezing anything it touched into solid ice. This is quite troubling, Daruo observed, his demeanor cooling as he regarded the accumulating cold. Despite the opponent's lack of formidable strength, a misstep could easily alienate the entire population of Baika against him. Nyofa, after so many years, is this how you greet an old friend? Just as Daruo's hand moved to his revolver, intending to disarm the official, Gwent, who had been hiding behind Hylidas, suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself at the forefront. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Nyofa did not lower his spear, instead redirecting its point toward the woman, his expression rife with suspicion. Gwent did not respond. Instead, she swiftly removed her glasses from her face, tying her long hair into a ponytail. Instantly, the once gentle and refined Gwent transformed into a striking, capable woman. Gwent, Nyofa recognized her with astonishment, though his tone lacked the joy of a long-lost reunion. Replaced by incredulity. You dare return? Nyofa's expression was complex as he regarded his childhood companion as a witness to the significant upheaval 9 years prior. He understood all too well the ramifications of Gwent's return on Baiko Island, especially in such a sensitive context. If I do not return, that madwoman I will lead you all into a death struggle against the Sandia. I've heard they are already preparing for war. Gwent replied with a wry smile as she readjusted her glasses. Ahem, I need to interrogate them privately. Unrelated residents, please leave quickly. Seeing Gwent on the verge of disrespecting the revered Earth Prophet in front of the crowd, Nyofa hastily interjected, swiftly dispersing the surrounding Baika residents. Once the crowd had completely cleared, Nyofa surveyed the area to ensure no one remained before turning to Gwent again. This is not the place for discussion. Follow me. Under the leadership of Nyofa, Dalu and his companions finally stepped into the heart of Baiko Island. Despite Nyofa's attempts to guide them along winding paths, numerous residents of the floating island noticed the sudden appearance of these Qinghai people. It seemed that concealment was futile. The Earth Prophet would soon learn of their arrival, and perhaps even of your return. Observing the Baika residents pointing and whispering about them, Nyofa expressed his frustration. I never intended to keep my return from a het. With her proficiency in the Heart Network, she will undoubtedly sense my presence as soon as I enter her awareness, replied Gwent with a gentle smile. Then how dare you return? Nyofa exclaimed, his frustration palpable, though he restrained himself from losing composure in front of the crowd, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. I must organize a het. Otherwise, countless innocents may lose their lives due to her selfish ambitions. Meanwhile, Dalu was oblivious to their conversation, his full attention captivated by the magnificent and fantastical Baika city. As a floating island devoid of terrestrial foundations, Baika city hovered atop buoyant clouds, resembling a three-tiered cream cake adorned with fantastical shell-like edifices that embellished the clouds like strawberries and icing on confection. Wow, that place is stunning. I wonder who could possibly live there. Aisha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she pointed to a series of grand palaces at the highest tier. One must not be so disrespectful. That is the abode of the deities. Only the great, true God Ra and the prophets who can hear divine revelations reside there. Nyofa admonished, glancing at Aisha, who was pointing at the temple. Among the Baika people, no one could tolerate an affront to their worshipped deity, Ikitmuna. The prophets residing in the divine abode could sense any transgressors through the Heart Network and issue divine decrees, unleashing punishment upon those who desecrate the divine. Gwent, you are truly mad to dare betray the deity. Nyofa shook his head in disbelief, staring incredulously at Gwent. How can I trust you? Once, as the two prophets of Baika, you, the Sky Prophet, have abandoned the true God we revered since childhood. 9 years ago, during the final confrontation with the Sandians, Gwent had stood against Baika, allowing the defeated Sandians to escape, preserving their considerable forces. Just as Nyofa and Gwent were about to engage in a debate on theism and atheism before Dalu, Aisha suddenly raised her finger, signaling for silence. Chill. Someone in that palace is watching us. Chapter 173. Employment. The Heart Network, utilized by Analu in the manga Sky Island arc, serves to monitor the entire floating island. In essence, it is akin to the observation hockey. Sensing the intrusive gaze from afar, Dalu furrowed his brow. As one who also possessed observation hockey, he found such overt perception quite offensive. How rude. The unwelcome scrutiny provoked a fierce response from Huchuan Liqian, whose sensitivity resembled that of a predatory beast. He stepped forward, his right hand tightening around his sword's hilt, the blade gleaming ominously as it extended forward. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Huchuan Liqian, the intruder retreated, hastily withdrawing after a cursory glance at the others. Not bad. Quite impressive, Dalu remarked with a smile. Although the aura surrounding Huchuan Liqian bore little resemblance to the Conqueror's hockey, it resembled more the ominous presence of Barrett from the original work. Stop teasing me. I still have a long way to go. Huchuan Liqian replied with a chuckle, fully aware of his own limitations compared to Dalu in mastering Conqueror's Haki. Yet Dalu held a different perspective. He believed that the essence of Conqueror's Haki lay in innate talent, and with that qualification, one could gradually hone their skills through persistent practice. In stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of Dalu and his companions, Nyufa and Gwent appeared quite tense regarding the earlier intrusion, their expressions betraying unease. Once they could no longer sense the scrutiny, they finally relaxed. Phew, that scared me. Nyufa wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. His anxiety was understandable. After all, Gwent had a unique status as a former prophet who had defected 9 years prior. Baika had long since issued a bounty on him, yet the temple had remained reticent about the incident, and few had encountered Gwent's true form. Thus no one had pursued him. Stop wandering and catch up, Nyufa urged, pulling Aisha away from a street vendor where she intended to buy souvenirs, leading the group quickly down a narrow alley. While described as a small path, it was merely a confined passageway between 2 rows of buildings. Nyufa expertly guided Dalu and the others through the alley, leaping over rooftops and vaulting over balconies. It seems you haven't forgotten, Nyufa remarked, surprised by Gwent's agility. How could I forget? We often played hide-and-seek here as children, and none of you ever won against me. Gwent replied, nostalgically brushing his nose. Indeed, you have always been the most remarkable among us, Nyufa mused, fondly touching his distinctive bald head. As they conversed, they arrived at a charming 3-story building. Its design was quite unique, crafted from a massive seashell, with a large sign etched with frost-like patterns hanging at the entrance. Is this where you live now? Did a het cast you out from the temple? Gwent, entering the home, gazed at the vibrant decorations with surprise. As an island with a pronounced religious nature, Baika maintained rigid class distinctions. As a cloud official, second only to the prophets, Nyufa should have resided within the temple. Ever since you defected, Nala and I have found our situation in the temple quite precarious, so we decided to move out together, Nyufa replied, casting a disapproving glance at Gwent. Nala, she moved out too? How is she now? Gwent inquired, settling onto the sofa and pouring himself and his mentor, Haildas, a glass of water without hesitation. Nala has stepped down from her position as a cloud official and later married a man in the city. She now lives in the western suburbs. It seems that incident had a profound impact on you both, Gwent remarked, pausing before managing a strained smile. So, who is the current Wind Cloud official? It is Kulwin, that fella you never got along with as a child. He now commands the airwaves. This is indeed unfortunate news. It appears that among the 3 Yunguans I once commanded, you are the sole survivor. Gwent pressed her fingers against her temples, expressing her headache. Thus, I am curious to know what transpired back then. Nyufa gazed intently at Gwent and inquired, what was the reason? How could you, at the moment of vanquishing the Sandians, release those captives and flee, even going so far as to slay Winsha? Did that woman Ahurt tell you this? Yevent scoffed, arms crossed over her chest, responding non-committally. It seems the wicked are the first to complain. Regardless, the prophet is our foster mother. Gwent's reference to the prophet caused Nyufa to frown, visibly displeased. So what truly transpired between you? Has she gone mad, deluding herself into claiming lands that do not belong to her, and attempting to lead you 8 Yunguans to your demise? Moreover, Winsha was a victim of her machinations. To substantiate her claims, Gwent retrieved a shell the size of a palm from her pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Naturally, Nyufa recognized it as the illusory shell once governed by Winsha, the former Shachin Yunguan, and the fact that Winsha entrusted it to Gwent indicated her belief in Gwent. But why? Why did Ahurt murder Winsha? Nyufa felt a flicker of doubt. Her hand spread wide. For the absurd legend of the Endless Land, she not only sought to conquer the Sandians, but also harbored ambitions of waging war against Apaya, desiring to dominate the entire Sky Island, even if it meant leading the people of Baika into the abyss. Gwent concluded her explanation and paused briefly before adding, she is no longer the Ahurt of old. She has lost her sanity. Yet, as Nyufa opened her mouth to speak again, Gwent interrupted. Do you trust her or me? Gwent leaned over the coffee table, placing her hands down, and looked earnestly at Nyufa. Daro watched the exchange with interest, Though only fragments of conversation reached him, he had already pieced together the gist of the situation. It appears that Go-Went, once the Sky Prophet, was deceived by her foster mother, another prophet, and upon discovering her scheme, Go-Went, along with another Yunguan, liberated the captured Sandians and fled to the small sky island of Visalia. Now, it seems that the prophet Ahurt intends to stir up trouble once more, prompting Go-Went to return to Baika to thwart her plans. Surely these matters do not concern us, so may we take our leave? Daro interjected, observing the two plotting against Ahurt. At that moment, Nyeyofa realized Daro and his companions were present, and their clandestine discussions had undoubtedly been overheard. So they are not your accomplices? Nyeyofa glanced at Go-Went, her voice tinged with awkwardness. Of course not. They are merely individuals I happened upon. Go-Went proclaimed with considerable conviction. What will they do? Nyeyofa regarded Go-Went with exasperation, incredulous that she would so openly plot against the island's actual rulers in front of outsiders. We can pretend to know nothing, Daro shrugged in response. Perhaps there is another option. Go-Went adjusted her glasses. If possible, I would like to hire you to assist me in stopping Ahurt. Hire? Daro tilted his head, amusement evident on his face as he regarded Go-Went. Forget it. You cannot afford my fee. It was indeed audacious of her to suggest such a thing. However, Daro doubted she could offer a compelling incentive. The temple contains a considerable amount of gold. If we succeed, I can hand over all the gold within the temple to you. Surprisingly, Go-Went's offer was quite substantial. For this entire area of Sky Islands was once the result of the impact from Gaia Island, which centuries ago was renowned as the Golden City, Ciendola. Thus, Baika's gold reserves must be ample. Yet mere gold would not sway Daro. His singular goal in coming to Baika was the Thunder Fruit, and the most likely location for its existence was indeed the temple, making this a not entirely unwelcome proposition. If what you say is true, I would be inclined to assist you, but in addition to the gold, I require one item from the temple to take with me. Daro gestured with his finger towards Go-Went. Go-Went could hardly refuse, for without Daro and his companions, she and Nyeyofa would undoubtedly be incapable of thwarting Ahurt. It is a deal. Go-Went extended her right hand towards Daro. A deal. Chapter 174. Planning Daro's involvement in this matter stemmed from another deeper reason. The future construction of the Ark of Prophecy, which would be built by Enel using a vast amount of gold. Although it had yet to be constructed, Daro believed that Baika must still harbor the blueprints for this ship. Otherwise, the technologically inept Enel would never be able to create it. Despite having lived in this world for over a decade, Daro remained astonished by the bizarre technological advancements it possessed. Not to mention, the Ark's ability to create storm clouds in conjunction with the Thunder Fruit was already outrageous enough. Furthermore, in the narrative of the cover story, Enel used this very Ark to traverse the cosmos, reaching the moon he so fervently desired, where he reigned supreme. With these thoughts in mind, Daro turned to the ship's spirit Namabu, floating from the ceiling, and inquired in a hushed tone only they could hear. Namabu, is there any connection between the Underworld King and the Moon People? Startled by the question, Namabu, who had been curiously examining the ceiling's lamp shell, floated closer to Daro, resembling a ghost. How do you know? Even an archaeologist like Dr. Clover, who possessed knowledge of ancient history, would find the origins of the Underworld King perplexing, as no one could comprehend how the shipwrights of Water 7, 8 centuries ago, experienced a technological explosion that led to the creation of the world-ending Underworld King. However, Namabu, the spirit of the Underworld ship, was well aware that the Underworld's birth was actually rooted in the technology acquired from the Moon People during Joy Boy's first landing on the Sky Islands 8 centuries ago. To this day, among the few who knew this secret among the revolutionaries who opposed the Great Kingdom 8 centuries ago, how did Daro come to know? Namabu, resembling a little old man, stroked his chin and squinted at Daro, convinced that this young man harbored secrets of his own. Namabu was quite certain, even beginning to suspect that Daro was the destined individual foretold by Joy Boy, just as I had surmised. Having received answers from the reactions of Nanmu, Dalawa chose to disregard Nanmu, who had already conjured an elaborate narrative in his mind, merely offering a faint smile before turning away in silence. The prophet known as Ihata being in pursuit of the so-called endless land, must surely possess knowledge regarding the whereabouts of the Xianglei fruit or the Zhenyan. Daluo squinted like a cunning fox, plotting his next course of action. Meanwhile, as the most steadfast supporter of Gawenta, the traitor Nyeofa hesitated momentarily before completely selling out his superior Ihata. It seems the prophet has unearthed something at the ancient ruins on Bika Island, and has been rather cryptic lately, claiming she will hold a grand sacrificial ceremony to select the Son of God who can lead everyone back to the endless land. The Son of God? How utterly laughable. After all these years, she still clings to such notions. Gawenta scoffed, appearing quite disdainful of Ihata's actions. However, this was hardly surprising, considering that she, Nyeofa, and several other cloud officials were all taken by Ihata from their own biological parents under the pretense of serving the divine. While Ihata had certainly fulfilled some obligations of guidance and nurturing towards these adopted children, her primary motive was exploitation, much like how she sacrificed when Sha 9 years ago for her own ambition. Given this, what course of action should we take now? Luo lightly drummed his fingers on the coffee table, glancing at Gawenta and Nyeofa seated beside him, inquiring. Despite Luo's formidable capabilities, which would allow him to storm the temple or even push through Bika, compelling the prophet Ihata to hand over the Xianglei fruit or the Fangzhou Jinyan, he preferred not to resort to such brutish tactics or engage in indiscriminate slaughter. When is the sacrificial ceremony? Gawenta turned to Nyeofa, her mind already racing with calculations on how to expose Ihata's reckless warmongering. It is set for the day after tomorrow. At the ancient temple on the western side of the sanctuary, the entire populace of Bika Island will attend the service, though security will undoubtedly be tight. And all of us cloud officials will be present. Quite a grand affair indeed. Nyeofa's words caused Gawenta's brow to furrow. For dealing with Ihata alone was already a significant challenge, and the addition of those other cloud officials made the situation appear exceedingly arduous. Noticing Gawenta's troubled expression, Daluo chuckled, curiously asking, "What? Are those cloud officials particularly formidable?" "Undoubtedly." Gawenta rolled her eyes before explaining to Daluo. "There are a total of 8 cloud officials, Yun, Yufeng, Shuanghua, Tiexia, and Sen, each commanding a rare and powerful shell, enhanced by their unique martial techniques developed over years of practice, granting each a considerable strength. So on that day, we shall be facing 7 cloud officials who possess strength comparable to that of your companion here. Right?" Daluo pointed at Nyeofa while addressing Gawenta. "Yes, that is the worst-case scenario. Prior to that, I will make every effort to see if I can win over a few cloud officials." Gawenta painted a hopeful picture for Daluo, seemingly concerned that he might be intimidated by such a multitude of adversaries. "It appears to pose no significant difficulty." Daluo dismissed her concerns with a shrug. After all, the strength of these cloud officials seemed trivial in his eyes. Instead, it was the prophet who had just scrutinized them through a mental web that truly piqued Daluo's interest. Does that prophet possess any abilities, such as the power to discharge electricity? Discharge electricity? Gawenta shook her head. Not quite. But our rare shells and martial techniques were all imparted by Ihata, so she possesses nearly all the abilities of the cloud officials. And her mastery of the mental web is quite formidable, allowing her to perceive the thoughts of enemies within a certain range. Upon hearing that this Ihata could not discharge electricity, Daluo felt a wave of relief. It was not that he feared an adversary with elemental powers, but rather, he was concerned that the Xianglei fruit might have already been consumed, rendering his efforts futile. Just as Daluo and the others were digesting the information from Bika and plotting how to disrupt the sacrificial ceremony, a coarse male voice boomed from outside the door. "Nyeofa, open the door." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Nyeofa's expression soured. Damn it. Why is Ku Erwin here? Recalling the long-standing animosity between Ku Erwin and Gawenta from their childhood, coupled with Ku Erwin's newfound prominence in the prophet's favor, if he were to recognize Gawenta, he would undoubtedly report her to the prophet. No, he must be driven away. Nyeofa considered briefly before moving to the door, cracking it open just enough to prevent Ku Erwin from entering. "Ku Erwin, do you need something?" Nyeofa coldly addressed the man with the golden pompadour and suspenders. "I heard you apprehended a few individuals from Shanghai at the port." Noticing Nye Fa's tense demeanor, Ku Erwin smirked, finding amusement in the apparent clumsiness of his acquaintance. Yes, I'm currently interrogating them. Do you have business? Nye Fa felt his anxiety heighten, struggling to maintain his composure. Ku Erwin's next words left Nye Fa bewildered, even sparking thoughts of resorting to violence to silence him. The prophet has issued a summons, inviting guests from Qinghai to the temple, where a banquet has been prepared for you all. Chapter 175. Invitation and Probe. Just as Daluo and his companions were strategizing about how to expose Ihata's schemes, they were taken aback to discover that Ihata had already set her sights on them, even dispatching her trusted confidants to block their exit. What? Aren't you going to invite them out? The prophet is waiting for us in the temple. Ku Erwin smiled as he urged Nye Fa. Under normal circumstances, Nye Fa would have retorted with some snide remarks upon seeing Ku Erwin's irritating face, but he had no time for such triviality now, given that Gawanta was in his home. Although Gawanta had been away from Bika for nearly 8 or 9 years, and her appearance and demeanor had changed significantly, making her less recognizable, Ku Erwin, having grown up alongside her in the temple, would surely recognize her. If the prophet learned that the traitor Gawanta had returned to Bika, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, in the room, Daluo observed Gawanta's equally tense expression and chuckled. Plans often change unexpectedly. It seems our recently devised scheme is now null and void. Sensing the escalating tension, Like and the others stood up, with Chuan Liqian even placing his hand on his weapon, ready to eliminate this significant nuisance on the spot. Do not act rashly. Seeing the murderous intent of his companions, Gawanta quickly intervened. If he dies here, Ihata will be immediately alerted, and the other cloud officials will surely come to support him, making it difficult to resolve the situation. Then what do you propose we do? Lykeet shrugged, his palm transforming from a blade of wine to a normal hand, and then inquired, he will eventually come in, and by then, you won't be able to escape? A sharp snap echoed as Sophia, observing the two in a predicament, suddenly drew everyone's attention by snapping her fingers and proclaimed, I have a solution. Given the urgency of the situation, Sophia wasted no time in revealing her plan. Rising from her seat, she activated her fruit ability, and 9 ethereal tails unfurled behind her, her alluring eyes shimmering with a faint pink glow. Using her right hand, she conjured a pink orb of light, which she then brushed against Gwen Tae's face, enveloping her in a shimmering veil. In an instant, the originally composed Gwen Tae transformed into a punk-style girl with pink twin tails, clad in studded leather and adorned with earrings, exuding a distinctly unconventional charm. How astonishing! Exclaimed onlookers, their jaws nearly dropping in awe as they witnessed Sophia's fruit ability for the first time, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Is the transformation truly this drastic? Daruo raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Gwen T's complete metamorphosis. He was aware of the remarkable disguise capabilities of the Kyubi no Kitsune fruit, yet he had not anticipated that it could alter one's physique and attire as well. This was undoubtedly superior to Vonkel's imitation fruit, especially since, as a mythical beast type, the Kyubi no Kitsune fruit provided significant enhancements to physical abilities for fruit users. While the transformation was indeed remarkable, it lacked stability. The illusionary disguise was not substantial, and any direct attack would reveal its flaws. Sophia, while demonstrating, poked at the studded leather jacket that had materialized around Gwen Tae and remarked, see, just like this. As expected, a mere gentle rub caused the illusory garment to ripple chaotically, akin to ripples spreading across a lake when a stone is cast into it. Is this really going to work? Gwen Tae expressed her concerns, as Kerwin was too familiar with her. If he were to probe, it would be easy to uncover the ruse. Do not worry. They wouldn't dare act rashly against us now, Daruo replied with a confident smile. If the seer had any sense, after the initial probing round, he would surely refrain from impulsive actions. Currently, sending his subordinates to negotiate was more about testing the waters and surveillance. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Kerwin regarded the stalling Neufa with irritation, casting a cold glance as he warned, Enough, Neufa. Let us save the pleasantries for another day. I have a mission to fulfill and cannot delay the seer's important matters. We cannot bear the consequences. With that, Kerwin forcefully pushed past Neufa. Unable to prevent him, hurriedly followed inside, lifting the long spear he had been carrying. Adventurers from Qinghai, welcome to Baika. Our seer has prepared a banquet in the temple to welcome you, and hope you will honor us with your presence. Kerwin said courteously to Daruo and the others seated on the sofa. He shot a puzzled look at Neufa, as if questioning why he had brought them to his home. On the other hand, Neufa, confused, had initially feared that Gwente would be discovered, thus igniting a crisis, but now there was no sign of her in the room. To prevent Neufa from inadvertently revealing anything, Daruo quickly seized the conversation, feigning anger as he pointed at Neufa. A welcome banquet? This gentleman certainly did not say that. He claimed we were suspicious and brought us here for investigation. So this was the case. Neufa truly was a fool, lacking discretion in his actions. Upon hearing Daruo's reproach, Kerwin internally dismissed his doubts and chastised Neufa. Look at what you've done. You've offended the seer's esteemed guests. You should apologize immediately. Neufa, still trying to grasp the situation, was about to speak when his gaze fell upon the pink girl he had never seen before. All right, let us hurry. There's a banquet, and I'm feeling nauseated. Gwente, disguised as the pink girl, interrupted, casting frantic glances at Neufa. Seizing upon Gwente's cue, Daruo smoothly continued. Since you were so sincere, let us overlook the previous unpleasantness and proceed without delay. Kerwin, instructed by the seer to treat Daruo and his companions with caution, did not dare to be negligent. He bowed and opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. The temple's banquet is ready. Please, after you. Daruo nodded in response. Chapter 176. Schemes the heart is not sincere, and the banquet is not a joyous feast. Daruo was well aware of Kerwin's ulterior motives, seeking to monitor them under the guise of the banquet and discern their true intentions. Likewise, Daruo harbored his own designs, eager to uncover what the seer had at their disposal. For despite Daruo's formidable strength, he was uncertain of prying open the lips of such fanatics. Traversing a winding staircase, Daruo and his companions soon reached the summit of Baikar Island, the domain of the temple, which was not merely a temple, but an entire complex of grand palaces, surrounded by closely knit buildings and towers, all converging towards a singular, towering edifice that pierced the clouds. Before entering the temple, I must ask everyone to relinquish their weapons. I appreciate your cooperation, Kerwin instructed as he led them to the temple's entrance. Before Daruo could respond, two guards clad in metallic armor approached, crossing their long spears before Daruo and the others, blocking their way. Simultaneously, a group of female clergy in robes emerged from a side door, guiding them into a side chamber and requesting that they surrender their weapons. However, these clergy were unaware of Daruo's fruitability and failed to notice the grenade pouch at his waist or the compacted golden revolver he had concealed. Sophia, find a way to keep Li Qian's sword safe, Daruo whispered to Sophia as he handed over his remaining ordinary revolver. In the entire group, apart from Daruo and He Quan Li Qian, most relied on physical prowess and fruit abilities for combat and were unconcerned about the confiscation of their weapons. But for He Quan Li Qian, as a swordsman, his combat power relied heavily on that 3-foot blade, and the sword Kanataka held significant importance for him. Thus, a plan was necessary. Leave it to me. Sophia winked at Daruo and discreetly activated her ability, conjuring an illusion to bewilder several clergy members. Simultaneously, Daruo stealthily swapped the sword with Izumi no Kami Kanasada, utilizing his abilities to diminish its size before returning it to Izumi Reiken. After accomplishing this without arousing any suspicion, the inhabitants of the temple ceased to trouble them further. Guiding Daruo and his companions through the grand entrance of the sanctuary and into the garden area, the visitors radiated malice. Recht was squinting, fiercely glaring at the 2 rows of armored soldiers arrayed before him, alongside the 3 individuals at the forefront. Clad in robes reminiscent of the attire of the deity Neo Fa, the wine in his fingertips swirled ominously. It was evident to even the most naive observer that these individuals had been deliberately stationed here. Had Daruo and his companions refused to cooperate, they would have been met with armed suppression. "Do not be agitated," Daruo urged, calming the nearly explosive wreck with a gesture, while turning his head to gaze mockingly at the leader, Kerwin, and stating, "What a grand display. Your hospitality is truly commendable." Kuren, perceiving Daruo's sarcasm, remained unfazed and expressionless, bowing towards Daruo and his companions, declaring, "Please proceed. The esteemed prophet awaits you in the Grand Hall." Though referred to as a temple, it was, in fact, 3 towering edifices situated in the heart of the architectural complex. The towers, designed in classical Baroque style, were adorned with intricate sculptures of various mythological figures. Within these carvings, countless divine servants knelt in reverence to the supreme deity, the highest god worshipped by the inhabitants of the Qinghai Sky Islands, who governs all aspects of heaven and earth, is said to have his feet as the vast earth and his hands as the boundless sky, being the sole divine entity between heaven and earth. Legend has it that during the cataclysmic flood thousands of years ago, he compassionately bestowed the Ark proverb to guide the afflicted populace to safety, casting his right thumb into the sky as a sanctuary for the survivors. This is why the Sky Islanders harbor such an obsession with land, as they believe it to be a part of the divine's corporeal form, a gift from the supreme deity. Daruo had little interest in these bizarre mythologies. After a cursory glance, he and his companions entered the central temple. With the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps, an elderly woman, hunched and frail, descended the 3-tiered stairs before the statue, making her way to the central hall of the temple. She was a diminutive figure, her white hair framing a face lined with wrinkles, draped in a robe adorned with golden trim, her right hand grasping a staff embedded with various shells. Rather than emanating the warmth and tranquility expected from a lifelong devotee of the divine, she exuded an air of decay and malice. This woman was none other than the mistress of Baika, the earth prophet Ahet, flanked on either side by 8 cloud officials, Yin, Yufeng, Shuanghe, Tai Xia, and Senator as Daruo and his companion strode purposefully into the hall. Ahet tightened her grip on her staff, observing Daruo with a mix of curiosity and caution. Adept in the heart network, she had noted this radiant man upon his arrival to the island, and during that initial probe, she had discerned the immense power he concealed. Consequently, Ahet was particularly wary, not wishing to make any missteps on the eve of the sacrificial ceremony. "Welcome, esteemed guest from Qinghai." Ahet's raspy voice echoed throughout the vast hall, reminiscent of an aging bell tolling. "Thank you most sincerely," Daruo replied courteously, his gaze intensely fixed on Ahet's aged visage. Feigning astonishment as he remarked, "It seems the esteemed prophet possesses remarkable powers, being informed of our arrival on the island at once. I am endowed with the authority to discern all that transpires on Baikar Island, granted to me by the supreme deity Ikitmuna," Ahet responded ambiguously, her brow furrowing at Daruo's feigned ignorance. Yet she refrained from clarifying further. "Such a crafty old fox. Could it be that the so-called deity instructed you to probe our intentions through the heart network?" Daruo smiled outwardly, yet inwardly cursed. It was undeniable that attributing everything to the divine rendered the situation unassailable, leaving no room for further discourse without defying the will of the gods. Although both sides were acutely aware of the underlying understanding, the cunning old fox Ahet chose to divert the topic. "The feast is nearly prepared. Let us proceed." Without waiting for Daruo and his companion's response, she leaned on her staff and made her way to a side chamber on the left of the temple, where a long table capable of seating 20 to 30 guests was laden with various dishes and fine wines. "To test us, they certainly spared no expense," Daruo mused, raising an eyebrow at the sumptuous spread. Adopting a spirit of seizing the moment, Daruo and his party wasted no time, devouring the entire banquet with fervor. After their sumptuous repast, Ahet, observing Daruo's apparent relaxation, finally posed the question that lingered. "Might I inquire about your purpose in visiting Baika?" Daruo, of course, would not divulge that he had come for the thunderfruit and the proverb. Mastering the art of pretense, He feigned inebriation and replied, "Purpose? What purpose could we possibly have? To be honest, we are merely a band of pirates unable to thrive in Shanghai, who heard tales of immense wealth and treasures on the Sky Island, thus daring to venture forth." Daluo's words had a palpable effect. Ihet's wariness visibly diminished as she regarded his sincere demeanor. However, to ensure the utmost safety for the impending ceremony, she still wished to expedite their departure from Baika. "If it is treasure you seek, you have indeed come to the wrong place. Baika harbors little of value. However, in Appiato, there exists a wealth of gold, including a fabled golden bell of immense worth." "Is that so? Then we have truly erred." Dalu feigned juspair, inte hopching. Observing his feigned dismay, Ihet felt a surge of delight. Her elaborate setup had been aimed at persuading these formidable yet enigmatic individuals to vacate Baika. "But fret not, should you wish to proceed to Appiato. I can arrange for you to be transported by vessel." "That would be splendid," Daluo exclaimed with feigned delight, bowing deeply to Ihet. "Thank you immensely. Once we procure the treasure, we shall surely share half with you." Seeing Daluo's acquiescence brought Ihet great joy. She had not anticipated that this sudden twist could be resolved so effortlessly. "It is settled then. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall dispatch someone to take you to Appiato." After a few more exchanges and subtle probes, Ihet, preoccupied with the preparations for the sacrificial ceremony, issued her dismissal, arranging for Daluo and his companions to stay at Nefa's residence for surveillance. Unbeknownst to her, that Nefa had already betrayed her. In the abode of Niufa, Gwent sat on the sofa, gazing at Dalu with a look of perplexity. "What exactly is your plan?" she inquired. Gwent was baffled. The grand sacrificial ceremony of Yahit was to be held the day after tomorrow, so why had Dalu agreed to leave Baika for Apayadu the following day? Was it possible he had heard of a vast treasure in Apayadu and intended to abandon her? The thought sent a wave of anxiety through Gwent, for her leverage was limited, and Dalu's strength was indispensable to overthrow Yahit's rule. Observing Gwent's distress, Dalu patted her hand and reassured her, "We shall not depart tomorrow. Yahit will not reveal her true treasures. Rest assured, we will return." It was evident that Dalu intended to execute a clever ambush on Yahit. After all, the golden bell and treasure could be retrieved at any time, but the thunder fruit and the proverb were what Dalu truly coveted. As this notion crossed his mind, a knowing smile crept across his face. The evening's banquet had not been without its rewards, despite Yahit's meticulous concealment. She had inadvertently revealed a peculiar ornament adorned with a triple comma pattern, the very symbol of the Ark proverb and the thunder drum behind Inalu. Thus, as Dalu had surmised, at least one of the Ark proverb or thunder fruit resided in Yahit's possession. Chapter 177. Each with their own agenda, the efficiency of Baika was remarkable, swiftly determining the arrangements for Dalu and his companions to be sent to Apayadu the next day. With Dalu's consent, they modified the siren song using wind shells, granting it a measure of short-range flight capability. Furthermore, Yahit had specifically dispatched a dozen accompanying personnel to guide Dalu and his group aboard the formidable vessel. This was dubbed navigation, with 3 cloud officials and 2 escort teams assigned for protection. Dalu tossed the list of accompanying personnel onto the coffee table, scoffing. To mobilize nearly half the defense forces at such a critical juncture reveals Yahit's wariness of us unknown factors. It appears we are to deliver a splendid performance tomorrow. Sophia, reclining on the sofa, stretched and inquired, "What shall we do upon our arrival in Apayadu?" "The sacrificial ceremony in Baika is the day after tomorrow. Will we manage to return in time?" Sophia's question echoed the curiosities of all present, particularly Gwent, who turned to Dalu with earnest eyes. "What is your plan?" "You must provide clarity." Although currently collaborating with Dalu, Gwent understood that he held the reins of this partnership, and all actions were to be orchestrated under his guidance. "Do not worry, I have it all in mind." Dalu waved a hand dismissively before continuing, "We must visit Apayadu. Otherwise, Yahit will remain unsettled. However, she did not stipulate that we cannot return. There is a lurking fear that she might sabotage their efforts. Her staff could control the seashells across the entire island. and she would undoubtedly render the wind shells aboard the vessel ineffective. Niufa, arms crossed and leaning against the doorframe, observed the conspiratorial murmurs of the group and interjected. Is that so? Dalu raised an eyebrow, yet remained unfazed as he chuckled. But who says the siren's song cannot fly without those wind shells? Meanwhile, within the temple of Baika, aside from Yufa, who was dispatched to surveil Dalu, the remaining 7 cloud officials in Yahit were prostrated before a grand statue, fervently worshipping. Izamyana above, please bless your devout followers, allowing the sacrificial ceremony the day after tomorrow to proceed smoothly, Yahit prayed, her voice sharp as if metal scraping against glass. In contrast to the fervent zeal of the other cloud officials, Yahit's expression remained detached, her lips curled in a subtle smirk. She held no faith in the so-called deity. It was unclear when she had begun to discern the truth behind deities and faith. The so-called gods were mere fabrications concocted by the elite to solidify their dominion, a tool for controlling the masses. This deception had been upheld for over 80 years, during which she had dutifully served the so-called deity, yet had never responded or manifested any miracles. She was weary, fatigued by the daily worship of a mute stone statue, and thus sought to create a true deity for Baika, a leader capable of unifying the Sky Islands and guiding them back to their ancestral lands. As the group concluded their prayers, a member of the clergy, who had been waiting at the door, entered and presented a list to Yahit. Prophet, here is the list of newborns for this year. That will be all. You may leave, Yahit replied, casually glancing at the list before dismissing the cloud officials and retreating to a side chamber. Once inside, Yahit meticulously examined the roster. This sacrificial ceremony was of utmost importance. Her advanced age left her with little time, and she was eager to cultivate a successor who could carry forth her will. Such a pity, Gwent, Yahit murmured to herself, a note of regret lacing her thoughts as she perused the list. She lamented the fact that her most cherished adopted daughter had defied her orders for trivial reasons. Had it not been for that betrayal, Yahit would have long since solidified her dominion over the Sandia people and the Apiadrans. Victor, Stun, Hawkins, Yahit frowned at the names listed, clearly dissatisfied. The names merely represented this year's newborns, making the investigation of their familial backgrounds crucial. While those appearing on the list came from reputable lineages, Yahit sought more than mere propriety. She desired hatred. Only those with an inherent animosity towards the Sandia and Apayada peoples would suffice. For such a future deity would possess the motivation to inherit and realize her grand vision. Thus, her sights were set on a newborn whose father had perished at the hands of the Sandia. Inalu, you appear to be a promising candidate, Yahit remarked, circling the name in the roster. If all proceeded as planned, this fortunate child would inherit her will and gain access to the ancient legacy obtained from the ruins of Baika, the fabled fruit that governs the heavens. With her selection confirmed, Yahit summoned the 3 cloud officials tasked with escorting Dalu and his group to Apayadu the following day. The cloud official of wind, Kerwin, the cloud official of mist, Walusi, and the cloud official of clouds, Kenki. Kerwin, Walusi, Kenki, as you escort those Qinghai individuals to Apayadu tomorrow, remain vigilant at all times. Report any unusual behavior immediately. Yahit instructed the 3 capable aides with a serious expression. Kenki, on the other hand, seemed unfazed and queried, Prophet, is it not excessive to have 3 of us guarding against a group of Qinghai individuals? As the eminent Yunguan on Baika Island, Kenki possessed a certain pride within him. Thus, he felt a sense of indignation upon witnessing the revered prophet treating a group of Qinghai individuals with such caution. In his view, no matter how formidable this group from Qinghai might be, they could never rival the combined strength of the Yunguans. What do you understand? Yahit immediately reprimanded, then cast a serious glance at the 3 Yunguans, solemnly warning them. This group of Qinghai individuals poses a significant threat to the upcoming ritual ceremony. Hence you must remain exceedingly vigilant, ensuring they are brought to Apayadu Island and that they do not return to Baika. Under her admonishment, the 3 Yunguans dared not harbor even a hint of complacency, each one pledging to successfully complete the task at hand. However, The only female among them, Walusi, voiced her confusion. But how can we ensure they won't return a Baika? They cannot stay on a Paidu. So how can we guarantee that Dalu and the others won't retrace their steps? I have tampered with a few of the wind shells on their ship. Once they reach a Paidu, those shells will perish instantly, leaving them unable to return, Kerwin declared with a hint of pride. Well done. Yahit acknowledged with a nod, clearly satisfied with Kerwin's arrangements. Yet, being inherently cautious, she deemed it insufficient. She then turned to the others and instructed, Kinky, tomorrow, try to take a longer route back, and utilize the Wei-Yun shells to create obstacles, ensuring they cannot discern the course from Baika to a Paidu. Walusi, you two can employ the Huanxia shells to fabricate false signposts. Yahit, with her astute and meticulous planning, had almost anticipated every possible scenario for Dalu and his companions. Yet little did she realize how well the unconventional pink-haired girl she had encountered at the banquet understood her. On the following day, the sun rose early in the lofty skies of the Sky Island, illuminating the morning as brightly as noon. Good morning, Gwent. Hey, ladies. Dala greeted as he entered the dining hall, where the two were already enjoying breakfast at the bar. Dala, you're up quite early, Hey, ladies remarked, raising an eyebrow while perusing a newspaper and sipping milk, evidently surprised by Dalu's disciplined routine. Haha, I'm used to it, Dalu replied, picking up a slice of bread and munching on the unpalatable whole grain while engaging in light conversation with the two. Where's Niufa? Dalu suddenly recalled, nearly choking on his bread and hastily taking a sip of milk to compose himself. He was summoned to the temple early this morning. I wonder what Yahid has planned. Gwent remarked while adding sugar cubes to his coffee and stirring. Whatever it is, we will deal with it as it comes, Dalu shrugged nonchalantly. During their casual banter, the rest of Dalu's pirate crew emerged from their slumber, appearing like zombies as they shuffled towards the dining table to partake in the lavish breakfast. Why are you all up so early? Aisha asked, rubbing her eyes in a sleepy haze. Just then, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed at the door, and a group of priests clad in white temple uniforms entered, carrying various silver platters. You all are awake just in time. Please enjoy the breakfast we have carefully prepared. Kerwin, sporting a slick golden hairstyle, approached with a highly procedural smile. As he spoke, the attendants gracefully placed an array of dishes on the table, moving like ballet dancers. They've truly gone all out, Dala commented, eyeing the sumptuous spread, though he had just nibbled on a baguette and found himself lacking appetite. Were we departing for a payadu? Aisha finally asked, wiping the cream from the corner of her mouth. After her inquiry, all eyes in the room turned towards Dalu, the one who held authority. The accompanying personnel are already waiting outside and ready to depart at any moment, Kerwin kindly reminded, casting a fleeting, anxious glance elsewhere to mask his own urgency. Damn it, are we not even allowed to eat? Dalu thought to himself. But after considering the benefits of an early departure, especially since they needed to return later, he decided it was for the best. Everyone, let us finish quickly so we can set off. Dalu feigned urgency, leading Kerwin to mistakenly believe they were eager to seek treasures on a payadu. Following the captain's command, the crew accelerated their eating pace, swiftly devouring the entire spread in an almost rude manner. Once satiated, the group, surrounded by several Yinguans, arrived at the Baika dock where the siren song was anchored. After adjusting the output power of the wind shells, they hoisted the sails and set the siren song upon the pristine sea. Ahead of the siren song, dozens of vessels resembling speedboats traversed the clouds like sardines. These vessels advanced in a seemingly disorganized yet meticulously orchestrated formation, maintaining a safe distance from the siren song. These fellows are quite cautious, Blagey remarked as he observed the boats ahead. It was evident to anyone with a discerning eye that this seemingly scattered formation was intentional, serving both to monitor Dalu and his crew while ensuring that should they engage, they would not be entirely overwhelmed. Furthermore, the elaborate ruse extended beyond mere formations. Even the thick clouds they traversed and the peculiar signposts along the way were the handiwork of the Yunguans. Such elaborate schemes, Walusi and Kenki, Gwent, disguised as a rebellious girl, scoffed at the pair ahead. Did they orchestrate this? Dalu, with his adept observation skills, instantly recognized the oddity of the signposts and inquired. Indeed, Gawain confirmed, nodding. Walusi, the newly appointed Hei's Yunguan, wields the Huanxia shells, enabling her to create illusions by distorting light. Therefore, these are her creations. Dalu pointed toward a nearby signpost floating in the sea marked with a number 47, affirming his deduction. Yes, Gawain added, continuing, moreover, they manipulated the clouds along the way, leading us on a detour. Oh, what do you mean? Are we not traveling in a straight line? Dalu questioned. Certainly not. Gawain shook her head. Maintaining direction in the cloud sea is inherently challenging, especially with Kenki continuously using the Wei Yun shells to fabricate clouds to mislead you. Indeed, Dalu nodded, yet a hint of concern flickered across his face. After all, there was no competent navigator aboard the ship, and given the convoluted route they had taken, returning would truly prove to be a formidable challenge. Fear not, I am well acquainted with this path. Gwent spoke with a charming smile, seemingly sensing Dalu's apprehension. She then turned her head, casting a teasing glance at the 3 Yunguans in the distance. These fellows certainly did not expect to find me here. Indeed, in the presence of Gwent, who was intimately familiar with this route, all their machinations amounted to mere folly. With the ship, the mermaids him, sailing at full speed for over 4 hours, they finally approached the vicinity of Apayadu. In the distance, the uniquely shaped Heaven's Gate from the original text was already visible. At this moment, Apayadu was still under the governance of Shunganfu. Thus there was no need to pay the exorbitant fee of 10 billion for passage. Ahead lies Apayadu. Please proceed. We must return to report. The Yunguans from the Sky Island halted before the Heaven's Gate, exchanged brief greetings with Dalu and his companions, and hurriedly departed. Without delay, Dalu and his party passed through the Heaven's Gate and ascended a spiraling cloud ladder until the mermaids broke through the summit of the cloud sea. At last, a blinding light appeared above, and as Dalu and his companions gazed upward, a golden plaque emerged at the pinnacle of the cloud sea, inscribed with the words Godland Scipia, meaning the land of the gods. Beneath the plaque, rows of soldiers stood at attention upon the cloud sea, and at the forefront was a knight clad in armor, riding a peculiar bird, poised and ready, the leader being the current ruler of Apayadu, the heavenly horse knight Shinganfu. Confronted by the imposing and unfriendly army before him, Dalu suddenly recalled the profound words of a het in the temple. I have an old friendship with the ruler of Apayadu. I shall greet him and ensure he treats you well. Clearly, the het had played a trick on Dalu. Chapter 179. Apayadu. The armed forces of Apayadu differed significantly from those of Baika. Here, there were fewer Yunguans, but a garrison led by Shunganfu, known as the Divine Guard, was present. This Divine Guard, clad in armor and wielding long spears, resembled celestial soldiers, encircling Dalu and his companions from above. Are you the group of Qinghai people seeking to seize the Golden Bell in Apayadu? The current god of the Sky Island, Shunganfu, stepped forward and bellowed. It must be said that a het was indeed cunning. Strictly speaking, she had not slandered Dalu before Ganfu, for they had indeed come for the Golden Bell and treasures. We are merely very interested in the Golden Bell and wish to see it. We do not intend to take it, Dalu explained loudly, striving to avoid conflict with the residents of the Sky Island. After all, his true goal in Apayadu was not the historically significant Golden Bell, but the gold nestled within the belly of the Lord of the Sky. You cunning Qinghai people, how dare you attempt to deceive me? Ganfu's face contorted with anger as he raised his knight's spear, pointing it at Dalu, then turned to his mounted soldiers, commanding, charge, capture them. As his command echoed, the strange birds beneath the Divine Guard let out a sharp cry and flapped their wings vigorously, soaring into the air and surrounding the mermaids. Faced with the unreasonable Ganfu and the soldiers who had already entered combat mode, Dalu felt a surge of irritation. With a stern expression, he looked at Ganfu. Since reason does not penetrate your ears while standing, perhaps you shall hear better on the ground. Finally, we're about to engage in a grand battle. Rekt, who had acquired new techniques in Alabasta, was already eager to join the fray, while Izumi, Liqian, and Sophia also took their stances, ready for a confrontation. However, Gwen appeared somewhat peculiar, observing Ganfu from a distance, seemingly hesitant to speak. though she appeared to have her reservations and ultimately remained silent. Although Dalu had resolved to engage in battle, he had no intention of fighting personally and even stopped others from intervening. You all need not get involved. Let Xiong handle this. It will be a good opportunity for him to hone his skills. And me? Xiong, singled out, displayed a look of astonishment, then pointed to himself, uncertainly asking, "Is that really all right?" Seeing Xiong engulfed in self-doubt, Dalu patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "You'll be fine. Trust in yourself and in me. Xiong, unleash your potential. If anything goes awry, we will be here." Izumi, wielding a long sword, smiled encouragingly. Until now, Xiong had always been an intern aboard the ship, never facing a battle alone, which had left him lacking the confidence that comes with being a formidable warrior. Yet, from any perspective, Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated. He was more than capable of handling Ganfu and the Divine Guard. How dare they underestimate us? Ganfu, mounted on his peculiar bird, was infuriated to see that they had sent a mere child to challenge him, feeling insulted. He clenched his legs tightly against his mount's belly. With a shrill cry, a unique sky island bird that had consumed the horse fruit took flight, heading towards Xiong. Despite its odd appearance and demeanor, Pai possessed the ability to soar through the skies. Ganfu, brandishing his knight's spear, glimmered in the sunlight, exuding the aura of a true knight as he charged forward. With a swift motion, Ganfu thrust his spear through the air, deliberately aiming for Xiong's shoulder rather than a lethal strike, intending to incapacitate him without causing fatal harm. "How merciful of you! What a surprising act of kindness," Dalu noted with raised eyebrows, recognizing the leniency in Ganfu's attack, which somewhat alleviated his irritation. On the other hand, Xiong, lacking combat experience, failed to discern Ganfu's restraint. He extended his right hand, forming a claw-like grip, and activated his ability to generate a resilient barrier around his hand, attempting to catch the incoming spear. With a resounding clang, the knight's spear struck Xiong's barrier, rebounding as if it had struck a rubber ball, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Ganfu hurtling backward. Fortunately, Pai was agile, flapping its wings and circling in the air to catch Ganfu. An ability user? What kind of power is this? Ganfu exclaimed in shock, his expression darkening as he realized he had underestimated his opponent. He squeezed his legs against Pai's abdomen, and the bird ascended into the sky, circling cautiously, no longer daring to act recklessly. On the shore, seeing the situation unfold, Ganfu's Divine Guard hastily urged their mounts to dive down, resembling fighter jets in formation as they swooped from above, eager to strike decisively, even brandishing their trump card. The impact shell. An impact shell? That level of force is nothing before Xiong. Dalu crossed his arms, exhibiting no trace of concern. After all, when it comes to shockwaves, who could possibly rival the formidable Xiong, who possesses the Roqiu? Indeed, just as the soldiers were about to be completely engulfed by the shockwave emitted from the shock shell, Xiong made his move. With his arms crossed over his chest, the pads of his hands began to vibrate at an astonishing frequency, swiftly giving birth to two white shockwaves in the shape of bear heads. Recalling Dalu's teachings, he recited the incantation necessary to unleash this technique. A bag of rice can withstand several floors. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Once the incantation was complete, Xiong forcefully pushed his crossed arms outward, unleashing a massive circular shockwave that erupted from his body. The Xiong Ji Chong Ji Shen Luo Tianzheng. A new technique imparted to Xiong by the Luo sent everything in its vicinity flying as if it were a tidal wave, even creating a large hole in the surrounding clouds. The guard's cavalry and Ganfu air, positioned at the core of the shockwave, were directly blasted onto the shore, collapsing on the ground in agony. Damn it, even a child can be this formidable. Who on earth are these people? Ganfu air, weakly leaning against Pierre's body, struggled to sit up, trembling as he raised his head to speak. He had succumbed to despair, entirely relinquishing any thoughts of resistance. Now, he could only pray that these powerful Qinghai individuals were not vicious villains, so that his people might fare a little better. Well done, Xiong. After the battle, the Luo approached Xiong, patting him on the shoulder in praise. He then leaped down from the deck with the others, stepping onto the land of Apaya Duo. So, old man, can you finally let me finish my words? Deluo remarked with a playful smile as he looked at Gonfu-Air, who lay on the ground in a posture of surrender. Following the battle, Deluo and his companions transformed their identities from friendly tourists to victorious conquerors. In fact, should they desire, they could easily subjugate the island of Apaya Duo. Although Deluo had no immediate intentions of claiming territory, it would not be unreasonable for the victors to take some items from the island as spoils. Gonfu-Air bowed his head in silence, fully aware of the truth that he was at their mercy. Just as Deluo pondered how to deal with this individual, the hesitant Gwen-Tay stepped forward, rushing to Gonfu-Air's side. With a swift motion, she waved her hand across her face, disrupting the illusion that had shrouded her visage. Long time no see. Gonfu-Air. Restoring her true appearance, Gwen-Tay extended her hand to help the fallen Gonfu-Air to his feet. Gwen-Tay, you're still alive. Chapter 180. The Golden Bell, the divine realm of Skypiea, is actually composed of two islands. The Angel Island, home to the Sky People, constructed entirely from island clouds, and the True Land Island, formed of Earth, which is a fragment of Gaia Island that was thrust into the sky 4 centuries ago. This land, Apaya Duo, is in fact the homeland of the Sandia people, once the fabled land of gold, Shandora. In other words, this territory was seized from the indigenous Sandia by the Sky People, and this territorial dispute has persisted for a full 400 years. During these 4 centuries, all 3 parties, Baika, Sandia, and Angel Island, have grown weary of the conflict, yearning for a relatively peaceful resolution. Unfortunately, the only party capable of enforcing a forced mediation is Baika. Yet, Ihet harbors delusions of returning to the infinite land. To construct an ark prophesied that could reach the moon, she must acquire a vast amount of gold from Apaya Duo and subjugate the Sandia people to serve as laborers for her own selfish desires. Ihet has been secretly sowing discord among the 3 factions while seeking opportunities to conquer Apaya Duo and the Sandia people entirely. However, the prospect of peace does exist. Gwen-Tay, from years past, was the sole beacon of hope, possessing outstanding abilities and a character that was both gentle yet resolute, earning her considerable respect among the 3 factions. Thus, both Apaya Duo and the Sandia people placed their hopes in Gwen-Tay, the future leader of Baika, to bring an end to this protracted conflict. This, without a doubt, threatened Ihet's core interests, leading to Gwen-Tay's downfall. Returning to Apaya Duo, Deluo and his companions were en route to the ruins of Shandora, the location of the Golden Bell, while Gwen-Tay and Ha-Le remained behind to discuss important matters with Gonfu-Air. I truly did not expect you to still be alive, Gwen-Tay. Back at his home, Gonfu-Air removed his heavy knight's armor, gazing at Gwen-Tay with a complex expression. Despite their past as adversaries and the troubles Gwen-Tay had caused him, Gonfu-Air understood his old rival well enough to know that she would never act against the interests of the entire Sky Island. It's merely luck, Gwen-Tay sighed, recalling how, 9 years ago, had it not been for the desperate rescue by her comrades, and the fact that she had jumped into the white sea, narrowly missing landing on Ha-Le weather ship, she would have perished long ago. If you managed to survive by chance, why have you returned? Gonfu-Air inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ihet has firmly grasped control over all of Baika now. Even the 8 cloud officials have been eliminated, leaving only Nia Ufa on our side. In recent years, Ihet has been secretly amassing power, poised to wage war against Apaya Duo and the Sandia people. Tomorrow, a grand sacrificial ceremony will be held in Baika. I suspect she will make a significant move. Given that woman's temperament, it is indeed highly probable. Gonfu-Air furrowed his brow, his fingers drumming restlessly on the table, producing a cacophonous sound. It was evident that he was quite anxious, for with Ihet and Baika's strength, they could easily conquer Apaya Duo, leaving Gonfu-Air and his allies utterly defenseless. What are your plans? Gonfu-Air, evidently restless, stood up from his seat, hands pressed firmly on the table, his gaze piercing as he looked at Gwen-Tay. Do you intend to rely on these Qinghai people? Can they be trusted? Do you have a better solution? Gwen-Tay rolled her eyes, exasperated at the old man before her. Indeed, it is the only option left. Gan fu Zeit in Resignation. He had aged, his strength waning, and now he was merely a shadow of his former self. Yet even in his twilight years, he possessed a compelling dignity. Having been driven to the brink, let us wager all our chips on the table. Gan fu forcefully slapped the table, his eyes ablaze as he fixed his gaze on Gwen Tay, fervently declaring, "So, I implore you, Gwen Tay, become the deity of the Sky Island." Meanwhile, Deluo and the others remained unaware that Gan fu had entrusted the authority of divinity to Gwen Tay. Eager to gather all the gold from Apaya Duo, Deluo and his party promptly made their way to the ruins of Shandora. Recta, search the vicinity for any sign of a giant serpent. Let me know if you find one, but do not act hastily. Aisha, come with me. We shall seek the Golden Bell together. To conserve time, Dalu promptly assigned tasks to everyone upon their arrival at the ruins. The colossal serpent Dalu referred to was, of course, the Master of the Sky, Nolan. In the original narrative, it is described as a giant serpent that has survived for over 4 centuries. Purportedly a descendant of the feathered serpent god, Kasi. It later found itself washed ashore with Gaia Island onto the Sky Island. Within its belly, it consumed a vast amount of gold from Shandora, including the 300 million berries that Luffy later used to purchase the 1,000 Sunny, which naturally Dalu would not overlook as his first fortune in his pirate career. However, the most crucial artifact remained the historical text beneath the Golden Bell, which chronicled the Sea Kings and directed one towards Raftel, while Rekt and his companions were searching for the traces of the giant serpent Dalu mentioned. A sudden and thunderous sound of war drums echoed through the sky, followed by a white cloud sword, resembling a dragon, launching toward Izumi Riken. Someone is coming? They did not seem very friendly. Izumi Riken deftly flicked his sword, cutting through the cloud sword with a sharp wave of sword energy, all while eyeing the approaching figures with vigilance. In the direction Izumi was gazing, a group emerged from behind the ruins, clad in tattered clothing, grass skirts around their waists, and furs draped over their bodies, resembling primitive tribesmen. Yet, this was merely the traditional attire of the Shandians. No winks. They must be the Sandians that Gwent mentioned, Sophia remarked, observing an elderly man adorned with a hat made of animal specimens, styled like a chieftain. They do not seem to be Sky Islanders. Beside the elder, a bald young man covered in peculiar tattoos pointed at Sophia and her companions. This young man, named White, was a descendant of the 400-year-old Sandian warrior, Kargla. Oof. And what of it? They are nothing more than a bunch of scoundrels, just like the Sky Islanders, trampling on others' lands. The elder scoffed, his wrinkled face revealing a hint of stubbornness as he raised his bony staff, pointing towards Izumi Riken and the others. Seize them. With that command, several Sandians wielding spears and iron blades rushed forward, encircling them. If that is the case, there is no other choice. Izumi Riken slowly drew his sword, Heian Masamune, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Unlike Dalu, who had been immersed in the sweet nectar of past civilizations, Izumi had been raised under the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, with a strong prey upon the weak, emphasizing decisive action. Just as Izumi Riken prepared to transform the area into a battlefield, a melodious bell toll resonated from the clouds above. The resounding chimes were grand and powerful, reverberating throughout the heavens as if heralding a sacred symphony. Instantly, all the Sandian warriors stood frozen, as if enchanted, while the elder gaped in astonishment, trembling with excitement. It is here, the Golden Bell. Where is it? Everyone looked upward, discovering a golden bell descending from the sky, swaying and emitting a distant, clear sound. The commotion at the ruins naturally attracted the attention of the entire divine realm, as the nearby Sky Islanders and Gwent, Ganfoer, and others followed the sound of the bell to the site. This is the Golden Bell. Ganfoer and Gwent, riding on the Pegasus, gazed in awe at the golden dot growing larger as it plummeted towards the ground. Meanwhile, the devout Sky Islanders and Sandians had already knelt on the ground, ready to welcome this artifact, lost for over 4 centuries, as if the profound chimes washed away the hatred between them. At last, the colossal bell touched down. The Golden Bell, hidden away for 400 years, had finally reappeared in the world, resonating in the hearts of all, bringing forth a shared yearning for peace amongst the Sandians and Sky Islanders. Chapter 181. New transaction content. The enchanting sound of the bell resonated across the land and sky after 400 years of silence. The forest swayed, and a giant python slowly raised its head from the depths of the ruins, revealing a distinctly human-like expression of joy. It flicked its tongue with a powerful hiss, using its tail to clear the debris that concealed it, elegantly making its presence known. This serpent was a descendant of the former serpent deity, and even after 4 centuries, it remained relatively small, named Nolan by the Shandians in honor of their friendship with it. Nolan slithered closer, resting comfortably among the vines above the golden bell, closing its eyes in tranquility. This was the place where it broke free from its shell during the era when Shandora still flourished, and it bore witness to the pure friendship between Nolan and Kargla. For centuries prior, the great adventurer Nolan arrived here and discovered that the Shandian people still adhered to archaic customs, offering a living sacrifice to the massive serpent deity named Kasi to quell a plague. Unable to bear the sight of such tragedy, Nolan intervened, rescuing a young girl and clashing with the great warrior Kargla. After a fierce battle, Nolan pledged to save the village since he had interrupted the ritual. The Shandians viewed this as a grave disrespect to their gods, yet the chieftain ultimately decided to allow Nolan to fulfill his promise. Consequently, his crew would remain as hostages in Shandora. Should Nolan fail to return, they would be offered to the serpent deity. Subsequently, Nolan ventured outside the village to seek healing plants for the plague. During this time, a series of earthquakes erupted, interpreted by the Shandians as the wrath of the gods, though they were actually signs of the rising ocean currents. Trapped within the fissured earth, Nolan displayed remarkable strength, shaking the ground and astonishing even Kargla. After a series of conflicts, misunderstandings were finally resolved, and warrior Kargla overcame his internal barriers, defeating the serpent they revered as a deity. Nolan successfully concocted a remedy that cured the plague caused by the fever tree disease. A celebration ensued, but the cultural differences between their two worlds soon gave rise to discontent among the villagers. Some complained that Nolan and his crew had trampled upon their history, even cutting down the sacred tree that sheltered them. To quell the villagers' fury, Kargla expelled Nolan and his companions. However, in gratitude for Nolan's kindness, the Sandians rang the golden bell to bid him farewell, ringing it day and night in hopes that one day Nolan would follow its chimes back to Shandora. After leaving Shandora, Nolan traveled to Dressrosa. During this time, Gaia Island was thrust to unprecedented heights by a mighty upsurge of ocean currents. When Nolan returned to Gaia Island by royal command, he found only a devastated landscape devoid of the fabled land of gold. He was subsequently executed for treason, and his tale was mocked, leaving him with a legacy of scorn for centuries. On the Sandian side, upon learning of Nolan's fate from the inhabitants of the Blue Sea, the great warrior Kargla succumbed to remorse and died. The golden bell was lost during Gaia Island's ascension. This became the source of enduring regret for all Sandians. Thus, they have long sought to reclaim the golden bell, using its chimes to declare the existence of Shandora to the world and to vindicate Nolan, the so-called king of liars, while comforting the souls of two dear friends. The golden bell holds extraordinary significance for the people of Kongdao. They perceive the chimes emitted during the ascent of Jaya Island as a divine melody, a sacred sound bestowed upon them by the gods, thus rendering the golden bell a revered artifact in their faith. The resurgence of the golden bell has momentarily set aside the animosity between the two factions, allowing for a fleeting opportunity for dialogue, an opportunity that Ganfor, who has long yearned for peace, would undoubtedly seize. Zikluosi, with the golden bell's return to the world. It is time for us to have a serious conversation, Ganfor remarked, casting a glance at the elder Shandia, who stood nearby with a staff in hand. There is nothing to discuss with you people of Kongdao, Zikluosi, the leader of Shandia, retorted with a scoff, gripping his staff tightly. I have received word that a Kayat from Baika will hold a grand ceremony tomorrow, and they are currently mobilizing for war. It is highly likely that Baika will unilaterally declare war upon us. Ganfuer exclaimed with fervor, his white beard quivering with agitation. Although Zikluosi remained silent, he was clearly shaken. As the weakest faction among the three, the situation for the Shandia people had become precarious, exacerbated by years of conflict that had decimated their youth. In other words, the Shandia were on the brink of extinction, and with such a feeble force, their only recourse against the predatory Baika was to unite. I have relinquished my divine position. The new deity will welcome your arrival, Ganfuer noted, seizing the moment as Zikluosi's tone softened. The new deity? Who is it? Zikluosi inquired hastily, for he had been contemplating an alliance with Appiato to navigate the imminent crisis. If the new deity harbored animosity towards the Shandia, their future would be grim. The urgency of Zikluosi's reaction played directly into Ganfuer's hands. With the cunning of an old fox, he narrowed his eyes and revealed, "You should know her. It's that girl from Baika, Gwent." Taking a step back, he unveiled the true identity behind the new deity. Ganfuer was shrewd. He knew that Zikluosi would waver upon learning that Gwent was the new deity, especially since Zikluosi's grandson was among the Shandia prisoners she had once set free. As expected, the moment Zikluosi laid eyes on Gwent, his already uncertain stance crumbled entirely. Some warriors behind him, those who had been rescued by Gwent, bowed deeply in gratitude. "If you were to lead Kongdao, that would be splendid," Zikluosi said, offering a slight bow toward Gwent. With the dawn of peace on the horizon, a grand feast was deemed the only fitting way to express their joy. In the evening, the Shandia and a portion of the Kongdao people held a magnificent banquet near the ruins. Despite the lingering awkwardness, the two factions finally sat together in a spirit of calm, and time would gradually erode the enmity between them, smoothing over their past grievances. The first to breach this barrier were the children, untainted by hatred. I never imagined I would share a drink with you, old man," Zikluosi exclaimed, raising his cup as he observed the Shandia and Kongdao children frolicking together at the banquet. "Indeed, I had not anticipated this either, but it seems quite pleasant," Ganfuer replied, wiping the spilled wine from his beard. "Thanks to Gwent, and of course, we must also express gratitude to those Qinghai people who retrieved her and the Golden Bell. Without them, we might have faced annihilation by Baika in a matter of days." Meanwhile, Dalu and his companions were relishing the roasted meats at the banquet while contemplating how to extract the gold from the belly of the giant serpent. "In my opinion, we should simply slice open its belly and retrieve the gold," suggested Hichuan, ever the pragmatic one, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, causing Nolan, who dwelled atop the golden bell, to tremble in fear. "That works too. We could extract its gallbladder, and I could brew some liquor." Lykeet was already devising ways to repurpose the serpent's remains. "Enough scaring it. Dalla mentioned we should try to spare its life," Aisha interjected, observing Nolan, who was petrified by their suggestions. "So what do you propose?" They debated among themselves, and just as Dalu intended to conclude this futile discussion, Gwen approached him, leading him to a secluded corner. "I am here to amend our agreement. I want you to help me unify Kongdao," Gwen stated directly. "Unify Kongdao?" Dalu raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering across his face as he regarded Gwent. "Unifying Kongdao isn't a challenge for me, but what incentive do I have to assist you? You currently lack sufficient leverage to persuade me." "I do," Gwent replied with unwavering conviction. "Oh, don't tell me it's the gold from Appiato? That wouldn't count, since we effectively defeated Ganfuer and his divine guard. Thus, everything on this island is rightfully our spoils," Dalu reminded her, not allowing Gwen a chance to take advantage. "Of course not," Gwen countered, shaking her head. "You help me unify Kongdao for a time, and once the situation stabilizes, I shall allow you to become the deity of this unified Kongdao. What do you say?" "What do I say? Not much." While the prospect of ruling a kingdom was undeniably enticing, Dalu had no intention of relinquishing his freedom for it. "Apologies, but we have no desire to remain here as kings," he shrugged, clearly uninterested in Gwent's proposition. "What do you want then?" "This is all I have to offer." Gwent gritted her teeth. "Helping you govern Kongdao could be feasible. However, we plan to continue our voyages, making it difficult to trust you. Instead, Let us assist you in unifying Kongdao, and once the situation stabilizes, you shall join us. Perfect timing, as we're in need of a navigator. Chapter 182. The Gold of Zionwula. Dalu's decision to invite Gwent to join his pirate crew was not impulsive. It was a carefully considered choice. Setting aside her knowledge of weather and navigation acquired from years of study in Visalia, her esteemed reputation on Kongdao was enough to compel Dalu to extend an olive branch. Previously, Dalu had hesitated to claim Kongdao as his territory due to the complexity of the three factions, making it challenging to ensure stability after conquest. A region that required constant oversight and maintenance did not pique Dalu's interest. However, a resource-rich kingdom with a high degree of autonomy became a significant prospect. Moreover, Dalu harbored deeper ambitions. He intended to establish trade routes between Kongdao and the Qinghai, subsequently integrating into the world government. This way, not only would Kongdao gain naval protection, but Dalu would also secure a ticket to the King's Council. If everything operates smoothly, it could serve as a lever to exert influence over the world government. However, all of this must be anchored in trust. We must not allow Daluo's painstaking efforts to go to waste, only to end up creating opportunities for others. In the pirate world, stable relationships are predicated on comradeship. What do you think? Are you interested in joining us? Daluo gazed at Gwent with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. He was confident that Gwent would acquiesce to his proposal, yet he sincerely hoped she would join them wholeheartedly. Join you? Gwent raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of surprise. She had anticipated a refusal from him regarding her unification of the Sky Island, but never expected Daluo to extend an invitation. Being a pirate does seem rather appealing. Gwent appeared intrigued. After all, if she were truly obsessed with the position of the ruler of the Sky Island, she would not have lingered in Visalia for so long. Then it's settled. We welcome your addition, Daluo said with a smile, extending his right hand. A resounding clap echoed as their hands firmly clasped. The two tacitly refrained from discussing any transactional matters, for they were comrades who entrusted their lives to one another. Assisting Gwent in unifying the Sky Island would naturally fall within their collective responsibilities. Then I shall rely on you, Captain. After confirming Gwent's inclusion, Daluo and the others celebrated briefly before leading everyone to the heart of the Shandora ruins, bringing along the enormous serpent named Nolan as well. I say, after such a lengthy discussion, have you yet devised a way to extract the gold from this serpent's belly? Dalu remarqued, somevat exasperated, as he observed the seemingly dim-witted group before him. What do you suggest? Aisha appeared a bit defiant. In response to Aisha's skepticism, Daluo remained silent. He simply withdrew a seawater grenade from his pocket and delivered a punch to the abdomen of the giant python. Roar! Nolan let out a pained wail from the heavy blow to its vulnerable spot. Observing the gaping maw before him, Daluo promptly tossed the seawater grenade into Nolan's mouth. Naturally, Nolan, having been inexplicably punched, would not take this lightly. It fiercely struck its tail against the ground, using the force to swiftly lunge toward Daluo, oblivious to the dreadful object it had just swallowed. With a snap of his fingers, a torrent of seawater erupted from the giant python's belly, inflating Nolan like a balloon. An overwhelming discomfort surged from its midsection, and after enduring for a while, Nolan could no longer hold it in and retched violently. Gold! There is indeed gold! Aisha exclaimed as she rushed over to the glimmering golden substance in the vomit, lifting a golden teapot that stood half her height and dancing with joy. Look at you! Daluo teased, while with a mere gesture of his right hand, he summoned the compressed air to draw the gold toward him. The true potential of the devil fruit abilities relies heavily on imagination. One must not confine their thinking too rigidly. Daluo expressed his frustration. The abilities within the pirate world are incredibly diverse, yet few can truly harness their powers effectively. The only individual Daluo held in high regard was Doflamingo, who developed an almost unbreakable technique known as birdcage. Regrettably, the Ito no Mi itself is quite lacking, and even with optimal development, its strength remains limited. Apart from him, others have shown little prowess in developing their abilities. Even Luffy, who once showcased the rubber fruit's potential, now appears rather mediocre after its reformation. The discussion on this topic did not linger for long. After securing the gold, Deluo instructed the other crew members to prepare for their return to Baika that night. Meanwhile, he accompanied Gwent and the leader of the Shandians, Siklos, to the Shandora ruins. As the centerpiece of history and a vessel of faith for both the Shandians and the inhabitants of the Sky Island, Deluo had no intention of taking the Golden Bell. However, he had no qualms about seizing the gold within the Shandora ruins. Although most of the gold from Shandora had been washed away by an ascending current 400 years ago, a significant portion of golden structures remained in the city center. In the future, when Enel arrives, he will plunder the Golden Country, melting down all the gold into materials for constructing the Ark Maxim. Judging by the size of the Ark, Deluo estimated that the gold should be worth at least 10 billion berries. Following a towering vine and traversing a narrow alley, Deluo and his companions arrived at a site of ruins. Although labeled as ruins, the buildings were notably grander, adorned with numerous carvings inscribed with unknown characters. Whether ancient script or the language of Shandora from 4 centuries ago, ahead stood a pyramid structure, tilted and collapsed, standing out prominently. Scattered around were various items made of gold, columns, ceremonial vessels, and components from other structures. In summary, the site was a dazzling expanse of gold. "There's so much gold," Gwent gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Meanwhile, Siklos was even more animated. Upon witnessing the ancestral land, he placed his staff down and prostrated himself in worship, uttering prayers that seemed to beseech the needs of Shandora. Once Siklos concluded his prayers and rose, Deluo addressed the two of them. "Gwent, I need the Shandians to help me extract this gold. I have grand designs." Since Deluo intended to designate the Sky Island as his territory, he would not forsake this gold. Firstly, he planned to use the funds to pay the Sky Island's tribute to the world government, thereby securing a legitimate seat for the Sky Island and ensuring protection from the Navy while gaining trading rights with other nations. Secondly, he needed to establish a route between the Sky Island and the Blue Sea, and the current moment was opportune. After the Celestial Dragons massacred the island of Jaya, it had become a lawless land. The Sky Island could easily purchase Jaya and build a base there. The remaining funds would be allocated to resettle the Shandians, providing them with a new homeland. Deluo intended to use the island of Jaya and the Shandora ruins to accommodate this group of Shandians, thus allowing them to return to their roots. After elucidating these plans to the two, Siklos jumped up in excitement, nearly bowing to Deluo on the spot. After being stopped by Deluo, he assured Deluo that he would ensure the extraction of all the gold without any oversight. This was the attitude Deluo desired, and he was confident that the Shandians would not embezzle this money, as it would ultimately be used to build their homeland. As for the Sky Islanders, he merely chuckled. Regardless of how the people of Kongdao embellish their narrative, it cannot obscure the irrefutable truth that they are indeed robbers. Clearly, Jaya Island is the homeland of the Shandians. Yet, this shameless group of Kongdao individuals has concocted a myth to usurp this land, deceptively branding it as the divinely gifted territory. On another front, witnessing Siklos express heartfelt gratitude towards Daro, Gwent displayed a look of astonishment, subsequently jesting, "I never imagined you possessed such mastery in manipulation. Why not remain here and take up the mantle of ruler of Kongdao?" In response to Gwent's playful banter, Daro chuckled, replying, "I have no desire to be a benevolent sovereign." After concluding their discussions, Daro and Gwent returned to the ship, the Mermaid's Hymn, where Rector and the others had completed their preparations, awaiting Daro's command to set sail back to Baika. "Daro, we have a problem." Sophia appeared from the cabin, her brow furrowed as she clutched a large Kongdao shell. The wind shells previously installed in Baika have all perished. The peculiar nature of the Bai Sea is quite remarkable. While it shares the buoyancy of the Qinghai, it lacks oceanic currents due to its distinct composition. Thus, without the propulsion of the wind shells, both the ship and the Weiba can only drift aimlessly across the Bai Sea, unable to navigate. As expected, Daro remained unfazed, for with Yait's temperament, it would indeed be strange if he did not resort to trickery. Meanwhile, Gwent and Haildas produced several strange ropes tied in peculiar knots from their pockets and offered them to Daro, saying, "Use these." Upon examining the unusual items, Daro laughed. recognizing them as the signature wind knots from Weather Island Visalia, capable of generating powerful gales. Haha, you should keep these for self-defense. Possessing the compression fruit, Daro had no need for such contrivances. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, and a powerful stream of compressed air filled the sails, gently propelling the mermaid's him away from the dock. Let's return to Baika and see what that prophet is truly up to. Chapter 183. Sniping as midnight approached. The mermaids him sailed languidly across the Bye-Bye Sea. Thanks to the numerous contingencies left by Yite, the ship's speed was rather sluggish. As anticipated, that old woman has truly gone to great lengths. Daro chuckled as he observed the disordered signposts and the jumbled sequence of markers. Gwen had previously informed him that the signposts along this route had been tampered with, and indeed, this was confirmed. However, Yite likely did not foresee that Gwent would be aboard the ship. Even with Gwent directing their path, it took them over 2 hours to traverse only half the distance, and the remaining journey appeared to be even more arduous. What dense fog? What should we do? Bear, gripping the ship's helm, gazed ahead at the thick white mist that obscured visibility entirely, feeling somewhat at a loss. This is not mere fog. It is the mist cloud created by that rascal Kenki using the wind shells. It obscures sight and spans a vast area, likely shrouding us for the remainder of our journey, Gwen explained. Can you still discern the direction? No. Gwent shook his head, his expression darkening. The direction in the Bye-Bye Sea is already difficult to ascertain. Without sight, it is easy to become lost. It seems we must disperse this cloud. Daro drew his revolver from his waist and stepped to the front of the ship, preparing to use compressed air bullets to clear the thick mist and unveil the hidden path. However, Gwent stopped him, saying, "This mist cloud is intricately linked to the wind shells. If we forcefully disperse it, he will certainly detect our actions. And what if he does? We shall boldly return to Baika." Daro waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to the potential consequences. He then raised his golden revolver and fired a shot at the ominous cloud above. At this juncture, he no longer cared whether Yite would employ any tricks to conceal the Thunder Fruit or the Ark's blueprints. Having resolved to unify Kong Dao and support Gwent as the new deity, it was imperative to eliminate all obstacles. Once Gwent firmly established her position as the ruler of Kong Dao, the fruits and schematics could be gradually pursued. With a swift whoosh, the bullet transformed into a spear of air, piercing through the cloud and cleaving a path as if Moses had parted the Red Sea, revealing the previously obscured scenery and signposts. Impressive. Gwent swallowed hard, astonished by Daro's display of power. While she anticipated his strength, she had not expected him to disperse the thick cloud with a single shot. All right, let us resume our journey. Daro skillfully twirled his revolver, casually remarking. Meanwhile, on the route from Apaya to Baika, Kenki, stationed there under Yite's orders, suddenly sensed an unusual movement. As the possessor of the wind shell, he could not only create various clouds, but also perceive the movements of enemies within the mist as a spider senses prey ensnared in its web. Someone is approaching. Kenki called to the 3 other cloud officials stationed with him. It must be those Qinghai people. Hey, the prophet was right. They truly dare to come. Kerwin, arms crossed, hefted a peculiar weapon resembling a mortar and stepped onto the Weiba. In that case, we must promptly report to the prophet. Meanwhile, Huilis, carrying a mirror-like Huanxia shell, hurriedly retrieved a communication shell from her pocket, only to be halted by the Iron Cloud official, Eleni. Wait, let's first confront those Qinghai people. I want to see just how formidable they are to warrant such a significant mobilization from the prophet. Eleni asserted defiantly. Huilis hesitated, as the prophet had specifically instructed her to report any disturbances immediately. Feeling uncertain, she cast a glance at Kerwin, who was responsible for this operation. Follow Eleni's lead. Once we deal with those Qinghai people, we can inform the prophet. This way, we might even earn some merit, Kerwin added, equally reluctant to back down, as he had long harbored grievances against Daro and his companions during their time in Baika. Very well, Huilis muttered, tucking the communication shell back in her pocket before seizing the Huanxia shell and rushing out to coordinate with Kenki. The abilities of the wind shell and Huanxia shell are quite unique. Neither can be directly employed in combat and lack lethality. Yet they are invaluable for creating illusions to confuse enemies and obscuring visibility, making them ideal for ambushes. Under the guidance of Huilas and Kenki, the area where the Cloud officials were stationed quickly became enveloped in mist, with dozens of bows, crossbows, and lance-wielding assault troops riding the wave while becoming indistinct amidst the haze. In front of the mist stood two teams, led by Eleni and Kerwin, comprising the sword guard and the gun guard. With this setup, success is assured. Kerwin and Eleni exchanged satisfied glances. Meanwhile, the mermaid's hymn continued its gradual advance. Suddenly, another strange mist loomed ahead, within which numerous figures were discernible. The perceptive Aisha immediately detected the situation before them. What a grand spectacle! Dalu rolled up his sleeves and simultaneously chambered the two pistols at his waist. In his perception, obscured by the swirling mist, there were at least 100 figures densely packed. How astute they are to have detected us from this distance. Could it be due to the fog? Sophia, as she tied her long hair into a practical ponytail for battle, voiced her confusion. Indeed, these several Yunguans possess the ability of Kinbunchaku, and their range is considerable, Dalu remarked, narrowing his eyes at the four Yunguans standing before the mist. Gwent, bewildered, interjected, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, my apologies. You may not have heard the term Kinbunchaku," Dalu chuckled. "Perhaps it will be better to refer to it as Xing'an, as it is known on the Sky Islands." "I see." Gwent nodded. Recalling her past as a prophet, she understood the concept of Xing'an immediately upon Dalu's explanation. "It seems I have much to learn." Gwent adjusted her glasses with a sigh. "Take your time," Dalu reassured her, then shifted his gaze back to the mist ahead. Moments later, the mermaid SM sailed into the white fog, and almost as the ship was completely enveloped, four figures appeared around it in quick succession. "How unfortunate for you, Qinghai people, to return to Baika without notification. That constitutes illegal intrusion," declared Kerwin, perched atop a gigantic vulture, wielding a cannon like Paiji Bay. "Oh, we merely discovered something that had fallen into Baika and wished to retrieve it. Surely that is not a crime." Dalu spread his hands, a mocking smile on his face. "I see, but that is still a capital offense." Kerwin adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with pity. "Enough of their nonsense." Kinky, wearing sunglasses and sporting a long braid, grumbled, 5 men, 2 women, 1 cat, and 1 rabbit. How do we divide the 4 of us?" The 4 Yunguans were acutely aware that a significant upheaval would occur in Baika the following day. At this critical juncture, those who could achieve more military merit would gain an advantage in the ensuing reshuffle and wield greater influence. Of course, whoever brings down the enemy claims the spoils. The opportunistic Alan hastily proclaimed, drawing a peculiar gourd-like object from his waist and hurling it towards Dalu, unleashing a beam of white light. Clang! He swiftly drew his 3-foot-long sword, firmly blocking the white ribbon of light, then leaped into the air, apparently intrigued by the peculiar sword. Light as cloud, yet as solid as iron. This is the Yuntai Bay of the Sky Islands, capable of freely generating hard and sharp Yuntai. Its power is formidable. Be cautious. Gwent, who had never witnessed He Chinli's true strength, warned anxiously. Meanwhile, Kinky, unable to contain himself at seeing his companion make the first move, manipulated the Weiyun Bei in his hand to generate more mist, simultaneously commanding the archers and gunmen hidden within to launch an assault from above. "Humph. Was it you who categorized me as a pet earlier?" Balaji retorted indignantly, then sprang into the air like a nimble cat, transforming into a harbinger of death amidst the fog, reaping havoc. Standing aside, Walusi crossed her arms, showing no intention of joining the fight. As the weakest Yunguan, she hoped instead to scavenge when the enemies were in dire straits. Unfortunately for her, her plans would be thwarted. The moment Gwent spotted the illusory haze bay in her hands, she was immediately reminded of the companion who had once diverted ahead, allowing her to escape 9 years prior. A companion who had since perished, the former Xianguan. Let me see how capable the new Yunguan chosen by Ihet truly is. Gwent pulled out the wind-s knot from her pocket, summoning a whirlwind to engage Walusi in battle. Despite losing the staff that only a prophet could wield, which combined the 8 ancestral shells, Gwent managed to dominate Walusi and dozens of Bika soldiers with various climatic pathways obtained from Visalia and her formidable mine network. Observing his companions fighting independently, Kerwin set his sights on Dalu. He glanced at the enormous Pyge Bay cannon in his hand, then at Dalu's small revolver, and felt a wave of reassurance wash over him due to the overwhelming disparity in firepower. How pitiful to face me. Allow me to grant you release. Kerwin slicked back his hair with his fingers, revealing a cruel and defiant smile, then forcefully swung the Pyge Bay cannon forward, aiming its barrel at Dalu. You speak boldly. Dalu pressed a bullet into the revolver's chamber, a malevolent smile gracing his features. Have you decided how you wish to perish? Chapter 184. A Het S. Trump card defying a prophet is an affront to the divine. Kerwin raised the Pyge Bay cannon, aiming it at Dalu with the crosshairs affixed to its barrel. Seeing Dalu's indifferent demeanor ignited a spark of irritation within him, and he continued, How pathetic it is to lack even faith. Repent beneath the might of my cannon. As his words fell, Kerwin pulled the trigger, unleashing a violent wave of energy toward Dalu. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a powerful wave surged from the cannon's barrel like a roaring dragon, instantly dispersing the surrounding mist, and at the center of the explosion, Dalu appeared to be engulfed. Kerwin gazed at Dalu's position, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he envisioned Dalu being obliterated into mincemeat by his strike. Yet fate had other plans. Amidst the flames of the explosion, a figure clad in a black trench coat emerged from the smoke, the coat billowing dramatically, followed by a languid voice. Truly, the Pyge Bay can rival the Six Kings gun. Its power is indeed impressive. Dalu observed the air shield before him, punctured through a layer, muttering in astonishment. No wonder Enel in the original story fell to the ground, needing to have his heart restarted after just one hit. For an ordinary person, enduring such a close-range attack would indeed be intolerable. However, this is where it ends. Dalu scoffed softly, then raised his revolver, aiming it at Kerwin's neck. Allow me to demonstrate my firepower. The silver bullet streaked from the gun's chamber, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Although this shot lacked the grandiosity of the previous cannon fire, the power contained within was of an entirely different caliber. With a soft pop, the bullet effortlessly pierced through Kerwin's chest without any resistance, and Kerwin felt a chill wash over his heart, only to find himself spiraling to the ground the next moment. Impossible. How can this be? Kerwin coughed blood, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Dalu, then glanced back at the Pyge Bay cannon in his hands, unable to fathom that his lethal strike had been casually deflected and that he was not even a match for Dalu. What has led you to harbor such a grandiose misconception of your strength? Dalu regarded Kerwin, now lying in a pool of blood, with a hint of gentle pity. But then again, you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, isolated from the world for far too long. After swiftly dispatching Qin, Daluo effortlessly seized Benna with a grasp of the void, examined it momentarily, and found it lacking in interest, thus turning back to the deck. Enough of your games. You two, quickly eliminate them. We have a journey ahead. Daluo commanded towards the sky where Bruiji and Huchuan Lixian hovered. As a formidable member of the Fur tribe, Bruiji's prowess made it trivial to confront a mere Kenki. The obscuring mist posed no challenge against his keen perception. Noticing his captain's impatience, Bruiji steeled himself, rubbing his paws together until a fierce current of electricity surged within his palms. With a powerful kick of his hind legs, he leapt above the clouds. The moment he entered the cloud cover, a tempest of lightning erupted, accompanied by anguished cries, as the aerial Bika soldiers fell like moths struck down by an electric zap. Even the more resilient Kenki succumbed to Bruiji's thunderous claw, collapsing unconscious. On the other side, Huchuan Lixian lamented, "It seems our amusement must come to an end," which is truly unfortunate, as it was quite entertaining. He once more swung his long sword, effortlessly cleaving Alan's elusive cloud iron sword in twain. The iron cloud shell, originally wielded by a priest of Anilu, was renowned for its extensible nature and hardness comparable to steel. How could you sever my sword with such ease? Who are you? Truly? Alan, realizing his defeat was inevitable, swallowed hard, despair enveloping his heart. "So, you've given up the fight," Hechuan Lixian remarked with narrowed eyes. With a graceful motion, he flickered behind Alan, executing a flourish before sheathing his sword. Though no strike was made, Alan stood frozen, a thin line of crimson appearing upon his pale neck. "Indeed, the technique I executed in this state pales in comparison to what my senior brother could achieve," Hechuan Lixian mused, somewhat dissatisfied. After Hechuan Lixian and Bruji efficiently dealt with their adversaries, only Huiris remained, desperately holding her ground against Gwent, whose battle was nearing its conclusion. Why do you? The traitor dare return? Having fought for so long, Huiris recognized Gwent. Although they had grown up together, they had never seen eye to eye. Both were adopted. Yet Gwent had been lauded as the prophet of the sky, while Huiris had to struggle for even a minor position as a cloud officer. Her jealousy boiling over at Gwent's every success. A traitor? The true traitor is not I, Gwent retorted, shaking her head. If she were to be labeled a traitor, then what of the soldiers sent to die 9 years ago, or the oppressed factions on Baika Island, or the countless souls lost in wars instigated by a Het? It would be utterly ironic. Upon her return, she intended to purge the specter of a Het that loomed over Baika. I truly regret trusting Kuen's deceitful words and failing to inform the prophet in due time. Huiris, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, frantically wiped it with her sleeve, madness creeping into her pallid features. The prophet will surely avenge us. She will. Are you done? If so, let it end. Gwent conjured a swirling mass of dark electrical clouds with a specialized meteorological device and launched it towards Huiris. It seems we have resolved this matter. Let us depart, Daluo remarked, observing Gwent approaching the mermaid's him. When Gwent stepped onto the deck, Daluo tossed her several recently acquired Sky Island shells. I recall you mentioning that the prophet can master all Sky Island shells. These shall serve as your protection. Surely, you won't forget how to use them? Of course not, Gwent replied with a bright smile. Meanwhile, within the temple on Baika, night had fallen, and most had retired early. Yet a Het remained preoccupied with preparations for the next day's ceremony. Why do I feel such unease? Is it due to those sea people? Despite her meticulous preparations, her mind was restless. Exiting her study with a lamp crafted from shell, she ventured into a secluded corner of the temple's rear garden. Upon activating a mechanism, an ancient stone door adorned with enigmatic totems slowly opened. Descending the stairs through the stone threshold, the Het arrived at a hidden chamber. Unknown to all, beneath the clouds and colossal vines of the Baika temple lay a lunar relic. And it was from this very site that a Het had learned of the origins of Sky Islanders. This was the boundless land known as the Moon, from which the Sky Islanders hailed, specifically from a city called Baikal, renowned for its advanced technological civilization, which ultimately fell to an unknown cataclysm. A portion of the survivors had embarked on an arc to the White Sea, constructing this relic in hopes that their deity would one day lead them back to the boundless land. Indeed, even the technologically advanced lunar inhabitants engaged in divine worship. As in Baikal, to consume the thunder fruit and master lightning was akin to embodying a god. The boundless land, the glory of my ancestors, shall be revived by me. Ihet gazed upon the dormant robots within the relic and the blue fruit resting upon the altar, a manic smile spreading across her face. Originally, she had planned to spend decades cultivating a deity to fulfill her ambitions, but Daluo's presence had provoked her unease, prompting her to reconsider. In that case, let me become this deity. Ascending the altar step by step, Ihet retrieved the fruit from the shrine, feeling the tingling sensation coursing through her body and the immense power lying dormant within her frail form, eliciting a joyous laugh. As if in response to the emergence of this deity, the previously dim Baika suddenly shone as brightly as day, and the myriad robots displayed within the relic awoke, their crimson eyes glowing fiercely. Chapter 185. The Divine. The following day dawned. Due to the sacrificial ceremony, Baika Island buzzed with excitement, all donned in unified prayer garments. Gathering at the third level of the temple, the sacrificial altar, situated in a clear area behind the temple, bore resemblance to the Maya pyramids of Daluo's past life. Legend had it that the prophet could communicate with the divine at this altar. Thus the ceremony was conducted here. Surrounding the altar, nearly all of Baika's armed forces were mobilized, encircling it so tightly that not a drop could pass through. The remaining 4 cloud officers stood solemnly at the corners of the altar, gazing down with vigilance, as if anticipating a thunderous strike at the slightest disturbance below. 8 centuries ago, our ancestors emerged from the boundless earth, only to be cast adrift to the White Sea due to a catastrophic disaster. 400 years later, the revered Mother Goddess, summoned by the devout prayers of the residents of Kongdao, bestowed upon them a sacred land. Clad in a white robe and leaning on her scepter, the divine priestess Yite recited incantations, narrating the origins of the Kongdao people. She then shifted her tone, stating, however, the land gifted to the Baika people by the deities has been seized by the Apaya and Sandia peoples. Those who lack reverence for the divine, along with the heretics of Sandia, have taken away the land and gold bestowed upon us. Yite waved her scepter, her eyes ablaze with righteous indignation, igniting a fervor among the Baika residents below. The crowd erupted in fervent excitement, as if they were ready to enlist in the army and engage in battle against their sworn enemies, the Apaya and Sandia. Indeed, it is no wonder that those who dabble in politics are the finest of actors, Dara remarked, observing the fervent war mobilization led by Yite from their concealed vantage point in the southwest corner of the altar. At that moment, Dara and his companions were hidden among the crowd, undisturbed by the presence of the traitorous Niufa. War demands not only hatred but also legitimacy. Yite was well aware of this principle. Thus, after completing the war mobilization, she promptly transitioned to the main topic of the day. Years ago, during a prayer, I received the divine will. The deity shall be born among the Baika and unify the entire Kongdao, leading his most devout followers back to the cradle of the deities, the boundless earth. As Yite spoke, a group of nuns approached the altar, cradling several infants wrapped in golden embroidered swaddles. These are the newborns of this year, Victor, Stun, Hawkins, and Anilu. The deity has revealed to me that he will be born in one of them. Despite having consumed the thunder fruit, Yite still intended to select a successor. A young deity could render the war just and enhance her control over the Baika. Everything must be done in the name of the divine. Just as Yite was in the midst of designating her chosen divine child, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. A woman, her short hair neatly cropped and a basket of spears slung over her shoulder, pushed through the throng and approached the altar. Several Baika soldiers attempted to block her path, but she effortlessly pierced them with her hurled spears. Yite, cease your nauseating performance. You are the architect of this war. The woman shouted angrily as she ascended the altar. It was Nala, and both Gwynthe and Niufa on the altar froze momentarily, clearly recognizing her. Do you know her? Dara inquired curiously, casting an admiring glance at the wild-spirited woman on the platform. Yes, she was formerly my Wind Cloud officer. I heard she married after being dismissed by Yite, but I never expected Gwynthe's expression turned somewhat complex. I see, Dara replied, recalling that he had indeed heard mention of her during his time at Niufa's home. He then teased Gwynthe. I must say, she exhibits far more courage than you. Indeed, Gwynthe sighed, acknowledging that Nala, who had always been headstrong, was the braver of the two, especially compared to her own 9 years of hiding in Visalia. On the altar, after knocking several Baika soldiers down with her makeshift spear, Nala rushed to the forefront of the crowd, eager to expose the evidence of Yite's transgressions. This act, however, incited the wrath of the cloud officials present. Nala, do you think we're dead? The rain cloud officer, Runty, a bearded old man, raised his gourd-shaped rain pearl and shouted furiously at Nala. You treacherous scoundrels deserve to die. Nala retorted through gritted teeth, throwing her spear with all her might. The spear traced a graceful arc through the air. Mid-flight, the impact pearl tied to the spear erupted, propelling it toward the old man with increased velocity. Once a formidable wind cloud officer, now reduced to using an impact pearl after losing your rain pearl. How laughable, mocked the fire cloud officer, Fayer, as he unleashed a fire breath that incinerated the spear. Curse you. If Gwynthe were still here, you would be in for it. Nala cursed, hastily retrieving another spear from her basket, determined to fight to the bitter end. Faced with two cloud officials and without her rain pearl, Nala was quickly overwhelmed. Seeing this, Gwent could no longer restrain herself. "It seems it is time for me to take the stage." Dara stepped forward, crossing through the crowd while unleashing his own tempestuous aura. The others followed suit, converging with Dara at the foot of the altar. "Nala!" Gwent dashed to Nala's side, wielding her cloud iron sword to fend off Feyre and Runny. "Gwent, how is this possible?" Nala exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe the sight before her. "Let us not dwell on that now, Nala." Gwent helped Nala to her feet, handing over the rain pearl she had seized from Kerwin the previous night. "Ha, my old comrade." Nala laughed heartily, cradling the cannon in her arms and aiming it at the advancing Feyre. "Feyre, you were mocking me just now. Watch as I tear your foul mouth apart." Hey, isn't that the Sky Prophet? Wasn't she dead?" Gwent's appearance stirred a commotion among the Bika residents. Having made significant contributions to Bika as the former Sky Prophet, Gwent's reputation remained intact despite Yait's efforts to tarnish it. Her return prompted many undecided individuals to reconsider the strange events of the ceremony, which was undoubtedly the last thing Yait desired. "Gwent, how dare you show your face before me?" Yait, who had been observing coldly from the altar, questioned the familiar visage with a haunting tone. Her emotions toward Gwent, her adopted daughter, were complex. Once, she had viewed Gwent as her proud successor, believing she would carry on her will and assist in unifying the Kongdao. Alas, Gwent had defied her, and the consequence of such defiance was death. Yait shouted fiercely, raising her staff adorned with 8 Kongdao pearls and unleashing a shockwave aimed directly at Gwent's head. Seeing Yait's attack, Dara would not remain an idle bystander. He stepped forward, instantly appearing beside Gwent, intercepting the shockwave with his bare hands. "I cannot allow you to harm my newly recruited navigator." Dalu squinted, a dangerous glint flashing his eyes. "It turns out that Gwent has placed his hopes on you Qinghai people." Ihite tugged at the staff in his hand, and simultaneously, shimmering silver serpents began to manifest on his body, the surrounding air crackling with an electrifying intensity, a wild sensation permeating the wind. Not only that, but the ground around the sacrificial altar also began to tremble, followed by an odd sound of gears grinding from beneath the earth. In the next moment, countless diminutive robots emerged from the ground, surrounding Ihite like divine attendants. "Do you understand the consequences of defying the gods?" Gazing at Ihite, who resembled a thunder god, Deluo remained unfazed, turning to the others and instructing them to deal with the robots. After speaking, Deluo gently propelled himself into the air, his golden hair rising without any wind. "Come, let me see how formidable this so-called deity truly is." Chapter 186, Thunder Resounding. How audacious to dare interrupt the descent of a god. Ite looked down at Deluo from the sacrificial altar, his eyes filled with coldness and arrogance. The old woman raised her staff, gathering violent lightning that coalesced above her head before swinging it down with tremendous force, unleashing countless blue lightning orbs that hurtled toward Deluo at a terrifying speed. Perhaps due to their overwhelming velocity, Deluo made no unnecessary movements, and he was completely engulfed by the dazzling lightning orbs. The rampaging lightning obliterated the clouds above and a corner of the sacrificial altar where Deluo stood, engulfing the entire area in blinding white light. "Ha! This is the great power bestowed upon me by the gods. You insignificant ants shall perish." Ite raised her hands high, her face twisted with madness as she surveyed the lightning domain she had created below, feeling thoroughly satisfied. In her view, Deluo was as good as dead. Below the altar, Gwent, entangled with Runti, turned his head in terror to behold Ihite, who appeared like a thunder god, alongside the densely packed and formidable robots surrounding the altar. What on earth is happening? How did that old woman suddenly acquire such terrifying power? Gwent was unaware of Deluo's strength. Thus he was worried that the sudden appearance of these robots and Ihite's hidden might could completely alter the tide of battle. Natural type. A natural type that wields lightning. How could this be? This fruit has never appeared upon the seas. Just moments ago, Sophia had kicked a robot away and now directed her gaze toward the altar swathed in lightning. As someone who had once navigated the underworld, she was acutely aware of the existence of natural types. Sophia's expression darkened as she continued to explain. The natural type is predicated on the existence of the devil fruit, and some special natural types possess powers that rival those of gods. Even the strongest armed color would struggle against them. Above, Ihite, wielding the prophet's staff, gazed at the battlefield where the lightning was gradually dissipating, her smile freezing. Such destructive capability, truly the power of the thunder fruit. As the lightning cleared, Daruo stood unscathed, the 12-layer elemental shield protecting him slowly crumbling. Oh, it seems I did not kill you. Did that strange shield save your life? It appears you too possess the power of the gods. Ihite furrowed her brow, yet remained unconcerned. In her view, the power of lightning was unrivaled. And how could anyone possibly triumph over the most ferocious force of nature? As a pirate capable of traversing tens of thousands of meters above the Qinghai, he surely possessed a few tricks for survival. But in the face of thunderous might, they were mere trifles. 30 million volts of the great silenced thunder serpent. Ihite swung her staff again, and lightning erupted akin to myriad venomous tongues flicking out, producing a hissing sound. In the next instant, a lightning serpent, stretching hundreds of meters, materialized in the square, coiling upward and sealing off all escape routes around Daruo. With this, you have nowhere left to retreat. Ihite let out a sinister laugh as she directed the lightning serpent to crash into Daruo, intent on obliterating him completely. The massive lightning serpent coiled tighter, encircling Daruo without any gaps, and then its head shot upward before plummeting with incredible speed, resembling a dragon piercing the sky as it descended upon Daruo. Is this all you have? What a waste of such a powerful fruit. Daruo felt no fear as he regarded the world-ending lightning serpent. He calmly raised his golden revolver and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a bullet enveloped an armed color shot forth from the barrel and transformed mid-air into a spiraling, pitch-black spear penetrating the serpent's gaping maw. Just as in Norse mythology, the world-destroying serpent Jormungandr was effortlessly pierced by Daruo's Gangnir. Even the terrifying electrical energy of the fruit dissipating into nothingness upon contact with the armed serpent. Having thwarted 2 consecutive attacks, Ihite, who had just consumed the thunder fruit and was brimming with confidence, found it hard to accept this outcome. Her already wrinkled face twisted even further in disbelief. It seems the might of the gods is not so formidable after all. Daruo chuckled lightly, then continued to provoke. Trapped in the Sky Island, never having witnessed the vastness of the ocean, this god is merely gazing at the sky from a well. You insufferable wretch! Ihite was enraged by Daruo's words, her form instantly transforming into lightning as she charged toward him, seeking to engage in close combat. This was precisely what Daruo desired. After all, if she relied on the high mobility and long-range lethality of the thunder fruit to continuously engage him, he would indeed find it challenging to respond in the short term. Just what I needed. A faint smile played on Daruo's lips as he grasped the empty air with his left hand, summoning a long blade formed from compressed air that materialized in his palm, firmly blocking Ihite's staff strike. As he deflected the thunderous blow with his left hand, Daruo's right hand, still gripping the gun, swiftly aimed at Ihite's vital point, locking onto the weakness revealed by Death Eye before pulling the trigger. The bullet shot toward Ihite's face an exceptionally clever angle. However, Ihite was no ordinary foe. As an ancient being who had lived for nearly a century, her observation color had become remarkably refined, even rivaling Daruo's. Just as the bullet was about to strike, Ihite reacted instantaneously, elementalizing her head and narrowly evading the lethal blow. Impressive reaction. Daruo offered rare praise, as if commending a circus monkey performing unexpectedly complex maneuvers. You bastard! Ihite, who had nearly suffered defeat, cursed angrily. She elementalized once more and engaged Daruo in combat. The 2 figures, one black and one blue, clashing with blinding speed, becoming mere shadows in the arena. It must be said, Ihiti's prowess was indeed formidable. Despite being an elderly woman on the brink of death, her years of combat experience and honed observation color allowed her to hold her own in the short term. Tingwen Novel Network remarked that the combat prowess displayed here could easily warrant a bounty of at least 500 million in Shanghai. Dalu, shaking his slightly numbed left hand, couldn't help but express his astonishment in comparison to the martial ineptitude of Enalu, who nearly solely relied on the powers of the Rumble fruit. Yite undoubtedly surpassed him by a significant margin, her only two apparent weaknesses being the lack of haki and the physical limitations of age. Meanwhile, Yite was equally astonished. She understood that after consuming the Rumble fruit and harnessing the power of electromagnetic waves, her heartstrings had reached a new pinnacle. Not only did her range extend to monitor the entirety of Skypiea, eavesdropping on all conversations within her vicinity, but she could also accurately read her opponent's thoughts during battle, allowing her to anticipate their moves and defeat them. Coupled with the unparalleled destructive capability of the Rumble fruit, she should be invincible. Yet, why had it come to this? Dalu twisted his neck and retrieved several white phosphorus grenades from his pocket, seemingly intent on ending the battle with one decisive strike. The Citian Tang Yujin. What could be more fitting to send off a self-proclaimed deity than this grenade? Dalu mused darkly as he hurled two grenades toward the predicted position of his foe. He then flashed forward, performing a shuanpa to appear behind Yite. Despite Yite's reaction, Dalu's heavy kick connected squarely with her elemental form, sending her flying. "You bastard! Let me go!" Yite, caught in Dalu's grasp and unable to elementalize due to his haki, desperately sought to evade the impending attack. Boom! Just as Dalu had calculated. The two white phosphorus grenades exploded in their vicinity, sending forth a conflagration akin to white fireworks, converging towards Yite. The intense pain fueled Yite's fury, and she activated the Rumble fruit at full power, enveloping both herself and Dalu in a massive surge of lightning. The electricity, reaching tens of millions of volts, generated a searing heat that made Dalu feel as though he had kicked a massive fireball. As the white phosphorus ignited and descended, the flames, hot enough to turn everything they touched to ash, scorched Yite's left shoulder even as she elementalized the moment the fire touched her. "Damn it, that hurts like hell," Yite yelled, glaring at her charred shoulder. The excruciating pain nearly drove her to madness as she looked down at the crowd below. "You all defy me, then perish." Her hair stood on end, resembling a frenzied spirit, as the lightning around her coalesced into a towering apparition of a thunder god. Simultaneously, the Baikal ruins beneath the sacrificial altar erupted, unleashing countless robots in a frenzied state. Watching Yite's self-destructive stance, Dalu felt a headache coming on. Damn it. There's a second phase. Chapter 187. Godslayer, have these robots gone mad? In the square beneath the sacrificial altar, Ryukit and his companions observed the robots entering self-destruct mode, their expressions darkening. The combat capabilities of these robots were rather mediocre, yet their overwhelming numbers surged forth from the ruins below, an incessant tide. Moreover, once they entered self-destruct mode, each possessed the explosive power of a standard grenade, resulting in a relentless series of blasts that posed a significant threat. Damn it. This cannot continue. Rabbit, stay close to me. Let's go down and investigate. Ryukit commanded swiftly, transforming in a liquid and pulling along the disheveled Labidi, hurling her toward the circular opening from which the robots poured forth, following suit as a liquid arrow. As the two prepared to descend into the depths of the ruins, the robots, sensing an intruder aiming to destroy their lair, turned their weapons toward the opening, unleashing a barrage of fire. Damn it, Ryukit thought as he witnessed a robot about to self-destruct, nearly losing his composure. If it detonated, it could trigger a chain reaction of hundreds more. At that critical moment, Izumi Reiken intervened, deftly twisting his wrist, causing his weapon, Izumi Mamoru Kanesada, to vibrate in an extraordinarily peculiar manner. A swordsman would recognize that the high-frequency tremors of the blade were tracing countless circles, each generating a multitude of circular sword energies. Sword chi rain. Izumi Reiken's eyes, previously narrowed, opened slightly. In an instant, strands of sword energy cascaded from above, creating countless ripples upon contact with the ground. And the robots were cleaved in two within those ripples. With a single strike, the battlefield was cleared. What a reliable bunch, Gwent remarked from the sacrificial altar, grateful for his affiliation with Daro's pirate crew. Without them, facing an opponent like Yite, who concealed such powerful cards, would have been a daunting prospect. Well done, Ryukite praised, seizing the opportunity created by Izumi Raiken's action, leaping with Labidi into the opening leading into the underground ruins. Though referred to as ruins, it was more accurately described as an armory, densely packed with production lines for mechanical soldiers, capable of endlessly generating them as long as energy was sufficient. To the former inhabitants of the moon, perhaps those who consumed the rumble fruit truly appeared as gods. Ha ha ha, let all be destroyed. High above, Yite, now fully engulfed in madness, stood amidst the clouds, relentlessly summoning the power of thunder, surrounded by countless frenzied, lightning serpents crackling in the air. Above, innumerable lightning serpents coalesced, converging towards a colossal thunder sphere hidden within the clouds, as the darkened sky flickered with blinding silver flashes accompanied by a deep, ominous roar, akin to a fearsome beast lurking within the clouds. What a formidable power the rumble fruit possesses, allowing someone who has scarcely consumed it to wield such an ability. Daro thought, observing the massive thunder sphere measuring over 100 meters in diameter, feeling an impending sense of dread. Having read the original work, he understood the nature of such a technique associated with the Logia type, akin to Ace's Fire Emperor or Blackbeard's Darkwater. The rumble fruit had its own unique counterpart move, aptly named Thunder Arrival. Gazing at the imposing thunder sphere, Daro dared not underestimate it, knowing it could annihilate all of Baikal with a single strike, requiring a serious response. Dust to dust, earth to earth, you defiant beings perish, along with Baikal. May you all be obliterated. I shall stride across the infinite earth alone. Yite screamed hysterically, her crimson eyes fixed intently on Daro and the chaotic scene below. After consuming the Xiang Lei fruit, Yite, believing herself to be on par with the divine, was effortlessly vanquished by Daro. The vast disparity in this encounter drove her to the brink of insanity, compelling her to resolve to annihilate both Daro and Baika. Only through this destruction could she erase the humiliation inflicted upon her by Daro. Lightning continued to gather in wisps from Yite, coalescing into a formidable sphere of thunder that Daro knew he must dismantle before it fully formed. However, Yite had grown cunning, evading Daro's advances while utilizing the high mobility granted by the Xiang Lei fruit to shift positions, occasionally launching a few lightning spheres as distractions. Is the divine being merely a coward, constantly evading? Daro taunted as he observed Yite retreating to a distance, seeking to disrupt her rhythm. You sharp-tongued brat. You shall not revel in your triumph for long. Yite, now wise to the game, engaged in verbal sparring without confronting Daro directly. Let me show you the gulf that exists between your so-called divinity and my own, Daro remarked, raising an eyebrow as he retrieved a series of grenades from his pocket and tossed them into the air. Numerous grenades soared skyward, forming a stellar array above. Reminiscent of the combination he had once used to defeat Captain John, now his most potent technique, Supreme Sky Red Cloud Dragon Cataclysm. Accompanied by the terrifying might of compressed Conqueror's Haki, the dragon head formed from the aluminum thermite grenades began to materialize, its searing heat distorting the very air around it. Subsequently, a series of fire-based grenades, including magma and gasoline grenades, erupted, morphing under Daro's command into the body, scales, and claws of a dragon. The colossal dragon ascended gracefully, spiraling above the immense sphere of lightning like a world-ending deity surveying all. Simultaneously, the enormous thunder sphere conjured by Yite reached its zenith, its dazzling blue-white radiance blinding to behold, teetering on the brink of collapse. Almost synchronously, both combatants completed their preparations. Come, let's clash head-on. Daro roared at the descending cataclysmic light sphere, propelling the fiery dragon forward with rocket-like velocity towards the thunder sphere. The dragon let out a mighty roar as the terrifying conqueror's haki spread, momentarily dispersing the plasma-like lightning sphere. Seizing this opportunity, the thermite dragon head charged directly into the heart of the sphere, unleashing a mournful wail across the sky, followed by an explosion of unimaginable magnitude. Boom! The sky became a battleground of thunder and flame, half illuminated by the dazzling brilliance of lightning, the other half ablaze like a hellish sun, blue and red clashing in a fierce contest that tore the heavens asunder. The thunder battled the fire. Subsequently, an unprecedented shock wave manifested, creating a visibly massive spherical distortion, while the ground beneath began to fracture under the strain, causing the entire Baika to tremble violently. "Goodness, this is monstrous!" exclaimed Gwen T, controlling the Yunibai to form a uniquely shaped shield while witnessing the sky on the brink of rending. Beside her, Rekt, who had just decimated a significant portion of the underground ruins with Rebetti, shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that scenes such as this had become commonplace in the presence of their captain. The explosion raged on, flames consuming the thunder sphere and forcing it to shatter, countless arcs of electricity escaping its surface and radiating outward. Even the surviving energy remnants, striking the ground, resembled an electromagnetic cannon, lethal due to their millions of volts of high pressure. Fortunately, as meteorologists, Hallidas and Gwen T anticipated this scenario at the very moment the lightning sphere began to fracture. They swiftly crafted peculiar cages from Yunibai, which, despite being conductive, effectively intercepted the descending bolts of thunder. Faraday cages. Daluo observed the round cages resembling steamed buns below and raised an eyebrow, subsequently commending. "It appears our meteorologist is quite resourceful." As the arcs continued to dissipate, the massive lightning sphere could no longer maintain its stable form, succumbing to the fiery dragon's assault until the heavens were left with only a brilliant red hue. "Impossible! I shall not lose. A divine being cannot be defeated." Exhausted, Ihet collapsed to the ground, her once ambitious gaze now dulled, repeating her mantra in desperation. She could neither accept nor believe that decades of scheming had culminated in naught. Ihet's already aged body had reached its limit, and the overwhelming sense of loss and refusal to concede led the once revered prophet of Baika, who had ruled for over a century, to her demise. Thus, the battle for Baika came to a definitive end. The old gods had perished, and new ones were destined to rise. The floating island was on the cusp of peace and unification. Chapter 188. Aftermath. Ihet had died, her ridiculous ambitions fading into the void of infinity. The shadows cast over Baika, Angel Island, and the Sandia people dissipated, ensuring that no one would incite further conflict from the shadows. Peace and unity would herald a new chapter for the floating islands. "It seems the end is upon us," exclaimed Gonfu Air, riding the Pegasus Peel, as he turned to his companion, Psycholos, who was mounted on the Tian Dienbird. Behind them, a contingent of 30 to 40 soldiers, partly drawn from the Angel Island Guard and others hailing from Sandia, followed closely. Gonfu Air and Psycholos had intended to support the new divine being, assisting her in stabilizing the situation, hoping to leverage their contributions for a voice in the floating island's future. However, upon witnessing the tumultuous clash between Daluo and Ihet, they recoiled, realizing that their involvement was unrealistic given their own strength. More importantly, they were reluctant to choose sides before the victor was determined, fearing retribution from the deranged Ihet should she emerge victorious. Such is the nature of the pirate world, where the powerless must rely on cunning to navigate the tumultuous waters of formidable forces. "Let us move forward and see where we can lend our aid," Psycholos urged. Visibly anxious, for the relationship between the Sandia people and Baika was even more tenuous than that with Angel Island. Meanwhile, on the third level of Baika, the instability of the island, built upon buoyant clouds rather than solid ground, posed a significant risk. Otherwise, Enel would not have been able to obliterate the entire Baika with a mere bolt of lightning, despite Dalu's efforts to obstruct the collision between him and Yait. Combined with the commotion caused by Lekit and Labidi in the underground ruins, resulted in the entire third layer being riddled with gaping holes resembling cheese. Surrounding the altar, A dense network of spiderweb-like patterns spread across the ground, while large chunks of stone flooring plummeted from the openings in the clouds. Over at the temple, the entire architectural complex had crumbled, transforming into a meteor shower that cascaded down towards the second layer. "Damn it, Labidi, you are far too hefty," Lekid exclaimed as he darted through the air like a liquid, desperately gripping Labidi's two rabbit ears to prevent her from falling. As he turned his gaze downward, he noticed that Labidi's belly was round and bulging, her mouth incessantly chewing, evidently having just swallowed something within the ruins. "What on earth have you consumed? Spit it out quickly. I can hardly hold on." Sweat beaded on Lekid's forehead as he forcefully patted the rabbit's head, urging her to regurgitate the contents of her stomach. To his astonishment, Labidi suddenly vomited forth a golden object adorned with strange patterns and pipes, and immediately her body became lighter and thinner. The other members of Daro's pirate crew displayed their unique talents, some soaring through the air, while others leaped between massive boulders. Aisha, who was utterly helpless, was hoisted onto Sophia's shoulder, while Gwent's cries echoed, "Help! I don't want to die." Hundreds of individuals encased within the giant Faraday cage alongside Gwent were shrieking, gripped by a sense of fear from the weightlessness of their descent, huddling together and trembling within the confines of the cage. The situation was dire, as the sacrificial ceremony had gathered a significant portion of the Baika populace, leaving many scattered and vulnerable to the perilous drop. "Damn it, there are far too many of these people, and they are too dispersed," Dalu cursed, his expression grim as he realized he could hardly manage everyone. Striving to do his utmost, with a grasp into the void, Dalu activated his fruit's power to its fullest potential, and in an instant, a massive air platform emanated from him, lifting a significant portion of the falling crowd. Sophia gracefully alighted on the air's surface created by Dalu, while Aisha, who had been hoisted onto her shoulder, stumbled and fell to the ground, supporting herself on her knees, gasping for breath. "We are saved." After catching her breath, Aisha patted her barren chest, reflecting on her narrow escape. However, only a fraction of the people had been rescued. Some, due to their distance from Dalu, fell short of the compressed air platform and would become victims of this catastrophe. Beside Dalu, Gwent gazed at the dozens of Baika residents continuing their descent, guilt filling his eyes. "Don't think too much. There will always be sacrifices in war. We can only do our best." Dalu reassured him with a gentle pat on his shoulder. Just as hundreds of tragedies were about to unfold, a piercing neigh echoed from the horizon, followed by a troop of reinforcements riding the Tian Dien birds descending from the sky. "Quickly go save them," commanded Siklos, wielding his staff towards the Sandia soldiers behind him. Simultaneously, the elderly man skillfully maneuvered his mount, swooping beneath the mother and child who were plummeting. "I've got you." Siklos, still vigorous despite his age, grasped the mother and her infant, hoisting them onto the bird's back. Once the sense of danger dissipated, the mother, feeling utterly drained, collapsed, gasping for air. "Thank you," she managed to utter, slightly recovering, only to find herself face to face with the equally startled Siklos. "Sandia people," the woman gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief for in her eyes. They were sworn enemies. How could he possibly extend a helping hand? Moreover, weren't the Sandia people supposed to be savage, bloodthirsty beings? Strangely, the moment she laid eyes on Siklos, her baby ceased crying, wide-eyed and transfixed by the old man adorned in colorful paint and peculiar feathered attire. "Wow!" Siklos, taken by the charm of the adorable child, unexpectedly made a silly face, unaware of how terrifying his paint-smeared, wrinkled visage appeared when he smiled, ultimately scaring the child into tears. 2 days later, on the second layer of Baika, the residents were diligently engaged in post-war reconstruction efforts, carrying beams and fervently working. After the destruction of the Baika temple, the residents had delineated a new area where they began to construct a new temple, or rather, a Queen's Hall. Notably, due to the active rescue efforts of the Sandia people and the inhabitants of Angel Island, the calamity that befell the third layer resulted in minimal casualties. Seizing this opportunity, Gwent eagerly advanced the reconciliation process among the three factions, leading them to set aside their grievances and shake hands in peace. coupled with Windsor's possession of evidence against Yite. All parties quickly came to their senses, aligning with Gwent and electing him as their new leader. Thus, Gwent was recognized by the Angel Island, Sandia, and Baika factions, ascending as the true ruler of the Sky Islands, achieving genuine unity among them. Upon her ascension as the Empress of the Sky Islands, Gwent promptly issued a decree that left everyone puzzled, to reward the Qinghai adventurers who made remarkable contributions during the battle. All fruits on the island shall be granted to them according to their preferences. Everyone is to gather all fruits in the plaza on the second layer. No mistakes allowed. Chapter 189. The first piece of the power puzzle of the Sky Islands. Is this decree not a bit frivolous? Gwent frowned while working in the office of the Yef family, scrutinizing the fruit statistics report presented by the administrative staff. The Baika citizens, expressing their gratitude towards Dalu and his companions, were not particularly resistant to submitting fruits. In fact, they were quite enthusiastic. However, considering that this was the first decree issued after her coronation, using it for such a matter seemed rather absurd. But it's just a trial. What if the thunder fruit happens to be among them? Dalu shrugged from his desk, munching on the fruits provided, adding, though I claim it's merely an experiment. I'm quite confident that the fruit is indeed here on the Sky Islands, most likely in Baika. The reasoning was simple. The ancient inhabitants of the Sky Islands had established a technologically advanced city, Baikal, on the moon, entirely reliant on electrical energy, and there was no oil on the moon. Thus, Dalu speculated that Baikal primarily depended on the energy provided by the thunder fruit. If the thunder fruit were to appear randomly across the world after the demise of its wielder, then it would be impossible for Baikal to maintain long-term possession of the thunder fruit as a core energy source for its sustained development. This indicates that Baikal has undoubtedly grasped some principles regarding the rebirth of the devil fruit, which, according to Daluo, relates to the concept of island isolation. I recall from the original work's cover page story that Inalu discovered an underground relic named Baikal on the moon, which turned out to be the sole civilized site on that celestial body. This is quite peculiar. After all, the moon inhabitants regarded their domain as an infinite expanse. If it is indeed infinite, how could such vast lands nurture only a single civilization? Thus, the only plausible explanation is that Baikal orchestrated this situation deliberately. They annihilated and absorbed the other civilizations on the moon, thereby ensuring that every subsequent user of the thunder fruit would only be reborn within the city confines, which epitomizes island isolation. This might also elucidate why the Sky Islanders are so fervently inclined towards invasion, having actively occupied the lands of the Sandian people, who were swept onto the White Sea, as this exclusivity is ingrained in their very genes. Speaking of which, the Sky Islands situated over 10,000 meters above Qinghai can also be considered an isolated island. Hence, Daluo instructed Gwen to issue this summons. As long as Gwen, the Sky Island Queen, maintains sufficient control, that thunder fruit will inevitably fall into their hands. The remaining factor is merely a matter of time. Besides the thunder fruit, Daluo's second objective on the Sky Island, the Art Pledge, has also shown some promising leads, as that blueprint was concealed within Yahit's scepter. Lekit, the day before yesterday, when you and Labidi visited the ruins, did you uncover anything? Daluo inquired while unfurling the Art Pledge blueprint and scrutinizing the intricate lines. Yahit had previously amassed a considerable amount of gold, so it is highly likely that she had already constructed part of it. Discoveries? Aside from countless robots, all that remains are the production lines for those machines, which I have thoroughly obliterated. Did you encounter any components resembling those in this blueprint? Daluo handed over the blueprint while directing his inquiry towards Lekit. No, Lekit shook his head, but as he was about to respond, his gaze caught a glimmering component on the blueprint, which seemed somewhat familiar, the two Malawian Quatch's electromagnetic levitation device. I believe I have seen this before. Wait, I recall now. The day before yesterday, when I accompanied Labidi to the underground ruins, he seemed to have swallowed something that looked just like this, but I made him spit it out. After pondering for a moment, Lekit responded. Do you know where he expelled it? Daluo withdrew the blueprint from Lekit's hands, crossing his legs as he queried. How wouldn't he know? You'd have to ask him. Lekit gestured towards Labidi, who was seated in the living room munching on a carrot. Sensing the attention of the two, Labidi paused his meal, offering Daluo, the captain, a modicum of respect, yet gazed at them with a keen intelligence. Never mind. I shall enlist Li Qian and Aisha to search for it. They are currently gathering the remnants of the robots. Daluo was momentarily taken aback by Labidi's astute demeanor and promptly abandoned the idea of extracting clues from Labidi's mouth. In the afternoon, Daluo found himself at the docks of Baika. At that moment, the mermaid's him was bustling with activity, as Bear and Namabu were transporting crates of supplies onto the ship in preparation for the impending voyage. Daluo did not wish to linger on the Sky Island for too long and planned to depart the day after tomorrow. However, this time, he would not directly take one away, partly because she needed time to stabilize her regime and partly due to the Thunderfruit. Adjacent to the mermaid's him, the meteorological ship of Iselia was equally bustling with urgency. Hurry, just one more crate of gold. Get on board. Windsor shouted down from the deck, shortly followed by two Baiko warriors who hoisted a crate of gold onto the meteorological vessel. That should suffice. Beside Windsor, Nuofa was tallying the cargo against a checklist while approaching the control platform of the meteorological ship, patting Hallidas on the shoulder and inquiring, "Old man, with this much gold, can your little ship handle it?" "Of course." Hallidas, slightly irked by the insinuation, retorted with a shake of his beard, "even if it were doubled. My old mate would have no trouble. Enough boasting. Let us see if it works. If not, we'll use my octopus hot air balloon," Gamfier remarked, dismissing the bravado. The four of them, engaged in this lively banter, were set to return to Qinghai the day after tomorrow as the vanguard. At Daluo's behest, they would head directly to Marin Fander before detouring to the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Their mission was to relay the existence of the Sky Island to the entire sea and, in the process, join the world government, becoming a member state under the protection of the Navy. The goal was essentially the entry fee for this membership. Moreover, it encompassed the substantial amount of gold required to purchase Gaia Island. It is believed that when such a vast fortune is presented, even the world government would find it difficult to refuse. Oh, by the way, when you return, be sure to keep an eye out for a fellow named Dr. Yuejian. It would be best to bring him to the Sky Island, for he is of great value. Leaning against the railing of the mermaid's him, Daluo instructed Windsor next door. Due to the destruction of the Baika relic by Lekit and Labidi, the production lines of the Mechanical Legion were irreparably damaged, thus ceasing the continuous production of mechanical soldiers. Nevertheless, Daluo was not inclined to relinquish this source of power for the Sky Island to re-emerge in the world and engage in trade with other nations. It must possess a sufficiently formidable defense force. Even if Gwen were to acquire the Thunder Fruit as a member of Daluo's pirate crew, she could not remain stationed at Baika, necessitating the search for another source of strength to uphold the military might of the entire Sky Island. Dr. Yuejian, who appeared in the original text as an eccentric scientist, left a profound impression on Daluo due to his astonishingly bizarre demise. He died choking on a mooncake while gazing at the moon. Yet this uniquely perished doctor was, in fact, a scientist with formidable robotic expertise, arguably second only to Vegapunk. In the original narrative, the robots he created possessed not only independent intelligence, but also traversed space after his death to reach the moon, assisting Enelu in unifying the moon. Quite absurd, to say the least. If Daluo could recruit this doctor to Baika, the discarded mechanical soldiers on the island could once again be put to use, which is why he directed Aisha and the others to gather the remnants of those robots. Just as thoughts of Dr. Yuejian occupied Daluo's mind, Aisha and Li Qian hurriedly returned to the mermaid's him, bringing with them auspicious news. "Daluo, we found what you asked us to look for," Aisha panted, referring to the two Malawian Quatch's electromagnetic levitation device. "You found it so quickly." "Where?" Daluo raised an eyebrow in surprise, having only assigned the task less than an hour ago, and was astonished by Aisha's sudden efficiency. "Well, that pesky rabbit was spewing things randomly, and, consequently, that machine smashed someone's house. And now the affected household is seeking Gwen for a discussion." Aisha waved her hand dismissively, fuming. Half an hour later, Daluo and his companions arrived at the residence of the family, where they discovered the MK two electric levitation device lying among the rubble. How splendid! DeLuo caressed the massive machine, entirely crafted from gold, while exclaiming in admiration. It is no wonder that DeLuo was so invested in it. According to the blueprints, this device was nearly the core component of the Ark proverb. It could generate immense floating power driven by the sound thunder fruit, enabling ships to soar through the skies. I have begun to anticipate the formidable strength of the new vessel, which combines the power of the Ming Wang cannon, the Baoshu atom, and the ability to fly. If all goes well, our next destination will be the city of Qishui. Chapter 190. The tenacious carp. 2 days passed, yet the sound thunder fruit remained elusive. It seems I have underestimated this matter. DeLuo frowned, lamenting the absence of the sound thunder fruit he had long desired. The natural type fruit is inherently a devil fruit, and the sound thunder fruit stands out even among natural fruits, capable of elevating an utterly powerless individual to a formidable force upon the sea. Such is the value of a natural type fruit. If Gwent were to join us, it would be inappropriate for Aisha to consume the sound thunder fruit. Perhaps we shall seek another fruit for her later. DeLuo stroked his chin, pondering. The sound thunder fruit originally belonged to the Sky Island, and Gwent, being well-versed in meteorology, could harness its true potential. However, the most pressing concern was that Aisha's temperament was far too laid back. Allowing her to consume the sound thunder fruit would indeed be a waste. DeLuo could already envision her transforming into lightning in the midst of battle, fleeing in panic. Of course, such considerations were premature. Ultimately, we must first acquire the sound thunder fruit, and this task would naturally fall to Gwent. DeLuo had no intention of waiting idly any longer. Are you not planning to stay a few more days? Gwent lifted her head, gazing at DeLuo with a sense of reluctance, resembling a jilted lover. Do not misunderstand. There was no romantic entanglement between them. It was merely that during these past few days, DeLuo had briefly outlined the grand plans for the development of Sky Island to Gwent. During that time, the concepts he shared, such as the separation of powers, federalism, and constitutional monarchy, nearly left Gwent in awe as she wished to dissect his mind to uncover its depths. No more waiting. DeLuo chuckled and shook his head, then stepped forward and leaped onto the deck of the Mermaid's Hymn. This Sky Island is entrusted to you. Regardless, we shall meet again in Qishui City in 1 month. DeLuo adjusted his hat handsomely and instructed Gwent. After speaking, DeLuo turned to his companions who had long awaited on the deck and shouted to the bear beneath the sails. Set sail? Everyone. At that moment, DeLuo extended his right hand, compressing the air in his palm, and then cast it toward the sails. In an instant, the sails billowed, propelling the Mermaid's Hymn away from the dock. Also departing was New F.A. and his crew, who would carry Gwent's letter to Marineford, announcing the emergence of the Sky Island Alliance to the world government. How wonderful it is to soar, observing the meteorological vessel speeding through the sky. DeLuo could not help but envy, wishing he could fly all the way to the New World. However, it was not feasible. The New World was now embroiled in a collision between Rox and the Navy, transforming the entire region into a meat grinder. Especially after Rox initiated his plan to hunt the celestial dragons, the entire world was nearly engulfed in flames of war. Given DeLuo's current strength, while he would not shatter upon impact, he was still far from possessing the influence needed to assert himself in this fierce competition. One need only observe that even the Roger pirates were currently plagued by Rox, hiding far away in the four seas and refraining from meddling in the chaos of the New World. Considering this situation, DeLuo resolved to navigate diligently and enhance his strength. At the very least, he needed to awaken his fruit or master the Conqueror's Haki before he could establish a foothold in the New World. The Mermaid's Hymn descended slowly along the cloud ladder track, losing buoyancy after leaving the uppermost layer of the White Sea, beginning its free fall, with the immense wind resistance causing the entire ship to creak. Fortunately, as the vessel neared the sea surface, the octopus hot air balloon fixed to the mast began to inflate rapidly, quickly transforming into a gigantic balloon larger than the Mermaid's Hymn itself. Meanwhile, in an office within the G8 Navy fortress beneath the Sky Island, Rear Admiral Jonathan was sweating profusely as he held a din-din mushy, bracing himself for the roar of Steelbone Kong. "Hurry up and get that rascal Carp on the phone. Tell him to return to Marineford immediately. How dare he linger for so long over a mere bunch of small pirates at this critical juncture?" Faced with the Admiral's furious roar, Jonathan could only respond with a bitter smile. Who did not know that nearly all Navy personnel had been assigned to protect the celestial dragons? Yet at this critical moment, Carp had slipped away to his side, claiming it was for the future of the Navy to capture a group of promising pirates. "Bah, I see it as mere laziness," Jonathan muttered indignantly to himself, glancing at Carp, who was lounging on the sofa, nonchalantly picking his nose while engaged in a donut challenge. "I say, Vice Admiral Carp, you have been here for 7 days. I doubt that group of pirates will show up. You should return quickly. The pressure from the Admiral is mounting on me." Jonathan sighed and spoke with a softened tone. Logically, as a fellow Rear Admiral, Jonathan could afford to be polite to Carp. But as a divisional Rear Admiral facing the rising star that was Carp, he wished to cultivate a favorable relationship. Unfortunately, Carp, oblivious to the hints, showed no intention of complying, as he was reluctant to return to protect the loathsome celestial dragons. Furthermore, being quite familiar with the Luo, he genuinely believed in the immense potential of the Luo's pirate crew. The best strategy for such promising talent would be to eliminate them before they could fully develop. Of course, direct recruitment would also be a viable option, as the Luo and his crew had not committed any crimes. Just as Jonathan was about to persuade Carp once more, a Navy soldier rushed into the office, saluted quickly, and breathlessly reported, "Report. The G8 fortress is under attack by a strange group of pirates from the sky. According to the lookout, it should be the Luo pirate crew that ventured to the Sky Island." Upon hearing this news, Carp, who had been reclining on the sofa, finally set his donut down on the coffee table, stood up, and donned the Navy's coat of justice. "Kazan, we are leaving." Clad in the Navy coat, Carp cracked his knuckles, loosened his joints, and revealed a cruel smile, reminiscent of a wolf preparing to capture a lamb for dinner. The Navy's speed was remarkable. By the time Carp and Kazan reached the warships, the Navy of Fort G8 had already completed preparations, stationed across 3 vessels. Observing his motivated subordinates, Carp let out a hearty laugh, leaping onto the deck with a hefty wave of his hand. The gates gradually retracted, and the 3 warships surged forth from the fortress, advancing in unison towards the designated landing point of Daro and his crew. "Daro, how dare you declare yourself a pirate? Prepare to face my iron fist of justice." Chapter 191. The distance from the pinnacle of the sea. As they approached the ocean's surface, the winds began to roar. The mermaid ship, the Mermaid's Anthem, swayed precariously as it descended onto the water, sending up a massive wave. Upon seeing the ship land smoothly, Aisha sighed in relief, seemingly startled by the creaking sounds it made during descent, fearing that an improper landing might cause the Mermaid's Anthem to disintegrate. This concern was justified. After all, the vessel was an aging ship, having seen many years of service, and the previous crew had not treated it with care. Therefore, despite Daro and his crew's meticulous maintenance, the ship was in poor condition, prompting Daro's eagerness to acquire a new vessel. Fortunately, during their journey to Sky Island, Daro and his crew had amassed a considerable amount of gold, which should suffice for purchasing a fine ship in Water 7. Although it remained uncertain whether Smoking Tom would be willing to assist them in shipbuilding. "Sophia, your connections are vast. Please inquire if there are any leads on Adamwood." Daro emerged slowly from the captain's quarters onto the deck, pulling out a sun chair to bask in the sunlight he had long missed. "All right. I will ask and see if there are any news regarding Adam Wood from the underworld," Sophia nodded, producing a miniature silver transponder snail from her pocket as she entered the room. The others lazily retreated to their respective quarters, retrieving their folding chairs, intent on enjoying a group sunbathing session. Suddenly, disaster struck. The Navy had arrived, including that buzzcut uncle they had encountered earlier. Just as the group was setting up their sun umbrellas and chairs, Aisha shouted from the lookout tower. Upon her exclamation, 3 warships emblazoned with the symbol of justice emerged from the northwestern side of the Mermaid's Anthem, their silhouettes growing larger as they approached Daro and his crew. "Ah, Daro. Long time no see." Carp greeted heartily from the deck of the lead vessel, his naval coat billowing in the sea breeze. Simultaneously, Daro sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the Navy, a presence that could only belong to a few formidable individuals. Among them, Carp was the most likely to be present. Though Daro had not anticipated that Carp would wait for so many days, it seemed he would not easily let this matter rest. Carp's enthusiasm was undeniable. Having waited for them for so long, Daro forced a smile, responding to Carp. "The Navy is fully occupied dealing with the rock pirates. Why is it that you, Carp, are fixated on us mere minnows?" "Mere minnows. You are quite humble," Carp chuckled, shaking his finger. He then removed his cloak and tossed it to his subordinate Kazan, revealing his black suit before continuing. "I noticed your remarkable potential back at Daro'sBullet. I intended to recommend you for enlistment in the Navy, yet here you are, having turned pirate. Such audacity, young one. I wonder if your courage is as strong as my fist." As they spoke, Rear Admiral Jonathan had discreetly commanded the other two warships to flank the Mermaid's Anthem, forming a triangular formation to encircle it. These underhanded tactics were hardly friendly. Observing the cannons protruding from the sides of the flanking vessels, Daro's expression darkened, his keen gaze locked onto Carp. "Friendly? Since when can pirates demand friendship from the Navy?" Carp grinned mischievously, aware that Jonathan's maneuvering was not honorable, yet he chose to say nothing further. Carp was principled, but not naive. He understood what was necessary when facing ruthless pirates. Eliminate evil without mercy, for kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Hey, they are still chatting. Meanwhile, Jonathan on the left warship grew increasingly impatient, eager to resolve matters swiftly and rid himself of Carp. He viewed Carp as someone who used the capture of pirates as an excuse to evade the task assigned by Admiral Kong to protect the celestial dragons. Knowing full well Carp's disdain for them, "All cannons ready, load ammunition," Jonathan bellowed, as the two warships raised their dark cannons, poised to strike the Mermaid's Anthem at his command, ready to send the enemy ship to the depths of the sea. Boom! The sound of dozens of cannons firing erupted violently, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs that streaked towards the Mermaid's Anthem. In this moment of crisis, luck was on their side as Reichert and Lebet reacted swiftly, darting left and right, displaying an unexpected synergy amidst their usual bickering. Cocktail B-2 bomber, continuous large swallow. The duo unleashed their respective techniques. Reichert thrust his right hand forward, sending forth a torrent of liquor that transformed into a colossal fiery bird, obliterating the incoming cannonballs. Lebet, on the other hand, opened her jaws wide, her entire rabbit form launching forward, akin to a jelly bean, swallowing a series of cannonballs whole. "You got some skill. Let us see how many rounds you can withstand." Despite the initial barrage failing to achieve its objective, Jonathan remained composed, commanding his soldiers to continue firing and preparing for the next round of assault. In response to the Navy's relentless bombardment, Sophia and her companions did not remain idle. She and Blage rushed to one of the warships, systematically dismantling the cannons on board, all the while cursing the audacious pirates who dared to overstep their bounds. "Those damn pirates, don't get too carried away." Jonathan seethed as he observed the chaos among his soldiers, drawing his katana from his waist. He swiftly executed a Soru, appearing close to Sophia to engage her in combat. On another warship, Blage found himself locked in a fierce duel with a Commodore clad in a cloak, adorned with finger gauntlets. Both were skilled in hand-to-hand combat, their fists flying with ferocity. While his opponent's strength was moderate, his tactical intelligence was commendable. Utilizing the mobility of Soru, he struck and evaded, ensuring Blage never had the opportunity to counterattack. Amidst the fray, Izumi did not join the battle but instead walked slowly to Daro's side, drawing his sword, his Mamoru Kanesada, as his narrowed eyes opened slightly, revealing a chilling intent to kill. The astute Huchuan Lixian was acutely aware of the remarkable aura emanating from the admiral clad in a black suit, reminiscent of the venerable old man wielding a naginata encountered upon the peaks of Whiskey Peak. Such an adversary would be exceedingly difficult to contend with relying solely on the captain. It appears that one must summon their true prowess. lest they find themselves capsized in treacherous waters. As Carp observed the two young men before him, their momentum steadily escalating, he could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. He had not anticipated their rapid growth within such a brief span of time. Just as Carp prepared to engage both adversaries single-handedly, Daro interjected, halting Huchuan Lixian and stepping forward. Lixian, allow me to face this challenge alone for now. You provide support from the sidelines. I wish to ascertain how far I am from the pinnacle of this vast sea. Synopsis: Daro has traversed into the world of One Piece, becoming the brother of Roger's wife, Lugio. Fortunately, at this juncture, Roger has yet to conquer the Grand Line, granting Daro the opportunity to alter his sister's grim fate.